Reborn into a world where Pokemon intertwines with reality during his senior year of high school, Luo Feng's first decree to resolutely reject the green tea class flower from his past life. In his previous life, he was left with nothing and met a tragic end on the streets. In this life, his singular ambition is to exact revenge and ascend to the pinnacle of Pokemon trainers. Ding! The life reversal system has been activated. With the insight to discern potential, the manifestation of psychic abilities, and an unlimited evolution potion at his disposal. Confronted with a humiliating wager imposed by the wealthy Zhao Kai, Luo Feng's gaze fixates on the Poké Ball at his waist, which contains a mistreated Charmeleon of kingly potential. I wager, if you lose, you shall forfeit your Charmeleon. The entire school erupted in astonishment, ridiculing Luo Feng as a dreamer. Yet he turned away, aligning himself with the school's elegant heiress, diving into the world of ornamental fish shops and seafood markets. 5,000 yuan spent to procure the so-called garbage ornamental fish, a fiba. 5,000 yuan for a culinary ingredient, a kingler. Within the system's vision, fiba, potential, champion, golden legend. Kingler, potential, elite, red. As everyone mocked him for his self-destructive tendencies, Luo Feng regarded the two Poké Balls in his grasp, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. In 1 month, I shall show you who the true waste is. From a humble sycophant to a contender rivaling the water-type elite, Luo Feng achieved this transformation in mere days. His path of resurgence commenced with 2 worthless fish. Chapter 1. Reborn in high school, finding the life reversal system. Cold. A piercing chill enveloped him entirely, as if submerged in a bottomless, sunless abyss. Luo Feng abruptly opened his eyes, his vision initially blurred and swaying, soon replaced by blinding white light. Instinctively raising a hand to shield himself, his eardrums were assaulted by a cacophony of noise. The screech of chalk on the blackboard, the hushed laughter of boys in the back row, the melodious chirping from outside, and an overpoweringly sweet scent of cheap perfume that churned his stomach. Luo Feng dazedly turned his neck. Before him lay a desk cluttered with textbooks and test papers, the corner etched with a crooked character for Feng. On the wall, the crimson countdown clock for the college entrance examination flickered ominously. 123 days. Gazing at everything before him, Luo Feng couldn't help but murmur. Am I dreaming in the ICU? Or is this merely a fantasy before death? Or perhaps this is a realm beyond the grave? Outside, a few sparrows flitted across the crystalline blue sky. This was Jiangzhou's first senior high school, class 7 of the 3rd year. Just as his consciousness fully awakened, a cold, unfeeling electronic voice resonated deep within his mind. Ding! Detecting the host's intense soul fluctuations and temporal distortions. The life reversal system has successfully bound. Newbie gift package awarded. Congratulations to the host for acquiring. Psychic communication, LV.1. Psychic dominance, LV.1. Unlimited evolution loyalty potion X2. Psychic communication, LV.1 enables mental communication with Pokemon within a radius of 500 meters. Psychic dominance, LV.1 possesses intangible, phantasmal telekinesis, allowing control of objects weighing up to 500 kilograms within a radius of 500 meters. Furthermore, one can perceive mental conditions within 500 meters through telekinesis. Unlimited evolution loyalty potion. Upon consumption, Pokemon will experience a significant elevation in both level and strength, evolving instantly without any prerequisites, and they will exhibit unwavering loyalty and intimacy towards their host. Core system functions. Pokemon data insight activated. System gotcha machine. Free lottery draw once every 24 hours. Points lottery unlocked. Methods of acquiring points. Daily Pokemon battles. Achieving trainer-related accomplishments. Randomly triggering system tasks, etc. Beginner's guide. Please endeavor to acquire your initial Pokemon promptly to embark on your journey as a trainer. After absorbing this information, Luo Feng's pupils constricted sharply, and a tidal wave of euphoric relief washed over him like a tsunami. System. After a brief moment of stupor, boundless shock erupted into a near-shouting exclamation that felt like it would break free from his throat. I'm not dead. I'm actually alive. And I've bound a system. However, to avoid attracting attention, he forcibly stifled his voice. Luo Feng pinched his thighs stealthily, feeling the sharp sensation of pain, and through meticulous observation of his surroundings, he became increasingly certain that he had indeed been reborn. This was certainly not a dream. One could not dream such a vivid dream. nor could one experience such a beautiful fantasy. He had been reborn to the pivotal moment of his destiny in his senior year of high school, and he had gained the coveted golden finger, the system. The system is a quintessential benefit for those who have been reborn or traversed through time. Moreover, there were abilities and items of extraordinary nature, such as telepathic communication, superpower dominion, and a limitless evolution loyalty enhancement pills for Pokémon. In the past, while reading novels, he envied the male protagonists with systems. Now, he finally had the chance to relish the experience himself. At this moment, the joy swelling within Luo Feng was truly beyond description. Damn, how could I have been reborn? In this life, I must ensure she has a difficult time. Just as Luo Feng was immersed in shock and exhilaration, a deliberately soft and sweet voice rang in his ears. Luo Feng, Luo Feng, are you still asleep? Luo Feng looked up, and lo and behold, Lin Weiwei was leaning over his desk, a charming smile gracing her lips. This girl had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance, beneath her finely arched brows. Her large eyes sparkled, the thick false eyelashes resembling two delicate fans. Glossy lip gloss accentuated the upward curve of her mouth, and in her hands, she held a cup of steaming bubble tea. With such a configuration, she was undoubtedly a petite beauty, capable of inciting a stir within the high school campus. Were he an ordinary boy, he would have likely been completely enchanted, willingly turning into a devoted admirer. Lin Weiwei lifted her delicate hand, smiling as she said, "Here, your favorite Four Seasons green milk tea, double pearls, with only a third of the sugar." Upon hearing Lin Weiwei's voice, Luo Feng's heart felt as if it were gripped by an icy hand, threatening to cease its rhythm. It was Lin Weiwei, that insufferable vixen, the very green tea girl who had drained him of every ounce of vitality, having licked her boots like a dog for 2 whole years. To clarify, in his previous life, the male protagonist was ensnared by the machinations of the green tea girl. He had been secretly drugged with hallucinogens, which explained his infatuation. In this life, he would not fall for a green tea girl again, rest assured. Lin Weiwei pushed the milk tea towards Luo Feng, the droplets of water condensing on the plastic cup, rolling down and pooling into a darkened spot on the table. "I noticed you looked lethargic, so I specially bought this for you. Hurry and drink it. Class will start soon." Her tone carried a habitual air of condescension and certainty, as if she were convinced that this fool before her would be grateful to tears for such a trifling act of kindness. Lin Weiwei often bestowed small favors upon Luo Feng, coupled with a few subtle tactics, which ultimately rendered him utterly devoted to her. At this moment, vivid recollections from his past life detonated within Luo Feng's mind. He had skipped class under the scorching sun, enduring a 2-hour wait, all for Lin Weiwei's casual remark about craving a limited edition from a trendy shop in the city center. In response to her offhand complaint about her phone lagging, he subsisted on steam buns for 3 months to save money to buy her the latest model. Ultimately, she tearfully mentioned that her distant cousin possessed a remarkable little fire dragon of exceptional aptitude. The internal price was a mere 1,500,000, yet she still lacked 70,000. However, the opportunity was rare. In a moment of folly, he borrowed the 70,000 his father had painstakingly saved, along with the government subsidy intended for the purchase of an initial Pokémon, leaving not a single cent behind. And then there was no further story. Lin Weiwei acquired that little fire dragon, successfully passed the entrance exam for aspiring trainers, and achieved commendable results. Overjoyed, she enrolled in her dream prestigious university, simultaneously severing all contact with Luo Feng. With no money to buy Pokémon, he naturally lacked the qualifications to partake in the trainer entrance examination. Consequently, he lost the chance to take the trainer entrance exam, forfeiting his future and relegating himself to the ordinary cultural examination. However, having previously studied the trainer specialization, he abruptly pivoted to participate in the ordinary cultural examination, resulting in a dismal failure. After the examination, he became an ordinary college student. In the aftermath, Luo Feng, like a stray dog, continued to yearn for Lin Weiwei, having invested so much in her. Surely, he could not expect to receive nothing in return. Ultimately, Lin Weiwei blocked him and clarified that they had always been merely friends, and now she no longer wished to maintain that friendship. Luo Feng implored Lin Weiwei not to act this way, and further begged her to return some money so he could purchase a Pokémon. However, Lin Weiwei incessantly humiliated him. She asserted that he had no evidence to prove he had lent her money, claiming that the substantial amount was a voluntary gift, not a loan. Upon witnessing Lin Weiwei's behavior, Luo Feng finally experienced an awakening. Subsequently, he spent 2 years embroiled in a legal battle against the manipulative woman, enduring her humiliation and scornful laughter throughout the process. During the legal proceedings, he tirelessly sought evidence, hired a lawyer, and even released short videos to expose Lin Weiwei. Under the pressure of public opinion, he ultimately emerged victorious. A year after the conclusion of the lawsuit, the manipulative woman finally transferred the last installment of the substantial sum. Yet Luo Feng found himself in a state of despondency. Throughout the litigation, he had been attending a mediocre college. His time in university was largely consumed by the legal battle, leaving him with little to show for his studies. Not long after the lawsuit concluded, he was on the verge of graduation. After graduating, Luo Feng used that substantial sum to purchase 2 Pokémon, namely Machop and a Machop, preparing to work on a construction site. Truth be told, he had no desire to engage in manual labor, but with a lack of solid education, a reputable family background, and any notable skills, he was uncertain of what else to pursue. Once recognized as a campus heartthrob, comparable to a celebrity in looks, he had relied on his handsome visage to capitalize on his youth. Yet, since encountering Lin Weiwei, the deceitful individual, and realizing he had been duped, Luo Feng had plunged into despair. During the legal battle, he grappled with self-doubt, despondency, anxiety, and depression, ultimately succumbing to binge eating, which altered both his physique and appearance, leading to a collapse of his self-esteem. Afterward, let alone enjoying the fleeting pleasures of youth, he found it increasingly difficult to afford even basic meals. Furthermore, he had lost the courage to even consider live streaming. Thus, Luo Feng dutifully toiled on the construction site for a decade, during which Machop evolved into Machamp, while Machop transformed into Conkeldurr. Initially, Luo Feng believed he would lead such a life indefinitely. However, unexpectedly, at the age of 33, while shopping for gifts for a blind date, he was confronted on the street by an arrogant rich heir who unleashed a rampaging Gyarados, which struck him with a terrifying hydro pump, leaving him gravely injured and on the brink of death. In his final moments, Luo Feng harbored an intense loathing for that affluent heir, but an even deeper animosity for Lin Weiwei. This woman was the architect of his ruin. Had it not been for them, his previous life would have unfolded entirely differently. Just then, the system's chilling prompt echoed once more. Warning: trace amounts of hallucinogenic substances detected in the beverage. Prolonged consumption may lead to impaired judgment and emotional dependence. Please exercise caution. Luo Feng trembled violently, a bone-chilling frost crystallizing in his gaze. So that was it. No wonder in his past life, he had been like a puppet, obediently following her every command. He had even drained his family's savings to borrow hundreds of thousands. It became clear that from the very beginning, she had manipulated him with such despicable tactics. Where there is one, there must be another. This could not have been the first instance. A torrent of rage and profound hatred surged within him like molten lava. Regaining his composure, Luo Feng could no longer hold back. Just as Lin Weiwei donned her habitual patronizing smile, anticipating his usual gratitude, he seized a cup of milk tea and, with a speed that left everyone stunned, slammed it on her head. Bang! The cup shattered, cold, brown liquid mixed with sticky pearls cascading down her meticulously styled hair and cheeks, soiling her expensive dress. The syrup dripped, obliterating her carefully crafted makeup. The entire classroom plunged into an eerie silence. All sounds, idle chatter, playful banter, the rustle of pages, came to an abrupt halt. Every student stared, dumbfounded, as if a collective pause button had been pressed. Lin Weiwei was utterly stunned, her expression frozen for several seconds before she erupted into a piercing scream. Her makeup was a mess, false eyelashes drooping, hair matted together, appearing both ludicrous and pitiable. Trembling with rage, she pointed a finger at Luo Feng, her voice sharp enough to rend the air. Luo Feng, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Luo Feng coldly flicked away the few drops of milk tea clinging to his hand, his gaze frigid as he looked down on Lin Weiwei's disarray, a flicker of vengeful delight stirring within him. He had no intention of exposing her drugging scheme just yet. Without solid evidence, Lin Weiwei could easily deflect blame onto others, claiming ignorance or asserting that she had merely purchased the drink. Thus, in terms of consequences, it would ultimately leave her unscathed. That being said, interest must still be collected. What am I doing? Luo Feng's voice was low yet coldly clear, resonating in the ears of every eavesdropping classmate. Lin Weiwei, I would like to ask you, having loaned you 700,000 for purchasing Pokémon, did you ever consider what would become of my initial Pokémon? What about my trainer's college entrance examination? What about my future? Did you ever think about any of this? The last sentence erupted like a thunderous roar, years of resentment exploding forth. He no longer concealed his feelings, but laid everything bare. Lin Weiwei stood momentarily stunned by his outburst, a flicker of guilt and panic flashing across her face, quickly overshadowed by a surge of anger. Her face flushed crimson as she stammered incoherently. You're talking nonsense. Who lent you money? You're spewing slander. What's wrong with you? Regaining a semblance of composure, she quickly attempted to shift the blame. Isn't it just that I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet? How was I to know if you were sincere? Was it really necessary to act this way? Woo. Deep down, she cursed Luo Feng as a scoundrel, for they had previously agreed to keep the matter of the loan a secret, yet he had forgotten that in an instant. The surrounding classmates finally snapped out of their stupor, and the classroom erupted into chaos. Holy crap, Luo Feng just dumped milk tea on Lin Weiwei's head. Am I seeing things? Isn't he Lin Weiwei's #1 sycophant? Did you hear that? Luo Feng said he lent Lin Weiwei 700,000. Is that true? Lin Weiwei seems quite well off. Does she really need to borrow money? Aren't they still in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Lin Weiwei is such a piece of work. Luo Feng treats her this way, and she still hasn't agreed to be his girlfriend. If she doesn't like him, she shouldn't waste his time. Let me step in. Wait a minute. The real highlight is that Luo Feng just looked too handsome. Though he seemed fierce, that cold expression on his face was simply brimming with charisma. No wonder he's recognized as the campus heartthrob. Even when angry, he looks like a star on set. I remember there were talent scouts waiting at the school gate to sign him last semester. What a pity. He used to revolve around Lin Weiwei, and his charm diminished. Now, he finally deserves that face. Whispers surged like a tide. Expressions of shock, excitement, and admiration for Luo Feng's looks intertwined on every face. Amidst the chaos and murmurs, a languid, mocking voice floated from the back of the classroom. Well, what do we have here? Luo, the great sycophant, has stopped being a flower protector and has switched to watering flowers instead. All eyes instantly turned toward the source. A boy clad in an obviously expensive branded tracksuit, his hair styled with gel into a flamboyant shape, sauntered over with his hands in his pockets. His name was Zhao Kai, a notorious rich heir known for his rebelliousness, whose family owns several chain supermarkets. Zhao Kai first feigned concern as he cast an exaggerated glance at Lin Weiwei, trembling with rage and soaked in milk tea, raising his eyebrows in a theatrical display of indignation. Weiwei, are you all right? Luo Feng, this is a bit excessive, don't you think? However, when his gaze shifted to Luo Feng, despite the latter's frosty demeanor, his impeccably sharp features, straight nose, and stern brow were still strikingly handsome, exuding an aggressive allure, as if he were bathed in a spotlight, igniting Zhao Kai's long-suppressed jealousy. How dare this penniless wretch, who could not even afford a Pokeball, steal all the limelight? Even Su Qingxue, whom he had been pursuing tirelessly, occasionally inquired about this impoverished lad. The crushing sense of inferiority overwhelmed him, nearly causing him to grind his teeth in frustration. He absolutely could not allow Luo Feng to easily escape Lin Weiwei's grasp, nor could he grant this impoverished boy even the slightest chance to approach Su Qingxue. He must completely crush Luo Feng, dragging him into the mud, ensuring Su Qingxue never even considered him again. A flurry of dark thoughts raced through Zhao Kai's mind as he redirected all his ire toward Luo Feng, a malicious smile curling his lips as he intentionally raised his voice. What's the matter, Luo Feng? Did your romantic advances fail, causing you to resort to violence? Perhaps you should take a good look at your own pitiful state. A worthless wretch without even a Pokeball dares to act tough. He deliberately elongated his words, casting a malevolent glance between Luo Feng and Lin Weiwei before abruptly shifting his focus. All right, I almost forgot. Although our class is Su, the campus beauty, has shown you some concern, you shouldn't take that as a license to neglect Weiwei, should you? What? Do you genuinely wish to sever ties with Weiwei and pursue Su the campus flower instead? He sneered, dripping with sarcasm. Wake up. A toad, no matter how handsome, is still a toad. Do you really believe you can lay claim to a swan? His followers immediately caught on, erupting into laughter, attempting to pressure Luo Feng. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Luo Feng merely raised his head slowly. In his profound gaze, there was not a hint of anger, only a near indifference, as if he were observing a poorly executed and noisy farce, radiating an aloof superiority. His thin lips parted slightly. Zhao Kai, have you always been this verbose? Do you prefer a one-on-one duel, a group fight, or perhaps a Pokémon battle? The choice is yours. His voice was not loud, yet it cut through the laughter with chilling clarity, piercing Zhao Kai directly. With a single sentence, casually uttered, Zhao Kai's malicious grin instantly froze, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat. At that moment, Luo Feng regarded Zhao Kai with utter disdain, while Zhao Kai was nothing more than a minor annoyance, unworthy of mention in the presence of his unparalleled grandeur. The classroom once again fell into a deathly silence. Every observer held their breath, acutely aware that the Luo Feng before them had undergone a complete transformation, both in demeanor and aura, entirely unrecognizable from the past. For the old Luo Feng would never have dared to utter such words. Chapter 2. The Calculated Bet. Targeting the dragon with kingly potential in an instant, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. So profound that one could hear a pin drop, as if the very air had solidified. Every individual present believed they had misheard, their gazes darting back and forth between Luo Feng and Zhao Kai, brimming with disbelief. Zhao Kai, momentarily stunned, instinctively cupped his ear, as if seeking to confirm he had not succumbed to auditory hallucinations. Then, as if he had just encountered the most ludicrous of jokes, he erupted into a fit of raucous laughter. Ha! Luo Feng, have you truly lost your mind? You wish to duel me, yet you want to choose the terms? What? You're looking to drag me down with you into a pit of punishment? This notion of mutual destruction is so painfully trite. His fervor intensified, and he pointed derisively at Luo Feng's barren Pokémon belt, his tone dripping with mockery. A Pokémon battle? What do you intend to contend with? That belt of yours, cleaner than your own face, or your pretty boy visage that offers nothing but looks, to withstand my little fire dragon? How utterly ridiculous. You don't even possess the most basic cater pie. Are you planning to charge at me head first? Ha ha. As he laughed uproariously, a sense of unease washed over him as he realized he was the only one in the room still cackling, his laughter echoing awkwardly. Zhao Kai furrowed his brow, scanning the room with dissatisfaction, his voice tinged with urgency. Hey, why aren't you all laughing? At his prompting, a few lackeys chimed in with exaggerated chuckles. Yet the rest of the class remained silent, still grappling with Luo Feng's earth-shattering declaration. In that moment, Luo Feng stood tall before his desk, exuding an unprecedented aura of coldness and composure, his eyes shimmering like icy stars, a stark contrast to his previously gentle demeanor, now radiating a dangerously captivating charm. This newfound chill enveloped the classroom like a silent shockwave, nearly whisking away the souls of the girls huddled in the corners. Disregarding Zhao Kai's mockery, Luo Feng's eyes glinted with a hint of derision as he asked with a light chuckle, "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" At that moment, he was brimming with audacity. Even if he were to challenge Zhao Kai with merely a cater pie, he felt no trepidation. After all, he possessed the power of telekinesis, more than sufficient to handle someone like Zhao Kai. A slight use of his psychic abilities during the battle would go unnoticed by others. In his understanding, no superpowered individuals had ever been publicly acknowledged, and his telekinetic powers were exceedingly difficult to detect. As long as he didn't draw attention to himself, his abilities would serve as his greatest trump card. Thus, should Zhao Kai dare to accept, defeat was a certainty. These words doused Zhao Kai's laughter like a bucket of cold water. His facial muscles twitched, thoroughly incensed by the provocation reflected in Luo Feng's calm gaze. Nonsense. Am I afraid of you? Fine. Luo Feng, you're courting death, aren't you? I'll grant you this. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll give you ample time to prepare. Let us make it the practical exam at the beginning of next month, in front of the entire school faculty and students. I shall ensure you lose convincingly, he nearly shouted, pointing a finger directly at Luo Feng's face. Luo Feng nodded, his tone remaining unperturbed. Very well. The practical exam it is. I await your arrival. Zhao Kai's eyes gleamed with malice as he continued. Wait. Mere words are meaningless. We need something at stake. Or I refuse to waste my time as your free sparring partner. He stepped forward, legs apart, pointing at his own groin with blatant malice. The loser must crawl through the winner's legs. What do you say, coward? Dare to sign the agreement? A collective gasp echoed throughout the classroom. The wager was immensely degrading. All eyes turned to Luo Feng, anticipating his inevitable retreat. However, Luo Feng's gaze transcended Zhao Kai's brash demeanor, landing upon the red and white Poké Ball dangling at his waist. Just moments ago, in Zhao Kai's fervently animated state, Luo Feng had caught a glimpse of that Pokeball. Suddenly, the skill, Pokémon Data Insight, activated autonomously, and a radiant screen illuminated his mind. Target, Charmander, Lizard Pokémon. Fire type, Potential, Kingly, Red, Level, LV15, Beginner Strength. Status, Foundation damaged, Potential severely suppressed. Incorrect nurturing methods have led to an accumulation of hidden injuries from prolonged battles. Skills, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen. Ability, Blaze, second hidden ability. Solar Power, Unawakened, counts as possessing one ability. Blaze ability. When a Pokemon with this ability has less than 1/3 of its health, the power of its fire type moves increases to 15 times the original. Solar Power ability. In sunny weather, the special attack capabilities of a Pokemon with this ability increase to 15 times, but they lose 1/8 of their maximum health at the end of each minute. Thus, the great creator bestowed a setting that when the baseline reaches a certain level, some extraordinarily powerful Pokemon, akin to genetic mutations, will emerge within the population, such as those possessing dual abilities or formidable skills. Kingly Potential. It's an actual Charmander with Kingly Potential, and it possesses the unawakened hidden ability, Solar Power. Once awakened, would it not have dual abilities? No wonder it boasts Kingly Potential. And yet, this system is truly remarkable. All the data regarding the Pokemon is laid bare before me. It is well known that with current scientific technology, even discerning a Pokemon's potential is often murky and imprecise, with considerable testing costs, let alone obtaining clarity on their level, skills, and abilities. Typically, one must await the Pokemon to exhibit obvious traits before confirming their abilities. How does this system provide such convenience, revealing everything at a mere glance? Seeing this, Luo Feng felt an exhilarating thrill surge within him, silently exclaiming, "The system is phenomenal." His voice cracked slightly. This proclamation of gratitude was heartfelt. The system had granted him a second chance at life. It was akin to a rebirth from his parents. And calling it daddy was hardly excessive. Others would envy him for even having the opportunity to express such gratitude. Upon concluding his exclamation, he redirected his focus to Zhao Kai's Charmander. A Pokemon of such potential, if placed in the hands of any aspiring trainer and nurtured properly, would undoubtedly achieve at least kingly status in the future. Yet, observing its current state, malnourished and severely suppressed in potential, it was a travesty of nature. In his past life, this Charmander, under Zhao Kai's care, was said to barely reach the elite level of a Charizard after 10 years, a complete waste of its potential. This Charmander's life was squandered in Zhao Kai's care. With this thought in mind, an idea swiftly coalesced in his mind. He raised his head, meeting Zhao Kai's challenging gaze, a smile gracing his lips. "A stake? Certainly, but I have no need for you to crawl. I find you unappealing. Therefore, should you lose, I demand your Charmander." "What?" Zhao Kai, hearing this, thought he had misheard. Then, as if confronted with the most absurd of jokes, he burst out laughing. "Haha, you think you can? Fine, I accept. If you truly manage to win, my Charmander shall be yours without hesitation. But Luo Feng, think carefully. If you lose and do not crawl..." He waved his wrist, showcasing the latest model of the Phantom VR wristband. "Dare to sign an electronic agreement right now?" An electronic agreement carries legal weight. Once signed, there is no room for regret. Luo Feng, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, "Why would I hesitate?" Without a moment's pause, he raised his old VR wristband. Two faint blue holographic screens projected from each device, swiftly generating a rigorously formatted battle wager agreement between them. The terms are clear. In the monthly examination combat practice, should Luo Feng lose, he must publicly crawl beneath Zhao Kai's legs. Conversely, if Zhao Kai is defeated, he shall unconditionally transfer the ownership of his Charizard, with a penalty of 10 million. Below lies the electronic signature area. Zhao Kai scoffed, swiftly inscribing his name. Luo Feng, with a calm demeanor, traced his fingers across the holographic screen, signing his name, Luo Feng. Beneath their names, unique biological identification codes materialized. Ding. The electronic battle wager, ID, JD 2025, 0731001, has been duly signed and is now effective. The agreement has been simultaneously uploaded to the Jiangzhou Trainer Association and Judicial Database for record keeping. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed simultaneously within their wristbands. The blue light retracted. The agreement was sealed, leaving no room for regret. Upon witnessing the formation of the contract, Zhao Kai erupted into a triumphant, derisive laughter. "Ha! Luo Feng, just wait to crawl beneath my legs. Enjoy your last month with knees and dignity." He cackled with delight, striding away with his entourage. Luo Feng, however, remained unfazed, secretly relishing the unexpected turn of events. His system had just responded. Ding. Special mission triggered. Challenge from the delinquent Zhao Kai. Mission objective. Defeat Zhao Kai in the upcoming monthly trainer examination combat practice next month. Mission reward. 500 system points. Dragon Dance Skill Disc. Setting aside the 500 system points, the value of the Dragon Dance Skill Disc alone was worth several million. Nowadays, it was exceedingly difficult for Dragon-type Pokémon to learn the Dragon Dance skill. It required the collaboration of top-tier breeders, a plethora of resources, and most critically, the guidance of a Pokémon that already possessed the Dragon Dance skill. Typically, if one could not master it within a month, the likelihood of success dwindled significantly. Generally, Dragon types, or those with draconic bloodlines, had less than a 10% chance of learning Dragon Dance, primarily influenced by innate talent, comprehension, and various other factors. Of course, one could enhance this probability, but it would necessitate substantial time and resources. Thus, the Dragon Dance skill disc was indeed a rare treasure. The atmosphere in the classroom was stifling and peculiar. Most gazed at Luo Feng as though he were a madman or a corpse. Was it worth pushing oneself into such a dire predicament just to prove a point? Lin Weiwei regarded Luo Feng with the same incredulity, feeling embarrassed for him, and hastily exited the classroom. At that moment, a cool voice, tinged with an imperceptible concern, broke through the tension. Luo Feng, could you step outside with me? Luo Feng turned to find Su Qingxue, who had unexpectedly appeared beside his desk. She stood there casually, akin to a newly bloomed snow lotus, bringing a semblance of tranquility to the otherwise clamorous classroom. Lin Weiwei, with her 7 points of beauty, could scarcely be considered a class flower, let alone a school beauty. While Su Qingxue, even without makeup, radiated an undeniable 8.5. If she were to enhance her appearance further, she would undoubtedly reach a stunning 9. The simple blue and white school uniform she wore not only fit her perfectly, but also accentuated her gracefully developing figure, highlighting her skin's alabaster translucence, reminiscent of fine mutton fat jade. Her features were akin to a meticulously crafted work of art, with every stroke expertly rendered. Her long, dark hair cascaded down her back like silk, swaying gently with her subtle breaths. Her gaze was complex, imbued with concern, confusion, and a hint of profound, unrecognized sorrow. As the only child of the chairman of the Su group in Jiangzhou, she was the focal point of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School, a reverie for countless boys who dared not sully her image. Yet, at this moment, the heartbeat of this cool, radiant moon was slightly disordered by the presence of the boy before her. Luo Feng, seeing her, did not decline, rising to follow her into the corridor outside the classroom. Su Qingxue lifted her gaze to meet his, her cherry lips parting slightly, her voice deliberately lowered yet distinct, imbued with an unrecognized softness. If you need help, you can tell me. She paused, her long eyelashes, like butterfly wings, gently drooping to obscure the fleeting shadow of concern and anxiety in her eyes. She could almost foresee his flustered rejection, just as he had done countless times before. For instance, I could lend you the funds for your starter Pokémon. Su Qingxue waited quietly, her fingertips unconsciously curling, the exposed skin of her wrist beneath the uniform's sleeve strikingly pale. Based on past experiences, Luo Feng would immediately react as though scalded, hurriedly declining her offer, his gaze evasive, insisting he could manage on his own, fearful of being misconstrued by Lin Weiwei. That deliberate attempt to maintain distance felt like a sharp needle, pricking her heart and leaving a lingering bitterness. However, all right. Luo Feng's voice was crisp, devoid of hesitation, even carrying a sense of relief. Thank you, Su Qingxue. You've truly been a tremendous help. He had been pondering how to resolve his predicament, contemplating borrowing from online lenders. And unexpectedly, here was Su Qingxue, the affluent heiress, appearing just when he needed assistance most. Su Qingxue was left utterly stunned. Her clear, autumnal eyes widened slightly, her long, curled lashes quivering in disbelief, as if she were truly seeing him for the first time. Sunlight danced upon her delicate profile, casting a soft halo around her. What did he just say? All right, he actually agreed, and so naturally expressed his gratitude? The stark contrast left her momentarily speechless, even questioning if her persistent, silent attention had conjured an illusion. The handsome profile she had secretly admired countless times now bore an unprecedented calmness. What did you say? Su Qingxue instinctively inquired, her cool voice betraying a rare, uncharacteristic tremor of confusion. Luo Feng found her unexpectedly naive expression amusing, and his tone softened unconsciously. I said yes. Thank you for being willing to lend me money. I genuinely need some startup funds to purchase my starter Pokémon. Su Qingxue blinked, overwhelmed by the impact of his words. almost blurting out, "Aren't you afraid of Lin Weiwei misinterpreting this?" As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted it, biting down on her full, cherry-like lower lip. The question revealed her excessive concern for the dynamics between him and Lin Weiwei, a warmth creeping up her alabaster ear. Upon hearing Lin Weiwei's name, a flash of icy disdain crossed Luo Feng's eyes, his expression shifting to one of unabashed mockery, his voice chilling. "Misunderstanding? My relationship with her is entirely clear. We aren't even friends. I was foolish before, but now I see things plainly. What she thinks is of no concern to me." Such bluntness, a complete disavowal of their connection, or an unprecedented, almost ruthless decisiveness. Su Qingxue stood frozen, her heart racing uncontrollably. Before her, Luo Feng's striking features remained breathtaking, his tall silhouette sculpted sharply in the sunlight. Yet, the lingering humility and trepidation that had once surrounded him in relation to Lin Weiwei had vanished, replaced by an intrinsic hardness and a commanding confidence. Sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating his chiseled profile, and in the depths of his profound gaze, it appeared as though fervent stars were igniting, sharp and radiant. Luo Feng, already remarkably handsome, was now rendered even more captivating by this newfound self-assuredness, making it nearly impossible to look away. Su Qingxue felt her heart skip a beat, then hastily accelerate, pounding furiously within her chest. A delicate yet unmistakable blush quietly spread from the nape of her fair neck, akin to rouge diffusing on rice paper. She quickly averted her gaze, unable to bear the intensity of his piercing eyes, fearing that he might glimpse her momentary lapse and the tumult of emotions surging within her heart. Su Qingxue endeavored to restore her voice to its usual frigid tone, though the end of her sentence betrayed a barely perceptible buoyancy. "Then, I shall see you at the school gate after class. I will take you to Spirit Avenue." "All right," Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Chapter 3, Discovering the Target. Champion-level Pokémon, Ugly Fish. As the bell signaling the end of the school day rang, Luo Feng briskly exited the classroom, his bag in hand. The golden hues of the setting sun enveloped the campus in a warm glow, accentuating his upright figure and sharply defined profile. From a distance, he spotted a sleek, elegant black luxury sedan, its long frame reflecting a subdued sheen under the sunlight, parked beneath the towering rubber tree at the school gate. The driver, clad in a neatly pressed uniform and white gloves, stood respectfully to the side. Su Qingxue was already waiting there. She did not enter the car, but stood quietly beside it. The golden rays of the sunset caressed her lustrous black hair and danced upon her pristine school uniform, rendering her an exquisite oil painting, ethereal and untouchable. In the bustling crowd, her gaze accurately captured the figure striding confidently toward her. As Luo Feng approached, Su Qingxue's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. She feigned calmness as she opened the rear door for him, though only she knew the subtle tension in her fingertips as they brushed against the cool door handle. "Thank you," Luo Feng said, his tone unpretentious, as he smiled and took his seat. When he smiled, the corners of his eyes seemed to absorb the warmth of the sunset, infused with an indescribable, nascent vigor. The interior of the car was spacious and comfortable, filled with a faint fragrance of gardenias, akin to the scent of her hair. The moment the door closed, the stifled murmurs at the school gate erupted into a buzz. Am I mistaken? Is Su the school beauty waiting for Luo Feng? How could they be together? Wasn't Luo Feng always orbiting around Lin Weiwei? You seem unaware. I've heard that Luo Feng and Lin Weiwei have completely broken off. They even had a public altercation over her refusing to repay the hundreds of thousands she borrowed from him. Is that true? But don't you think Luo Feng looks particularly different today? He and Su seem so well matched. Luo Feng is already quite handsome, and he's the school prince. It's just that he was overlooked because he was Lin Weiwei's devoted admirer. Now that you mention it, that does seem to hold some truth. The distant whispers faded away as the car glided smoothly away from the school gates and merged into the traffic. Su Qingxue sat poised, her gaze fixed on the swiftly passing scenery outside, striving to maintain her usual icy demeanor. Yet the faint crimson hue at her ear betrayed the momentary fluster and hidden sweetness that flickered through her mind upon hearing those remarks of compatibility. From her exquisite handbag, she retrieved a slender, metallic-hued black card and extended it toward Luo Feng. Her gesture appeared casual, yet her fingertips tightened imperceptibly for a brief moment. This is a universal black card for the Pokémon breeding house and supermarket under the Su Group, with an initial limit of 5 million. The password is 6 zeros. Simply swipe it for any Pokémon you desire. Her tone was as monotonous as if she were handing over a mere tissue, as if 5 million were merely pocket change. Luo Feng accepted the card without demur, his fingers brushing against her cool hand as he took it, eliciting a subtle sensation. Su Qingxue, thank you. He looked at her, his gaze sincere and luminous, imbued with an assuring certainty. This money will be considered a loan, and I will certainly repay you double in the future. Su Qingxue shot him a quick glance, her eyes colliding with his deep, confident ones, causing her heart to flutter as if lightly tickled by a feather. She swiftly averted her gaze, focusing on the window, leaving him with a perfectly sculpted profile and a subtly tense jawline, softly acknowledging him with a slight hum. The car returned to silence, with only the muffled sounds of the bustling city outside filtering in as background noise. An inexplicable, youthful, and ambiguous atmosphere began to permeate the air, akin to the lingering scent of gardenias. Meanwhile, Luo Feng closed his eyes, appearing to doze. Yet he quietly activated the system's Pokémon Data Insight ability. Given that his mental perception extended to a radius of 500 meters, the Pokémon Data Insight function operated within the same range. However, to conceal this ability, he needed to maintain a semblance of normalcy. His vision pierced through the car window, akin to an invisible radar scanning the shops within a mile radius. Outside the vehicle, the lively street receded rapidly, while numerous Pokémon shops illuminated with varying shades of light under his unique perception. The opulent home of the three starters glimmered with a myriad of Pokémon, yet most emanated a dim white glow, indicative of ordinary qualifications, with a few specks of green light, indicating higher qualifications, but no more radiant presences. The bustling Lucky Hatchery, filled with numerous Pokémon eggs, likewise predominantly displayed white light, interspersed with a smattering of green light, lacking any notable fluctuations. The brightly lit Pokémon Trainer Supply supermarket was replete with goods, yet the Pokémon section was equally unremarkable, devoid of any rare luminescence. His mind was sharply focused, filtering through a vast array of information. Gym-level qualifications radiated purple light, Elite 4-level qualifications glimmered red, and Champion-level qualifications shone gold. These luminous qualifications were exceptionally rare and distinctive, standing out like torches in the night, impossible to overlook. The car did not head directly to the heart of Pokémon, but first arrived at the renowned Spirit Avenue in Jiangzhou. Su Qingxue signaled the driver to wait nearby while she accompanied Luo Feng into this vibrant street. She had anticipated that Luo Feng would head straight for the well-known, reputable stores, such as the home of the three starters. However, Luo Feng's objective was strikingly clear. Like a precise cheetah, he disregarded the glamorous facades and strode unhesitatingly into the deeper, older, and more crowded small Pokémon shops and stalls that appeared somewhat chaotic. He had already scanned those storefronts, finding nothing of worth. Luo Feng's gaze was keen, sweeping across the area. The system's vision activated. The entire world seemed to be veiled in a faint flow of data. Most Pokémon appeared unremarkable to him, their forms draped in dullness, as the system panel indicated, qualification, ordinary, with only a faint white glow. Occasionally, he spotted one or two Pokémon radiating a weak green light, indicative of high qualification, such as an unusually lively monkey or a particularly glossy Shelmet. Yet both exhibited average levels and skills, with limited potential. Su Qingxue quietly followed half a step behind Luo Feng, observing his focused navigation through the inconspicuous stalls. His discernment marked by extraordinary patience. She refrained from interrupting, her clear eyes reflecting curiosity and inquiry. What exactly was he searching for? As time trickled by, the warm hues of the sunset gradually yielded to the vibrant neon lights. They had traversed two side alleys and were now entering a third, relatively quieter street. Su Qingxue's ankles, clad in delicate shoes, began to feel slightly sore, yet Luo Feng remained invigorated. However, she did not voice her discomfort, for this moment was one she had long dreamt of. Suddenly, Luo Feng halted midway down the third street, as if an invisible force had compelled him to a standstill. His gaze penetrated the slightly dim glass of the clear water fish fun shop, locking onto a solitary aquarium against the wall. Inside the tank, a rather unremarkable Pokémon languidly swayed its tail fin. The mottled, earthy yellow scales, tattered fins, and downturned corners of its mouth all serve to highlight its infamous characteristics. Indeed, it is the infamous ugly fish. However, within the unique perceptual realm of Luo Feng's system, the ethereal aura surrounding this ugly fish was sufficient to send his heart racing. Teetering on the brink of madness, a cloud illusion, as solid as liquid gold, hovered steadily above its diminutive form, radiating an indescribable aura of nobility and colossal potential. The golden light was pure and stable, seemingly harboring a miniature sun within. Target, ugly fish, Pokémon. Type, water. Qualification: Champion, Golden Legend. Level: LV4, Juvenile Stage. Status: Good. Vitality: Abundant. Skills: Leap, Water Splash. Ability: Carefree Swimming, Hidden Ability. Adaptability: Unawakened, counts as having one ability. Carefree Swimming Ability. Pokémon with this ability have their speed doubled in rainy weather. Adaptability ability. When a Pokémon uses a move of the same type, the effect of the same type bonus increases from 50 to 100. For instance, if Milotic uses Water Gun, which is a same type move with an original power of 15, possessing the adaptability ability would elevate its power to double. Champion qualification. Dual ability potential. Although the ugly fish is notoriously difficult to evolve, with its evolution probability approaching 0, this posed no challenge for him, as he possessed a system and a limitless evolution loyalty pill for Pokémon. Evolving into Milotic was a foregone conclusion. The evolved form of the ugly fish, Milotic, is synonymous with beauty and strength, and one can only imagine the sheer power of a champion-qualified Milotic with dual abilities. Luo Feng could scarcely fathom its potential, which might rival those legendary Pokémon that exist only in tales. It must be obtained, at any cost. After all, with a system by his side, starting off with a Milotic made it nearly impossible not to excel in the future. Just contemplating this made Luo Feng feel a surge of heat rush from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, electrifying him with a tingling sensation. The frustrations and indignities of his previous life as a corporate drone, struggling as a low-tier trainer, paled in comparison to this serendipitous opportunity that seemed to have fallen from the heavens. He exerted a tremendous effort to suppress the wild grin threatening to break free, wary of revealing any weakness to the astute shopkeeper. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng summoned immense willpower to suppress the tidal wave of emotions surging within him, instantly donning a mask of youthful curiosity befitting a student. Stepping into the shop, he was greeted by a wave of humidity intertwined with the faint scent of disinfectant. Behind the counter, an elderly man with graying hair and reading glasses glanced up at the sound. When his gaze fell upon Luo Feng and the quietly standing Su Qingxue beside him, a flicker of surprise ignited in his murky eyes. Wow, what a striking pair of youngsters, he thought to himself. The young man in front stood tall, exuding an air of composure that set him apart from the ordinary students. The girl behind him was even more remarkable, exuding an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial being, her school uniform failing to conceal her innate elegance. The moment they entered his humble shop, it seemed to radiate an extraordinary brilliance. A warm smile spread across the old man's face as he set aside his newspaper and rose. "Welcome, students. What can I assist you with? My little shop may seem small, but I have plenty of treasures." Luo Feng smirked inwardly while maintaining a stoic exterior, gesturing towards a solitary aquarium with casual nonchalance. "Sir, how much for this rather unique fish?" Following his drishang, the shopkeeper's gaze landed on the disheveled, ugly fish, and a flash of bewilderment crossed his face. He wondered, why would this handsome young man be interested in such a creature? Is he perhaps indulging his little girlfriend in some artistic endeavor? Despite his internal musings, the old man quickly regained his composure, his expression shifting to one of delighted recognition as he hurried to the aquarium, earnestly extolling the virtues of the ugly fish. "Ah, young man, your discernment is truly remarkable. Do not be deceived by its current appearance. This is the pride of my shop. I have nurtured it for 5 long years." 5 years. He displayed his open palm to Luo Feng, his words tumbling out in a fervent stream. "Look at these scales. Though rough, they possess resilience. This gaze, though vacant, harbors a spark of intelligence. Observe its swimming style. It embodies a certain, effortless grace, as if it were born to it. I tell you, this state of the ugly fish signifies that it has accumulated sufficient evolutionary potential and is merely one opportunity away from evolving into the noble and beautiful Milotic. I reckon that within 2 or 3 years, it will undoubtedly evolve. If it failed to evolve within that time, he could easily dismiss his earlier claim. For after 2 or 3 years, he would certainly not be held accountable." Luo Feng couldn't help but scoff inwardly. 5 years? 2 to 3 years until evolution? This old man was spinning tales without a hint of shame, truly believing he could deceive someone as knowledgeable as Luo Feng. Although he held the black card bestowed by Su Qingxue, he had no intention of becoming a lamb for slaughter, if he agreed too readily. Who knew if this unscrupulous merchant would change his terms or even raise the price? Feigning disbelief, Luo Feng's expression morphed into one of incredulity, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his voice. 500,000. "Sir, your price is rather exorbitant." He gestured towards a nearby vibrant goldfish, which was priced at only 50,000. That splendid goldfish is worth far less than this unique, ugly fish. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, it seems rather lackluster. Doesn't he it? Perhaps it's not in the best of health? He deliberately emphasized the words unique and not in the best of health. The shopkeeper's smile faltered, and he quickly waved his hands. Oh dear, young brother, one cannot compare a goldfish to an ugly fish. No matter how beautiful the goldfish is, it's merely an ornamental fish, and at most, it will evolve into a kingler. The ugly fish, however, is different. It possesses the potential to evolve into milotic. Potential, do you understand? Its inactivity is merely a sign of it conserving energy in preparation for evolution. It is certainly not unwell. How about this? Seeing as you are genuinely interested and a student, I'll make a concession, 48,000. This is truly my bottom line. He adopted an expression of faux sorrow, as though Luo Feng was benefiting from a remarkable deal. Listening to the old man's absurd claims, Luo Feng frowned and shook his head decisively. 48,000 is still too steep. Sir, I want to beat around the bush, 5,000. I can pay immediately and take it away. If not, we'll look elsewhere. His offer caused Su Qingxue, who had been quietly observing, to glance at him with mild surprise. This price was precisely the market value of the ugly fish, perhaps even slightly high. After all, the ugly fish was notorious for its lack of appeal, its meat being of poor quality and devoid of any culinary value, with its evolutionary probability more akin to winning the lottery, rendering it less valuable than a common Magikarp. Thus, this 5,000 was more like purchasing a lottery ticket for the slim chance of evolving into milotic. Listening to the shopkeeper's exaggerated praises of the ugly fish while observing Luo Feng's unwavering stance, Su Qingxue's clear eyes brimmed with confusion and contemplation. Were it not for her inexplicable trust in Luo Feng, she would struggle to comprehend his unwavering dedication to such a seemingly worthless fish. Chapter 4. The champion qualified Pokémon at the street stall. 5,000. The shopkeeper nearly leaped in shock, his face a mask of despair. Young brother, your bargaining is far too ruthless. This has been my labor of love for 5 years. The cost alone exceeds that amount. Absolutely not. Then it seems there is nothing more to discuss. Luo Feng feigned an intent to leave, taking slow steps while keeping a keen eye on the shopkeeper's reaction. Wait. Don't rush off. The proprietor, evidently anxious, regarded the unsightly fish as nothing more than a superfluous burden, a mere trinket occupying valuable space. Any sale would be considered a profit. Very well, my young friend, he proposed, let us each concede a little, and I shall part with it for 250,000. That is truly my final offer, if you seek a lesser price. I would prefer to keep it and await its evolution. Without turning back, Luo Feng slowed his pace and lightly replied, then you may keep it for yourself. Yet inwardly, he urged, call me back. If the owner did not summon him, he would have no choice but to obediently turn around and continue the arduous negotiation. However, uttering such pretentious words in front of Su Qingxue, only to retract them, would be rather humiliating. The thought alone was enough to induce embarrassment, but fortunately, the owner alleviated his discomfort. Seeing Luo Feng's resolute departure, the owner hastily called out, wait. If Luo Feng were to leave, it was uncertain when this unattractive fish might find a buyer. Keeping it would incur ongoing costs, water changes, electricity, leftover food, and the like. Yet, releasing it felt like a loss. This unsightly fish was indeed a burden, but now that a potential buyer had appeared, he would not let the opportunity slip away easily. Relieved by the owner's call, Luo Feng turned to face him. Noticing that Luo Feng could not offer a higher bid, the owner sighed deeply, waving his hand in resignation. Fine, 5,000 it is. Consider it a gesture of goodwill towards you students. Su Qingxue, witnessing this scene, could not suppress her laughter. It was her first encounter with such a comical bargaining session. Observing her amusement, Luo Feng simply stated, charge it. Absolutely. No problem. The owner, eager to avoid any chance of Luo Feng changing his mind, quickly retrieved the card reader. As he processed the transaction, he felt a sense of delight. An additional piece of merchandise sold for 5,000. A modest profit indeed. Once Luo Feng's VR wristband connected to the owner's, the electronic transaction was automatically recorded, marking the completion of the deal. Rubbing his hands together, the owner cheerfully inquired, young man, do you possess a Pokeball? Would you care to purchase one from me? A standard red and white ball, 500 each, quality assured. It was then that Luo Feng remembered the crucial detail. He had no Pokemon to catch the unsightly fish with a Pokeball. Just as he contemplated acquiring one, Su Qingxue stepped forward. No need, boss. Her voice was cool and melodious as she produced a sleek, silver Pokeball adorned with golden edges from her exquisite handbag and handed it to Luo Feng. Here, use this. Taking the ball, Luo Feng felt its smoothness and substantial weight, instantly recognizing it as a high-end item of significant value. In his previous life, he had only heard of such luxury, never having seen or held one before. This is a luxury ball, Su Qingxue explained. Using it to catch the unsightly fish will create a more comfortable environment for it, increasing its initial intimacy, which will be beneficial for future interactions and its evolution. She emphasized the latter, even though she internally harbored doubts about the fish's potential to evolve. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Luo Feng nodded appreciatively. Thank you. He understood Su Qingxue's kindness and recognized the luxury ball's worth, at least 100,000, but having accepted her black card, it would seem pretentious to decline the luxury item. Luo Feng grasped the luxury ball and gently pressed it towards the unsightly fish in the tank. A beam of red light shot forth, enveloping the fish. It showed no signs of resistance, perhaps caught off guard, and was effortlessly drawn into the luxury ball, which only wobbled slightly before settling into stillness. At that moment, a crisp notification chimed in his mind, and the system's interface illuminated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully capturing a champion-tier unsightly fish. Hidden achievement. Golden Legend of Champion Pokémon has been unlocked. Reward points, 2,000 points. May the host continue to strive and discover more potential Pokémon on the path to becoming a legendary trainer. Seeing the system notification, Luo Feng's heart surged with excitement. 2,000 points. This amount far exceeded his expectations, enough for a thrilling 10 consecutive draws at the mysterious gacha machine. However, to be prudent, he decided to save a bit more before making the draw, lest he end up with nothing of value from a single 10 pull, which would be rather awkward. Meanwhile, the owner stood beside them, eyes wide in astonishment, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a duck egg. A luxury ball. This student girl casually produced a luxury ball for this young man, and for capturing an unsightly fish, no less. He glanced at Luo Feng's luxurious ball, then at the paltry 5,000 he had just received for the unsightly fish, and a wave of regret washed over him, as if his heart were bleeding. He lamented internally, I sold it too cheaply, too cheaply. The owner grimaced, his forced smile more akin to a grimace than a grin. Yet he knew the electronic transaction was complete, binding and legally enforceable unless there was significant fraud or misunderstanding. There was no turning back. He could only watch helplessly as Luo Feng, clutching the luxury ball containing the unsightly fish, turned to leave with the extraordinary girl. Sue him. Over 5,000 for a luxury ball capturing the unsightly fish he had painstakingly nurtured for 5 years? That would only serve to create a larger joke. Su Qingxue walked alongside Luo Feng, observing him carefully store the luxury ball, her eyes filled with confusion, almost palpable. 5,000 for an unsightly fish? This transaction had completely surpassed her comprehension. Coming from a privileged background, she understood the rarity of Milotic, but the requirements for evolution were exceedingly stringent, demanding beautiful scales and an extremely high level of intimacy, with a low success rate. In this world, there are no communication-based evolutions. So Pokémon requiring such conditions must rely solely on their potential and qualifications to complete the evolution process independently. To trainers, the unsightly fish was regarded as synonymous with worthlessness, primarily seen as a curiosity among ornamental fish. Luo Feng, you bought this? Su Qingxue finally voiced her confusion, her tone laced with concern. Have you been swayed by the owner? She feared that Luo Feng might have been misled by the owner's claims of 5 years of effort and impending evolution. Turning to her, Luo Feng met her clear, puzzled gaze and smiled confidently, his eyes sparkling with conviction. Trust me, it's a bargain. He refrained from elaborating, knowing he could not adequately explain. The system was his greatest secret, one he had no intention of sharing with anyone. Nonetheless, those succinct 5 words, coupled with Luo Feng's unwavering confidence, compelled Su Qingxue to swallow her myriad questions. Yet, her curiosity and confusion lingered in her mind like ripples on the surface of a lake, expanding endlessly and refusing to settle. What was he truly planning? Could this unsightly fish really work miracles? Perhaps he could. No, he certainly could. If he truly possessed a Milotic, then her father would. After purchasing several ordinary Poké Balls from a nearby shop to avoid any future embarrassment of lacking one, Luo Feng swiftly scanned the remaining shops, finding no further signs of champion-tier or elite-tier Pokémon. As dusk began to fall, the two settled into the car, preparing to head to the Pokémon Center. The vehicle traversed a somewhat raucous area, the air thick with the pungent scent of fish and humidity. As Luo Feng's gaze inadvertently swept across the entrance of a large aquatic market, a strikingly condensed, blood-red halo pierced his perception with an intensity akin to burning blood. This was the distinctive radiance emanating from a Pokémon of King-level aptitude. In Chapter 5, titled The King-Level Ingredient, Kingler, Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat as he immediately called out, "Master, please pull over to the side." His voice carried an urgency that was hard to suppress. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, while Su Qingshu appeared outside, musing to herself, "I just bought a rather unattractive fish. And now we're heading to the aquatic market again." Although her mind was filled with questions, she gently nodded to the driver. The vehicle came to a smooth halt at the market's entrance. Tentatively, Su Qingshu inquired, "Luo Feng, what are you planning to buy?" Luo Feng replied, opening the door and stepping out with resolute determination, striding forward with purpose. Su Qingshu, clutching her small bag, curiously followed in his wake. The market was alive with commotion, filled with the pungent smell of fish and the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. Stalls on either side displayed various aquatic Pokémon, most of which were farmed specimens being sold as ingredients, including items like goldfish, kingler, and Psyduck. Luo Feng's eyes functioned like a scanning device, filtering out those that emitted ordinary white light, common aptitude, or sporadic green light, high aptitude, making a beeline for the large stall at the heart of the market. In a massive pool, a multitude of kinglers flailed about. Most of these kinglers sported dull scales, with many exhibiting an unhealthy grayish hue. However, those in the know understood that this was not indicative of illness, but rather a normal phenomenon resulting from a prolonged diet of evolution-suppressing feed. The kingler was renowned for its resilience and formidable evolutionary potential, transforming into Gyarados. Centuries ago, someone fortuitously discovered that the two delicate fillets alongside the ribcage of the kingler were exceptionally delectable and rich in nutritional value. Since then, it had ascended to the status of a premium delicacy. Yet, this acclaim came with its own set of challenges. If startled or provoked, a kingler could spontaneously evolve into a Gyarados, leading to incidents of destruction and injury. Hence, while the price for this ingredient was steep, the risks in slaughtering it were equally daunting. It was only later that scientists developed specialized feed capable of significantly suppressing the evolution probability above 999, allowing the farmed kingler industry to flourish. These farm-raised kinglers, with darkened scales and minimal potential for evolution, became more affordable, roughly priced at 5,000 each, rendering them frequent guests at upscale restaurants. In contrast, wild kinglers with evolutionary potential commanded prices starting from 50,000. Within Luo Feng's system vision, the pool was predominantly illuminated by a dull white light, prompting him to shake his head in disappointment. Yet, amidst this sea of ordinary specimens, he discovered an anomaly. This particular kingler, while resembling its counterparts in size and possessing similarly dreary scales, had a stunning halo of deep crimson light encircling its head. Target, Kingler, aquatic Pokémon. Type, water. Aptitude, King Red. Level, LV3, juvenile. Status, good. Long-term consumption of evolution-suppressing drugs has severely inhibited evolution potential. Skill, leap. Ability, float, hidden ability. Overconfidence, not awaken. Overconfidence ability. When this Pokémon defeats any opponent, its own attack will receive a 1-level increase. A Kingler of King-level aptitude. What a treasure to have found. If he could lift the suppression on its evolution, it would assuredly evolve into a King-level Gyarados. There exists a disparity between King-level Pokémon. A King-level Gyarados is not comparable to a King-level Goldfish. They are simply not of the same caliber. Should Gyarados reach the King level, it would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the Kingler in the water, internally exclaiming, "This gem is meant to be mine." In the hands of others, this Kingler would likely meet a fate of being cooked, but in his possession, it would soar to new heights. Why such confidence? Because he had an ace up his sleeve. Earlier, he had specifically inquired with the system whether a Kingler under the influence of suppressive medication could still evolve after consuming an evolution pill. The system's response was unequivocal, absolutely 100. With that, all his remaining doubts evaporated. Pointing at the Kingler in the water, he calmly declared, "Boss, I want that one." The vendor, a burly man with a bare torso, paused momentarily, sizing up the school uniform-clad Luo Feng, and then glancing at Su Qingshu behind him, who exuded an elegant aura while carrying a designer bag. He grinned, "Little brother, you know what's good. This pool just received a fresh shipment today. 5,000 each. I assure you it's a fair deal." He mistakenly assumed Luo Feng intended to buy the Kingler to prepare a meal for Su Qingshu. Luo Feng nodded affirmatively, pointing decisively at his target. Observing this, the vendor swiftly grabbed a net and, following Luo Feng's indication, scooped up the desired Kingler, handing it over to him. Luo Feng produced a Poké Ball and promptly captured the Kingler. However, at the moment of capture, the familiar chime resonated in his mind, and the system's interface illuminated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully capturing a Kingler of King-level aptitude. Hidden achievement Crimson Overlord King Pokémon has been accomplished. Reward points, 1,000. We hope you continue to strive and uncover more potential Pokémon, embarking on the path to becoming a legendary trainer. Gazing at the notification, Luo Feng couldn't help but smile, although not as exhilarated as when he first encountered the champion-level goldfish. A bonus of 1,005 points was enough to lift anyone's spirits. His system was indeed generous. Delightedly, he thought to himself, not bad, not bad. Another 1,000 points added to my account. Coupled with the previous 2,000, he was now quite affluent. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue watched in astonishment. Feeling as though her understanding of the world had shattered, she could somewhat grasp the logic behind purchasing the unattractive goldfish, attributing it to unique personal taste. But acquiring another clearly edible Kingler left her perplexed. Unable to contain her curiosity, she quietly asked, Luo Feng, you aren't truly buying it to cook, are you? She simply couldn't fathom another explanation. Clutching the Poké Ball containing the Kingler, reveling in the joy of the system's reward, Luo Feng turned to Su Qingxue and offered a mysterious smile. Like that goldfish, this one is also a potential gem. You will understand in due course. He was acutely aware that the evolution-suppressing loyalty and intimacy pill provided by the system was tailor-made for these two Pokémon. A single pill could only facilitate one evolution. If utilized on a Pokémon capable of evolving twice, it would yield only one final form. However, if applied to single evolution Pokémon like the goldfish and Kingler, he could directly possess both Milotic and Gyarados, two powerful allies. Many single evolution Pokémon are not inferior in strength to the final forms of the starter trio. Gyarados and Milotic stand out as exceptional examples. Of course, Pokémon like Arcanine and Riolu are also appealing, but he hadn't encountered any of high aptitude yet. Having stumbled upon a Kingler of King-level aptitude and a goldfish of champion-level aptitude was already a stroke of luck. He shouldn't be too greedy. With midterms and finals looming, he needed to swiftly bolster his battle prowess. Luo Feng cast a quick glance around the entire aquatic market, finding no trace of another deep crimson halo, pondering. It seems fortune has reached its limit. Not even a hint of a special-level Pokémon is in sight. Back in the car, Su Qingxue observed Luo Feng, one hand holding a Poké Ball containing the goldfish and the other with the Kingler, feeling as if her worldview had been shattered into pieces. She simply couldn't comprehend this series of actions. After some contemplation, she quietly said to Luo Feng, you really don't need to worry about saving money for me. Reflecting on it, she concluded that this was the most reasonable explanation. Luo Feng was intentionally choosing these affordable options to avoid spending too much of her money. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng couldn't suppress a chuckle, feeling that the girl was truly both kind-hearted and delightful. He smiled and explained, rest assured. It's not about saving you money, I genuinely require them. Su Qingxue gazed at his sunny and cheerful smile, momentarily lost in thought, hardly registering what Luo Feng said afterward. After leaving the seafood market, the car finally headed towards its ultimate destination, the largest Pokémon commercial center in Jiangzhou, the Spirit Heart. As Su Qingxue snapped back to reality, a mountain of questions began to accumulate in her mind. The Spirit Heart building was ablaze with lights and bustling with people, exuding an air of grandeur. It housed the most prestigious Pokémon breeding houses, auction houses, item shops, and Pokémon egg centers. Upon entering the lobby, Luo Feng activated the system scan once again. His gaze swept over the various shops and counters like a searchlight, identifying ordinary, white light, advanced, green light, elite, blue light, and even a few gym-level, purple light, Pokémon. However, they were either common but limited in potential, such as Caterpie and Rattata, or exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced specimens. One blue-rated Abra was absurdly priced at 3,980,000. Absolutely outrageous. Pass. Just as he passed a Pokémon egg blind box shop called Lucky Egg House, Luo Feng abruptly halted. Deep within the store, on an inconspicuous shelf, a Pokémon egg blind box radiated a stable and gentle purple glow. Gym-level potential. This one must be acquired. Without hesitation, Luo Feng entered the shop. The place was bustling with people selecting various Pokémon egg blind boxes, with prices ranging from thousands to hundreds of thousands, all dependent on luck. He headed straight for his target, a blind box priced at 300,000, which was considered a mid to high range in this store. After carefully examining the system's displayed information, he no longer hesitated and directly told the clerk, I'll take this one. Sir, what an excellent choice. The clerk immediately approached with enthusiasm. This is our store's advanced egg blind box, which guarantees the hatching of relatively rare Pokémon. With a stroke of luck, even the starter trio could be within reach, and perhaps something even more extraordinary. As the clerk boasted, they efficiently processed the transaction. Su Qingxue stood quietly to the side, watching as Luo Feng purchased yet another blind box, her feelings complex. 5,000 for Magikarp, 5,000 for Fiba. And now spending 300,000 on an egg. What path was he truly pursuing? She even began to contemplate whether she should step in to help him select a more conventional Pokémon. After completing the payment, the clerk approached with a beaming smile. Sir, would you like us to assist you with hatching it now? Our store is equipped with the most advanced hatching devices. And we can do it for you free of charge. You'll see your new partner in no time. Noticing that Luo Feng had not yet unwrapped the blind box, the clerk asked with curiosity. Luo Feng stroked his chin, realizing that he indeed lacked the equipment for hatching at home. And taking advantage of this complimentary service seemed quite appealing. He nodded in agreement. All right, then I'll trouble you with that. The clerk carefully unwrapped the colorful packaging. And when the egg, a light blue base adorned with irregular silver spiral patterns, was revealed, he gasped in awe. My goodness, this pattern is absolutely extraordinary. Customers nearby, who had been selecting blind boxes, were drawn over, whispering among themselves. The pattern on this egg is so unique. With the clerk's practiced movements and Su Qingxue's curious gaze, the Pokémon egg was gently placed into the incubator. A soft glow of energy enveloped the egg, and the silver spiral patterns seemed to come alive, shimmering and flowing over the surface. Nearby patrons couldn't help but murmur in admiration. This hatching effect is simply stunning. They stared, mesmerized by the incubator. In just a few minutes, accompanied by a crisp crack, a fissure appeared on the surface of the eggshell. A gentle blue light flashed, and on the hatching platform appeared a small Pokémon resembling one dressed in a white ballet skirt. It sported a vibrant green mushroom cap, with red horns glinting under the lights, timidly clutching its shell fragments, its large red eyes curiously surveying its surroundings. Erupts. The clerk was the first to exclaim in astonishment. Instantly, the entire store erupted in excitement. Wow, it really is erupts. Psychic type, humanoid category. This luck is simply extraordinary. This blind box has yielded a tremendous profit. Given its quality, it's at least worth 6 to 7 million. Someone exclaimed, is this guy the reincarnation of a luck god? The store manager rushed over upon hearing the commotion, his eyes nearly popping out when he beheld the Ralts on the hatching platform. He quickly straightened his tie and approached with a beaming smile. Congratulations. Sir, you are extraordinarily lucky. This is our store's grand prize for the month. He signaled for the clerk to bring over a confetti cannon, and with a few pops, colorful streamers filled the air, attracting even more onlookers. Sir, would you mind if we took a photo together? The manager proposed enthusiastically, discreetly scanning Luo Feng's handsome visage, calculating how much customer interest this face could draw for their promotional posters. We'll give you a high-grade Poké Ball worth 5,000, a specialized Ralts training manual, and enough top-tier food to last 3 months. Luo Feng frowned slightly. Becoming the center of attention was not his desire. The existence of the system necessitated a low profile. I'm a high school student and underage, so let us skip the photo. His tone was calm, yet carried an air of finality. You may refer to me as a mystery shopper in your promotions, but please do not disclose my specific information. I'll accept the gifts. The manager observed Luo Feng's composed demeanor and then glanced at the exceptional Su Qingxue beside him, especially noting the black card from the Su group that Luo Feng presented. He quickly understood. Understood. Sir, rest assured, we will protect your privacy. As Luo Feng accepted the high-grade Poké Ball containing Ralts, a familiar notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring a gym-level Ralts. Reward points, 500 points. Current total points, 500 points. Hearing the notification, Luo Feng's heart soared with joy. Not bad at all. Another 500 points acquired effortlessly. Su Qingxue gazed at the timid little Ralts on the hatching platform, and then at the ever-composed Luo Feng, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. She was genuinely happy for Luo Feng. With this Ralts, he would have an even better chance against Zhao Kai's Charmeleon. As the daughter of the Su group, she had been accustomed to various rare Pokémon since childhood. She owned her own herdier, with champion lineage, a rare EV, and even a quasi-divine Dragonite gifted by her father. Yet, at this moment, she felt nothing but sincere joy for Luo Feng's fortune, devoid of any trace of jealousy. Luo Feng, clutching the gifts, exited the shop under the envious gazes of the crowd. Just as he turned a corner into a relatively quieter area, he suddenly halted, turned around, and extended the Poké Ball containing Ralts towards Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, this is for you. Su Qingxue was utterly taken aback, her stunning face etched with disbelief. For me? This Ralts? She could hardly believe her ears. This was a Ralts worth 6 to 7 million. He was just giving it away? Meanwhile, he had kept the 2 ornamental fish and ingredient fish that only totaled 10,000? Luo Feng smiled faintly, the setting sun streaming through the mall's glass dome, illuminating his face and defining his handsome features. Consider this a token of gratitude for lending me money. I will repay you double in due time. He had other intentions in mind. First, this was indeed a splendid opportunity to repay a favor. Su Qingxue had unhesitatingly lent him 5 million, and such kindness deserved acknowledgement. Second, as for the gym-level potential, in his eyes, it was rather underwhelming. After all, he already possessed a champion-level Feeba and a king-level Magikarp, and even the soon-to-be-acquired Charmeleon was also king-level. In comparison, this gym-level Ralts seemed somewhat ordinary. Thirdly, he wished to conduct an experiment. Would the system reward Pokémon that had already been received if they were transferred to another? Luo Feng earnestly added, this Ralts possesses remarkable potential. With diligent training, it will undoubtedly become a formidable ally for you. Su Qingxue gazed at the Pokeball presented to her, then cast a glance at the 2 Pokeballs at Luo Feng's waist, containing his culinary ingredients. Her emotions a tumultuous mix. He had spent 300,000 to acquire this powerful Pokémon, and yet he offered it to her with such nonchalance? Truly, her heart swelled with gratitude. Yet, a moment later, anxiety took hold. Could it be that he was hastily repaying a favor by gifting it to her? This simply could not be allowed. No. Su Qingxue resolutely shook her head, her voice tinged with an uncharacteristic urgency. This is far too precious. This is your only, well, decent partner at present. She simply could not categorize the 2 fish as anything close to strong or even average Pokémon. With fervor, Su Qingxue urged, keep it for yourself. You need it for the monthly battle. You will need it even more for the college entrance examination. Rest assured, my own Pokémon companions are already quite formidable. She would not accept that Luo Feng would relinquish his hope of victory to repay a favor, even if the recipient was herself. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Su Qingxue's eyes, as if an idea had struck her. If you absolutely must give me a token of gratitude, she teased, playfully winking and pointing at the Pokeball on Luo Feng's waist containing the Magikarp. Why not bestow upon me that Magikarp? I find it rather unique. Unbeknownst to her, this unassuming Magikarp possessed champion-level potential, and she merely viewed it as an ordinary ornamental fish. In her estimation, accepting this inconspicuous Magikarp would simultaneously assuage Luo Feng's concerns while allowing him to retain his powerful Ralts. Truly a win-win situation. Upon hearing her words, Luo Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice involuntarily rising an octave. No, absolutely not. What a ridiculous notion. Initially, he had merely intended to repay a favor. Yet this girl had unexpectedly set her sights on his champion-level Magikarp. He understood all too well that Su Qingxue's suggestion was a fortunate miscalculation, as she was entirely unaware of the fish's true worth. However, he could not part with such a treasure. Luo Feng thrust the Pokeball into Su Qingxue's hands, his tone resolute. You must accept this Ralts. Do not even think about the Magikarp. Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback by his sudden fervent response, warmth flooding her heart. Witnessing Luo Feng's unwavering stance, she relented. Well, all right then. She accepted the Pokeball containing Ralts, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Thank you, Luo Feng. In that moment, she mused, this money was never intended for him to repay, now that he had gifted her Ralts. She must find an opportunity to present him with an even better Pokémon. Could this be considered an exchange of tokens of affection? With that thought, her heart raced, and the blush deepened. Seeing Su Qingxue finally accept, Luo Feng exhaled with relief, a carefree smile emerging. Observing her flushed cheeks, he mistakenly assumed she was merely shy and did not ponder further. That's the spirit, he remarked with a grin. Let us explore other areas. There is still ample time. Subsequently, Luo Feng and Su Qingxue meandered through the shopping center, where he discreetly activated the system scan, meticulously examining each shop and display case. To his delight, he discovered 3 more Pokémon with gym-level potential. Without hesitation, he dashed over to procure them. His intent was also to test the system, to see if continued purchases would yield additional points. Upon confirming the accumulation of points, he naturally bought them all. Upon purchasing the first gym Pokémon, he noted that the system granted only 100 points. The initial achievement points for gym Pokémon were 500, and the subsequent rewards were not as generous. To prevent Luo Feng from exploiting the system to accrue points endlessly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining a gym-level Rattata. Reward points, 100 points. Current total points, 3,600 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining a gym-level Budu. Reward points, 100 points. Current total points, 3,700 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining a gym-level Caterpie. Reward points, 100 points. Current total points, 3,800 points. Luo Feng calculated silently. Although each Pokémon only awarded 100 points, every little bit counts. The points from 2 Pokémon would allow for 1 lottery draw. What if he were to win a legendary Pokémon? This venture was certainly worthwhile. However, these 3 Pokémon were exceedingly ordinary: Rattata, Budu, and Caterpie. Pondering this, Luo Feng turned to Su Qingxue. Do you have a breeding facility at home? I currently have no place to house these Pokémon. Could I temporarily board them with you? Su Qingxue readily agreed with a nod. Of course. I will have the butler arrange it. As they spoke, dusk descended, and the lights of the shopping center illuminated one by one, casting a brilliant glow in the twilight. Luo Feng smiled at Su Qingxue. It seems we've gathered quite enough for today. We have acquired everything we intended, and unexpectedly obtained a few more. His tone exuded satisfaction. He turned to Su Qingxue, offering a warm smile. To express my gratitude for accompanying me today and assisting with my Pokémon, allow me to treat you to dinner. Su Qingxue recalled the Magikarp and the silly Magikarp that Luo Feng had purchased, and then glanced at the Pokeball containing the precious Ralts in her hand. Her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Yet upon hearing Luo Feng's invitation, she instantly brightened, nodding vigorously. Sure. Internally, she began to plot, planning to help Luo Feng find a Pokémon suited for him upon their return, at least something of starter-level caliber. The two walked side by side out of the brilliantly lit shopping center, merging into the urban night. Luo Feng touched the 2 Pokeballs containing his potential treasures at his waist, a confident smile gracing his lips. With the system in hand, and these 2 soon-to-evolve companions, challenges like Zhao Kai and the monthly exam would be easily surmountable. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue quietly gripped the Pokeball in her hand, feeling the weight of its significance. A sweet smile unconsciously spreading across her face. This night would undoubtedly be unforgettable for her. As Su Qingxue strolled along the bustling street, she stole a glance at Luo Feng beside her, suddenly realizing that this previously unremarkable classmate now shone with exceptional brilliance under the glow of the neon lights. Chapter 7. Calculated Intentions. The dazzling city lights filtered through the restaurant's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a gentle glow upon the immaculate white tablecloth. Soothing jazz melodies flowed through the air, creating a serene atmosphere starkly contrasting with the campus environment. Luo Feng and Su Qingxue chose a refined Western restaurant renowned for its Pokémon-themed cuisine. Previously, he had never dined here, but now that he had the opportunity, he was eager to savor the experience. They settled into a secluded spot by the window, largely hidden from the other patrons. Su Qingxue appeared quite familiar with the establishment, confidently ordering several signature dishes and beverages. The charcoal-grilled duck breast with leeks paired with fruit sauce is excellent, and there's also a dessert adorned with a secret fruit sauce, she informed, passing the menu to Luo Feng. Have a look and see if there's anything else you wish to try. Luo Feng accepted the menu, his gaze sweeping over the rather pricey offerings, a flood of emotions washing over him. In his previous life, he had scrimped and saved every penny for Lin Weiwei, even foregoing the meat dishes in the school cafeteria, let alone stepping into such an establishment. Now, with the system at his disposal, his mindset had transformed entirely. With a relaxed smile, Luo Feng returned the menu. I'll trust your judgment. Your recommendations are sure to be spot on. After placing their orders, the conversation naturally shifted towards Pokémon. Su Qingxue delicately retrieved the Pokeball containing Ralts, gently caressing it with a sense of delight and wonder in her eyes. It was indeed adorable and remarkably sensitive. Just moments ago, while in the car, it seemed to sense my emotions and conveyed a faint, soothing thought, albeit still rather vague. Luo Feng explained. Psychic-type Pokémon possess a strong telepathic ability, and Ralts is particularly adept. It is a natural empath. Observing the rare glimmer of excitement on Su Qingxue's face, his own mood lightened considerably. With proper training, it will become your most cherished companion. Ralts is a psychic-type Pokémon with a profound understanding of human emotions and possesses gym-level potential and qualifications. If nurtured well, combined with a trainer's experience and guidance, attaining elite-level strength in the future is not beyond the realm of possibility. Indeed, Su Qingxue nodded earnestly, carefully storing the Pokeball. I will take good care of it. Thank you. She paused, as if feeling that expressing gratitude once more felt somewhat awkward, and instead inquired, what about your Magikarp and Phoeba? What do you plan to do with them? Just as Luo Feng was about to respond, the outdated VR wristband on the table suddenly vibrated insistently, the screen flashing the name he had loathed in his previous life, Lin Weiwei. Su Qingxue also noticed the caller ID, and the previously relaxed atmosphere instantly froze. She lifted her cup, taking a gentle sip, her gaze calmly directed at the dazzling nightscape outside the window, as if merely enjoying the view. Though the slight stiffness in her posture revealed that she was not entirely indifferent, Luo Feng's expression hardened upon seeing that name, his eyes turning as cold as ice. Without hesitation, he pressed the speakerphone button but lowered the volume to avoid disturbing others. The wristband was equipped with Bluetooth earbuds, but he chose not to use them. He intended for Su Qingxue to hear the true nature of this woman, thereby severing all ties. Hello? Luo Feng. What on earth is going on with you? Lin Weiwei's deliberately soft and coy voice, now tinged with irritation and dissatisfaction, erupted from the wristband, shattering the tranquility of the restaurant. I've sent you so many messages, and you haven't replied. I asked you to call, and you didn't. Do you have any idea how angry I am right now? The way you treated me in class today, I haven't even addressed that with you yet. Her tone was laden with habitual reproach and a sense of condescension, as though Luo Feng's failure to respond was an egregious offense. Luo Feng's expression remained impassive, his voice flat as though recounting an event unrelated to him. If you have something to say, say it. I'm currently dining. There was a brief pause on the other end, as if Lin Weiwei was taken aback by Luo Feng's cold demeanor. Her voice rose an octave, feigning a sense of offended grievance. Dining? You still have the gall to eat? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Luo Feng, let me tell you, my patience is limited. You need to apologize right this moment, drink that cup of milk tea, and bring me the limited edition macarons from Sweet Storm in the city center tomorrow morning. Then I might consider forgiving your attitude today. Once again, she resorted to such tactics, offering a cheap semblance of forgiveness as bait to extract more of his time and money. Luo Feng revealed a chilling smile, his voice resolute and unmistakably firm as it echoed through the speaker. Lin Weiwei, listen closely. An apology is out of the question, and forget about the milk tea. I won't be purchasing macarons either, and you owe me money that needs to be repaid. The substantial sum of money he had lent her had seemingly vanished into her grasp. Lin Weiwei's voice suddenly sharpened, filled with shock and a trace of barely concealed panic. Money? What money? Luo Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever owe you money? Luo Feng's tone was unyielding. 70,000. Last month. You took the funds meant for that exceptionally qualified Charmander. 130,000. I recall you saying you were short 70,000, which you borrowed from me. Have you forgotten so soon? A brief silence enveloped the call, punctuated only by Lin Weiwei's slightly hurried breaths. In his past life, she had used that money to purchase the Charmander, subsequently gaining admission to a prestigious Pokémon trainer university, basking in glory. Yet now, it was evident that the money had been spent, and she could not produce it. Luo Feng, you are being utterly unreasonable. Lin Weiwei's voice instantly turned tearful, laced with accusations of betrayal. That was clearly a gift you voluntarily gave to me. You said you would support my dreams. It was a gift, not a loan. How could you turn your back on me like this? Besides, do you have any evidence? Any loan agreements? Any transaction records indicating it was a loan? You have nothing. How dare you bully a girl like this? She had indeed resorted to the same rhetoric from their previous life, swiftly shifting from victimhood to an aggressive denial. Luo Feng's gaze grew colder still. Voluntary? Gift? Lin Weiwei, do you recall your exact words? You said, Luo Feng, consider this money a loan from you to me, and when I become a powerful trainer, I will repay you double. Do you need me to remind you of the cafe where we sat, the very spot, and what color dress you wore as you wept to me? He let out a cold laugh. As for evidence, the court will ultimately discern the truth. We shall see whether the judge believes you or me. Fraud is still fraud, and masquerading it as a gift does not change the essence of your illegal possession of another's property. That money was my parents' hard-earned savings, along with government subsidies, intended for purchasing my starter Pokémon. It was not some trifling gift. In his former life, he had scoured for evidence. Thus, this time gathering proof was remarkably simpler. Moreover, the loan had occurred recently, making the acquisition of evidence even easier. Surveillance footage from the cafe, witnesses, the staff, transaction records, and testimonies from classmates, all were readily available. You are slandering me. Lin Weiwei was now thoroughly flustered, her voice trembling with agitation. Luo Feng, have you been incited by someone? Is that insufferable Su Qingxue whispering in your ear? Let me tell you, I have recordings. You explicitly stated you would do anything for me, and this amount of money is insignificant. You cannot win against me. Furthermore, you would be the one guilty of slander. Be wise and apologize immediately. Treat me well. And after the college entrance examination, I might seriously consider being your girlfriend. Otherwise, you will gain nothing and face ruin. She unleashed what she believed was her strongest bargaining chip, the promise of being his girlfriend, and attempted to intimidate him with her so-called recordings. This was her habitual PUA tactic, which had previously worked on Luo Feng. Unfortunately for her, he was no longer the love-struck fool she had once manipulated at will. Girlfriend? Luo Feng almost found it laughable, his tone dripping with unabashed mockery and disdain. Lin Weiwei, spare me your nauseating tricks. The only thing I feel for you now is disgust. Use your precious recordings however you wish. I will simply tell you this. We will meet in court. You will not escape repaying that 70,000, not a single cent. With that, he abruptly ended the call before Lin Weiwei's frantic screams and curses could reach him, his actions decisive and devoid of any lingering sentiment. The world instantly fell silent. Chapter 8. What were you thinking then? Perhaps your mind was muddled. Luo Feng exhaled deeply, as though shedding an immense burden. The intertwining of the resentment he had harbored before his demise and the resolve he felt now stirred a complex array of emotions within him, but predominantly, there was a sense of liberation from shackles. He lifted his gaze, meeting Su Qingshue's clear, autumn-like eyes. She regarded him quietly, her expression devoid of the sympathy or concern he had anticipated, instead reflecting a hint of intrigued curiosity. Luo Feng offered an apologetic smile. I apologize for causing you to witness such a scene. Su Qingxue gently shook her head, the corners of her lips curving upward, forming a subtle, yet genuine smile. It's nothing. I was merely a bit curious. She paused for a moment, gently toying with the exquisite appetizer on her plate, her tone laced with a hint of barely perceptible teasing. What were you thinking back then? Rather than inquiring why he had lent her the money, she directly questioned his thought process, clearly finding Luo Feng's actions somewhat perplexing. Yet her tone was light, resembling playful banter between friends, devoid of any reproach or jealousy. Luo Feng offered a wry smile and replied candidly, at that time, I must have been out of my mind. I was completely entranced by the delicate persona she projected, one that required protection. Initially, I merely intended to assist her, but I found myself increasingly entangled in her web, believing that by sacrificing everything, I could earn her genuine affection. In retrospect, it was an utterly foolish endeavor. He lifted his glass of water and took a sip, his gaze sharpening. However, one must eventually awaken to reality. Yet, it would be unjust to place the blame solely upon himself. It could be said that Lin Weiwei had meticulously exploited Luo Feng's inherent kindness. In his previous life, Lin Weiwei had fixated on Luo Feng due to his striking looks, gentle nature, and sunny disposition, viewing him as a high-value potential asset. She had acquired certain substances, possessing mild hallucinogenic or mood-enhancing effects, through dubious channels, incense or powders from exotic fruits. During their interactions, she had subtly infused these into his beverages and meals, or spritzed them onto her frequently used perfume. These substances had a negligible effect, not rendering one irrational, but rather slightly impairing judgment, amplifying feelings of pleasure, and fostering a sense of dependence on the giver. Under the influence of these substances, coupled with Lin Weiwei's masterful manipulation tactics, the outcome was inevitably potent. Consequently, Luo Feng became infatuated with Lin Weiwei as if he were under a spell. In this life, however, due to his rebirth, he found his mental state unclouded and his soul unentangled in that bewitched state, bolstered by an enduring hatred that resided deep within him. Thus, he remained rational and clear-headed. Su Qingshuo observed the clarity and resolute self-mockery in his eyes, and her lingering doubts about whether Luo Feng still harbored feelings for Lin Weiwei dissipated entirely. She nodded, her tone reverting to its customary coolness, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. Rest assured, if she refuses to return what she owes, or even attempts to turn the tables with her so-called recordings, I will lend my assistance. The legal team at Su Corporation is readily available to provide you with pro bono legal aid. Su Qingshuo set down her fork and elegantly dabbed her lips with a napkin, adding, they usually handle multinational mergers worth billions. So dealing with a few $100,000 in minor cases is merely a way to keep their skills sharp and maintain professional acuity. You needn't worry about the costs. After all, it's a matter of employing trained professionals when necessary, and they have time on their hands. Her tone carried an air of nonchalance typical of a scion of the Su family, her words understated yet revealing the family's substantial financial resources and connections. Enlisting a top-tier commercial law firm to tackle such a civil loan dispute was akin to a dimension-reducing strike. Not to mention, even if Lin Weiwei possessed dubious recordings, no amount of fabricated evidence would stand against genuine professional prowess. A warm wave surged within Luo Feng. He understood that Su Qingxue was not boasting, but rather expressing her support and trust through her actions. This friendship was far more invaluable than the 70,000. Thank you, Luo Feng said earnestly, accepting her kindness without hesitation. He recognized this as Su Qingxue's goodwill and understood that, in the imminent confrontation, he needed to concentrate, unwilling to be overly entangled in Lin Weiwei's sordid affairs. If the need arises, I won't hesitate to accept your help. Su Qingxue inclined her head slightly, as if merely arranging a trivial matter. At that moment, a server approached with the fragrant main course: grilled scallion duck breast, sashimi of the king carp from the icy seas, and clear broth of the king carp. Please enjoy. The enticing aroma enveloped them, dispelling the lingering gloom from the earlier phone call. Su Qingxue smiled as she picked up her knife and fork. Try it. This place's signature dishes are truly exceptional. Luo Feng also took up his utensils. He first sampled the translucent sashimi of the icy sea king carp. The delicately thin slices of fish were artfully arranged atop crushed ice, garnished with vibrant green herbs and a light golden fruit sauce. The moment it touched his tongue, a refreshing sweetness unique to the ocean, coupled with a slight chewiness, burst forth, creating an extraordinarily delightful experience. This dish alone represented a king carp, and it was not inexpensive. Next, he scooped a spoonful of the clear broth of the king carp. The soup exuded a warm, milky white hue, with steam rising gently. As it entered his mouth, an indescribable richness and freshness exploded on his palate, as if it contained a surge of vibrant life. The broth glided down his throat, leaving a lingering sweetness that evoked a remarkable sensation of flavor dancing within his mouth. Finally, he cut into the grilled scallion duck breast. The exterior was crispy and fragrant, while the interior remained tender and juicy, harmonizing the sweet tartness of the fruit sauce with a distinct scallion aroma, awakening his taste buds completely. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Absolutely incredible. This is exquisite." In his previous life, he had never considered spending money on such culinary delights, but in this life, he had the fortune of indulging in them right after his rebirth. This only solidified his conviction that severing ties with Lin Weiwei was indeed the wisest decision. Not only did he aim to free himself from her clutches, but he also sought to exact revenge. Su Qingxue, observing Luo Feng's focused enjoyment of the meal, suddenly spoke in a soft voice. "By the way, Luo Feng, what is your favorite Pokémon?" There was a subtle softness and tension in her tone that she herself was unaware of. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng was instantly reminded of the Machoke and Macamp that had accompanied him for a decade in his past life. To be honest, he had never been particularly fond of those Pokémon. He had merely acquired them for work. Yet, he held a special sentiment for those two old companions. Now, he could only hope for the chance to reunite with them in the future. After all, he had been reborn, and the longer time passed, the greater the possibility of a butterfly effect on the future. If circumstances changed significantly, even if he followed the memories of his past life to the same place at the same time, he might not encounter the same versions of them. However, for the sake of the 10 years they had spent together, he felt compelled to seek them out. If he did manage to find them, even if they were of the most ordinary potential, he would ensure their lifelong care. After a decade of toil, they had already become like brothers. Returning to the present, Luo Feng shook his head at Su Qingxue and replied, "I don't have a particular favorite Pokémon. I simply assess their potential." Su Qingxue pondered for a moment upon hearing this. "I see." The two then transitioned to discussing other amusing topics. Every now and then, they exchanged smiles, creating a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere, even imbued with a touch of subtle flirtation. Their hearts seemed to draw ever closer in this gradual interplay. Chapter 9. Thoughtfulness and Care. Su Qingxue. The plate, once filled with grilled scallion duck breast and other dishes, now lay nearly empty, leaving only the tantalizing aroma lingering in the air. The server timely presented the bill, placing it politely in the center of the table. Su Qingxue naturally reached for her exquisite handbag, preparing to retrieve her exclusive card. For her, the cost of this meal was merely a fraction of her daily expenditures. However, a slender hand, marked by the distinctive strength of youth, swiftly landed upon the black bill embossed with the restaurant's logo, more quickly than hers. Surprised, Su Qingxue lifted her gaze to Luo Feng. He wore a subtle yet undeniable smile, and with his other hand, he produced the black metal card Su Qingxue had given him, an all-purpose black card for the Pokémon breeding house and supermarkets under the Su Corporation. "I promised I would treat you," Luo Feng stated, his voice low yet distinctly clear, carrying an air of irrefutable determination. Meeting Su Qingxue's astonished gaze, he smiled and added, "This meal is on me." His movements exhibited no hint of hesitation as he confidently handed the black card to the waiter, his demeanor serene, as if the act of paying for this meal were the most natural thing in the world, utterly unperturbed by the intimidating figures on the bill. The waiter, clearly recognizing the card that signified immense privilege and wealth, momentarily displayed a flicker of astonishment, but his professionalism quickly restored his composure. He respectfully accepted the card, utilizing his portable terminal to verify and process the payment. A subtle electronic beep sounded, and in an instant, over 200,000 was deducted. Su Qingxue observed Luo Feng's fluid motions, noting the unwavering confidence in his eyes. The initial surprise at his taking over the bill swiftly transformed into an inexplicable sense of comfort. She recalled how he had unhesitatingly gifted her a larvitar at the Heart of Elves that afternoon, his calm demeanor in the face of Zhao Kai's provocation, and the ruthless decisiveness he displayed just moments ago during his severance of ties with Lin Weiwei. The youth before her now was a stark contrast to the Luo Feng who had once been obsequious before Lin Weiwei, maintaining a deliberate distance from her. This transformation, embodying independence and responsibility, filled her with genuine admiration and joy. Her fondness for Luo Feng seemed to deepen immeasurably. If there were a system to display affection levels, it would surely indicate a constant stream of affection one above Su Qingxue's head. Retracting her hand from her bag, a sincere smile graced her lips, tinged with a hint of helplessness but predominantly filled with approval. Well, it appears you are serious. I truly enjoyed this meal. Luo Feng accepted the black card and the receipt returned by the waiter, tucking them away casually, also smiling. As long as you are satisfied. Upon leaving the restaurant, the cool night breeze, infused with the distinctive vibrancy of the city, swept away the warmth and aroma of the meal. The sleek black luxury car belonging to the Su family had silently arrived at the curb, awaiting their departure. Su Qingxue opened the car door, graciously gesturing for Luo Feng to enter first. Please, allow me to drive you home. Luo Feng did not decline, settling into the plush back seat, followed by Su Qingxue. The vehicle glided smoothly into the colorful stream of traffic. The car windows shielded them from the external clamor, leaving only soft background music and a tranquil yet comfortable atmosphere between them. Su Qingxue's gaze fell upon the two Poké Balls hanging at Luo Feng's waist, containing a Magikarp and a Gyarados. The afternoon's escapades at the Pokémon Avenue and the fish market resurfaced in her mind. Unable to contain her curiosity, she spoke again, her voice resonating with clarity in the quiet cabin. Luo Feng, I remain quite curious about your intentions regarding those two fish, especially the Gyarados. It is evidently meant for consumption and, with long-term medication, its evolution seems nearly impossible. This question had been weighing on her since last night. While the matter of the larvitar could be explained through luck and a lack of affinity for humanoid forms, the choice of these two fish transcended her understanding. Leaning back against the comfortable seat, Luo Feng turned his head to gaze at the swiftly passing neon lights outside, a mysterious and confident smile gracing his lips. He spoke slowly. Miracles are always reserved for those who are prepared and dare to believe in them. His voice, though soft, bore a peculiar penetrating quality. Their potential far exceeds anyone's imagination. With just one opportunity, they can unveil the brilliance hidden within. He refrained from explicitly mentioning the existence of the Pokémon evolution-enhancing pills, deeming it too astonishing. Nevertheless, the conviction in his words and his faith in miracles sent a tremor through Su Qingxue's heart. She gazed at Luo Feng's profile, rendered particularly profound by the interplay of light and shadow, his eyes shimmering with an allure that she found irresistibly captivating yet incomprehensible. Very well. Su Qingxue exhaled softly, choosing to trust his judgment without further inquiry. I believe in you and look forward to witnessing the miracles you create. After a pause, she added, if they require any special resources or environments for their evolution or training, do not hesitate to inform me. The Su family's breeding facility is quite well equipped. Thank you. Luo Feng replied earnestly, before shifting the conversation with a hint of exasperation. However, for now, they will have to squeeze into my modest room of merely dozens of square meters. He briefly mentioned his family background. His father was a ranger employed by the League, working long hours in wildlife reserves with modest but stable income. His mother had passed away due to illness when he was very young. The family had painstakingly saved up a few $100,000, initially hoping he could change their fate through his starter Pokémon in the trainer's entrance examination. Alas, all of it had been lost to Lin Weiwei in his previous life. Currently, he resided in an old, dilapidated apartment provided by his father's workplace. Su Qingxue listened quietly, her clear eyes reflecting an understanding tinged with barely perceptible sympathy. She comprehended why Luo Feng clung to the 70,000 so fervently and recognized the urgency driving his need to seize opportunities. Things will improve, she assured him softly, her tone resolute, as though stating an established fact. With your determination and insight, they surely will. After a brief moment, she glanced at the 2 Pokeballs at his waist, her heart fluttering with concern. Yet, Luo Feng felt a surge of appreciation for her words. Though he now possessed a system, Su Qingxue remained unaware of this. Her unwavering support and encouragement made him reflect on how he had overlooked such a girl in his previous life. He strained to recall the past. It seemed that at that time, he lacked Pokémon, and Su Qingxue had offered her assistance, only for Lin Weiwei to discover it. Lin Weiwei had then thrown a fit, goading him into saying hurtful things to Su Qingxue, while she herself had uttered many harsh words, leading Su Qingxue to close herself off and focus solely on preparing for the entrance exam. Subsequently, after the examination, they had lost all contact. Had things transpired differently, or had Su Qingxue known of his hardships, she might have extended a helping hand. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he let out a silent sigh. He truly wished to give his past self a couple of punches and 100 to Lin Weiwei, along with 1,000 cuts. Yet, it was not too late now. There was still a chance to make amends. He could not afford to miss this opportunity in this lifetime. Chapter 10. The Living Legend, Xin Xin. The car departed from the bustling main road, veering into a slightly aged residential area. Ultimately, it came to a halt before a 6-story-old building with peeling paint. I've arrived, Luo Feng announced as he opened the car door and stepped out. Su Qingxue followed suit, her gaze lingering on the Pokeballs at his waist. Do you need any assistance in looking after them for the night? Or perhaps, would you like some specialized Pokemon nutrient solution? She was concerned that Luo Feng's home lacked suitable conditions for Pokemon care, especially for the edible Gyarados. Luo Feng resolutely shook his head, patting the Pokeballs at his waist with determination. No, thank you. They are my partners, and from tonight onward, I will take good care of them. Su Qingxue regarded Luo Feng's handsome face and softly remarked, very well, but... She hesitated slightly, a faint blush touching her cheeks. Please refrain from thanking me so often in the future. After all, you did gift me a Larvitar. We can consider ourselves good friends now, so just call me Qingxue. In truth, only her family and close friends called her by such an affectionate name. Hearing this, Luo Feng's lips curled into a smile, pleased by her words. After all, who wouldn't wish to be closer to a kind-hearted girl like Su Qingxue? He nodded in agreement. All right, understood. Qingxue, goodbye, see you tomorrow. Su Qingxue gazed at Luo Feng, softly responding, okay, goodbye, see you tomorrow. She watched as Luo Feng's tall silhouette faded into the corridor, the evening breeze caressing her, stirring a gentle sweetness in her heart. The dim streetlights elongated his shadow. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, Luo Feng paused, turned around, and waved at the black sedan that had yet to depart. The window descended slowly, revealing Su Qingxue's graceful visage, who reciprocated with a wave and a faint smile gracing her lips. It was only after Luo Feng's figure vanished into the corridor that Su Qingxue signaled the driver to proceed. The luxurious black car seamlessly blended into the night, heading towards the resplendent upscale residential area on the other side of the city. Luo Feng returned to his familiar yet strangely foreign abode, small yet tidy. He locked the door securely, leaning against the doorframe, inhaling deeply. The lingering sense of his father's occasional visits, a faint whiff of smoke mingled with the aroma of forest gear, permeated the room. Luo Feng glanced down at the 2 Pokeballs tightly clutched in his hand. One contained the grotesquely unappealing Magikarp, which no one had faith in. The other held the dim-witted and drab Gyarados, often regarded as a culinary delight. Yet, in Luo Feng's eyes, they were 2 tarnished stars, the epitome of champion legends and unparalleled treasures of kingly potential. For now, he need not worry about Pokemon. Let the journey of earning begin on this first night of my rebirth. He murmured softly, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented fervor. He had a promising avenue in mind, one with minimal risk but astonishing returns. Luo Feng activated the VR wristband, summoning a holographic projection. The light illuminated the dim room, reflecting his focused and keen gaze. His objective was crystal clear, the globally renowned Global King Cup Trainer Tournament. This prestigious event aimed to select emerging top-tier trainers, open to anyone yet to attain King rank certification. The ultimate champion would not only earn the internationally recognized title, but also gain unimaginable resources, prestige, and the favor of the league. Moreover, a colossal gambling market surrounded this tournament, as Pokemon had woven itself into the very fabric of human existence. The popularity of Pokemon battles soared, particularly for top-tier trainer events, eclipsing sports like football and basketball by several magnitudes. Thus, The number of participants in event betting surged, especially for a grand competition like the Global King Cup, which spanned the entire world, naturally attracting even more participants. The amounts wagered reached astronomical heights, often soaring into the trillions. This world-class event maintained utmost transparency, fairness, and openness, overseen by the league, eliminating any possibility of underhanded dealings, allowing him to place bets with confidence. With swift motions, Luo Feng navigated the virtual interface, accurately accessing the official global betting platform. A dazzling array of competitors and a complex odds system came into view. He directly entered the illustrious name that shone brightly in his memories of rebirth, Zhen Xing. The search yielded results. Competitor, Zhen Xing. Trainer level, novice trainer, official certification from Huagua. Main Pokémon, registered Pikachu, Greninja, Charizard, Lizard King, Infernape, Croconaw. Substitute Pokémon, Snorlax. Championship odds, 1/800. Top 4 odds, 120. Top 8 odds, 110. Top 64 odds, 1/3. Tournament duration, approximately 3 months. Luo Feng gazed at Zhen Xing's splendid statistics, an involuntary smile creeping upon his lips. Indeed, it was him, a name that, prior to the competition, was relatively unknown. With a trainer level merely novice, and though his Pokémon lineup was well-balanced, it appeared rather unremarkable in a king-level tournament, lacking any mythical or exceptionally rare creatures. Even the main Pokémon were simply the evolved forms of ordinary starters. Thus, his championship odds were ludicrously high at 800 to 1. This implied that a mere dollar wagered would yield a return of $800 if victorious. In reality, sports betting often sees odds in the thousands. So an 800 to 1 ratio is not astonishing. To others, he was merely one among the countless cannon fodder, a high-odds bait used by bookmakers to entice wagers. Yet, in Luo Feng's eyes, this was a divinely bestowed, glittering key to wealth. He vividly recalled how Zhen Xing, affectionately nicknamed Master Ji by fans in his previous life, swept through formidable opponents with ease, achieving an undefeated record to seize the championship. His Pikachu showcased unparalleled electric prowess. Greninja's Bond evolution astonished all, and Charizard exhibited strength surpassing limits, akin to a mythical being. Master Ji's tactical ingenuity and indomitable spirit culminated in an incredulous world as he hoisted the championship trophy of the King Cup, crowned as a legend. That tournament saw countless gamblers lose fortunes betting on traditional powerhouses, while a fortunate few who recognized Zhen Xing's potential, or perhaps stumbled upon luck, became instant legends overnight. Post-tournament, rumors circulated that the Huagua League orchestrated a scheme to legally siphon wealth from other nations. Others claimed it was a result of the platform's manipulations, while some alleged a conspiracy among capitalists. Regardless of the speculations, none pointed to cheating. The victor's might was undeniable, evident to discerning eyes. Master Ji. Luo Feng whispered the nickname bestowed upon him by fans, his eyes gleaming with excitement and determination. My fortune, my destiny hinges upon you. In your past life, you triumphed. You cannot merely play a supporting role in mine, can you? If I lose everything. He chuckled to himself, glancing at the 2 feeble fish contained within the Pokeballs at his waist. Then I shall be left with no choice but to sell myself to the Su family to repay my debts. This thought flitted through his mind, yet he held unwavering confidence in himself and in Zhen Xing. After all, he was Master Ji, a living legend. With a flawless ascent to the top of the King Cup, he would meticulously carve out his path, becoming a legendary champion trainer. Chapter 11. Gacha Machine's First Draw. Electric Engine Characteristic Potion. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Feng swiftly navigated to the betting interface, selecting Zhen Xing as the champion option. He retrieved the black card information from Su Qingxue, his fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard. Amount: 4,500,000 yuan. This represented the entirety of his remaining limit after a day of extravagant spending. He unhesitatingly input the full amount into the betting field. The screen displayed the anticipated returns post-bet. Should Zhen Xing emerge victorious, he would receive 3,600,000 yuan, pre-tax 36 billion. This astronomical figure sent his heart racing. In his previous life, he had squandered years, and not only had he never acquired 36 billion, he had scarcely managed to save 36,000. This sum could irrevocably alter the fates of both him and his father, providing all the resources necessary for his ascent to the pinnacle of the trainer world. Luo Feng took a deep breath, his fingertips hovering above the confirm bet button. At that moment, it felt as though he were not merely clicking a virtual button, but rather pushing open a door leading to infinite possibilities. The foresight of a reborn soul, the confidence bestowed by the system, and an insatiable yearning for the future converged into a mighty torrent. Go all in, he uttered with conviction, pressing down firmly. Ding. Transaction successful. You have successfully placed a bet. World King Cup Tournament. Jinxinji, player ID. ZXC00789, champion. Bet amount, 450. 000 yuan. Transaction time, 214,733. Parallel alternate world, time blurred. Expected maximum return, 600 000 yuan. Condition, Jinxinji wins the World King Cup Tournament. Betting voucher generated, ID, BET, WSC, 2025, ZXC00789, win. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in the silent room, resonating in Luo Feng's heart like a thunderclap. 450 million was swiftly deducted from the black card's limit, transformed into a lucrative option worth 36 billion in the betting platform account, awaiting redemption. Luo Feng gazed at the confirmation message and the astronomical expected return on the screen, leaning back in his chair, exhaling deeply and contemplatively. A tumultuous mix of exhilaration, anticipation, and a resolute sense of commitment surged within him. The die was cast. There was no turning back. His gaze gradually shifted toward the two Pokeballs on the desk, his expression hardening with unwavering determination. In the coming 3 months, he murmured softly, the sound distinctly echoing in the cramped room. Let me hone these two rough gems while I await the rewards. And let's not forget about Zhao Kai's Charizard, Lin Weiwei's debt, and the impending college entrance examination. At that moment, a sudden realization struck him. I almost forgot about something. The system has a gacha machine, and I can draw a prize for free. His heart raced slightly, the glimmering free draw button on the system interface exuding an irresistible allure. This was one of the core functionalities of the system. Within the gacha machine lay opportunities to draw various wondrous items, Pokémon equipment, an array of Pokémon, and even the legendary divine beasts. Almost overlooked that. Luo Feng tapped his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement, anticipation, and exhilaration. System benefits, why not take advantage of it? Once drawn, I'll want to draw again. I'll save the points for later. Let us try the free draw first. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he closed his eyes in prayer with a look of reverence. May the luck of the gods shine upon me. May the system's benevolence grant me favor. I do not seek the almighty alpaca creator, nor the ultimate Necrozma, nor the limitless Rayquaza. I merely wish for a Mewtwo or a Mew. If not, a random legendary beast or demigod will suffice. Please grant me some respect on my first draw. Upon finishing his supplication, he focused his thoughts and pressed the start button in his mind. Instantly, the system interface was overtaken by a massive, technologically advanced virtual gacha machine. Countless colorful lights whirled rapidly within the machine, colliding and ultimately converging into a dazzling blue radiance. With a pop, a virtual capsule rolled out from the exit, bursting open within Luo Feng's consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring Electric Engine Trait Potion 1 through the free gacha draw. Immediately, detailed information regarding the trait potion flooded into Luo Feng's mind. Trait potion description. This potion can be directly administered to a Pokémon. Upon consumption, the Pokémon has a chance to acquire the corresponding trait of the potion as a secondary trait. Success rate. Chance of acquiring a secondary trait, 50. Chance of acquiring a tertiary trait, 5 if a secondary trait is already possessed. Chance of acquiring a quaternary trait, 0. 5 if a tertiary trait is already possessed. Chance of acquiring a canary trait, 0.0001 if a quaternary trait is already possessed. Electric Engine Trait Potion? Upon seeing this reward, Luo Feng's spirits were instantly lifted, as he swiftly searched his memory for the effects of this trait. When attacked by electric-type moves, the Pokémon does not take damage. Instead, its speed is significantly enhanced. What a remarkable item. This strategic trait can alter the very dynamics of type advantages. Although he did not draw Mewtwo or Mew, the efficacy of this Electric Engine Trait Potion, in certain aspects, rivaled that of demigod Pokémon. Overjoyed, however, the pressing concern of reality loomed before him. To whom should he bestow this precious potion? Currently, he possessed 2 Pokémon, Magikarp and Feeba, both brimming with potential, yet currently feeble. His gaze shifted between the 2 Pokeballs containing Magikarp and Feeba, his mind racing to analyze the pros and cons. Magikarp evolves into Gyarados, which has a devastating quadruple weakness to electric-type moves. A moderately powerful electric-type attack could render it incapacitated in an instant, a trainer's worst nightmare. The Electric Engine trait would be tailor-made for Gyarados. It perfectly compensates for its most significant shortcoming. Once activated, it would not only grant immunity to electric-type damage, but also enhance its speed. Imagine a volt tackle aimed squarely at it, and Gyarados emerges unscathed, transforming into a bolt of lightning hurtling toward its opponent, complemented by its formidable physical attack power and the overconfidence trait, increasing attack after defeating an opponent. What a terrifying harvesting machine that would be. The speed increase would amplify its already formidable velocity, creating immense pressure. Conversely, Phoeba, upon evolution into Milotic, only possesses a double weakness to electric-type moves. While it too fears electric, it is far less vulnerable than Gyarados. Its excellent durability allows it to withstand non-type or less potent electric-type attacks. The electric engine would also benefit Milotic, granting immunity to electric damage and a speed boost. However, Milotic's role typically revolves around being a special wall, a healer, or a control Pokémon, utilizing moves such as Attract, Ice Beam, and Recover. Speed is not its primary concern. Though a speed increase is beneficial, it lacks the transformative strategic significance that it holds for Gyarados. The cost-effectiveness and strategic implications are vastly different, Luo Feng muttered to himself, clarity washing over him. Bestowing the potion upon Phoeba would merely enhance its already moderate resistance to electric moves, providing a slight speed increase with limited utility. However, granting it to Magikarp would enable the future Gyarados to completely shed its quadruple electric weakness, potentially transforming its vulnerability into a colossal advantage. This represents a qualitative leap. The innate potential of Magikarp, alongside the system's notation of its unawakened overconfidence trait, solidified Luo Feng's conviction. This Magikarp is destined to become a dominant force on the battlefield. The ranks of champions shall not be its terminus. The electric engine will be one of the most crucial pieces on its path to victory. It's you, Magikarp. A flash of resolution shone in Luo Feng's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he even stood to wash his hands, performing several deep breaths to calm his racing heart. For superstition is sometimes part of a trainer's ritual. Upon returning to the room, he solemnly retrieved the Pokeball. Come forth, Magikarp. A flash of red light illuminated the floor as the golden Magikarp appeared, its tail weakly flapping as it continued to perform its only move, Splash. Luo Feng crouched down, gently producing the shimmering electric engine trait potion. He soothingly reassured Magikarp, little one, fear not. Drink this, and your future will be remarkably different. Trust me. Magikarp responded with a confused, "What?" Having experienced telepathic communication, Luo Feng read Magikarp's thoughts, eliciting a wry smile. What is there to discuss with a fish, especially a Magikarp? He gently pried open Magikarp's mouth and slowly poured the entire potion inside. As the potion entered, the body of the Kingler suddenly stiffened, and immediately, fine golden currents surged forth like serpents from the crevices of its scales, crackling with energy. It writhed in agony on the spot, leaping and thrashing, the golden scales appearing even more resplendent under the electric stimulation. Luo Feng watched anxiously, his palms slightly perspiring. It must succeed. A few seconds felt like an eternity. At last, the currents emanating from the Kingler abruptly contracted inward, vanishing entirely into its body. It ceased its struggles and lay quietly on the ground, its once dull gaze now imbued with an indescribable sharpness and a flicker of electric brilliance. Ding! Trait bestowal successful. Kingler has successfully acquired the second trait, Electric Engine. Congratulations, host. Kingler's aptitude has been upgraded, rewarding you with the Dragon Dance Skill Disc 1. It worked. The heavens do not forsake those who toil. Luo Feng's excitement surged as he clenched his fists, the weight in his heart finally lifted. He immediately summoned the latest attribute panel for Kingler with his thoughts. Target, Kingler. Fish Pokémon. Type, Water. Aptitude, Champion, Golden Legend. Level, LV3, Juvenile Stage. Condition, good. Long-term consumption of evolution-suppressing potions has severely constrained its evolution potential. Skill Leap. Traits, Carefree. Electric Engine, Hidden Trait. Overconfidence, Unawakened. Luo Feng gazed at the newly added Electric Engine. On the panel, an uncontrollable smile of exhilaration spreading across his face, and indeed, Kingler's aptitude had ascended from the Monarch level to the Champion level, marking a significant qualitative leap. This once useless Kingler, which could only splash about, had now transformed in his eyes into a terrifying behemoth poised to dominate the battlefield, immune to thunder, charging forth with electric might. The very embodiment of the tyrant dragon god. Carefree, speed enhancement and rain, combined with Electric Engine, immunity to electric damage and speed boost. Complemented by the future awakening of overconfidence, boosting physical attack upon victory. It was perfection, simply sublime. Luo Feng rubbed his hands together in excitement, his gaze towards Kingler brimming with fervor. All that remained was for you to evolve. Just wait, my dear. I will find the opportunity for you to evolve. Your era is about to dawn. Kingler seemed to sense Luo Feng's determination and joy, making an effort to leap upward, a faint electric spark flickering across its scales. Beneath its seemingly dull exterior, a dormant power, a blend of the fury of water and the might of thunder, was quietly gestating. Meanwhile, at the Su family manor, the moonlight, like liquid silver, streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gently illuminating Su Qingshua's lavish and spacious bedroom. The air was infused with the elegant fragrance of gardenias, mingling with the softness of top-quality bedding. Su Qingxue, clad in a silk, pale pink camisole nightgown, had her damp, raven-black hair cascading casually over her shoulders, with a few playful strands clinging to her smooth neck. She languidly reclined against a pile of plush goose-down pillows at the head of her bed, her delicate, fair legs slightly curled, revealing her charmingly petite ankles. She shed the aloofness of the day, transforming in this moment into a rose, dewy and freshly bloomed, exuding an unconscious allure. Su Qingshue's gaze fell unfocused upon the wall opposite her. It was no ordinary wall, but a grand, state-of-the-art holographic projection screen. At that moment, the screen was silently looping through a series of photographs, all featuring none other than Luo Feng. There were moments of him soaring through the air on the basketball court, sunlight accentuating his athletic form. There were serene side profiles of him reading by the library window, captivating in his focus, and even several candid shots capturing his daily life on campus, with his tall silhouette walking along tree-lined paths. These meticulously collected images, enlarged to nearly cover the entire wall, radiated a soft glow in the quiet room, silently narrating the fervent and secret emotions of a young girl. Su Qingshue's fingertips unconsciously brushed over the thin sensory panel resting on her lap, just as the screen displayed Luo Feng's deft shooting form. She snapped back to reality, refocusing her gaze on the floating holographic interface projected by the sensory panel, which displayed the interface of the premier Pokémon trading platform, Starry Nurturing House, linked to the Su Corporation. With a gentle shake of her head, as if to respond to her chaotic thoughts and make a resolution, she thought, no, I cannot allow Luo Feng to fight solely relying on those two fish. If they do not evolve soon, he will be doomed. Zhao Kai's Charmander is no weakling, and with the upcoming college entrance examination, he needs more reliable Pokémon partners. She recalled the two Poké Balls at Luo Feng's waist containing the Magikarp and Kingler, her delicate brows knitting slightly. While Luo Feng's conviction in their unique potential had left a deep impression on her, and that confidence was certainly not unfounded, as a trainer, she understood all too well the immense impact that the qualifications and potential of initial partners have on the future. I must at least secure an insurance policy for Luo Feng. Perhaps two. That would be even more secure. Chapter 13. Why is it so difficult to help him? Su Qingshue's slender fingers swiftly navigated the sensory panel, clearly filtering the conditions. Trainer students available. Initial Pokemon. Potential assessment. Excellent and above. Ultimately, her gaze was firmly captured by the imposing silhouette icon of a herdier. A soft smile unconsciously curved the corners of Su Qingshue's lips as her fingertips gently caressed the edge of the sensory panel. She herself had a herdier that had accompanied her since childhood, loyal, brave, and full of vitality. Its evolved form, the Stoutland, was even more majestic and powerful. If Luo Feng also had a herdier, it would seem to forge a marvelous connection between them, akin to a couple of Pokemon. This bold thought made her ears flush slightly, and a wave of sweet anticipation surged within her, softening her gaze towards the photos of Luo Feng on the holographic wall. Su Qingshuo began to meticulously browse the information on available herdier pups on the platform. However, reality soon doused her enthusiasm with cold water. As a crucial service Pokemon for the Alliance Police, herdier with pure lineage and excellent potential were under strict regulation, rarely appearing on the open market. The few listed on the platform were pitifully few compared to other Pokemon, yet their prices were astonishingly steep. 4, 8 million, 5, 2 million. Even a slightly inferior specimen demanded 4, 3 million. Su Qingshuo gasped slightly, her smooth brows furrowing. This price is nearly double that of ordinary starters in their initial forms. Yet considering the potential of Stoutland, its loyalty, and its special status in collaboration with the police, it seemed somewhat justifiable. Her own herdier. Had it not been for her father's long-standing friendship with a breeding master, who charged only a token fee, 10 million, it would have been impossible to acquire such a fine specimen with that lineage and quality. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingxue began to scrutinize the few high-priced herdier that met her standards for Luo Feng's future. Her gaze was discerning and professional, reflecting her serious commitment to Luo Feng's prospects. This one is too thin and small. Its frame appears insufficiently sturdy, indicating limited future potential. No good. This one has unclear lineage documentation, with vague parental information, posing significant risks. No good. This one, why is its fur so sparse on top? It looks a bit bald. No good. It affects its appearance and aura of authority. This one is too plump. Round like a little meatball, it surely won't be agile. No good. This one has a too ferocious gaze. I can feel its aggressiveness even through the image, suggesting an unstable temperament. Not suitable as an initial partner. After flipping through several pages, Su Qingxue leaned back against the plush pillow, somewhat disheartened. Not only were the prices exorbitant, but there were also almost none that met her rigorous standards. Finally, her gaze fixated on the display page of a herdier pup. In the vivid holographic image, the little creature stands tall and proud, its plush, velvety orange-red fur gleaming with a lustrous sheen. Particularly striking are the nascent ruff encircling its neck and the voluminous tail trailing behind, both adding to its majestic demeanor. Its gaze is bright and gentle, imbued with the characteristic cleverness of a cat-eye dog. The creature is robust and well-proportioned, its limbs strong and powerful. Its lineage is impeccably documented, with both parents being primary swift hounds owned by a certain quasi-king trainer within the alliance, showcasing exceptional genes and a potential evaluation deemed extraordinary. Su Qingxue's eyes sparkled with excitement, her body instinctively leaning forward, utterly captivated. Its appearance, temperament, lineage, and potential evaluation are nearly flawless. She could almost envision it evolving into a formidable swift hound, standing shoulder to shoulder with Luo Feng in battle, a vision that caused her heart to race. Her fingers, filled with anticipation, glided towards the price tag. 50,000,000 yuan. 50 million. The radiance on Su Qingxue's face instantly froze. Her modest savings, accumulated over the years from New Year's money, pocket money, and minor investment returns, amounted to a mere 2 million. She stuck out her tongue in disbelief. 50 million. The disparity was overwhelming. Instinctively biting her lip, her finger hovered above the sensor panel, her heart embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. Should she ask her father for help? But what would be her justification? To be blunt and honest? To purchase a top-tier cat-eye dog for a male classmate? She could almost picture her father's shocked, suspicious, and potentially enraged expression. A smile involuntarily crept onto her face. It was simply absurd. Not only would her father refuse to fund her, but he might very well resort to violence. Su Qingxue rolled over in bed, staring at the crystal chandelier above, contemplating. Should she lie and say she wanted to buy it for herself? That seemed even less plausible. She already owned a top-tier cat-eye dog, spending so much on a second-rate one. Although this one was delightful, it still paled in comparison to her own. Her father would only perceive her as reckless and wasteful, perhaps even suspecting her affections for that male classmate, with consequences that could be dire. Sighing in resignation, Su Qingxue sank into her soft, goose-down pillow, the light from the sensor panel illuminating her disappointed yet somewhat vexed face. Never mind, given the price, it would be wise to explore other options. She irritably turned off the cat-eye dog filter, as if severing ties with this unrealistic notion. Her gaze drifted to other Pokémon with strong potential. A Charmander? Its strength and potential were indeed impressive, but then she recalled the insulting bet between Luo Feng and Zhao Kai, with Luo Feng's clear target being Zhao Kai's Charmander. Buying him another Charmander would indeed seem excessive. Never mind, Charmander was off the list. Her fingers absent-mindedly glided across the sensor panel, and the page for Riolu, the initial form of Lucario, flashed by. Su Qingxue's eyes brightened, a fighting steel type, with the evolved Lucario being powerful and striking. The power of aura was enigmatic. Yet upon glancing at the price, it started with an 8-digit figure, comparable to that of a quasi-deity offspring. Her modest savings couldn't even cover half of that. The gap was even larger than that of the cat-eye dog. Another gentle sigh escaped her lips in the stillness of her bedroom, laden with a sense of helplessness. Su Qingxue set the sensor panel aside, raising her hand to rub her temples. Why was it so difficult to assist him in finding a suitable and strong companion? Did she really have to watch Luo Feng battle against Zhao Kai with those two Pokémon, which appeared to have questionable potential? She ruminated, unable to conceive a way for Luo Feng to win, unless those two Pokémon evolved mid-battle, but the odds of that were exceedingly slim. The newly purchased Magikarp surely lacked sufficient intimacy for evolution, and the other, the Phoeba, was primarily for culinary purposes, theoretically only evolving at a 0.001 chance. It was all too challenging. Chapter 14. Borrowing the breeding facility, preparing for evolution. Su Qingshue's gaze unconsciously swept over her bedside table, where the high-grade Poké Ball containing erupts lay quietly, glimmering softly in the moonlight. She reached out to pick it up, the cold sphere fitting snugly in her warm palm, offering an oddly enchanting sensation. "Erupts?" she murmured, gently stroking the smooth surface of the ball, filled with confusion and a hint of a quest for answers. What was so special about those two Pokémon? Why was Luo Feng so confident? Su Qingxue recalled the absolute certainty in Luo Feng's eyes. Erupts was the delightful surprise he had chosen at first glance from the blind box, wasn't it? His judgment seemed to possess a certain magic. Perhaps she should truly attempt to trust in the miracle Luo Feng spoke of, to believe in his seemingly extraordinary discernment. Nevertheless, the desire to assist him in finding a powerful partner remained unquenched. Her expression resolute once more, she carefully placed the high-grade ball back on the bedside table, her gaze drifting back to the holographic wall where Luo Feng confidently shot a basketball, a photograph exuding an aura of invincibility. She could not give up. If she couldn't find a suitable one online, she would visit the breeding base at home tomorrow, or perhaps inquire with Uncle Chun about any insider channels. There might be a hidden gem with great potential at a reasonable price, she whispered to herself, nurtured by a gentle obsession born for someone else, gradually succumbing to slumber amidst the fragrance of gardenias and the shadow of Luo Feng. Meanwhile, in an old residential building, Luo Feng, after putting away his Magikarp, persevered until midnight, then eagerly tried his luck at the capsule toy machine once more. This time, fortune did not favor him as he only drew a high-grade, green, stereo. Without even claiming it, he allowed the system to retrieve it, exchanging it for 20 system points. Unfortunately, this capsule machine required 200 points for a single draw. Otherwise, he would have certainly exhausted his points. However, after the exhilarating experience with the electric engine Magikarp, he was no longer sleepy. Even if he wanted to sleep, he found it impossible. After stubbornly closing his eyes for half an hour without success, he decided to forego sleep altogether. He dashed to the bathroom, releasing both Magikarp and Phoebe, and excitedly engaged in telepathic conversation with them, while simultaneously feeding them universal Pokémon food. This served to alleviate his emotions, foster bonds, and test his telepathic abilities. Since he had nothing else to do, why not? As the rising sun filtered through the old window, casting dappled shadows on Luo Feng's desk, he opened his eyes, devoid of any fatigue from the late night. Instead, he felt a clarity and sharpness that had settled after a night of contemplation. The previous night's colossal gamble of 3.6 billion and the astonishing prize from the capsule machine acted like a powerful stimulant, filling him with energy. The wealth dividends bestowed by the profit required time to ferment. At present, he needed to maximize the strength and potential of his Pokémon. The most cost-effective and beneficial enhancement strategy was to ensure that Phoebe possessed its second ability before evolution. Yet, this second ability could only be hoped for through the system's capsule machine lottery. Over the next few days, Lin Weiwei did not trouble Luo Feng, as the court summons had already been sent to her. She was preoccupied with consulting lawyers regarding the matter and had no time to seek out Luo Feng. Moreover, even if she wished to contact him, she could not, as Luo Feng had blocked all her means of communication. During this time, Luo Feng intentionally took leave from his homeroom teacher, preparing to cast a wide net in search of high-quality, quasi-king level Pokémon. Though the odds were slim, he remained eager to explore further. Subsequently, like an indefatigable hunting dog, Luo Feng, equipped with the system's Pokémon quality insight, traversed through every Pokémon shop, mall, market, aquaculture center, ornamental fish store, and even some obscure fishing ports in Jiangzhou that he had never previously visited. His gaze swept across countless Pokémon like a radar. But the outcome was disheartening. Perhaps he had exhausted the fortune of Jiangzhou City the previous day. Or perhaps Pokémon of the elite or champion caliber were indeed as rare as phoenix feathers. What he encountered were mostly dull, ordinary qualities, white, and advanced qualities, green, with the occasional exceptional quality, blue, consisting largely of low-potential creatures like Magikarp, Caterpie, and Rattata. The sporadic appearances of gym-level quality, purple, Pokémon such as Charmander or Squirtle, alongside other rare counterparts, fetched exorbitant prices, often exceeding 10 million. The lineage of these Pokémon was exemplary, with both parents possessing formidable strengths, making their appearance, quality, and potential apparent, thus justifying their steep costs. However, the cost-effectiveness paled in comparison to the two fish in Luo Feng's possession, rendering them rather superfluous. which naturally led to his disinterest. Luo Feng stood at the entrance of a large aquaculture center, gazing at the shimmering ponds in the distance, murmuring to himself. It seemed that for the time being, he would not find anything better. Well, it would have to suffice. Despite this, he had received some good news over the past few days. The good news was that during the free lottery on the third day, he had drawn a special item, the ability-enhancing Wonder Scales, which his Magikarp had successfully utilized, granting it the secondary ability of Wonder Scales. Luo Feng could not help but feel a sense of gratitude. He had to admit, the system was quite generous. The novice protection period was extensive, providing exactly what he lacked. Whenever he thought of the system, his eyes sparkled with excitement. With that being said, it was time to let them shine in all their glory. Luo Feng took out his VR wristband and dialed Su Qingxue. It was the weekend, and she happened to be free. The connection was established swiftly, revealing Su Qingxue's graceful visage on the screen, set against the backdrop of the Su family villa's garden. Bathed in the tranquil morning sunlight, Luo Feng, Su Qingxue was slightly taken aback by his early contact. After exchanging greetings, he got straight to the point. I would like to request your assistance. I need to borrow your family's Pokémon breeding facility, preferably one that is independent, private, and highly secure. Su Qingxue paused momentarily. A breeding facility? Of course, we have a small, high-standard breeding area in our backyard, equipped with an ecological simulation system and an energy shield, ensuring both privacy and safety. Are you planning to train your Pokémon? She instinctively thought of the two fish Luo Feng possessed. Well, it's somewhat of a training, but more accurately, it is to witness an important moment, Luo Feng replied, his tone laced with mystery. There might be some commotion, so it needs to be absolutely private and secure, without disturbances or prying eyes. Commotion? Su Qingxue's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. What kind of significant event could a Magikarp and a Phoeba possibly create? Yet, Luo Feng's conviction led her to trust him. No problem, I'll arrange it right away. Where are you now? I'll have the driver pick you up. Luo Feng glanced at the time. There's no need to trouble the driver. I can take a taxi there faster. Just send me the address. All right. Su Qingxue did not insist further and quickly sent the address and access permission for the Su family estate's backyard to Luo Feng's VR wristband. Half an hour later, Luo Feng stood before the unpretentious yet imposing gate of the Su family estate. After announcing his identity, the gate slid open silently, passing through a meticulously trimmed, verdant courtyard. He followed a well-dressed butler to a secluded area at the back of the villa, cleverly shielded by towering trees and energy barriers. Before him sprawled a modern breeding facility covering over 400 square meters. The ground was laid with special materials simulating grass, sand, and shallow water zones. At the center was a large ecological pool, 5 meters deep, with crystal-clear water connected to a complex filtration and oxygen supply system. Surrounding it were high-strength, transparent energy walls, allowing a clear view of the interior while preventing energy leakage and prying eyes. The ceiling was equipped with adjustable lighting. The entire space was quiet, tidy, and imbued with a sense of advanced technology. Su Qingxue was already waiting by the poolside, dressed in comfortable leisure wear that accentuated her elegant charm. Upon seeing Luo Feng arrive, she approached him, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the 2 Pokeballs at his waist. With a smile, she succinctly introduced, "This is the place." The energy shield is activated at the highest level, capable of withstanding the energy outburst of quasi-elite Pokémon, and the surveillance has been temporarily disabled. She looked at Luo Feng with a smile, her tone inquisitive. "Now, can you tell me what you intend to do?" Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings, thoroughly satisfied with the environment. Taking a deep breath, he met Su Qingxue's curious gaze and decided to no longer conceal the truth, knowing she would soon witness it herself. Evolution. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder in Su Qingxue's ears. Evolution. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Magikarp? Or Phoeba? Whichever it may be, in her understanding, it seemed utterly implausible. Magikarp was universally recognized as the starting point of a notoriously difficult evolution chain. Yet for artificially bred individuals, especially those long subjected to suppressive medications, the probability of evolution approached zero. And for Phoeba to evolve into Milotic, it required the rare beauty scales and an unimaginable level of affection, conditions that were exceedingly stringent. The rarity of beauty scales need not be elaborated upon. Each scale was equivalent to a Milotic. Furthermore, a Milotic would only produce 1 or 2 scales in its lifetime, and some might not yield any at all. Thus, the price of beauty scales was astronomical, rivaling that of actual Milotic Pokémon. Luo Feng had only had them for a few days, and he claimed he could facilitate their evolution. Luo Feng nodded, his gaze resolute. Indeed, it is them. Moreover, They will evolve simultaneously. Simultaneously, Su Qingxue felt her understanding being repeatedly challenged. How could this be possible? Where did he find such confidence and capability? Luo Feng refrained from further explanations, knowing that actions speak louder than words. He approached the edge of the pool, his eyes fixing solemnly on the 2 Pokeballs in his hand. Partners, are you ready? Your moment has arrived. With a thought, 2 Pokémon Unlimited Evolution Loyalty Affection Pills, invisible to outsiders, from the system's space materialized in his palm, radiating a faint, indescribable glow of life. Without hesitation, he pressed the 2 pills against the core sensing areas of the Pokeballs. The moment the pills made contact with the spheres, they melted away like snow under the sun, transforming into 2 streams of light that entered the balls. Come forth, Magikarp, Fiba, Luo Feng shouted, casting both Pokeballs towards the center of the pool. 2 beams of red light flashed. The gray-black scales and dazed eyes of the Magikarp emerged, alongside the tan-colored scales and ragged fins of the Fiba. They plummeted into the crystalline waters in a daze. However, an unprecedented transformation was about to unfold. Almost instantaneously upon entering the water, 2 vastly different, yet equally powerful torrents of energy erupted from within them. First was the Magikarp. Its gray-black scales ignited, glowing like a heated iron, radiating a blinding crimson light. A tempest of ferocity and wrath, seemingly intent on tearing everything asunder, erupted explosively around it. Roar! A sound that bore no resemblance to a fish, but rather echoed like an ancient beast, erupted from its throat. This roar was infused with the agony and power of transformation, causing the entire breeding facility to reverberate with a hum. The red light soared into the sky, casting the entire pool in a hue reminiscent of a boiling bloodbath. The originally diminutive body of the Magikarp twisted and expanded wildly under the radiance of evolution. Its bones emitted a disconcerting crackling sound as they restructured. The dorsal and tail fins grew enormous and fierce at a visible rate. A terrifying surge of aquatic energy, intermingled with the ferocious pressure of draconic power, the latent dragon intimidation awakened by the overconfidence ability, swept forth like a tangible force, violently colliding against the surrounding energy shield, producing a jarring hissing sound. The protective barrier's luminous veil vibrated violently, even developing minute cracks. Su Qingxue staggered back a step from the sudden onslaught of this tumultuous energy, her delicate face paling, her beautiful eyes filled with profound astonishment. She stared intently at the frenziedly expanding red light in the center of the pool, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. It had truly evolved. Was this really that foolish, consumable Magikarp? Immediately following, there emerged the ugly fish. In stark contrast to the Magikarp's ferocity, its metamorphosis was suffused with sanctity and ethereality. A pure, gentle azure light, seemingly imbued with the primordial essence of life, erupted from its unappealing form. The radiance swiftly diffused, enveloping it entirely, forming a massive, cocoon-like sphere reminiscent of water. The luminous chrysalis floated above the water's surface, gently rotating. Countless tiny, star-like specks of light emanated from the cocoon, permeating the entire breeding ground. A refreshing mist, imbued with the essence of the ocean's depths, wafted through the air. Within the light cocoon, a graceful, elongated silhouette could be faintly discerned, unfolding and transforming. The tattered scales shed away, replaced by smooth, satin-like skin that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. The short fins elongated into flowing, resplendent appendages. An ethereal, melodic cry resonated from the chrysalis, akin to the song of a siren, cleansing the soul and even subtly overpowering the Magikarp's frenzied roar. The water in the pool seemed to come alive, swirling spontaneously around the light cocoon, leaping and forming crystalline rings. Su Qingxue was utterly entranced. She forgot to breathe, forgot to think, simply gazing dreamily at the divine azure cocoon. The legend of the ugly fish evolving into Milotic had only been vaguely recorded in the most ancient texts she had perused. Yet the dreamlike spectacle before her utterly shattered her understanding. Was this a miracle? Initially, she had looked down upon both the ugly fish and Magikarp, contemplating purchasing insurance for Luo Feng and selecting 2 promising Pokémon for him. But now, it seemed she was the jester in this scenario. 2 diametrically opposed lights of evolution. One as turbulent as an abyss, the other as sacred as a melody, intertwined within the Su family's breeding ground, rendering the entire space fantastical. Luo Feng stood at the edge of the pool, his system interface already activated, clearly witnessing the frenetic fluctuations of data on both panels. The Magikarp's level surged from LV3. Its potential transitioned from the King, red, to a deeper maroon. The ability, Overconfidence had fully awakened. Its previous ease of movement and electric engine had not vanished. The ugly fish's level similarly skyrocketed. The champion, gold, potential became more solid and pure. The ability, adaptability, had completely awakened. Its ease of movement and marvel scale also remained intact. Chapter 16. A world miracle beyond the comprehension of even the top breeders. Luo Feng's heart raced with excitement, threatening to leap from his throat. It was happening. The evolution was finally upon them. His eyes fixated on the pool, palms sweating in anticipation. At that tense moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, causing the very ground of the breeding ground to tremble. The blood-red light at the center of the pool abruptly contracted inward, coalescing into an enormous silhouette. In the next instant, accompanied by a spectacular splash of water, a colossal creature, exceeding 10 meters in length, erupted from the depths. My heavens! This was no longer the foolish Magikarp from before. The beast before him bore 3 azure horns atop its head, regal and imposing like a crown. Its fearsome dragon head reared high, with crimson eyes seemingly ablaze with untamed fire. Its menacing fangs instilled terror, with long whiskers adding to its commanding presence. Deep blue scales covered its body, gleaming with a metallic sheen under the light. Its robust tail, swishing casually, sent waves crashing across the water's surface. An aura combining aquatic energy and draconic majesty erupted explosively, instantly engulfing the entire breeding ground. Gyarados. This was the legendary ferocious Pokémon. Almost simultaneously, on the other side of the pool, the vast azure light cocoon unfurled elegantly like the most sacred lotus. As the brilliance dissipated, a breathtakingly beautiful figure gracefully glided into the water. Its scales appeared woven from rainbows and auroras, refracting a dreamlike luster under simulated sunlight. Its elongated tail and dorsal fins resembled splendid, colorful ribbons, each movement scattering glimmering points of light, akin to a sprinkle of crushed diamonds in the water. Its gaze was both clear and profound, exuding a noble yet gentle aura. Surrounding it was a flowing silver light, emanating a sacred presence that inspired reverence. Milotic. This was the true benevolent Pokémon. Just as Luo Feng was awestruck by the scene before him, a familiar system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully completed Pokémon evolution. Magikarp Gyarados, champion potential. Ugly Fish Milotic, champion potential. Achieved hidden achievement, double champions. Reward points, 4,000. Current total points, 7,800. Wishing the host to continue striving to cultivate more powerful Pokémon. It was happening. Luo Feng's heart soared with joy. This wave of evolution had brought him immense fortune. He could hardly wait to check the detailed information of the 2 Pokémon. Target, Gyarados, ferocious Pokémon, type water, flying. Potential, champion, golden legend. Level, LV49, gym level. Status, perfect, full of vitality. Skills, tackle, thrash, waterfall, dragon pulse, dragon dance, outrage, dark pulse, hydro pump, hyper beam. Abilities, swift swim. Electric engine, overconfidence, awakened. Target, Milotic, benevolent Pokémon, type water. Potential, champion, golden legend. Level, LV52, gym level. Status, perfect, full of vitality. Skills, waterfall, tackle, wrap, water gun. Dragon dance, dragon pulse, recover, hydro pump, blizzard. Abilities, swift swim, marvel scale, adaptability, awakened. 3 abilities, and all in their awakened state. Luo Feng was nearly leaping with excitement. This evolution was nothing short of perfection. The entire breeding ground fell into a profound silence. Only the deep breaths of Gyarados and the gentle sounds of Milotic's movements could be heard. Su Qingxue was utterly petrified. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, as if she had been struck by a spell. Her gaze flickered between the fierce Gyarados and the graceful Milotic, her mind a tumult of confusion. Were these truly the same 2 Pokémon she had previously dismissed as mere ingredients and ornamental fish? The bumbling Magikarp had transformed into such a terrifying behemoth? The grotesque, ugly fish had evolved into something so exquisite? The contrast was staggering. It was as if they had ascended from hell to paradise. Su Qingxue opened her mouth, only to find herself unable to utter a single coherent sentence. Instinctively, she took a step back, feeling her worldview collapsing and reshaping before her eyes. Her gaze ultimately fell upon Luo Feng. This boy, typically unremarkable in class, appeared so enigmatic and towering amidst the backdrop of 2 legendary Pokémon. Luo Feng, you. Her voice trembled noticeably. How did you accomplish this? Any semblance of the elegant demeanor expected of a young lady was cast aside at this moment. It was utterly revolutionary. Luo Feng turned around, a smile that he could not conceal gracing his face. He approached Su Qingxue and, with pride in his tone as he gazed at the two Pokémon in the water, declared, "I told you long ago, they are both potential powerhouses. Do you believe me now?" Su Qingxue took several deep breaths, struggling to regain her composure. Her eyes swept over Milotic and Gyarados before she earnestly addressed Luo Feng. "I believe you. I have never been so certain about anything." At that moment, her perception of Luo Feng transformed entirely. Beyond her previous admiration, there was now an added layer of inquiry and reverence. She suddenly realized that the secrets harbored by the boy she admired were likely more astonishing than her father's billion-dollar business secrets. "Such power," Su Qingxue whispered, involuntarily betraying a hint of awe. "I fear even the top breeders in the league would struggle to comprehend it. This is nothing short of a miracle." Just then, Gyarados seemed to sense its trainer's joy and let out a deafening roar. Meanwhile, Milotic elegantly swam to the edge of the pool, affectionately nudging Luo Feng's hand with its head. Luo Feng smiled as he patted Milotic's head and gave Gyarados a thumbs up. Watching this scene, Su Qingxue felt that perhaps it would not be surprising if miracles occurred around this boy. She quietly clenched her fist, resolving in her heart to stand by his side and witness him create more wonders. Luo Feng smiled at Su Qingxue, saying, "Let us allow them to acclimate to their new environment." Su Qingxue nodded, casting one last glance at the two striking figures in the pool before hastily following in Luo Feng's footsteps. This afternoon was destined to become one of the most unforgettable memories of her life. Chapter 17. If Lin Weiwei were to know, she would likely regret it for a lifetime. Luo Feng did not deny it, merely responding with a meaningful smile. "So, please keep this a secret, Qingxue. At least until they are strong enough to safeguard this secret." "Of course," Su Qingxue replied without hesitation, her expression utterly serious, even tinged with determination. "What happens here today shall remain known only to us. I swear on the honor of the Su family." She understood better than anyone the dreadful envy and colossal troubles that would arise should these two Pokémon, endowed with such extraordinary potential and power, be exposed. "Thank you," Luo Feng said sincerely. He turned to gaze at his two formidable companions, transformed as if reborn, and felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and pride. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly stated to Su Qingxue, "Qingxue, thank you. Without your trust and support, they would not be who they are today." His gratitude was heartfelt. Seeing Luo Feng's formality, Su Qingxue feigned irritation and replied, "Oh, come on. We've said it before. We're good friends. No need to be so polite." Luo Feng chuckled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. He turned towards the pool, extending his hand towards his two partners, who exuded a commanding presence yet were distinct in their essence. Instantly, a mental connection was established. A torrent of thoughts, steady and profound, akin to an unwavering promise of protection, surged into Luo Feng's mind. This was Gyarados' consciousness. What it conveyed was not wild excitement, but an almost rigid loyalty and a meticulous resolve to safeguard. An absolute dedication to its master. A precise mastery of its own power, and a servant-like sense of duty to shield its master from any threat. A deep, steady dragon's roar resonated. The fearsome beast, capable of instilling dread in any opponent, lowered its head with the precision of a diligent and faithful servant, gently nudging Luo Feng's palm with its strong jaw in just the right manner. Its crimson eyes, once fierce, were now replaced with a focused intent to protect, scanning the surroundings with a discerning gaze, as if confirming its master's safety. Luo Feng could clearly hear its steady and respectful thoughts. "Master, thank you for your grace. From now on, your safety shall be my sworn duty." Then, another wave of emotion surged forth, impatient yet boisterous, infused with warmth and camaraderie, striking Luo Feng's heart like a burst of fine wine. This was Milotic's consciousness. It conveyed not an elegant restraint but a jubilant declaration of freedom, a raw gratitude. "You're a true friend," and a fierce protectiveness. "Who dares to threaten my master?" Beneath its ethereal exterior lay a fiery spirit and a fierce loyalty. With a melodious cry that echoed like a serene spring, Milotic's voice suddenly soared, transforming into an exuberant roar. It did not engage in any coy antics. Instead, it flicked its tail vigorously, splashing a magnificent spray of water and darting to the shore with the swiftness of an arrow, creating a gust of wind. It boldly nudged Luo Feng's palm with its smooth, cool forehead, a vigorous gesture that nearly toppled him. In that instant, Luo Feng heard its exuberant thoughts explode in his mind like firecrackers. "Awesome. This is incredible. I have finally evolved. Master, from now on, anyone who dares to provoke you, I shall strike them down with my tail." Its iridescent tail fins splashed excitedly in the water, sending sprays everywhere, completely abandoning the elegance previously imagined, resembling a child joyously thumping their thighs. Deep within Luo Feng's mind, the system panel displayed clearly: Gyarados, loyalty, 100, affinity, 100. Milotic, loyalty, 100, affinity, 100. Those perfect scores shone like the brightest stars in his consciousness. This was the power of the evolution potion, and more importantly, a testament to the seamless union of their minds. The unwavering loyalty of Gyarados and Milotic's fierce camaraderie were fully displayed in this perfect harmony. As Luo Feng caressed Gyarados and Milotic, his heart brimmed with reflection. Alas, it was regrettable that such evolution potions were limited to 2. If only there were more. That capsule machine might yield some in the future. There is something to look forward to. Nearby, Su Qingxue stood in stunned silence, witnessing this extraordinary contrast. She observed the Gyarados, which should have been ferociously brutal, now revealing a character as steadfast as a steel fortress. The breathtakingly beautiful Milotic, akin to a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, playfully bumped against Luo Feng, producing odd sounds while splashing water like a drummer. Compared to typical Pokémon of their kind, their personalities were remarkably unique. Su Qingxue could distinctly feel the unexplainable yet extraordinarily strong bond between Luo Feng and these two Pokémon, who had just completed a life transformation, showcasing extraordinary power and a stark contrast in temperament. It was not merely a trainer-Pokémon relationship, it was akin to a family, a core that gathered together a diverse array of distinct characters. The last lingering doubts in Su Qingxue's heart had long since dissipated, leaving only her awe and unwavering conviction regarding the extraordinary partnership and the unfathomable potential of Luo Feng before her. She was utterly convinced that she had not misjudged him. With the ability to simultaneously command and earn the absolute loyalty of such a unique companion, Luo Feng was destined for greatness and would undoubtedly stand atop the pinnacle of trainers. The name Lin Weiwei quietly surfaced in Su Qingxue's mind, accompanied by an ineffable complexity of emotions. She gazed at Luo Feng's profile, which appeared particularly profound and gentle under the interplay of moonlight and the shimmering water, her eyes involuntarily drifting to the stunning, dreamlike, yet audaciously wild Milotic beside him. If she had known that the Luo Feng she had once pushed away possessed such potential, she would likely regret it for a lifetime. This thought bore a hint of cold mockery, yet more so, it was filled with relief and gratitude for Luo Feng. She felt fortunate that he had broken free from his shackles and that he had found a true companion who understood and protected him. After a moment, Su Qingxue slowly turned to Luo Feng and softly inquired, "Luo Feng, I have sworn to keep your secret, so now you may tell me, what is truly happening? How have you managed to enable them to evolve simultaneously in such an extraordinary manner?" The evolution of the Magikarp into Gyarados under the influence of suppressants was already a miracle. But the fact that the ugly Phoeba evolved into Milotic in a mere few days, devoid of beautiful scales, utterly overturned the established norms of Pokémon breeding. This was beyond any ordinary breeding techniques. Chapter 18, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to strike it rich. Luo Feng appeared to have anticipated Su Qingxue's questions. A gentle smile graced his face as he met her eager gaze with calm assurance, beginning to speak earnestly yet whimsically. "Qingxue, you may find this hard to believe." His tone was sincere, tinged with a trace of nostalgia. "Perhaps this is simply fate. When I first laid eyes on them, a peculiar resonance surged within me. Though they are deemed ugly and dull, regarded by all as mere refuse or fodder, I could hear the desperate cries of their souls and the immense desires lying dormant within them." He pointed to his heart, his gaze deepening. "I cannot explain this feeling, but it is undeniably real. It is as if there exists an innate, profound connection between us, transcending our species, a natural bond." Luo Feng paused, observing Su Qingxue's reaction as her brows furrowed slightly, seemingly striving to comprehend his words. "This bond instinctively led me to believe in their boundless potential. The trust and determination I invested seemed to awaken their slumbering power." He raised his hands in a gesture of surprise. "And as you can see, the power of this bond is far more mysterious and potent than we imagined. They responded to my trust and completed this transformation." Su Qingxue murmured, "Innate bond?" Her gaze flitted between Luo Feng, Milotic, and Gyarados. She recalled vague historical records of certain exceptional trainers forming a soulful resonance with specific Pokémon. Furthermore, the history of the League was replete with legendary figures who achieved incredible feats through unparalleled intimacy and bonds with their Pokémon. For instance, there was a martial arts king capable of communicating with Lucario and even sharing its aura. Or the mysterious trainer from centuries ago who could enable his frogadier to undergo special bond evolution without external aid? Although Luo Feng's explanation sounded profoundly mystical, steeped in the essence of fate, the living miracles before her served as irrefutable evidence. There seemed to be no more reasonable explanation than the extraordinary bond they shared. I see. Su Qingxue nodded thoughtfully, her initial shock and confusion gradually giving way to understanding and acceptance. I comprehend now. The emotional connection between Pokémon and trainers is indeed one of the most mysterious and powerful forces. Historical precedents do exist. Yet never before has there been someone like you who has forged such a deep bond with two Pokémon of such immense potential under such stringent evolutionary conditions. Her gaze towards Luo Feng, now imbued with admiration, glimmered with a profound affection. He is the one I admire. Seeing that Su Qingxue seemed to accept his explanation, Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief, a confident smile gracing his lips. With them, I wonder how that Zhao Kai will manage to win. No matter how strong his Charmander is, it cannot possibly match my Gyarados and Milotic. He patted the cold scales of Gyarados beside him, which emitted a deep, powerful roar in response. Su Qingxue could not help but roll her eyes elegantly, a rare teasing smile gracing her normally cold features. Luo Feng, are you underestimating your partners too much? Based solely on the might and potential they currently display, forget Zhao Kai's Charmander. Even the top scorer of this year's National Trainer Examination would find it difficult to contend with you. Her words were far from flattery. Milotic and Gyarados were undeniably dominant presences in the trainer examination. Their starting point was high enough to leave 99 of candidates in awe. As long as Luo Feng trained and commanded them adeptly, achieving the top score was not beyond reach. Luo Feng laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with sharp determination. The top scorer can wait. It's not time yet. One must take things step by step. He shifted the conversation, suddenly recalling something important, his expression turning serious as he looked at Su Qingxue. By the way, Qingxue, I need to trouble you with something else. What is it? Speak, Su Qingxue replied, sensing his gravity and putting aside her playful demeanor. Luo Feng scratched his head, seeming somewhat hesitant. I exhausted the limit on that black card yesterday. However, I now have an urgent and crucial matter that requires a significant sum of money. He looked at Su Qingxue with sincerity. I know this is quite presumptuous, but this issue is vital to me. I can temporarily offer Gyarados and Milotic as collateral. Once this matter is resolved, Luo Feng. Su Qingxue interrupted him, her brows furrowing slightly, her tone carrying a hint of reproach and confusion. Do we really need to speak of collateral between us? That feels too formal. How much do you need? Just say it. Luo Feng gazed into Su Qingxue's clear and trusting eyes, warmth flooding his heart, yet he cautiously inquired. How much can you provide right now, if it's convenient? Su Qingxue tilted her head slightly, contemplating her savings. I have about 23 million in my personal account. If that's insufficient, she paused for effect, feigning nonchalance as she continued. I could always ask my dad or mom for more. They usually give me a generous allowance. So asking for a few tens of millions shouldn't be an issue. Yet, internally, she speculated on what Luo Feng needed such a large sum for. Was it once again to acquire some Pokémon? Perhaps one of a godly caliber? Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's eyes brightened. Splendid. An 800-fold return. Investing 10,000 could turn into 8 million. If Su Qingxue can gather 50 million, that would be 4 billion in 3 months. This would be a fortune capable of transforming his destiny, providing all the resources necessary for his ascent to the pinnacle of trainers. He suppressed his excitement and asked, if you ask them, won't they become suspicious? Will they inquire why you need such a large sum? Usually, they would, Su Qingxue replied, mischievously winking, a sly smile gracing her face. But, as it happens, I have the perfect excuse. She gestured towards the dreamlike Milotic in the pool, lowering her voice playfully. I must say, I have set my sights on an exquisitely rare and invaluable Milotic. It is an absolute must-have. My father dotes on me so. And given the Milotic's undeniable worth, he will undoubtedly transfer the funds. Perhaps he will even commend my discerning taste. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng felt an overwhelming admiration in his heart. What a flawless rationale. The Milotic is an emblem of extreme rarity and preciousness. For the young lady of the Su family to lavish tens of millions on a top-tier Milotic perfectly aligns with her stature and logic, evoking no unnecessary suspicions. Oh, I see. Very well. Luo Feng nodded vigorously, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Qingxue, I entrust this task to you. Gather as many as you can. The more, the better. As Su Qingxue observed Luo Feng's eagerness to deploy such a substantial sum, her trust in him was tinged with a burgeoning curiosity and a hint of concern. She furrowed her delicate brows and regarded him earnestly. Luo Feng, it's not that I doubt you, but this amount is indeed considerable. Can you enlighten me as to what exactly you intend to do with such a sum? She fretted that Luo Feng might be entangled in some grave predicament. Meeting her concerned gaze, Luo Feng felt a surge of emotion, yet he could not divulge the matter regarding the lottery. A confident and ambitious smile graced his face, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Qingxue, I cannot disclose the specifics at this moment, as it involves a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, I assure you, I have discovered a pathway that promises to drastically augment our fortunes. There are risks, yet I possess unwavering confidence. He paused, his tone growing more solemn, imbued with a determination reminiscent of a soldier ready to charge into battle. Trust me, lend me the money. If we succeed, I shall share the profits with you, and we shall revel in our success together. If we fail, Luo Feng took a deep breath, locking his gaze with Su Qingshue's, half-jokingly yet earnestly proclaiming, I will work for your family to repay the debt. I shall toil for a lifetime if need be. Work for your family? Upon hearing those words, and glancing at Luo Feng's handsome face radiating with confidence, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her eyes, a subtle blush creeping up her ears. She instinctively averted his intense gaze, murmuring softly, Are you serious? Luo Feng, witnessing her slightly bashful response, felt a surge of joy and laughed heartily. What? Do you truly wish for my failure? That would break my heart. Of course not. Su Qingsue quickly lifted her head, her face aglow with a bright smile. Her previous concerns dissipating, replaced by unwavering trust and support for Luo Feng. I believe in you, Luo Feng. Just wait, I will call right away. She produced her latest VR wristband, striding swiftly to a corner of the nurturing grounds, commencing a call to her family. Luo Feng could vaguely hear her cool, yet slightly playful voice. Dad, I have set my sights on an exceptionally beautiful Milotic. Yes, even more perfect than the championship won at the last exhibition. Really? Oh, I truly want it. Funds? Perhaps I'll need 50 million? Oh, Dad. Just consider it an early birthday gift. Standing by the pool, Luo Feng observed Su Qingshue's determined figure, then glanced at the imposing Gyarados and the elegant Milotic beside him, ultimately recalling the 36 billion wager displayed on the betting platform. Reborn and returned, with the system in hand, a transformed companion, and the support of a wealthy young lady. The key to wealth was set in motion. The future was brimming with limitless possibilities. Chapter 19. Win a billion, lose myself to serve you. Luo Feng stood by the crystalline pool, his gaze flitting between the formidable Gyarados and the ethereal Milotic, his heart swelling with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and fervor for battle. He longed to find someone to engage in a duel, to test the prowess of Gyarados and Milotic. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anyone at the moment, forcing him to suppress his fighting spirit. Su Qingshue's playful voice echoed clearly, each word striking Luo Feng's taut nerves. Dad, just consider it an early birthday gift. This Milotic is truly extraordinary. I guarantee there is no other like it in the entire league. Yes, I will buy it when you return. Thank you, Dad. Love you the most. The money can be transferred directly to my exclusive account. All right, bye. As Su Qingsue had always been a well-behaved child, cherished by her family, her father agreed without a second thought. After the call concluded, Su Qingsue turned around, a sly smile of triumph gracing her features, and hurried back to Luo Feng, waving her VR wristband. All set. My father has agreed to give me 50 million, asserting that the Milotic is indeed worth that price, considering it a future ace investment. She emphasized the word ace, her gaze once more darting towards the breathtaking Pokémon. Luo Feng's heart raced, 50 million secured, coupled with the 23 million in Su Qingshue's account. They totaled 73 million. This exceeded his expectations. With an excited expression, Luo Feng exclaimed, Qingshu, thank you immensely. This money is vital for me. His voice quivered with barely contained exhilaration. Su Qingshu playfully blinked, adding, No need to thank me. You should thank your ace Milotic instead. The funds will likely be in my anonymous account within 10 minutes. As soon as they arrive, I will transfer them to you immediately. Luo Feng nodded vigorously. Indeed. The wait felt interminably long. His gaze lingered on Gyarados and Milotic, absorbing their resplendent vitality post-evolution, his plans for the future crystallizing ever more clearly. Su Qingshu too observed alongside the Milotic and Gyarados, noting that their capabilities were astonishingly on par with her father's Pokémon. The two engaged in a lively discussion about Gyarados and Milotic. Approximately 10 minutes later, Su Qingshue's VR wristband emitted a cheerful notification sound. She quickly checked, a smile blooming on her face. The money has arrived, 50 million. I will now transfer it along with my 23 million. Her fingers danced across the virtual screen with agility. Luo Feng's older model VR wristband vibrated, illuminating the screen with the message, account credited, 73,000,000 yuan. He gazed at the lengthy string of numbers. A wave of immense pressure mingled with opportunity washing over him. She truly transferred the funds just like that. Luo Feng inhaled deeply and looked up at Su Qingxue. The money has been received. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, a sense of intrigue overtaking her. Now, can you finally reveal what this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for wealth is? I am on the verge of dying from curiosity. What do you intend to do with this sum? Luo Feng realized that at this juncture, complete concealment would be inappropriate. He activated his VR wristband, projecting a holographic screen, swiftly entering the official certified world betting platform. Instead of displaying the page for Zhenxinji directly, he first opened the event overview and odds leaderboard. Do you see the World King Cup Trainer Tournament? Luo Feng gestured towards the grand logo on the screen. This is the premier event for selecting new kings, gathering the top trainers globally who have yet to attain the title of king. Su Qingxue nodded, full of vitality. Being the daughter of the Su family, she was naturally familiar with such elite events. Skills, waterfall, tackle, wrap, water gun. Indeed, it garners immense attention, and the betting market is extraordinarily vast. Are you suggesting? Exactly. Luo Feng's fingers glided swiftly, accurately bringing up the contestant information page that he had etched in his mind. My target is him. He turned the screen towards Su Qingxue. The display clearly revealed, contestant, Zhenxinji, ZXZ00789. Trainer level, novice trainer, officially certified by the Huagua. Main competing Pokémon, registered Pikachu, Greninja, Charizard, Lizard King, Infernape, Croconaw. Substitute Pokémon, Snorlax. Championship odds, 1/800. Top 4 odds, 120. Top 8 odds, 110. Top 64 odds, 1/3. Zhenxinji? Novice trainer? Su Qingxue furrowed her delicate brows, meticulously scrutinizing the information displayed on the screen. Pikachu is a common choice as a starter Pokémon, while Greninja and Charizard, though decent evolutions of the starter trio, lack any legendary or mythical beings in the lineup, rendering it rather ordinary overall. Placed in such a level of competition, it is merely cannon fodder, akin to a mere passerby. She pointed at the glaring odds of 1/800, which clearly illustrated the market's perception of him. No one held high hopes. Luo Feng, are you truly considering placing a bet on him? Are you absolutely certain? This is tenfold more reckless than betting on a Magikarp's evolution. Luo Feng's countenance remained unshaken, instead blossoming into an expression of unwavering confidence. Qingxue, trust me. My ability to assess individuals, no, my insight into trainers is as acute as my perception of Pokémon. This Zhenxinji is not as simple as he appears. His potential, his fighting spirit, and the extraordinary bond he shares with his Pokémon will undoubtedly astonish the world. His tone was resolute, imbued with an undeniable sense of prophecy. The odds for Zhenxinji represent a fortune bestowed upon me by fate. Should I miss this opportunity, I may never encounter such a chance again in my lifetime. Su Qingxue gazed into Luo Feng's eyes, which sparkled with fervor and unwavering determination, feeling her doubts dissipate swiftly. She recalled the terrifying Mega Gyarados that had emerged from a mere Magikarp, and the stunning Milotic that had transcended from an ugly Phoeba. This young man had already proved his extraordinary vision and theory of bonds through 2 remarkable miracles. I understand now. Su Qingxue inhaled deeply, her gaze solidifying with resolve. So, you intend to wager all 37 million on him? Luo Feng nodded earnestly, his eyes ablaze with a burning flame of commitment. Indeed. All in. If we win, I shall share 1 billion with you. If we lose, it shall be my burden. He turned to Su Qingxue, half joking yet half serious. For the remainder of my life, I shall serve Miss Su, laboring tirelessly to repay my debts. Su Qingxue scoffed lightly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, yet her eyes brimmed with support. Huh. Who said you must repay through servitude? I trust your judgment. Quickly, place the bet. Hearing his words, her heart swelled with emotion. She hadn't anticipated Luo Feng would directly wager on the championship, believing a mere top 8 would suffice. Chapter 20. Could this lad be a cunning opportunist targeting Schwer? Subsequently, Luo Feng hesitated no longer, his gaze sharp as a blade, his fingers deftly maneuvering across the virtual screen. He selected Zhenxinji and the championship betting option, inputting the amount, 73,000,000. Confirm bet amount, 73,000,000. Bet option, Jinxinji, XE00789, to win the World King Cup Championship. Estimated maximum return, pre-tax 58, 400, 000,000. Confirm? The staggering amount, an astronomical return, struck a blow to the senses. Su Qingxue was taken aback to discover that Luo Feng was wagering on the championship. She had assumed he would settle for the top 8 at most. In such a world-class event, the competition intensifies as it progresses, with each opponent exhibiting formidable strength, often rivaling that of seasoned champions. She opened her mouth, intending to dissuade Luo Feng, yet upon witnessing his unwavering excitement, she relented. She was willing to indulge Luo Feng in this wild gamble. After all, her family could afford it. Luo Feng and Su Qingxue exchanged a glance, both perceiving the tension, exhilaration, and resolve reflected in each other's eyes. Confirmed. Luo Feng's voice was deep and powerful, his finger pressing down with a conviction of desperation. Ding. Transaction successful. You have successfully placed a bet. World King Cup Championship. Jinxinji, player ID, XE00789, to win. Bet amount, 73,000,000. Transaction time, 101,522. Estimated maximum return, 58, 400, 000. Condition, Jinxinji wins the World King Cup Championship. Bet receipt generated, ID, BET, WSC 2025, XE00789, win, 02. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed, marking the conclusion of a grand gamble. 584 billion. A figure dizzying enough to astound anyone dangled precariously. Luo Feng stared at the lengthy string of numbers on the screen, feeling a slight sweat form in his palms, but more than that, he experienced a sense of relief. As if shedding a heavy burden and awaiting the bloom of flowers. He closed the wristband screen, exhaling deeply, as if expelling all the pressure he had accumulated. All right, the stakes have been set. Luo Feng turned around, a relaxed and confident smile returning to his face, patting the cool scales of his Gyarados, producing a dull thud. The next 3 months will be our time. As Ji struggles on the battlefield, we cannot remain idle. He gazed fervently at Su Qingxue. Qingxue, your training grounds may need to be borrowed for an extended period. I must train Gyarados and Milotic rigorously, and also prepare for the upcoming trainer-student examinations. Plus, I have long been eyeing that little Charmander of Zhao Kai's. A glimmer of fierce determination flickered in his eyes, embodying the spirit of a trainer. Su Qingxue observed Luo Feng's swift transition from gambler to trainer, his focus and confidence stirring something within her. She nodded in agreement. No problem. This place is always open to you. Moreover, with the exams approaching, my Pokémon will also commence long-term training, so we can conveniently conduct specialized training together. Additionally, I am curious to witness the true power your Gyarados and Milotic can unleash in battle. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng chuckled. Shall we have a battle between us two first? Su Qingxue shot him a glare, exasperated. I would be insane to battle you. You should practice on your own first. She had only 4 Pokémon, a newly hatched Ralts, an adorably small EV, a Houndour severely disadvantaged against water types, and, well, a Dratini. Yet, facing fully evolved Gyarados and Milotic, how could she compete? She wouldn't stand a chance. Luo Feng waved his hand grandly, commanding his 2 companions in the pool. If that is the case, let us begin our training. Gyarados, Milotic, prepare for training. Show me your true strength after evolution. Roar. Gyarados let out a thunderous roar, its crimson eyes aflame with battle intent, its massive frame churning the pool's waters, a tempestuous aura instantly filling the training ground. Milotic emitted a melodious and ethereal cry, its multicolored tail gracefully swaying. A gentle yet vast water-type energy quietly spread, creating a remarkable balance with Gyarados' fierce presence. Su Qingxue retreated to the safe zone at the edge of the energy shield, observing the spirited young man directing the 2 rare Pokémon, alongside the overwhelming aura of his companions. In her heart, the previously vague notion began to resurface, becoming increasingly clear. He, perhaps, is truly favored by destiny. Not only is he remarkably handsome, but he is also graced with extraordinary fortune. I have an uncanny ability to discern character. Just then, the VR bracelet on Su Qingxue's wrist vibrated gently, indicating an encrypted communication request. The caller ID displayed Father. Su Qingxue's heart skipped a beat as she glanced at Luo Feng, who was fully focused on preparing for training alongside 2 Pokémon. Quietly, she distanced herself to a more secluded corner and answered the call. On the holographic projection appeared a middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor and eyes as profound as the ocean, Su Zhenghong, the head of the Su group. Dad, what is the matter? Su Qingxue endeavored to keep her tone light and casual. Su Zhenghong did not respond directly. His gaze seemed to penetrate the virtual screen. And after a moment of observation, he spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a hint of scrutiny and significance. Schwer, the funds have been transferred to your account. However, he paused, his gaze softening as he regarded his daughter. After the driver brought you back, he provided a brief report. He mentioned you brought home a classmate named Luo Feng and that you went directly to the advanced breeding facility in the backyard. Moreover, the energy fluctuation sensor in the breeding facility recorded 2 instances of remarkably intense energy surges. Su Zhenghong's tone was calm, yet laced with an undeniable inquisitiveness. Tell me, my dear, what exactly is the origin of that Milotic you purchased? And what about that boy, Luo Feng? What is his story? If it weren't for the assurances from the butler and the driver that Su Qingxue was indeed at home and that Luo Feng was no nefarious character, he might have suspected that his daughter had been abducted. Su Qingxue had just prompted him to transfer 50 million without a moment's hesitation, and now, mere minutes later, it had already been dispatched. Su Qingxue felt a jolt of alarm, but strove to maintain her composure. A smile of exhilaration spreading across his face, and indeed, her father's direct mention of Luo Feng and the energy fluctuations indicated he possessed considerable information. Dad, the Milotic is right there in the breeding facility. Didn't you sense it? That energy fluctuation is just it practicing its moves. It's truly extraordinary, with immense potential. I believe it will undoubtedly become my ace in the future. Su Qingxue's voice carried a note of excitement and unwavering conviction as she endeavored to keep the conversation firmly centered on the Milotic. The 50 million is absolutely worth it. As for Luo Feng, he is a classmate of mine who helped me with a small favor. As a token of gratitude, I invited him to dinner and brought him to see my new partner. She deliberately downplayed Luo Feng's significance. The holographic image of Su Zhenghong remained inscrutable, his eyes still deep and revealing little in the way of emotional fluctuation. He refrained from immediately inquiring further about the Milotic, instead directing his gaze toward the indistinct figure of the boy in the distance behind his daughter. Luo Feng was intently issuing commands to the 2 powerful Pokémon in the pool, seemingly oblivious to the ongoing communication. Luo Feng, Su Zhenghong silently repeated the name. The driver's report had been rather succinct. A classmate of his daughter's, from an ordinary family with a father who was a forest ranger. How could an average student possibly find himself in the core breeding facility of the Su estate, coincidentally present during 2 episodes of unusual energy surges? An uncontrollable thought surfaced, accompanied by a father's instinctual wariness. Could this young man be a schemer, intent on ingratiating himself with Schwer for ulterior motives? Though Su Zhenghong was typically preoccupied with countless affairs, he occasionally indulged in VR bracelet short videos that featured similar narratives, such as how a rich heiress was deceived by a poor boy's sweet talk, and how a phoenix man methodically courted a wealthy young lady. Though he recognized that such tales were often exaggerated for viewership, the sudden request for 50 million, the presence of a strange boy, and the anomalies detected at the breeding facility collectively ignited a flicker of doubt. His daughter, the sole heiress of the Su group, who had been cherished and nurtured since childhood, must not fall prey to some dubious character with unclear intentions. Chapter 21. The future father-in-law invites for dinner. Just as Su Zhenghong transferred the money, Su Qingxue swiftly moved the funds elsewhere. Moreover, the considerable commotion at home felt rather suspicious. Oh, a classmate? Su Zhenghong's voice revealed no discernible emotion, tinged instead with an inquisitive undertone. To have earned the privilege of being brought home and taken to the advanced breeding facility. Your relationship must be quite close. Are you familiar with him? How come I've never heard you mention him before? His tone was even, yet each question cut to the core. He needed to ascertain Luo Feng's significance in his daughter's life, as well as the true intentions behind his approach. Su Qingxue felt a tightening in her chest, realizing her father was not easily deceived. Her mind raced as she sought to protect Luo Feng's secrets while avoiding any semblance of guilt. After all, if Su Zhenghong discovered that all the money had been used to place bets on the global championship, he might very well unleash a Dragonite upon Luo Feng to settle the matter. Su Qingxue steadied her nerves and attempted to respond in a natural tone. Well, our relationship is okay. We are classmates and have known each other for quite some time. Besides, yesterday he gifted me erupts on Pokémon Avenue. Dad, you know how precious psychic-type Pokémon are, right? And it's erupts. He didn't hesitate to give it to me. This Ralts has great potential and is truly exceptional. He has a keen eye, and chose this one that resonates so well with me. I felt too embarrassed to refuse. He has a matter to attend to today and wanted to use our breeding facility for Pokemon training. I couldn't possibly refuse such a small request. She deftly articulated her assistance in relation to the gift and selection of Pokemon, emphasizing Luo Feng's generosity and discernment in an attempt to divert her father's attention. A gift of a Pokemon, so that is how it is. Su Zhenghong seized upon this key phrase, his gaze shifting slightly. This differed from the typical narrative he had seen in short videos. Those schemers usually relied on flattery or cunning rather than tangible gifts. However, having watched fishing videos, he pondered that this could very well be a baiting tactic. Using erupts to ensnare his precious daughter was nothing short of wishful thinking. Su Zhenghong quickly advised Su Qingxue, "Shuer, our family is not lacking in funds. Do not become indebted to such individuals. Remember to transfer the money to Luo Feng. Erupts is not inexpensive, and I will reimburse you when we return home." Understood. Subsequently, Su Zhenghong continued the conversation in line with Su Qingxue's words. "So, this classmate, Luo Feng, possesses significant insights into Pokemon breeding. What does he think of the Milotic you wish to purchase? Have you already transferred the funds for it?" He skillfully redirected the topic back to the Milotic and the payment, simultaneously probing Su Qingxue's true intentions. Su Qingxue nodded in response. "Yes, I saw they urgently needed the funds, so I made the payment. However, the Milotic has already been delivered, so you needn't worry, Dad." Luo Feng also mentioned that this Milotic has boundless potential and an unlimited future. He said the previous breeding methods were somewhat misguided and offered to help me nurture it for a few days free of charge. Her tone carried a hint of sincere admiration. Su Zhenghong quietly absorbed his daughter's explanation, absent-mindedly tapping his fingers on the table. Her words appeared logically coherent. Luo Feng seemed to possess a talent for breeding Pokemon, having recognized the extraordinary potential of the Milotic and willingly offering his assistance. The funds indeed seemed to have been used for the Milotic, which was also present in their breeding facility, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. However, due to his trust in his daughter, he refrained from probing further. However, the doubts lingering in Su Zhenghong's heart were far from alleviated. He remained acutely vigilant towards Luo Feng. How could an ordinary male student earn such admiration from his daughter? This phenomenon alone was worthy of scrutiny. Moreover, the young man was not only accompanied by a Milotic, but also a Gyarados. Was that Gyarados his own? Or was it merely a borrowed Pokemon from a family elder to bolster his stature? His penetrating gaze swept once more over Luo Feng, who stood behind his daughter, as well as the two Pokemon in the pool, whose mere presence exuded an overwhelming aura of strength. The deep blue Gyarados, both in size and presence, far surpassed the ordinary, its crimson eyes occasionally glancing this way with a chilling scrutiny. The Milotic, even more splendid, shimmered with an otherworldly beauty. This Luo Feng, much like the Gyarados beside him, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Su Zhenghong arrived at a preliminary conclusion. He temporarily set aside his excessive concerns regarding the blonde's deceptive schemes, replacing them with a profound curiosity about Luo Feng himself, and resumed his conversation with Su Qingxue. "Ah, I see," he remarked, his tone softening slightly, a faint smile of appraisal gracing his features. "It seems, my dear Shuer, that you have encountered a person of merit this time. Given that this classmate Luo Feng possesses such remarkable talent in nurturing Pokemon and has rendered you considerable assistance, it is indeed worth expressing our gratitude. Perhaps we should invite him over for dinner one day. I would like to meet this young prodigy in person." While this sounded like an invitation, it was, in essence, a probe, an opportunity for closer observation and assessment. A warning bell rang in Su Qingxue's mind. Her father wished to meet Luo Feng. The pressure was immense. She forced a smile and reply, "Sure, whenever he has time. Dad, Luo Feng is still waiting for me to train Pokemon, if there's nothing else. May I hang up now?" "Very well," Su Zhenghong nodded, his gaze lingering on Luo Feng and the two Pokemon for a brief moment. "Train diligently and prioritize safety. Both Milotic and Gyarados possess considerable strength. Caution is advised." "Understood, Dad. Goodbye." Su Qingxue felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted as she hurriedly ended the call. Leaning back against the cold seat, she exhaled deeply, realizing her back was slightly damp with sweat. Dealing with her father's scrutiny felt more exhausting than commanding a Pokemon battle. She turned her gaze towards the center of the training field. Luo Feng appeared to have just concluded his initial instructions for Gyarados and Milotic, turning back to her with an inquiring look. "Luo Feng, I have some unwelcome news. My dad has recently taken a keen interest in you. He wants you to come over for dinner in a couple of days." She emphasized the words keen interest heavily. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng raised an eyebrow. "Su Zhenghong, His future father-in-law and the helm of the Sioux group wished to meet him. The pressure was palpable. Chapter 22. The eve of the monthly examination. Luo Feng mused inwardly. It appeared that the recent energy fluctuations and substantial transfers had indeed caught the attention of this influential figure. He inhaled deeply, his gaze growing resolute. Clearly, time was of the essence. He then directed his attention to the poised Gyarados and Milotic in the pool. Gyarados, Milotic. Double the training intensity. Our objective. Master the core skill combination within 3 days. Roar. Understood, Master. Understood. I comprehend, Master. When Luo Feng communicated with his Gyarados and Milotic, both of whom shared an unparalleled bond of intimacy and loyalty, the synchronization was extraordinary. A mere thought from him would elicit an instantaneous response from them. Unlike others who had to rely on verbal commands, thereby losing precious seconds, this mental communication gradually showcased its remarkable efficacy. A torrent of ferocious water and a radiant divine light erupted in a breathtaking display within the training field. As Su Qingxue observed Luo Feng's fearless demeanor, which was ignited by an even greater fighting spirit, her initial worries began to fade, replaced by an inexplicable confidence. Perhaps he truly could handle this situation. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the classroom window, casting a warm glow on the somewhat worn desks. Just as Luo Feng settled into his seat, stowing his backpack beneath the desk, a voice laced with mockery and provocation rang out behind him. Hey, isn't this our great romantic, Luo Feng? What's wrong? Didn't you go buy milk tea for Lin Weiwei today? Zhao Kai sauntered over, hands shoved into the pockets of his branded sweatpants, his hair styled upright with gel. He deliberately raised his voice, attracting the attention of several classmates nearby. Zhao Kai positioned himself before Luo Feng, looking down at him with a malicious grin. What's the matter? Could it be that you can't even scrape together enough for milk tea? Or are you so anxious about the upcoming monthly examination that you're hiding away? He leaned closer, lowering his voice while ensuring that those around could still hear. Luo Feng, let me remind you, the countdown has begun. The agreement is signed. Don't think about escaping at the last minute. I can't wait to see you humiliated in front of the entire school. He deliberately emphasized the word humiliated, his eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Luo Feng lifted his gaze, his expression calm and unfazed, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible pity. He met Zhao Kai's arrogant gaze and replied in a tone that was unassuming yet unmistakably clear. Rest assured, I won't forget. I'm looking forward to the practical assessment of the monthly examination. He paused, a slight smile gracing his lips. But you, do take good care of your Charmander. You wouldn't want to lose it, leaving you without a key player for the college entrance exam practicals. You. Zhao Kai was momentarily taken aback by Luo Feng's calm, yet cutting response, and his anger flared. Humph, a stubborn duck. We'll see how long you can keep up this bravado. Just wait. He shot Luo Feng a fierce glare before retreating to his seat, simmering with the intention of ensuring that Luo Feng would be utterly humiliated on the day of the monthly examination. Not long after Zhao Kai left, a deliberately light-footed, tearful voice approached. Lin Weiwei stood beside Luo Feng's desk, her eyes red-rimmed, her face adorned with a woeful expression, her carefully applied makeup somewhat smudged. Luo Feng. Her voice was soft and pleading, laced with an enticing lilt. Can we talk this over? Please, let us not escalate this to court. That would be too hurtful. Luo Feng didn't even bother to look up, his attention fixed on the open book before him, as if the air around him was far more interesting than Lin Weiwei. Seeing this, Lin Weiwei's voice choked, her body leaning slightly forward in an attempt to capture his attention. I know I was wrong before. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way. But that 700,000, you gave it to me willingly, didn't you? You loved me so much then, willing to do anything for me, right? Have you forgotten all our beautiful memories? She endeavored to soften Luo Feng's resolve with emotions and memories, a tactic she often employed. Yet all she received in return was Luo Feng's icy response. Lin Weiwei, save your words for my lawyer. I have entrusted everything to him. Lin Weiwei's face paled, urgency coloring her voice. A lawyer? Is it really necessary? Can't we resolve this privately? I can slowly pay you back. Or we could start anew. Luo Feng, I know you still have feelings for me, don't you? If you withdraw the lawsuit, enough. Finally, Luo Feng raised his gaze to meet hers, his eyes devoid of warmth, filled only with profound impatience and distaste. As if he were gazing upon a pile of repugnant refuse. Our relationship was clearly defined in that phone call yesterday. Now, we are bound solely by a debtor-creditor relationship. Legal proceedings have commenced. Everything will proceed according to the law. Please leave me be and do not disrupt my studies. Lin Weiwei felt a shiver run through her body as she was pierced by Luo Feng's unabashed gaze of disdain. Her face alternated between shades of blue and white, and the carefully prepared tears and pleas suddenly froze on her visage, rendering her utterly ridiculous. She opened her mouth, intending to utter something further, but upon noticing Luo Feng had once again lowered his head, treating her as though she were mere air, her words faltered. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice broke the silence. Luo Feng, good morning. I've organized yesterday's training notes for you. Su Qingxue gracefully approached, holding an exquisite notebook, and naturally extended it to Luo Feng. She seemed entirely oblivious to the grim expression of Lin Weiwei standing nearby, or perhaps she was simply indifferent. Thank you, Luo Feng replied, a hint of warmth gracing his features, a stark contrast to the icy demeanor he had exhibited towards Lin Weiwei. Only then did Su Qingxue's gaze casually sweep over Lin Weiwei, her eyes tranquil and unperturbed, embodying an innate sense of detachment and nobility. As though she were observing an inconsequential ornament, she turned to Luo Feng and inquired in a naturally flowing tone, by the way, is there any new progress from the lawyers that we need to discuss? My family's team is remarkably efficient. This statement struck Lin Weiwei like an invisible dagger, piercing deep into her heart. The Su Group's legal team, such an imposing force, was beyond her capacity to contend with. Luo Feng not only disregarded her pleas entirely, but also walked so closely with Su Qingxue, even leveraging the Su family's influence against her. A wave of profound humiliation, terror, and resentment engulfed Lin Weiwei in an instant. She gazed at the duo standing side by side, the man tall and handsome, exuding a cold confidence, and the woman strikingly beautiful, hailing from an illustrious lineage. The natural intimacy and harmony between them pricked at her eyes like needles. Very well, Luo Feng. Su Qingxue. Just wait. Lin Weiwei ground out through clenched teeth, her voice contorted by extreme anger and resentment. With one last venomous glare at the pair, she whirled around, her white canvas shoes making sharp, hurried sounds against the floor as she stormed out of the classroom, her silhouette radiating a mix of disarray and impending madness. Luo Feng watched the direction in which Lin Weiwei had vanished, his expression betraying no emotion, only a veneer of indifference. The debts of a past life must be settled in this one. Su Qingxue frowned slightly and murmured, she doesn't seem like one to let this go easily. Be cautious. Just a desperate struggle, Luo Feng replied, his tone calm, yet imbued with unwavering confidence. Internally, he bolstered himself, resolute that nothing could impede his progress in this life, not Zhao Kai, nor Lin Weiwei. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within and the sense of control over his future. As Luo Feng opened the notebook provided by Su Qingxue, his thoughts drifted towards the Su family's elite training grounds. With merely a few days left until the monthly examination, he needed to maximize the training for his Gyarados and Milotic. Mastering core skill combinations and familiarizing himself with the application of power was crucial. He intended to show Zhao Kai and everyone else what true strength entailed. Chapter 23. The monthly examination practical training begins. It's you, Gyarados. In the ensuing 2 days, Luo Feng's life was consumed by training and study. The free draws from the system's gacha machine could accumulate, so he refrained from drawing recently, opting to save up for a more substantial haul later. By day, he ignored Zhao Kai's sporadic provocations and Lin Weiwei's complex gaze, rife with resentment and despair, focusing intently on reviewing academic subjects and Pokémon battle theories. After school, he plunged into the Su family estate's elite training grounds, engaging in high-intensity, efficient training sessions with Gyarados and Milotic, while also benefiting from the Su family's premium energy cubes, high-quality Pokémon food. Under the influence of Luo Feng's remarkable ability of telepathic communication and the absolute loyalty and intimacy he shared with them, Gyarados and Milotic progressed at an astonishing rate. They not only quickly familiarized themselves with the immense power and numerous skills gained from their evolution, but also began to practice intricate skill combinations and teamwork under Luo Feng's tactical guidance. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Luo Feng's VR wristband received a transfer notification from an unfamiliar account, the amount a precise 700,000. No words accompanied it, merely the chilling digits. Luo Feng let out a cold laugh, knowing this was Lin Weiwei conceding under the pressure of the formidable Su Group legal team, cobbling together funds that likely included loans from her family. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the start, he muttered. Without a moment's hesitation, he logged into the global betting platform. With only 10 minutes remaining before the betting deadline for the King Cup tournament, Luo Feng's gaze locked onto the 1800 odds for Zhenxin Ji to win the championship, his resolve unwavering. He placed a bet of the entire 700,000 he had just received to recover Lin Weiwei's debt. Bet amount, 700,000. Bet option, Jinxinji, XE00789, to win the World King Cup Championship. Estimated maximum return, pre-tax 560,000,000. At the moment he clicked confirm, Luo Feng felt his heart constrict as if gripped by an unseen hand before suddenly releasing. But that was not all. Just the night before, he had used his recently evolved Gyarados and Milotic as collateral to urgently secure a loan of 20 million from the Pokémon Online Bank under the Su Group, facilitated through Su Qingshue's connections. Although the potential and value of these Pokémon far surpassed that amount, the time was pressing, and he wished to avoid excessive exposure. Thus, he accepted a standard collateral loan based on the Gyarados and Milotic's depreciated value. He also wagered this money at the last moment, without hesitation, on Jinxinji's championship victory. In total, he had staked the 700,000 he had just recovered, along with the loan secured against the future potential of his partners, amounting to a staggering 20,700,000. If he won, the pre-tax returns would be a horrifyingly high 1,656,000,000. If he lost, he would shoulder over 20 million in debt, and with Lin Weiwei's debt exceeding 70 million, the total would approach 100 million. While 100 million seemed substantial, repaying it was not insurmountable. As long as he frequented gacha shops and blind box stores, casually picking up a rare Pokémon could yield millions. If all went well, he was confident he could repay the debt within 3 months by traveling nationwide. However, he was not certain of losing. In fact, the odds of winning were as high as 99%. Luo Feng closed the wristband and leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. All in. It was either heaven or hell. After completing all his preparations, he felt a profound sense of relaxation. He had done what needed to be done. The rest was left to time and the wisdom of his strategist. Yet, he held absolute confidence in himself and in Jinxinji. If he were to lose, he could always resort to gacha pulls for Pokémon to repay the 100 million. For someone with a system advantage like him, 100 million was not insurmountable. Days later, the monthly examination at Jiangzhou First High School commenced as scheduled. The morning consisted of written tests. The examination hall was steeped in silence, punctuated only by the soft rustling of pens against paper. Drawing upon the societal experiences accumulated in his previous life and the focused review in this reincarnation, Luo Feng answered the questions fluidly. The knowledge points he had previously missed were now crystal clear. He even wrote insights far exceeding high school level in the Pokémon battle theory questions, integrating his practical experiences commanding Gyarados and Milotic. In the afternoon, the main event, the practical examination, was held in the school gymnasium. The expansive arena was divided into several battle zones, surrounded by students and teachers eagerly observing. The atmosphere charged with excitement and tension. The practical rules dictated a 2v2 battle, with rankings determined by performance and outcomes, offering substantial prizes for the top 10. The first place boasting a reward of 10,000. As Class 7 of the senior year took their turn, all eyes converged, almost instinctively, upon Luo Feng and Zhao Kai. The electronic betting agreement, signed before the witness of the entire faculty and student body, which involved the humiliation and the ownership of a Charmeleon, had long ceased to be a secret. The upcoming match was set, Senior Class 7, Zhao Kai versus Luo Feng. Let both contestants enter the arena. The referee's voice echoed through the loudspeakers, resonating throughout the venue. Zhao Kai was the first to leap onto the battlefield, a predatory grin plastered across his face. As he deliberately lifted his Charmeleon Poké Ball high, eliciting cheers and jeers from his entourage. Luo Feng, get up here. Today, I shall make you fully comprehend that a waste will always remain a waste. Zhao Kai's voice dripped with malice as he pointed at Luo Feng, who was slowly entering the arena. His Charmeleon had already triumphed over most of the senior class, rendering it nearly invincible, save for a select few formidable opponents. Luo Feng remained composed, his steps measured as he positioned himself opposite Zhao Kai. Ignoring Zhao Kai's taunts, he cast his gaze across the audience. Catching a glimpse of the encouraging look from Su Qingshuo in the front row, as well as the venomous smile of Lin Weiwei, who seemed eager for a spectacle, the referee raised his hand. Both sides, prepare. Zhao Kai, unable to contain his eagerness, hurled his Poké Ball. Come forth, Charmeleon. Show this waste what true power is. A flash of red light erupted, revealing a Charmeleon that had been assessed by the system to possess elite potential, red, yet had suffered from malnutrition and improper training, leaving it severely stunted. Its physique appeared slightly frail compared to its peers, its scales lacking luster, yet its eyes still held the fierce spirit characteristic of fire-type Pokémon. as it spat a small cluster of smoky sparks towards Luo Feng. Level LV-15. Luo Feng gazed at the Charmeleon, which should have had boundless potential. A flicker of unnoticeable pity crossing his features. With a swift motion of his wrist, a standard red and white Poké Ball appeared in his hand. It is decided, Gyarados. With a deep, commanding roar, a dazzling flash of red light burst forth. A colossal creature, exceeding 10 meters in length, with deep blue scales glistening like metal. Enormous menacing wings sprouting from its back, and crimson eyes ablaze with ferocity, descended upon the battlefield with an overwhelming aura of intimidation. A tempest of water vapor and draconic might surged forth, plunging the once boisterous gymnasium into an eerie silence. What? The sinister grin on Zhao Kai's face froze instantaneously, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he beheld the monstrous entity radiating an aura of sheer terror. Gyarados. Impossible. How could you possibly possess a Gyarados? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonished murmurs. My heavens. A Gyarados? Where on earth did Luo Feng acquire a Gyarados? This pressure is utterly terrifying. It feels even fiercer than those wild Gyarados we see on television. How could Zhao Kai's Charmeleon possibly contend against Gyarados? Wasn't Luo Feng unable to afford even a starter Pokémon? Where did this Gyarados come from? Lin Weiwei's mocking smile also faltered, replaced by sheer shock and an unsettling premonition. Su Qingxue, however, wore a slight smile, her eyes brimming with anticipation. The referee, equally taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a formidable Pokémon, instinctively inquired, Gyarados? Contestant Luo Feng, please confirm the source of your Pokémon. After all, Gyarados was not a docile Pokémon, nor one that an ordinary high school student could easily possess. If it was borrowed, it would naturally disqualify him from the match. Luo Feng calmly raised his wrist, projecting a summary of Gyarados' information. The source was legal and compliant, with a documented capture record and trainer information certified by the league. His wristband and Pokeball had been recording the Pokémon's information since capturing the Magikarp, and the evolution into Gyarados was naturally part of the record, thus making his usage of Gyarados entirely legitimate. The referee confirmed the information and, suppressing his astonishment, declared loudly, the battle begins. Chapter 24, A Swift Victory, Task Completed. Roar. Gyarados unleashed a thunderous roar, its crimson eyes fixated on the minuscule Charmeleon below. The overwhelming pressure instinctively prompted the Charmeleon to take a step back, fear evident in its gaze. Zhao Kai, jolted awake by the roar, felt a surge of humiliation and dread regarding the wager, though he still clung to a facade of bravado. So what if it was Gyarados? His Charmeleon was strong too. Surely, it had merely been luck that bestowed Gyarados upon Luo Feng, and he must be unfamiliar with how to command it. With my superior tactical acumen, I can still make my Charmeleon put up a fight against that waste Gyarados. He bellowed, his expression twisted with rage. Don't be afraid of it. Charmeleon, use smokescreen. Upon hearing Zhao Kai's command, Charmeleon summoned its courage, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a thick cloud of black smoke, swiftly enveloping a significant portion of the arena in an attempt to obscure Gyarados' line of sight. How naive. A cold smile crept across Luo Feng's lips as he instantly transmitted a command through their psychic bond. Gyarados, water tail. Roar. Gyarados' massive tail, akin to an indomitable pillar, swirled with a deluge of water energy, generating a roaring gale as it swept fiercely towards the smoke-filled area. The torrent surged forward, crashing like a colossal wave. Boom. The powerful stream of water, combined with its terrifying physical might, effortlessly dispelled the dense smokescreen. The water tail continued its relentless path, akin to a colossal blue steel whip, striking Charmeleon, which had just emerged from the smoke, rendering it unable to evade. Thud. A resounding boom accompanied Charmeleon's shrill cry of anguish. Estimated maximum return, 58, 400 diminutive 000. Body was flung through the air like a kite with its strings severed, tumbling several times before crashing against the energy barrier at the edge of the arena, sliding down to the ground, its eyes spiraling as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Instant defeat, an absolute superiority of level and power. The entire arena was once again plunged into silence, the spectators rendered speechless by the overwhelming display of strength. Zhao Kai stood frozen, his complexion as pale as a ghost, gazing at the fallen Charmeleon, his mind a blank slate. The referee also took a moment to regain composure before swiftly announcing, Charmeleon is unable to continue. Gyarados is victorious. In no way, Zhao Kai muttered in a daze, abruptly lifting his gaze to Luo Feng, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury and madness. You cheated. You must have cheated. Your Gyarados cannot possibly be this strong. It must have used illegal substances. Referee, I demand an inspection of that Gyarados. Having witnessed battles involving Gyarados before, he had never seen a high school student wield such a formidable creature. Luo Feng regarded the hysterical Zhao Kai with an icy stare, ignoring his outburst, and merely stated calmly to the referee, Referee, please continue the match. He still has one Pokémon left. The referee signaled the staff to prepare for a rapid scan of Gyarados, a routine procedure in response to Zhao Kai's allegations. Zhao Kai, observing Luo Feng's composed demeanor and the enigmatic aura that lingered even after retracting Gyarados, was engulfed by an indescribable sense of dread and despair. Trembling, he reached for the Poké Ball at his waist, but hesitated to throw it. His only remaining Pokémon was a common Sandshrew, staring at the battlefield, where the remnants of Gyarados' terrifying pressure still lingered, and then at Luo Feng's expectant gaze, the last vestiges of defiance evaporated entirely. He realized that sending out Sandshrew would only lead to further humiliation. It was over. Completely over. The referee urged, Contestant Zhao Kai, please send out your second Pokémon immediately. The voice rang out distinctly in the hushed gymnasium. Meanwhile, the staff reported swiftly, scanning complete. Gyarados shows no reaction to illegal substances and is in normal condition. Zhao Kai trembled violently, his lips quivering to the point of speechlessness, his complexion as pallid as dust. Under the gaze of countless spectators, he suddenly emitted a heart-wrenching wail of despair, concealing his face as he turned and stumbled out of the battlefield, even neglecting to recall his fallen Charmeleon. Wholly unconcerned with any second Pokémon, his followers, dumbstruck, soon followed suit, retreating in a state of disarray. The referee, taken aback by Zhao Kai's ignominious flight, quickly regained composure and announced aloud, Contestant Zhao Kai has forfeited the match. According to the rules, Contestant Luo Feng is declared the victor. This battle is won by Luo Feng. Following a brief silence, the arena erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Luo Feng had achieved a breathtaking turnaround through the absolute dominance of his Gyarados, while Zhao Kai fled in disgrace. Luo Feng calmly approached the edge of the arena and retrieved a Poké Ball to recall the incapacitated Charmeleon, which Zhao Kai had failed to collect, thus transferring ownership of the creature to him by agreement. He then stood beside the referee, his voice resonating clearly across the assembly. Referee, according to the electronic battle wager agreement signed with Zhao Kai, ID, JD 2025-0731001, upon my victory, I am entitled to the ownership of his Charmeleon. I request the referee and all present witnesses to acknowledge this. The referee reviewed the information recorded on his wristband, confirming its accuracy, and nodded. The contents of the agreement are valid and in accordance with battle regulations. Ownership of Charmeleon is hereby transferred to contestant Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded, solemnly securing the Poké Ball containing Charmeleon. His gaze drifted toward the direction from which Zhao Kai had departed, a cold, mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. Victory was his. Luo Feng had triumphed. Gyarados was overwhelmingly powerful. One strike was all it took. Zhao Kai had been scared off. Haha, not only did he lose the match, but he also lost face. Charmeleon now belonged to Luo Feng. Amidst the cheers, Luo Feng felt a piercing gaze filled with intense resentment from the audience. Lin Weiwei was watching. He merely cast her a fleeting glance before dismissing her, walking toward the smiling Su Qingxue at the sidelines. Ding. Special task. Duel challenge from the delinquent Zhao Kai has been completed. Task reward, 500 points. Dragon Dance Skill CD. Ding. Achievement completed. First victory in the monthly exam practical. Reward, 100 points. Ding. Achievement completed. Defeated a formidable rival in public. Raising one's profile. Reward, 200 points. Current points, 8620. The system's prompts resonated within his mind. Luo Feng clenched his fist, feeling the warmth of the Poké Ball containing Charmeleon, and gazed at Su Qingxue, who was elated for him, his heart brimming with clarity. Charmeleon was in his possession, and his third Pokémon of elite caliber was now ready. Moreover, he had accrued 800 points, enabling him to spin the gacha machine 4 times. He resolved to wait until he had sufficient points, planning for 100 consecutive draws. Surely, he would acquire a golden legendary. This was merely the beginning. His journey as a Pokémon trainer had just commenced. Top scorer in the college entrance examination, national competitions, and the forthcoming Champion Cup, the future lay before him. Vast and boundless. Behind the special observation window at the top of the stadium, Su Zhenghong set down the high-powered telescope, a meaningful smile gracing his face. This Gyarados is quite formidable. With a single blow, it showcased poise and composure, neither arrogant nor hasty. Perhaps Shue's judgment truly is commendable? He turned to his butler and instructed, make arrangements. Next week, invite this student Luo Feng to our home for a meal. The butler respectfully replied, yes, sir. Chapter 25, Su Qingxue takes the stage, a crushing victory. The cheers within the gymnasium threatened to lift the roof, reverberating in Luo Feng's ears. He tightened his grip on the Poké Ball containing Charmeleon, feeling its faint heartbeat within. Casting his gaze across the audience, he noted the conspicuous absence of Lin Weiwei. It was to be expected. After being so publicly humiliated, she would undoubtedly have slipped away, given her prideful nature. Nevertheless, Luo Feng was acutely aware that this matter was far from settled. With Lin Weiwei's vengeful disposition, further complications were surely imminent. Congratulations, Luo Feng. Su Qingxue approached, her smile radiant, her school uniform accentuating her ethereal beauty. She glanced with concern at the Poké Ball in his hand. Is Charmeleon all right? Luo Feng furrowed his brow. It took a water tail hit and sustained significant damage. After the competition, we must rush it to the Pokémon Center. Thankfully, the Poké Ball has a healing effect. It can hold on for now. I'll accompany you, Su Qingxue offered, pulling out her VR wristband to send a message, clearly orchestrating subsequent arrangements. As they returned to the waiting area under the scrutiny of countless gazes, some envious, others admiring, and many filled with curiosity, Luo Feng was aware that although his bout with Zhao Kai had been sensational, the monthly exam was not yet concluded. As the victor, he still had to contend with the top students from other classes, vying for the ultimate ranking. Just as Luo Feng prepared for his next match, the arena erupted into even more fervent cheers. It was Su Qingxue's turn to take the stage. As a prominent figure in the school, the heiress of the Su family not only hailed from a distinguished lineage but also possessed immeasurable prowess as a trainer. When she stepped onto the battlefield, the audience erupted in excitement. Look, it's the goddess Su. I wonder which Pokemon she will use this time. I bet it's her adorable and powerful EV and Arcanine. I'm so envious. Her opponent was no slouch either, utilizing Staryu and Psyduck. Pokemon known for their rapid evolution and early maturation, often favored by students. The battle begins. Both sides, please send forth your first Pokemon. The referee commanded. Su Qingxue's eyes sharpened, and she elegantly threw her Poké Ball. EV, I entrust you. EV. The petite and charming EV landed gracefully, its gaze sharp as that of a warrior. The opponent, evidently wary of Su Qingxue's EV, cautiously sent out Staryu. Luo Feng instinctively scanned the system. Target, EV, evolution Pokemon. Type, normal. Quality, Gym, purple. Level, LV29, advanced. Status, good. Skills, tackle, growl, sand attack, tail whip, quick attack, swift bite. Ability, anticipation, hidden ability. Target, Staryu, star-shaped Pokemon. Type, water. Quality, advanced, green. Level, LV14, beginner. Status, good. Skills, tackle, harden, water gun, rapid spin. Ability, natural recovery. Luo Feng couldn't help but be astonished. What a remarkable EV with the anticipation ability. Such rarity surpasses that of Larvitar, undoubtedly worth millions. It seems that wealth indeed allows for extravagance. In the arena, Su Qingxue had already initiated her attack. EV, use double team. EV, with a swift motion. EV conjured 7 or 8 duplicates, encircling Staryu. The opponent, in a panic, commanded, Staryu, use rapid spin for defense. Staryu whirled like a top, but against such a multitude of duplicates, it was utterly ineffective. Su Qingxue's lips curled into a smile. Now is the moment. Quick attack. As the command fell, EV darted forth like a specter from the crowd of clones, crashing into Staryu's most vulnerable side with a resounding thud. Staryu spun through the air, its core glowing erratically, evidently wounded. Now is our chance. Staryu, use water gun. The opponent shouted desperately. However, Su Qingxue offered no respite. EV, unleash a series of quick attacks. EV. Just as EV landed, it transformed into a flash of white lightning, delivering a flurry of strikes to the unbalanced Staryu. Boom, boom, boom. Staryu was battered like a top caught in a tempest, unable to regain its balance. Final blow. Quick attack. EV traced a perfect arc in the air, slamming into Staryu's core with tremendous force. Boom. The starfish fell to the ground, enveloped in smoke, its core brilliance extinguished. The announcement of the referee echoed with astonishment. The starfish has lost its combat capability. The opponent's face turned pale, gritting his teeth as he sent out a Psyduck. Use Psychic to control it. Psyduck clutched its head, a surge of blue light emanating from its eyes, directing psychic energy like a tidal wave towards the recently grounded EV. Yet, Su Qingxue displayed no intent to linger in battle. Return, EV. A flash of red light. An EV was safely recalled. She swiftly released another Poké Ball. Herdier, take care of it. With a resounding bark, the crimson figure descended amidst a wave of heat. As Herdier landed, the temperature of the arena rose several degrees. Luo Feng couldn't help but scan it with the system once more. Target, Herdier, puppy Pokémon, type, fire. Qualification, Pseudo-King, light pink. Level, LV33, elite. Status, perfect. Skills, glare, ember, howl, bite, flame wheel, quick attack, fire fong, crunch, tackle, flamethrower. Ability, flash fire. Glancing at the opponent's Psyduck, only level 16 with a high qualification, Luo Feng pondered. TSK, this Herdier must truly be Qingxue's main force. After 2 years in the same class, he had only just realized today how formidable Su Qingxue's strength was. The opponent, sweating profusely, urged, Psyduck, quickly use Psychic. Psyduck hastily redirected its psychic energy towards Herdier. Herdier, dodge with quick attack. Flame wheel. Su Qingxue commanded decisively. Woof. In an instant, Herdier transformed into a red blur. Effortlessly evading the psychic attack, flames igniting around its form, crashing into Psyduck like a fiery meteor. Boom. Flames soared into the sky as Psyduck let out a pained cry, sent flying and tumbling on the ground. Clean and efficient. A complete domination. From Eevee's single combat against the starfish to Herdier's swift defeat of Psyduck, Su Qingxue maintained an iron grip on the battle's rhythm. Psyduck has lost its combat capability. Su Qingxue is victorious. The referee's words were met with thunderous applause from the crowd. Incredible. It's like a professional against an amateur. That flame wheel from Herdier felt scorching even from the stands. Eevee's agility was astonishing. The starfish was completely toyed with. Su Qingxue calmly recalled her Pokémon, nodding gracefully to the audience, her demeanor so composed that it seemed as if the overwhelming victory was merely a routine endeavor. Upon returning to the waiting area, she exchanged a knowing smile with Luo Feng. Next, it was Luo Feng's turn to take the stage, and his Gyarados immediately became the center of attention. Facing the elite Pokémon from other classes, Grass-type Venusaur, Electric-type Pikachu, Fighting-type Machoke, Gyarados single-handedly took on 3 opponents without needing to rotate. Gyarados Water Tail. A colossal jet of water lashed out like a steel whip, sending Venusaur flying. Gyarados Ice Fawn. Its frosted maw froze Pikachu solid in an instant. Gyarados Dragon Rage. The ferocious dragon energy knocked Machoke to the ground. Each battle was a crushing victory, even easier than against Zhao Kai. Gyarados stood there like an insurmountable wall. The audience, initially shocked, slowly fell into a reverent silence, with only the roars of Gyarados and the referee's announcement of Luo Feng's win breaking the stillness. Several school leaders could no longer contain their excitement, huddled together, discussing animatedly. Is this truly one of our students? That Luo Feng, that Gyarados definitely possesses elite-level prowess. It took on 3 without breaking a sweat. Most astonishing is his commanding efficiency. It's as if he shares a telepathic bond with his Pokémon. Just then, a system prompt resonated in Luo Feng's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully captured a King-tier Charmander. Hidden achievement blazing new star. King Pokémon has been unlocked. Reward points, 1,000. Current total points, 9,620. We hope the host continues to strive and uncover more potential Pokémon, embarking on the path to becoming a legendary trainer. Luo Feng felt exhilarated. Another 1,000 points. This was truly a windfall. Ultimately, Luo Feng secured first place in the monthly examination with an undefeated record and triggered 2 additional achievements. Ding. Achievement completed. Gyarados 10 consecutive victories. Reward, 100 points. Ding. Achievement completed. First place in monthly examination practical training. Reward, 300 points. Current points, 10,020. Su Qingxue, showcasing equally outstanding performance, claimed second place. As the principal presented the championship medal and a cash prize of 10,000 yuan to Luo Feng, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. His name was firmly etched in the hearts of all teachers and students at Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. Standing beside the podium, Su Qingxue gazed at Luo Feng. Surrounded by applause and glory, a proud smile gracing her lips. Luo Feng gripped the medal tightly, feeling its weight. With only one thought in his mind, this is just the beginning. Chapter 26. May I ask how you cultivated your Gyarados? After the competition, seated in the luxurious yet understated back seat of the Su family's car, Su Qingxue could no longer suppress her admiration, her eyes sparkling. Luo Feng, Your Gyarados is astonishing. The subsequent matches were a complete sweep. It seems our breeding facility is quite effective. There was a hint of shared pride in her tone. Luo Feng leaned back in the comfortable seat, slightly fatigued, rubbing his brow. The continuous high-intensity commands had taken a toll on his mental fortitude. He smiled. It's primarily due to its own tenacity. Its potential has been unleashed. Of course, your breeding facility played a significant role. What a pity your Milotic didn't make an appearance. I truly wanted to see how it performs. Su Qingxue hesitated, her tone laced with subtle anticipation and curiosity. A trump card, it's best to keep it under wraps. Luo Feng replied mysteriously, winking. It can make its debut at a more crucial occasion. He was not merely considering minor characters like Zhao Kai, but the future of national examinations and even higher-level competitions. Su Qingxue nodded in understanding. She too had her own trump cards. To achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination, one must conceal their strengths. This is a strategy in itself. The car smoothly made its way to Jiangzhou City's largest Pokémon Center. Luo Feng handed the Poké Ball containing Charmander to the front desk staff. After reviewing the basic scanning data, the staff remarked, "This Charmander has sustained significant injuries and requires treatment. We will address its external wounds as swiftly as possible. However, preliminary scans indicate that its physical condition seems somewhat unusually weak. Thank you for your assistance." Luo Feng expressed his gratitude sincerely. While waiting, Luo Feng sat on a bench in the rest area, closing his eyes to relax while organizing the information in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has acquired a new Pokémon. Charmander, King Tier, status. Injured, healing, long-term improper training, excessive hidden injuries, foundation damaged, hidden trait, solar power not awakened. Approximately an hour later, a composed doctor in a white coat approached, holding an electronic report board. "Mr. Luo, Miss Su," the doctor greeted. The treatment for Charmander's external injuries was successful. The healing waves from Chansey worked exceptionally well, and it will recover with a few days of rest. However, the detailed health report has revealed some rather troublesome issues. Luo Feng and Su Qingxue immediately turned their attention to the doctor. Firstly, its core life essence is very vibrant, and its potential is exceptionally high. That is beyond doubt. The doctor pointed to a specific data point on the report. However, its body has long been in a state of severe malnutrition and energy deficiency. It's like a top-tier sports car that has been fueled with unsuitable gasoline for too long, leading to serious internal issues and severely suppressed performance. Within its energy circulation system, we detected a significant accumulation of residual impurities within the energy blocks. These impurities obstruct the energy channels, thereby further hindering its ability to absorb and utilize nutrients and energy. This is the fundamental cause of its malnutrition. This is precisely what the system panel indicates as malnutrition, a specific manifestation of suppressed potential. Luo Feng understood this intuitively. The doctor flipped to the next page of the report, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. Furthermore, we have detected a very faint and extraordinarily unique energy reaction within its deep energy spectrum. It appears to harbor an immense potential for the conversion of light and heat energy, remarkably pure. Yet it is severely suppressed by its poor physical condition and those stubborn impurities, lying almost in a state of complete dormancy, rendering it utterly unable to be mobilized. With our current detection methods, we cannot precisely define its nature, but we can confirm that it originates from the very essence of the little Charizard's life. It is a part of its potential, yet now, it is not only unusable, but also becomes a heavy burden due to its frailty. Luo Feng's heart was as clear as day. This is the unawakened power of the sun. However, on the surface, he remained impassive. Su Qingxue, listening intently, furrowed her brows slightly. Although she did not fully comprehend, she understood that this abnormal reaction indicated that the little Charizard's physical condition was far more serious than its external injuries. The doctor continued, "My recommendation is that the external injuries will heal swiftly. However, to fundamentally improve its constitution, eliminate those stubborn energy impurities, replenish its long-term deficiencies. An attempt to activate or at least stabilize that latent special energy requires meticulous long-term care. This necessitates top-tier nutritional supplements, specialized energy purification treatments, and possibly some rare resources to stimulate potential. The costs will be quite substantial, and the treatment duration will be lengthy, with effects needing to be observed progressively based on its recovery." Luo Feng nodded, his gaze resolute. "Cost is not an issue. Please have the staff devise the most suitable long-term conditioning plan. I will cooperate fully. This little Charizard is very important to me." He clenched his fists. No matter what, he must ensure that this little Charizard regains its health and shines with its rightful brilliance. As for the unawakened power of the sun, It would naturally awaken once its physical potential is restored and it evolves into a Charizard. Su Qingxue observed Luo Feng's serious profile and softly said, "If you need any resources, please feel free to inform me." The Su family's breeding base possesses the finest energy purification devices and top-notch nutritional formulas, which are highly effective in eliminating impurities and replenishing the essence. Luo Feng looked at her, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Qingxue. I appreciate your help once again." Su Qingxue smiled and replied, "We are friends, are we not? Moreover, I am also very much looking forward to seeing how this little Charizard will look once it regains its health." Just then, Luo Feng's VR wristband vibrated gently. He glanced down to see a message from an unfamiliar number. "Classmate Luo Feng, Mr. Su invites you to dinner at his home this Sunday evening at 7 o'clock. The address will be sent shortly. Please be punctual. Su family butler." Luo Feng raised his head, meeting Su Qingxue's gaze, which held a hint of mischief and encouragement. "It seems my father can hardly wait to meet you." His tone was light, yet a subtle tension lurked beneath. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng's expression became profound and steady. The invitation from Su Zhenghong was anticipated, yet signified that a true test was imminent. He calmly replied, "All right. I will be there on time." Under the bright lights of the Pokémon Center, Luo Feng and Su Qingxue followed the doctor toward the observation area. Through the one-way glass, they could see the little Charizard lying within a recovery pod filled with gentle life energy, monitoring patches affixed to its body. A Chansey stood guard nearby, emanating a soft pink glow. The little one had its eyes closed, its breathing significantly steadier, yet its frail form and dull scales silently testified to its past subpar upbringing. "This is the situation," the doctor reiterated. "The external injuries are inconsequential. The core issue lies in the long-term malnutrition and the accumulation of energy impurities leading to suppressed potential. Subsequent conditioning is crucial and cannot be rushed." "We understand," Luo Feng and Su Qingxue replied in unison. With preliminary arrangements complete, the two departed from the Pokémon Center. The night had deepened, and the city's neon lights flickered. Once back in the car, the atmosphere fell into a slight silence. The little Charizard's condition and Su Zhenghong's dinner invitation weighing heavily on their hearts. Su Qingxue broke the silence first. "Leave the purification treatment and nutritional supplements to me. I can prepare them by tomorrow and have them delivered to the center to commence the first phase of conditioning." "Thank you," Luo Feng replied again, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet underscored by determination. "Qingxue, is there anything I should particularly note concerning your father? I need to understand the temperament of the influential figure I will soon face." Su Qingxue pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "My father is discerning. He detests pretense and extravagance. He appreciates capable, responsible, and visionary individuals. In his presence, maintain your authenticity, but also showcase your inherent excellence and abilities. He may inquire about your Pokémon, especially your Gyarados and Milotic, as well as your future plans. Just speak the truth." "I understand," Luo Feng nodded, fully aware that he would not divulge the secrets of the system and the pills. Regarding the future, he indeed had a clear plan: to excel as a top trainer, gain admission to a prestigious university, and embark on the path to becoming a pinnacle trainer. That was his goal. "That is good to hear," Su Qingxue said, visibly relieved. "Don't be too tense. My father, while serious, is not unreasonable." Also, she hesitated briefly before continuing. "Lin Weiwei and Zhao Kai suffered significant losses. I worry about what they might do." "I know." Luo Feng's expression turned icy, yet his tone remained unervingly calm. "Zhao Kai lost the little Charizard and has been disgraced, while Lin Weiwei just repaid 70,000 and is now preoccupied with her own troubles. If they dare to act, I will ensure they pay the price they deserve." Having been reborn, he was no longer the soft target that could be easily manipulated. If not for the fear of attracting the attention of the League's inspectors and jeopardizing his college entrance examination, he would have already devised a plan to discreetly remove Zhao Kai and Lin Weiwei from the equation. The car arrived at the foot of Luo Feng's building. He opened the car door and turned to look at Su Qingxue. "Thank you for tonight, Qingxue. Get some rest." "You too," Su Qingxue smiled at Luo Feng. "I will notify you of any progress with the little Charizard, and remember to give it your all on Sunday." Luo Feng smiled back, waved, and turned to enter the dimly lit hallway. Once home, Luo Feng did not immediately rest. He activated his VR wristband, pulling up the preliminary conditioning plan and resource list sent by the Pokémon Center. Observing the high-end nutritional supplements and purification treatment costs listed, he remained unfazed. Such an investment, compared to the future value of a healthy little Charizard with king-level potential, along with the hundreds of billions in gains he was about to acquire, was utterly insignificant. His thoughts delved into the system. Current points, 1,220 points. Would you like to exchange for a basic recovery potion? Required points, 100 points. This is precisely the potion most suitable for the little Charizard's current condition. It can complement the treatment from the Pokémon Center and the Su family's top-tier resources. Three-pronged approach to accelerate its recovery, potentially making it even stronger post-recovery. Exchange. Luo Feng did not hesitate. Exchange successful. Obtained 1 basic recovery potion. Remaining points, 1,100 points. A vial containing a pale golden liquid, radiating a gentle life energy fluctuation, appeared in the system space. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation, planning to find an opportunity to administer it to the little Charizard the following day. Next, he opened the page of the World Champion Cup betting platform. The name of the new trainer still hung solitary at the bottom of the championship odds chart, with an eye-catching 1,800 odds that strangely reassured him. The betting slip he had placed lay quietly there, like a dormant gold mine. Steady yourself, Master Ji, Luo Feng murmured softly to himself as he closed the webpage. At this moment, all he could do was wait and continue to better himself. His gaze ultimately settled on the address sent by the Su family's butler, located in the prestigious private garden district of Jiangzhou, the main residence of the Su family estate. Sunday evening at 7 o'clock. Su Zhenghong, leaning back in his chair. Luo Feng's eyes were profound. This banquet represented both a crisis and an opportunity. He needed to prove to this magnate that he was worthy of Su Qingshue's friendship, or perhaps even a deeper connection, while showcasing the potential that the Su family should value. His Gyarados and Milotic were his greatest trump cards, but how to display them required sagacity. He closed his eyes, mentally simulating various challenges he might encounter during the banquet and devising strategies until the night deepened. Outside, the city gradually fell into silence, yet the flame within Luo Feng's heart burned ever brighter. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, but he felt no fear. The dining room of the Su family estate resembled a miniature palace rather than a mere dining area. A colossal crystal chandelier cast a gentle and bright light, illuminating the intricately carved long table capable of seating 20. The air was infused with the mingling aromas of high-end incense and freshly prepared delicacies. Yet it could not suppress the intangible, breath-stealing pressure that pervaded the atmosphere. This aura of authority emanated from the man seated at the head of the table, Su Zhenghong. Luo Feng occupied a guest seat beside Su Qingxue, sitting upright with meticulous attention. He wore a tailored dark casual suit sent by Su Qingxue, which fit him well, but could not conceal the sharpness and tranquility that seemed out of place in such opulence. From the moment he took his seat, he could distinctly feel Su Zhenghong's gaze, deep as the ocean, seemingly capable of penetrating all facades, hovering over him, laden with scrutiny and inquiry. Classmate Luo Feng, there's no need to be so formal. It's merely a family meal. Su Zhenghong's voice resonated, deep and magnetic, imbued with the calmness of one accustomed to authority. He lifted the elegant goblet before him, filled with a resplendent fruit juice. Qingxue seldom mentions her school affairs at home, and it's rare for her to invite a classmate over. As her father, I must express my concern. I hear your performance in this month's exam was quite remarkable. A mental alarm rang in Luo Feng's mind, yet his expression remained composed, wearing a modest smile. Uncle Su, you flatter me. It was merely luck. Luck? Su Zhenghong gently swirled the liquid in his glass, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Your Gyarados can dispatch a Pokémon with a single waterfall attack, winning effortlessly in consecutive battles. Such prowess cannot merely be attributed to fortune. He paused, his gaze sharpening as it fell on Luo Feng's face, smiling as he inquired, Classmate Luo Feng, how did you cultivate your Gyarados? Chapter 27. Turning the tables. How much to acquire Qingxue? The question struck at the very core. The atmosphere in the dining room seemed to solidify momentarily. The butler standing nearby maintained his composure, breathing lightly as if to avoid disturbing the palpable tension. Su Qingxue's hand, resting beneath the table, clenched tightly, her gaze shifting nervously toward Luo Feng. Meeting Su Zhenghong's piercing gaze, Luo Feng did not flinch, responding with a steady smile. How did Uncle Su learn about our practical exam performance? Did Qingxue inform you? Su Qingxue shook her head slightly at this, and Luo Feng chose not to press further. Actually, it was also a stroke of luck. A few days ago, I purchased a Kingler from the aquatic center, intending to make soup at home. Unexpectedly, just a couple of days later, it evolved into a Gyarados on its own and formed a close bond with me. Truly, it seems the heavens have favored me. Su Zhenghong raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Your fortune indeed seems remarkable. His tone grew more inquisitive. He had already learned these details from the driver, but sought to confirm them with Luo Feng. After hearing his account, he felt a twinge of surprise. The Kingler, classified as a premium ingredient, had managed to evolve, an exceedingly rare occurrence, and it had accepted him as its trainer immediately. This impudent boy had indeed stumbled upon extraordinary luck. Su Jinghong's gaze swept over Luo Feng before landing meaningfully on his daughter. Your Gyarados, having just evolved, possesses such formidable power that it leaves your opponents utterly defenseless. This talent is indeed impressive. However, I am more curious about another Pokémon. Su Qingshue's heart raced. Su Jinghong leaned forward slightly, his piercing eyes locking onto Luo Feng. His voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority, akin to a hammer striking the dining table. Classmate Luo Feng, what of the Milotic that triggered a significant peak in the energy sensor at our breeding facility? Whose Pokémon is it exactly? Boom. This inquiry dropped like a stone into a tranquil lake, shattering the silence. The clinking of cutlery ceased in the dining room. Su Qingshue's complexion paled. Instinctively glancing at Luo Feng, her eyes filled with panic and a hint of pleading. She had anticipated her father would approach the matter more indirectly, but his question was strikingly direct. Luo Feng's hand, which held the goblet, paused momentarily before he firmly set it down. He raised his gaze to meet Su Jinghong's sharp, discerning eyes, which seemed capable of uncovering every falsehood. Time appeared to stretch, the air thickening to a suffocating degree. After a brief silence, Luo Feng inhaled deeply, the last vestige of hesitation dissipating, replaced by a resolute candor. His voice rang clear, steady, reverberating in the hushed dining room. It is mine, Uncle Su. That Milotic is my Pokémon. Thud. Su Qingxue felt as though her heart had been gripped tightly, nearly ceasing to beat. Her greatest fear had materialized. Luo Feng had openly acknowledged it. She had hoped for a chance to navigate the situation, but with Luo Feng's admission, all avenues for negotiation evaporated. Su Jinghong's previously warm smile vanished in an instant, retreating like receding tides, leaving only a cold scrutiny in its wake. He did not erupt immediately. Rather, his profound gaze shifted like a blade toward his daughter, Su Qingxue. Qingxue, what is the meaning of this? You previously told me that the 50 million was for a Milotic of exceptional potential that you intended to purchase. Now classmate Luo Feng claims it is his. Please explain how this came to be. He could accept transferring 50 million to Su Qingxue for her expenditure, but he would not tolerate simply handing it over to some scoundrel without clarity. Su Qingxue felt her throat dry under the piercing gaze of Su Jinghong. Her earlier fabricated tale felt utterly feeble. Her mind raced, yet she could not conjure a more convincing explanation. In desperation, a flimsy thought emerged, avoiding her father's eyes. She lowered her head slightly, her fingers absently twisting the napkin, her voice barely audible, laced with guilt and forced justification. Yes, I bought it, but after purchasing it, I felt that it was more suited to Luo Feng, so I gifted it to him. The moment her words fell, Su Qingxue wished she could retract them. This rationale was utterly foolish. Spending 50 million to acquire a top-tier Milotic only to give it away? This was even more absurd than admitting the money had been taken by Luo Feng. Gifted. Su Jinghong's voice rose sharply, akin to a thunderclap. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, veins bulging on his forehead like coiling earthworms, vividly visible. Su Jinghong was now convinced that this was undoubtedly Luo Feng's fault. If not for Luo Feng's sweet words deceiving his daughter, Qingxue would never have engaged in such irrational behavior. Qingxue could not possibly be at fault. The only one to blame was Luo Feng. The once profound gaze now blazed with an incredulous fury and a humiliation born of deceit. Su Jinghong abruptly turned to Luo Feng, his eyes sharp as daggers. A top-tier Milotic worth 50 million is simply gifted to you? Luo Feng, you certainly have a grandiose sense of entitlement. Su Qingxue, startled by her father's sudden wrath, felt a pang of anxiety, fully aware of the impending disaster. In a moment of desperation, she seized upon a last glimmer of hope, raising her head defiantly, imbued with youthful impulsiveness, and exclaimed, "Why not? Dad, Luo Feng previously gifted me the ultra-rare Lurantis. What is wrong with me giving him a Milotic? This is entirely fair. It's about reciprocity. Isn't it? Isn't this what you taught me? Reciprocity." Su Jinghong felt a surge of blood rush to his head, momentarily blinding him. Having navigated the tumultuous seas of commerce for half his life, he prided himself on his composure. Yet his daughter's innocent notion of fairness nearly sent him into a heart attack. He shut his eyes tightly, his chest heaving violently, as if he might explode at any moment. His grip on the wine glass tightened, the knuckles cracking under the strain, causing the juice within to slosh perilously close to spilling. It required immense willpower to refrain from shattering the glass against the floor. Profligate daughter. Heartless little cotton-padded jacket. Turning her elbow outward. Reciprocity? 50 million for a Milotic in exchange for a few millions worth of Lurantis. Is this what you call fairness? Is this how fairness is defined? Countless classic titles from short videos flashed through Su Zhenghong's mind. Rich heiress swindled by poor boy's sweet talk. How a Phoenix man systematically wooed a wealthy young lady. His daughter's actions perfectly mirrored the archetype of the foolish heroines in those narratives. The restaurant lay in a suffocating silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible. The butler and attendants were mute as mice, even their breaths cautious. Su Zhenghong took several deep breaths, struggling to suppress the fury that threatened to burst forth from his chest. When he opened his eyes again, they were as cold as Siberian ice, sharp enough to slice bone. He refrained from looking at Su Qingxue, for such a gaze would easily wound his daughter's heart. He was convinced that Luo Feng had ensnared her with some sort of enchantment. It was all Luo Feng's fault. His daughter was young and naive, utterly oblivious to the world. Surely it was Luo Feng's scheming that had led Su Qingxue to this state. Fixing his gaze squarely on Luo Feng, his voice emerged low and hoarse, laden with suppressed rage and profound suspicion. What a notion of reciprocity you have, Luo Feng. Su Zhenghong's voice was nearly squeezed out between clenched teeth, chilling to the bone, rife with naked scrutiny and unabashed threat. It seems your appetite is far greater than I had anticipated. His gaze swept over Luo Feng's composed face, then flicked to his daughter, who sat with her head bowed, shoulders trembling slightly, as his inner doubts and fury roiled like a volcano on the verge of eruption. This meticulously prepared family dinner had taken a dreadful turn. The exquisite delicacies on the table now tasted like wax. The air was thick with an invisible tension, punctuated only by Su Zhenghong's icy glare, pressing down on Luo Feng's shoulders like a tangible weight. The storm was just beginning. The stifling silence in the restaurant felt as if it might solidify into ice. Su Zhenghong's steely gaze remained fixed on Luo Feng, his words falling like heavy hammers between them, rendering the atmosphere suffocating. Luo Feng sensed that something was amiss with Su Qingxue. She kept her head down, fingers tightly clutching the tablecloth, displaying a mix of awkwardness and heightened tension. However, he did not consider the situation overly grave. At worst, he could offer up the Milotic or Gyarados as collateral to Su Zhenghong. As long as he had 3 months, money would cease to be a concern. Yet, he could not voice such thoughts to Su Zhenghong. They were too outrageous, and apart from Su Qingxue, no one would believe him. Rather than engage in futile explanations, it was better to observe how Su Zhenghong intended to proceed. After all, he could adapt to any situation as it unfolded. In the corner of the restaurant, the butler and attendants dared not make a sound, wishing they could blend into the shadows. Ahem. Su Zhenghong suddenly cleared his throat, shattering the suffocating silence, yet his tone softened. He turned to Su Qingxue, deliberately slowing his speech, and smiled. Qingxue, your mother just texted, saying you Haven Tea called her in a few days. She has been at your grandmother's for several days and misses you. Why don't you give her a call and have a good chat? Su Qingxue shot up her head, her eyes wide with shock and resistance. Dad. Now. She realized her father intended to send her away, allowing him to speak with Luo Feng alone. Yet, precisely because of this, she felt compelled to stay, fearing that if she left, the two might clash or worse consequences might ensue. Be obedient. Su Zhenghong interrupted her, his voice not loud, yet heavy as a mountain. Those 2 words imbued with a father's undeniable authority. Su Qingxue gazed at her father's imperious expression, then cast a worried glance at Luo Feng, who remained seated with an air of tranquility. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but under the weight of her father's oppressive gaze, she ultimately swallowed her words. Biting her lip, she stood up, casting a complex look at Luo Feng. Luo Feng timely turned his head, meeting her anxious gaze, a slight smile curving his lips, exuding an air of calm assurance, as if to convey, I can handle this. This subtle gesture instantly calmed Su Qingxue's racing heart. Taking a deep breath to maintain her composure, she quietly said, All right, I'll make a call and be right back. With that, she turned and left the restaurant, her steps burdened as if traversing a battlefield. As Su Qingxue's footsteps faded into the corridor, Su Zhenghong appeared to shed a facade. He no longer concealed the sharpness and scrutiny in his eyes, akin to a predator locking onto its prey. He raised a hand slightly, signaling to the butler and attendants. You may all leave. Upon hearing this, the butler and attendants nodded, retreating silently as if they had rehearsed this countless times, leaving only Su Zhenghong and Luo Feng in the restaurant. The crystal chandelier still shone brilliantly, yet it illuminated the tension in the air to an unbearable degree. Su Zhenghong leaned slightly forward, his hands clasped on the table, no longer the gracious host, but rather a titan of commerce seated at a negotiation table. He cut straight to the chase, his voice low and direct, devoid of pleasantries or preamble. Luo Feng, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Just tell me, how much do you want? Luo Feng met Su Zhenghong's gaze, his own unwavering, even tinged with a hint of perplexity, as he replied with a smile. What amount are you referring to, Uncle Su? I'm afraid I don't quite understand. He was well aware of Su Zhenghong's intent, but chose not to respond directly. A cold smile curved Su Zhenghong's lips, his eyes sharp as a blade. Feigning ignorance is futile. You casually gifted a Lurantis worth several million. Such a generous gesture is beyond the means of most. What I'm asking is, how much would it take for you to leave Qingxue? Or rather, to cease this charade of reciprocity? Luo Feng did not respond immediately. He regarded the man before him, a ruler of a vast commercial empire, acutely sensing the contempt in his words and the presumption that money could resolve all. The arrogance of a reborn individual and the confidence of one who held a system surged within him. A near-provocative smile slowly spread across Luo Feng's face, imbued with youthful bravado. Instead of answering Su Zhenghong's question, he leaned slightly forward, meeting his gaze with intensity, and retorted, Uncle, since you are so fond of discussing prices, I have a question for you in return. He paused momentarily, his voice clear and steady, yet imbued with an astonishing gravity. Name your price. How much will it take to procure Qingxue? A faint, almost imperceptible gasp seemed to emanate from the shadows of the stairwell. Su Zhenghong's pupils suddenly constricted. His facial muscles tensed instantaneously, and for the first time, shock and disbelief flickered in his eyes. He had been outmaneuvered, and by such a sharp, unrelenting counter. His daughter, the jewel of the Su group, was not something that could be appraised in monetary terms. Chapter 28. A bid of 1 billion, facing the future father-in-law. Luo Feng's words were nothing short of a blatant provocation to Su Zhenghong's limits, simultaneously conducting a nearly audacious interrogation regarding his valuation of Su Qingxue. In Su Zhenghong's eyes, his daughter was an invaluable treasure, yet in Luo Feng's perspective, Su Qingxue was equally beyond the reach of financial assessment. In the shadow at the corner of the staircase, Su Qingxue stifled a laugh, her eyes sparkling like stars. She had not anticipated that Luo Feng would dare to confront her father so boldly, nor could she believe he would utter such words. The question of how much to buy Qingxue, while rebellious and daring, filled her heart with a sweetness akin to being drenched in honey. Su Zhenghong's complexion transitioned from shock to a deepening shade of anger, eventually turning a purplish hue. He was nearly choked by his own indignation, the veins at his temples throbbing. With a sudden slam of his palm on the table, he suppressed his fury, his voice laced with a profound sense of affronted rage. Preposterous. You. 30 million. Su Zhenghong nearly growled, forcing down his wrath, attempting to daze this audacious youth with an even larger figure. I'll give you another 30 million. You won't have to return Manus. Take this money and Manus. Leave Qingxue and stay far away. I assure you, this will allow you and your family to live comfortably. He fixated on Luo Feng, striving to detect a hint of greed or hesitation on that youthful yet unnaturally composed face. Luo Feng's smile deepened, tinged with a hint of amusement. He slowly shook his head, reclining back against the chair, his posture relaxed but his gaze as sharp as ever. 30 million? His voice carried a peculiar tone of regret, as if discussing a trivial matter. Uncle, your offer is far too low. Upon hearing this, Su Zhenghong nearly erupted with laughter and frustration. Too low? Kid, do you comprehend what 30 million signifies? His mind seethed with curses. This insolent brat had finally unveiled his true colors. Luo Feng smiled slightly, his gaze locking onto Su Zhenghong's, radiating an assurance that belied his youth and an almost prophetic confidence. I certainly understand that 30 million is sufficient for an ordinary person to sustain a lifetime of expenses, but I can assure you, my valuation far exceeds yours. He paused, clearly articulating the earth-shattering revelation that followed. In 3 months, I can present you with 1 billion. I shall use this billion to purchase Qingxue's freedom. What do you think? Su Zhenghong was utterly flabbergasted. His expression froze in anger, his eyes bulging in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape, as if he had suddenly lost all ability to manage his emotions. What nonsense is this? 1 billion. In 3 months. You intend to give me 1 billion to buy Qingxue's freedom. Is this kid out of his mind? Even if your family owns the bank, it wouldn't be so simple to extract 1 billion. This is real money, not some ghost currency. This was no mere deviation from the norm. It was akin to slapping a deck of cards directly across his face. The sheer absurdity and indescribable shock left this seasoned titan of commerce momentarily speechless at the negotiation table for the first time in his life. Su Zhenghong gazed at the youth across from him, whose eyes were clear and whose tone was resolute, and for the first time, he felt a sense of bewilderment slipping from his grasp. Was this child truly insane? Or did he possess an unfathomable confidence? The restaurant was enveloped in the silent glow of the crystal chandelier, interspersed with Su Zhenghong's heavy breaths, which betrayed his overwhelming astonishment. In the shadowy corner of the staircase, Su Qingshue's face flushed crimson as she covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. 1 billion for my freedom? What is Luo Feng even saying? The air felt as if it had solidified, the flow of time thickening. Regaining his composure, Su Zhenghong looked at Luo Feng and questioned, Luo Feng, are you serious? His voice was hoarse and dry, laden with a profound sense of absurdity. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, probing for any hint of jest, arrogance, or signs of insanity on Luo Feng's face. Yet the young man before him bore an unwavering clarity, calmness akin to a tranquil deep pool, devoid of fear or arrogance, only exuding an unsettling yet captivating steadiness and confidence that transcended his years. Very serious, Uncle Su, Luo Feng's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the stillness of the restaurant. In 3 months, I will arrive with 1 billion, as a bride price or a guarantee for Qingshue's freedom of choice. Whichever you prefer, provided you are willing to accept it at that time. Bride price? Su Zhenghong mulled over the term, his expression shifting to one of profound complexity. Not only was this young man proposing a sum of 10 billion, but he had also directly referenced the concept of a bride price. This was beyond audacity. Su Zhenghong found himself at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure. As the head of the Su group, he had encountered countless rogues and swindlers, yet this young man was different. There was no petty greed or vain bluster in Su Zhenghong, only an inexplicable sense of confidence. 3 months, 1 billion. Su Zhenghong slowly repeated, leaning back against the luxurious chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping the smooth surface of the table, producing a dull thud. Do you understand what 10 billion represents? Even for my Su group, mobilizing 10 billion in cash flow within 3 months requires meticulous planning and coordination. It is not something that can simply be conjured up with mere words. What gives you, a high school senior, the right? Luo Feng's response remained succinct, yet powerful. Because I see opportunities that others cannot. Su Zhenghong narrowed his eyes slightly. Opportunities? What opportunities? His tone was laced with skepticism, yet facing such unwavering confidence from Luo Feng, he found himself internally wavering, unable to wholly dismiss the youth before him. Luo Feng smiled subtly, sidestepping the question with deftness. I cannot divulge specifics at this moment, just as the core secrets of the Su group would not be readily shared. However, I can demonstrate my value through my actions, right here and now. Su Zhenghong raised an eyebrow. Demonstrate? How do you intend to do that? Luo Feng's gaze shifted towards the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, where the outline of the Su family training grounds could be discerned, illuminated by bright lights. Rising to his feet, he stood tall as a pine tree. Uncle Su, I have heard that the Su family training facility is well-equipped and securely guarded. Rather than questioning my verbal assurances, why not witness my prowess firsthand and determine whether I am worthy of Qingshue's friendship? Would you grant me 3 months? His words landed with palpable weight, an undeniable confidence permeating the atmosphere. Right here, right now. If you are inclined, we could engage in a private spar. Let the strength of our Pokémon speak for itself, proving everything without the need for words. What do you say? Su Zhenghong's pupils narrowed slightly at this suggestion. This youth had turned the tables, not only refusing to be intimidated by his status and presence, but proactively proposing the most direct method of evaluation. Moreover, the adversaries he faced were none other than the magnificent Milotic, which had triggered astonishing energy peaks, and the formidable Gyarados that had effortlessly crushed Zhao Kai. A profound curiosity intertwined with a long-lost exhilaration at being challenged directly by a younger peer instantaneously overshadowed the anger that had been building within him. He gazed into the eyes of Luo Feng, which blazed with unadulterated combat spirit and absolute confidence, shattering his preconceived notions of the so-called yellow-haired swindler like fragile ice. This young man was either a hidden prodigy of incredible depth or an audacious and cunning con artist. Regardless of which possibility it was, he deemed it worthwhile to personally engage and uncover the truth. Su Zhenghong was initially taken aback, but soon erupted into a resounding laughter. Ha! You wish to battle me? Do you even know my rank as a trainer? His laughter was tinged with a hint of arrogance and scrutiny. I am a pseudo-king level trainer. Were it not for the burdens of corporate affairs these past years, I would have ascended to true king status long ago. His piercing gaze swept over Luo Feng like a blade. You dare to challenge me. You possess quite the audacity. Very well, I accept. Ding. Special mission triggered. Su Jinghong's trial. Mission objective. Demonstrate sufficient strength in battle against Su Jinghong's Pokémon to earn his respect and acknowledgement. Mission reward. 500 points. Mirror reflection skill disc. The system's notification resounded in Luo Feng's mind like a boulder plunging into a tranquil lake, stirring a surge of combat fervor. His audacity to challenge Su Jinghong was not without merit. With the current prowess of his Milotic and Gyarados, he was undoubtedly invincible among his peers. Even gym-level Pokémon would be mere trifles in the face of his Gyarados and Milotic. It was akin to the true heirs of cultivation novels. Not only invincible at their own level, but capable of battling beyond it. Only peak gym or pseudo-king level Pokémon could pose a challenge to his Milotic and Gyarados. Yet the outcome remained uncertain. Upon observing that Su Jinghong's rank was merely pseudo-king, a smile inevitably graced Luo Feng's face. As he mused, I was right all along. Having analyzed Su Jinghong's abilities and having previously researched him at home, without finding any news of his being a king-level trainer, he felt emboldened to confront Su Jinghong directly. As long as his opponent was not a king trainer, defeat was not an option. The smile on Su Jinghong's face faded, replaced by a gaze that was almost ruthlessly scrutinizing, filled with an intense, palpable interest. He slammed his palm onto the table, the tremendous force causing the heavy wooden surface to emit a dull thud, his towering figure radiating an aura as profound as the ocean. Interesting, Luo Feng. You have successfully ignited my interest. No, rather, my battle spirit. His voice was deep and resonant. I must witness firsthand what allows you to boldly proclaim such an astounding claim of 1 billion in 3 months before me. As his words fell, he pressed a concealed button at the edge of the table and commanded in a low tone, his authoritative voice piercing through the air. Butler, immediately activate the highest level protective field in the central battle arena and initiate the highest level of privacy shielding. Notify the medical team to be on standby and prepare my old partner. His sharp gaze, akin to a hawk locking onto its prey, remained firmly fixed on Luo Feng. Each word carefully enunciated. Luo Feng, I hope your Pokémon can match the audacity of your spirit. Should they merely be a facade, then tonight, you may very well find yourself carried away from the gates of the Su family. The heavy alloy gates of the Su family's central battle arena slid open silently, as though a colossal beast had awakened, its cold eyes now wide open. Luo Feng stepped into this circular space, constructed from high-strength composite materials, where the mirror-like silver floor reflected the densely packed track lighting above, delineating the vast arena with countless stark shadows. Massive force field generators were arrayed along the circular walls, now humming as they amassed energy, and a translucent energy barrier rippled downwards from the ceiling, isolating the arena from all external sights and sounds, creating an utterly enclosed coliseum at the eye of the storm. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable sense of impending doom. Su Jinghong had already positioned himself at the opposing command seat, and the metallic door behind him swung open to reveal a figure as sharp as a spear entering the arena. This was a middle-aged man clad in Su family security attire, his expression stern and silent as he took his place. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a Poké Ball, and with a resounding explosion of red light, a towering Pokémon nearly 3 meters high emerged amidst a cloud of dust. Its dark green exoskeleton encased a body of intimidating musculature, its fists enveloped in heavy gray-white boulders. Macamp. The 4 muscular arms slowly unfurled, assuming a battle stance. Its cold gaze akin to polished stones, fixated firmly on Luo Feng, exerting a pressure that nearly stilled the air. This was the epitome of pure physical strength. A paragon among gym-level Pokémon, proficient in various martial arts, having even learned ancient Chinese boxing techniques, making its combat prowess truly terrifying. The butler's low voice resonated through the arena's sound system. Master, the protective field is stabilized at the critical threshold, capable of withstanding the residual battle waves of king-level Pokémon. The observation recording system is fully powered. Su Jinghong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze illuminating Luo Feng like a searchlight, his voice carrying a metallic edge. This is a one-time opportunity. Luo Feng, reveal your Pokémon. You may call upon as many as you wish. He paused, glancing at the wild power emanating from Macamp, a smirk of satisfaction creeping onto his face. Your opponent is one of my partners from my youth and is currently a key player in the Su family combat team. It has even battled against king-level Pokémon, so do tread carefully. Chapter 29. This was truly unbelievable. The implication of Su Jinghong's words was crystal clear. Should he lose, the earlier boast of 10 billion would become a grand joke, and this young man would have no chance of approaching his daughter again. The air felt as if it had solidified into iron, pressing down on the chest and making it hard to breathe. Yet, Luo Feng remained unfazed, his brows unruffled. He took a deep breath, his gaze steady as he addressed Su Zhenghong with a calm and resolute tone. Uncle Su, before we commence, there are matters that need clarification. Otherwise, this battle would hold no significance. Su Zhenghong's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the young man who maintained his composure under his imposing presence. What is it you wish to convey? What are the stakes? Luo Feng spoke plainly. What are the consequences if I lose? And what do I stand to gain if I win? A sardonic smile tugged at Su Zhenghong's lips. Should you lose, you must forever distance yourself from Qingxue. Considering your youth, I shall offer you 50 million, enough to ensure your comfort for the rest of your life. He deliberately paused, his tone laced with condescension. As for winning, well, you will not achieve that. His words implied that Luo Feng's defeat was a foregone conclusion. However, Luo Feng was not angered. Instead, he chuckled. Uncle Su, you are indeed a businessman. Your calculations are astute. So, if I lose, I simply leave, while you use 50 million to send me packing. And if I win, it's as if nothing changes. I bear the loss regardless? His tone shifted, his gaze sharp. By your reasoning, in your mind, Qingxue's freedom is worth 50 million? Nonsense. Su Zhenghong's countenance darkened, his authority unmistakable. Qingxue is the jewel of our Su family, an invaluable treasure. Offering you 50 million is merely a gesture of respect, unrelated to Qingxue's worth. Very well, if Qingxue is indeed priceless, let us adhere to that logic. Luo Feng replied nonchalantly, stating his terms. If I lose, I will leave Qingxue, but I will still provide her with 10 billion after 3 months, as that is my promise to her. A flicker of surprise flashed in Su Zhenghong's eyes. Luo Feng continued, if I win, I will still give Qingxue the 10 billion. But I hope you can promise not to interfere in our relationship moving forward. That would be fair, wouldn't you agree? Su Zhenghong's pupils constricted. The young man appeared to relent, yet in truth, he was roasting him over an open flame. Should he lose, he would have to pay. Should he win, he would still relinquish his right to interfere. Moreover, he had consistently linked the 10 billion to Qingxue, thereby occupying the moral high ground. After a brief silence, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Su Zhenghong's eyes. He was confident that his powerful strength would undoubtedly prevail. Luo Feng was merely posturing. Victory would not only resolve his troubles, but also ensure his daughter received the funds, while simultaneously allowing him to justifiably obstruct their interactions. As for the authenticity of that 10 billion, it would be Luo Feng who would face humiliation should it fail to materialize. Good, Su Zhenghong declared in a deep voice. It's settled. Observing Su Zhenghong's prompt agreement, a barely perceptible smirk graced the corner of Luo Feng's mouth. The bait had been taken. He had long perused the data on the powerful strength through the system. Target, powerful strength, fighting type Pokémon. Qualification, Gym, Purple. Level, LV61, Quasi-Champion. Status, Perfect. Skills, Low Kick. Scary Face, Focus Energy, Bodybuilding, Low Sweep, Seismic Toss, Explosion Punch, Cross Chop. Ability, Guts. Such prowess was more than enough for Milotic to contend with, not to mention the presence of Gyarados. 2 against 1, the odds were significantly in their favor. Luo Feng ceased his prattle and tossed out 2 Poké Balls with a flick of his hand. To the left, an elegant blue figure descended. Milotic's elongated body flowed like a cascading starry river, instantly occupying half the arena. Its scales refracted a dreamlike sheen, while its tail fin swayed gently like a colorful veil. Accompanying its beauty was an unfathomable majesty. To the right, a ferocious red figure roared onto the scene. Gyarados resembled a beast from the depths of hell, its crimson dorsal fin shimmering ominously, and deep indigo scales cloaking its massive form. It tilted its monstrous head skyward. What a remarkable EV with the anticipation ability, unleashing a suppressed roar that shattered the aura of powerful strength. Begin. As Su Zhenghong's words fell, commands were issued, such rarities simultaneously, as that of Larvitar, undoubted focus energy, worth bodybuilding, millions. The middle-aged trainer bellowed. Powerful strength crossed its 4 arms, muscles bulging, as momentum coalesced instantaneously. Meanwhile, Luo Feng silently commanded in his mind. Milotic, Dance of the Dragons. Scald your tail. Then summon the rain. Gyarados, Dance of the Dragons. Milotic danced gracefully, its draconic aura rising, while speed and power surged. It then accurately doused its tail with scalding water. Steam swirling from its scales, triggering a burn. The wondrous ability activated, boosting its defense by 50. It let out a resonant cry, and suddenly, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. Gyarados also circled and danced in the rain, its ferocity intensifying. As the raindrops fell, a flash of blue light enveloped both Pokémon, activating their swift swim ability, doubling their speed. What? The middle-aged trainer was taken aback. Dance of the Dragons? That skill was no trifling matter. He hadn't anticipated that Gyarados would possess it. He retracted his previous disdain and began to regard Luo Feng with newfound respect. Powerful strength. Cross chop. Powerful strength's four arms sliced through the air, hurtling towards Milotic. Luo Feng's thoughts raced. Milotic, Ice Beam. Gyarados, Dragon Pulse as a feint. Milotic unleashed a chilling torrent, freezing the water vapor in its wake. Simultaneously, Gyarados fired a purplish-red beam, striking precisely in Powerful Strength's path, creating an explosion that raised a barrier of mud and debris. True to its quasi-champion status, Powerful Strength exhibited formidable battle instincts. It unleashed its four arms in a flurry of techniques, creating a whirlwind of punches amidst the rain while trading blows with both Pokémon. Gyarados, caught off guard, received a glancing blow to its side, leaving it wounded. Stay calm. Take your time, Luo Feng calmly reassured the agitated Gyarados. Milotic, keep healing. Milotic, agilely evading within the rain, intermittently showered healing droplets while employing recover. Its movements remained perpetually graceful and poised, starkly contrasting Gyarados' fury. Bolstered by the Dance of the Dragons, Gyarados' attacks grew increasingly wild, launching Dragon Pulse, Aqua Tail, and Dark Pulse in rapid succession. Yet Powerful Strength was undeterred, its four arms dancing in a defensive ballet, deflecting most of the assaults. Milotic, continue healing. Gyarados, maintain the pressure. Luo Feng commanded coolly. Observing from the sidelines, Su Jinghong's initial composure gradually faded. He noted that while Powerful Strength was valiant, its stamina was swiftly depleting under the seamless cooperation of the two Pokémon. How could this be? Su Jinghong muttered, his brow furrowing deeper. He had anticipated a straightforward crushing victory, yet Luo Feng's Pokémon displayed such remarkable synergy. Rain, dragon roars, explosions, and gusts of wind intertwined, shaking the arena violently. Milotic's healing and Gyarados' relentless assault worked in perfect harmony, gradually turning the tide of battle. The middle-aged trainer felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, realizing that Powerful Strength was becoming increasingly passive. He gritted his teeth, resolved to make a final stand. Let it all ride. Powerful Strength, hold your ground. Then unleash your seasonal fist, Great Cold Congeal. Powerful Strength's eyes glowed blood red as its guts ability surged to life, dramatically increasing its attack power. With its four arms crossed, it generated a barrier of green light while channeling all its strength into its right forearm, delivering a punch imbued with the force to shatter mountains towards Gyarados' head. Su Jinghong's hope reignited at this sight. If this hit landed, the outcome would be decided. In a critical moment, Milotic bind, water gun to the face. Gyarados climbed the waterfall. Milotic, akin to a crystalline satin ribbon, swiftly entwined around Powerful Strength's four arms. Simultaneously, three water guns struck forcefully against Powerful Strength's face, leaving it dazed. Now, Gyarados climbed the waterfall. Milotic release. Gyarados transformed into a blue tidal wave, crashing into the disoriented Powerful Strength with the might to shake mountains. No. The middle-aged trainer screamed in despair. Su Jinghong's complexion turned ashen. He helplessly watched as Powerful Strength was violently hurled away. Boom. Powerful Strength tumbled through the air. Final strike. Destruction beam. Double. In midair, Milotic and Gyarados simultaneously concentrated golden energy, launching two beams of annihilation that tore through the rain, striking Powerful Strength with pinpoint accuracy. Following a violent explosion, Powerful Strength plummeted to the ground, enveloped in smoke, its eyes swirling in a daze. Silence engulfed the arena, leaving only the sound of rain and the sizzling of the energy barrier. The shield before Su Jinghong trembled violently, and the composure etched on his face shattered, replaced by sheer terror. He could scarcely fathom that his meticulously trained Powerful Strength had lost, and so thoroughly. Milotic floated gracefully in the rain, while Gyarados lay low, panting, both quietly gazing at their opponent. Though victorious, traces of battle lingered on them, a testament to the hard-won triumph. Soft footsteps echoed, and Su Qingxue stood at the entrance, hands clasped before her chest, her eyes brimming with excitement. Luo Feng glanced at her, offering a slight nod before turning back to Su Jinghong. The business magnate stared intently at the arena, his face a canvas of shock and confusion. He could not fathom how a mere high school student could cultivate such powerful Pokémon and command them with such harmony. The middle-aged trainer slumped to the ground, utterly despondent, gazing at his incapacitated Powerful Strength, speechless. Ding! Special mission, Trial of the Su Family Head, completed. Reward, 500 points. Mirror Reflect Skill Disc. Current points, 10, 520. Luo Feng chuckled inwardly. Well done. Gyarados Milotic. Roar. That fellow was rather troublesome, Master. The cooperation was quite seamless, Master. This victory irrevocably altered the landscape. Luo Feng not only proved his strength, but also compelled Su Zhenghong to reassess the young man he had once scorned. Chapter 30, Auction, Quasi-Champion by Gila. Just as the suffocating silence threatened to overwhelm, Su Zhenghong, who had remained silent, suddenly raised his hand. His voice, gravelly and forceful, shattered the stillness like a stone breaking through solid air. Enough. The heavy alloy doors slid open silently. The butler rushed in, almost bent over. Completely devoid of his usual composure, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. Master, he exclaimed, take him to the infirmary for a checkup. Su Zhenghong spoke rapidly, his tone leaving no room for dissent as he cast a glance at the middle-aged trainer struggling to rise in the corner. Transport the Pokémon with extraordinary strength to the nearest Pokémon Center and employ the best treatment available. Yes, the butler replied promptly. Su Zhenghong's voice suddenly turned icy. Furthermore, initiate the highest level of information lockdown immediately. Erase all traces of the battle from the scene, seal all monitoring data and energy records, and store away any devices that could retain imagery. Everything that transpired here tonight will be classified as the utmost secret of the Su family. Should there be even a whisper of a leak? He paused, leaving his statement unfinished, yet the chilling tone conveyed everything. The butler stiffened, bowing deeply. Understood. Absolute confidentiality. All data will be physically isolated and encrypted at once. Once these directives were given, Su Zhenghong slowly shifted his gaze away from the chaotic battlefield. His deep-set eyes refocused with a complex expression on Luo Feng, who stood at the center. The earlier disdain and astonishment had vanished, replaced by a serious appraisal tinged with an indescribable fervor. Taking a few steps forward, he crossed the low wall of the command platform and stood before Luo Feng. Their proximity palpable. Luo Feng could clearly see the veins on his temple throbbing slightly, and he felt the weight of the authority that came from years of leadership, a pressure that, while no longer sharp, remained substantial. Luo Feng, you have won this battle. You not only triumphed in the match, but also earned my respect, he declared. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the serene Milotic and the panting Gyarados hovering quietly behind Luo Feng. From this moment forth, I shall not interfere in your relationship with Qingxue. With a shift in tone, the intensity in his eyes became even more pronounced. Moreover, I eagerly anticipate your performance in the upcoming college entrance competition. In his mind, Su Zhenghong calculated swiftly. Given Luo Feng's demonstrated talent, commanding ability, and those two Pokémon of terrifying potential, as long as he continued to develop steadily, becoming a king-level trainer was a foregone conclusion. With a stroke of fortune, even reaching the elite champion status was not merely a dream. Such a figure had more than enough qualifications to stand by his daughter's side. To obstruct this, not only was it unnecessary, but it could also lead to a missed opportunity. He even began to contemplate how to subtly facilitate Luo Feng's ascent. Su Zhenghong's remark about expectations for the college entrance examination was like a stone cast into Luo Feng's heart, yet his expression remained composed, merely nodding with a hint of a well-timed smile. Thank you, Uncle Su, for your recognition. Su Zhenghong's sharp gaze lingered on Luo Feng's face for a moment, as if attempting to penetrate the calm facade to discern the true thoughts beneath. He then turned his attention to the slender figure at the entrance of the passage, Su Qingxue. The frost on his countenance melted instantly, replaced by a subtle weariness and gentleness. He beckoned to his daughter, his tone softening. Qingxue, come here. Su Qingxue immediately trotted forward, instinctively positioning herself close to Luo Feng, her hands nervously intertwined as she gazed eagerly at her father. Observing the two standing side by side, Su Zhenghong's eyes flickered with a complex emotion before it culminated in an almost inaudible sigh that dissipated into the air. He refrained from saying more. Turning to the butler standing at attention nearby, regaining his characteristic composure as the head of the family. Prepare the vehicle for departure to the Xingyao auction house. He intended to present Luo Feng with a gift of introduction, a gesture to mend and ease their relationship. The butler bowed in response. Yes, master. The car is already waiting at the main residence. Su Zhenghong cast one last glance at Luo Feng, his expression no longer one of scrutiny or assessment, but rather akin to confirming a premier stock worthy of long-term attention, even preemptive investment. He turned and walked out with his still steady stride, the earlier palpable pressure having vanished entirely. Su Qingxue called out softly, Dad. Su Zhenghong paused momentarily, not looking back, but gesturing dismissively with his hand. His tone flat yet resolute. You two will accompany me as well. Tonight's auction at Xingyao features many exceptional items, rare Pokémon and top-tier items. If you see anything you fancy, just let me know. Luo Feng and Su Qingxue exchanged astonished glances, seeing the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. The Xingyao auction house. It was the foremost venue for Pokémon resources and luxury goods not only in Jiangzhou but throughout the entire southeastern region, with a high barrier to entry. Only the elite families, wealthy individuals, or powerful trainers could access the inner circles. Su Zhenghong's gesture was clearly one of fulfilling a promise, while simultaneously opening a door to higher-tier resources for Luo Feng. Inside the luxurious skybox of the Xingyao auction house, a massive one-way energy glass wall separated them from the clamoring hall below, revealing a scene of opulence adorned with fragrant aromas. The dazzling crystal chandeliers dazzled the eyes, while the air was imbued with a unique scent blending top-tier incense and rare fruit essences, subtle yet extravagant. Luo Feng and Su Qingxue settled into the plush leather sofa that seemed to envelop them, across the gleaming obsidian coffee table from Su Zhenghong. The atmosphere in the box was somewhat delicate. The remnants of the earlier battle seemed entirely washed away by the luxury surrounding them. Yet an unspoken tension of observation and assessment flowed in the silence. A server clad in crisp uniform silently presented fragrant, top-quality tea and exquisite delicacies before bowing and withdrawing. Su Zhenghong raised the fine porcelain teacup, feeling its smooth warmth, his gaze fixed on an auction item below, a Pokémon egg radiating a mysterious aura. As if the earlier earth-shattering battle had never occurred. Seemingly at leisure, he savored a sip of tea, his eyes never straying from the auction stage as he broke the silence. Luo Feng, the potential of your two partners is impressive. During the battle just now, their synergy was remarkable. He paused, his tone laced with an unmistakable note of admiration. This opportunity is indeed rare. Cultivate them well. Do not squander their potential or your own gifts. He mused inwardly. What is the worth of a Pokémon capable of mastering the top-tier move, Dragon Dance? Such a commodity is virtually priceless in the market. This lad is truly fortunate. Luo Feng nodded slightly, his gaze earnest as he replied, Uncle Su, rest assured. They are not just partners, they are comrades who fight alongside me. I will dedicate myself to their training and will not disappoint their potential. Su Zhenghong regarded Luo Feng intently, his gaze weighing the sincerity of that promise, before finally nodding gently with a hint of unspoken approval. Very well. He set down his teacup, his attention shifting back to the increasingly animated auction floor below. There are several noteworthy items up for bid tonight. Be sure to pay close attention. If there is anything that catches your eye, be it Pokémon or resource items, simply let me know. His tone regained the briskness of a businessman. This is your due reward for winning the recent battle. No need for formality. Meeting Su Zhenghong's gaze, Luo Feng replied candidly. Thank you, Uncle Su. I will keep an eye out. The booming, impassioned voice of the auctioneer resonated throughout the hall. Esteemed guests. Next, we present the highly anticipated segment featuring rare Pokémon. The first item up for bid. The spotlight fell sharply on the incubator held by the attendant, where a uniquely spiraled blue egg lay quietly on a temperature-controlled soft pad. A gifted Riolu egg. The auctioneer raised his voice. Certified by the Alliance's master appraisers. There is a high probability that this Egg-S Riolu will awaken its racial signature move, Quick Attack. The starting bid is 8 million. Minimum increments of 500,000. The mention of Quick Attack ignited the enthusiasm of many trainers like a spark in oil. A trainer in the front row, sporting a fighting-type badge, immediately raised his paddle. 5 million. A steady bid echoed from another box. 9 million. 5 million. The auction buzzed with lively bids, swiftly surpassing 10 million. Luo Feng, maintaining an impassive demeanor, activated the Pokémon Aptitude Insight. Target, Riolu, Egg. Aptitude Assessment, Elite, Blue. Although Elite is commendable, Riolu is not irreplaceable. While Quick Attack is indeed a superb priority move, the growth potential of a Blue aptitude is ultimately limited, rendering it unsuitable as a core powerhouse. Shaking his head internally, Luo Feng relinquished his bid. Ultimately, the egg was secured by a determined trainer for 8 million. Next, a ceremonial attendant presented a specially crafted transparent temperature-controlled case, inside which curled a creature with a coat distinctly different from the ordinary. Behold, the second treasure, exclaimed the auctioneer, all lacing his voice. An exceedingly rare, shiny Vulpix. Just look at its fur, reminiscent of burning platinum, and those lively eyes. Not only is it a formidable fire-type Pokémon, but it is also a unique work of art. Starting bid, 12 million. Increment of 1 million. The appearance of the shiny Pokémon ignited the crowd, particularly captivating several opulently dressed collectors whose eyes widened in astonishment. 13 million. 15 million. A lady resembling a jeweler made a significant bid. 18 million. Luo Feng's insight flashed before him. Target, Vulpix, shiny form. Aptitude assessment, gym level, deep purple. Though the shiny form boasts gym level aptitude, Luo Feng regarded it with a calm demeanor. Its aesthetic and collectible value far outweighed its practical combat potential. Once evolved into Ninetales, it would remain a singular, pure fire type, making it susceptible to counterattacks in high-level battles. It was not to his taste. Once again, he opted to observe. The shiny little creature was ultimately acquired by the jeweler for a staggering 23 million, evoking a chorus of envious gasps. The auctioneer cleared his throat, quelling the clamor, and pointed to the next item. A small dragon-type Pokémon enveloped in a peculiar energy field, its spirited eyes betraying a hint of stubbornness. Ladies and gentlemen, behold this Dratini. The auctioneer's voice brimmed with allure. Not only does it possess the noble lineage of dragon-type Pokémon, but it has also been meticulously nurtured and has preliminarily mastered the formidable dragon dance. What does this imply? It signifies that once it matures, it will become a physical powerhouse on the battlefield. Starting bid, 50 million. Increment of 1 million. The significance of Dragon Dance overshadowed the previous items, causing the bidding fervor to explode. 56 million. 58 million. A deep voice from a box on the second floor called out. 60 million. 62 million. Bids surged, rapidly approaching 65 million. Luo Feng's gaze zeroed in on the Dratini, and system information cascaded before him. Target, Dratini. Aptitude assessment, Elite, Blue. Status, Stable, has preliminarily mastered Dragon Dance. The ultimate evolution, Dragonite, indeed harbors immense potential. Its dragon and fighting-type attributes provide excellent offensive coverage. And the power of Dragon Dance is astounding. Luo Feng weighed his options swiftly. Yet, this Dratini's aptitude was merely Elite, Blue. And despite its stable condition and early mastery of Dragon Dance, suggesting commendable nurturing, its blue ceiling of potential may prove insufficient against genuine champions. After considerable deliberation, he restrained his impulse to bid, remaining steadfast. Su Qingxue, slightly perplexed, whispered, Luo Feng, aren't you interested in these rare Pokémon? Luo Feng subtly shook his head and murmured, their potential is not top tier. He refrained from elaborating. Although Su Qingxue did not fully comprehend, her trust in Luo Feng's judgment deterred further inquiries. Su Zhenghong cast a thoughtful glance at Luo Feng, seemingly unsurprised by his selectivity. Ultimately, the Dratini was sold for a high price of 98 million. As the auction progressed into its midsection, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. At this juncture, the auctioneer's voice suddenly crescendoed, infused with unprecedented excitement. Esteemed guests, the forthcoming item will be one of the highlights of this evening. It embodies unparalleled potential and power. Behold, the quasi-divine offspring from the distant Pillar Mountain range. The dominator of rock and dark types, the starting point of Charmander, Larvitar. The spotlight swiftly focused. A specially designed case simulating a rocky environment was wheeled forward. Inside, a small creature cloaked in a dark green, hardened shell, sporting a small horn atop its head, warily surveyed its surroundings, emitting a low growl. Despite its diminutive size, it exuded a disquieting aura of a future overlord. Larvitar. It can ultimately evolve into the fearsome, quasi-divine Tyranitar. Starting bid, 20 million. Increment of no less than 1 million. The auctioneer's voice brimmed with fervor. The entire hall erupted. Another quasi-divine Pokémon, and its Larvitar. Its final form, Tyranitar, possesses cataclysmic power, a legend within the trainer community. Luo Feng's gaze sharpened instantly, his pulse quickening involuntarily. Without hesitation, he activated his insight to scrutinize Larvitar's attributes. Target, Larvitar, Rock-Skin Pokémon. Type, Rock, Ground. Aptitude, Quasi-Champion, Pale Gold. Level, LV13, Beginner. Status, Good. Long-term consumption of evolution-suppressing drugs has severely curtailed its evolution potential. Skills, Tackle, Leer, Rock Slide, Bite, Bite Back, Rock Smash. Ability, Guts, Hidden Ability, Sand Veil, Not Awakened, counts as possessing one ability. A quasi-champion level quasi-divine offspring. A powerful yearning surged within Luo Feng. This Larvitar's potential surpassed that of any Pokémon he had previously encountered, although it ranked a tier below Milotic's champion level Gold. The quasi-champion level, Pale Gold, is already a rare gem, sufficient for it to ascend to remarkable heights. Moreover, Tyranidar's domineering attributes and formidable physical attack capabilities are precisely what his team currently lacks. Su Zhenghong had been discreetly observing Luo Feng's reactions. At this moment, he keenly detected the fleeting fervor in Luo Feng's eyes. Understanding dawned within him, and a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. Luo Feng turned and spoke directly, "Uncle Su, I want this larvitar." Su Zhenghong offered no further words, simply nodding with a smile. Very well. The bidding commenced with fervor. 23 million, 25 million, 28 million. Su Zhenghong nodded slightly, and the butler promptly understood, placing a steady bid through the box's bidding device. 30 million from box 3. The price swiftly breached the 30 million mark. Competition primarily raged among several elite boxes. 31 million. Box 5. 32 million. Box 3, Su family. 33 million. Box 1. A robust, elderly voice. Luo Feng's heart raced. The value of the quasi-champion larvitar undoubtedly surpassed that of the previous Dratini. However, he remained uncertain about the final price required to secure it. Su Zhenghong's expression remained calm, signaling the butler to continue. 50 million. The butler's voice remained steady as he placed the bid. This declaration sent shockwaves through the hall. Box 1 fell silent for a moment, ultimately refraining from further bids. From an outsider's perspective, 50 million could procure a fine dragon-type quasi-divine Pokémon. Why pursue this larvitar? Moreover, nurturing larvitar is far from economical, as its resource consumption far exceeds that of other quasi-divines. The auctioneer, brimming with excitement, brought down the gavel. Congratulations to the esteemed guests of box number 3 for successfully acquiring this immensely promising young Kirlia. Inside the box, Su Qingxue joyfully clenched her small fists. Luo Feng also secretly exhaled in relief, casting a solemn glance at Su Zhenghong, and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Su." This simple phrase contained a multitude of meanings. Su Zhenghong merely nodded lightly, as if he had accomplished an inconsequential task. Chapter 31. The Young Lapras. No good fortune should flow to outsiders. The auctioneer's voice carried an air of mystery, and the lights dimmed slightly. Esteemed guests, the next item will take you on a journey into the profound and ethereal depths of the ocean. Please observe as a massive, crystal-clear aquarium slowly rises to center stage. The tank shimmered with light, simulating a shallow sea environment. An elegant Pokémon, resembling a small sea monster and cloaked in icy blue, floated serenely in the water. Its head was transparent and appeared to be composed of pure ice crystals, with gentle and curious eyes surveying its surroundings. It was none other than a juvenile Lapras. This is an extraordinarily precious young Lapras. The auctioneer's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. It possesses the immense potential of the Lapras lineage, and its dual water and ice attributes make it a formidable contender in both offense and defense. Even more remarkably, it is in excellent condition, brimming with vitality, an unparalleled choice for nurturing a water-type ace. The starting bid is 8 million. Increments must be no less than 500,000. Luo Feng's gaze was instantly captivated by the little creature in the aquarium. Almost simultaneously, the system's vision activated. Target, young Lapras. Type, water, ice. Qualification, champion, red. Level, LV6, juvenile. Condition, good, vitality abundant. Skills, growl, water gun, sing, water pulse. Abilities, water absorb, rain dish, hidden ability. Water absorb, negates damage from water-type moves and restores health instead. Rain dish, the Pokémon with this ability will heal from status conditions during rainy weather. Champion qualification. Furthermore, it boasts an exceptionally suitable dual-type combination for water-type teams. Water Absorb provides immunity to water-type damage while restoring health, and Rain Dish automatically removes status conditions in rainy weather. Truly a perfect synergy for a water-type core. Luo Feng's heart raced. What a treasure! To be candid, he desperately desired this young Lapras, as its potential far surpassed that of the earlier Kirlia, making it a far superior candidate for his future water-type Pokémon powerhouse. While Kirlia's potential was indeed stronger, it ultimately was not a water type, which might hinder team synergy. He instinctively considered asking Su Zhenghong to bid on it, but hesitated. Swallowing his words, having just acquired a Kirlia valued at 50 million, it would be overly greedy to now request this champion-level Lapras as well. The debt of such a favor was too great, and he did not wish to appear as if he were taking advantage of Su Zhenghong. However, even if he refrained from procuring it for himself, he felt compelled to ensure that Su Zhenghong acquired it for Su Qingxue. After all, why not to let good fortune flow to outsiders? Suppressing his desire, Luo Feng slightly turned his head and whispered in a voice only Su Qingxue could hear. Qingxue. This Lapras is exceptional. Its potential is immense and well-suited for you. You should bid on it. His tone was calm, devoid of elaborate explanations regarding its immense potential or any revelation of the system's existence, merely offering an assessment based on a trainer's discernment. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshue's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had long since trusted Luo Feng's judgment regarding Pokémon, especially after witnessing the astonishing transformations of Magikarp and Fiba. If he deemed it exceptional, then this young Lapras was undoubtedly worth acquiring. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to Su Zhenghong, her voice imbued with youthful exuberance and undeniable determination. Dad, I want this young Lapras. Please help me bid on it. Su Zhenghong paused momentarily, his hand holding the teacup faltering slightly, as he cast a sidelong glance at Luo Feng. This young man had just acquired a quasi-divine Kirlia for himself and was now subtly encouraging Qingxue to bid on this Lapras. While it was true that the Lapras appeared to be of superior quality, the starting bid was 8 million, and the final price would likely not be less than 15 million. Was this lad being overly presumptuous, or did he genuinely perceive something extraordinary? Su Zhenghong mentally grumbled, recognizing the sharp acumen of this young man, yet also noting his audacious approach. Having just secured a quasi-divine Pokémon, he was already eyeing Lapras, and Qingxue, without a moment's hesitation, was ready to act upon his suggestion, not even inquiring about the reasoning behind it. Sighing, he resolved that it was merely a young Lapras. Having already spent 50 million on a Kirlia for that cheeky boy, he certainly could not refuse his own daughter the opportunity to acquire a Lapras, despite the internal mutterings. As he observed his daughter's expectant gaze and recalled Luo Feng's demonstrated prowess and grandiose claims, though still tinged with skepticism, Su Zhenghong maintained an impassive facade, merely nodding in acknowledgement, signaling the butler standing nearby. Very well, proceed with the bidding. The butler promptly understood the cue and directed his gaze toward the bidding device. The bidding commenced below. 8, 5 million, 9 million, 9, 5 million. From a front row water-type specialist trainer. 10 million. From a box on the second floor. The butler calmly pressed the button. Box number 3, 12 million. The price surged by 2 million, demonstrating a resolute intent to secure the prize. 13 million. The front row water-type trainer gritted his teeth and followed suit. 14 million. Another box entered the competition. The butler raised the bid card once more, maintaining a strong stance. Box number 3, 15 million. This figure caused the front row trainer to hesitate, ultimately shaking his head in resignation, while another box seemed particularly enamored with water-type Pokémon. 16 million. Box number 3, 20 million. The butler unhesitatingly escalated the bid to a clean 20 million. This price struck like a hammer, momentarily stunning the competitors. A low gasp echoed throughout the auction hall. Spending 20 million on a juvenile Lapras, even one with exceptional potential, seemed somewhat exorbitant. The competing box fell silent for a moment, refraining from further bidding. The auctioneer surveyed the room, raising his voice. Box number 3 has bid 20 million. Is there any higher offer? 20 million, going once. 20 million, going twice. 20 million. Third and final call. Sold. The gavel came down with a resounding thud. Congratulations to the esteemed guests of box number 3 for successfully acquiring this immensely promising young Lapras. Inside the box, Su Qingshue's face radiated with joy as she turned to Luo Feng and winked, as if to say, mission accomplished. Luo Feng returned her gesture with a warm smile, sincerely praising, congratulations, Qingxue, your judgment is truly remarkable. His words held a double meaning, commending Su Qingsue for acquiring such a splendid Pokémon while subtly acknowledging her trust in his judgment. A blush graced Su Qingshue's cheeks, a hint of pride in her demeanor. Of course, Su Zhenghong observed their little exchange, taking a sip from his teacup, the earlier annoyance at Luo Feng's extravagance dissipating somewhat. His daughter was happy, and this 20 million Lapras could be considered a wise investment. His gaze returned to the auction stage, eagerly anticipating the next item. Though curiosity about Luo Feng's keen insight deepened within him, how had this young man discerned the immense potential of this Lapras at a mere glance? Chapter 32, The Unknown Champion Qualified Pokémon. As the clamor of the auction gradually subsided, the crystal chandelier adorning the ceiling of the starry auction house emanated a soft glow, illuminating the entire box as if it were daylight. The attendant respectfully delivered a specially crafted incubator housing a Ukira and a tank containing a small Lapras into the private room, accompanied by 2 luxurious Pokeballs as a gift. Inside the incubator, the small, dark green creature seemed to sense something amiss. It cautiously raised its head, emitting a low growl, its fierce gaze sweeping over Luo Feng, yet tinged with a hint of innocent curiosity. In contrast, the small Lapras in the aquarium exuded a gentler demeanor, its crystalline head sparkling under the lights as it playfully blew bubbles. Su Qingxue immediately leaned closer to the aquarium, gently tapping the glass with her fair fingers. The small Lapras tilted its head and drew closer, producing a soft, delicate sound that brought a smile to her face. Dad, thank you. Su Qingxue turned, her smile radiant. Su Zhenghong nodded slightly, but his gaze fell upon Luo Feng. Luo Feng was intently observing the Ukira in the incubator, maintaining an outward calmness. However, Su Zhenghong, perceptive as he was, instantly discerned the fervent enthusiasm and focus that shone in Luo Feng's eyes, akin to a blacksmith who had just discovered a rare, exquisite iron. Luo Feng, this Ukira is yours, Su Zhenghong declared, his voice shattering the tranquility of the room with an undeniable authority. The moment Luo Feng accepted the incubator, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the Quasi-Champion Qualified Ukira. Hidden Achievement. Earth King Quasi-Champion Pokémon has been accomplished. Reward points, 800 points. Current total points, 320 points. I hope the host continues to strive and unearth more potential Pokémon, embarking on the path to becoming a legendary trainer. Luo Feng's heart soared with joy, although he maintained a composed facade. Seizing the moment while Su Qingxue was engrossed in playing with the small Lapras, he casually lifted the aquarium. Ding! Detected host has acquired the champion qualified Lapras. Hidden Achievement. Song of the Ice Sea Champion Pokémon has been accomplished. Reward points, 500 points. Current total points, 820 points. Elated by the realization of his objective, Luo Feng promptly transferred the aquarium to Su Qingxue, who accepted it with delight. At that moment, Luo Feng redirected his gaze to Su Zhenghong and bowed earnestly. Thank you, Uncle Su. I will cherish this kindness. Su Zhenghong waved his hand dismissively. Kindness is one thing, but strength is another. His tone was neutral, yet laden with significance. Perform well in the college entrance examination. That will be the best return on my investment. He paused, then shifted the conversation, casting a more enticing bait. The auction may have concluded, but the night is far from over. Qingxue, take Luo Feng to our family's core breeding facility. Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. Dad, are you referring to the Pokemon egg collection? Su Zhenghong nodded, his gaze deepening as it rested upon Luo Feng. Within lies the most vital batch of Pokemon eggs that the Su family has painstakingly gathered and nurtured from across the nation, even through special channels. These eggs are categorized into two types. One type consists of clearly defined species, such as rare quasi-divine younglings or the starter Pokemon from specific regions. The other type remains mysterious, with unknown origins, and their species yet to be discerned, yet they emanate an exceptionally potent life energy. The core breeding facility is not accessible to just anyone. Some of these eggs possess potential that may rival or even surpass the auctioned items from tonight. He added, Luo Feng, choose one for yourself, and also assist Qingxue in selecting a suitable one. His gaze shifted to his daughter. His intention was clear. Having already bestowed the Ukira valued at 50 million, gifting an egg from their breeding facility was of little consequence. This was a gift of monumental significance, rivaling or even surpassing the auction items. The Pokemon eggs from the Su family's core collection represented the pinnacle of breeding environments, the rarest bloodlines, and boundless possibilities that were utterly unfathomable. Luo Feng's heart raced, yet he maintained a calm exterior, expressing his gratitude once more. Uncle Su, this is far too generous. There's no need to decline, Su Zhenghong asserted as he stood, adjusting his sleeves. This is what you rightfully deserve. Go and see what you can find. It will depend on your insight and fate. Butler, prepare the vehicle. We're heading to the facility. The butler bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, master. The luxurious aircraft glided silently through the radiant night sky of Jiangzhou, finally landing in an area shielded by a tight energy barrier. Resembling a small ecological park, the Su Group's core Pokemon breeding facility, after undergoing multiple identity verifications, biometric scans, and energy wave scans, Luo Feng and Su Qingxue, under the butler's guidance, entered a vast space that was kept at a constant temperature and humidity, illuminated by soft lighting and saturated with an astonishingly high concentration of energy. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, imbued with a serene sense of life energy flowing like a gentle stream. A row of specially designed incubation bases stood neatly arranged, each enveloped in a faint green halo of life energy, nurturing a myriad of Pokemon eggs in various shapes and colors. The air was infused with a subtle fragrance of grass and wood, mingled with a rich aura of vitality. The butler quietly introduced young Master Luo Feng, Miss Jingxua. This is the Su family's most treasured egg repository. As the master mentioned, the Pokemon eggs here are divided into two categories. One category consists of clearly defined species, with their potential assessed and confirmed, such as quasi-divine younglings, specific regional starters, or rare Pokemon with powerful inherited skills. The other category is the mysterious unknown eggs, whose origins remain unclear. They typically exhibit remarkably strong life energy fluctuations, but what they will hatch into is uncertain. The reason for maintaining the eggs in their current state is a crucial strategic reserve for the Su family. The resources required for hatching and subsequent nurturing of top-tier Pokemon are astronomical, far exceeding the energy consumed in maintaining the eggs. If all the eggs were to be hatched, the family's resource chain would simply not be able to sustain it. Pokemon eggs represent frozen potential, which can be hatched when family members reach a suitable stage or when there is an urgent need to bolster their strength, ensuring the immediate acquisition of the most formidable combat power while avoiding potential losses from unripe Pokemon. The clearly defined quasi-divine eggs serve as safeguards for the family's future, while the unknown eggs preserve their value of infinite possibility. Haphazardly hatching them might yield something mundane, or it could result in failure or diminished potential due to improper conditions. Thus, continuous research on their energy characteristics is more prudent until their value is confirmed or a suitable buyer is found. Top-tier companions require profound bonds. Allowing valued young individuals like you two to personally select and hatch them is the best way to establish initial trust and rapport. Moreover, in the high-end resource market, top-tier Pokemon eggs, as symbols of pure potential, often possess greater value and trading flexibility than their fully hatched counterparts. Hence, all the eggs enjoy the highest quality nurturing environment, ensuring their life vitality remains in optimal hibernation, awaiting their destined moment. Su Qingxue added softly, her voice tinged with a hint of pride. Indeed, Luo Feng. Each egg here is a vital strategic reserve for the Su family. Some of the rare specimen eggs with defined species may serve as initial companions for core descendants or be utilized for significant traits. As for those unknown eggs, they await the arrival of a true, destined one to discover them. Take your time to observe and feel. Luo Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement. He understood that this was not merely a reward from Su Jinghong, but also a test of his discernment. Could he identify the one with the most extraordinary potential among these top-tier resources? He slowly walked between the bases, his gaze sweeping over each one as he discreetly activated the system's Pokemon qualification insight. Information flooded his vision. Target: Pokemon Egg. Type: Charmander. Qualification assessment: Gym, Deep Blue. Special: Inherited Skill, Flamethrower. Objective: Pokemon Egg. Form: Dragonair. Qualification assessment: Gym, Purple. Special: Inherited Skill, Dragon Pulse. Objective: Pokemon Egg. Form: Zubat. Qualification assessment: Special, Blue. Special: None. Pokemon eggs of gym and special qualifications are ubiquitous, each one a gem in its own right, particularly those clearly categorized as quasi-divine eggs, emanating an intimidating aura. However, having encountered the elite-level Milotic and quasi-champion Yveltal, Luo Feng's standards had risen significantly. He sought at least a champion-level specimen. As he strolled, an idea suddenly struck Luo Feng. With so many high-quality Pokemon, would the system grant him points if he touched each one? Without hesitation, he feigned a serious observation and discreetly brushed his hand against a gym-level egg nearby. No reaction. He tried another egg with champion-level potential, but still, nothing. It was indeed futile. Luo Feng sighed internally, realizing that since he did not own these Pokemon, the system would not reward him. He decided to abandon this line of thought. As time passed, Luo Feng gradually calmed his mind. Like a seasoned treasure hunter, he patiently discerned every hint of possible brilliance. His mental focus sharpened, meticulously sensing the feedback from the system. Just as he reached a relatively secluded corner, dimly lit as if it were a repository for unknown eggs, his steps abruptly halted. His gaze was magnetically drawn to an unremarkable egg, which appeared somewhat dull and covered in a layer of dust. The eggshell was a muted, earthy yellow, riddled with minute pits and patterns, resembling a stone long buried and unpolished. Its base radiated a faint green life energy aura, far weaker than that of the other eggs, as if this egg resisted external energy nourishment, exhibiting a pitifully low absorption efficiency. However, within Luo Feng's system vision, the information regarding this egg exploded like a thunderclap. Objective: Pokemon Egg. Form: Qualification assessment: Champion, Golden Legend. Status: Life source exceptionally active yet profoundly reserved. The eggshell possesses a special energy isolation layer, nearly completely obstructing external energy perception and absorption with a strong camouflage effect. Special? To be revealed upon hatching. Warning: detected residual traces of extraordinarily powerful psychic energy fluctuations, extremely weak, shielded by the isolation layer, 999. The nature of this fluctuation is exceptionally unique, containing the pure essence of psychic origin power. Champion qualification, Golden Legend, far surpassing the quasi-champion Yveltal from earlier. Moreover, the psychic energy fluctuation, which contained the power of spatial rules, was almost entirely shielded by the eggshell. What Pokémon could this possibly be? Luo Feng's heart raced as if struck by a hammer, blood rushing to his head, a buzzing filling his ears. He struggled to maintain control, suppressing the nearly escaped gasp of astonishment and the frantic beating of his heart, striving to maintain an outward calm. Yet the shock and elation swirling within him felt akin to an erupting volcanic magma. He slowly extended his finger, trembling ever so slightly, and gently touched the cold, dusty eggshell. The sensation was peculiar, as if he were not touching life itself, but rather a void of desolation, imbued with a depth that seemed capable of swallowing one's very soul. Uncle Su Qingxue. Luo Feng's voice bore a slight rasp, unbeknownst to him, a result of his excitement. He lifted his gaze, resolute as stone, his finger unwaveringly pointing at the forgotten, drab egg in the corner. His tone resolute and indisputable. I choose it. Chapter 33, Alolan Vulpix. Su Qingxue curiously leaned closer, her eyes wide as she scrutinized the dull egg, even reaching out to gently tap the shell, producing a dull thud, a stark contrast to the resplendent eggs nearby. She glanced at Luo Feng with concern. Luo Feng, are you certain you want this? It seems the condition of this egg is rather poor. Its energy response is so weak, and we don't even know its species. The butler added timely. Young Master Luo Feng, this unknown egg has been in the repository for quite some time. Although its life signs are stable, its energy absorption efficiency is particularly low. The cultivation masters in the family have attempted numerous times to identify it, but have been unsuccessful. Ultimately, everyone suspects it may have inherent flaws, which is why it was placed in this corner. If we forcibly hatch it, it may end up being defective. Perhaps you should reconsider other options. No need. Luo Feng interrupted the butler, his tone calm, yet firm. This one, I trust my instincts. He thought to himself. The system would never lead me astray, though I am uncertain what Pokémon this egg belongs to. Su Zhenghong's profound gaze lingered on Luo Feng's face for a moment before shifting to the dull egg, finally nodding slowly. All right, since you have made your decision. Butler, facilitate the paperwork. Yes, head of the family. The butler responded respectfully, no further words needed. Su Zhenghong turned to his daughter. Qingxue, you should pick one as well. Don't just focus on selecting for others. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue redirected her attention to the dazzling array of eggs, her face alight with anticipation. She glanced at Luo Feng, her eyes filled with inquiry. Luo Feng, which one do you think is best? Luo Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement regarding the gray egg, refocusing his attention as his gaze scanned the rows of hatching bases like a scanner. In the system vision, various hues of light danced, until finally, his gaze settled on an egg with a shell as translucent as ice, adorned with tiny frost flowers, an egg of Alolan Vulpix. Luo Feng pretended to be captivated by the crystalline egg, gently lifting it to examine. Objective, Pokémon egg, form, Alolan Vulpix. Qualification assessment, elite, red. Status, life vitality abundant. Ice type essence pure. Special, inherited skill Aurora Veil, high probability of awakening. Ability, Snow Cloak, hidden ability. Hail, not yet awakened. Elite qualification, a core potential ice type. Aurora Veil is a powerful defensive technique for the field. The Snow Cloak ability can enhance evasion in hail conditions, while the unawakened hail ability can actively alter the weather. This perfectly complements Su Qingxue's current water, fire, rockruff, and psychic, Ralts, team, providing formidable control and support capabilities. Luo Feng handed the ice crystal clear egg to Su Qingxue, speaking with conviction. This Alolan Vulpix has tremendous potential. Its ice-type essence is particularly pure. When it evolves into Ninetales, it will serve as an excellent core for control, especially suited to your team. Ding. Detected host acquiring elite qualification Alolan Vulpix. Hidden achievement, Polar Spirit Fox Elite Pokémon has been achieved. Reward points, 500 points. Current total points, 12, 320 points. Hehe, another 500 points gained effortlessly. Luo Feng felt delighted internally. while outwardly maintaining a facade of serious observation of the beautiful ice-type egg. Su Qingshua's eyes sparkled. Alolan Vulpix. It looks quite lovely. Dad, I want this one. Su Zhenghong, observing his daughter's exuberance and Luo Feng's resolute demeanor, nodded. Very well. The butler promptly noted it down. Soon, Luo Feng's dull, stubborn egg and Su Qingshua's ice crystal clear Alolan Vulpix egg were carefully placed into specially designed portable incubators, accompanied by the butler. Along with Luo Feng's Yveltal incubation box and Su Qingshua's Lapras aquarium, they were transported to the highest specification incubation and breeding room at the Su family estate. The core incubation and breeding room of the Su family estate was brimming with advanced technology, far superior to that of Pokémon centers. Several completely transparent incubation pods resembled crystalline coffins, interconnected with intricate life energy conduits and sophisticated data monitoring screens. The air purification system operated silently, maintaining the most suitable temperature and humidity, while a refreshing scent of pure life essence wafted through the atmosphere. The gray egg belonging to Luo Feng and the ice crystal egg of Su Qingxue were placed in adjacent top-tier incubation pods. A pale green, high-concentration life energy liquid began to be slowly infused, gently enveloping the eggs. The cultivator operated the console, initiating the injection of life energy and premium nutrient solution, and activating the primordial activation program. A soft glow illuminated the incubation pod. On the data monitoring screen, the curve representing life vitality began to pulse. Su Qingshue's Alolan Vulpix egg responded particularly swiftly and energetically. Under the nourishment of the life energy, the ice crystal-like eggshell awakened like a polar gem, instantly radiating a dazzling ice blue light. The tiny frost flowers on the surface of the shells appeared to come alive, rapidly expanding and swiftly covering the inner walls of the incubation pod with a layer of crystalline ice. Wisps of visible white cold air drifted from the seams of the eggshell, swirling within the pod and forming small icy whirlpools. The readings for the ice-type primordial energy on the monitoring screen skyrocketed, surpassing the preset maximum. The cultivator couldn't help but exclaim, his face alight with excitement. What a powerful ice-type primordial energy. I've never witnessed such an active ice-type reaction. Su Zhenghong nodded slightly, his eyes filled with approval. The performance of this egg entirely validated Luo Feng's assertion of its extraordinary potential. However, when everyone instinctively glanced toward Luo Feng's gray egg in the adjacent incubation pod, they were all left stupefied. The curve representing life vitality on the monitoring screen, though stable, exhibited a particularly slow and feeble increase, resembling a weary line struggling to ascend a slope. The value representing energy absorption efficiency was pitifully low, nearly spinning around the baseline. The eggshell itself showed no change, still appearing dull and pockmarked, resembling a stubborn stone refusing to absorb nourishment amidst the rich life energy liquid, devoid of any luminescence or attribute fluctuations. In stark contrast, the Alolan Vulpix egg shone brilliantly, exuding an icy chill, while Luo Feng's egg remained lifeless, making the comparison rather disheartening. Su Qingshue's excitement froze. Worry etched across her face as she looked toward Luo Feng. Even the cultivator frowned, muttering softly. This energy absorption efficiency is alarmingly low, nearly negligible. Could it be that this egg's life essence is truly? Su Zhenghong's gaze deepened, turning toward Luo Feng as if silently questioning. Is this the potential you spoke of? Luo Feng's heart raced, but he fixated intently on the gray egg, the system's perspective firmly locked onto it. He could perceive that beneath the seemingly obstinate barrier, a vast, star-like life essence lay dormant, a force marked by the system as exceptionally powerful, pulsating like a slumbering behemoth beneath the barrier. Just wait a moment. Luo Feng's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable conviction. It is merely gathering strength. Time passed. Tick by tick. The ice-blue radiance of the Alolan Vulpix egg intensified, the chill nearly transforming the entire incubation pod into a frozen sculpture. Fine cracks began to appear on the eggshell, the crisp sound of cracking distinctly audible, as an ethereal, pure ice aura permeated the air. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's gray egg remained utterly still, the monitoring data as stable as a rock, stagnant like still waters. Just as the cultivator was on the verge of deeming the gray egg a failure, and Su Qingshu anxiously grasped Luo Feng's hand, a hum erupted. An invisible, yet formidable wave suddenly burst forth from within the gray egg. It was neither a dazzling light nor a surging elemental energy, but a pure life pulse so profound that it seemed capable of calming all turmoil. This wave instantly penetrated the stubborn, impenetrable shell, rippling through the entire incubation chamber. Crack! Crack! The surface of the dull eggshell, with its pockmarked texture, suddenly fissured with countless fine golden cracks. The cracks swiftly spread and intertwined, like a spider's web, instantly enveloping the entire egg. There was no blinding light, only an incredibly restrained weight, as if the earth itself was awakening. What is this? The cultivator gaped at the monitoring screen, where the life vitality curve surged from near stasis to nearly vertical, resembling a steep mountain peak. The energy absorption efficiency values soared off the charts, triggering a piercing alarm from the instruments. Su Jinghong's pupils constricted, as a seasoned quasi-champion trainer. His keen perception allowed him to sense the vastness and profundity contained within that invisible wave. This was no ordinary Pokémon's life essence. In the next moment, bang! The gray eggshell shattered completely, the fragments not scattering chaotically, but rather disintegrating into fine dust, dissipating in the energy liquid. A small Pokémon, entirely cloaked in deep blue, smooth skin and adorned with a massive tail fin, emerged at the center of the incubation pod. It possessed resilient orange-red gill flaps, a distinctive fin-like appendage atop its head, and a pair of large black eyes curiously surveying this new world. A Froakie. Yet, the appearance of this Froakie plunged everyone into profound confusion. On the monitoring screen, the energy attribute analysis for this newly hatched Froakie was exceedingly chaotic. The blue light representing the water type dominated. Yet it was intermingled with an extraordinarily intense green energy response that should not belong to it, indicative of the grass type. Furthermore, a resilient and vibrant primordial force flowed within it. Its life energy readings far surpassed that of its kind, and its mental fluctuations were remarkably active. A Froakie? The starter Pokémon from the Unova region? Su Qingxue recognized it, though her tone was rife with disbelief. Yet, this energy response was perplexing. How could it possess such potent grass energy? Moreover, its life strength felt greater than that of many Pokémon that had undergone training for a period. The cultivator was in a frenzy, frantically manipulating the instruments. Impossible. Froakie is purely a water type. Where is this grass energy response coming from? And this life essence strength? The data simply does not align. Has the instrument malfunctioned? Su Jinghong's brows furrowed deeply, his gaze darting like lightning toward the curious little creature. In all his experience, he had never encountered such an extraordinary Froakie. Just as the crowd remained in uncertainty, Luo Feng's system perspective displayed the complete data panel of this newly hatched Froakie with clarity. Target, Froakie, water fish Pokémon. Type, water. Qualification, champion, golden legend. Level, LV1, larval stage. Status, perfect, with abundant life, vitality. Skills, tackle, growl, water gun. Abilities, herbivore, swift swimmer. Herbivore ability. Pokémon with this ability take no damage from grass-type moves, and their attack will increase by 1 stage when hit by such moves. Swift swimmer ability. Pokémon with this ability have their speed doubled in rainy weather, caused deep integration, resulting in its shell being in a special disguised state, with an energy absorption mode that deviates from the norm. Dual abilities. Herbivore and swift swimmer. Champion, golden legend, qualification. Luo Feng's heart felt as though it had been struck by a colossal hammer, overwhelming joy obliterating all tension. The herbivore ability perfectly immunizes against grass-type damage while enhancing attack, and the swift swimmer ability doubles speed in rainy weather. This was an extraordinary water-type core. Its future evolution, Swampert, is inherently weak against grass types, but now, with the herbivore ability, it effectively nullifies its greatest nemesis. Coupled with the swift swimmer's rain-boosted speed, the potential is nothing short of miraculous. Thus it was. In the depths of his heart, Luo Feng roared with exhilaration, though he endeavored to maintain a facade of tranquility, a smile betraying his inner turmoil as the corners of his mouth lifted uncontrollably. He then promptly reached out with a gentle and amiable spirit to establish a telepathic connection with the waterleap fish. At that moment, the waterleap fish within the hatching chamber seemed to sense something. Its large, dark eyes precisely locked onto Luo Feng, who stood outside the chamber, gazing at it. Without the slightest hesitation, the little creature vigorously flicked its tail fin, propelling its small body like an arrow released from a bow, and with a resounding thud, it crashed through the specially designed energy valve of the hatching chamber, which was of low strength, merely to maintain the environment. Amidst the splattering of the pale green nutrient solution, it leapt gracefully into Luo Feng's outstretched arms. With a cheerful gurgle, the water-leap fish nestled against Luo Feng, emitting a joyful and trusting sound as its cool, smooth skin pressed against his arm. A clear and warm mental link was swiftly established between Luo Feng and the water-leap fish. resembling an invisible bridge conveying the innate closeness and trust that a newly hatched Pokémon feels towards its trainer. Ding. Water Leap Fish Loyalty, 100. Affection, 100. The system notification arrived punctually. With a soft pop, the Alolan Vulpix nestled in Su Qingshue's arms finally emerged from its shell. The little creature was entirely snow-white. Its fur fluffy and soft like fresh snow, and its tail split into two streams, exuding a crystalline translucence. Upon its appearance, the ambient temperature seemed to drop several degrees, and tiny ice crystal snowflakes danced in the air. It elegantly licked its paw, its ice-blue eyes curiously observing Su Qingxue, letting out a crisp meow, embodying an innate nobility and cool demeanor. Target, Vulpix, Alolan form. Fox Pokémon. Type, Ice. Qualification, Monarch, Red. Level, LV1, Hatchling. Status, Perfect, Pure Ice Origin. Skills, Powder Snow. Tail Whip, Quick Attack. Ability, Snow Cloak, Hidden Ability, Hail, Unawakened. Overjoyed, Su Qingxue cradled the little creature, akin to an ice and snow spirit. Feeling the cool touch and pure ice energy emanating from it, her face radiating with a blissful smile. Within the breeding chamber, on one side was Luo Feng, embracing what appeared to be an ordinary yet astonishingly unique champion water leap fish, which was affectionately rubbing against his chin. On the other side was Su Qingxue, holding the regal and elegant monarch-grade Alolan Vulpix. The essences of ice crystals and flowing water intertwined in the air. Chapter 35. A Heart for Talon Awakens. Inside the breeding chamber, as Su Zhenghong observed the starkly different but equally astounding hatching processes of the water-leap fish and Alolan Vulpix, his curiosity deepened. He turned to the butler and instructed, "Take them for a comprehensive potential assessment in the life cradle. Since they have hatched, it is an opportune moment to evaluate their foundation." "Yes, master," the butler promptly replied, leading everyone deeper into the base to a room brimming with technological sophistication. In the center of the room stood several streamlined, softly glowing blue precision instruments. This was the legendary Life Cradle's top-tier potential assessment chamber. This equipment scans the Pokémon's vital signs, energy affinity, and cellular vitality, then, in conjunction with a vast database for comparison, provides a potential rating. Although it was touted as the most advanced civilian testing equipment in the Alliance, its accuracy hovered around 50 to 60%, serving more as a reference than a definitive measure. It could not compare to Luo Feng's exceptional system, which could discern abilities and inherited skills. Su Zhenghong gestured towards the newly hatched water leap fish and Vulpix. "Let us assess these two first." The breeding technician carefully placed the still-dazed water leap fish and Alolan Vulpix into two separate assessment chambers. As the chamber doors sealed, gentle beams of light began to scan the little creatures, and data scrolled rapidly across the external display. Luo Feng maintained a calm exterior, though curiosity bubbled within. What evaluation would this expensive machine give to his champion-qualifying water leap fish with its dual attributes? Before long, the results emerged. Pokémon, water leap fish. Potential rating, exceptional. Estimated potential upper limit, gym leader level, high probability. Remarks, vitality of life origin is exceptionally high. Energy absorption efficiency is excellent. Possesses the potential to become a core asset for gym battles. Pokémon, Vulpix, Alolan form. Potential rating, exceptional. Estimated potential upper limit, gym leader level, high probability. Remarks, purity of ice origin is outstanding. Vital signs are stable. Possesses the potential to become a core asset for gym battles. Exceptional. Both are rated as exceptional. The breeding technician's face blossomed into a smile as they beheld the results. "Master, Miss Qingxue, young Master Luo Feng, congratulations. The Life Cradle has awarded an exceptional rating, indicating a very high likelihood that they will reach gym leader level and may even have a chance to ascend to higher tiers. This is already an extraordinarily impressive initial performance." Su Qingxue, cradling the Alolan Vulpix that had just returned to her arms, felt the little creature comfortably nuzzling her arm. Upon hearing the exceptional rating, she beamed with delight. "That's wonderful. Little Vulpix, did you hear that? You are amazing." After which, she turned to Luo Feng, sincerely congratulating him. "Luo Feng, your water leap fish is exceptional too. How impressive." Luo Feng accepted the water leap fish from the breeding technician, the little creature affectionately nudging his palm with its head. Glancing at the exceptional rating on the display, he felt a surge of joy within. Exceptional, gym leader level. The system's designation indicated undeniable champion-level qualifications. With dual attributes in hand, immunity to grass-type moves at 4 times effectiveness, and swift strikes in the rain. These machines could not even scratch the surface of its potential. However, this was fine. Maintaining a low profile suited him. While contemplating this, he merely nodded to Su Qingxue, offering an appropriately measured smile. Indeed, the water leap fish is in excellent condition. The exceptional rating is a promising start. Su Jinghong's gaze flitted back and forth between the exceptional rating and the seemingly unremarkable exterior of the water leap fish, recalling the overwhelming life force that had stirred even his own heart during the hatching. A fleeting doubt crossed his mind. Did this exceptional rating truly match the earlier astonishment? Was it a device error, or was that wave of vitality merely a fleeting moment? He did not reveal his thoughts, merely nodding slightly. Not bad, a high starting point. At that moment, Su Qingshue's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she suggested, "Dad, since the equipment is operational, why not assess Lapras and Gible as well? It would provide a more comprehensive understanding of their potential." Naturally, Su Jinghong had no objections. "Very well, Butler, make the arrangements." Soon, the little Lapras and Gible were also placed into the assessment chambers. The scanning beams illuminated once more, and the results were quickly produced. Pokémon, Little Lapras. Potential rating, exceptional. Estimated potential upper limit, gym leader level, high probability. Remarks, water and ice origins are balanced and pure, possessing excellent potential for both combat and support. Pokémon, Gible. Potential rating, exceptional. Estimated potential upper limit, gym leader level, high probability. Remarks, the rock and ground origins are dense and robust, with body strength far exceeding its peers, possessing the potential to grow into a formidable physical core. Another pair rated as exceptional. The breeding technician spoke with astonishment. "Master, tonight all 4 Pokémon have received exceptional ratings. This is exceedingly rare in our base's records. Their future growth potential is immensely promising." As Su Jinghong gazed upon the 4 exceptional ratings displayed neatly on the screen, a glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes. When he looked back at Luo Feng, there was a palpable sense of newfound respect in his scrutiny. At the auction, Luo Feng had precisely selected Gible and Little Lapras, both receiving exceptional ratings. In the Pokémon egg collection, he had insisted on the rare gray egg, which yielded the water leap fish, also rated exceptional. Even the Alolan Vulpix egg he had chosen for Qingxue had resulted in an exceptional rating. This could no longer be attributed to mere luck. Once is a coincidence. Twice is luck, but 4 consecutive times, each time precisely selecting the most promising option from a myriad of choices, has rendered Su Jinghong's suspicion regarding Luo Feng's extraordinary foresight exceedingly clear. The secrets harbored by this young man likely run far deeper than the prowess he has displayed. The bold proclamation he made about amassing 1 billion in 3 months now bears an inexplicable weight in Su Jinghong's mind. Excellent. Su Jinghong's voice shattered the silence as he turned his gaze towards Luo Feng and Su Qingxue, his tone laced with subtle commendation. "It appears that tonight's harvest surpasses all expectations. Luo Feng, your discernment is indeed commendable." Luo Feng met Su Jinghong's gaze with equanimity, offering a humble smile. "Uncle Su, you flatter me. It is merely the inherent potential of these creatures. I simply happened to be fortunate and felt a keen sense of intuition." He gently caressed the smooth back of the water leap fish nestled in his arms, the little creature contentedly squinting its eyes in comfort. Su Qingxue, cradling her Alolan Vulpix, frequently cast glances towards the aquarium housing the small Lapras, her face radiating with the joy of newfound companionship. After a brief silence, the butler tactfully interjected, "Master, Miss. Young Master Luo Feng, since the potential assessment has been completed, shall we proceed with the formal capture procedures for the Pokémon? The luxury balls are prepared." Su Jinghong nodded slightly. "Yes, proceed. This is your moment as trainers." The nurturer promptly presented 2 exquisite trays, each adorned with 4 luxurious balls shimmering with a warm luster and embellished with golden accents. These specially crafted Pokeballs possess a comfortable internal space, effectively enhancing the Pokémon's sense of belonging. "Waterleap fish, Ujira, I look forward to your guidance in the future," Luo Feng said, gazing at the little creature in his arms and the steady Ujira beside the nurturer, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He picked up one of the luxury balls and gently pressed it against the smooth, moist forehead of the waterleap fish. The newborn Pokémon, upon its first sight of Luo Feng, felt the warmth of his palm and the soothing aura of comfort that accompanied its hatching. It displayed no resistance towards the luminous sphere, instead curiously nudging its head against it. "Come on in," Luo Feng softly encouraged. A gentle red light flashed, and the petite figure of the waterleap fish was drawn into the ball. The luxury ball merely swayed symbolically in Luo Feng's palm before settling into a serene stillness, accompanied by a melodious chime. The capture was seamless. Beep. Waterleap fish captured successfully. Congratulations, the host now possesses the first champion-quality water-type starter Pokémon with dual exceptional abilities. Reward, 2,000 points. Current points, 14,320. The system prompt flickered past, and Luo Feng comprehended the situation. He grasped the luxury ball tightly, feeling the bond of new life within. He then approached the quietly seated, resolute Ujira. This semi-divine young creature had been meticulously cared for and initially trained before the auction. Despite its inherent rebellious nature as a future ruler of rock and dark types, it bore no animosity towards Luo Feng, the one who liberated it from the auction house. Luo Feng crouched down to meet Ujira's gaze, extending his palm. Ujira regarded him, then glanced at the luxury ball, seemingly hesitating momentarily before bowing its head and gently tapping Luo Feng's palm with its hard forehead, producing a low, resonant Ujira. Luo Feng lightly tapped the luxury ball against Ujira's brow. A soft red light enveloped the scene, and Ujira was successfully drawn into the ball. The luxury ball shook vigorously in Luo Feng's hand, affirming the immense power and indomitable spirit residing within the semi-divine young creature. Moments later, the trembling ceased, capture achieved. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue began her own capture. Little Vulpix, from now on, we shall be the best of partners. She pressed her cheek against the cool, fluffy fur of the Alolan Vulpix. The Vulpix comfortably squinted its ice-blue eyes, emitting a soft whimper, feeling a deep connection with the trainer who offered it warmth. The capture process unfolded even more smoothly than with the waterleap fish. The luxury ball almost completed the binding the instant it made contact, requiring no further shaking. Only a delightful chime to herald the arrival of a new companion. Next came the turn of Lapras. The nurturer carefully guided the small creature from the aquarium into the shallow water. The young Lapras surfaced, its gentle, large eyes curiously observing Su Qingxue. Though still youthful, it had undergone commendable socialization training as an auction item, fostering a basic trust in humans, particularly towards the beautiful girl who was to become its trainer. Su Qingxue waded into the shallow waters, tenderly stroking Lapras's smooth neck and shell. Lapras, we will travel together and explore the oceans, shall we? Her voice was soft, brimming with anticipation. Lapras emitted a melodic, ethereal call, instinctively nudging the luxury ball in Su Qingxue's hand with its snout. A gentle red light enveloped Lapras, and the moderately sized creature was successfully drawn into the ball. The luxury ball in Su Qingxue's hand wobbled slightly before quieting down, filled with excitement. Su Qingxue raised her two luxury balls, her face alight with pure joy. Wonderful! I now have Lapras and Vulpix. Luo Feng approached, holding his two luxury balls, one containing the hidden champion-level waterleap fish, and the other holding the future ground-shaking Ujira. They exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with dreams of the future and the joy of newly forged partnerships. Su Zhenghong observed everything keenly. The intense shaking of the luxury ball during Luo Feng's capture of Ujira, along with the stability exhibited by the creature, far beyond that of ordinary younglings, reinforced his suspicions. This young man's insight, luck, and intuition were terrifyingly precise. His gaze deepened, his regard for Luo Feng elevating further. This evening, the future of the Su family appeared to be imbued with unpredictable changes and possibilities due to this young lad before him. Su Jinghong's steady voice broke the joyous atmosphere. Very well, since all have been captured, ensure that they are well cared for. Training Pokémon is no trivial matter. It requires dedication and resources. Butler, expedite the arrangements for the nutritional supplements, the energy cubes for juvenile Pokémon, and the identity registration procedures. The butler bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, master, rest assured. Luo Feng and Su Qingxue each carefully secured their luxury balls, now housing their new companions, on especially designed belts at their waists. A weighty sense of responsibility and ambition rising within them. Their journey as trainers officially commenced this night, alongside these four extraordinarily promising partners. Luo Feng understood that his expedition would undoubtedly be more tumultuous and grand than anyone could fathom. He gently caressed the Pokeball containing the waterleap fish, feeling the vibrant life force within, a singular thought crystallizing in his mind. The number of Pokémon was now sufficient. It was time to prepare earnestly for the upcoming college entrance examination. Subsequently, Luo Feng graciously declined Su Qingxue's offer to stay overnight, opting instead for the Su family chauffeur to escort him back home. As the night deepened, in the brightly lit study of the Su family estate, Su Zhenghong stood alone before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the tranquil courtyard, his fingers absently tapping against the window frame. He replayed the events of the evening in his mind. The battle that shattered perceptions, the precise maneuvers at the auction, the miraculous selections from the egg repository, and finally, the 4 strikingly exceptional ratings in the testing room. Luo Feng's figure grew increasingly enigmatic and profound in his heart. This young man resembled a rare gem shrouded in dust, gradually revealing its astonishing brilliance before him. Su Jinghong's eyes sparkled with intensity as he murmured to himself, 3 months, 1 billion, Luo Feng. Let me see just how many more surprises you can bring forth. Qingxue, perhaps this time you truly have stumbled upon treasure. He pressed the communicator on his desk. Inform the head of the intelligence department that in 3 days, I wish to see a report on all the new stars among this year's senior trainers, with particular emphasis on those who show promise of winning the entrance examination. Su Jinghong's desire for talent was ignited. Since Luo Feng exhibited such excellence, he resolved to lend further assistance, curious to see how high this young man could soar. Chapter 36, A Chronicle of Excellence in the College Entrance Examination. The efficiency of the Su family group's intelligence department resembles that of a finely tuned machine. As the 3-day deadline approached, an electronic dossier, thick with hundreds of pages and emblazoned with the words Top Secret National Senior Year Trainer Rookie Potential Assessment, Internal Reference, was transmitted through Su Jinghong's private channels directly to Luo Feng's VR wristband terminal. Su Jinghong's message was succinct yet impactful. Luo Feng, peruse this document with due diligence. When time permits, feel free to discuss it with Qingxue, but refrain from sharing it with others. I look forward to your performance in the college entrance examination arena. Should you require further assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. After sending the message, Su Jinghong leaned back in his expansive leather chair, gazing at the vibrant nightscape of Jiangzhou, his heart awash with complex emotions. Not long ago, he regarded Luo Feng as merely a brash young upstart seeking to seize the Su family's prized jewel, wishing fervently to rid himself of the nuisance. Yet now, he willingly invested resources to pave the way for the young man. This transformation was so remarkable that even he found it hard to comprehend. However, the prowess exhibited by Luo Feng, his unfathomable insight, and the increasingly radiant glow in his daughter's eyes compelled him to acknowledge that this youth was indeed worthy of investment. Rather than allow others to claim Luo Feng was merely riding on the coattails of the Su family, he preferred to lend a helping hand now, enabling him to rise to a stature befitting of Su Qingxue. Su Jinghong murmured to himself, "You impudent lad, I hope you do not disappoint me." As a glimmer of expectation and scrutiny flickered in his eyes. At the moment Luo Feng received the document, he was at his home's custom training facility, orchestrating basic physical coordination training with his water leap fish and Gila. Upon reading Su Jinghong's message, a wave of warmth and a profound sense of responsibility surged within him. "Thank you, Uncle Su," he replied solemnly, expressing his gratitude before promptly opening the substantial intelligence file. The holographic screen unfolded before him, inundating his sight with an avalanche of dense text, images, and combat video snippets. This report could be likened to a compendium of elite trainers in their senior year, its level of detail far surpassing anything an ordinary student could access. The report encompassed not only the rising stars of various provinces and cities, but also numerous understated, yet formidable dark horses, along with a few players who had rapidly ascended thanks to unique resources or prestigious backgrounds. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Luo Feng began to meticulously peruse this invaluable intelligence. Wu Yi, First High School of Xiangjiang City. Tagline: There are no worthless Pokémon, only inept trainers. Main force: Meowth, Weezing. Arbok. Characteristics: adhering to this maxim as his guiding principle, his Pokémon, while unconventional choices, exhibited astonishing value under his meticulous nurturing and tactical command. Meowth, with its remarkable speed, excelled at surprise assaults and rapid attrition. Weezing displayed excellent defense, mastering Sludge Bomb and Smoke Screen, proving adept at battlefield control and inflicting status conditions. Arbok, with its potent venom, utilized Glare to control the field, and Crunch delivered significant damage. The tactical core relied on leveraging Arbok's intimidating presence to pressure opponents, while Meowth executed rapid harassment, and Weezing solidly created a toxic environment, forming a notably formidable combination. He seemingly possessed a unique training method that could greatly unleash the potential of these unconventional Pokémon. Combat style: cunning, resilient, overcoming the strong with the weak. Shirley, Bayan Military Academy. Tagline: Heir to ancient martial arts, the will of the boulder. Main force: Makoke, Hitmonchan, Galade. Characteristics: hailing from a family steeped in traditional martial arts, he seamlessly integrated the essence of his family's immovable boulder style into Pokémon training and command. Makoke served as his absolute core, boasting an impressive physique and defense among its peers, well-versed in body slam, dynamic punch, cross-chop, and earthquake, delivering a balanced offense and defense, embodying the true meaning of being immovable as a mountain, yet striking like a thunderclap. Hitmonchan and Galade alternated in battle, exhibiting a similarly fierce style. Combat style, unmatched ferocity, overwhelming power, excelling in direct confrontation and counterattacks. Gene Duo, Binhai International Academy. Tagline: a mobile treasury of monetary prowess. Main force: Dragonair, Metagross, Froakie. Characteristics: born into a multinational mining conglomerate, he possessed resources that were astonishingly formidable. His main Pokémon were exceedingly rare, exhibiting immense potential as quasi-legendaries or powerful starters, not yet fully evolved. Dragonair commanded agility, Dragon Dance, and Dragon Pulse, while Metagross wielded Meteor Mash, Zen Headbutt, and Bullet Punch. Froakie expertly utilized Water Shuriken and Night Slash. His Pokémon not only held higher levels than their contemporaries, but also boasted a deep skill pool, thanks to numerous precious TM learnings. His combat style was direct and efficient, utilizing the inherent advantages of his Pokémon's exceptional traits and skill items for overwhelming suppression, with a relatively straightforward yet effective strategy. Combat style: resource domination, frontal assault. Lin Lan, Donghai Security Academy. Tagline: a rising star in law enforcement, the iron hoof of justice. Main force: Arcanine, Electivire, Talonflame. Characteristics: coming from a lineage of officers, his choice of Pokémon was deeply reflective of his profession. Arcanine, his soul partner, initiated battles with its Intimidate ability, mastering Flare Blitz. Extreme speed, Crunch, and Morning Sun, exhibiting both offensive and defensive prowess with remarkable mobility. Electivire handled long-range electric strikes and speed control, Thunderbolt, Thunderwave, Discharge. Talonflame provided aerial dominance and fighting strikes, Brave Bird, close combat. Their tactical synergy was impeccable, excelling in team combat and pursuit interception. Combat style: swift, precise, and disciplined. Fong Miao, Lansong Fishing Port Academy. Tagline: son of the sea, master of the tides. Main force: Kingdra, Scyther, Starmie. Characteristics: coming from a lineage of fishermen, he possessed a profound understanding of water-type Pokémon. Kingdra served as his absolute core, with the ability Swift Swim doubling its speed in rainy conditions, synergizing with Dragon Dance. Hydro Pump, Dragon Pulse, and Ice Beam to deliver formidable output. Scyther, as a physical sweeper, wielded Bullet Punch and Leaf Blade. Starmie functioned as a special attacker and disruptor. Hydro Pump, Psychic, Rapid Spin, Light Screen. His tactical core revolved around inducing rain, making Kingdra the pivotal fulcrum of the battlefield. Combat style: control and suppression, with explosive power. Chen Mo, Qingqing Mountain Hermit Academy. Tagline: mental resonance, silence speaks volumes. Main force: Natural Sparrow, Evolution, Natural Bird, Gardevoir. Third Pokémon unknown. Characteristics: with a calm demeanor, he seemingly possessed a special telepathic ability, Master. During battles, he seldom issued commands, yet his Pokémon appeared to intuitively understand his intentions, executing their actions with seamless coordination. Natural Sparrow, Natural Bird, excelled in teleportation, future sight, and psychic, providing battlefield control and attrition. Gardevoir relied on Mirror Code, Reflect, and Mystical Shield for perfect defense and countermeasures. The tactical core revolved around countering opponents through precise anticipation and psychological warfare. Combat style: deep currents of still water. Defensive as offense, a master of countermeasures. Limu Gu, Baichao City Bug Research Institute affiliated high school. Tagline: the symphony of insects, the will of the forest. Main force: Vivillon, Heracross, Noivern. Characteristics: a specialist trainer of bug types, he harbored a fervent love and deep understanding of these Pokémon. Vivillon, ability: Compound Eyes, excelled in Silver Wind. Quiver Dance, Pollen Puff, and Tailwind, exhibiting strong control and support capabilities. Heracross, ability: Guts, boasted phenomenal physical explosive power, mastering Megahorn, Close Combat, and Earthquake. Noivern utilized Bug Buzz, Perish Song, and Supersonic for auditory disruption. He adeptly employed the speed of his bugs, interference skills, and attribute synergy to launch an unending offensive. Combat style: agile and swift. Disruptive control, a relentless bug onslaught. Hanbing, Snow Peak City Aurora Academy. Tagline: heart of the frigid, domain of ice. Main force: Frostless, Abomasnow, Mismagius. Characteristics: an expert in ice types, his tactical core revolved around hail weather. The Snow Maiden, ability: Snow Veil, is adept at unleashing blizzards, shadow balls, shared fate, and hail, blending both offensive and transformative capabilities. The Ice Spirit Guardian ability, Ice Body, exhibits remarkable recovery prowess under hail, mastering moves such as Ice Fang, Iron Head, Protect, and Avalanche, thus embodying a balance of offense and defense. The alluring Ms. Lip specializes in Psychic Force, utilizing moves like Demon Kiss and Ice Beam to deliver special attack output and control. Within a hail-laden environment, Pokémon experience an elevation in evasion rates, combined with the freezing effect, significantly hampering their opponent's actions. Battle style, field control and suppression, environmental utilization, and sustained attrition. Tangsun, Yulin City Breeding Academy. Tags, Toxic Artist, harmonizing all poisons. Core Pokémon, Centipede King, Tank Skuntank, Thousand Needle Fish. Characteristics, a master of the poison type, excelling in crafting intricate toxic environments and status overlays. The Centipede King, ability, Poison Point, boasts extraordinary speed, proficient in moves such as Poison Jab, Cross Poison, Quick Attack, and Rock Slide. The Tank Skuntank, ability, Stench, possesses exceptional defense, commanding skills like Toxic, Flamethrower, Crunch, and Taunt, serving as the linchpin for inducing poison and disruption. The Thousand Needle Fish, ability, Poison Point, lurks beneath the water, employing moves like Toxic Spikes, Scald, and Ambush to set traps and launch surprise attacks. The Tactical Core revolves around employing multiple status effects such as Poison, Bad Poison, and Burns to gradually weaken opponents, restricting their recovery. Battle style, Cunning and Treacherous, Status Tormentor. Master of Traps, Zhao Lai, Iron Fist City Fighting Dojo. Tags, Unmatched Strength, Absolute Power, and Speed. Core Pokémon, Master Weasel, Striker Ghost, Flying Kicker. Characteristics, specializing in the fighting type, they uphold the tenets of absolute strength and velocity. Master Weasel, ability, Regenerator, showcases peak speed and skill, excelling in moves like Flying Knee Kick, Rapid Return, Drain Punch, and Surprise Clap. Striker Ghost, ability, Inner Focus, is imposing and domineering, mastering close combat, Stone Edge, Bullet Punch, and Insight. Flying Kicker specializes in Flying Kick, Feint, Poison Jab, and Low Kick. The Tactical Core emphasizes an extreme rhythm of offensive suppression, swiftly overwhelming opponents through rapid rotation, leveraging the Regenerator ability and the formidable single-target burst potential of the fighting type. Battle style, a tempest of fury, relentless assault, rhythm suppression. The intelligence report also enumerates numerous other emerging talents, each with distinct styles and formidable prowess among their peers, such as the Psychic Twins skilled in Psychic Joint attacks, the Desert Shadow specializing in Sandstorm teams, and the Nightshade Ranger employing Ghost-type strategies. Luo Feng leafed through the pages, his gaze lingering on the Pokémon data, skill combinations, tactical characteristics, and trainer photographs. In his previous life, he was ensnared by the constraints of construction work, lacking even the qualifications to participate in the prestigious Trainer League entrance exams, let alone to observe those standing atop their peers. Now, gazing upon this comprehensive opponent's dossier, an unprecedented thrill coursed through him like electricity. It was the anticipation of meeting worthy adversaries, a fervent desire to test his mettle against the heavens. Wu Yi, Shirley, Jin Duo, Lin Lan, Feng Miao. Luo Feng whispered these names, his eyes growing brighter, a fierce curve of determination gracing his lips. The individuals chronicled in this report were, without exception, the elite few among the nation's youth. Luo Feng understood that, for the vast majority of ordinary high school trainers, possessing a Pokémon of preliminary strength by their third year was already commendable. While early Pokémon training is indeed advantageous, it necessitates astronomical, sustained investments. Most families, burdened by daily expenses, mortgages, car loans, and the costs associated with adult Pokémon care, alongside children's tuition and living expenses, find themselves stretched thin. The additional financial burden of nurturing a promising Pokémon from its juvenile stage, encompassing premium food, nutritional supplements, skill learning devices, regular checkups, and battle medical care, renders it nearly impossible. Consequently, the majority of families opt to utilize the welfare subsidies provided by the state to purchase their first Pokémon and commence training only after their children enter high school. Achieving preliminary strength within a span of 2 to 3 years is typical and marks a crucial juncture. Attaining advanced strength, however, is a threshold only accessible to those from affluent backgrounds, with exceptional talent or sheer luck. As for the rising stars detailed in the report, their core Pokémon often exhibit elite strength, with some nearing peak elite status, symbolizing either national prodigies or individuals backed by substantial resources. The true value of this report lies in its precise identification of this select group perched atop the competitive pyramid. How intriguing, utterly fascinating. Having missed the opportunity in my previous life, this time, let me truly engage with these top-tier newcomers. The fire of ambition blazed fiercely within Luo Feng's chest. The Pokémon he currently possessed needed worthy rivals to showcase their capabilities and worth. The National College Entrance Examination Trainer League was the optimal stage. The format of the National College Entrance Examination Trainer League crystallized in his mind. Campus selection elimination, 2v2 each school's internal selection, marked by ruthless elimination, determines representatives for the city-level competition. Single elimination format. City-level preliminary heats, 3v3 elites from various schools converge, vying for provincial slots, adopting a round-robin elimination format. Provincial semifinals, 3v3 a pinnacle clash among provincial elites, contending for a ticket to the capital's finals, utilizing double elimination or more intricate point-based systems. Capital finals, 3v3 the ultimate stage for the nation's top third-year trainers. Live broadcast, multi-camera coverage, overseen by league referees, local education department notaries, and a vast audience to ensure absolute fairness, justice, and transparency, ultimately determining the National College Entrance Examination Trainer Champion. Each round is a grueling battle, with every match potentially pitting one against formidable foes outlined in the intelligence. Luo Feng exhaled deeply, closing the light screen, as his burning fighting spirit intensified. My goal. The championship of the National College Entrance Examination League. If I cannot secure this, it would truly be a wasted existence. Even the system father would surely disapprove. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Feng promptly set off for the heart of Pokémon building, his objective clear, to procure 2 brand new luxury balls. Thanks to the 700,000 returned by Lin Weiwei, his wallet felt somewhat plumper now. Luo Feng caressed the 2 rather ordinary poke balls at his waist, reflecting inwardly. The Gyarados and Charmander, indeed, deserved an upgrade from their basic Pokeballs to a more comfortable abode. The newly hatched Kirlia and Phoeba were directly equipped with luxury balls. Only the earliest companions, Gyarados, from its Magikarp days, and Charmander, one from Xiaokai, still resided in the most rudimentary, ordinary Pokeballs. Soon, 2 gleaming luxury balls, radiating a gentle luster and spacious interiors designed to enhance Pokémon belonging and recovery efficiency, were reverently attached to his waist. He gently touched the new balls and glanced at the luxury balls containing Phoeba, Kirlia, and Milotic, ultimately resting his gaze on Phoeba's Pokeball. There was no doubt about Gyarados and Milotic, but which third Pokémon should take the stage? Chapter 37. Why is Lin Weiwei acting like this, like a rabid dog? Meanwhile, after several days of advanced treatment at the Pokémon Center and the top-notch nutritional supplements provided by the Su family, along with a discreet application of a basic recovery potion during Luo Feng's visits, the Charmander had not only healed from its external wounds, but also restored its previously depleted potential. Its once dull scales regained some luster, although its physique remained somewhat lean. Its spirit was markedly improved. Target: Charmander. Lizard Pokémon. Type: Fire. Status: Good. Dark injuries healed. Foundation and potential fully restored. Luo Feng observed the recovering status on the system panel, feeling a sense of relief. He gently stroked Charmander's head, and the little creature affectionately nuzzled his palm. Emitting a soothing purr from its throat, Luo Feng took out the newly purchased luxury ball, tenderly securing it within. He murmured softly, "Charmeleon, from this moment forth, you shall be my companion." With this, the core Pokémon partners of Luo Feng have all gathered. Gyarados, champion potential, strength at the near gym leader level. Milotic, champion potential, strength at the gym leader level. Phoeba, champion potential, strength at the juvenile stage. Yveltal, near champion potential, strength at the juvenile stage. Charmeleon, elite potential, strength at the novice stage. All of the Pokémon's Pokeballs have been replaced by Luo Feng with understated red and white luxury balls. He understands the principle of drawing attention to a tall tree. Gyarados and Milotic are already sufficiently eye-catching, although the Pokémon's living conditions have been upgraded to luxury balls. It is better for the Pokeball's exterior to remain low-key. Luo Feng has also specifically purchased 5 additional luxury balls as backups, reserving space for potential future partners. At this moment, only 50 days remain until the National Trainer Examination Tournament commences. 4 third-year students specializing in training, academic studies have already reached their conclusion. According to regulations, students typically only need to complete necessary theoretical review and practical analysis courses in the morning at school, while the afternoon is free for dedicated Pokémon training. If there are special needs, such as requiring long-term training in a specific environment, students may apply for a leave of absence from their homeroom teacher, which, once approved, allows them to leave school. Luo Feng considered his circumstances. Milotic and Gyarados need to solidify their strength and refine their newly acquired skill combinations. Fiba and Yveltal, having just hatched, require foundational training that is crucial. Charmeleon, too, needs careful nurturing to foster emotional bonds and to rebuild its confidence in battle. Although the school's public training facilities are decent, they cannot compare to the core breeding grounds of the Su family in terms of confidentiality, completeness of facilities, or ease of resource acquisition. He conveyed his thoughts to Su Qingxue. Qingxue, I believe the significance of training at school has diminished. The free time in the afternoon is too short and the facilities and resources are limited. I think it would be better to apply for a leave of absence and conduct special training at your family's breeding grounds. Your little Vulpix and Lapras also need a stable environment to grow. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Qingxue's eyes immediately lit up, and without any hesitation, she replied, Absolutely. That's exactly what I was thinking. The facilities and equipment at my home will undoubtedly meet all our training needs, and there will be ample resources available. Moreover, my father has even arranged for us to have a tactical instructor and a data analyst. The two reached a consensus and promptly headed to the homeroom teacher's office. After listening to their plan, the homeroom teacher's gaze shifted between Su Qingxue and Luo Feng, lingering on Luo Feng's face for a moment. He was well aware of the Su family's influence and recognized Luo Feng's astounding prowess displayed during the monthly examination's practical drills, although the specific details were classified. The news of Gyarados sweeping its opponents had already spread. It was entirely reasonable for a student of Su Qingxue's background to apply for a leave of absence for special training at her family's facility. However, he did not expect that in such a short time, Luo Feng, who had once been an inconspicuous student, would indeed seize the opportunity presented by the Su family. And judging by Su Qingxue's attitude, she evidently held great trust and support for him. Indeed, Su Qingxue's family conditions are exceptionally advantageous, providing a top-notch training environment. The homeroom teacher nodded, his tone tinged with a subtle blend of sentiment and scrutiny. Luo Feng, your recent progress has been evident to all, and having access to a better environment to prepare for the examination is a positive development. I approve your application. During your time away from school, please prioritize safety and regularly report on your training progress. I wish you both the best of luck in the examinations. The two expressed their gratitude in unison. Thank you, teacher. As they exited the office, the sun shone brightly. With their concerns resolved, both felt considerably lighter in spirit. Preparing to discuss heading directly to the Su family estate to commence special training that afternoon. Just then, a deliberately softened voice, tinged with a hint of grievance and urgency, called out from behind, Luo Feng. Wait. Luo Feng halted, his brow immediately furrowing. It was Lin Weiwei. Su Qingxue also stopped, her previously relaxed expression fading as she calmly regarded the newcomer. Lin Weiwei hurriedly approached them, her gaze briefly sweeping over Su Qingxue, laced with a subtle jealousy. Before firmly locking onto Luo Feng, she forced a look she deemed most charming, her voice soft and pleading. Luo Feng, can we talk privately for a moment? Just for a little while, please? There are some things I want to discuss with you alone. Upon seeing Lin Weiwei, Luo Feng's eyes betrayed his unreserved disdain. His gaze turned frigid, and his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation as he flatly rejected her. There's nothing for us to discuss. Please step aside. Don't waste our time. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Lin Weiwei was momentarily taken aback by this unrelenting refusal, her previously pitiable expression nearly faltering. Biting her lip, she seemed to muster considerable resolve, presenting what she believed to be her most enticing proposition. Luo Feng, I know I was wrong before. I was willful and inconsiderate, and I hurt your feelings. I truly regret it now. Let us reconcile. If you're willing to get back together, I'm ready to be your girlfriend right away. Really. In fact, I could even agree to an engagement. Let us start anew, shall we? As she spoke, she leaned in closer, her eyes filled with earnest anticipation. Luo Feng regarded her performance with rising irritation, as if confronted with a sticky stain. Observing his reaction, Lin Weiwei shifted her focus, frantically hurling insults at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, you truly have no shame. How dare you steal my boyfriend? Are you even human? Upon hearing these words, Su Qingxue frowned slightly, her mood darkening. What is wrong with Lin Weiwei? She is acting like a mad dog. At that moment, Luo Feng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Qingxue. Chapter 38. I do not wish for Qingxue to misunderstand. Luo Feng glared coldly at Lin Weiwei. his tone frigid as he stated, "Lin Weiwei, I ask that you show some self-respect, and please clarify a few facts. First, we were never in a romantic relationship. This is something you emphasized repeatedly in the cafe and in court. I have never acknowledged it. Our relationship has always been innocent and ordinary classmate interactions. Please do not spread falsehoods or make unfounded connections in the future. I do not wish for Qingxue to misunderstand. Otherwise, this could be construed as malicious slander, damaging my reputation, and I reserve the right to pursue legal action against you." Luo Feng's voice grew even more severe, carrying an undeniable warning. "Moreover, I absolutely forbid you from using any derogatory language to insult Qingxue here. If you dare speak ill of her again, I will immediately contact a lawyer to initiate a new round of defamation suits against you." Although Lin Weiwei had returned the money last time, she had also sought the school's intervention to mediate. Luo Feng had considered letting it go for the time being, as he was also preparing for the examination. And Lin Weiwei was still a minor, a student facing the same exam. The money had been returned. Even if he pursued further, it would only result in the Lin family paying a bit more, and it wouldn't lead to any serious consequences, merely wasting his time and energy. The reality was quite frustrating. Furthermore, if he continued to entangle himself with Lin Weiwei, it could attract media attention, bringing about even more troublesome situations. He did not desire fame at the moment, so he resolved to let it go. After all, time was on his side. Once the examination was over and the money was in hand, he could take his time dealing with Lin Weiwei. Luo Feng's words pierced through Lin Weiwei's carefully maintained facade like icy needles. The previous lawsuit and the repayment had already been a tremendous blow and humiliation for her and her family. Although Luo Feng ultimately refrained from pursuing the matter further, considering the impending college entrance examination and the school's mediation, primarily to avoid drawing excessive media attention, the fear and sense of powerlessness remained deeply etched in her heart. She harbored no doubt that Luo Feng, now endowed with the backing of the Su family, was capable of executing whatever he declared. I, Lin Weiwei, felt my complexion drain to a ghastly pallor, my lips quivering as I struggled to articulate a defense, yet found myself utterly speechless. The overwhelming embarrassment, indignation, and a profound sense of abandonment surged through me like a relentless tide. I gazed at the man who had once been so obedient to my whims, now mercilessly humiliating me in public for the sake of another woman, even resorting to legal measures once again. The agony and regret pierced through me like countless tiny blades, suffocating me with pain. I finally grasped the magnitude of my earlier folly in carelessly discarding and deeply wounding such a remarkable young man. Yet now, the brilliance of that treasure illuminated only Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue observed the disarray and barely contained resentment in Lin Weiwei's eyes with a keen understanding. She gently tugged at Luo Feng's sleeve, her voice cool, yet imbued with an imperceptible warmth and reassurance. All right, Luo Feng, let us depart. Engaging further with her is futile. Let's not allow the undeserving to waste our time. With that, she cast a tranquil glance at Lin Weiwei, her eyes devoid of any victorious triumph, instead radiating an aloof indifference, along with a subtle, instinctual assertion of territory that only women comprehend. She then naturally linked her arm with Luo Feng's, softly yet distinctly urging, "Let us go." Luo Feng felt the warmth and strength emanating from her arm, dispelling the last remnants of irritation stirred by Lin Weiwei. He did not cast another glance at the despondent Lin Weiwei, instead addressing Su Qingxue with a gentle tone. "Very well, we shall leave." He allowed her to lead him away, striding confidently from the scene. Lin Weiwei stood alone in the corridor outside the office, the sunlight streaming through the window illuminating her pale visage, yet failing to dissipate the chill of resentment that enveloped her. She fixated on the harmonious silhouettes of the couple departing, her nails digging painfully into her palm. Yet she felt no pain, only an excruciating sense of irrevocable loss that surged within her. Luo Feng's icy words and unyielding warnings acted as an invisible sledgehammer, shattering the last vestiges of her illusions and fragile dignity. She remained frozen in place, her color drained, lips trembling yet unable to utter a single coherent syllable, merely watching as Luo Feng, arm in arm with Su Qingxue, strode away without a backward glance. The couple's figures vanished at the end of the corridor, seemingly siphoning away the last of her strength, leaving her consumed by a profound chill of resentment and bone-deep regret. Neither Luo Feng nor Su Qingxue looked back. Stepping out of the shadow of the school building, the bright midday sun of early summer bathed them in warmth, dispelling the remnants of their earlier discomfort. The Su family's distinctive luxury sedan was already quietly awaiting them by the school gate. The driver, impeccably trained, opened the door with respect, inviting them inside. The spacious interior of the car was comfortable, with a pleasant temperature that insulated them from the clamor of the outside world. As the vehicle smoothly commenced its journey, leaving Shanyang No. 1 High School behind, the tense atmosphere finally relaxed. Su Qingxue could no longer contain herself, bursting into a melodic laughter that resonated beautifully within the serene confines of the car. She turned slightly, her enchanting eyes curving into crescent moons, glancing at Luo Feng with unabashed delight. Luo Feng, did you see Lin Weiwei's face just now? Her voice was filled with mirth, tinged with a hint of smugness. It turned as white as a sheet, especially when you mentioned suing her again. Her expression was priceless. I thought she might topple over, reclining against the plush leather seat. Luo Feng watched Su Qingxue reveal such a rare, almost mischievous demeanor, and a subtle smile crept onto his lips. Lin Weiwei's entanglements had indeed vexed him, but Su Qingxue's laughter lightened his heart. I did see, he replied in a calm tone, yet a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes. She brought it upon herself. Once brazenly relying on the kindness of others, she now knows the sting of reality. Had she known better, she would not be in this predicament. He felt no sympathy for Lin Weiwei, only a sense of detachment and disdain, as if the dust had settled. Exactly. Su Qingxue scrunched her delicate nose, her tone laced with playful arrogance. She was blind to her own shortcomings, and now it's far too late for regrets. And to think she spoke of wanting to be your girlfriend, and even getting engaged? What a joke. She mimicked Lin Weiwei's feigned coyness, unable to contain her laughter. What audacity to propose such conditions at a time like this. Does she think she has someone special? Her bargaining chips are laughably misguided. Laughing, she glanced at Luo Feng with a teasing expression, elongating her tone. Hey, Luo Feng, she was even willing to get engaged. Aren't you the least bit moved? Have you given any thought to this seemingly devoted ex-girlfriend? Luo Feng found amusement in Su Qingxue's deliberate teasing, shaking his head in exasperation. Yet his gaze remained earnest as it met hers. Qingxue, such jokes are far from amusing. Not only does she hardly qualify as an ex-girlfriend, even if she were a paragon of beauty, she would not hold a candle to you in my eyes. His voice, though low, carried an undeniable conviction. This blunt declaration caused the playful smile to freeze on Su Qingxue's face, only to meld away into a charming blush soon after. She turned her face away, gazing out at the swiftly receding scenery, though the slight upturn at the corners of her mouth and the lingering flush at her ears betrayed her true feelings. Smooth talker, she muttered softly, though her tone lacked any irritation, instead sounding almost honeyed. Luo Feng, observing her gently flushed profile, felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He reached out, not to touch her cheek, but to gently grasp her wrist resting on the seat. The warmth of his fingertips against her cool skin made her body subtly tremble, yet she did not pull away. Let us not dwell on her any longer. The unpleasantness has passed. What lies ahead is far more significant. Luo Feng's voice was low and soothing, feeling the warmth and strength in his grip. Any lingering displeasure stemming from Lin Weiwei dissipated within Su Qingxue. She turned to meet Luo Feng's unwavering and expectant gaze, nodding vigorously, her eyes sparkling anew. Yes, let's go to my house. You must see my mini dragon. It seems you haven't had the chance to meet it yet. For the college entrance exam, we must achieve excellent results. Indeed. Chapter 39, Long-Awaited Fatherly Love. The driver smoothly brought the vehicle to a stop beneath the slightly aged building where Luo Feng resided. We have arrived, he announced gently. Su Qingxue turned her head, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, I'll have the driver come pick you up early tomorrow. Everything is ready at the training grounds. My mini dragon is eager to show you. Her tone held a hint of pride and anticipation. All right, see you tomorrow. Luo Feng nodded, opening the car door and watching as the sleek black sedan silently glided into the night. The vehicle came to a gentle halt beneath Luo Feng's apartment building, the soft yellow glow of the streetlights casting a warm embrace over the aging residential structure, its weathered walls contrasting starkly with the sleek, glossy lines of the Su family's car. Inside, a comfortable warmth enveloped them, accompanied by an unspoken tranquility. Luo Feng turned his head to glance at Su Qingxue beside him. Having witnessed the mini dragon with dojo-level qualifications at her home that afternoon, he now possessed a more comprehensive understanding of her Pokémon team. His voice was gentle, tinged with a lingering smile. Qingxue, I've arrived. Upon hearing his voice, Su Qingxue turned her head, the streetlights outside casting fractured yet bright specks of light in her eyes. Her lips naturally curled upward, her tone cheerful and imbued with vigor. Luo Feng, the driver will arrive punctually to pick you up tomorrow morning. Everything has been arranged at the breeding center. She paused, her gaze sparkling with concern and warmth for Luo Feng. Oh, by the way, Would you prefer to have breakfast at my place or at your own? I can have the driver bring breakfast over. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng felt a wave of emotion wash over him. She was so considerate. It truly moved him. I think I'll have breakfast at your place. All right, see you tomorrow then. Su Qingxue waved to him through the descending car window, her smile particularly radiant against the night backdrop. Hurry inside. Rest well. Tomorrow marks a crucial beginning. Yes, you too. Luo Feng replied softly, gazing into her eyes, and added, be careful on the road. Su Qingshue's smile deepened, and she nodded emphatically before signaling to the driver ahead. The window rose silently, creating a barrier between the inside and outside. Luo Feng watched as the black car, like a spirit merging with the night, glided silently into the street, swiftly disappearing around the corner. It was not until the glow of the taillights vanished entirely that he withdrew his gaze. He lifted his eyes to the familiar window of his home, glowing with warm light. Inhaling the slightly cool air filled with the essence of the night and the distinctive aroma of the old street. Upon returning to his quiet and familiar abode, Luo Feng poured himself a glass of water. Just then, his vintage VR wristband vibrated, and a familiar yet slightly distant name flickered on the screen. Dad. Luo Feng answered the call, and a miniature holographic image was projected onto the table. The man in the image wore the standard outdoor uniform of an Alliance Ranger. His skin slightly weathered from sun exposure, and fatigue etched in his features from long travels. Yet, when he looked at Luo Feng, his eyes betrayed an undeniable concern. In the background, one could discern a corner of a makeshift tent, with the shadows of swaying trees visible outside. Dad, Luo Feng called out, his voice steady. His father's voice crackled through the connection, tinged with the distinctive rasp of long-distance signals. Xiao Feng still awake? The college entrance examination is approaching, isn't it? He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, his tone laced with subtle apprehension and caution. I mentioned before, if I encounter any suitable wild Pokémon while patrolling, I'll keep an eye out for you. I haven't seen you message me about the situation. Have you made any progress with the Pokémon? The familiar words instantly transported Luo Feng back to a previous life filled with despair and despondency. At that time, the same concern had only been met with his own dejected rejection. Observing the fine lines around his father's eyes and the lingering worry etched on his brow, Luo Feng felt a pang in his heart, yet it was overshadowed by a sense of gratitude for this second chance. Yes, Dad, everything is ready. A genuine smile broke across Luo Feng's face, imbued with newfound confidence, his tone unwavering. Rest assured, this time for the college entrance examination, I will achieve excellent results to surprise you. He refrained from detailing the situation of the Pokémon, but his confidence was undeniable. His father appeared momentarily taken aback. The son on the other end of the line had bright, sharp eyes, his posture straight, and an air of formidable self-assurance that starkly contrasted with the downtrodden boy he remembered. This significant transformation eased his father's heart, and the furrowed brow relaxed slightly, a look of relief finally gracing his fatigued face. Good, good. Dad is waiting for your good news. With your confidence, I can relax. It seemed he remembered something, and a hint of paternal nagging crept into his tone. However, for trainers, having a reliable partner during the college entrance examination is always an advantage. On my patrol this time, I actually came across a rather decent one at the edge of the southwestern rainforest reserve. As he spoke, Luo Feng's father shifted to the side to adjust the camera, carefully maneuvering it. After a brief shake of the image, a dark green little lizard appeared on the screen. It had an orange belly, and the tip of its tail was adorned with vibrant green sprouts, its gaze sharp and vigilant, exuding agility and vitality even through the screen. It was none other than one of the grass-type starter Pokémon, Woodgecko. Here it is, this little fellow, his father's voice brimmed with pride. It's wild in nature, quick in speed, and glides through the jungle like a green shadow. It took quite some effort to catch it. I almost stirred up some larger creatures in the reserve. He pointed to a small, already scabbed over abrasion on the Woodgecko's tail. See this minor injury? It was incurred during that time, but it's nothing serious. A bit of ointment will suffice. His father regarded the Woodgecko with admiration. I believe it has considerable potential. It reacts swiftly and possesses a tenacious spirit. I conducted a rough scan with the portable detector issued by the Bureau, and its life energy response was quite active, rated at least as excellent or higher. I thought I'd send it back to you for an expedited month of training. It could come in handy during your college entrance examination. As Luo Feng's father showcased the Woodgecko, Luo Feng discreetly concentrated his thoughts, activating the system's Pokémon Qualification Insight ability. An invisible gaze penetrated the virtual image, honing in on the alert lizard Pokémon. Target, Woodgecko, lizard Pokémon, type, grass. Qualification, Dojo, purple. Status, minor abrasion, vibrant life, vitality. Level, requires close proximity. Skills, requires close proximity. Traits, requires close proximity. Dojo level, purple, qualification. Chapter 40. It's time for a draw, starting with 10 consecutive pulls. Luo Feng's mind was as clear as daylight. He understood all too well that to an ordinary trainer, this wood gecko was akin to a windfall from the heavens. A starter Pokémon, a potential gem. How many people yearned for such an initial Pokémon, worthy of sacrificing everything to nurture? In his previous life, it was precisely this seemingly ordinary wood gecko that became one of the greatest contributors to his father's steady rise to near dojo-level trainer status, accompanying him through thick and thin, establishing remarkable achievements. However, times had changed. Luo Feng instinctively touched the luxurious balls at his waist, understated in design, yet exuding an air of sophistication. Any one of the partners within would induce envy and desire in so-called geniuses. The champion qualified Gyarados, the Milotic, and that infinitely promising water-leap fish. The quasi-champion qualified Yveltal, a future harbinger of sandstorms. Even the currently weakest Charmeleon in his team possessed genuine king-level qualifications. In comparison, this wood gecko, with its limitations likely confined to dojo level, seemed rather lacking, a delicacy that offered little satisfaction yet was too precious to discard. To accept it? Forget the notion of integrating it into his core rain-themed team. Merely the resources required for its training would have to be pried from the mouths of Gyarados and the others. Limited finances, energy, and time made dispersed investments the greatest waste. This principle was crystal clear to Luo Feng, having been reborn. Moreover, Luo Feng understood better than anyone what this wood gecko represented for his father, who toiled in the wild. It was not just a mere Pokémon. It was a precious companion his father had risked injury to capture in the treacherous wilds, an essential ally for enhancing his strength and ensuring his safety against the ferocious wild Pokémon lurking nearby. In his previous life, he had no use for it and did not accept it, which ultimately spared his father from being burdened by his development. In this life, now that he has better options, how could he possibly take away his father's assurance? As Luo Feng contemplated this, he raised his head and gazed at his father's holographic image, his face betraying a mix of hope and slight anxiety. With a sigh, he endeavored to keep his tone light and casual. "Dad, thank you for still thinking about me at this moment. As for this Trico, I believe it's better off with you." At that moment, the earnest smile on Luo's father's face froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. He appeared momentarily stunned, blinking as if he couldn't comprehend his son's refusal. "Xiaofeng, you mean?" Luo Feng hurriedly clarified, his tone sincere. "Dad, I'm truly not being polite. My Pokémon team is already exceptionally well prepared for the college entrance examination. It will be more than sufficient. You can rest easy." He paused, gesturing towards the Trico in the image. "In fact, this Trico is one you painstakingly caught. I think it's particularly remarkable and full of potential. You are now a top-tier trainer, and this is precisely the time when you need a capable assistant, especially with the dangers of fieldwork." He carefully organized his words, striving to articulate his thoughts smoothly. Keeping it by your side and nurturing it not only ensures your safety in your work, but also accelerates your strength enhancement, allowing you to challenge the gym leader level sooner. Wouldn't that be more advantageous? At this point, Luo Feng perceptively caught the complex emotions flickering across his father's face. There was an instinctive disappointment at being rejected by his son, but more significantly, there was a sense of pride in witnessing his child's sudden maturity and understanding, alongside an almost imperceptible bewilderment at realizing his child no longer required his protection. Feeling a surge of warmth in his heart, he added with a hint of youthful teasing to lighten the atmosphere, "If you train it well and become a formidable gym leader in the future, wouldn't it also bring me pride as your son? That would mean so much more than me taking an additional Pokémon to the examination." Luo's father fell silent. His hands, calloused and scarred from years of fieldwork, unconsciously caressed the smooth, cool back of the Trico. The creature closed its eyes contentedly, nuzzling against his fingers. Luo Feng's words were clear and well-reasoned, each point considering his father's perspective. This sudden display of maturity and independence stirred a tumult of emotions within him. There was a hint of unfamiliarity and a subtle sense of loss, as if he were being pushed away by his child. Yet more than that, there was an inexplicable wave of warmth and reassurance washing over him. "Kid, you've truly grown up," he thought. No longer was he the little boy who required his father's constant care, even needing him to procure his initial Pokémon. Now he possessed his own ideas, his own plans, and judging by his tone and the absolute confidence in his eyes, He likely had some remarkable opportunity that surpassed his father's imagination. With a deep sigh, Luo's father exhaled, a breath laden with myriad emotions, nostalgia, loss, pride, culminating in a resigned yet relieved admonition. All right, son, your judgment seems to be getting sharper. Even better than mine. Then, I shall keep this trico for myself. Just make sure you are aware of what you're doing. For the entrance exam, give it your all, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Approach it with a calm mind. The father and son, separated by the cold screen, fell into silence. The typical father-son dynamic in their culture, where concern is veiled beneath unspoken words, lingered in the air, punctuated by an invisible gap and silence that filled the communication channel. The void left by his mother's early passing made this silence feel even more pronounced and heavy. Feeling a pang in his heart, Luo Feng softly replied, "Yes, I understand. Dad, please take extra care of yourself in the wild and don't push yourself too hard." Simultaneously, he resolved silently. Once the entrance exam was over, he would ensure that his father received a Pokémon of kingly caliber. If necessary, he would even give his own king-level Charmeleon to his father. After all, his team's core was water-type, though the Charmeleon was precious. It would serve his father far better. In the depths of the mountains, having a flying-type Pokémon would significantly ease both reconnaissance and travel. All right, Luo's father nodded, his gaze lingering on his son's youthful yet resolute face. His lips moved as if he wanted to ask if he had enough funds, what Pokémon he had, and how well prepared he was. Yet, all that remained unspoken transformed into the most ordinary expression of concern. Then, get some rest. You too, Dad. Rest early. With a beep, the communication ended, and the holographic image vanished, plunging the room back into silence, save for the distant hum of city noise outside. Luo Feng picked up the glass of water on his desk and gulped down a generous mouthful, the icy liquid soothing the complex emotions swirling within him. He gazed at the barren tabletop, replaying his father's hesitance, a blend of disappointment and pride, vividly in his mind. Was he disappointed? A bit. Yet more than that, Luo Feng felt a firm resolve. His rejection of the gym-level trico was not only for his father's benefit, to provide him with stronger self-defense, but it was also a commitment to his own path, one destined to reach the pinnacle of the Pokémon world. The companions nestled within the luxurious Pokeballs at his waist, each brimming with untold potential, became the source of his confidence. The fierce Gyarados, the graceful Milotic, the sturdy Swampert, the composed Gardevoir, and the fiery Charmeleon, 5 distinct yet equally potent forces, were his greatest assets. With a deep breath, Luo Feng expelled his distractions, his eyes shimmering with renewed anticipation. After such a long preparation, it was finally time to test his lineage. System, open the gacha interface. With a mere thought, his mind was instantly filled with the image of a colossal, opulent, and technologically advanced virtual gacha machine. Within its depths, countless vibrant orbs spun and collided, emanating an alluring and mysterious aura, as if beckoning him to come and draw from it. Next to the gacha machine, a series of data was clearly displayed. Free draw chances, 23. System points, 14, 320. Points for drawing, 200 points per draw. Wow, I've accrued 23 free draws and over 14,000 points. Luo Feng calculated rapidly. Dividing 14,320 by 200 gives me 71 draws. Adding the 23 free ones, that's a total of 94 drawing opportunities. This number ignited a fervor within him, a rush of exhilaration coursing through his veins. With more than a month until the entrance exam, he was certain he could accumulate even more points and free draws. I'm going to enjoy this. No time to waste. Let us use these 94 draws now. Consider it an appetizer before the exam. Rubbing his hands together, he took a deep breath and, with utmost seriousness, walked into the bathroom. He turned on the faucet and meticulously washed his hands 3 times, ensuring not a single detail was overlooked, even scrubbing beneath his nails, before diligently drying them with a clean towel. Upon returning to his room, he even faced the empty air, closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and murmured incantations, engaging in a ritual of sorts. Heavenly spirits and earthly forces, may the luck of the gacha bless me. System, grant me your favor. I seek neither the deity Arceus nor the illustrious Necrozma. I require not even the trio of legendary birds, the Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres, or the formidable pillars of creation. I would be thoroughly content with merely a Mew, a Jirachi, or a Celebi, or perhaps even a powerful quasi-legendary offspring. Oh, esteemed system, grant me some favor. I implore you. As the process unfolded, Luo Feng's gaze sharpened, his focus resolutely fixed upon the colossal virtual gacha machine. System, let us commence with a warm-up. Utilize my complimentary draws for a 10-fold summoning. Ding. Command confirmed. Consuming free draw count x10, initiating 10-fold summoning. Buzzing with energy. The vibrant orbs within the virtual gacha machine began to coalesce chaotically, accelerating as the machinery emitted a deep, thunderous roar, as if something monumental were on the verge of hatching. Pop, 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 pop. 10 distinct virtual capsules, each shimmering with a soft luminescence, cascaded from the exit, subsequently bursting in succession, transforming into a series of notification messages that flooded Luo Feng's consciousness. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Experience Candy Small, X1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained System Points X20. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Water-type Pokémon Skill Disc, Water Pulse, X1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained System Points X50. Congratulations, host, you have obtained High-quality, green, Nidoran Egg X1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained System Points X20. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Super Quality, Blue, Geodude Egg X1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Firestone X1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained System Points X30. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Experience Candy Small, X1. Chapter 41. The unseen does not save the unworthy, and spending does not alter fate. Miracles emerge from single draws. As the first 10-fold summoning concluded, Luo Feng surveyed the cascade of notifications with a slight furrow in his brow, pursing his lips. Alas, my luck seems rather dismal. Just a single super-quality Geodude egg, which can be exchanged for 50 points, and a Firestone are of some utility. The Nidoran, with its high quality, is nothing but fodder for me at this juncture. Though the points had incrementally returned to 120, serving as a meager consolation prize. The Firestone and the Water Pulse skill disc could still prove useful, while the Experience Candy, small, was passable. He glanced at the system panel. Free draw count, 13, 23, 10, 13. System points, 14,440, 14320, 2050, 2030, 14440. In summary, this initial 10-fold summoning was merely adequate. A negligible gain or loss, yet satisfactory enough, considering it was complimentary. One must seize the opportunity. With draws remaining, he resolved to press onward. System, let us proceed. Use my free draws for another 10-fold summoning. Ding. Consuming free draw count x10, initiating 10-fold summoning. Once more, 10 capsules erupted forth in a grand display, bursting open. Congratulations, host, you have obtained System Points X20. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Grass-type Pokemon Skill Disc, Leaf Blade, X1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Experience Candy Small, X1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained System Points X30. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Ordinary Quality, White, Caterpie Egg X1. Can be exchanged for 10 points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained System Points X50. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Steel-type Pokemon Skill Disc, Iron Defense, X1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained High-quality, green, Beauty Egg X1. Can be exchanged for 20 points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained System Points X2000. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Experience Candy Small, X1. Oh, splendid. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled at the sight of the System Points X2000 notification. A smile breaking across his face for the first time since the draws began. At last, something truly commendable has emerged. 2,000 points. This 10-fold summoning has yielded a small profit. He hastily checked the panel, noting only 3 free draws remaining, 13, 10, 3. The points had surged from 14,442, 14440, 2,100, 16540. In a moment of inspiration, he swiftly exchanged the Caterpie and Beauty eggs for points, 10, 20, resulting in a new total of 16,540, 30, 16570. Observing the remaining 3 free draws alongside the impressive 16,570 points, he sensed a resurgence of fortune and resolved to capitalize on it. With a deep breath and a determined spirit, he closed his eyes, inhaled twice, and then opened them wide, thinking, strike while the iron is hot. When luck is upon me, it cannot be thwarted. Let us gamble everything. System, let us make this grand. Use my points for a 20-fold summoning. I shall invest a full 4,000 points. Ding. Consuming 4,000 points, initiating 20-fold summoning. Current points, 16570 for 1,000, 12,570. The virtual gacha machine whirred into action once more. The lights cascading like a waterfall, the spectacle far more grandiose than the previous 2 attempts. Pop, 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 pop. 20 capsules fell in rapid succession, bursting forth with a torrent of notifications. Congratulations, host, you have obtained system points x20. Congratulations, host, you have obtained experience candy small x1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained system points x30. Congratulations, host, you have obtained ground-type Pokemon skill disc, dig x1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained system points x50. Congratulations, host, you have obtained high-quality, green, fletchling egg x1. Can be exchanged for 20 points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained system points x200. Congratulations, host, you have obtained strength ability potion x1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained system points x30. Congratulations, host, you have obtained super quality, blue, sandshrew egg x1. Can be exchanged for 50 points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained experience candy small x1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained system points x20. Congratulations, host, you have obtained water-type Pokemon skill disc, surf x1. Advanced skill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained system points x20. Congratulations, host, you have obtained dragon-type Pokemon skill disc, dragon breath x1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained system points x40. Congratulations, host, you have obtained experience candy small x1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained system points x20. Congratulations, host, you have obtained normal type Pokemon skill disc, hyper beam x1. Ultimate skill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained system points x100. Congratulations, host, you have obtained super quality, blue, onyx egg x1. Can be exchanged for 50 points. The 20-fold summoning concluded. Luo Feng meticulously examined the lengthy list of rewards, his expression a blend of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from having finally acquired an exceptional item, the strength ability potion. This remarkable substance could fundamentally alter the destiny of a Pokemon. If bestowed upon a Pokemon like Maril, with its modest physical attack stats, it could transform into a dragon-slaying warrior, yielding extraordinary results. However, his concern lingered. Aside from this prized potion, the other rewards, skills like Surf and Hyper Beam, though impressive, were not urgently needed at this point. As for the Pokemon eggs, they remained mere fodder for point exchanges. He was still leagues away from the legendary creatures, mythical beasts, or quasi-deities he so ardently desired. The mighty potion of strength must be preserved for future opportunities. Luo Feng contemplated inwardly. Should it be administered to the Gyarados? That seems unwise. Gyarados already possesses Intimidate, and its ability over confidence is also a consideration. Wait, ISNT Gyarados characterized by Intimidate and overconfidence? Whatever the case, utilizing it on a Pokemon that already boasts multiple abilities diminishes the likelihood of awakening a new trait to a dishearteningly low probability, rumored to be merely 0.5. The risk is too great. I cannot afford such a gamble. He decisively exchanged the 20 consecutive draws that yielded a Spearow, Sandshrew, and Onyx Egg for points, 2050502120. Next, he calculated the points accrued from the 20 draws, 20305020030204020100, 510. Thus, his current total points amounted to 12570, 510, 120, 13,200. At this juncture, he still had 3 free draws remaining, alongside 13,200 points. With these points, he could draw 13,200, 200, or 66 times. He could still draw a total of 3, 66, or 69 times. The resources remained abundant to the point of bewilderment. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng resolved to alter his strategy. The moment of mysticism had arrived. Let us proceed with a single draw. Miracles have always emerged from single draws. Fortune favors the bold, and single draws can defy fate. He murmured the popular phrases from the internet. System, first use the free draws. Grant me 3 single draws. Ding. Consumed free draw count x1. Poof. Congratulations. Host has obtained system points x60. Remaining free draws, 2. Ding. Consumed free draw count x1. Poof. Congratulations, host has obtained. Experience candy small, x1. Remaining free draws, 1. Ding. Consumed free draw count x1. Poof. Congratulations, host has obtained. High quality, green, Zubat egg x1. Can be exchanged for 20 points. Remaining free draws, 0. Luo Feng. Well, it seems the miracle has not occurred. Although a hint of disappointment lingered in his heart, he remained calm after the previous series of draws. Indeed, luck is not something to be overly trusted. He quickly exchanged the Zubat egg for 20 points. His points now stood at 13,260 21 3 2 8 0. The free draws had been exhausted. System, proceed, and use points for 3 single draws. Luo Feng gritted his teeth, determined to defy the odds. Ding. Consumed 200 points for a single draw. Poof. Congratulations, host has obtained. System points x20. Points 13280, 220 13,100. Ding. Consumed 200 points for a single draw. Poof. Congratulations, host has obtained. Experience candy small, x1. Points 13100, 212,900. Ding. Consumed 200 points for a single draw. Poof. Congratulations. Host has obtained. Experience candy small, x5. Points 12900, 212,700. The sky remained a flawless blue, with not even a flicker of excitement in sight. With 12,700 points still remaining, a considerable amount, Luo Feng felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him as he slumped back onto his bed. Sensing as though his very essence had been drained, gritting his teeth, he issued the command, System, draw again with points. Single draw. 3 times. This was a direct confrontation with the system. Ding. Consumed 200 points for a single draw. Poof. Congratulations, host has obtained. System points x30. Points 12700, 231 2530. Ding. Consumed 200 points for a single draw. Poof. Congratulations, host has obtained. Experience candy small, x1. Points 12530, 201 2330. Ding. Consumed 200 points for a single draw. Poof. Congratulations, host has obtained. Flying type Pokemon skill disc, Hurricane, x1. Points 12330, 201 2130. Current points 12,130. Damn. Luo Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath, striking the mattress with frustration. Still nothing. Not a legendary Pokemon in sight, nor even a trace of divine essence. Hopes ignited and extinguished time and again. His points dwindling like melting icebergs, yet still exceeding 10,000. A visible depletion juxtaposed with an intangible return that was truly maddening. He gazed at the steadfast 5-digit point total. A surge of defiance and stubbornness swelling within him. Damn it, today I shall persist with this. System, continue with single draws. I refuse to bow to this fate. For the ensuing time, Luo Feng transformed into an unyielding lottery machine, relentlessly engaging in single draws. Ding. Consumed 200 points. Congratulations on receiving system points x20. Points 12130. 221 1950. Ding. Consumed 200 points. Congratulations on receiving experience candy, small, x1. Points 11950. 201 1750. Ding. Consumed 200 points. Congratulations on receiving normal type skill disc, Sing, x1. Points 11750. 201 1550. Ding. Consumed 200 points. Congratulations on receiving system points x50. Points 11550. 250 11,400. Time slipped by unnoticed. Luo Feng's expression transitioned from initial anticipation to subsequent annoyance, and now to a state of numbness. He stared at the digits on the system panel. Current points, 400. At last, only 2 chances for point draws remained. Hope felt as distant as searching for a specific needle in the vast Pacific Ocean. He had abandoned all expectations. Driven solely by a compulsive need to draw until depletion, he let out a long, deep sigh, a sense of near liberation washing over him as he spoke. System. Single draw once. Ding. Consumed 200 points for a single draw. Current points, 200. Poof. Congratulations, host has obtained. System points x40. Points, 400, 240 240. Current points, 240. Just a bit more. Luo Feng gazed at the glaring 240, his heart devoid of emotion. This was the last one. Let us clear it. System. Final point draw. Ding. Consumed 200 points for a single draw. Current points, 40. The virtual gas-upon machine seemed to sense the gravity of this final flourish. The previously unremarkable, steadily rotating lights within it surged into a terrifyingly rapid spin the instant the last 200 points worked through. The brilliance became unprecedentedly blinding, searing. The entire machine emitted an unbearable hum. Poof! This time, the sound of the capsule bursting was distinctly different. It was not the crisp pop of before, but rather a heavy sound, reminiscent of thunder rumbling within the clouds. No prompt sounded immediately. The entire virtual space felt as if it had been paused. Time froze for that brief moment. Chapter 42, Legendary Pokémon. The Golden Legend. It has arrived. Buzz. Suddenly, a blinding golden beam erupted in Luo Feng's mind. So bright he could scarcely open his eyes. This light was unlike ordinary sunlight. It crackled with electric sparks, as if an entire storm had been encapsulated within a single ray. The deafening roar of thunder resounded in his mind, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of authority that made his legs weak. In that fleeting moment, his previously dark consciousness was illuminated, ablaze with electric brilliance. Immediately, a clear and commanding bird call resonated in his mind. The sound was particularly haughty, yet tinged with the tentative essence of a newly hatched chick, as if proclaiming, "I have arrived." Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Legendary Pokémon, Zapdos, Juvenile Form. The typically cold and indifferent system notification now sounded more melodious than anything else. But that was not all. Just as the golden light gradually receded, transforming into a golden Poké Ball crackling with electric sparks, the system's voice chimed again, this time with an especially festive tone. Ding. Detection of host's first acquisition of a legendary Pokémon. Milestone achieved. Initial embrace of a divine beast. An exclusive reward is hereby conferred. Several luminous messages sprang forth. Congratulations. Host, you have received System Points X 5000. Congratulations, host, you have received Zapdos Exclusive Trait Potions X4. System description: a potion infused with the power of peculiar rules. Bound for use by Zapdos, with a 100 success rate. Upon use, it permanently adds the traits Static, Lightning Rod, Volt Absorb, Electric Surge. Note: this potion is effective only for Zapdos and not for other Pokémon. Congratulations, host, you have received Exclusive Item Thunder Feather, Replica, X1. System description: a wondrous item crafted based on the legendary feather, infused with the pure principles of lightning, exclusively for Zapdos. When held, it enhances the power of Zapdos's electric and flying type moves by 50, and its speed receives a substantial boost of 50. Luo Feng gazed at these rewards, feeling his heart race with fervor. 5,000 points. This meant he could continue drawing. The 4 trait potions made his eyes gleam with excitement. The ability to choose from 4 top-tier traits was simply extraordinary, and that Thunder Feather would elevate both the damage and speed of Zapdos by half. The configuration was nothing short of luxurious. Wow, he was truly on the path to fortune. Luo Feng's hands trembled with exhilaration, his fists clenched tightly without his conscious effort. Zapdos was already formidable, and now with so many valuable items, the starting point was astonishingly high. A cascade of surprises left him momentarily dazed. All notions of calm and rationality cast aside, he leapt from his chair, spun twice in the room, and delivered a fierce punch to the air, his face blooming with an uncontrollable smile. The previous frustration from a series of disappointing draws was washed away, leaving only pure excitement. The dazzling golden light gradually converged, ultimately coalescing at the center of the system space. There, quietly suspended, was a Poké Ball, resplendent in a brilliant golden hue, its design ancient and mysterious. The surface of the ball was not smooth. Rather, it seemed alive with intricate blue and white arcs of electricity that danced, entwined, and flickered, emitting a soft crackling sound and exuding an aura of ancient, formidable, and awe-inspiring majesty. Through the translucent walls of the Poké Ball, Luo Feng could vaguely discern the silhouette of a diminutive yet extraordinarily majestic bird within. It boasted feathers of brilliant gold, seemingly composed of pure electric energy. Its tail and wing edges pulsating with dazzling blue-white sparks. Its sharp, hawk-like eyes seemed capable of penetrating all barriers, harboring the terrifying power of thunder. Zapdos, truly one of the legendary 3 birds wielding dominion over thunder. Although still in its juvenile form, the unique life pressure emanating from its deepest bloodlines, characteristic of legendary Pokémon, enveloped Luo Feng, causing him to momentarily hold his breath, as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped his heart, making him forget to breathe. Oh my God! This immense, indescribable surprise, akin to a world-ending tsunami, instantaneously inundated all of Luo Feng's thoughts with an unstoppable force. What calmness, what rationality, everything was swept away. He sprang up from his chair, his heart pounding like a drum within his chest, the sound reverberating painfully in his eardrums, almost bursting forth from his throat. His blood surged and roared, excitement causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably, his limbs unsure of where to place themselves. Zapdos. It was indeed Zapdos, the legendary Pokémon. I drew it. I actually drew it. Ha! Ecstasy overwhelmed his reason, and like a startled houndoom, he spun aimlessly in his cramped room, then struck the air with a powerful punch, his face alight with an uncontrollable, near-manic joy, his smile stretching nearly to his ears. All the previous gloom, irritation, and shadows cast by a series of unsatisfactory draws were washed away in this moment, leaving not a trace behind. What made his heart race even more, igniting his blood, was that Zapdos possessed both electric and flying attributes. What did this mean? It meant that it would be a perfect complement to his core team, Gyarados, water flying, Milotic, water, and the future evolution of his Feebas into Swampert, water ground, forming an ideal synergy. Envision the scene. Under rainy conditions, with thunder guaranteed, Zapdos unleashing a thunderbolt would be a sight too beautiful to fathom. This combination could unleash catastrophic power in the future. The mere thought sent a thrill through him, as if he were about to howl at the heavens, yearning to rush to a battleground and test Zapdos's might against a crowd. However, just as a bucket of ice-cold water poured over a searing hot iron, the wave of joy that had just peaked was suddenly doused by a chilling, severe thought that slithered into his mind like a venomous serpent, instantly extinguishing much of his excitement. A legendary Pokémon. This entity was far too perilous to handle. Once exposed, the consequences would be cataclysmic and earth-shattering. It was beyond the capacity of an ordinary high school student to bear. What would the League's higher-ups think? What actions would the powerful families and factions entrenched in their domains take? And those sinister organizations lurking in the shadows of the world, such as Team Rocket, Team Magma, or Team Aqua, they would undoubtedly swarm like sharks sensing blood, disregarding all else. Various overt and covert threats would arise, from coercion to outright theft. With Luo Feng's current status as merely an ordinary high school senior, a prospective trainer, how could he safeguard this tremendous opportunity? Survival rule of the Pokémon world. First rule: a commoner is not guilty, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Without sufficient power, owning a precious artifact is the greatest sin. Even domestically, there are influential children who might resort to theft. A potent sense of crisis washed over him like a bucket of ice water, forcing him to compel himself to remain calm at once. Cold sweat trickled from his forehead, soaking his shirt. He immediately connected with the system, his voice trembling imperceptibly. System dear, if I take this Zapdos Pokeball out of the system space, will it be detected as an anomaly by the League's official Pokeball registration system, the monitoring programs of trainers' wristbands, or any other covert means I am unaware of? Just like how illegal money laundering is monitored by banks for abnormal large transactions, would I be tracked and locked onto? This was his gravest concern. The integration of technology and supernatural forces in this world was profound, and the trainer system was strictly regulated by the League. He dared not entertain any thoughts of luck. Ding. Host need not worry. The system's electronic voice remained cold and mechanical, yet at this moment, it exuded an undeniable sense of absolute certainty that provided immense comfort. All Pokémon drawn from this system's gacha machine and their corresponding Pokeballs have undergone the highest level of information camouflage and causal shielding processing by this system. Their existence records, energy fluctuation characteristics, and registration information, if necessary, will seamlessly integrate into the underlying rules of the current world system. They will not be identified as unknown, illegal, or abnormal by any known or unknown conventional or unconventional detection methods. The host can rest assured to possess and utilize them when required. The system will automatically generate source records that conform to the logic of the world and legal regulations. Luo Feng held his breath and listened intently to the system's assurances. His heart, which had been suspended over an abyss, finally thudded heavily back to reality. He exhaled deeply, as though expelling all the tension, fear, and anxiety from his chest in one breath. Thankfully, the system was indeed reliable. It had alleviated his greatest concern. His gaze returned to the system space, fixated on the golden Pokeball entwined with deadly yet beautiful lightning, his expression becoming exceedingly complex, interwoven with ineffable appreciation, intense desire, and a profound sense of responsibility. This treasure could indeed transform his life, propelling him to the pinnacle of success. Yet, equally, before he possessed sufficient strength. It was also a hot potato that could instantly reduce him to ashes. At least until he matured, it must not be exposed to the light of day too easily. Luo Feng clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding themselves into the flesh of his palms, using the sharp pain to remind himself to maintain absolute clarity and rationality. He must not rush, absolutely must not rush. He whispered to himself, as if cautioning his own heart and simultaneously soothing the newly born, thunderous divine bird within the Poké Ball. Zapdos, I apologize for making you linger in the system space for a while. I cannot reveal you during the examination, or else not only would I be unable to explain your origins, but I would also attract unwarranted attention and trouble that I cannot bear. That would be a path to destruction. What I need now is to leverage Gyarados and Milotic in this relatively fair and highly scrutinized critical stage of the examination, to make a stunning impact through my legitimate capabilities. With solid results and performances, I will establish my foundation within the league, garner official attention and resource allocation, and progressively enhance my strength, status, and influence. This is the rightful path. This is the solid foundation. He approached the window, gazing out at the city enveloped in neon lights and deep night, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the two luxurious balls containing Gyarados and Milotic at his waist. The cold touch of the spheres gradually settled his tumultuous emotions, cooling them down. Zapdos, he murmured the name softly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet imbued with unprecedented determination and fervent aspirations for the future. You may grow peacefully in the system space. The special environment provided by the system is surely more suitable for you to accumulate your strength than the outside world. Wait for me. Wait until I possess the strength that matches your legendary name, until I stand at a height sufficient to confront all covetous eyes and storms, capable of protecting both you and myself. Luo Feng's gaze sharpened and brightened, as if piercing through the heavy night before him, glimpsing the resplendent future that belonged to him. I will ensure your dignified arrival into this world. I will draw the gaze of the entire world upon you. The world shall witness the true might of the Thunderbird. And at that time, our partnership, you and my Rain team, will surely sweep across everything, becoming an unrivaled existence. He made the most rational and yet the most challenging decision. Until after the examination, Zapdos would remain concealed. Although this was akin to walking in the dark while adorned in fine garments, it felt somewhat stifling. Yet it was an absolute safeguard for his own safety and the greatest responsibility and protection for this nascent legendary Pokémon. Accumulating wealth in silence is the unassailable truth. Finally, with a tinge of reluctance and boundless anticipation, Luo Feng cast a deep, profound glance at the sacred and tempestuous golden lightning in the system space before resolutely closing the system interface. He returned to his desk, picking up the training notes meticulously organized for him by the school beauty, Su Qingxue, his gaze sharpening and refocusing. He forcibly suppressed all excitement, joy, and ambitions, locking them away deep within his heart, and immersed himself wholeheartedly into the final sprint of review for the examination. Outside the window, the city's lights flickered defiantly in the profound night, forming a sea of twinkling stars. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's dawn was quietly approaching. Zapdos, Hatchling Phase, Attribute Panel. Target, Zapdos. Thunder Pokémon, Type, Electric, Flying. Qualification, Legendary Divine Beast, Tricolor. Level, LV5, Hatchling Phase. Status, Newborn, Energy exceedingly active, urgently in need of growth, requires special lightning environment. Nourished by sacred aura. Skills, Peck, Leer Thundershock. Ability, Pressure, Legendary Aura, imposes immense psychological pressure on opponents, accelerating their energy consumption. Potential skills, Awakening required. Must grow to unlock Volt Tackle, Thunder, Brave Bird, Origin Pulse, Agility, Light Screen, Reflect, Peck Drill. Special notes. Contains an extremely pure source of thunder power, with immeasurable growth potential. The current form requires nurturing in environments rich in electric energy or sacred aura, or accelerated growth through the system space's special energy. Caution is advised in summoning to the real world before the host possesses elite-level strength. Chapter 43. A trump card for my wife, Fairy Eevee. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, only 3 days remained until the examination. During these days, Luo Feng and Su Qingxue had practically immersed themselves in the training grounds. The area was bustling with activity all day long, water guns and dragon breaths flying everywhere, ice shards and sparks clashing with a bang, punctuated by the chattering of Pokémon hatchlings and the deep roars of larger creatures. Their training outfits were soaked and dried repeatedly, all for the fateful examination that would determine their destiny. During breaks in training, Luo Feng exhausted all his accumulated free lottery chances. Whether it was due to having expended all his luck on drawing Zapdos earlier, he found that this series of draws yielded nothing of value. Most were merely experience candies, various attribute skill discs, and a few advanced or top-tier qualified Pokémon and eggs, which he exchanged directly for points, accumulating only a few hundred. He did, however, draw a few bottles of ability potions, but they were of no immediate use. Looking at the clutter in the system space, Luo Feng remained quite calm. It was fine. Luck could not be forced, and he would save them for later use. He fed most of the experience candies to Zapdos in the system space. Watching the little one's level gradually rise in the system's special environment filled Luo Feng with a sense of paternal pride. Grow well. In the future, you will be the one to hold the stage. The remaining experience candies he gave to Wishiwashi, helping it solidify its foundation. While sorting through the skill discs, a shimmering pink disc caught his attention, Fairy Wind. A wide-range attack skill of the fairy type, it boasted considerable power and broad coverage. With weaknesses only to steel and poison types, Luo Feng stroked his chin, and suddenly his eyes lit up. This skill would be perfect for Qingshue's EV. Throughout these days, he had accompanied Su Qingxue in her specialized training, becoming intimately familiar with her team. Katie, brimming with fighting spirit, Mini Dragon, brimming with potential, and Ralts, making rapid progress. Along with Alolan Vulpix, who is becoming increasingly adept at mastering ice-type moves, all harmonized beautifully with Lapras in their teamwork. However, Luo Feng discerned that Su Qingshue's team lacked a true ace capable of commanding the battlefield. Her ever-adoring, fluffy EV had long been overdue for evolution, with energy fully charged. Merely a step away from transformation. Should it evolve into the rare and formidable Sylveon, her team would truly be flawless. This dilemma had troubled Su Qingxue for quite some time. During a training break, she cradled EV in her arms. Her brow furrowed as she posed a question to Luo Feng. Luo Feng, it seems EV is on the verge of evolving, but which form should I choose? The water, fire, and electric types are too commonplace. The conditions for solar and lunar EV seem rather complex, while leaf and ice EV require specific environments. Sylveon is the most adorable and rare, yet I am uncertain how to facilitate its evolution. Observing her troubled demeanor, Luo Feng chuckled softly. You have come to the right person. Clearing his throat, he began to enlighten Su Qingxue. EV is currently the Pokémon with the most evolutionary forms, totaling 8. The water, fire, and electric types are the simplest, requiring merely an evolution stone. Leaf and ice EV necessitate proximity to special mossy rocks and icy boulders. The solar, lunar, and Sylveon forms, however, are rather unique, demanding high levels of affection and specific timing. He paused for emphasis, particularly for Sylveon, which requires learning a fairy-type move and evolving during a moment of profound emotional connection. As he spoke, Luo Feng discreetly checked EV's data through the system. Target, EV. Evolving Pokémon. Qualification, Gym level, purple. Status, healthy, energy full, ready for evolution. Evolution preference, detected extremely high intimacy, deep emotional bond, meeting the conditions for Sylveon, solar EV, and lunar EV. Luo Feng turned to Su Qingxue and inquired, Qingxue, which evolution do you desire most in your heart? Without hesitation, her eyes sparkling brightly, she replied, if I could choose, it would undoubtedly be Sylveon. Strong, beautiful, and exceptionally rare. Very well, then it shall be Sylveon. Luo Feng nodded, already formulating a plan in his mind. He was confident that the bond between Su Qingxue and EV was unassailable, having grown up together, their connection deep beyond measure. What remained was merely a fairy-type move. Fortunately, the Fairy Wind, TM had arrived just in time. After training that day, while Su Qingxue was busy replacing Lapras's water, Luo Feng feigned playing with EV, silently invoking, System, use the TM, Fairy Wind, on Su Qingxue's EV. Ding. TM, Fairy Wind, successfully used. Target, EV, has mastered the move, Fairy Wind. As the notification chimed, EV, who had been nuzzling Luo Feng's fingers, suddenly trembled and froze. A flicker of confusion passed through its large brown eyes, quickly replaced by a wave of warm and wondrous energy. A subtle pink aura radiated from it, enveloping its fluffy fur, exuding a blend of sweetness and power. The newly acquired fairy energy clashed intensely with the general energy already stored within, resonating in harmony. Just then, Su Qingxue returned and immediately noticed something amiss with EV, exclaiming in surprise, EV, what's wrong? Upon hearing her trainer's voice, EV ignited with a surge of energy, its internal power boiling over. It leaped away from Luo Feng's feet, and landed on the ground. "Eevee!" It cried out, a sound that was both pained and joyous, as a blinding light of evolution erupted from its diminutive body, transforming from a soft pink to a dazzling pure white, akin to a small sun. The radiant cocoon enveloped Eevee, rapidly altering its shape and elongating. Su Qingxue covered her mouth, unable to believe the sudden evolution. The energy within the light cocoon fluctuated violently, the powerful fairy aura spreading around, even rustling the surrounding grass. Luo Feng seized the moment, his tone filled with satisfaction. "Look at the intensity of that light and its attributes. Indeed, it is responding to your hopes, Qingxue." In mere seconds, the brilliance reached its zenith, before gradually retracting, finally settling into a defined form. Where Eevee had stood moments before now stood a taller, more elegant Pokémon. Its body gleamed snow white, the fur smooth as silk, with large, bow-like tufts of fluff cascading from its ears, swaying gently in the breeze. Its red eyes sparkled with clarity, a hint of confusion and curiosity as it gazed upon its new form. Then, it felt the bond with its trainer, clearer than ever before, and joyfully called out, "Sylveon." Chapter 44. The college entrance examination begins, crushing the preliminary selections. Su Qingxue gazed at the breathtaking Sylveon before her, as if it had stepped out from a painting. Overwhelmed by immense joy, she quickly pieced together that this was undoubtedly Luo Feng's doing. It was he who had pretended to play with Eevee, who had shared such detailed knowledge about evolution, and who always seemed to create miracles at critical moments. "Sylveon, it truly is Sylveon." Su Qingxue's voice trembled with excitement as she turned to Luo Feng, her eyes shimmering with tears of gratitude and exhilaration. "Luo Feng, thank you. You helped, didn't you?" Before waiting for his response, an impulse drove her to lean forward and quickly plant a kiss on his cheek, then shyly retreat, feeling a mix of happiness and bashfulness. She hurriedly crouched down, embracing the approaching Sylveon tightly, burying her flushed face in its soft, silky fur. "How wonderful, Eevee! You shall now be called Sylveon. You are simply exquisite." Sylveon affectionately nuzzled its trainer's face, purring contentedly, a delicate aura shimmering around it, the newly acquired energy of fairy wind circulating throughout its body, appearing both mysterious and powerful. Luo Feng touched the spot where he had been kissed, watching the jubilant duo, unable to suppress a smile. Get well acquainted with this new form. When the entrance examination battle arrives, it will serve as your secret weapon. 3 days swiftly passed. The day of the entrance examination finally arrived, enveloping the entire campus in an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. Early in the morning, Jiangzhou No. 1 high school split into 2 groups. On one side of the teaching building were students preparing for academic exams, each clutching their review materials, rushing back and forth, occasionally glancing enviously towards the gymnasium. Meanwhile, the gymnasium buzzed with excitement, transformed into a battleground for the examination, teeming with candidates accompanied by their Pokémon. The air thick with the scent of youth and dreams. Judges dispatched by the League, Education Bureau officials, and school leaders had already taken their positions, patrolling the examination area to ensure fairness. The first event was a written test. The exam hall was so quiet that only the sound of writing could be heard. The questions were exceedingly simple for Luo Feng, comprising basic topics such as type advantages, Pokémon habits, and training knowledge. As the syllabus had suggested, it was merely a formality. Anyone who had attended class could pass. Luo Feng wrote swiftly, completing the test in under half an hour, checking his answers before submitting. He exited just in time to encounter Su Qingxue. Their eyes met in a shared smile as they walked out of the examination hall together. In the afternoon, the written test results were released, and they both breezed through, qualifying for the subsequent battles. The true main event, the campus preliminary selection tournament, would commence the next day. The competition rules dictated 2v2 singles, with each candidate battling consecutively for 3 days, culminating in 3 matches, with rankings and advancement determined by overall performance. The battle arena was divided into several sections, with competitions occurring simultaneously, filled with cheers, command shouts, and the sounds of moves colliding, creating an atmosphere as lively as a bustling market. Luo Feng was assigned to the 3rd battle arena. His first opponent was a rather anxious-looking boy. With a swift motion of the referee's flag, the match commenced. "Go, Spearow." The boy sent out his Pokémon first, a rather fierce-looking flying type. Luo Feng calmly glanced over and discerned that this Spearow possessed only intermediate qualities. He casually tossed out his Pokeball. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, drowning out the surrounding clamor. Gyarados, with its massive physique, loomed over the arena, its ferocious aura causing the opposing Spearow to cower. The boy's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. "Gyarados? And such a large one too. Luo Feng's command was simple and direct. Gyarados, Aqua Tail. The colossal tail of Gyarados swept through the water like a tsunami, its speed and power utterly overwhelming. Bam! The Spearow had no chance to react and was swiftly defeated. The boy's second Pokémon, a Sandshrew, fared no better, being sent flying by a single Aqua Jet, instantly rendered incapable of battle. Gyarados wins. The victor is Luo Feng. The referee announced loudly, his gaze filled with astonishment. The entire match lasted less than 2 minutes. Amidst the awed stares of fellow competitors, Luo Feng calmly recalled Gyarados and turned to leave, as nonchalantly as if he had just finished a leisurely meal. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue was also performing exceptionally well. Arcanine. Flame Charge. She commanded with spirited enthusiasm. After rigorous training, Arcanine erupted in flames, crashing into her opponent's Machoke like a shooting star. Despite the type disadvantage, the combination of speed and strength, paired with its blaze ability, allowed Arcanine to knock Machoke down. Her second battle was equally effortless, employing a combination of agility and flame burst to outmaneuver her opponent. The 3-day preliminary rounds felt as routine as clocking in for work for both Luo Feng and Su Qingxue. Luo Feng didn't even switch Pokémon. He swept aside all challengers solely with Gyarados, winning each match with overwhelming force, the quickest victory taking merely 20 seconds. His impressive performance quickly spread throughout the examination venue, garnering special attention from both referees and staff. Su Qingxue also had a smooth winning streak, with Arcanine's agility and ferocity making a lasting impression. She had yet to deploy her Sylveon, clearly saving it as a trump card. Just as Luo Feng effortlessly clinched his final match in the preliminaries, the long-awaited system notification finally chimed. Ding! System has detected that the host has successfully passed the college entrance examination preliminaries, officially earning qualification for the Alliance Conference. Rewards issued. System points 300, experience candy, medium, 1. Wishing the host continued success in the upcoming matches, striving toward greater goals. Luo Feng looked at the additional points and experience candy in the system with satisfaction, nodding. Though not an extravagant amount, even a mosquito's leg is meat. The significance of this milestone was paramount. He had almost thought the preliminaries too easy for the system to offer rewards. The campus preliminaries truly served as mere warm-ups for them. Both were acutely aware that the real challenge lay ahead, a competition gathering elite youth trainers from the entire city, province, and nation. The College Entrance League was just beginning. Chapter 45, Emerging Talents, Gathering Storms. The campus preliminaries had barely concluded when a more turbulent wave surged forth, sweeping across the entire internet. Just as Su Jinghong's intel had predicted, top high school seniors from across the nation effortlessly emerged victorious in their respective school preliminaries. Captivating battle clips were recorded and edited by countless individuals using VR wristbands, spreading like wildfire across platforms like TikTok. National College Entrance Examination Trainers' New Talents. This year's seniors are astonishing. The discussions ignited, with the impressive initial Pokémon of various competitors trending at the forefront. Viewers marveled, debated, and compared the names of these prodigious youths alongside their formidable partners. A video of the finals from a coastal city's high school garnered over 10 million views. In the footage, an extraordinarily large Kingler, its shell glinting with a metallic sheen, effortlessly executed a crabhammer maneuver, smashing through both the opponent's Tauros and Kabutops, rendering them incapable of battle. The trainer, a dark-skinned youth with resolute eyes, was dubbed the Kraken General of the East Coast. In a key high school in the southwest region, the arena blazed with energy. A girl with a high ponytail and an air of aloofness commanded her Charizard, defeating her opponent's Gardevoir with a flame burst. Later, she faced another Pokémon, a dive whalemare, skillfully utilizing air slash to restrict its movements, ultimately concluding the match with a precise Dragon Claw victory. Her presence shattered the stereotype that top-tier combatants were predominantly male, earning her significant popularity on TikTok, where she affectionately garnered the title Flame Princess. In a central province examination venue, the greatest sensation arose from a wealthy scion who nonchalantly sent out his Pokémon, a two-headed Dragonite. Although it appeared somewhat underdeveloped and emotionally volatile, the dual heads unleashed a devastating combination of Dark Pulse and Dragon Breath, obliterating the opponent's meticulously arranged team, showcasing the potential and terrifying power of a near-divine Pokémon. The comment section overflowed with astonished and mocking remarks from cash-capable gamers born into privilege. In a northern city's examination venue, a composed youth with an aura of discipline seamlessly coordinated with his Houndoom. Quick Attack initiated the match, followed by a decisive Flame Charge, executed with meticulous tactical precision. clearly indicating extensive professional training. Netizens dubbed him the official champion candidate. There were also trainers specializing in ghost types, whose Jengar and Drifloon executed a series of uncanny tactics like Strange Light, Curse, and Shadow Sneak, manipulating opponents with eerie finesse, inducing chills while thrilling spectators. These prodigious individuals, along with others mentioned in Su Zhenghong's intel, such as Wu Yi, master of non-mainstream teams, Shirlei, heir of ancient martial arts, Jin Duo, wealthy investor, and Lin Lan, emerging star of law enforcement, rapidly became the focus of fervent online discussions. Their names and signature Pokémon were swiftly compiled by eager netizens and data analysts into various top-tier new talent roundups, dark horse predictions, and championship candidate lists, circulating wildly across the internet. Each video prompted heated debates in the comments, with fans rallying support for their favorite trainers, analyzing type advantages, skill combinations, and potential, creating an electric atmosphere. Amidst this nationwide fervor, Luo Feng from Jiangzhou High School could not escape the spotlight. His emblematic, disproportionately large Gyarados, which decimated all opponents during the preliminaries, became the subject of countless highlights, capturing the attention of many with videos titled Jiangzhou Tyrant, showcasing its overwhelming roar that paralyzed foes. Within the comments, awe and envy mingled with analytical musings. What is the quality of this Gyarados? I can feel its pressure from across the screen. Starting with Gyarados? Who is this guy? Is he from a family of wealth or the chosen one? This Gyarados looks fierce indeed, but it's undeniably powerful. The Jiangzhou contestants must be trembling. Haha, I bet 5 dimes that this Gyarados has champion potential. The name Luo Feng, along with his Gyarados, had undeniably become a significant and formidable symbol in this year's college entrance examination. However, in contrast to the heated discussions surrounding Luo Feng, Su Qingxue, who also advanced effortlessly, maintained a much lower profile. Her Arcanine, while exceptionally well-trained, exhibited a graceful combat posture and executed swift, decisive moves, smoothly defeating opponents. However, across the nation, there exists a notable number of trainers possessing a Corgi and even a wind speed dog, particularly among those hailing from prestigious police academy backgrounds or affluent families. Amidst the dazzling presence of fully evolved starters, quasi-divine offspring, and rare evolutionary forms, a Corgi that exhibits outstanding performance yet is not particularly rare indeed struggles to make a significant impact. Under her battle videos, most comments merely remark on the Corgi's charm and the trainer's beauty, quickly drowned out by more eye-catching videos. Little do they know that this elegantly aloof beauty trainer conceals a rare ace in her possession, a newly evolved Sylveon with the potential to revolutionize the battlefield. Regarding this disparity in attention, Su Qingxue herself is utterly unconcerned, even relishing the tranquility. The golden hues of the setting sun cast a warm glow over the Su family training ground. After concluding another session of synchronized training, Su Qingxue gently combs through the silky fur of her Sylveon while watching a dazzling montage of Luo Feng's Gyarados on her VR wristband, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Everyone's buzzing about your Gyarados. It seems your desire for anonymity has become quite the challenge, she teases lightly. Luo Feng, withdrawing his gaze from observing Gyarados' resistance training, chuckles softly, his expression calm. It's merely a hollow reputation. The preliminary rounds hold little significance. The true contest lies ahead in the city level, province level, and finals. He clicks on several trending videos, pointing out the formidable opponents within. Look at that. Charizard, Tyranitar, Kingler, and the individuals mentioned in the intel. None of them are to be trifled with. Your specialized training needs to intensify. His gaze is sharp, devoid of any complacency in the face of attention, instead brimming with anticipation and seriousness for the more intense confrontations to come. Su Qingxue observes Luo Feng's earnest profile and nods gently, her eyes reflecting a similar determination. Indeed, moving forward, we must double our efforts. In truth, her diligence or lack thereof is inconsequential. Her pedigree ensures that post-exams, her educational choices will be plentiful. However, she aspires to perform commendably to avoid falling too far behind Luo Feng. Chapter 46. The strongest cohort in nearly 50 years. The fervor of the preliminary rounds has yet to subside, and an even more thrilling spectacle is about to commence. The largest Pancher dojo in Jiangzhou is utterly packed today, with the circular stands filled to capacity. The air is thick with excitement and tension, making each breath feel labored. Enormous holographic screens hover in the air, densely displaying match schedules and leaderboards. This is the main battleground for the city-level qualifiers of the College Entrance Examination League. Unlike the preliminary rounds at school, this arena hosts the top students from dozens of high schools across the city. Those who survive the preliminaries are at least among the elite in their respective schools. Those who faltered in the preliminaries, unless they were exceptionally unlucky to face a monster like Luo Feng early on, have essentially bid farewell to prestigious universities, with even a spot in a vocational school being a commendable outcome. This marks the first serious contest among the elite third-year trainers of the city, serving as the gateway to national tournaments. Compared to the quiet of a classroom exam, the raucous clashes, strategies, and cheers of Pokémon battles are palpably more exhilarating. Nearly half the nation is watching, eager to see if an underdog will emerge. When it comes to the provincial and national finals, the excitement is unfathomable. Those lacking battle knowledge will find it difficult to engage in conversation, especially this year, with Gyarados, Charizard, Tyranitar, Kingler, and a mysterious ghost-type Pokémon. Even the officially sanctioned Wind Speed Dog is in the mix, each more formidable than the last, leading experts to declare this the strongest cohort in 50 years, elevating everyone's expectations. In the dojo's contestant lounge, Luo Feng sits on a bench, donned in VR goggles, engrossed in a game. His distant demeanor deters many who wish to approach him for camaraderie or intelligence gathering. Su Qingxue quietly sits beside him, gently stroking the corgi napping on her lap. Her VR wristband emits a pale blue screen displaying the group match arrangements, her expression remaining cool and composed. However, when she turns to Luo Feng, her demeanor softens significantly. Luo Feng, we've been fortunate, we're not in the same group. Luo Feng's lips curl into a smile upon hearing this. Indeed, it would have been awkward to face off in the first round of the city qualifiers. He pauses, his tone lightening. At least I won't have to grapple with whether to go easy on you. Su Qingxue shoots him a playful glance, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Who needs you to go easy? Yet, she acknowledges that if they were to face each other, they would indeed hold back. Both secretly exhale in relief at the avoidance of an internal conflict. The city qualifiers are structured as a round-robin point system. Their large group consists of 256 contestants divided into 16 smaller groups, each with 16 participants. Everyone must compete against the other 15 in their group, earning 3 points for a victory, 1 point for a draw, and none for a loss. Ultimately, the top 4 from each group, totaling 64 individuals, will advance to the provincial competition. This format is somewhat ruthless, yet it is the fastest way to identify the strongest contenders among those who advance. Some may do so by sheer luck, but the truly skilled will undoubtedly progress. Su Qingxue inquires softly, "What round do you compete in?" "A group, 3rd round. I'm up soon." Luo Feng glances at the ongoing battles. "What about you?" "D group, 7th round. I still have time." Su Qingxue considers this. "Perfect. I can watch your match and gather intel on the opponents in other groups." The two engage in low conversations, analyzing several noteworthy opponents and their Pokémon characteristics. This pre-match exchange of intelligence and tactical discussions has become a part of their routine. After a moment, Su Qingxue seems to recall something. "By the way, have you decided on your 3rd Pokémon?" She knows Luo Feng has more options than just Gyarados and Milotic, yet he has never mentioned his final choice. Luo Feng smiles, his tone calm, yet brimming with confidence. "I plan to use a Frogadier." "Frogadier?" Su Qingxue blinks in surprise. This choice is somewhat unexpected. Isn't Frogadier's strength a bit lacking for this level of competition? "Well, I doubt anyone will see it in action." Luo Feng nods, his conviction unwavering. "Gyarados will lead the charge, with Milotic second. I doubt any high school trainer could defeat both of them." This confidence stems from absolute trust in his team and their capabilities. Su Qingxue quickly grasps his meaning and can't help but chuckle. "You're as confident as ever." Yet she understands that Luo Feng indeed possesses the credentials to back it up. Luo Feng counters, "What about you? Is your 3rd still Dratini? How do you plan to arrange your order?" This matter had been previously discussed. Su Qingxue nods. "Yes, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Corgi will lead, playing it safe. If I encounter a tough opponent or find myself needing a comeback, Dratini will take the 2nd slot." She pauses, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "As for Sylveon, it will be my final trump card. I've even prepared a hidden ace that will surely astonish you." Her smile radiates confidence, tinged with a hint of playful secrecy. Luo Feng observes her rare display of expression and, in a spirit of cooperation, refrains from probing further into her secret move. "All right, I eagerly await the reveal." Just then, the announcer's voice booms over the speakers. "Please proceed to Standard Battle Arena 3 for Group A, Round 3, Contestants 7, Luo Feng and 15, Zhaolei." Chapter 47. Winning streaks and attention from all sides. What a marvel! The preliminary rounds have barely concluded, and the city qualifiers are already in full swing. The largest Pancher dojo in Jiangzhou was today overflowing with spectators, the the stands filled to capacity, the air thick with excitement and tension. Several enormous holographic screens floated above, scrolling with information about the matches and the leaderboard. As Luo Feng rose to his feet, all eyes instantly converged upon him, causing a stir in the audience. With numerous mobile phone cameras trained on his figure, it was the tyrant of Jiangzhou. He has arrived, and his Gyarados is about to enter the arena. Quick, record this. Unfazed, Luo Feng turned to Su Qingxue and said, I'm off, before striding confidently towards the battlefield. Habitually, he scanned his opponent Zhao Lei's Pokeball with the system, a preparatory step he undertook before every match to collect data and validate the system's capabilities. His adversary was a nervous young man with a buzz cut, already poised on the opposite side of the field, tightly gripping 3 Pokeballs in his hands. The referee reiterated the rules. The city-level preliminary round would utilize a 3v3 rotation battle format, where a team's defeat would be determined by the complete loss of combat capability of all 3 Pokémon. Trainers could freely rotate their Pokémon, but could switch a maximum of 3 times per match. Now, both sides, please send out your first Pokémon. Go, Charmander. Gyarados. In a flash of white light, the colossal Gyarados crashed to the ground, its crimson eyes scanning the opponent. The system interface flickered before Luo Feng's eyes. Charmander, qualification, elite, blue. He shook his head internally. Indeed, finding a Pokémon with even gym-level qualifications in this city-level preliminary was a rarity. The low growl of Gyarados, even when subdued in power, compelled Charmander to involuntarily step back, beads of sweat instantly forming on Zhao Lei's brow. More intimidating in person than on video, Zhao Lei gulped and feigned composure. Charmander, don't be afraid. Use Sand Attack to disrupt. Gathering his courage, Charmander quickly burrowed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Luo Feng's command was straightforward. Charge in. Water Tail. Gyarados unleashed an astonishing burst of speed, disregarding the dust cloud, its massive tail, shrouded in water, slicing through the air like Poseidon's whip, striking Charmander, who attempted to evade. Boom. The impact was phenomenal. With a single blow, Charmander was sent flying against the arena barrier, rendered incapable of battle. Knockout. A chorus of gasps and intake of breath echoed from the sidelines. Despite knowing Gyarados was powerful, the sheer force of such a decisive strike was nothing short of shocking. Zhao Lei's complexion paled as he hastily recalled Charmander, gritting his teeth as he dispatched his second Pokémon. It's up to you, Dugtrio. Win with speed. The system scan results appeared once more. Dugtrio, qualification, high green. Luo Feng sighed internally. While this qualification was not poor, it paled in comparison to his Gyarados, which had undergone system enhancements and was in peak condition. As Dugtrio emerged from the ground, Luo Feng's command arrived swiftly. Gyarados, Ice Fang. Gyarados reacted with astonishing speed, its massive jaws, exuding a chilling aura, clamping down the instant Dugtrio surfaced. The absolute power of type advantage crushed all resistance. Dugtrio knockout. Return. Zhao Lei's hands trembled. He was left with just one Pokémon. His prepared strategy was utterly ineffective against such overwhelming power and speed. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and threw out his final Pokeball. Onyx, I'm counting on you. Please. The massive rock serpent coiled onto the battlefield, seemingly offering a modicum of security. Onyx, qualification, semi-gym level, light purple. Luo Feng raised an eyebrow. Finally, there was a Pokémon of slightly better caliber. Unfortunately, Gyarados. Use water gun on the sky, then waterfall. Gyarados sprayed a water gun toward the sky, the water forming droplets and mist that gently fell back down. The ability Swift Swim was instantly activated. Although the effect would dissipate once the water ceased, that brief moment was sufficient. Enveloped in a torrent of water, Gyarados transformed into a raging wave, hurtling forward with unrelenting momentum, crashing into Onyx. The sound of destruction echoed as rocks shattered. The quadruple damage from the type disadvantage was devastating. As the dust settled, Onyx's massive form collapsed to the ground, its eyes swirling in confusion. Another strike, knockout. All 3 Pokémon have lost their combat capability. The victor is Luo Feng. The referee paused momentarily before announcing at a high volume. The battle concluded so swiftly that he hardly had a chance to intervene. A brief silence enveloped the arena before erupting into fervent discussions. Incredible. Was that a combination move? Water gun creating temporary rain to activate Swift Swim, then waterfall. That strategy is brilliant. How do you even compete against that? The Pokémon and the intellect are on entirely different levels. Is this the power of the tyrant of Jiangzhou? The preliminary video didn't exaggerate at all. His Gyarados has an extensive move pool, and its power is terrifying. With an impassive expression, Luo Feng recalled Gyarados and nodded at his despondent opponent before turning to exit the battlefield. At that moment, a system notification resonated in his mind. Completed a victory in a city-level group match, rewarded 100 points. Current total points, 550. The accumulation of points brightened his mood. Though the individual match rewards were modest, they would add up over time, serving as capital for future draws. As Luo Feng returned to the contestants' resting area, the murmurs and gazes of the crowd followed him like a tangible presence. Admiration, awe, trepidation, curiosity, a blend of emotions. Yet he remained unaffected. His countenance tranquil as he sat down beside Su Qingxue, as if he had merely taken a brief stroll. It seems your strategy was successful. Su Qingxue offered him a bottle of water, her tone laced with amusement. Just fortunate. Luo Feng accepted the water and took a sip, reflecting that his opponent's nervousness and rigid execution of strategy had failed to pressure Gyarados, granting him this opportunity. He mentally added that the overall qualifications were merely high and elite, lacking even the value to warm up Gyarados. This disparity exemplified the difference between an ordinary trainer and a system bearer. Having pondered this, Luo Feng's gaze shifted back to the arena, watching other groups compete, searching for noteworthy opponents. Su Qingxue followed his gaze and softly remarked, the city-level preliminaries are teeming with hidden talents. Although most opponents might not force your second Pokémon into play, there are always a few to watch out for. For instance, that girl in Group B with her Raichu poses a significant threat to Gyarados. And the fighter specializing in fighting types in Group F, his Machamp possesses astonishing strength. Luo Feng listened intently, nodding with a smile. Rest assured, Qingxue, I have long prepared my strategies. As he spoke, the system scan silently covered several of the mentioned competitors. Raichu was of gym-level qualification, and that Machamp was also gym-level. Finally, there were some challengers worth considering, though they still posed no threat to his Gyarados. He was confident, yet would never underestimate any opponent. The upcoming matches nearly transformed into a showcase of Luo Feng's prowess. In Group A's round-robin, he surged forward with unyielding momentum. Regardless of whether his opponents sent forth electric-type Pokémon that had type advantages, like Pikachu or Electabuzz, or tactical trainers attempting to outmaneuver him with status moves and field effects, such as using Sleep Powder with Vileplume or the rapid movements of Scyther, the outcome was invariably the same. Before each battle commenced, the system scan would arrive as expected, often prompting Luo Feng to shake his head in disbelief. Uniformly elite qualifications, with the occasional gym-level Pokémon being a pleasant surprise. Under the absolute power and speed of Gyarados, coupled with Luo Feng's near-instantaneous precision commands achieved through telepathy, all tactics appeared futile. Thunderbolt coming my way. Gyarados pretends to endure it, then retaliates with Water Tail to teach them a lesson. Attempting to use Sleep Powder, Gyarados' ferocious Tailwind or a direct roar to interrupt the casting. Setting up Stealth Rock, Gyarados simply disregards it, breaking through with sheer strength. On one occasion, an opponent even sent out a similarly intimidating Houndoom, hoping to weaken Gyarados' physical attack at the start. Houndoom, qualification, peak elite. The system information flashed by. Luo Feng felt no trepidation whatsoever. The result was that the Gyarados merely cast a glance at it. Its intimidating aura, a blend of draconic majesty, ferocity, and overwhelming confidence, compelled the Mytiana to whimper and retreat a few steps, significantly diminishing its intimidating effect and eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Throughout the 15 group matches, Luo Feng emerged victorious in all, securing the top position in Group A without a hint of suspense, and powerfully advancing to the provincial semifinals. For each victory, the system rewarded him with 100 points, totaling 1,500 points after 15 matches, and combined with his previous tally, his overall score exceeded 2,000. This bounty fueled Luo Feng's anticipation for the provincial competition. Stronger opponents promised even greater rewards and points, did they not? He had not once needed to call upon his Milotic, let alone his Swampert. The moniker of the Tyrant of Jiangzhou resonated even more fiercely following the city qualifiers, overshadowing other regional seed competitors and making him the most sought-after focal point of the tournament. Discussions about him online continued to escalate. Was this Gyarados truly invincible? Its electric-type moves felt like a mere tickle. His command was remarkably fluid, as if his Pokémon were in perfect sync with his intentions. Type advantages seemed to falter before him. Undoubtedly the biggest dark horse of this tournament. No, this was clearly the reigning champion. Requests for strategies on evolving Magikarp into Gyarados flooded in, with offers of substantial sums for such guidance. In contrast, Su Qingxue's path to advancement appeared considerably more stable. In her Group D, the overall strength was balanced, There were no monstrous opponents akin to Luo Feng, yet formidable challengers were present. Su Qingxue played steadily, with her Houndoom charging ahead with Flame Charge, utilizing Quick Attack in conjunction with Crunch or Thunder Fang to strike at weaknesses. Although her Dratini had yet to evolve, the consistent damage from Dragon Rage and the disruption caused by Thunder Wave proved to be highly effective. She suffered a defeat against a seasoned ground-type trainer, whose Dugtrio and Garchomp were specifically tailored to counter her Houndoom and Dratini. To conserve her strength, Su Qingxue opted to concede. Ultimately, she secured 14 wins and 1 loss, advancing as the second in Group D. She remembered Luo Feng's advice, keeping her Sylveon as her trump card, which had not been revealed throughout the city qualifiers, leading many to underestimate her as merely a solidly skilled heiress. As the city qualifiers concluded, the list of the top 64 was officially announced. On the large screen of the Rock Gym, Luo Feng's name proudly adorned the top of Group A, while Su Qingxue's name also ranked prominently in Group D. The two stood together in the now-quiet venue, gazing at the advancement list. Luo Feng spoke to Su Qingxue. "Congratulations on your advancement." She smiled, her eyes alight with joy. Likewise, the upcoming provincial semifinals will present the true challenge. We will be facing the elite of the province. Indeed, Luo Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the other notable names on the list. He recalled the system's scan results. Only a handful were of gym leader caliber, the majority being elite-level trainers. Stronger opponents would indeed make things interesting. His tone, though calm, was imbued with confidence and anticipation. It was time he encountered worthy adversaries, otherwise the system scans would soon resemble mere assessments of qualifications. The provincial semifinals would be a grander stage, with even stronger opponents. Luo Feng's commanding performance in the city qualifiers rippled across the nation like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The title of Jiangzhou Tyrant and the battle footage of that fierce Gyarados spread through the networks, reaching the top trainers in their final year of high school across various regions, eliciting diverse reactions. In Binhai City, at a coastal training ground, a sun-kissed youth had just completed a weight training session with his Kingler. Wiping away sweat, he activated his VR device, which displayed a clip of Luo Feng's Gyarados annihilating a Onyx with Waterfall. The sheer power conveyed through the screen was striking. He observed for a moment, his gaze serene, patting his companion Kingler. "A tremendous impact, but my Kingler will not concede in strength to any Pokémon, even a Gyarados. I look forward to our encounter." In the southwest region, in an elegant room, a girl with a high ponytail had just finished meditating and was browsing through competition updates. Upon receiving the video of Jiangzhou Tyrant, she calmly watched Gyarados' overwhelming performance. A slight furrow creased her brow before she regained her composure. This Gyarados was indeed exceptionally bred, with speed and power far exceeding the norm. "My Charizard holds a disadvantage in type. His Gyarados is a significant threat. If I must face him, I will need a more meticulous strategy, avoiding direct confrontation." She closed the video, her expression growing more serious, having recognized Luo Feng as a formidable rival worthy of her full attention. In a private estate with tight security in a central province, a young man of noble demeanor lounged by the poolside, casually perusing the news. Upon seeing the report on Luo Feng and the designation of Dark Horse in the comments, a hint of intrigue flickered across his lips. It is rare to cultivate a Gyarados to such an extent. He swirled his drink, his tone contemplative. Alas, the potential of a pseudo-legendary and its base stats form an insurmountable divide for ordinary Pokémon. He cast a glance at the two-headed Dragonite training in a specialized arena. If his path could extend far enough, perhaps it could serve as a litmus test for the evolution of that two-headed Dragonite. In a northern city, at an advanced training facility, a young man sat upright, having just completed his data analysis coursework. He pulled up footage of Luo Feng's matches, particularly segments showcasing his responses to electric type and versatile moves, watching them repeatedly with a grave expression. His command efficiency was extraordinarily high, with his Pokémon responding almost instantaneously. He whispered to his awaiting Arcanine, as if organizing tactical thoughts. With formidable resistance and explosive power, he was indeed an unconventional opponent. He swiftly annotated on the tactical board. In terms of type, Arcanine was at a disadvantage but must avoid a prolonged battle. They needed to seek a decisive strike opportunity or employ hit-and-run tactics. He had already categorized Luo Feng as a target requiring heightened vigilance and targeted research. In a clandestine underground research facility, a doctor clad in a white lab coat stood before a massive monitor. The screen replayed the details of Gyarados executing various moves in slow motion, with a torrent of data flowing alongside. The doctor adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a researcher discovering a rare specimen. The extraordinary power, speed, size, An unusual intimidation factor, as well as resilience against electric-type moves, indicated this was no ordinary Gyarados. He murmured to himself, his fingers dancing across a virtual keyboard, saving a segment of speculated genetic data regarding Gyarados. This genetic mutation held immense research value. If samples could be obtained, ideally incorporated fully into the research sequence, it would mark a groundbreaking advancement for my project. His tone was calm yet fervent, as if stating an established fact. Its genetic material must be acquired. I recall that someone from our organization is participating in this year's college entrance exam. Quietly providing support should not attract the league's attention. Similar scenes unfolded across numerous locations nationwide. These brilliant trainers and researchers, hailing from diverse backgrounds, exhibited reactions ranging from composure to scrutiny, from analytical calm to special intent. Though their expressions varied, they all conveyed a singular message. They had taken note of Luo Feng's presence, acknowledging the threat or value he represented. The title of Jiangzhou Tyrant had transcended local confines, entering the awareness of the nation's top-tier trainers and certain individuals of note. Chapter 48, a name that resonates far and wide, drawing attention from all sides. Goodness, the city qualifiers have barely concluded, and Luo Feng has become an absolute sensation. Just as Su Qingshue's father had anticipated, news of Luo Feng's overwhelming triumph in securing first place in Group A spread across the nation like wildfire. Admissions offices at various universities could hardly contain their excitement. That very evening, Luo Feng's old VR wristband began buzzing incessantly. The first call came from the admissions director of Beta University, a middle-aged woman known for her articulate manner of speaking. Luo Feng, congratulations on your outstanding performance in the city qualifiers. The prowess you and your Gyarados displayed aligns perfectly with our training philosophy at Beta Trainer Academy. We sincerely wish to invite you to our esteemed institution, offering you an exclusive freshman scholarship that covers all tuition and accommodation fees, along with an annual grant of 800,000 Poké dollars for your Pokémon training. After a brief pause, she continued, upon enrollment, you will receive a remarkably talented starter Pokémon, and you will be directly placed in the elite class led by Master Lin Jing of the Four Heavenly Kings, granting you access to the finest training resources and secret realms at your leisure. Following this, premier institutions such as Shuemu University, Mota University, and Military Defense Science and Technology University inundated us with calls. Shuemu University presented particularly enticing terms, in addition to a full scholarship. We offer you an annual training fund of 1 million, ensuring your internship at the Alliance headquarters during your studies. Upon graduation, you will step directly into the role of an investigator, and we will also gift you a dragon-type pseudo-deity juvenile. Mota University, with its abundant wealth, made an even bolder offer. We will provide you with 1,500,000 annually, a residence in the heart of Mota City upon enrollment, and 3 rare Pokémon along with a complete set of evolution resources. Additionally, you will have the opportunity for special training from a Heavenly King trainer. Military Defense Science and Technology University presented unique conditions. We will grant you military status, affording you the privileges of a second lieutenant, complete with military Pokémon and equipment. Graduating as a lieutenant, you will also have the chance to partake in special missions, for which we have prepared a specially trained Riolu for you. Other institutions, such as Nanhua University and Pokémon Technology University, also extended attractive offers, some providing pseudo-deity iron dumbbells, others offering 3D Dragon Z, and some promising international exchange opportunities. The once aloof teachers from these prestigious schools now spoke with utmost courtesy, fearful of losing Luo Feng to another institution. They recognized that with his Gyarados, Luo Feng was destined to become a gym trainer, with even greater prospects of becoming a Heavenly King trainer. Which school wouldn't he desire a student with such potential? In the face of these dazzling offers, Luo Feng remained remarkably composed. He understood that now was not the time to make decisions. Thus he responded with utmost politeness. I sincerely appreciate the recognition from your esteemed institution. The conditions you've presented are indeed enticing. However, I must focus on preparing for the provincial competition and the national finals. After the college entrance examination, I will carefully consider my options. Even the admissions officers, accustomed to dealing with prodigies, nodded in admiration. This young man truly possesses remarkable composure. Consequently, they began to place even greater importance on Luo Feng. Beside him, Su Qingshuo observed his adept handling of these sweet troubles and couldn't help but smile. You are quite the sought-after individual now. How does it feel? Luo Feng set down his wristband and rubbed his temples. It's a bit overwhelming, but it's also quite good, as it indicates our strength is being recognized. These offers sound appealing, but I feel they are still insufficient. He turned to Su Qingxue and inquired, "What about you? Do you have any plans?" Su Qingxue tilted her head in contemplation. The resources in the capital are excellent, but the competition is fierce. Military Defense University has too many restrictions, and Pokemon Technology University leans too much towards research. Honestly, we need not rush. Once the college entrance examination concludes, based on our rankings, we will undoubtedly secure even better offers. Her use of "we" indicated she had no intention of separating from Luo Feng. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng felt a surge of happiness. After the college entrance examination, we can. Just as the calls from universities subsided, another wave arrived. Wealthy individuals, collectors, and mysterious agents, all with a clear aim, to purchase his Gyarados. "Is this Luo Feng? My name is Wang, and I'm in a small business. Your Gyarados is nothing short of a masterpiece. I've heard your family is of modest means. How about this, 70 million? After the college entrance examination, you transfer the Gyarados to me, and this sum will ensure a better life for your family, allowing you to train even stronger Pokemon." Another individual was more straightforward, 80 million. Cash. Young man, the path of a trainer is fraught with challenges. Securing cash in hand is far better. The highest offer even reached 200 million. 200 million. Think carefully. Can this Gyarados earn you 200 million? Sell it to me, and you'll instantly become a billionaire. I will also compensate you with a top-tier starter Pokemon. To these calls, Luo Feng responded with unwavering resolve. Not for sale. It is my partner, and no amount of money can persuade me to part with it. He promptly hung up and blocked the numbers. What nonsense. A Gyarados with champion potential for 200 million? Even ordinary Gyarados fetch several million to tens of millions. This one is truly priceless. Not to mention 200 million. He wouldn't sell it for 2 billion or even 100 billion. The third wave of inquiries came from various enterprises. Sports brands, energy cube companies, and tech firms all sought to capitalize on his surging popularity and striking image. "We are Sudong Sports Brand, and we would like to invite you to be our youth ambassador for 3 million annually, just for shooting a series of ads and short videos. We are Shuhua Essence Energy Cube Company, seeking you to experience our products and promote them on social platforms. The remuneration is negotiable." To these commercial invitations, Luo Feng graciously declined. "Thank you for your kind offers, but I must focus on preparing for the college entrance examination. Any commercial collaborations can be discussed after the exams." Su Qingxue teased him. "You turned down a few million just like that?" Luo Feng shook his head. "Money is important, but right now, time and focus are paramount. Moreover, my current fame is not stable. Once the final rankings for the college entrance examination are released, my endorsement value will be even higher. Engaging in these deals now would be a disservice to my future." He understood that after the global Heavenly King Cup, he would have hundreds of billions in earnings. So there was no need to worry about money. Why expend time and effort on such arduous earnings when he was not in need? Finally, he was formally received by the city's officials. Leaders from the Municipal Education Bureau and the principal of the first high school specifically arranged a meeting in the school conference room. Su Qingxue, as the daughter of a prominent local entrepreneur, also shone brightly and was invited to join. Upon sighting Luo Feng, the leaders greeted him warmly with a handshake. "Congratulations, Luo Feng. Your performance in the preliminary rounds was exceptional, bringing glory to our Jiangzhou city and the educational system." The principal, standing beside him, wore a proud expression. "Indeed, Luo Feng, the school has always had high hopes for you. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to let us know. Are the training resources sufficient? Do you need special training facilities? The school will provide full support." After the pleasantries, the leaders solemnly presented a reward proposal. "Luo Feng, our city has high expectations for you. After thorough consideration, we have prepared a special reward plan for you. If you advance to the national finals, the municipal government will grant you 500,000, 1 million for reaching the 32, 2 million for the 16, 5 million for the 8, and 10 million for the 4. The leader deliberately paused, raising his voice. "If you can secure a spot in the top 3 or win the championship." The conference room fell silent, and everyone leaned in with rapt attention. In addition to the Alliance's rewards, the municipal government will additionally grant 50 million. You will also be awarded the title of Honorary Image Ambassador for Jiangzhou City, ensuring that all your investment and development endeavors in Jiangzhou will receive maximum policy support. Tax exemptions, priority land usage rights, and preferential cooperation for government projects will all be at your disposal. Should you win the championship, there will be an additional special reward. This proposal was filled with sincerity. Not only was the monetary reward substantial, but it also provided a guarantee for long-term development, reflecting the local government's eagerness to cultivate a national champion. Luo Feng listened attentively and sincerely expressed his gratitude. I deeply appreciate the leader's kindness and support. This reward makes me feel the expectations of my hometown. I will give my all to achieve the best results. Currently, my training is progressing smoothly. And should I require assistance, I will certainly seek help from the school. The meeting lasted over an hour and was particularly harmonious. Before departing, the leaders and the principal also took the time to encourage Su Qingxue, praising her performance and potential. Exiting the conference room, Su Qingxue playfully looked at Luo Feng. So, feeling more pressure now? You've become the hope of the whole village. Luo Feng smiled faintly, his gaze resolute. There is pressure, but it serves more as motivation. Moreover, these rewards come at just the right time, helping to alleviate some of my practical difficulties. He understood that money was not the most crucial factor. What mattered was the identity and protection that the officials provided him. Let us go? Luo Feng gazed towards the provincial city, filled with anticipation. The provincial semifinals were merely the beginning. It was time for all who followed them to witness their true strength. Su Qingxue nodded emphatically, her eyes sparkling with excitement for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 49. The provincial semifinals commence. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. The venue for the provincial semifinals was set in the capital city of our province, Linzhou, as the political, economic, and cultural hub of the province. Linzhou boasts a grandeur and splendor that far surpasses Jiangzhou. The Linzhou Central Arena, where the semifinals are to take place, is the largest and most advanced professional competition center in the province, a Pokémon battle arena capable of comfortably accommodating 100,000 spectators. The scale of this event is vastly more impressive than the Jiangzhou preliminary rounds. Enormous holographic advertising projections adorn the city's main thoroughfares. Media personnel are already positioned with their cameras, and the online buzz surrounding the event continues to escalate. Over 1,000 elite senior trainers from dozens of cities across the province will converge here to engage in a more intense and ruthless competition. Those who have reached this stage are all exceptionally talented trainers, each possessing unique strengths. There are no weaklings among them. In the VIP lounge on the top tier of the arena, Su Zhenghong held a glass of red wine, gazing down at the vast battle arena where final preparations were underway. Beside him sat a gracious woman, reminiscent of Su Qingxue in both demeanor and appearance, her mother, Lu Yun. She had hurried back from her family home, determined not to miss her daughter's significant match. Moreover, Su Qingxue's grandparents were also present. The elderly couple, vibrant and spirited, observed the bustling scene below with eyes filled with affection and anticipation for their granddaughter. With a hint of concern, her grandmother inquired, Xiaoxue must have prepared thoroughly for this, right? I've heard that the competitors this year are exceptionally formidable. Su Zhenghong chuckled, his tone laced with pride and a subtle hint of teasing. Mother, rest assured. Xiaoxue has shown remarkable progress, and her classmate, Luo Feng, is quite skilled as well. He has been a great help to Qingxue. He emphasized great slightly, casting a sidelong glance at his wife. Lu Yun elegantly sipped her tea before responding. I have watched that boy's match footage. The training he has given his Gyarados is indeed astonishing. It hardly seems achievable by an ordinary high school student. Her unfinished sentence carried an unmistakable undertone of scrutiny. Su Zhenghong laughed heartily, attempting to lighten the mood. Young people often have their own opportunities. The most important thing is that the children achieve commendable results. Father, mother, just sit back and enjoy the show. Meanwhile, at a distant forest ranger station, Luo Feng's father, had adjusted his schedule to remain by an aging communication device, anxiously awaiting the live broadcast signal. Next to the screen lay a small photograph of his wife. When he first caught sight of his son commanding that formidable Gyarados in the campus elimination matches through the blurry live stream, this rugged man, who spent his days confronting danger in the wild, felt his eyes moisten instantly. He was so overwhelmed with emotion that he couldn't sleep the entire night, longing to fly back home and pour out his heart at his wife's grave, telling her, our son has grown up and is thriving. He will go farther than we ever imagined. Despite his excitement, he restrained himself from calling Luo Feng, fearing it might distract him during his preparations, and instead silently followed all news related to his son. He did not miss a single match of the subsequent city-level preliminaries, and even with the signal wavering, he remained captivated, his heart finally at ease. Qualifying for the provincial competition meant that, even if his performance faltered thereafter, securing a place at a top university was assured. Go, Xiaofeng. Luo Hong clenched his fist, quietly cheering for his son, his eyes brimming with pride and hope. At Jiangzhou No. 1 High School, the atmosphere was also enveloped by Luo Feng's name. In classrooms, on the playground, and in the cafeteria, Students could not stop discussing the upcoming provincial semifinals and Luo Feng's awe-inspiring Gyarados. Brother Feng is incredible. He made it straight to the provincial competition. I hear the competition will be fierce. I wonder how far Brother Feng can go. He'll be fine. That's a Gyarados we're talking about. One roar can send opponents sprawling. In stark contrast to the prevailing excitement, Zhao Kai sat in his dimly lit room, half-drawn curtains casting shadows around him. The screen before him played promotional news about the provincial competition. Having suffered defeat in a crucial match due to his Charmander's failure, he had not even managed to progress past the campus elimination round and had been feeling despondent ever since. Strangely, however, he had not missed a single one of Luo Feng's matches. Watching Luo Feng's meteoric rise often filled him with resentment, feeling as if Luo Feng had robbed him of his pride. Yet, at times he had to concede that, even without that fateful wager, Luo Feng's current displayed prowess would have inevitably overshadowed him. The fault seemed to lie within himself. Now, witnessing Luo Feng advance to the provincial competition and become the center of attention in the city, the bitterness in his heart gradually faded, transforming into a complex sense of resignation. The disparity was so vast that he felt powerless to even harbor jealousy. Forget it, Zhao Kai sighed deeply, closing the webpage. Perhaps I truly am not cut out for this. Returning home to help manage the family's chain of supermarkets seems like a reasonable path. For the first time, he entertained thoughts of abandoning the path of a trainer to inherit the family business. On the other hand, Lin Weiwei seethed with resentment, nearly digging her nails into her palms. Her family had accrued substantial debts, amounting to hundreds of thousands, due to repaying that 70,000, and life had become exceedingly tight. This predicament had shattered the goddess image she had painstakingly cultivated, leaving her without even a single dependable backup to rely upon. In the campus elimination round, she barely scraped through, relying on her Charmander's strength. However, her luck plummeted in the city-level preliminaries, facing formidable opponents. She managed to win only one match and met a dismal end. With her current performance and capabilities, even applying to a decent second-tier university seemed implausible. Gaining admission to a top-tier school was a distant dream. The immense psychological gap and harsh reality brought her to the brink of collapse. She blamed all her misfortunes on Luo Feng. If he hadn't pressured me to repay that sum, my mindset wouldn't have collapsed. How could I have lost the match? If he had told me sooner how formidable he was, I would never have parted ways with him or treated him that way. If he were willing to help me with special training or find me a powerful Pokémon, even if it were slightly less impressive than Gyarados, the outcome would have been entirely different. It's all his fault. He has ruined my life. Her extreme hatred distorted her psyche. Luo Feng, this is all you're doing. I will never let you escape. Lin Weiwei glared at Luo Feng's image on the screen, her eyes filled with obsession and malice. I will haunt you for a lifetime. I refuse to believe there is a cat in this world that doesn't stray, or a man who isn't tempted. Just let me find an opportunity. She had entirely entrenched herself in her own delusions, viewing Luo Feng as the root of all her misfortunes and obsessively believing that if she persisted, she would inevitably find a chance for revenge or exploitation. At the Linzhou Central Arena, in the competitors' rest area, Luo Feng and Su Qingxue had completed their check-in and were making final preparations. The massive venue buzzed with excitement, the air thick with the spirit of competition and fervor. Luo Feng inspected the poke balls at his waist, his gaze calm and focused. Gyarados, Milotic, Swampert, and the embryonic Zapdos that must never be revealed were all accounted for. The provincial competition, a gathering of the strongest, was the ultimate stage to validate all his efforts since his rebirth. Su Qingxue softly remarked, Luo Feng, the opening ceremony is about to begin. I heard that 2 elite trainers will be appearing for a public exhibition match. Luo Feng lifted his head, gazing toward the brightly lit battlefield at the entrance, a confident smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I have heard the same. I will take a good look at what kind of Pokémon the elite trainers possess. Chapter 50. The elite trainers make their entrance. As Luo Feng engaged in conversation with Su Qingxue, the lights of the Linzhou Central Arena abruptly extinguished, leaving only the glow of fluorescent sticks and wristbands in the audience, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Suddenly, a colossal holographic projection soared from the center of the arena, exploding into a magnificent display of fireworks in the sky. Immediately thereafter, a stirring symphony resonated through the venue's top-tier sound system, igniting the emotions of the 100,000 spectators present. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed trainers, welcome to the Linzhou Central Arena, where we shall together witness the grand opening of this year's Trainer Gaokao Provincial Semifinals. The host, adorned in a splendid gown, soared above on the back of a resplendent feathered bird, their voice amplified to reach every corner of the arena. Cheers and shouts cascaded like a tsunami, one wave after another. Following a brief warm-up and introduction, the host's voice rose dramatically, brimming with excitement and anticipation. And now, we arrive at the much-anticipated segment, featuring two elite trainers who will deliver an extraordinary performance battle. Let us extend the warmest applause to welcome the King of the Desert and the King of the Dragons roar to the stage. The spotlight instantly illuminated the entrances to the battleground on either side. From the left, a middle-aged man with bronze skin, attired in desert-themed garb and possessing a gaze as sharp as an eagle, strode forward with confidence. A smile gracing his lips as he raised his hand to toss a high-grade Pokeball. Soar, Desert Dragonfly. In a flash of brilliance, a fully green, crimson-eyed desert dragonfly emerged, its wings vibrating rapidly, creating a humming sound as it danced in the air, its powerful tail stirring up fine grains of sand. From the right, a young man clad in a black trench coat, exuding a somewhat gloomy aura, materialized silently. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a glimmer of light. Before launching his own Pokeball, Arise, Soundwave Dragon. A deep purple, bat-like dragon Pokémon made its formidable entrance. It unfurled its massive wings, unleashing an inaudible sonic wave that caused a slight ringing in the ears of nearby spectators, its presence commanding the atmosphere. And thus, the performance battle commenced. The host announced with fervor. There were no judges, and victory was not the objective. Almost instantaneously upon the command, the two dragon Pokémon in the air sprang into action. The Soundwave Dragon initiated the assault, its wings flapping fiercely, sending countless razor-sharp air blades slicing through the air, forming a net that enveloped the Desert Dragonfly. The Desert Dragonfly's multifaceted eyes shimmered as it spiraled upward at an astoundingly acute angle, deftly evading most of the onslaught. While a few of the blades were neutralized by the minute sand particles that surrounded it, a clever application of Mud Throw. Simultaneously, it unleashed a concentrated dragon breath directly at the Soundwave Dragon. Unyielding, the Soundwave Dragon opened its maw to unleash a deafening, hyper voice. The visible sound waves distorted the air, colliding violently with the dragon breath. A thunderous boom echoed, sending shockwaves that even rumbled the clouds above. The two Pokémon became streaks of green and purple, racing through the sky, clashing and separating, each encounter eliciting gasps of awe from the audience. With dragon energy unleashed, sound waves and sand intertwined, transforming the sky into their canvas, painting a visual feast of power and beauty. After an intense close-quarters clash, both Pokémon soared upward, becoming mere black dots as they vanished into the clouds, their roars and explosive sounds echoing, prompting the audience to crane their necks in anticipation. At that moment, the gates on either side of the battleground thundered open once more. The heavy footsteps resonated like drums within the hearts of all present. From the left, a silvery blue torrent of steel burst forth. It bore enormous, axe-like fangs atop its head, its body encased in impenetrable armor, with a fierce and combative gaze. From the right, a towering silver-gray behemoth emerged. Its entire form was cloaked in unyielding steel armor, a sharp spike gleaming ominously at its forehead, each step causing the arena to tremble slightly. Dual Axe Dragon. Boscodora. The audience erupted into an even louder frenzy. Luo Feng instinctively activated the system scan once more. Target, Dual Axe Dragon. Feng Pokémon. Type, Dragon. Qualification, King Red. Level, LV 75, King level. Status, Perfect. Skills, Scratch, Glare, Bite, Precision Strike, Guillotine, Dragon Claw, Revenge, Swords Dance, Giga Impact. Ability, Overkill. Target, Boscodora, Iron Armor Pokémon. Type, Steel Rock. Qualification, King Red. Level, LV 76, King level. Status, Perfect. Skills, Tackle, Harden, Mud Throw, Headbutt, Metal Burst, Iron Defense, Heavy Slam, Spike Attack, Hyper Beam. Ability, Thick Head. The levels were even higher. Luo Feng felt a fresh wave of shock. The imposing aura of these two Pokémon was even more formidable than that of the previous aerial duo. He instinctively compared them to his Gyarados, realizing that even if it were to level up twice more, reaching gym level, and with the aid of rain and electric terrain, it might only endure a few rounds against them. Yet to win, he shook his head slightly. The disparity was far too vast. It was a complete domination of foundational strength, cultivation time, and trainer experience. As his thoughts raced, the two colossal beasts on the battlefield collided like ancient war chariots. The deafening crash reverberated. The raw power of their clash generated shockwaves that radiated outward, stirring up the dust from the arena floor, sweeping across like a shockwave. The palpable force felt even through the energy barrier. As the dust settled, it became evident that the dual-axe dragon's fangs were locked against Boscadora's armored body, while Boscadora's massive claws were pressed against the shoulder armor of the dual-axe dragon, both locked in a fierce struggle. In the next moment, the battle erupted in earnest. The dual-axe dragon unleashed a flurry of dragon claw strikes, embodying a force that seemed to tear everything asunder. Boscadora retaliated with spike attack surrounding its form, striking like heavy artillery. Heavy slam clashed against revenge. The clang of steel and the roar of dragons intermingled. There were no flashy evasions. It was a raw confrontation, a primal contest of brute force. Each collision quickened pulses and ignited bloodlines. The spectacle was extraordinarily exhilarating. Ultimately, after a breathtaking exchange of giga impact and hyperbeam, a blinding explosion of energy left everyone momentarily blinded. As the brilliance faded, both Pokémon, though panting heavily, evidently still possessed the vigor to continue their battle. The two esteemed trainers exchanged a knowing smile and simultaneously raised their hands to recall their companions. The exhibition match concluded at the perfect moment, following a profound silence. An eruption of thunderous applause and cheers erupted, akin to a volcanic explosion, celebrating this unparalleled visual spectacle and honoring the two formidable champions. The host soared back to the center of the arena on his majestic Pidgeot, his emotions palpable. What an extraordinary display. We extend our gratitude to both champions for their breathtaking performance. He then proceeded to ceremoniously introduce the achievements and representative Pokémon of the two champions, igniting yet another wave of fervent applause. Subsequently, the host's expression turned serious as he began to outline the rules of the provincial semifinals. In this prestigious event, 1,024 elite competitors from across the province would participate. The contestants would be divided into 10 groups, each comprising approximately 102 to 103 individuals. The competition would adopt a single elimination format. In each round, competitors would face off in pairs. The victors would advance, while the vanquished would enter the harrowing losers bracket. Should a round result in an odd number of participants, one contender would be fortunate enough to receive a bye, advancing directly to the next round. After 4 consecutive rounds of fierce competition, each group would determine the final 6 to 7 victors, from 1,024 to 512, then to 256, 128, 64, ultimately leaving 6 or 7 remaining in each group. These 64 contestants would secure their places in the ultimate provincial finals. All defeated participants would transition to the losers bracket, which would entail a more prolonged and brutal series of battles, with only 10 spots available to emerge victorious alongside the preceding 64, culminating in a 74-person roster for the provincial championship. The first 2 rounds of battles would occur simultaneously across 20 standard combat arenas within the venue, while the subsequent 2 critical confrontations would shift to the main arena under the watchful eyes of the audience. No sooner had he finished speaking than all competitors' VR wristbands vibrated, receiving the latest grouping and match arrangements. Luo Feng lowered his gaze to examine his details. Group A, Sequence 7, Unit 3, Round 2. Su Qingxue also checked her own. Group D, Sequence 2, Unit 11, Round 1. The two exchanged glances, relief washing over them. Su Qingxue patted her chest. Thankfully, we are not in the same group. Luo Feng nodded with a smile, but then his expression turned serious. Qingxue, in the upcoming matches, do not conceal your strength any longer. Utilize your Sylveon when necessary, and ensure your Dratini exerts its full potential. The goal is to advance directly to the top 64. Once we fall into the losers bracket, with thousands vying for 10 spots, the variables become immense and exceedingly ruthless. If it were him entering the losers bracket, he would be quite confident in advancing, but if it were Su Qingxue, the outcome would likely be precarious. Su Qingxue nodded earnestly, her gaze resolute. I understand, rest assured. Luo Feng, we will charge into the finals together. On the vast electronic screen, the groupings and battle charts began to scroll rapidly. The drums of the provincial semifinals had officially sounded. The colossal Linzhou Central Arena resembled a bubbling cauldron of energy. The sound waves of 100,000 spectators intertwining with the thunderous clashes of skills on the battlefield, assaulting every ear. Seated on a bench in the waiting area of Group A, Luo Feng appeared to be resting his eyes, yet he was keenly focused, utilizing the built-in spectator system of his VR wristband to precisely lock onto the real-time footage of Unit 11 in Group D. Su Qingxue's match was scheduled for the first round and was about to commence. His gaze penetrated the virtual screen, landing on her graceful figure. Su Qingxue, calm and composed, was making her final preparations, gently caressing the Poké Ball at her waist. Soon, her opponent entered the arena as well, a rather portly boy clad in slightly snug trainer attire, his face displaying a hint of visible nervousness that instantly transformed into awe and bewilderment upon catching sight of Su Qingshue's beauty. Yes, the battle was about to begin. Please both competitors take your positions. The referee's voice resonated through the arena's loudspeakers. The chubby boy seemed to regain his senses, hastily positioning himself at the command post. His eyes occasionally darting towards Su Qingxue, his expressions betraying a tumult of emotions within. Holy cow, what luck! My opponent is such a stunning girl. How on earth am I supposed to battle? Winning would feel too unchivalrous. What if she ends up disliking me because of this? Perhaps I should assert some dominance first, showcase my prowess, and then feign a mistake to let her win? Maybe I could even get her contact information? No, this is a provincial competition. And my dad is watching. Such a dilemma. As he wrestled with his inner turmoil, the referee had already waved the flag. The first round of the battle in Unit 11 of Group D begins. Points: 12700, 231, 2530. Please both competitors release your first registered Pokémon. Arcanine, I'm counting on you. Su Qingxue wasted no time, her voice cool and decisive as she tossed out her Pokeball. A flash of red light illuminated the arena, revealing a sleek, shiny Arcanine. Landing gracefully and emitting a menacing growl, flames flickering around its form, exuding vigor. The portly boy, jolted by the referee's announcement and Su Qingshue's decisive action, frantically searched for his corresponding Pokeball and hastily threw it. Go, my partner. A wave of aquamarine light erupted, accompanied by a cheerful yet slightly cacophonous cry, as a Lombra, adorned with a large lily pad, danced awkwardly onto the scene, its comical demeanor starkly contrasting with the imposing presence of Arcanine. In the waiting area of Group A, Luo Feng observed this scene, a barely perceptible frown forming on his brow. Lombra, he silently noted, while simultaneously directing his thoughts. System, scan the data on that Lombra. Target, Lombra, the carefree Pokémon. Type, water, grass. Qualification, special class, blue. Level, LV31, special class strength. Status, healthy, high spirits. Skills, water gun. Bubble beam, absorb punch. Nature power, rain dance, quash, heavy slam. Ability, rain dish. Rain dish ability, gradually restores health in rainy weather. Special class qualification, level 31. With the rain dish ability, Luo Feng swiftly analyzed the data. Qingshue's Arcanine was level 33, with the flash fire ability, presenting a slight edge in terms of level and cultivation. However, Lombra, being a fully evolved form, possessed a perfect dual resistance against the fire-type attacks of Arcanine due to its watergrass typing. In the VIP box, Su Jinghong's family was also closely monitoring the match. Upon witnessing Lombra's entry, Su Qingshue's grandmother couldn't help but express her concern. Oh dear, it's a water and grass type. Xiaoshua's Arcanine is at a disadvantage in terms of type. Lu Yun furrowed her brow slightly. Indeed, it is a formidable opponent. Although Su Jinghong shared some concern, he spoke with a steady tone to reassure them. Mom, Dad, Xiaoyun, try not to worry too much. I have been overseeing the training of Xiaoshua's 3 Pokémon, and I have a good grasp of their capabilities. Arcanine has the advantage in speed and possesses moves of other types as well. If it's just Lombra, I trust Xiaoshua's tactics and on-the-spot command will certainly not be a challenge for her. He had complete confidence in his daughter. In terms of type, Arcanine's fire-type moves would be ineffective against Lombra, while Lombra's water-type attacks could inflict significant damage on Arcanine. This was undoubtedly a match with a considerable type disadvantage. Luo Feng's gaze turned to the screen displaying Su Qingxue, where he saw her eyes focused, showing no signs of panic despite the type disadvantage. Clearly having assessed the situation immediately, Luo Feng mused. Will she opt to switch? Su Qingshue's second Pokémon is a Dratini. Although dragon types do not resist water, they are also not weak against it, thus enjoying a slightly better position compared to her first Pokémon, Herdier. The third Pokémon, however, is her hidden trump card, Sylveon. While it may not possess an advantage in terms of type, its strength can effectively suppress the Ludicolo. However, switching Pokémon will consume a precious rotation opportunity, and making a switch at the outset may easily fall into the opponent's rhythm. On the battlefield, the referee has already signaled the start of the match. The chubby boy seems to have finally regained some clarity from the stunning beauty before him. He remembers this is a serious competition, takes a deep breath, and shouts loudly. Ludicolo, take the initiative and use Rain Dance. He intends to establish the weather advantage. Rain reduces the power of fire-type moves, and activate the rain dish ability for a prolonged battle. In this way, his Ludicolo would hold an absolute advantage against Herdier, ensuring a position of invincibility. Ludicolo joyfully hops about, the lily pad atop its head radiating a shimmering blue glow. As dark clouds swiftly gather overhead, and the sound of gentle rain begins to fall, Su Qingxue does not choose to confront head-on. Instead, she calmly initiates her strategy. Herdier, use Leer. Following that, she commands, now, use Howl. Herdier's keen gaze locks onto Ludicolo, emitting a low, intimidating growl, Leer, that somewhat weakens the opponent's physical defense. Immediately after, it raises its head and lets out an exhilarating howl, boosting its own attack power. The chubby boy gives his order. Ludicolo, ignore it and maintain your advantage. Use water gun. Ludicolo sprays a rapid stream of water in the rain, but Herdier, under Su Qingxue's guidance, has already acted. Agility. A woof. Herdier growls, its form suddenly becoming blurry, darting through the rain like a flash of crimson lightning, its speed drastically increasing. The rain does not hinder its movements. Rather, it shatters into finer mist under its swift charge. The water gun attack completely misses. So fast, the chubby boy exclaims, Ludicolo, be careful, cover the area with bubble beam. Ludicolo sprays a denser barrage of bubbles, expanding its coverage. Su Qingxue decisively commands, dash in, crunch. Herdier, leveraging its sudden burst of speed, nimbly weaves through the bubbles and lunges forward, its fangs enveloped in dark-type energy, delivering a fierce bite to Ludicolo. The effect is remarkable. Ludicolo lets out a cry of pain, its body swaying. The chubby boy quickly retaliates. Ludicolo, use Absorb. Ludicolo's fist, wrapped in green energy, strikes back, but Herdier swiftly retreats. Its speed is too great, and Absorb barely grazes, resulting in minimal energy recovery. The battle momentarily falls into a stalemate. Ludicolo, relying on its rain dish ability, gradually recovers health in the rain, while Herdier, utilizing its speed advantage, continuously employs Crunch and Body Slam to harass, inflicting less damage on itself. In the rainy environment, Fire-type moves are halved in power, so Su Qingxue wisely refrains from using them. If this continues, Ludicolo's recovery will not keep pace with its consumption. The chubby boy is sweating profusely, completely discarding all distractions, realizing the tenacity of his opponent. Just then, the rain dance effect expires, and the dark clouds above dissipate, allowing sunlight to shine down once more. An opportunity. Su Qingxue's eyes brighten. Herdier now? Use the most powerful flame wheel. With the rain suppression lifted, the fire-type energy becomes instantly vibrant. Herdier ignites in a blaze of intense flames, transforming into a massive fiery wheel, hurtling toward the Ludicolo, which has just lost the rain's advantage and is somewhat disoriented. The chubby boy, panicking, shouts, Ludicolo, quickly use Heavy Slam. But the speed disparity is too vast. Before Ludicolo can leap, it is brutally struck by the raging flame wheel. Boom. Although fire-type moves do not receive a bonus in sunny weather, they are also no longer weakened by rain, crashing solidly into the grass-type Ludicolo. The effect is superb. Ludicolo emits a cry of agony, engulfed in flames, its body charred, crashing heavily to the ground, its eyes swirling, losing the ability to battle. The referee immediately announces Ludicolo is unable to continue. Herdier is victorious. A wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupts from the audience, celebrating the brilliant execution of tactics and the victory despite the type disadvantage. The host exclaims, splendid. A counterattack executed precisely at the moment the weather changed. Su Qingxue's timing is impeccable. In the VIP box, Su Jinghong's family also shows smiles. The chubby boy, looking lost, recalls his Ludicolo, his expression shifting, but unexpectedly, he does not seem too disheartened. Instead, a glimmer of excitement and anticipation appears. As expected of the girl I admire. He gazes at Su Qingxue and proclaims, impressive, truly remarkable, to win so decisively despite the type disadvantage. However, our battle is far from over. You deserve to see my true trump card. Ladies, be cautious. With that, he forcefully throws out his second Poké Ball. Let us see what you can do. My old partner, Blastoise. With a flash of light, a robust Blastoise, shouldering massive cannons on its back, lands heavily and lets out a steady roar, glaring with formidable presence at the somewhat fatigued Herdier. The 3v3 match has now progressed to the second Pokémon. Su Qingxue, seeing her opponent send out a powerful water-type Pokémon, cannot help but sigh inwardly. This person is rather vexing. Why does he have all water types? However, she maintains her calm demeanor, glancing at the slightly panting Herdier without any hesitation, retrieving it. Come back, Herdier, you did well. She withdraws her weary Pokémon and tosses out another Pokeball, sending forth her new companion. It's your turn, Dratini. Chapter 52. The Dratini's counterattack, successfully advancing. Luo Feng's gaze sharpens as he silently thinks. System, scan that Blastoise. Target, Blastoise. Shellfish Pokémon. Type, water. Qualification, Gym, purple. Level, LV33, Gym level. Status, healthy, full of spirit. Skills, water gun, bubble, withdraw, water pulse, bite, rapid spin, iron defense, hydro pump. Ability, torrent. Torrent ability. When HP is low, the power of water type moves increases. After reading this, Luo Feng furrows his brow, thinking, level 33, gym qualification, torrent ability. And a skill pool leaning towards defense. Although Qingshua's Dratini is a slightly higher level, it is still an unevolved form with physical attack and defense as its weak points. And it does not hold an advantage in terms of type. He quickly scans Dratini's profile. Target, Dratini. Dragon Pokémon. Type, dragon. Qualification, Gym, purple. Level, LV35, Gym level. Status, healthy, energetic. Skills, Wrap, Leer, Thunder Wave, Dragon Tail, Agility, Dragon Rage, Volt Tackle, Dragon Dive. Ability, Marvel Scale. Marvel Scale ability. Defense increases when afflicted by a status condition. Luo Feng muses inwardly. This is indeed a bit troublesome. It depends on how Qingxue will handle this iron turtle. On the battlefield, Su Qingshua's expression remains calm, but her gaze is more focused. Dratini, use Leer. Dratini raises its head, gazing at Blastoise with an authoritative stare, attempting to weaken its defenses. The chubby boy chuckles, useless. Blastoise, use iron defense. Blastoise lets out a growl. Its body glowing with a metallic sheen, its already sturdy shell becoming even thicker, significantly boosting its physical defense. The effect of stare was nearly nullified. Su Qingxue promptly altered her strategy. High-speed movement. The mini-dragon's form flickered as its speed surged, leaving behind a series of afterimages on the battlefield. The portly opponent issued a command. Use water gun to disrupt it. The Blastoise adjusted the cannon on its back, unleashing a barrage of concentrated water jets. But the rapidly accelerating mini-dragon evaded them with remarkable agility. Electromagnetic wave. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingxue commanded. The mini-dragon shimmered with faint electrical energy, and an almost imperceptible arc surged toward the Blastoise. Withdraw into your shell. The portly trainer reacted swiftly. The Blastoise instantly retracted its limbs and head into its sturdy shell. And the electromagnetic wave struck the shell, creating a shower of sparks, yet was entirely repelled. Such a formidable shell. Gasps of awe emanated from the audience. Dragon Tail. Su Qingxue attempted a powerful assault. The mini-dragon, its tail aglow with dragon-type energy, struck fiercely against the Blastoise's shell, producing a dull thud. But the Blastoise merely swayed slightly, seemingly unaffected. Huh, useless. The Blastoise, water pulse. The portly trainer exclaimed triumphantly. The Blastoise extended its head and unleashed a spiraling sphere of distorted water energy. The mini-dragon ascended rapidly to evade it, but the water struck the ground, sending ripples cascading outward. The battle momentarily reached an impasse. The mini-dragon was swift, yet struggled to breach the Blastoise's impenetrable defense, while the Blastoise's attacks were powerful but struggled to connect with the agile mini-dragon. Su Qingxue furrowed her brow, her mind racing. This stalemate must be broken. Her eyes sharpened with resolve, and she made her decision. Mini-dragon, Dragon God's Dive. The mini-dragon emitted a resonant cry, powerful dragon energy enveloping its form, transforming into a blue dragon-shaped energy shockwave, hurtling downwards with unstoppable momentum towards the grounded Blastoise. This move was immensely powerful, but once initiated, its trajectory was immutable. The portly trainer, rather than being alarmed, was filled with anticipation. Just what I was waiting for. Blastoise, go into full defensive withdraw. The Blastoise again retreated tightly into its shell, the metallic sheen of its shell glimmering brighter, poised to absorb this fierce onslaught. All spectators held their breath. In the VIP box, Su Qingshue's grandmother gripped the armrest anxiously. Just as the energy dragon formed by the mini-dragon was about to collide with the shell, Su Qingshue's cold voice rang out once more, altering her command. Now, cancel Dragon God's Dive, slip inside. Use Thunderbolt. What? The portly trainer's grin froze instantly. The imposing dragon-shaped energy in the air abruptly dissipated, and the mini-dragon, utilizing the unparalleled speed granted by high-speed movement and its diminutive form, slipped through the minuscule gap as the Blastoise withdrew into its shell, like a loach wriggling into safety. In the next moment, a blinding burst of golden electricity erupted from within the Blastoise's shell. The cacophony of crackling sounds filled the air. Blastoise! A chilling scream echoed from within the shell, the entire shell trembling violently, even emitting wisps of black smoke. The effect was astounding. This sudden and unfathomable tactic rendered the arena silent for a moment, before erupting into thunderous gasps and applause. My heavens! It can be done like this? It slipped inside. A zero-distance thunderbolt attack. Brilliant strategy. The portly trainer was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape, speechless for an extended moment. As the electricity dissipated, the mini-dragon swiftly emerged from the shell, landing on the ground, slightly panting, clearly exhausted from this series of extreme maneuvers. Meanwhile, the Blastoise, its limbs and head weakly protruding, its eyes swirling, still crackling with electricity and smoke, had evidently suffered a severe blow. Luo Feng observed this scene, a slight smile gracing his lips. Well done, Qingxue. Yet, his expression soon turned serious. However, we cannot be complacent. The battle is far from over, and the true contest is just beginning. Indeed, just as the referee was about to declare the outcome, the Blastoise, which should have been incapacitated, suddenly opened its eyes wide. Though still in pain, those eyes now gleamed with fierce sharpness and fury. Its torrent ability activated in this moment of extreme fatigue. Blue torrents of violent steam enveloped its body. The portly trainer snapped out of his shock, excitement flooding his face as he saw the Blastoise still capable of fighting. And he shouted exuberantly, "Beautiful! My Blastoise will not succumb so easily. My invincible, ferocious super battle turtle is not to be underestimated. Blastoise, show them our true might. Unleash water cannon." Blastoise. With a furious roar, the Blastoise's two cannons, undeterred by its injuries, gathered tremendous water energy. In the next instant, two enormous, powerful water cannons erupted forth like high-pressure hoses, covering a vast area. The mini-dragon had just landed and was still catching its breath when it was caught off guard by this sudden, ferocious counterattack. Struck squarely by one of the water cannons. Mini-dragon. It cried out in pain, propelled into the air by the sheer force of the water pressure. Now is the time. The portly trainer shouted, pumping his fist in triumph. Blastoise, charge in. Use bite to catch it. Then give me a body slam. The Blastoise thundered forward like a heavy tank, accurately predicting the mini-dragon's landing spot, its massive claws shooting out like lightning. Seizing the off-balance mini-dragon with a firm grip. No. Su Qingxue gasped in horror. Mini-dragon. Mini-dragon. The creature struggled in agony. But the Blastoise's strength was overwhelming, and it could not break free. Clutching the mini-dragon, the Blastoise ran while relentlessly grinding the mini-dragon against the rough battlefield, creating a deep furrow in the ground as it did so. The screeching sound of friction melded with the mini-dragon's cries, sending shivers through the audience. The scene had turned exceedingly brutal. My heavens, this is horrific. Mini-dragon, that trainer is too ruthless. Gasps of sympathy arose from the audience, many feeling a surge of concern for Su Qingxue and the mini-dragon. In the VIP box, Su Qingxue's mother, Lu Yun, could not bear to watch and turned her head away, while her grandmother muttered anxiously, oh dear, stop it, stop it." Su Zhenghong maintained a calm demeanor, yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed his anxiety. Luo Feng's gaze had turned icy, fixated on the battlefield. The Blastoise ran several meters while clutching the battered mini-dragon. Seemingly exhausting its strength, and with a mighty heave, it flung the injured mini-dragon away like a rag doll. The mini-dragon crashed heavily onto the ground, rolling several times, covered in dirt, lying motionless. The referee hurried forward to assess the situation, then raised his hand, poised to announce the result. The mini-dragon is unable to continue. Mini-dragon. Su Qingxue's voice, imbued with calm determination, interrupted the referee. We have not lost yet. I believe in you. You will defeat it. Stand up. Show your strongest form. Her cry seemed to resonate with a mystical power. On the ground, the mini-dragon's body trembled slightly. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, it gradually lifted its head, struggling to rise. The mini-dragon's eyes, no longer filled with pain, now radiated an indomitable spirit and unwavering faith. Mini-dragon. It let out a piercing howl, as though breaking free from shackles, an unprecedented surge of energy erupting forth. Battle theme music swells. A blinding white light exploded from its battered body. Evolution light. What? Evolving? At a time like this? My heavens. It's evolving. The entire arena erupted in astonishment. Excited gasps echoed throughout. The exuberance on the chubby boy's face swiftly morphed into astonishment and disbelief. Within the VIP box, the entire Su family stood up, brimming with excitement. Luo Feng gazed at the increasingly radiant glow, and a relieved smile finally graced his lips. Qingxue, is this your ultimate trump card? Truly impressive. Yet, it was indeed an unexpected yet entirely logical hidden ace. Such feats are achievable by certain advanced trainers, as temporarily suppressing a Pokémon's evolutionary potential can delay the evolution of those capable of it. When a Pokémon confronts genuine challenges and fierce battles, its internal evolutionary essence resonates with a strong desire to evolve, thus igniting the light of evolution. An evolved Pokémon not only experiences a significant enhancement in strength, but also recovers some stamina, leading some to regard it as a hidden trump card. However, this can be considered an exclusive technique for the affluent, as not every household can afford advanced trainers, nor can they bear the exclusive resources required for such Pokémon cultivation. Amidst the evolving light, the mini-dragon's form elongated and grew larger, a commanding aura beginning to permeate the air. As the white light dissipated, a tall, graceful silhouette hovered mid-air. The pale blue, smooth skin shimmered under the lights, a brilliant white orb embedded on its forehead, blue jewels adorning its neck and tail, radiating an aura far more powerful and majestic than that of its previous form. Target: Hakuryu, Dragon Pokémon. Type: Dragon. Qualification: Near Champion, Light Pink. Level: LV 36. Status: Good. Dragon Power Surging. Skills: Bind, Glare, Thunder Wave, Dragon Tail, Agility, Dragon Rage, Thunderbolt, Dragon Dive, Water Tail. New ability: Marvel Scale. Hakuryu. The evolved Hakuryu emitted a clear and resonant cry, its gaze sharp, brimming with fighting spirit, as the previous fatigue and scars seemed to vanish in the glow of evolution. It actually evolved? The pride and exuberance on the chubby boy's face had vanished, leaving behind a gaping expression of shock. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. He watched the imposing Hakuryu on stage, glancing back at his own water turtle, which, despite being in an agitated state, was now panting heavily and covered in wounds, cold sweat suddenly beading on his forehead. My heavens, it's Hakuryu, so magnificent, evolving at a crucial moment. This has sealed the fate of the battle. Hakuryu against the injured water turtle? It's bound to be a one-sided affair. Undoubtedly a champion-level talent. The goddess is incredible. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into fervent discussions and cheers, all stunned by this dramatic reversal. Within the VIP box, Su Zhenghong finally relaxed his clenched fist, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Lu Yun and Grandma exhaled deeply, excitedly patting their chests. Luo Feng wore a smile, nodding slightly. Well done. On the battlefield, a flicker of excitement flashed in Su Qingxue's eyes, quickly replaced by a deeper calm. With a wave of her arm, her voice, icy and resolute, issued the first command post-evolution. Hakuryu, show it your true power. Thunderbolt. Hakuryu. The immense energy coursing through Hakuryu surged as it raised its head and sang, its body erupting with a dazzling golden electrical serpent far more robust than during its time as a mini-dragon. The sharp crackling noise enveloped the arena. A tremendous current akin to a raging thunder serpent descended with unstoppable force, striking precisely at the water turtle that had just struggled to rise and had yet to stabilize its stance. The electric explosion erupted, steam rising. Connie. The water turtle let out an unprecedented, mournful wail, the colossal current piercing through its moist shell, wreaking havoc within. Its massive form trembled violently, its limbs unable to support its weight, teetering on the brink of collapse, clearly suffering severe damage. But the onslaught was not over. Seizing the momentum, Su Qingxue's gaze sharpened. Use Water Tail, send it skyward. Hakuryu's elongated tail was instantly enveloped by a torrent of water and draconic energy, a brilliant blue radiance intensifying. Skills: Water Gun. Resembling a colossal whip imbued with the fury of waves and draconic majesty, whistling through the air as it struck forcefully against the water turtle's abdomen. Bang! A resounding thud echoed. The water turtle's hefty body was abruptly lifted off the ground by this overwhelming force, sent soaring into the air. The scene resembled that of a whipping top. Chase after it. Use Water Tail consecutively. Su Qingxue's voice bore a chilling edge. Internally, she mused. Let it also experience the sensation of being tightly ensnared. The reason she opted for Water Tail instead of Dragon Tail was due to concerns that Dragon Tail's overwhelming power might render the water turtle incapable of fighting back during the continuous strikes. Unlike this Water Tail attack, the damage inflicted upon the water turtle would be halved, allowing for a gradual vengeance. Hakuryu sprang into action. its enhanced flight capabilities post-evolution enabling it to soar, rapidly catching up to the airborne water turtle. With its agile body, it swiftly coiled around the water turtle, the immense binding strength rendering the latter utterly helpless. Following this, Hakuryu's eyes flickered with blue light, its water-infused tail striking relentlessly against the helpless water turtle like a tempest. Bang! 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 The air was filled with the sickening sounds of heavy impacts and the water turtle's muffled groans of agony. Hakuryu seemed determined to repay every bit of suffering endured by the mini-dragon, doubling the torment. It entwined the water turtle, striking downwards from mid-air, ultimately slamming it to the ground like a falling meteor. Boom! Dust filled the arena, forming a shallow crater. The water turtle lay at the center of the pit, its shell marred with fine cracks and scorched electric marks, its eyes swirling, having completely lost consciousness. The referee paused momentarily before hastily waving the flag, his voice tinged with astonishment. The water turtle has lost its fighting capability. The chubby boy's face turned as pale as a ghost, hurriedly retracting his battered water turtle. Seemingly intimidated by the wrathful Su Qingxue, he mumbled incoherently, "And no, it's fine, we still have one last chance, there's still." Taking a deep breath as if grasping at straws, the chubby boy forcefully threw out his final Pokeball. "It's all up to you. My last hope. Go." A flash of red light revealed an orange-red fish Pokémon, its hard scales and crown-like horns bouncing energetically on the floor. Kingler, bouncing. The entire arena fell into a deafening silence for 3 seconds. Then, uproarious laughter erupted, nearly threatening to topple the roof of the battle arena. Ha ha ha. Kingler. It's Ace. This is its trump card. I thought it was some hidden demigod. You're killing me. This chubby boy must be here for comic relief. The boy's face flushed crimson, even redder than his Kingler. Yet as if to bolster his spirits, he clenched his fists and shouted at the still bouncing Kingler. His voice tinged with a tragic resolve. Kingler, we cannot lose to them. They have evolved. We can too. Show our tenacity. Evolve. Evolve into Gyarados. Kingler remained in place, energetically bouncing without any sign of evolution. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this Kingler had been nurtured for many years, having been one of the chubby boy's initial Pokémon. The Kingler, a prized acquisition by his father at a significant expense, was touted by the seller to possess the potential to evolve into a Gyarados if nurtured properly. His father believed in this promise, and naturally, he did as well. Yet, a decade has nearly passed without any sign of evolution. The Kingler has become a mere trinket, and relinquishing it entirely feels like a waste given the considerable resources already invested. Thus, he continues to care for it. As Luo Feng perused the details of this Kingler, a flicker of unusual intrigue appeared on his face. This chubby creature is indeed quite remarkable. Target, Kingler, Water-type Pokémon. Qualification, Gym, Purple. Level, LV18, Beginner. Condition, very healthy. Evolution potential accumulating. Skill, Splash. Ability, Intimidate. Were it not for a slight deficiency, this Kingler might have evolved on the spot. Su Qingxue observed the comical scene with a hint of resignation, shaking her head gently. To avert any complications, she issued a command. Haxorus, use Dragon Tail. Haxorus elegantly swept its long tail, exerting no energy, merely employing its physical strength to deliver a gentle swipe. With a resounding thud, akin to a baseball strike, the Kingler was effortlessly sent flying, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc before crashing against the wall, bouncing off, and landing on the ground, its eyes swirling in disarray. The referee stood momentarily stunned before hastening over to confirm, then stifling a chuckle, raised the flag. Kingler has lost its ability to battle. Therefore, the victor is Su Qingxue. Victorious. Congratulations to the goddess Su. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers and good-natured laughter as the chubby boy awkwardly retrieved his unconscious Kingler, bowing his head and hastily exiting the arena, not daring to glance at Su Qingxue again. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue smiled as she caressed Haxorus, who was nestled around her, softly praising, "Well done, you worked hard." Haxorus affectionately nuzzled against her, emitting a pleased hum. The first battle, thrilling yet unscathed, concluded successfully. Amidst the thunderous applause, Su Qingxue withdrew Haxorus and elegantly nodded to the audience before lightly stepping down from the battlefield. Almost the moment she stepped outside the arena, her VR wristband began flashing incessantly, accompanied by a series of crisp notification chimes. She glanced down, a warm smile gracing her face as the lively messages from her family filled her screen. Cheer squad for Schwerer 4. Father, beautiful. The evolution at the crucial moment was exhilarating. Haxorus has been trained exceptionally well. Keep it up. Mother, darling, you were amazing. I was so nervous just now, but that finale was truly satisfying. Grandmother, oh my dear, splendid performance. That chubby boy deserved that lesson. I'll treat you to a special dinner tonight. Grandfather, well-executed tactics. You remained composed. The timing for evolution was impeccable, reading her family's messages brimming with love and pride. Su Qingxue felt a surge of warmth in her heart and quickly replied with a cheerful smiley, and thank you all, I will continue to strive. Moments later, a private message popped up, the sender being Luo Feng. Congratulations on your first victory. The evolution was spectacular, and your command was even more impressive. However, the provincial competition is rife with hidden talents, so do not let your guard down. Maintain your momentum. His words were succinct yet hit the mark, blending congratulatory notes with concern for the upcoming matches. Su Qingshue's lips curled into a smile as she deftly replied, got it, thank you. It was indeed a bit thrilling. Next, you must also give it your all, Luo Feng. I'm looking forward to seeing you shine. Almost instantly, Luo Feng's confident response arrived. Of course, you can rest assured. Reading his message, Su Qingxue could almost visualize Luo Feng's unwavering confidence and sharp demeanor at that moment, prompting an involuntary chuckle as she dismissed the tension from the earlier battle. In Group A's waiting area, just as Luo Feng set down his wristband, the announcement echoed throughout the venue. Please prepare competitors for Group A, Sequence 7, Unit 3, Round 2. From Jiangzhou First High School, Luo Feng, against Li Wei from Linzhou Experimental High School. Both competitors, please enter the arena swiftly. It was his turn. Luo Feng rose, adjusted his collar, and his gaze sharpened like that of a hawk as he strode towards the designated Unit 3 arena with the steadiness akin to a mountain. His opponent, a boy named Li Wei, had already taken his position on the opposite side of the field. Li Wei was of average build, wearing a pair of ordinary black-rimmed glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses reflected a mix of anxiety, gravity, and a hint of barely perceptible determination. Clad in the slightly faded yet impeccably clean uniform of Linzhou Experimental High School, Li Wei felt his heart race as he noticed Luo Feng approaching, especially as he sensed the invisible yet overwhelming aura emanating from Luo Feng, reminiscent of the fearsome Gyarados. His heart raced, and instinctively he adjusted his glasses, a complex array of emotions washing over him. It really is him, the tyrant of Jiangzhou, Luo Feng, he thought, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. What luck I have. Fortunately, his inner strength reassured him that his fortune wasn't entirely bleak. Perhaps it was a 50-50 chance. The unfortunate aspect was facing one of the most formidable opponents of the tournament in his first provincial match, rendering this battle an arduous challenge. However, he had prepared extensively for the possibility of encountering Luo Feng. Chapter 54, Electric Type versus Water Type, the advantage is mine. In anticipation of Luo Feng's signature Gyarados, Li Wei meticulously devised a counter-strategy. Electivire was the cornerstone of his tactical framework, as its type advantage was his greatest asset. He had even burned the midnight oil, studying Luo Feng's battle footage, confident that he had discerned Gyarados' patterns and potential vulnerabilities. As a trainer from a humble background, with both parents being ordinary workers, Li Wei had invested far more effort to reach the provincial semifinals than many of his affluent peers. Thus, even when faced with Luo Feng, he never entertained thoughts of surrender. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the Poké Ball containing Electivire tightly, his gaze resolute once more. Every resource I have is hard-earned, and every victory is accompanied by countless hours of sweat and late-night studies. What if I'm just a common genius? What if I lack resources? I will utilize my intellect and diligence to challenge you elite prodigies. His eyes sharpened, and a flicker of excitement ignited within him. Luo Feng, I know you're strong, and your Gyarados is a monstrous entity. However, type advantage is an unbreakable rule in Pokémon battles. My Electivire has a deep skill pool, with Thunder Punch and Volt Tackle, capable of inflicting severe damage, and even Ice Punch can target Gyarados' flying type. If executed properly, with the right control from the outset, I may not lose to you. He mentally replayed his strategy. The more he contemplated it, the more he felt a glimmer of hope. Electivire's speed and special attack were formidable. As long as he avoided direct confrontations, leveraging electric-type moves would tilt the advantage in his favor. Luo Feng, I will unleash my full strength to defeat you and prove that hard work never goes unrewarded. The fire of determination blazed within Li Wei. As the referee observed both competitors take their positions, reiterated the rules, and lowered the flag, the battle commenced. Group A, Round 3, Luo Feng versus Li Wei. A 3v3 singles match now begins. Release your first Pokémon simultaneously. Go, Electivire. It's your time to shine. Levi almost hastily hurled the Poké Ball, his voice imbued with a resolute determination akin to a point of no return. A flash of light illuminated the arena, revealing a Pokémon with orange-yellow skin adorned with black stripes, its tail entwined with two black wires, and two horn-like protrusions resembling plugs atop its head. It brandished its powerful arms, arcs of electricity dancing across its fists, emitting a crackling sound as it gazed confidently at its opponent. The assurance of its type advantage seemingly infectious. Target: Electabuzz, electric Pokémon. Type: electric. Qualification: Elite, blue. Level: LV32, Elite. Status: healthy, highly motivated. Abilities: quick attack, thunder shock. Low kick, thunder wave, thunder punch, ice punch, fire punch, thunderbolt. Trait: static. Upon witnessing the Electabuzz sent forth by his opponent, Luo Feng paused momentarily, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. An electric-type opening move, it appeared a strategic counter to his Gyarados had been meticulously prepared. However, unbeknownst to his adversary, his Gyarados had undergone a remarkable transformation, far surpassing its former self. With a calm demeanor, Luo Feng released his Poké Ball. His voice steady and powerful, as if merely executing an inconsequential task. Go, Gyarados! With a roar that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of the soul. The formidable deep blue behemoth re-emerged onto the provincial battle stage. Its colossal form cast a shadow over nearly half the arena, a fierce and violent aura radiating from it, instantly causing the arcs of electricity dancing upon the Electabuzz to falter, its momentum severely suppressed. Levi's complexion paled slightly, instinctively taking a half-step back, his heart racing, as the earlier advantage he had envisioned wavered under this overwhelming presence. Yet, he quickly steadied his resolve, silently encouraging himself. Here it comes. Indeed, it's Gyarados. Remain calm. As long as we stick to the plan, I shall not falter. The audience erupted into a deafening roar. Gyarados. It's Gyarados. What a phenomenal opening. The Electabuzz has a type disadvantage. There is still a chance. Let us see how the tyrant of Jiangzhou responds. Levi has prepared thoroughly. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, Levi adjusted his glasses and shouted, striving to enforce his strategy and seize the initiative. Electabuzz, do not be intimidated by its size. The type advantage is ours. Use Thunder Wave to restrict its movements. Summoning its courage, Electabuzz thrust its arms forward, unleashing a swift and subtle wave of electricity directed towards the massive Gyarados. This maneuver was executed with remarkable speed, making it difficult to evade. Should it connect, Gyarados would be paralyzed, having its speed and rendering it unable to act at times, thus creating an opportune moment for subsequent electric-type attacks. This was a pivotal component of Levi's strategy. However, in the face of this seemingly troublesome control tactic, Luo Feng merely uttered two words with a nonchalance that suggested an undeniable certainty. Endure it. Gyarados made no attempt to evade or block. Its colossal body, clad in frigid scales, absorbed the thunder wave as if it were an ancient monolith. Sparks of electricity danced and flickered upon its deep blue scales, producing a faint sizzling sound before dissipating entirely, as if a droplet merging into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. The anticipated paralysis effect never materialized. Gyarados remained fierce, its movements undeterred. What? How is this possible? Levi gasped, nearly causing his glasses to slip from his face, his pupils contracting in disbelief, his mind momentarily blank. Thunder Wave, ineffective? This completely overturns my understanding of type advantages. The audience was equally astonished, gasps of disbelief echoing throughout the arena. Ineffective? Thunder Wave is ineffective. Isn't Gyarados a water-flying type? Shouldn't it be doubly weak to electric? Could it be a trait? A special ability? Or perhaps it possesses some legendary item granting immunity to electric moves. How do we counter this? Amidst the uproar and the collective shock that left Levi in a state of confusion, he abruptly adjusted his glasses, as if clinging to a lifeline, and shouted, attempting to elucidate this unfathomable scenario for both himself and the audience. I understand now. Thunder Wave has a 10 chance of failing. This is merely a rare occurrence. Stay calm. Electabuzz, we still have a chance. His voice, amplified by the arena's microphone, brought a sense of clarity to many bewildered spectators. Oh, so it's a matter of probability. I was terrified, thinking Gyarados was immune to electric moves. Chapter 55. Instantaneous defeat of Electabuzz. Luo Feng, upon hearing Levi's words, subtly shifted the corner of his mouth, silently acknowledging, so he deduced the hit probability of Thunder Wave. Well, that works. It provides a suitable explanation for this turn of events. Revealing the electric engine trait too early would be unwise, especially with the finals still ahead. This serves as an excellent opportunity to conceal one of Gyarados' trump cards. Pleased to have someone else articulate a rationale, he refrained from offering an explanation. Meanwhile, his calm, yet resolute command resonated once more. Gyarados, use Water Tail. Gyarados' immense tail was immediately enveloped by a torrent of ferocious water, creating a thunderous roar as it churned the air. With an overwhelming force capable of shattering barriers and crashing against shores, it surged forth like a wrathful god's whip, sweeping towards the bewildered Electabuzz, momentarily frozen in place, its tactical approach disrupted by the bizarre failure of its previous move. The speed and ferocity surpassed Levi's expectations and worst fears. No. Electabuzz, dodge. Use Quick Attack. Levi jolted awake from his shock, desperately shouting, his voice cracking. But the command came too late. Or rather, Gyarados' assault was simply too swift. Boom. The colossal water tail struck the diminutive Electabuzz with pinpoint accuracy. The result was catastrophic. Beep. Electabuzz barely had time to emit a brief, harrowing cry before its body was struck as if by a meteor. Akin to a fragile vessel shattered by a tsunami, instantly transforming into a blurred orange-yellow silhouette, hurtling backward. With astonishing velocity, it collided violently with the arena's sturdy energy barrier, producing a sickening thud before it weakly slumped to the ground, its eyes swirling, entirely devoid of combat capability. In a single strike, a complete annihilation, from start to finish. The entire sequence transpired in less than 10 seconds. Silence enveloped the arena, both inside and out, as everyone stood stupefied, rendered speechless by this utterly unforeseen and incomprehensible display of overwhelming dominance. For a moment, they forgot to react. Levi stared blankly at the incapacitated Electabuzz, still dripping water, then glanced at the imposing Gyarados, which seemed to have merely flicked its tail, and at Luo Feng, whose demeanor remained unperturbed. He felt as though he had been frozen in time, his blood running cold. The meticulously prepared electric-type ace, the countless hours spent devising strategies, the confidence built upon type advantages, and his determination to prove the worth of a common trainer, all seemed utterly trivial, laughable, and utterly crushed in the face of this inexplicable, insurmountable disparity in power. The referee, similarly stunned, took several moments to recover from the overwhelming shock before hastily announcing, his voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors. The Electabuzz has lost its fighting capability. Gyarados is the victor. At this moment, the spectators who had been keenly observing the battle between Luo Feng and his opponent erupted into a cacophony of astonished gasps, screams, and discussions akin to a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming the sounds within the entire arena. Seconds, he defeated him in mere seconds. Truly, a single move ended it. How astonishing. While electromagnetic waves are a matter of probability, Luo Feng's Gyarados is simply extraordinary. What manner of creature is this Gyarados? The tyrant of Jiangzhou. Truly, it lives up to its name. It is nothing short of a monster. I believe this Gyarados has already reached the level of a gym leader. How can one even compete against such prowess? We are clearly not on the same dimensional plane. What just transpired? In the VIP box, Su Jinghong's eyes sparkled with intensity as he leaned forward slightly, his expression a mixture of profound surprise and contemplation. As an experienced trainer, he sensed that the failure of the electromagnetic wave was not a simple matter, yet it appeared that Li Wei's explanation was the most plausible given the circumstances. Lu Yun covered her mouth in disbelief, while the two elderly men wore expressions of incredulity, although they had faith in Luo Feng. They had never anticipated such an overwhelming display. Su Qingxue, seated in the stands, gazed at the figure in the center of the arena, which seemed to bask in the limelight of the crowd's attention, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Her clear eyes sparkled with a myriad of colors as she murmured to herself, "It seems I can rest easy now." While she too found the failure of the electromagnetic wave somewhat puzzling, her conviction in Luo Feng's strength overshadowed any doubts. Luo Feng calmly recalled his Gyarados, which seemed to have merely completed its warm-up, and, out of respect for his diligent opponent, nodded slightly at the still dazed Li Wei. His provincial debut had proclaimed the arrival of a true champion in the most domineering, unconventional, and indisputable manner, instilling immense psychological pressure upon all competitors. Yet, for Luo Feng, this fierce contest, which gathered the province's elite, appeared to be only just beginning. The eerie silence in the arena was shattered by the referee's announcement and Li Wei's labored breaths. Trembling, he retrieved the fainted electrode into its Poké Ball, his fingertips turning white from exertion. A profound sense of defeat washed over him like a cold deluge. However, the flicker of a stubborn flame, belonging to a trainer, still burned in his eyes. He suddenly lifted his head, adjusting his crooked glasses. his gaze refocusing with a determination akin to a last stand. It's not over yet. He growled softly, as if to rally his own spirits, and hurled his second Pokeball with vigor. Go, Shroomish. He thought inwardly. I'm counting on you, Shroomish. We still have a chance to create a miracle with your speed and strength. Although Shroomish was not the optimal choice against Gyarados, it still possessed some fighting capability. While Gyarados presented as a creature of the flying type, it neither could fly nor learn many flying-type moves, rendering it merely ornamental in that regard. Thus the situation was not yet dire. A flash of white light revealed a Pokémon resembling a kangaroo, crowned with a massive mushroom atop its head, landing gracefully. It struck its fists together powerfully, producing a dull thud, while its sharp gaze fixated on the towering adversary above, assuming a solid fighting stance. Undeterred by the disparity in size. Target, Shroomish, Mushroom Pokémon, Type, Grass, Fighting. Qualities, Elite, Blue. Level, LV33, Elite. Status, Healthy, Eager to Fight. Skills, Tackle, Growth, Stun Spore. Seed Bomb, Bullet Seed, Absorb, Headbutt, Sleep Powder, Seed Bomb, Iron Tail. Ability, Effect Spore. Luo Feng's gaze swept the system interface, swiftly assessing the situation. The grass fighting type posed a slight threat to Gyarados due to its grass-type moves, but it was quadrupled by Gyarados' flying type, rendering it at a disadvantage. The grass-type moves would only be effective if Shroomish relied on the priority of Bullet Seed or gambled with Stun Spore. However, Gyarados' flying type was far from mere decoration. Gyarados, Luo Feng's voice remained steady, betraying no hint of turbulence, as if merely reminding his partner to stay alert. Gyarados, with its crimson eyes, gazed down at the small yet spirited Shroomish, exhaling a low rumble from its nostrils, surveying its opponent with a hint of condescension. Chapter 56. Could this be the long-lost Falling Tail technique? Li Wei, having learned from the previous match, dared not show any signs of negligence and promptly shouted instructions. Shroomish, do not give it a chance. Use Seed Bomb to bind it and drain its energy. Shroomish obeyed the command, the mushroom atop its head quivering violently, launching a seed imbued with vibrant green energy, bursting with life, toward Gyarados with lightning speed. If this move were to connect, it would not only inflict ongoing damage but also continually restore Shroomish's energy, proving advantageous in a prolonged battle. However, Gyarados' reflexes were astonishingly swift. It did not even await Luo Feng's command. Its massive tail, propelled by an overwhelming force, struck with precision like a whip. With a sharp crack, the seed bomb was obliterated mid-flight, scattering green energy particles into the air. Li Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. What? This was nearly the first time he had witnessed such an occurrence. His heart sank as he thought, the opponent's reactions and accuracy are terrifying. In that case, Shroomish, close the distance. Use Bullet Seed. Li Wei immediately altered his strategy, attempting to create an opportunity through a swift strike with a priority move. Shroomish's figure flickered, transforming into a green blur as it rapidly approached the massive Gyarados, its fists glowing white as they struck towards Gyarados' abdomen, the area typically less protected by scales. Thud. A dull impact echoed. Yet, Shroomish felt as if it had struck an incredibly resilient alloy. The recoil left its arms tingling. Gyarados merely swayed slightly, its tough, scaled exterior showing no signs of damage whatsoever. The absolute difference in levels and Gyarados' formidable physical defense was laid bare. Roar. Gyarados seemed to be incensed by this trivial attack, emitting a low growl, the forceful wave of energy pushing Shroomish back several steps. An opportunity. Now. Stun Spore. Li Wei seized the moment as Shroomish retreated. Gyarados seemed to pause momentarily in its brief fury, allowing Li Wei to unleash his premeditated attack. Shroomish steadied itself, the mushroom atop its head vibrating rapidly, releasing vast clouds of yellow stun spore like a thick fog, instantly enveloping Gyarados' head area. At this distance, it was nearly impossible to evade. Gasps arose from the audience. However, in response to this seemingly unavoidable control move, Gyarados executed a jaw-dropping reaction. Rather than attempting to evade the swirling powder, it inhaled deeply, its chest visibly expanding in an exaggerated manner, and then, roar. A sound more ferocious and destructive than before erupted forth. This was not a skill, but a tangible sound wave generated by its overwhelming life, force, and feral essence. The terrifying sound wave surged forward like a tsunami, instantly blowing back the stun spore that had filled the air, completely dispersing it. The powerful intimidation contained within rendered Shroomish, positioned at such close range, as if struck by an invisible hammer, its movements completely frozen, a look of agony and confusion etched upon its face. Not good. Li Wei's expression changed dramatically. Luo Feng's cold voice rang out clearly, like a final judgment. It's over. Gyarados, bounce. The powerful muscles of Gyarados' lower body tensed instantly, unleashing a remarkable leap that belied its massive size. It seemingly disregarded the constraints of gravity, soaring skyward like a deep blue cannonball, instantaneously ascending to a height of several dozen meters. A colossal shadow, akin to oppressive thunderclouds, abruptly enveloped the entire battlefield, engulfing the astonished Shroomish and Levi, who had momentarily faltered due to the prior roar of intimidation. The sunlight was entirely obscured, and within the confines of vision, only that deep blue dragon form, heralding endless despair, remained. A terrifying sense of oppression materialized, rendering the Shroomish on the battlefield breathless, their movements stiffening. In the next moment, a rich energy of flight coiled around the Gyarados, its brilliance swirling, amplifying the force of its descent. It plummeted like it was grasping a celestial meteor, descending with a ferocious intent to obliterate everything in its path. The speed was so swift that it generated a deafening sound of air being sliced. The sheer power seemed as if it would shatter everything beneath, including the very ground itself. Quick, evade. Shroomish. Use all your strength and aerial ace to rebound off the ground. Levi's eyes widened in horror, his voice twisted by sheer terror and desperation, screaming with a heart-wrenching intensity. Under the fervent cries of its trainer and its instinct for survival, Shroomish managed to wrest a sliver of clarity from the overwhelming dragonic aura. Its fists erupted in a final flash of white light, consolidating all its strength and belief, striking fiercely towards the ground. With a thunderous boom, propelled by the immense recoil generated from the aerial ace against the ground, Shroomish's body shot sideways like an arrow, desperately attempting to escape the epicenter of that catastrophic descent. Its reaction speed had reached its utmost limit, displaying the resolve and decisiveness characteristic of an exceptional fighting-type Pokémon. Yet it was too slow. Or rather, the coverage range and descent speed of Gyarados' bounce had completely surpassed Shroomish's capacity to evade. Boom! A terrifying explosion akin to a meteorite colliding with the earth erupted, causing a reverberation that rattled the eardrums. The massive form of Gyarados accurately covered the landing point where Shroomish had been launched, as if its tail, imbued with the force of 1,000 tons, descended like a divine punishment, mercilessly striking. The entire battlefield trembled violently, and the area directly impacted collapsed instantaneously, cracking open to form a shocking crater. The dust and debris surged forth like a tsunami, violently battering the surrounding energy barriers, emitting a grating hum as the barriers flickered dangerously. On the verge of overload and shattering, all spectators instinctively held their breath, their hearts seemingly grasped by an invisible hand, staring in stupefied disbelief at this scene that rivaled a natural disaster. Once the venue's automatic ventilation system managed to disperse some of the swirling dust, the horrific outcome was laid bare before all. Shroomish was half embedded in the spiderweb-like fissured ground, pinned down by Gyarados' heavy tail. With only a portion of its limbs weakly protruding, convulsing slightly, its eyes spiraled, utterly devoid of consciousness. The effectiveness was unparalleled. A single lethal strike. The referee gasped at the sight within the crater's center, suppressing the overwhelming shock within, and announced loudly, Shroomish is unable to continue battling. Gyarados is the victor. The arena fell silent for a moment, as if it required time to process this dual assault on the senses and psyche. Suddenly, an even more tumultuous roar erupted, this time filled with incredulous astonishment and an instinctual fear when confronted with incomprehensible absolute power. Another one-hit knockout. My heavens, what kind of monster is this? The electromagnetic wave was fortunate to miss, but even the type advantage Shroomish couldn't withstand that pressure. I felt it through the barrier, my legs turned to jelly. Is this the long-lost, descending dragon tail technique? Its power is simply outrageous. Does this Gyarados truly possess no weaknesses? How can one even fight against it? Chapter 57. Gyarados' 3 consecutive victories. Levi stumbled back a step, his complexion pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably, his hand shaking so violently around the last Pokeball that he could scarcely hold it. His final hope rested solely in that ball. He glanced at the Pokeball containing his last partner, his eyes filled with struggle, anguish, and resentment, but ultimately, these emotions morphed into despair. I can still fight, he nearly forced out through clenched teeth, trembling as he sent forth his last companion. Please, Marl, use your huge power ability. Let us save some face. He clenched his jaw in determination, thinking, at the very least, I must bring Gyarados down. A flash of light revealed around. blue Pokémon with a large tail and rabbit-like ears. It appeared adorable, yet its gaze was remarkably earnest, its tiny fists clenched tightly, exuding an astonishing aura. Target, Maril. The water rabbit Pokémon. Type, water, fairy. Qualification, gym level, purple. Level, LV31 Elite. Status, healthy, full of energy. Skills, water gun, play nice, bubble beam, charm, hydro pump, tackle. Ability, huge power. Huge power ability, doubles physical attack power. Oh, a Maril with the huge power ability? Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, finally intrigued. Fairy types are immune to dragon moves, but Gyarados typically doesn't utilize dragon-type skills. The water fairy typing, however, is susceptible to Gyarados' flying-type moves. Nevertheless, one must be wary of the physical attacks bolstered by the huge power ability. Maril, this is our one opportunity, Levi exclaimed, as if seizing a lifeline. His voice strained as he rushed forward. Use your most powerful tackle. He recognized Gyarados' terrifying strength, but the tackle, under the huge power ability, was his sole chance to inflict any damage. He couldn't afford to worry about the subsequent drop in defense. Maril. With a sudden burst of energy, the small creature launched itself towards the imposing Gyarados like a cannonball. Its seemingly cute fists coalesced with an alarming fighting-type energy, even tearing through the air with a resonant buzz. This strike carried all of Levi's hopes and all of Maril's strength. However, in the face of this desperate onslaught, Luo Feng merely shook his head lightly. The power is decent, but it's too slow. Gyarados, use Tailwind. Gyarados didn't even shift its position, merely flapping its relatively small fins with ferocious vigor. A violent whirlwind of flying-type energy materialized instantaneously, forming an invisible wall that bore down upon the charging Maril. Maril's tackle never even grazed Gyarados' scales, as it was thoroughly struck by the terrifying tailwind. The effect was astounding. Maril. Its anguished cry was drowned out by the howling wind. The small blue figure was sent flying as if struck by a train, retreating faster than it had approached, crashing into the energy barrier and slowly sliding down, motionless. The battle was concluded. The referee, momentarily stunned, finally announced in a loud voice, Maril is unable to continue battling. The victor is contestant Luo Feng. 3 battles, 3 victories. Gyarados triumphed without sustaining a single scratch. Levi stood there, soul drained, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. His last ace had failed to even make Gyarados flinch. Luo Feng calmly recalled Gyarados and finally spoke. His voice steady. Your Pokémon is commendable. Regrettably, it encountered me. He held back an additional sentiment. But being able to battle against me will certainly be a tale to tell in the future. This was not mockery, but rather a candid expression of reality. Having said that, he did not linger, turning away amidst a cacophony of thunderous cheers, striding off the stage with a calm demeanor. Luo Feng's striking silhouette, under the focus of countless cameras and gazes, appeared particularly majestic and enigmatic. The provincial competition's inaugural battle concluded with an overwhelming display of dominance. The moniker Tyrant of Jiangzhou was indelibly etched into the minds of every competitor and spectator alike. For Luo Feng, however, this was merely a warm-up. His gaze was already fixed on the distant horizon, toward those adversaries who truly piqued his interest. At that moment, a system notification resonated within his mind. Victory in a provincial competition awarded 300 points and 5 medium experience candies. A subtle smile graced Luo Feng's lips. Indeed, another bounty had been secured. These points and experience candies would serve as vital assets in his pursuit of greater heights. Meanwhile, many contestants were observing Luo Feng with keen interest. The provincial semifinals were fiercely contested, and in the subsequent 3 rounds, Luo Feng continued to annihilate all challengers with a fearsome prowess that instilled trepidation. He even refrained from employing meanness, relying solely on his Gyarados to execute 4 consecutive 1 versus 3 victories, thereby securing the first spot in the finals with an impeccable record. These 4 matches were far from trivial. His opponents had prepared extensively. One trainer, specializing in speed, deployed a Blaziken with the Speed Boost ability, aiming to disrupt Gyarados' rhythm with quick attack and low kick. However, Gyarados unleashed a Aqua Tail with the force of a tsunami, incapacitating Blaziken at the edge of the arena. Another opponent, who favored a strategy of attrition, began by setting up Stealth Rock and sent out a Nidoqueen with the Poison Point ability, intending to gradually wear down Gyarados with Toxic Spikes and Poison Fang. In response, Luo Feng commanded Gyarados to Rain Dance. The ensuing downpour not only swept away the Toxic Spikes, but also significantly enhanced Gyarados' speed and the power of Water Cannon, leading to a swift knockout of Nidoqueen. The subsequent bounce utterly dismantled his opponent's attrition strategy. Another challenger relied on status conditions and type advantages, believing fortune favored him with an electrode as his ace, hoping to at least force Luo Feng to deploy his second Pokémon. Shortly after the battle commenced, Electrode paralyzed Gyarados with Thunder Wave, which was merely a ruse. Just when he thought victory was assured and commanded Electrode to use Thunderbolt, Gyarados roared defiantly in the rain, feigning the impact of the electricity before delivering a crushing Ice Fang that shattered Electrode's hopes. The stark disparity in strength rendered all status conditions futile. I've accrued 23 free draws, and that deep blue Leviathan, thrashing about in the rain for 14, wielded absolute power, astonishing speed, and explosive force augmented by the rain, obliterating every strategy and aspiration to 0 point, becoming a nightmare for all its opponents. Although these encounters revealed the nascent form of his rain strategy, the most crucial trump card, an ability that granted immunity to electric-type damage while enhancing speed, the Electric Surge trait, remained concealed. A lethal weapon Luo Feng had reserved for facing stronger adversaries in the finals. On the other hand, Su Qingxue, while not as overpowering as Luo Feng, showcased remarkable tactical acumen and Pokémon breeding skills. The flame charge of her Herdier was fierce, and the dragon pulse of her Dratini was both elegant and powerful. At a critical moment, the stunning entrance of her Sylveon with Fairy Wind turned the tide, leaving a lasting impression on both the audience and judges. She too emerged victorious in all 4 battles, smoothly advancing to the finals. In the end, only Luo Feng and Su Qingxue from Jiangzhou High School emerged triumphant from the brutal provincial semifinals, earning their tickets to the national finals. News spread like wildfire throughout Jiangzhou City, resonating through the halls of their school. In the principal's office, the venerable headmaster nearly dropped his cherished purple clay teapot in his excitement. He sprang to his feet, his face aglow, and bellowed at the head of the faculty, "Quick! Arrange for 2 of the most conspicuous and grand banners. Hang them at the school entrance. Let it read, 'Heartfelt congratulations to our students Luo Feng and Su Qingxue for advancing to the National Trainer Examination Finals.' Make them large and red. Let the entire city witness that our school has produced true talent." Hours later, 2 resplendent crimson banners adorned the school entrance, particularly eye-catching in the sunlight, attracting passers-by who paused to take photographs. The school erupted with excitement. "Wow! Brother Feng is amazing. Goddess Qingxue is phenomenal. National Finals. Our school has 2 representatives in the national finals. Luo Feng is incredible. Gyarados' 1 vs 3. The videos are going viral. Su Qingxue's Dratini and Sylveon are both stunning and powerful. Our school is set to gain renown. Who dares to say that our school's trainer program is lacking?" During breaks, in the cafeteria, and on the playground, discussions about Luo Feng and Su Qingxue proliferated. Luo Feng's former classroom became a point of pilgrimage, with younger students crowding at the door to gaze at the seat of the legendary tyrant, their eyes filled with admiration. Students from the same year felt a particular pride, believing their own efforts contributed to this success. Online discussions regarding the Jiangzhou tyrant Luo Feng intensified. His Gyarados' overwhelming prowess, the enigmatic range strategy, and his undefeated record, having never even been compelled to deploy a second Pokémon, transformed him into the most talked-about dark horse of this season, overshadowing many season contenders from established strongholds. In a remote outpost, Luo Hong gazed at the screen displaying news of his son's advancement and the exaggerated banner from the school. Unable to restrain the tears welling in his eyes, he quietly approached a photograph of his wife, filled a glass with wine, and, voice choked with emotion, murmured, "Did you see, dear? Our boy, he truly has made something of himself. He is heading to the capital for the finals." In a dimly lit room, Lin Weiwei fixated on the screen, watching Luo Feng's calm and confident face during an interview, coupled with the glaring banner. Jealousy and resentment coiled around her like a venomous snake. She frantically dialed Luo Feng's number, only to be met with rejection. Her messages, filled with complaints, accusations, and ultimately desperate pleas, vanished into the void. "Luo Feng, respond to me. Why are you ignoring me? Have you forgotten how you used to treat me? Now that you've grown strong, do you look down on me? Please, Luo Feng, help me. Lend me a powerful Pokémon, will you? I am willing to do anything. You scoundrel. Luo Feng, I will not let you off the hook. If I cannot have it, no one else shall enjoy it." Her emotions teetered on the brink of collapse, her face contorted in a terrifying mask of hatred. Meanwhile, in Linzhou City, those who had also advanced to the finals, or aspired to achieve higher rankings, watched Luo Feng with grave attention. Particularly, trainers with electric-type Pokémon seemed to have glimpsed a shortcut to victory. Eagerly preparing their Thunderbolt and Thunder moves, strategizing on how to confront that formidable Gyarados. His Gyarados is powerful, but the electric type is its only weakness. If I draw him in the next round, my Electrode or Magnezone will surely end his winning streak. Range strategy? As long as my Thunder hits, one strike will suffice. Conversely, trainers lacking electric-type Pokémon began to feel the pressure. What to do? My team lacks the means to counter that Gyarados. I can only hope to avoid encountering him too early, or perhaps temporarily acquire an electric-type Pokémon. I hope the draw is favorable. This guy is simply a monster. Luo Feng's ascension stirred the waters, agitating what appeared to be a calm surface before the finals, triggering a series of chain reactions. The storm clouds gathered, and all the undercurrents and preparations would soon collide fiercely on the grand stage of the national finals. Luo Feng had just concluded a routine training call with Su Qingxue and was calmly polishing his luxury Pokeballs. The tumult of the outside world seemed entirely disconnected from him. He felt particularly composed, even contemplating what to express in his acceptance speech should he emerge victorious. Chapter 58. Su Qingxue's Intentions. 3 days remained. Only 3 days until the convergence of the nation's top third-year trainers, destined to determine the ultimate glory at the capital finals. Luo Feng had wrapped up his final tactical simulation with Su Qingxue on the VR battle platform. As the light screen dimmed, silence enveloped the room, interrupted only by the occasional sound of passing vehicles outside. Almost there, Luo Feng remarked, stretching his wrist, his tone calm, yet imbued with unwavering confidence. The tactical reserves he had amassed were ample enough to address any eventuality. On the other end of the communication line, Su Qingxue softly uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Yet she did not, as was her custom, immediately delve into an analysis of details or discuss the next topic. A brief silence spread across the communication channel, imbued with an unusual significance. Luo Feng, keenly perceptive, sensed something amiss and inquired, Qingxue, what's wrong? Is there still an issue with Hakurong's lightning speed stability? Or does the coverage of Sylvian's charming voice need further adjustment? No, it's not about the Pokémon, came Su Qingxue's voice, imbued with a newfound resolve, shedding her usual aloofness to reveal a hint of barely perceptible tension and softness. Luo Feng, are you free right now? I wish to see you. At this very moment. It's not about training. There are some things I wish to express to you in person. Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. The tone of Su Qingxue's voice surprised him. Such hesitation and earnestness were exceedingly rare for her. He replied almost instantly, I'm available. I'm at home. Are you coming over, or should I come to you? I'll come to you. Su Qingxue's voice held a note of relief, yet seemed tinged with increased tension. Give me 10 minutes. The communication ended. Luo Feng glanced at the extinguished VR bracelet on his wrist, his brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of curiosity passing through his mind. It was not a tactical discussion. What could it possibly be? Had the Su family obtained some confidential information concerning their opponents in the finals? Yet her tone did not suggest such a matter. He shook his head, ceasing his conjectures, and rose to tidy up his modest room. In less than 10 minutes, the familiar, nearly silent sound of an engine shutting off reached his ears. Luo Feng approached the window and saw the sleek black luxury car parked quietly below. Su Qingxue emerged, accompanied by Sylvian, and waved to the driver, signaling him not to follow. She was not clad in training attire today, but rather wore a simple yet exquisite light-colored dress. The night breeze tousled her long hair and skirt, rendering her particularly enchanting beneath the streetlights. Luo Feng descended to open the entrance door for her. The two encountered one another in the somewhat narrow and aged hallway. Su Qingxue looked up at him, her eyes clear yet seemingly filled with starlight and a resolute emotion. Go ahead. Luo Feng gestured for her to enter. Su Qingxue nodded and followed him up the staircase. Upon entering Luo Feng's tidy yet cramped abode, her gaze swiftly traversed the open tactical notes on the desk and the neatly arranged Pokémon care devices in the corner, eventually resting upon him. The room was notably quiet, and the atmosphere felt subtly charged. Would you like something to drink? Luo Feng broke the silence as he moved toward the small refrigerator. No, thank you, Su Qingxue replied. Shaking her head, she inhaled deeply, as if summoning her courage, then raised her gaze to meet Luo Feng's, no longer avoiding his eyes. Luo Feng. Her voice was soft yet extraordinarily clear. I'm not here to discuss tactics, nor do I bear any new intelligence. Luo Feng turned to lean against the desk, quietly observing her as he awaited her next words. He understood that Su Qingxue needed his undivided attention at this moment. Su Qingxue's hands clenched slightly, her fingertips paling. Yet her words flowed with grace and conviction. Since the day we together purchased the Phoeba and Magikarp. No, perhaps even earlier, from the moment I took notice of you. I have felt that you are extraordinary. These days spent in intensive training, strategizing, facing opponents, and advancing together have been the most fulfilling and joyous moments of my life. Her cheeks flushed faintly, yet her gaze remained bravely fixed on Luo Feng. We achieved our first goal together, advancing to the national finals. For me, that is already sufficient. Regardless of the outcome 3 days hence, I shall hold no regrets. She paused, the sound of her heartbeat resonating within the quiet room, as if it were distinctly audible. Therefore, before we step onto the final battlefield, I feel compelled to express what lies in my heart. I do not wish to carry any concerns or unspoken words into the competition. Su Qingxue took a small step forward, closing the distance between them, tilting her head upward with fervent intensity as if to completely convey her sentiments. Luo Feng, I like you. Not in the ordinary sense of friendship, but in a way that yearns to be together, to grow stronger, and to witness more of the world alongside you. I understand that proclaiming this now may seem sudden and perhaps not the most opportune moment, but I simply cannot wait any longer. After revealing this to you, I shall be able to fight wholeheartedly, without any burdens, regardless of whether my opponent is you or anyone else. Upon finishing her heartfelt confession, she seemed to have exhausted all her courage, lowering her head slightly, her ears flushed crimson as she awaited the judgment of his response. The petite Sylvian, having quietly emerged from behind, anxiously nudged her ankle. Luo Feng stood frozen, having envisioned numerous possibilities, yet none had prepared him for such a direct confession. Observing the girl before him, usually characterized by her cool and proud demeanor, yet now appearing profoundly sincere and even somewhat vulnerable, he recalled the unwavering trust she had placed in him since his rebirth, the unwavering support she offered, and the warmth and understanding they had shared in their time together. His heart felt as though a large stone had been cast into its depths, sending ripples throughout. He remained silent for a few seconds, which felt like an eternity to Su Qingxue. Finally, he slowly straightened, the serious expression on his face melting into an extraordinarily gentle and solemn smile. He too took a step forward, bridging the final distance between them. Qingxue, thank you for sharing this with me. His voice was low and warm, imbued with a reassuring strength. Luo Feng reached out, gently clasping Su Qingxue's slightly trembling hand. The time I've spent with you has also been the most significant and exhilarating chapter of my life. Your trust and support mean the world to me. He paused, observing the way her eyelashes fluttered with nervousness, and spoke clearly and resolutely. I like you too, Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue's head snapped up, her eyes brimming with disbelief and the sudden onset of tears. Really? Her voice trembled slightly. Absolutely, Luo Feng affirmed, his smile widening as he firmly held her hand. However, as you mentioned, this is not the best time to dwell on such matters. The finals are imminent, and that is our most pressing goal at present. He raised his other hand, gently brushing aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead. Let us first focus all our energies on the final battle. After the finals conclude, we can discuss our future properly, shall we? His words were tender yet powerful, both acknowledging her feelings and redirecting their focus back to the impending ultimate challenge. The tears in Su Qingxue's eyes transformed into the brightest smile, and she nodded vigorously, all her tension and anxiety dissipating in that moment. Yes, it's a promise. For the finals, we'll give it our all. The weight that had burdened her heart lifted, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and determination. At that moment, she felt no confusion or doubt, only the purest fighting spirit and boundless anticipation for the future. Sylvian joyfully circled around her and Luo Feng's feet, sprinkling delightful fairy energy sparkles into the air. Outside, the night deepened, yet the hearts of the two had broken through the barriers, gradually drawing closer together. Chapter 59. The eve of the finals, undercurrents stirring. As night deepened, the neon lights of the city outside filtered through the loosely drawn curtains, casting ambiguous shadows within the cramped room. Su Qingxue felt her cheeks burn astonishingly, the warmth and steadfastness of Luo Feng's grasp enveloping her hand. That rush of warmth seemed to flow through her veins, reaching her heart and rendering her weightless. Sylvian emitted soft, joyful whimpers at her feet, nudging the two, as the air filled with the sweet scent of fairy energy, as if accentuating the significance of this moment. She nodded emphatically once more, her voice soft yet imbued with unwavering determination. We made a pact. In the finals, we shall give our utmost together. The immense weight that had long resided in her heart finally lifted, replaced by an ineffable sense of lightness and surging ambition. All her uncertainties, speculations, and hesitations evaporated into thin air. At this moment, Her goal was strikingly clear: to stand upon the highest stage alongside him. Luo Feng observed the twinkling starlight in her eyes and the unprecedented brightness of her spirit, his smile deepening. He released her hand and gently patted her shoulder. The gesture natural, yet imbued with a newfound intimacy. "It's getting late. Let me escort you downstairs." "All right," Su Qingxue replied softly, bending down to scoop up the frolicking pixie Evie. "Evie, we're heading back." The pixie Evie nuzzled against her cheek before turning to Luo Feng and calling out, its large eyes sparkling with mischief and joy. The two descended the old staircase side by side, the atmosphere distinctly transformed from their earlier encounter, enveloped in a silent understanding and a hint of romance. Upon reaching the ground floor, the luxurious black sedan awaited them in serene silence. The driver, spotting them, promptly alighted and opened the rear door. "Let us return. Make sure to rest well," Luo Feng advised, standing by the car and gazing at her. "In these final 3 days, let us solidify our strategy as planned, but do not burden yourself with undue pressure." "You too," Su Qingxue replied as she settled into the car, glancing at him through the window. "Don't forget to send me a goodnight message." This had become their unspoken habit during this period. Luo Feng smiled and waved, understood. The car glided smoothly away, merging into the flow of night traffic. Luo Feng remained rooted to the spot until the taillights faded from view, before turning to retrace his steps upstairs. The room still seemed to harbor a trace of her faint, delicate fragrance and the energetic aura of the pixie Evie. Approaching his desk, Luo Feng scrutinized the intricate tactical diagrams and opponent analyses displayed on the screen, his gaze sharpening with renewed focus. Emotions serve as vital support, yet they are never an excuse for complacency. The Capital S finals would convene the nation's true prodigies, each far surpassing the competitors of the provincial contests. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed the tumult stirred by his confession, redirecting his attention to the progress of the King's Cup. Meanwhile, as Luo Feng and Su Qingxue prepared for the finals, the nation's gaze was firmly fixed upon the capital. Within the Alliance headquarters, in a brightly lit conference room, a vast holographic projection displayed the names and primary Pokémon information of the hundreds of competitors who had advanced to the national finals. Each entry represented the pinnacle of talent from their respective provinces. A dozen individuals, varying in identity yet sharing an air of gravitas, were seated around a long table. They comprised the upper echelons of the Alliance, representatives of the elite trainers, recruitment heads from prestigious academies, and core members of the competition organizing committee. The overall quality of this year's participants undoubtedly surpassed that of previous editions. A middle-aged man in military uniform, his insignia denoting rank, spoke solemnly, tapping his fingers on the table, causing the projection to focus on several names. Xiahou Hao from Central Plains Province. His dual-headed Tyranitar is fierce and possesses remarkable potential. Tang Yuru from the Southwest. Her Charizard boasts exceptional aerial dominance. Sun Hao from Binhai City has maximized the power of his Kingler. They are all promising talents. Yet, the most prominent star at this moment was undoubtedly Luo Feng from Hunan Province. Another middle-aged woman, scholarly and adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, magnified the footage of Luo Feng and his Gyarados in battle. The cultivation level of this Gyarados, its command of skills, and battle awareness are utterly incongruous with his age and background. In the provincial finals, he triumphed against 3 opponents without encountering a single challenge. Regarding the controversy surrounding his immunity to electric-type moves, while the opposing side explained it through probability, I can't shake the feeling that it's not that simple. His background is suspiciously clean. A man clad in a solemn investigator's uniform interjected, his gaze sharp. Both his parents are ordinary forest rangers, and his family background is straightforward. The Gyarados' lineage is clear, having evolved from a Magikarp. Yet, with the resources for cultivation and tactical guidance post-evolution, can a mere high school student truly reach such heights on his own? Questioning everything is your professional habit. Investigatorly, a jovial elder waved his hand. The vice president of the Pokémon Technology University. We are more focused on potential and malleability. As long as his identity is clear, the stronger, the better. This lad, we will definitely recruit him for our university. Conditions are negotiable. Old Zhang, can your university offer terms comparable to those from Magic City University? Chimed in a stylishly dressed woman exuding competence, the recruitment director from Magic City University. Luo Feng has already indicated he will decide after the finals. Let us see who can prove themselves worthy then. I'm more concerned about how many promising talents we have this year. We must ensure they aren't targeted by those underground vermin. The mention of underground vermin cast a shadow over the atmosphere in the conference room. Security levels have been elevated to the highest possible standard, the organizing committee leader declared gravely. The Alliance's investigator unit will deploy undercover agents around the competition venue to monitor any unusual activities. Ensuring the absolute safety of the competition is our top priority. Let us hope so, the military officer nodded. These children are the future of the Alliance. We can afford no mishaps. Abilities: Quick Attack, Thunder Shock. Especially concerning those key focus subjects, his gaze swept over Luo Feng, Xiao Hao, Tang Yiru, and a few others. Has the competition format for the finals been finalized? Someone inquired. Yes, it has been confirmed. There will be 4 groups, drawn completely at random, with a single elimination format until a champion is determined. The first round of battles will take place simultaneously across 4 main subvenues. Starting from the second round, all matches will be held at the Pokémon Center's Battle Arena in the capital. The organizing committee leader brought up the schedule. The format was now more brutal, testing the competitors' absolute strength and on-the-spot performance. Excellent. The representative of the elite trainers, a young man known as the Voice of the Dragon, nodded slightly, his glasses reflecting the light. True strength requires no luck to sustain it. I eagerly anticipate how far this golden generation will advance. As the meeting concluded and attendees dispersed to finalize preparations for the impending finals, in a shadowy corner of the capital, an obscured figure cloaked in a black trench coat, face concealed, was quietly reporting to an encrypted communicator, the voice raspy and cold. The target has confirmed arrival in the capital. Their qualifications exceed expectations, with a gene sequence mutation probability as high as 87, making them of significant recovery value. The Shadow Team is in position, awaiting final instructions. Understood. We will act at the opportune moment to ensure absolute success without drawing the Alliance's attention. The communication ended, and the shadow silently melded into the darkness, as though it had never existed. Beneath the capital's vibrant nightscape, undercurrents surged discreetly. The eve of the finals was destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 60. The Shadow Council and the Hounds of Competition. In the western suburbs of the capital, a factory that appeared to have been abandoned for years stood silently in the night. Yet, deep within its underground, an entirely different world lay hidden. Alloy walls reflected a cold, harsh light, and an air purification system emitted a low-frequency hum, while countless electronic screens flickered with complex data streams. This was one of the Shadow Council's secret bases in the capital of Huagua, a realm entirely cut off from the outside world. The vast organization of the Shadow Council had already extended its reach into numerous major countries worldwide, encompassing activities ranging from illicit Pokémon gene research, smuggling of rare resources, to clandestine dealings for certain powerful figures, leaving no stone unturned. With the backing of formidable supporters, they adeptly evaded the Alliance's scrutiny on multiple levels. In the command center, a man clad in a specially designed black trench coat, his face obscured by a silver metallic mask, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at the enormous display screen before him. The screen unveiled intricate holographic models and pertinent data of 3 Pokémon, accompanied by the identities of their respective trainers, all of which had been discreetly integrated into the Alliance's competition system via internal channels. The Electric Dragon, Houndoom, and Scyther were displayed. A voice, cold and metallic with a hint of derision, emanated from behind a mask. The Council has indeed been generous this time, investing in 3 specially enhanced peak Pokémon to ensure you venture further and encounter superior genetic sources. Behind him stood 3 trainers clad in black combat attire, their expressions stern. They were the operatives of the Shadow Group, designated as Night Owl, Scorpion, and Rock Shield. Night Owl stepped forward, his gaze fervently fixed on the Electric Dragon, which shimmered with golden hues and crackled with intense electric energy at its tail and horns. Rest assured, Lord Silver Mask. The status of Thunder, the Electric Dragon's codename, has been perfected. Its Thunderbolt and Thunder moves are more than capable of vanquishing any adversary, particularly that fabled Gyarados. His tone brimmed with confidence, as if he had already witnessed Thunder delivering a decisive blow to Luo Feng in the arena. Electric-type moves are universally acknowledged as the most formidable weapon against the tyrant Gyarados of Jiangzhou. Scorpion licked his lips, his chilling gaze fixated on Houndoom, a creature spewing hellfire with a menacing visage. Inferno, Houndoom's codename, possesses a malevolent aura and fiery breath that can incinerate any obstacle. What I relish most is witnessing the hopes of so-called geniuses turn to ashes in despair. Rock Shield remained taciturn, merely thumping his chest with a heavy fist, producing a dull thud. His eyes were drawn to the final Pokémon, Scyther. This creature, resembling an iron fortress, boasted formidable pincers that gleamed ominously. Fortress, Scyther's codename, will serve as both the strongest shield and the sharpest spear with its astonishing defensive capabilities and the might of Bullet Punch and X-Scissor. Lord Silver Mask appeared satisfied with the trio's demeanor, nodding slightly. Remember your primary objective. His voice suddenly turned icy, his gaze sweeping over the three with an unassailable authority. Acquiring genetic samples is of utmost priority. Utilize the Council's specially designed nanogenetic collectors to silently gather samples at the moment of battle contact. The outcome of the matches, and even your own safety, must yield to this task. He called forth another dossier, densely populated with faces and Pokémon information. Luo Feng's Gyarados, alongside other unidentified Pokémon. Su Qingshue's Dragonair and Sylveon, Xiaohou Hao's Tyrantrum, and Tang Yuru's Charizard were specially marked at the top of the list. These are the highest priority targets for this hunt. Their potential has been rated as S or A by the Council, particularly Luo Feng's Gyarados, whose abnormal resistance to electromagnetic waves suggests a fascinating mutation in its genetic sequence. It must be captured. Silver Mask's finger rapped heavily on Luo Feng's profile. However, do not overlook any other potential targets. The national finals gather the finest Pokémon genes from this land for the next decade, a once-in-a-lifetime harvest. We cannot afford to miss any valuable catch. Yes, Lord Silver Mask. The three responded in unison, their eyes ablaze with fervor for the mission and a thirst for power. Silver Mask concluded. Your identities and Pokémon registration information have been meticulously arranged. The Alliance's system will uncover no flaws. You have long participated in the preliminaries as free trainers in different provinces, successfully advancing to the finals based on your prowess. This is the most natural approach, one that will raise no suspicions. According to the schedule, it is likely you will encounter each other later on, perhaps even cross paths with those highest priority targets. Until then, operate discreetly, collect efficiently, and avoid unnecessary attention. But if the situation becomes dire, a hint of cruelty seeped into Silver Mask's voice. You are permitted to employ that method. Ensure the mission is completed. The Council will manage the aftermath. A sharp glint flickered in the eyes of the three, clearly understanding the implication. It was a forbidden technique bestowed by the Council, capable of drastically amplifying a Pokémon's strength in a short span, yet fraught with severe repercussions. For the glory of the Council. For evolution. The three clenched their right fists against their left chests, performing a peculiar salute. Silver Mask waved his hand dismissively. Go forth, hounds. Infiltrate the flock and bring back the finest prey. The Council anticipates your bounty. Night Owl, Scorpion, and Rock Shield bowed once more before turning silently, merging into the shadowy corridors of the base like 3 drops of ink dissolving into the night. They carried disguised Poké Balls containing the peak-strength Electric Dragon, Houndoom, and Scyther, all imbued with special missions, ready to infiltrate the grand event bustling with the nation's prodigies as competitors. Their objective was never the glory of champions, but rather the precious genes representing infinite possibilities hidden within those talented youths and their partners. Beneath the stage of the finals, shadows had already taken their positions. A storm, disguised as a competition yet veiled in predation, was brewing over the capital. Meanwhile, oblivious to all of this, Luo Feng and the other competitors remained engrossed in their final preparations for the forthcoming battle for the highest honor. The undercurrents grew ever more turbulent. Chapter 61. The stars shine brightly. In the capital, the very heart of Huagua, dawn pierced the clouds, draping the city, a fusion of ancient and modern, with a splendid golden glow. The metropolis pulsated with vigor, awakening like a colossal beast, vibrant and full of life. Streets adorned with celebratory banners and holographic displays heralded the finals, while gigantic advertising screens cycled through images of the competitors in action, creating an atmosphere as festive as a carnival. A torrent of people surged from all directions towards the National Pokémon Battle Arena, the Dragon's Nest, located in the northern suburbs, resembling a vast bowl capable of accommodating 200,000 spectators. The air was thick with a celebratory fervor and anticipation, excitement and pride radiating from every face. The gaze of the world was converging here through countless lenses. Within the venue, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The circular stands were packed to capacity, the cheers and roars nearly shaking the very dome. The holographic projection system intertwined above the arena, displaying the resplendent emblem of the Huagua Alliance. Alongside various attribute badges and silhouettes of past champions, the light and shadow dancing in a mesmerizing spectacle. In the VIP boxes, high-ranking officials from the Alliance, luminaries from various fields, and top trainers from esteemed academies had gathered. Su Zhenghong and his wife, along with Su Qingshue's grandparents, were among them, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the event. Conversely, The atmosphere in the backstage preparation area was starkly different. While equally intense, it was infused with a palpable sense of lethal determination. Hundreds of top-tier trainers from across the provinces stood in formation, grouped by their respective regions. Clad in their representative team uniforms, their expressions ranged from tense to fervent to composed, yet all shared sharp gazes and commanding presences. Beside them were their most trusted initial or ace Pokémon. In the Hunan province's team area, Luo Feng stood at the forefront, his posture as straight as a pine. He refrained from releasing his deep blue Gyarados, yet the Poké Ball hung prominently at his chest. His countenance remained calm, his gaze unperturbed as he surveyed the fierce opponents from other provinces, his inner turmoil placid, while his system vision quietly expanded, silently gathering information like a precise radar. Target, Tyrantrum, qualification, near champion, pale red, level, LV41. Target, Charizard, qualification, gym, deep purple, level, LV43. Target, Metagross, qualification, gym, purple, level, LV40. Objective, Lucario. Qualification, elite, red, level, LV39. Streams of information regarding high qualification Pokémon flooded his mind, among which were the stunning presences of elite qualifications, their levels typically far exceeding the standards of provincial competitions. This is truly a stage that belongs to the nation's top high school trainer elites. Su Qingxue stood half a step behind Luo Feng, cradling the elegant Sylveon in her arms, while a Dragonite gracefully circled her shoulder. She took a deep breath, suppressing the slight suffocation born from the competition, her gaze inadvertently falling upon Luo Feng's imposing silhouette. The thrill that had emerged after her confession metamorphosed into a more solidified courage at this moment. Contestants, please prepare to enter, the staff announced loudly. In an instant, all contestants' expressions sharpened. The final murmurs abruptly ceased, leaving only the synchronized sounds of breath adjustments and equipment checks. The fighting spirit surged palpably in the air. Simultaneously, the lights in the main arena abruptly dimmed. Buzz! A colossal beam of light shot down from the vaulted ceiling, illuminating the podium at the center of the arena. The national-level host, adorned in splendid attire, descended gracefully atop a feathered, color-shimmering Qixi Qingyao. Distinguished guests, esteemed audience, and trainers from around the world. Welcome to the capital. Welcome to the Dragon's Nest. Welcome to the finals of the National Trainer Examination League. The host's impassioned voice resonated through the top-notch sound system, igniting the entire venue. Roar! The thunderous applause shook the heavens. After a brief opening and expressions of gratitude, the host's tone rose sharply, infused with reverence. Now, let us extend our highest respect and warmest applause to welcome the guardians of the Huaguo Alliance, the Great Elite Four. Boom, 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 boom. Flames representing various attributes erupted simultaneously from the passageways at the four corners of the venue. Fiery torrents surged, waves roared, rocky formations ascended, and thunder cracked the sky. For overwhelming presences awakened like colossal dragons, momentarily enveloping the entire arena. Guardian of the East, the Flame Master. From the left passage emerged a middle-aged man with fiery red hair and a robust build, striding forth with the confidence of a dragon. Beside him was a fierce-looking Infernape, its fur ablaze with a golden hue, exuding an aura that warped the very air around them. Objective, Infernape. Qualification, elite, red. Level, LV78. Ability, Iron Fist. Skills, Flare Blitz. Mach Punch, Close Combat, Thunder Punch. Luo Feng's gaze flickered. The dazzling red qualification and nearly 80-level power displayed in the system's vision sent a shiver down his spine. This was the might of an elite, Guardian of the West, the Ocean Master. From the right passage, a woman clad in a deep blue qipao, exuding both grace and authority, stepped forward. Accompanying her was a Milotic, its form sculpted like jade, with long whiskers flowing, as if it bore the entire ocean's essence with its arrival. Objective, Milotic. Qualification, elite, red. Level, LV77. Ability, Marvel Scale. Skills, Hydro Pump, Mirror Coat, Ice Beam, Dragon Tail. Luo Feng remained silent. Such elegant and powerful Pokémon were indeed worthy of guarding their domain as elites. He couldn't help but wonder if his own Milotic would one day reach a level capable of challenging this magnificent creature. Guardian of the South, the Rock Master. From the southern passage, a robust man with bronze skin and muscles forged like rock stepped forward with a steady gait. Beside him, a Bastiodon loomed like a steel fortress, each step sending tremors through the ground, its metallic exterior gleaming under the lights. Objective, Bastiodon. Qualification, Elite, Red. Level, LV79. Ability, Sturdy. Skills, Metal Burst, Earthquake, Stone Edge. Heavy Slam. The near 80-level behemoth elicited a flicker of gravity in Luo Feng's eyes. Its mere existence was enough to instill fear. Guardian of the North. The Thundermaster. From the Northern Passage, a young man clad in black tactical attire, with eyes like lightning, swiftly emerged. Beside him, a Luxray moved with agility. Golden sparks of electricity dancing between its fur, scanning the entire arena with piercing intensity. Objective, Luxray. Qualification, Elite, Red. Level, LV76. Ability, Intimidate. Skills, Volt Tackle, Bite, Volt Switch. Signal Beam. The four elites, accompanied by four Pokémon that could be deemed the pinnacle of power. Their emergence elevated the atmosphere to a boiling point. With cheers and applause reverberating like thunder, relentless and deafening. Luo Feng gazed at the four godlike figures, waves of emotion surging within him. The might of these Pokémon could be said to be the most formidable he had ever encountered. Yet he felt no fear or trepidation. Instead, an intense belief surged within him. One day, my Pokémon will also reach such heights. He gently brushed his fingers over the Pokeball at his waist, feeling the steady pulse emanating from within. And I believe that day is not far off. The elites converged at the center of the arena, exchanging nods before waving to the audience. Their presence itself was a symbol of the highest honor in this competition. Thank you to the four elites, the host exclaimed loudly. Now let us turn the stage over to the hope of the future. Please welcome the contestants of this year's finals. An exhilarating march resounded through the air as a massive holographic screen displayed the name and emblem of the first province. The first to enter was the Imperial Capital Representative Team. Amidst thunderous applause, 10 spirited and well-equipped youths entered the arena, flanked by imposing Pokémon such as Snorlax, Arcanine, and Gyarados. They paraded around the arena, acknowledging the audience. Following them, teams from Magic City, Coastal City, and South Guangdong entered sequentially, each inciting waves of cheers. Each team was led by their top performer, showcasing their ace Pokémon, until the host announced loudly, Hunan Province Representative Team. All eyes instantly converged. Luo Feng took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as a blade, stepping forward. His pace was steady and resolute as he led the Hunan Province Representative Team toward this globally anticipated arena. The moment he stepped into the center of the arena, he raised his hand high, holding the Pokeball, and his voice resonated throughout the venue. Come forth, Gyarados. Chapter 62. An unexpected Pokémon emerges. A flash of red light. Roar. That iconic roar, as if it could tear through the very soul, erupted, momentarily drowning out all music and cheers in the venue. The deep blue, fearsome beast, stretching over 10 meters in length, followed closely behind Luo Feng, with a blend of ferocious dragon majesty and an overwhelming confidence. It swept through the arena like a tangible tsunami, the menacing dragon head, cold scales, and fiery crimson eyes burning with defiance and power instantly became the sole focal point of the entire venue. Wow, it's Luo Feng's Gyarados. What's Gyarados? That's the dragon god. Luo Feng is so cool, absolutely stunning. I want to have his babies. This aura was 100 times more terrifying than what I saw in the videos. My Pokémon are trembling. Gasps, exclamations, and even the whimpers of some weaker Pokémon intertwined in a cacophony. Countless cameras frantically focused on this breathtaking behemoth. Flashes creating a sea of silver. Luo Feng maintained a calm demeanor, advancing steadily with his team. Though he appeared composed and unperturbed on the surface, inside, waves of exhilaration and excitement surged uncontrollably. It was no surprise. In both of his lives, this was his first time stepping onto such a grand stage. Previous city and provincial competitions had never featured such a formal entrance ceremony. The spotlight followed his every step, the audience surged like a tide, and the cheers crashed like waves. The sense of ceremony on site was elevated to its zenith. As he advanced steadily, he continuously adjusted himself internally. Steady now. ISNT at just a few more people? What is there to be anxious about? I am a man who has even faced death once. Not to mention having a system by my side. What grand scene can I not endure? Everything before me is merely trivial. Despite these thoughts, his mind could not help but drift back to his past life. At that time, in his 30s, he was still toiling away on a construction site. With days shrouded in gray, the future devoid of any glimmer of hope. Not to mention standing on the national stage of the college entrance examination finals. Even imagining such a scene felt extravagant. Yet now, not only had he been granted a second chance at life, but he also possessed the support of a system. At last, he had arrived at a place he had once dared not even dream of. Thank you, System Father, for granting me this opportunity to start anew. Luo Feng silently chanted within, a surge of warmth quietly coursing through his chest. But this was not enough. Beyond the finals, I aspire to become a champion trainer, a legendary figure of unparalleled stature. With unwavering steps and resolute gaze, Luo Feng clenched his fists beneath the spotlight. The road ahead is long. This is merely the beginning. The violent lizard Pokémon seemed to sense Luo Feng's tension, letting out a low roar of consolation, like the most loyal and powerful guardian closely following him. Su Qingxue trailed behind Luo Feng, gazing at the figure that remained as tranquil as a mountain amidst the throngs of attention and exclamations. A hint of pride illuminating her expression. Her fairy-like Eevee and Dragonair also commanded numerous gazes, their beauty and strength shining in concert. The entrance of the Hunan province representative team undoubtedly became the most astounding spectacle of the opening ceremony. With all teams now in place, they formed lines in the arena. Hundreds of talented trainers and their formidable Pokémon converged into a thrilling tide of youth, symbolizing the flourishing future of the Huaguo Alliance. The host passionately introduced the competition format, met with thunderous applause from the audience. However, just as the ceremony was about to transition into its final segment, a melodious and noble cry, piercing the clouds, resonated unexpectedly from the heavens above. The sacred and majestic sound instantly overshadowed all clamor. Everyone, including the four champions, instinctively looked up at the blue sky. In the distance, a crimson point of light rapidly enlarged, descending like a burning meteor. As it approached, the clouds were tinged with a golden-red glow, and the air grew noticeably warmer. It was an exquisitely beautiful and sacred giant bird, its body engulfed in eternal flames. Its lava-like tail feathers traced long streaks of light, while its wings scattered countless golden sparks. "Look, it's the legendary Moltres," an experienced trainer exclaimed in awe. The fabled Moltres, the divine beast of flames. Yet, few knew that this Moltres was not wild. Its descent was a result of its trainer's summons. In simple terms, it belonged to a trainer. Its master was none other than the legendary champion trainer of the Huaguo Alliance, a figure who had long withdrawn from the world, yet still possessed unparalleled prestige. This appearance was merely a response to the Alliance's repeated pleas to fulfill the ceremonial task of igniting the sacred fire. Amidst countless astonished and reverent gazes, Moltres spiraled down gracefully, eventually hovering elegantly above the sacred fire platform at the main venue. It lowered its head and opened its beak, allowing a stream of pure, radiant, and infinitely warm golden flames to descend gently, precisely igniting the sacred fire. Boom! The sacred fire platform erupted into a towering golden blaze, its divine and warm radiance illuminating the entire venue, as if harboring boundless power and hope. With another long cry, Moltres seemed to proclaim the arrival of the sacred fire and the sanctity of the competition before soaring high into the sky, scattering warm sparks before vanishing into the horizon like a red streak of light. The arena fell into a moment of silence before erupting into a cacophony of ecstatic cheers that tore through the heavens. It was Moltres who ignited the sacred fire. The legends have returned. This is an omen of prosperity for the Alliance. Although the appearance of divine beasts at the opening ceremony is exceedingly rare, it is not without precedent. Throughout Huaguo's history, records of divine beasts appearing occur perhaps once every 10 to 20 years, often featuring figures like Ho-Oh or Lugia. The last sighting of Moltres was 18 years ago. Yet, the astonishment of the crowd had yet to subside when another, even more ancient and majestic dragon's roar, seemingly emanating from the primordial chaos, echoed from the heavens. The clouds parted as if touched by an invisible hand, revealing a long, imposing figure covered in emerald scales gliding through the sky, appearing slow yet moving with astonishing speed. Its form resembled a serpentine mountain range, with sharp angles upon its head, and golden dragon eyes radiating endless majesty and dominance. It's Rayquaza, the sky sovereign Rayquaza. This time, even the four champions changed countenance. Rayquaza did not circle low like Moltres, but soared high above, gazing down upon the throngs below. Its regal gaze swept over the fervent crowd in the venue. Subsequently, a cascade of shimmering, multicolored scales, imbued with immense draconic energy, naturally detached and were gently elevated by an invisible breeze, floating precisely to rest upon a display table lined with crimson velvet beside the sacred fire platform. After completing this act, Rayquaza emitted a long, resonant roar, twisting its massive body and disappearing into the clouds, leaving no trace behind. Only the serene scales resting upon the display remained. silently affirming that all that had transpired was no mere illusion. Chapter 63. The scales of the divine beasts must be obtained. The sacred fire of Moltres blazed fiercely. The scales of Rayquaza shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Goodness! The legendary dual divine beasts actually descended upon the opening ceremony in such a spectacular fashion, personally bestowing blessings and symbols upon the participants. The entire Dragon's Nest sports arena erupted into fervor, a cacophony of cheers, cries, and screams blending into one. The atmosphere reaching a fever pitch, as if the very roof were about to be lifted. This grandeur, this spectacle, was simply beyond compare. This scene of myth becoming reality was instantly broadcasted across the nation, even globally, through countless cameras. The live broadcast ratings skyrocketed like a rocket, obliterating all previous event records, leaving the world in astonished silence. The online chat barrage went wild. What the hell? Moltres? Rayquaza? The dual divine beings have descended. This opening ceremony is out of this world. The Huagua Alliance is amazing. This finals will surely be etched in history. I'm crying. I can't believe my eyes. Why screenshot? Just stand there in disbelief. Thousands of spectators on site were overwhelmed with excitement, many jumping from their seats, waving their arms and shouting. Others were left dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, staring at the multicolored dragon scales beside the sacred fire platform, wishing to etch this moment into their very DNA. Veteran trainers and scholars were moved to tears, fully aware of what the simultaneous appearance of these two divine beings signified. The host had long abandoned the script, his voice trembling with excitement. We are witnessing history. Thank you, Moltres, for the sacred fire. Thank you, Rayquaza, for the scales. This is a miracle. In the VIP section, all Alliance executives and dignitaries rose solemnly, their faces etched with shock. Su Zhenghong gripped the armrest tightly, his knuckles turning white, while Lu Yun covered her mouth, choking back tears, her eyes glistening. They all understood that their children were participating in a moment that would be recorded in the annals of history. In the backstage corridor, the atmosphere was entirely different. The participants crowded at the corridor entrance, gazing up at the sky and the dragon scales in silence, their heavy breaths the only sound. The arrival of the divine beasts was akin to a nuclear explosion, stirring monumental waves in the hearts of each talented individual. Among the front row participants, some wore grave expressions, fists clenched tightly, while others ignited with fervent determination, and some instinctively locked eyes with their Pokémon, reflecting shock and excitement. Meanwhile, the trio from the Shadow Council blended seamlessly into the audience, perfectly disguised. Yet their gazes were as sharp as hawks, fixated on the dragon scales, their eyes swirling with greed. Night Owl trembled slightly, his voice quivering in encrypted communication. Ultra SSS level genetic source. The source scales of Rayquaza. The scorpion licked its lips, murmuring, I must seize this opportunity, no matter the cost. Veins bulged on the side of the rock shield's neck as it drew heavy breaths, prepared to crush any obstacles in its path. At this moment, the cheers in the light intertwined with ambitions lurking in the shadows, and emotions soared to their zenith. The prologue of a legend had officially commenced. Luo Feng gazed at the sacred fire and dragon scales, his heart brimming with unbridled passion. The system scan panel unfurled before him. Target, Flamebird. Qualification, Divine Beast, Tricolor. Level, LV100. Characteristic, Sense of Oppression. Skills, Sacred Fire, Airblade, Overheat, Divine Bird Strike. Target, Sky Pillar. Qualification, Divine Beast, Rainbow. Level, LV500. Characteristic, Airlock. Skills, Finishing Touch, Dragon Breath, Destructive Beam, Divine Speed. The outrageous level and rainbow qualification of Sky Pillar left Luo Feng astounded, yet a fiercer flame ignited in his eyes. This was the goal I ought to pursue. The opening ceremony reached its climax as the host proclaimed, the finals are officially underway. May the sacred fire and dragon scales witness the birth of a new generation of champions. This explosive scene was akin to a boulder plunging into water, creating ripples that surged across the nation and resonated abroad. That night, trending searches were monopolized by related keywords, and photos and videos spread virally, inciting a tidal wave of discussions. The fervor was not confined to online chatter, from ordinary households to the trainer association, from universities to research institutes. Everyone was abuzz with talk of this grand event. The older generation reflected on the passage of time, while the new generation was ignited with boundless fighting spirit. International media also reported extensively, with the scales of Sky Pillar becoming the focal point of attention. Following an urgent discussion among the League's higher-ups, an announcement was made. The scales of Sky Pillar would be awarded as a special honor reward to the champion of the finals. These scales contained a trace of primal power, capable of significantly enhancing the strength of dragon and flying-type moves, far exceeding conventional items, making it a legendary resource. Upon hearing this news, the atmosphere erupted once more. The champion's reward had been augmented to include an item so coveted that even the king-level champions would envy its value. Were it not for the league's strict prohibition against king-level trainers competing, one could surmise that some would have taken to the field themselves. In the backstage competitor's corridor, the gifted individuals reacted to the announcement, their expressions shifting instantly. Excitement and envy morphed into a fierce fighting spirit, and an invisible tension permeated the air. The significance of the championship had undeniably transformed. Listening to the excited whispers around him, Luo Feng once again focused on the dragon scales. The system scan revealed, item, Sky Pillar's shedding scales, containing primal power. Effect, when carried. It greatly enhances the power of dragon and flying-type moves, with an extremely low probability of awakening the levitate trait. Instigating the dominance of the sky, effect comparable to the intimidate trait. Evaluation, a legendary gift, a treasure coveted by mortals. Luo Feng's breath quickened. Not only could it amplify power, but it could also awaken the levitate trait and trigger the intimidate aura, the effect surpassing all expectations. The astonishment in his eyes faded, replaced by a fierce and unwavering light, his fighting spirit soaring. This championship was within my grasp. He clenched his fist, his tone resolute. This opportunity represented a transformative leap for any trainer in Pokémon, and it held exceptional significance for his Gyarados. With its inherent flying type and the bloodline of dragons, this reward felt tailor-made. Awakening the levitate trait would allow him to escape the weaknesses of ground-type moves, enhance maneuverability, and invoke the intimidation aura equivalent to the intimidate trait, securing an advantage from the outset. Luo Feng envisioned Gyarados soaring through the skies, its draconic majesty commanding respect from all. At that moment, calling it a mini sky pillar would not be an exaggeration. An unprecedented desire and determination burned within him. Securing the championship was not solely for Su Qingxue, for Jiangzhou, or to prove himself. It was also for that divine beast's scale. The finals, because of this scale, were destined to become the most fiercely contested and ruthless in years. The true battle of the gods was about to commence. The opening ceremony concluded. Yet the related news and short videos continued to spread fervently. The fervent atmosphere transformed into anticipation for the brutal clashes ahead. The national finals, a relentless machine, roared to life, beginning the selection of true champions. The backstage ambience shifted to one of solemnity and gravity. Over 700 talents from across the nation had gathered, and the air was thick with the scent of competition. A colossal holographic screen illuminated, and the results of the first round of matches scrolled and solidified. Countless eyes focused intently in search of their matchups. In Area A, Match 3, Luo Feng, Xiang Province, versus Zhao Kuan, Shanbei Province. Upon the announcement, Zhao Kuan, the tall and dark-skinned youth from the Shanbei representative team, turned pale, his grip on the Poké Ball tightening. His heart sank to the depths. It's over. To face the tyrant of Jiangzhou in the first round. This luck was tantamount to a one-round elimination. His province's strength was weak, and merely qualifying for the national competition was a stroke of luck. He had hoped to advance further, only to be matched against one of the strongest monsters of this edition. His fellow teammates cast sympathetic glances, more relieved it wasn't them than anything else. Drawing Luo Feng was, to most, akin to receiving a death sentence for a first-round exit. To make matters worse, Zhao Kuan lacked electric-type Pokémon, and his mainstays, Excadrill, Onix, Steelix, were perfectly countered by Gyarados. Talk about misfortune. The audience and netizens also found humor in the situation. Zhao Kuan's rock-ground team against Gyarados? A gift. There's no competition. The type disadvantage is glaring. Feeling for the brother. Hope he doesn't get traumatized. Luo Feng merely cast a casual glance, his demeanor unperturbed. As night deepened, he gently caressed the Poké Ball at his waist, sensing Gyarados' eager agitation, his gaze calm and profound. Su Qingxue, having learned of their opponent, quickly analyzed the provincial performance. Luo Feng reminded, act swiftly, conserve stamina. The battles ahead will be grueling. The format was merciless, with single elimination and continuous combat testing their limits. Su Qingxue nodded solemnly, her eyes sharp as she entered battle mode. Meanwhile, Night Owl, Scorpion, and Rock Shield observed the match results. The opponents were not their primary targets, which suited their intentions perfectly. Night Owl sneered, let the underlings warm up the thunder, aligning with the collector's frequency. Scorpion toyed with his Pokeball. His gaze sinister. Pity we didn't encounter the target. Let us collect some interest and accumulate data. Rock Shield silently scrutinized the opponent's information. The Pokeball of his giant clawed mantis steady as a rock. After a brief preparation, battles commenced in each venue. The Dragon's Nest opened 20 arenas simultaneously. High-speed cameras swirling to capture the action, broadcasting images worldwide. Cheers, commands, and the explosive sounds of skills reverberated to the heavens, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Luo Feng stood near the corridor, calmly watching the matches. Those who made it to the national competition were no ordinary trainers. The battles were far more intense than the provincial matches, showcasing high standards in skill application, timing, and type strategies, satisfying his visual appetite. Chapter 64. A Bitter Struggle. Su Qingxue versus Night Owl. As Luo Feng observed the competition, he discreetly scanned the data of the remarkable Pokémon belonging to those skilled trainers. Electro Dragon, LV42. Gym level, deep purple. Black Houndoom, LV42, gym level, purple. Scyther, LV43, gym level, purple. This level was somewhat outrageous, Luo Feng mused. These three were undoubtedly formidable. He took special note of Night Owl and his companions, committing their details to memory. Soon, the announcement echoed. Participants for Match 3 in Area A. Luo Feng and Zhao Kuan, please enter the arena. All eyes instantly converged. The audience erupted in deafening cheers. Tyrant! 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 Zhao Kuan took a deep breath, steeling himself as he stepped onto the field. Although he knew victory was unattainable, he could not bring shame to his hometown. Go, Excadrill! He shouted, throwing the Pokeball. Luo Feng nearly mirrored his actions. Gyarados, enter the fray. Roar! As the deep blue giant emerged, a terrifying pressure forced Excadrill to recoil a step, trembling in fear. Commentator A. Contestant Zhao Kuan has sent out the ground-type Excadrill, hoping to counter Gyarados' advantage. Commentator B. But Gyarados' aura is too intimidating. Excadrill is clearly shaken. Excadrill, dig! Zhao Kuan commanded urgently. The Pokémon quickly burrowed underground. Luo Feng smiled slightly. Gyarados, earthquake. Boom! The entire arena trembled violently, as terrifying seismic energy surged uncontrollably into the ground. With a resounding bang, the Tyranitar was sent flying, its eyes spinning in disorientation, instantly defeated. Commentator B. My heavens! An earthquake! A one-hit knockout! Commentator A. An impeccable tactical domination. Zhao Kuan's strategy was completely seen through. The audience erupted in astonishment. How could the Gyarados cause an earthquake? This defies logic. This is hopeless. There is no chance left. Zhao Kuan, his expression grim, recalled his Tyranitar and sent out his second Pokémon, the Golem. Bring it down. However, as soon as the Golem landed, Gyarados' Aqua Tail was already crashing towards it. Boom. The Golem was sent soaring, defeated in an instant. Zhao Kuan's hand trembled in despair as he dispatched his final Pokémon, Onix, a sacrificial charge. In response, Gyarados unleashed Ice Fang. Crack. Onix was instantly frozen solid, toppling over slowly. A triple knockout. The match lasted less than 2 minutes. The referee paused momentarily before announcing the victor, Luo Feng. Just as the referee declared the victory, a familiar system notification echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Ding! Host has achieved his first victory in the national finals. Battle evaluation. Perfect domination. Reward points. 500 points. Oh, such a generous reward for a first victory? Luo Feng felt a flicker of excitement within. It appeared that the national finals indeed held substantial value, with the system being so generous. He could almost envision the advanced items in the system shop that had previously been out of reach beckoning to him. Zhao Kuan, disheartened, recalled his Pokémon, lowering his head as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, someone in the stands shouted, Zhao Kuan, keep your chin up. Just standing before Luo Feng is already a victory. Subsequently, more encouraging voices arose. You made it to the national competition. That's impressive. Gyarados is just too overpowered. Anyone would struggle against it. Don't lose heart, brother. Though defeated, you still hold your honor. The live stream's comments flooded in. Hang in there, Zhao Kuan. Though defeated, you still hold your honor. That Gyarados is outrageous. Kudos to the guy from Shanbei province. Upon hearing this encouragement, Zhao Kuan paused for a moment, then forced a wry smile, straightening his back. Indeed, to have battled against a future champion is a story worth telling. Luo Feng calmly recalled Gyarados, as if he had merely warmed up. Yet the faint smile at the corner of his mouth revealed he was in quite high spirits. Meanwhile, Su Qingshue's battle had just concluded. Her Dragonair. After utilizing Dragon Dance to boost its speed, executed a dragon tail that swiftly dispatched Meowth. After using Mystical Shield to fend off the paralysis powder from Venusaur, Dragon Pulse eliminated her opponent. And finally, Sylveon effortlessly solved Raichu with Fairy Wind. A clean and decisive 3-0 victory. Su Qingxue exhaled, instinctively glancing towards the main arena. I must also strive harder. The competition continued, with the strong advancing confidently and the weak departing in silence. Night Owl's Electivire unleashed a series of exaggerated thunder strikes, while Scorpius's Houndoom executed a cunning ambush, followed by Flamethrower, to crush its opponent. And the Rock Shield Scyther absorbed damage before securing victory with Bullet Punch. The performances of these three caught the attention of those observant enough. Aren't their skill powers a bit excessive? It feels akin to adults bullying children. In the VIP lounge, Vice Principal Zhang of the Pokémon Institute commented, "It's commendable for free trainers to possess such strength." However, Inspector Lee frowned. The power of Electivire's thunder is abnormally high, exceeding standard values by a large margin. With the first round concluded, half of the contestants were eliminated. The massive screen lit up once more, initiating the second round of matchups. The atmosphere grew even more tense. All contestants held their breath in anticipation. The match results were announced. Luo Feng's opponent was a contestant from Binhai City utilizing Macamp, while Su Qingxue was set to face an electric-type specialist. Night Owl, upon discovering his opponent was Su Qingxue, finally revealed a satisfied smirk. The highest priority target, a prime genetic specimen. It begins with you. The storm intensified. The true confrontation was about to commence. As the holographic screen displayed, Su Qingxue versus Night Owl, the entire arena erupted in fervor. This clash of titans became the focal battle. In the VIP lounge, Su Zhenghong and his wife were so nervous their palms were sweaty. Lu Yun's voice trembled. "Honey, that Night Owl's Electivire is terrifying." What if Qingxue? Su Zhenghong's expression was grave. "We must trust Qingxue." On the other side of the arena, Luo Feng discreetly scanned Night Owl's Pokémon with the system. Electivire. LV42, Gym Level, Deep Purple. Crobat, LV37, Gym Level, Purple. Masquerain, LV36, Gym Level, Purple. This level far exceeded that of typical high school students. Luo Feng's gaze sharpened. With peculiar names and dubious origins, the appearance of three Pokémon at once was undoubtedly suspicious. He resolved silently, "Since fate has brought us together, I cannot allow Qingxue to suffer. It would be foolish not to exploit the advantage." The referee waved the flag. Second round, match 1 of Zone G, commence. Please send out your first Pokémon. Commentator A, the Spotlight Battle. Su Qingxue against Night Owl. Commentator B, Night Owl sends out Crobat, aiming to seize the speed advantage. Crobat. Night Owl's hoarse voice echoed. A wide-winged, ferocious-eyed Crobat hovered in the air, its four wings vibrating at high frequency, emanating a sinister aura. The live stream's comments scrolled rapidly. "The dark-colored Crobat is too cool. Beware, Goddess Su. This opponent is formidable." Who is Night Owl? I've never heard of him before. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 65. This is not simply a freebie. Su Qingxue stood in the command area, the lights illuminating her face, revealing a serious expression. She took a deep breath, as if to suppress the surrounding noise and the pressure within her heart, then deftly tossed out her Pokeball. "Dragonair, I entrust you with the first match." A flash of red light illuminated the arena as the elegant, slender Dragonair spiraled into the field, a soft blue glow flowing across its crystalline scales. The unique aura of a dragon-type Pokémon instantly permeating the space. Opposite, Night Owl's Crobat drifted like a specter in midair, its cold red eyes fixated on Dragonair. The eerie presence colliding with the dragon's might, instantly heightening the tension in the arena. Commentator A. Wow? Su Qingxue has sent out her ace, Dragonair. Night Owl counters with the mysterious Crobat. In terms of attributes, dragon types have an advantage over poison and flying types, but this is definitely a battle of speed. Commentator B. Indeed. Crobat's speed is astonishing, complemented by a plethora of irritating disruptive skills. If Dragonair cannot break through its speed dominance, this match will be challenging. Night Owl's commands were cold and swift, mirroring the demeanor of his Crobat. Crobat, use speed boost followed by cross poison. The moment the command was issued, Crobat zipped forth like a shadow, its speed so swift it left an afterimage, the sound of slicing air resonating throughout the venue. It darted forward like a ghost, crossing its purple glowing wings into a cross that slashed down fiercely. Commentator A. It's happening. Crobat takes the initiative. A classic high-speed combo. Let us see how Su Qingxue responds. Su Qingxue remained unfazed, her reflexes sharp. Dragonair, mystical shield, then dragon tail. Just as the poisonous blades were about to strike, a gentle glow enveloped Dragonair, nullifying the poison effect. However, the force of the skill still caused it to sway momentarily. Enduring the pain, Dragonair swiftly coiled its tail, enveloped in dragon energy, and lashed out towards the encroaching Crobat like a whip. The dragon tail struck true. Yet, Crobat, leveraging its high-speed maneuverability, slid backwards, dissipating much of the force from the blow. This maneuver was simply extraordinary. Commentator B. Excellent. Su Qingshue's response was flawless. Mystical Shield protected Dragonair, and the Dragon Tail countered. However, Night Owl's Crobat showcased remarkable skill, expertly retreating while utilizing the momentum. Commentator A. In this first exchange, both sides are performing exceptionally well. However, the Night Owl seized the initiative, maintaining control over the battlefield. The air became a blade. The Night Owl pursued relentlessly. With a flap of its wings, countless blades of wind shot towards Heikron, effectively sealing off nearly all of its escape routes. Su Qingxue hastily shouted, "Dive into the water." With a flick of its tail, Heikron swiftly plunged into the water pool at the arena's edge. The wind blade struck the water surface with a cacophony, splashing droplets everywhere, yet failing to harm Heikron. Commentator B. Clever. Utilizing the pool to evade attacks, Heikron can finally catch its breath. But the Night Owl sneered, "What good is hiding? Bat, use supersonic." The bat hovered above the pool, vibrating its wings at a specific frequency, unleashing a piercing sound wave. This sound wave penetrated the water's surface, directly striking Heikron beneath. Heikron's body stiffened abruptly, thrashing chaotically in the water, its gaze becoming vacant. It was thoroughly disoriented. Commentator, oh no. It's confused. Heikron has fallen victim to it. This is dire. In a state of confusion, it might inadvertently harm itself, putting Su Qingxue in jeopardy. The barrage of comments exploded. It's over. It's confused. Heikron, wake up. Night Owl's tactics are ruthless. Hold on, Goddess Su. That supersonic is incredibly precise. Luck is not on our side. The bat is really troublesome. Now's the moment. Cross poison. The Night Owl issued the order coldly. A fierce glint flashed in the bat's eyes as it dived once more, the poison blades aimed directly at the disoriented Heikron. Heikron, wake up. Su Qingshue's voice was laced with urgency, her hands clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Perhaps the bond between trainer and Pokémon played a role. In the instant the poison blades were about to strike a critical point, Heikron instinctively twisted away, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. However, the poisoned wings still grazed its body, leaving a wound that rapidly turned purple, indicating poisoning. Commentator A. It dodged a critical hit. That's the power of their bond. But now, with confusion and poisoning, Heikron's condition is dire. Can it endure? It can't continue like this. Return, Heikron. Su Qingshuo decisively recalled Heikron, preventing it from being overwhelmed by successive attacks. In this first round, she clearly found herself at a tactical disadvantage. Commentator B. Su Qingshue's choice to rotate Pokémon was a wise decision, preserving Heikron for future battles. However, it must be said that the Night Owl completely dominated the first round. A wise move, yet merely a delay. The Night Owl spoke flatly, recalling the bat as well. Continuous high-speed movements and fierce attacks are quite taxing. He needed to retain his main force in prime condition. He then tossed out his second Pokeball. Go, Mosquito Swimmer. A flash of white light revealed a muscular, fierce-eyed Mosquito Swimmer landing with a thud. It assumed a fighting stance, muscles taut. Its ability, Swift Swim, ready to unleash its power. Commentator A. The Night Owl has also rotated Pokémon. He sent out Mosquito Swimmer. This creature boasts exceptionally high physical attack power, and with this Swift Swim ability, its speed doubles in the rain. Is he planning to employ a rain team? Su Qingshuo frowned, quickly scanning her Pokeballs, her mind racing with strategies. Finally, she made a decision that surprised everyone. Arcanine, it's up to you. She threw out her Pokeball. A woof. Arcanine entered the fray with spirited determination, standing its ground against the much larger Mosquito Swimmer, unflinching, its mane bristling like a little lion. Commentator B. Arcanine. Su Qingshuo actually sent out a Fire-type Arcanine against the Water and Fighting-type Mosquito Swimmer? This choice is quite audacious. Fire-type moves are ineffective against Water types, while Water moves are exceedingly effective against Fire types. What is Su Qingshuo planning? The barrage of comments erupted again. Fire against Water? Am I seeing this correctly? That type matchup is utterly disastrous. Does Arcanine have a secret weapon? This is too risky, starting off at a disadvantage and still playing like this. Trust in Goddess Su. She must have a backup plan. Night Owl must be laughing hysterically. Isn't this a gift? On the sidelines, Luo Feng observed this scene, his brow slightly furrowed. He believed Su Qingxue was not one to act recklessly, yet this choice was undeniably perilous. He clenched his fists, silently cheering for Arcanine. This duel was becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 66. Evolution in Desperation. The Night Owl laughed upon seeing Su Qingxue unknowingly send out Arcanine against his mosquito swimmer, which had the type advantage. This girl was either out of options or underestimated him. Seeking death, he sneered softly, immediately beginning to strategize. Mosquito swimmer, rain dance. Mosquito swimmer clasped its hands together, sending a surge of energy skyward. The venue's weather system responded instantly, dark clouds gathering rapidly, and soon the rain began to pour, enveloping a sizable portion of the arena. Swift swim activated. Mosquito swimmer, invigorated by the rain, surged in speed, leaving behind afterimages as it moved. Commentator, oh no, the rain has arrived. Mosquito swimmer's speed has skyrocketed. This spells disaster for Arcanine. Its fire-type moves will be weakened, and its speed 1T keep up. Su Qingxue is in a tough spot. Su Qingxue's heart sank. The rain dance, combined with the swift swim ability, was truly unfortunate today. She initially anticipated her opponent would engage directly, not expecting such a comprehensive strategy. Now, switching Pokémon might lead to Mosquito Swimmer instantly taking it out. That reckless tactic had become her only option. Arcanine, Flame Charge. Su Qingxue resolved to go all in. Arcanine erupted in flames, charging toward Mosquito Swimmer like a rocket. However, under the rain, the flames were notably diminished, and its speed was hampered. Mosquito Swimmer, as if strolling leisurely in the rain, effortlessly sidestepped the attack, making it feel utterly hopeless. Commentator B. It missed. The speed disparity is too vast. The rain has severely weighed down Arcanine. It couldn't even touch Mosquito Swimmer. The Night Owl, a seasoned strategist, would never let such an opportunity slip away. Close combat, he ordered coldly. Mosquito Swimmer's eyes hardened as it closed in on the staggered Arcanine, unleashing a flurry of punches, elbows, and knees with reckless abandon, the fighting type energy surging. Arcanine. Su Qingxue shouted in anguish, her hands clenched tightly. Ugh. Arcanine was sent flying, rolling several times before coming to a stop, groaning in pain. Yet, the fire in its eyes remained undiminished. It shakily rose to its feet once more. Commentator, my goodness. It endured the close combat. Arcanine is back on its feet. Such indomitable will. Let us applaud this Arcanine. The comments flooded in. Arcanine is so strong. My heart aches. It didn't fall? Amazing. I want to cry watching this. Su Qingxue, recall it. Don't let it keep fighting. Now that S true fighting spirit. Still standing? Then let us roll in hell. The Night Owl seized the moment. Mosquito Swimmer roared and charged again, its massive hands reaching for the wobbling Arcanine, poised to execute a devastating slam. Time was of the essence. At that critical juncture, a fierce determination flashed in Su Qingxue's eyes, her voice trembling with excitement, yet unwaveringly resolute. Arcanine, it's time. Evolve. She initially intended to feign weakness to find an opportunity to evolve, catching her opponent off guard. But the Night Owl's relentless pressure forced her hand. Evolution became her sole hope for a comeback. In the instant Mosquito Swimmer was about to make contact with Arcanine, a blinding light of evolution erupted from Arcanine, illuminating the surrounding downpour like a small sun, capturing the attention of everyone present. Commentator B, voice breaking, light? It's the light of evolution. Oh my, everyone look. Arcanine is evolving. At this most critical moment, it has evolved. The comments exploded once more. It evolved. At the crucial moment. The Firestorm Dog is coming. How magnificent. Is this not the protagonist script? Go, Katy Dog, you can do it. The blinding light of evolution enveloped Katy Dog, tearing through the gloomy rain like the first light of dawn. Night Owl's pupils constricted, clearly taken aback by this turn of events. Retreat, he hastily commanded. Mosquito Swimmer cautiously leaped back, keeping a close watch on the increasingly radiant cocoon of light. Inside, Katy Dog was undergoing a dramatic transformation. Its body elongated and expanded, its contours becoming more imposing, and an intimidating aura began to emanate. With a roar that was entirely different from before, filled with authority, it bellowed, "Woof!" The sound was so powerful that it drowned out the rain, reverberating throughout the arena. As the white light gradually dissipated, a majestic new wind speed dog stood proudly. Its massive form, with fiery orange fur that glistened like flames and a flowing white mane, exuded an undeniable charisma. Raindrops striking its body evaporated instantly, producing steam that amplified its commanding presence. It had evolved. It was the wind speed dog. How magnificent. Evolving mid-battle. Goddess Su had been holding back this surprise. The audience erupted, cheers resounding like thunder. The bullet comments flooded in. Wind speed dog. Absolutely incredible. The rain is still falling, but the atmosphere has changed. In the VIP section, Lu Yun excitedly slapped Su Zhenghong's leg. Well done. Qing Snow executed beautifully. Su Zhenghong rubbed his aching leg, his gaze fixed on his daughter. A flicker of concern in his eyes. While evolution is a positive development, the opponent is Night Owl, and Mosquito Swimmer is still in good condition. The odds are still not in our favor. Luo Feng observed the scene, unfazed, thinking with a smile. Qing Snow has some tricks up her sleeve. Commentator A exclaimed excitedly. I can't believe it. A miraculous evolution. Katie Dog has evolved into Wind Speed Dog. The tide of battle has completely turned. The suspense is back. Chapter 67. The tide turns. A hint of a relaxed smile graced Su Kingsnow's delicate face as she commanded, Wind Speed Dog. Use quick attack. Her voice was infused with the exhilaration and renewed confidence brought by evolution. The comprehensive enhancements from evolution were displayed in full glory at that moment. The figure of Wind Speed Dog transformed into a white flash, almost teleporting across half the arena, crashing fiercely into the Mosquito Swimmer, which hesitated momentarily due to the evolution light. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the Mosquito Swimmer was violently pushed back, its face a mask of shock. Clearly unprepared for such a dramatic increase in speed. The viewers in the live stream were electrified, excitement coursing through them. Wind Speed Dog. Well done. Incredible speed. This is outrageous. The boost from evolution is absolutely critical. Night Owl's surprise lasted but a fleeting moment before he regained his characteristic composure. Humph, a desperate struggle. Mosquito Swimmer. Use hypnosis. He swiftly changed tactics. The Mosquito Swimmer, somewhat dazed from the impact, shook its head, and a bizarre spiral beam shot forth from its eyes. Targeting Wind Speed Dog. Wind Speed Dog. Dodge and use Flamethrower. Su Qing Snow responded with remarkable speed. Wind Speed Dog exerted its limbs, agilely leaping to the side, narrowly avoiding the hypnotic beam. It then opened its massive jaws, unleashing a pillar of fire, significantly thicker and fiercer than before. Despite the rain diminishing its power, the searing flames still tore through the downpour, vaporizing the raindrops in their path with a sizzling sound, creating a remarkable spectacle. Commentator B, speaking rapidly, a splendid response. The evolved Wind Speed Dog has achieved a qualitative leap in speed, strength, and reaction time. Night Owl frowned. Dive into the water to evade. Without hesitation, the Mosquito Swimmer plunged into the pool, effectively mitigating the flame's damage. Chase it down and use Crunch. Su Qing Snow, emboldened, resolved to pursue the attack. Wind Speed Dog leaped into the shimmering water without a moment's hesitation. Its sharp gaze quickly locked onto the submerged figure, dark energy gathering rapidly between its sharp teeth. And it bit down fiercely. The sound of the Mosquito Swimmer's pained grunt echoed underwater as the dark energy exploded forth, producing significant results. The Mosquito Swimmer, gritting through the pain, swiftly ascended, bursting out of the water. Wind Speed Dog followed closely, splashing water everywhere. Just as Wind Speed Dog leapt out of the water, it momentarily lost momentum. Night Owl's eyes gleamed with a flash of insight, seizing the fleeting opportunity. Now, Mosquito Swimmer, Earthquake. The Mosquito Swimmer, enduring its injuries, spread its arms widely, precisely enveloping the recently grounded Wind Speed Dog, and with a powerful thrust of its waist, leaped high into the air, spinning rapidly. Finally, harnessing the force of gravity, it slammed Wind Speed Dog down onto the hard ground. Boom! A deafening crash reverberated throughout the arena. Wind Speed Dog let out a pained cry. This grappling move inflicted severe damage. Commentator A's voice was tinged with regret. Earthquake. It hit. Wind Speed Dog, having just evolved, has suffered a devastating blow. Night Owl's experience is formidable, expertly exploiting that brief moment of vulnerability. The official live stream was flooded with gasps. Oh no, it's been countered. Earthquake deals immense damage. Wind Speed Dog is in danger. Quick, recall it, Goddess Su. Wind Speed Dog. Su Qing Snow exclaimed in distress, witnessing the indomitable fighting spirit in Wind Speed Dog's eyes, yet aware of its injuries. Come back. She swiftly recalled Wind Speed Dog, unwilling to let it endure more pain. Simultaneously, she took a deep breath, reminding herself, stay calm. Su Qing Snow, you haven't lost yet. There's still Sylvian. On the battlefield, the Mosquito Swimmer, having successfully executed Earthquake, was also fatigued, panting heavily. Night Owl snorted coldly, recalling the Mosquito Swimmer. Come forth, Crobat. He sent out the relatively unscathed Crobat, hoping to regain control of the battle's rhythm. Commentator B analyzed. Both sides are switching Pokemon again. Night Owl has opted for the more mobile Crobat, while Su Ching Snow gently brushed her fingertips over another Pokeball, sensing the faint pulse within. It was Haxorus, having regained some stamina after a brief rest. She softly inquired, "Haxorus, can you still hold on?" The Pokeball trembled slightly. Haxorus re-emerged, its wounds still evident, yet its gaze remained sharp. The confusion and poison statuses having been lifted. Haxorus is back. What a resilient child. Disadvantaged attributes. This is tough. Come on, Haxorus. The battle resumed. Haxorus continuously elevated its speed and attack using Dragon Dance, employing Dragon Pulse for range suppression. Crobat, utilizing its superior speed, executed Quick Attack and Air Slash, constantly harassing and countering. The two Pokemon engaged in a dazzling aerial chase, colorful skills colliding in midair, explosions, and shockwaves scattering throughout, the battle exceptionally intense. Commentator A exuberantly narrated, "A spectacular aerial duel. Haxorus and Crobat are presenting us with a tug-of-war of speed and power. Divine beings clashing. The special effects are astounding. Haxorus seems to be slowing down. Is its stamina running low?" Ultimately, Haxorus, already not at its peak, fell short in speed and was struck by a precisely timed and angled cross poison, hitting a vital spot. It let out a mournful cry as it plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Despite its struggles to rise again, its body trembled, unable to support itself. Fortunately, Luo Feng was there, and a stamina potion was silently administered to Haxorus, allowing it to stand slowly once more. Commentator B. With a heavy tone, cross poison hit a vital spot. Haxorus has fallen. Though it struggled to rise, it seemed bereft of strength to continue the battle. A fatal blow, it was unavoidable. Harklon had given its all, it was time to rest. Su Qingxue hastened forward, her heart aching as she withdrew Harklon, her fingertips gently caressing the Pokeball, as if to console her partner within. With all three rotation opportunities exhausted, she was left with but one final choice. Clutching the exquisitely adorned Pokeball tightly, she inhaled deeply and raised it high. "I implore you, Fairy Eevee, you are our last hope." With a melodious and clear call, Fairy Eevee made its graceful entrance. Its ribbon-like appendages fluttered softly, and the unwavering yet gentle light in its pure, large eyes sparkled with determination. Fairy Eevee, the grand finale. Poison types are doubly effective against fairy types. Be cautious. Let us see who prevails. But the speed of the Zubat is a significant advantage. Faced with the incredibly swift Zubat, Su Qingxue hesitated not for an instant. She had to seize the initiative. Fairy Eevee, use Psyshock. Instantly, a resplendent pink radiance erupted around Fairy Eevee. The formidable and concentrated psychic energy did not manifest as a laser, but rather spread out in a fan-shaped shockwave, enveloping the majority of the arena. Zubat attempted to dodge with its high speed, but this area attack left it with no escape. The Psyshock struck home with remarkable effect. Eek! Zubat emitted a sharp cry, plummeting from the sky, its eyes swirling, utterly incapacitated. Commentator shouted excitedly, "Psyshock! An area attack that cannot be evaded. Its effects are extraordinary." Zubat has been swiftly defeated. Fairy Eevee has lived up to expectations, showcasing the absolute power of a champion Pokemon. The suspense of the match has returned. It's a knockout. So powerful. Fairy Eevee is incredible. The tide of battle has turned in an instant. There is a chance for a comeback. With an expressionless demeanor, Night Owl recalled Zubat, a flicker of cold malice passing through his gaze, his heart icy. "Useless. You forced my hand. Nevertheless, as long as I can obtain the genetic data of this rare Fairy Eevee, any price will be worth it." He raised his hand and tossed out his final Pokeball, his voice deep and menacing. "Finish it, Electivire." With a resounding roar, Electivire's massive form materialized on the battlefield. Unlike the typical gentle demeanor of Electivires, this one was enveloped in a frenzy of crackling golden electricity, radiating a pulse of palpable energy that sent shivers through the air. An overwhelming sense of electric pressure instantly enveloped the arena, making the very atmosphere feel viscous. Spectators nearby could even feel a tingling sensation on their skin. Commentator B spoke gravely with anticipation. Night Owl's final Pokemon is Electivire. Its aura is extraordinary, and the energy response is intensely powerful. This will be the ultimate showdown that determines the champion. Chapter 68. It's my turn to act. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted into a frenzy, the tension nearly spilling out from the screen. "Oh no, Electivire is out. Fairy Eevee is in danger. I've seen this Electivire. It's incredibly fierce. Given this momentum, its ability must be static. Getting too close could spell disaster." And the rain hasn't stopped. Thunder is guaranteed to hit. Hang in there, Sister Qingxue. Fairy Eevee, use swift. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingxue launched her attack, her voice ringing clear amidst the rain. A multitude of starry projectiles burst forth from Fairy Eevee, cascading like raindrops towards Electivire, aiming to disrupt its rhythm. However, Night Owl's command was as chilling as ice, as if he had anticipated this. Electivire, use thunder. The command was alarmingly simple. The dark clouds had yet to disperse, and the rain poured down. Under such conditions, the electric-type move thunder required no charging, harnessing the very power of nature. Boom! A golden lightning bolt, thicker and more fearsome than nature's own, descended from the clouds as if a thunder dragon had descended from the heavens, striking with incredible speed, swallowing the rain of stars whole. The residual force crashed directly onto that delicate pink and white figure. Fairy Eevee's cry was drowned out amidst the thunder. The blinding electric light enveloped it completely, and the acrid smell of singed fur soon filled the air. When the lightning faded, Fairy Eevee lay on the ground, its beautiful fur charred, trembling, its eyes nearly devoid of life. Commentator A erupted. Thunder. It hit. In the rain, it's guaranteed to land. The damage is terrifying. Has Fairy Eevee been defeated? The referee has approached. A countdown is beginning. Commentator B spoke rapidly. The sheer overwhelming power combined with the rain-induced thunder. Who could withstand this? Fairy Eevee has taken a hit it simply cannot endure. It's over, it's over. The comments in the live stream were flooded with it's over. Has it been knocked out? How can this be fought? Everyone believed the end had come. The referee glanced expressionlessly at Fairy Eevee, then raised his hand to begin counting. 1, 2, 3. Fairy Eevee. Su Qingxue's voice broke, her eyes welling with tears. For the first time, she felt utterly powerless, as if her heart had been squeezed tight. The previous calmness and strategy dissipated, leaving only heartache and panic. Gazing at the charred figure, her mind went blank. The arena was engulfed in silence, the audience's hearts racing in their throats. In the VIP section, Lu Yun covered her mouth tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Su Zhenghong leaned forward, holding his breath, veins bulging at his temples, wishing he could rush in and confront Night Owl. By the sidelines, Luo Feng stood tall, his gaze piercing as he observed the field, particularly Su Qingxue's panic profile. A smirk crept onto his lips. It's my turn to act. With his right hand discreetly crushing a vial of basic stamina restoration potion from the system in his pocket, his thoughts intertwined like a thread, firmly connecting to that waning pink and white figure. A subtle yet pure life energy quietly traversed the battlefield, flowing into Fairy Eevee's nearly depleted body. 4. The referee's counting echoed hauntingly in the eerily silent arena. At this critical moment, that charred figure suddenly twitched. Then, to the disbelief of all present, Fairy Eevee's scorched legs began to tremble, a force ignited from the depths of its will, spurred on by the external energy, supporting it as it wobbled unsteadily, struggling to stand once more. Fi-fi. Its cry was faint, yet the indomitable spirit resonated throughout the arena. Its body still quivered, yet it stood firm. The nearly extinguished light in its eyes reignited with the flames of battle. Commentator B's voice soared an octave higher. Wait. It's moving. Fairy Eevee is moving. It's standing. My goodness. After taking such a brutal thunder, it has risen again, fueled by an incredible will. This is a miracle of life. It is the power of bonds. Commentator A was equally ecstatic. I can hardly believe it. The referee has stopped the countdown. He is confirming. A miracle has truly occurred. Fairy Eevee has not given up. Su Qingxue still has a chance. A brief moment of silence was followed by an eruption of applause, cheers, and gasps that nearly lifted the roof off the arena. It has stood. It has truly stood. Fairy Eevee is incredible. Su Qingxue, go for it. In the VIP room, Su Zhenghong slammed his hand on the table and stood up, overwhelmed with excitement. Lu Yun's tears flowed freely. Night Owl's ice-cold facade cracked for the first time. His eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After sustaining such damage, he stared intently at the swaying Fairy Eevee, searching for signs of cheating, but found nothing amiss. With so many witnesses present, how could there be any foul play? After the referee carefully confirmed that Fairy Eevee was indeed conscious and capable of fighting, he decisively waved his hand. The match continues. Commentator A. The match continues. A historic moment. Fairy Eevee demonstrates through action what it means to never give up. Every second from now on is a gain. Su Qingxue gazed at her partner, charred yet resolute, her heart aching with compassion. Fairy Eevee, don't push yourself. We've already proven our strength. She feared that Fairy EV might be exhausting itself at the cost of its own vitality. However, Fairy EV gently shook its head, its eyes clear and determined, silently conveying that it was still ready to fight. It felt a warm current surging within, bolstering its resolve. Understanding that unwavering spirit, Su Qingxue took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and her gaze sharpened. All right, let us fight until the end. Fairy Eevee, use your charming voice to distract it. Gathering the remnants of its regained strength and energy, Fairy Eevee unleashed a series of enchanting sound waves that rippled towards the electric dragon. Commentator B. Su Qingxue chose not to retreat and heal, but rather to continue the assault. Charming voice, manipulating the opponent's mindset to create an opportunity. Such decisive command. The live chat erupted in admiration. I'm in tears. What sheer willpower. Fighting for the trainer. This is what Pokémon are about. Win or lose. It's worth it. In a desperate struggle, Night Owl regained his composure, irritation replacing surprise. Electric Dragon, Thunderbolt. The electric dragon surged with electric currents once more. But whether it was due to the trainer's frayed nerves or the shock of Fairy Eevee's resurgence, this thunderbolt lacked the intensity and speed of its previous thunder attack. The golden currents collided with the pink sound waves in midair, tearing at one another until they erupted with a resounding bang. Dust enveloped the arena. As the haze cleared, Fairy Eevee knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, its form akin to a flickering candle, yet it remained steadfast. The electric dragon also found itself momentarily dazed by the charming voice, shaking its large head in confusion. Commentator A. Voice racing. It withstood it. Fairy Eevee actually endured the thunderbolt. It even disoriented the electric dragon. The electric dragon is confused. This is an opportunity. The final chance. Commentator B. It's been seized. Night Owl was caught off guard, his command delayed, and the electric dragon's rhythm faltered. This is the decisive moment. Now is the time. Su Qingxue poured every ounce of strength into her next command. Let us go all out. Final strike, magical shine. Fee. Fairy Eevee let out a resounding cry, unleashing all the energy it had just regained, ignited by sheer determination, bursting forth in a dazzling display of fairy light. That radiance resembled a cascading galaxy, propelled by the resolve to fight until the bitter end, charging toward the still-dazed electric dragon. Commentator B. Voice hoarse from excitement. Magical shine. The final desperate gamble. This is Fairy Eevee burning itself to shine. The most magnificent curtain call for the trainer. Electric Dragon, hold your ground. Night Owl's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily commanded, his voice tinged with an unrecognized panic. The electric dragon instinctively raised its arm, a green hemispherical shield rapidly materializing. However, with a crack, the torrent of magical shine, infused with all of Fairy Eevee's conviction, crashed into the shield. That sturdy barrier held for less than a second before emitting a shattering sound, then burst apart. The remaining but still potent fairy energy struck the electric dragon with unrelenting force. Beep. The electric dragon howled in agony, reeling backward, its body scorched by the fairy light. Ultimately dropping to one knee, clearly gravely injured. Commentator A, nearly losing his voice. Did it hold? No. The shield was shattered. The residual force of magical shine severely wounded the electric dragon. My goodness. Against all odds, Fairy Eevee breached the defenses and dealt massive damage. This is nothing short of a miracle. Commentator B, excitedly adding, it's the will, it's the bond, that enabled this magical shine to exceed expectations. Of course, the electric dragon had been disrupted by the charming voice earlier, leading to a lack of concentration, but that does not diminish the brilliance of Fairy Eevee's final strike. On the other side of the arena, having delivered this earth-shattering blow, the flicker of fire in Fairy Eevee's eyes finally extinguished. It seemed to have fulfilled its mission, its body softening, silently collapsing onto the charred ground, slipping into unconsciousness. A brief silence enveloped the arena before erupting into a fervent, respectful applause. Chapter 69. The Return of the King in Desperation. The referee rushed to assess the situation, then waved his flag, shouting, Fairy Eevee is unable to continue the battle. Please, Su Qingxue, send out your next Pokémon. Night Owl, just about to exhale in relief and let a smile creep onto his face, found his expression frozen in shock the very next moment. Before him, the electric dragon, still kneeling, struggled to rise. But due to the rejection of fairy energy by its draconic blood and its severe injuries, it swayed unsteadily, ultimately collapsing with a defeated thud, its eyes spiraling into dizziness. The referee quickly approached again to check, then unhesitatingly waved his flag once more. The electric dragon is unable to continue the battle. Night Owl, please send out your next Pokémon. A double knockout. Before collapsing, Fairy Eevee miraculously took the electric dragon down with it. Luo Feng watched quietly from the sidelines, raising an eyebrow slightly. He had initially planned to lend a covert hand, but Fairy Eevee's ferocity had unexpectedly eliminated the opponent's ace. This outcome was even better. Occasional bursts of brilliance may be miraculous, but consistent overperformance would warrant scrutiny. This result was just right. The referee's verdict hit the arena like a stone cast into water, causing an uproar. Not only were the spectators stunned, but even Su Qingxue herself was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that Fairy Eevee had truly taken down the electric dragon. Commentator A, his voice nearly breaking. The electric dragon has fallen. The referee confirmed it. Fairy Eevee accomplished the impossible task before succumbing. It brought down Night Owl's ace, the electric dragon, in a 1-for-1 exchange. What a tremendous gain. Commentator B, quickly chiming in. The situation has turned dramatically. Night Owl has lost his strongest attacker and weather manipulator. Although Su Qingxue's Pokémon are in poor condition, she has the advantage in numbers. The suspense is back. The live chat momentarily froze before erupting. 1-for-1. Fairy Eevee is amazing. The electric dragon actually fell? That magical shine must have been overpowered. A miracle. This is a victory for the team. Night Owl's ace is gone. Su Qingxue has a chance to turn the tables. Night Owl's face darkened, his expression as grim as a stormy sky. He clenched the Poké Ball containing the electric dragon, his knuckles turning white. A quasi-gym-level electric dragon, taken down under absolute advantage, was not only a tactical failure, but also a personal affront. The thought of the punishment for failing his mission ignited a surge of anger within him as he abruptly raised his head. His eyes narrowing like a viper's as he glared at Su Qingxue, almost hissing through gritted teeth. It's not over yet. He tossed out another Poké Ball. Go, Masquerain. Crush them. The previously exhausted, yet still fierce Masquerain returned to the battlefield. A brief respite had allowed it to regain some health. The rain pattering against its sleek blue skin, coupled with its swift swim ability, made it appear even more agitated, exuding the intimidating aura of a fighter. Commentator B, Night Owl has sent out his final hope, Masquerain. Although Su Qingxue has both Axu and Houndoom, their conditions are far from ideal. Axu has been in continuous battle, and Houndoom has just recovered from severe injuries. The outcome is still uncertain. Su Qingxue's heart sank. The numerical advantage felt particularly insignificant in light of their dire conditions. Taking a deep breath, she chose the one in slightly better shape. Houndoom, can you still fight? As the light flickered, Houndoom staggered onto the field. The injuries it had sustained from the Earth's assault were still prominent, its breaths heavy and labored, its forelegs trembling slightly, as if it might collapse at any moment. Yet it still mustered the strength to let out a low growl at its trainer. Striving to stand tall. Commentator A, with a grave tone. Houndoom has entered the fray, but its condition is dire, bruised and exhausted. Fire-type moves are halved in this reign, while Masquerain's water-type moves are amplified. The attributes, weather, and status are all against Su Qingxue. She is now in a desperate situation. The chat overflowed with concern. The sight of the dog is truly heart-wrenching. Fighting in the rain with a water type is exceedingly challenging. Shall we once again rely on a miracle? The corner of Night Owl's mouth began to betray a smile, an unprecedented premonition of victory surging within him. Mosquito, bathing warrior, summon the rain. Without hesitation, he commanded the weather to ensure his advantage was irrevocably secured. The mosquito, bathing warrior clasped its hands together, and the previously dwindling rainfall intensified. The sound of raindrops resonating in every heart, as if tolling a death knell for the wind speed dog. Commentator B spoke rapidly. Night Owl opts to continue the rain. A calm, yet ruthless decision. This means the wind speed dog's fire-type abilities will be continually diminished, while the mosquito bathing warrior's speed will increase. It aims to engage in a war of attrition, exhausting the wind speed dog's remaining stamina. Su Qingxue bit her lip, realizing that time was of the essence. Wind speed dog shatter. She attempted to close the distance for a decisive strike. The wind speed dog charged forward valiantly, yet the slick ground and relentless rain severely hampered its speed. The mosquito bathing warrior sidestepped with an almost ghostly grace, then unleashed a torrent of scalding, hot water, akin to a water cannon. Sizzle. The searing stream struck the wind speed dog's flank with remarkable precision, inflicting considerable damage. Amidst the rising steam, the wind speed dog let out a pained howl, staggering as the severity of its injuries intensified, its gaze beginning to lose focus. Thus, the mosquito bathing warrior continued its barrage of hot water. Night Owl issued a cold command, determined to conclude the battle in the most methodical and torturous manner. The mosquito-bathing warrior relentlessly sprayed hot water, while the wind speed dog struggled to evade in the muddy deluge, its energy rapidly depleting, its movements growing sluggish. Each time it was grazed by the hot water, it shivered in agony, the steam hissing around it. It resembled a frail vessel in a tempest, on the brink of capsizing. Commentator A lamented, "The wind speed dog is holding on. Each evasion drains its strength, and every hit only adds to its woes. At this rate, it will soon be defeated." Commentator B, Su Qingxue seems to be at a loss as well. The weather conditions are entirely unfavorable. No strategy seems effective. Is this truly the end? A wave of pessimism swept through the live chat. No solution. Don't let the dog suffer. Throw in the towel. Sigh, though reluctant. Su Qingxue watched her faltering partner with an aching heart, engulfed by a sense of helplessness that rendered her speechless. Wind speed dog. Her voice trembled with anguish, as she almost raised her hand to concede. Just at that moment of utter despair, below, Luo Feng's fingers subtly stirred in his pocket. Another vial of basic stamina recovery potion, transformed into an intangible energy, quietly flowing into the wind speed dog's waning body. The wind speed dog, once dazed and panting, suddenly stiffened. A familiar warmth surged within it without warning, swiftly alleviating its pain and dispelling its fatigue. Akin to a parched land suddenly yielding a spring. Its eyes refocused with remarkable sharpness. Its trembling legs steadied, and newfound vigor coursed through its being. Commentator A keenly observed the change, his voice rising in excitement. Wait. The wind speed dog's condition has shifted. Its gaze has changed. The previous fatigue is gone. It has steadied itself. Is this a resurgence of vitality? Or a second spring? Commentator B, this is undoubtedly the power of bonds. I can feel it. This is the absolute trust between trainer and Pokémon, a miracle born from mutual support in dire straits. This is the most exhilarating aspect of Pokémon battles, transcending data, igniting sparks of the soul. The live chat erupted. Why is the wind speed dog suddenly so energized? This can't be right. It was on the brink of collapse. Is the power of bonds truly this formidable? No matter. There's a chance. Let us go for it. Now is the time, wind speed dog. Although Su Qingxue was bewildered by the sudden shift, the rekindled flame in her partner's eyes reignited the flickering hope within her. She hesitated no longer, summoning all her strength to issue the most powerful command. Flame charge. Whoa. The fervent howl tore through the rain. The wind speed dog erupted in an unprecedented blaze of fire, so intense that it momentarily evaporated the surrounding rainwater, creating a small zone of steam. It transformed into a fiery meteor, trailing flames as it pierced through the rain curtain with an unexpected speed, hurtling towards the astonished mosquito-bathing warrior. Commentator A, nearly hoarse with excitement. Flame charge. It's flame charge. The wind speed dog has reached new heights. Its speed is extraordinary. It's like a red comet crashing through the rain. This is not a desperate struggle. This is a king's return. Night Owl was taken aback, his face paling in disbelief. What? Impossible. Mosquito-bathing warrior, dodge quickly. His voice cracked in panic. But it was too late. The wind speed dog's desperate strike was as swift as lightning. Just as the mosquito-bathing warrior attempted to evade, the blazing figure collided with tremendous force. Boom. Fire and water clashed in an ultimate confrontation. A thunderous explosion resonated as flames and rain intertwined, releasing a vast cloud of white mist that soared like a mushroom cloud, instantly enveloping the arena, obscuring all vision. Commentator B nearly roared. Did it hit? Did it hit? It's all steam. We can't see. This strike will determine the outcome. Everyone is holding their breath. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence, all spectators craning their necks, their hearts lodged in their throats. Chapter 70. Su Qingxue emerges victorious, advancing to the next stage against the strongest water-type high school trainer. In the VIP room, Su Zhenghong and Lu Yun instinctively gripped the railing before them. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. As the steam gradually dissipated, the scene became clearer. There lay the mosquito-bathing warrior, sprawled in the mud, its eyes swirling, evidently unconscious. Meanwhile, the wind speed dog, having delivered that earth-shattering final blow, appeared to have expended its last vestige of life. With a hint of solace in its gaze, it cast one final look at its trainer before gently, quietly collapsing not far from the mosquito-bathing warrior, equally devoid of combat capability. Commentator A, after a brief silence, announced with a voice filled with awe and respect, both have collapsed. The mosquito-bathing warrior and the wind speed dog have simultaneously lost their ability to battle. This signifies that Night Owl has no Pokémon left to deploy. Commentator B, excitedly taking over. Yet Su Qingxue still has Haxorus. Even though Haxorus is in a poor state, it remains in its Poké Ball. According to the rules. The referee paused for a few seconds, momentarily stunned by the impactful result. He hurried forward, meticulously checking the conditions of both Pokémon, then took a deep breath, raising the flag high. His resonant voice echoing throughout the venue. The mosquito-bathing warrior and the wind speed dog have both lost their ability to battle, as Night Owl has no available Pokémon, and Su Qingxue still possesses Haxorus, who is eligible for battle. The victor of this match is Su Qingxue. Commentators A and B. In unison and filled with fervor, she has won. Su Qingxue has emerged victorious. An astonishing and monumental turnaround, born from the depths of despair. Fueled by the indomitable will of her Pokémon and the unwavering belief of her trainer, she succeeded. Let us give the most enthusiastic applause and cheers to this tenacious trainer and her heroes. Roars of jubilation erupted after a brief silence, the sound swelling to a deafening crescendo. Applause, cheers, exclamations, and gasps cascaded like a tsunami throughout the venue. Many leapt from their seats, embracing one another, hardly able to believe what they had witnessed. We won. My goodness. We really won. An incredible turnaround. A textbook-worthy comeback. The wind speed dog. It is a hero. Haxorus and Sylveon were magnificent too. It was all worth it. In the VIP room, Su Zhenghong sank back into his chair, exhaling deeply. A relieved yet immensely proud smile gracing his face. Lu Yun was already in tears, incessantly dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief, murmuring, "So wonderful, so wonderful." Meanwhile, Su Qingxue stood dazed on the battlefield, as if still reeling from the roller coaster of this outcome. The joy of victory washed over her like a rising tide, sweeping away the earlier tension, despair, and heartache. She gazed at the two Pokémon lying side by side, battered and bruised, and at last, her tears flowed freely. Yet her lips blossomed into a radiant smile of relief. Su Qingxue hurried to the side of the Arcanine, kneeling in the muddy arena without a care for the wetness. Gently cradling its massive head and burying her face in its still warm fur, her voice choked, yet filled with warmth and pride. "You've worked hard, truly hard. We won, Arcanine. We won." Medical staff swiftly entered the arena, commencing emergency care and relocation for both Pokémon. With a beaming expression, Su Qingxue sent a message to Luo Feng, sharing the elation brought by their triumph. In the backstage corridor of Zone G, Luo Feng slowly lowered his arms, which had been wrapped around his chest without his notice. His deep gaze swept over the scene of the embracing duo, the exuberant audience, and finally settled on Su Qingxue's tear-streaked, yet brilliantly radiant face. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced his lips. For him, victory or defeat had never been the ultimate goal. Witnessing her growth through adversity, blooming in despair, and ultimately embracing her well-deserved glory was sufficient. Then, Luo Feng quietly turned away, his figure melding into the shadows of the backstage, concealing his achievements and fame. On the other side, the Night Owl wore a ghastly expression. He clenched his jaw tightly, the tension in his chin evident, silently retracting his mosquito swimmer. He felt no hint of enjoyment from the battle, only an overwhelming sense of frustration, anger, and a deep-seated doubt. This victory was rightfully his. That Arcanine, that Sylveon, should have fallen long ago. The Night Owl's gaze struck Su Qingxue like a venomous snake, searching for any trace of weakness, but ultimately found nothing. He merely emitted a heavy, suppressed snort from his nose, abruptly turning and striding away without a backward glance, his retreat laden with urgency and an unmistakable sense of defeat. In a dimly lit corner of the venue, two trainers, also adorned with the Shadow Council's official insignia, the Night Owl's teammates Scorpion and Rock Shield, had witnessed the entire confrontation. The tall and slender Scorpion smacked his lips, a mocking smile creeping across his masked face. His voice low yet penetrating the ears of his companion. TSK, what a flop. This guy, the Night Owl, who usually boasts endlessly, couldn't even handle a little girl from a prestigious family during the task. Quite the facepalm. The other, Rock Shield, stocky like a boulder, appeared even more sullen. His robust fingers instinctively clenched, knuckles whitening as he glared at the Night Owl's retreating figure, almost melding with the shadowy passage, and through gritted teeth. He spat out a contemptuous and furious growl. Utterly useless. The organization poured elite resources like Thunder, the code name for the Electrike, into this, prepared for so long, only to falter at the most critical juncture of the entire plan. Not even grazing a top priority S-level gene source, referring to Gyarados, but rather startling the snake in the grass. Purely a waste of the council's invaluable resources. His voice trembled slightly with suppressed rage. Clearly more concerned about the potential repercussions of this failure on subsequent missions and the inevitable wrath of Lord Silver Mask. Their figures soon vanished into the bustling crowd, as if they had never existed. This long and brutal confrontation finally concluded in the most unexpected manner. Su Qingxue and her Pokémon, through their indomitable will, profound bonds, and the miracles forged in adversity, not only claimed victory in the match but also garnered the heartfelt admiration of the entire audience and all who witnessed this event. As the smoke of battle in Zone G began to dissipate, the officials swiftly announced the next round's matchups. When the colossal holographic screen finally fixed on Luo Feng, Jiangzhou, versus Feng Miao, Lansong City, the entire Dragon Nest Sports Arena erupted as if a depth charge had been detonated, the recently subdued audience bursting forth with even more fervent cheers. Luo Feng, the tyrant of Jiangzhou. His opponent is Feng Miao, the son of the sea from Lansong Fishing Port. Finally, the awaited true pinnacle showdown. Feng Miao's Kingdra is an undefeated legend in the ring. The victor of this match might very well emerge as the leading figure among future water-type trainers. Commentator A, voice heightened with anticipation. Here it comes, dear viewers. Next, you will witness the most anticipated duel of Round 2 in Zone A. The tyrant Luo Feng from Jiangzhou, facing off against the son of the sea, Feng Miao from Lansong City. This is not merely a match. It is a clash of ideals between two prodigious trainers. Commentator B, in a professional analytical tone indeed. Luo Feng's Gyarados impresses with its overwhelming power, while Feng Miao's Kingdra is renowned for its exquisite rain tactics. The two contestants embody two extreme directions of water-type training, and today's duel will reveal which style prevails. The live chat exploded like a waterfall. Pinnacle showdown. Gyarados versus Kingdra. Water-type internal battle. My favorite scenario. Betting 5 dimes on Luo Feng to win. Gyarados is just too unbeatable. Feng Miao's rain team is no pushover. Will we see Luo Feng's second Pokémon make an appearance this time? This confrontation captured everyone's attention. Not only were regular spectators eagerly awaiting, but even other frontrunners from different divisions, such as Xiahou Hao and Tang Yuru, turned their gaze towards Zone A, eager to discern how much more strength the Jiangzhou tyrant, who had swept through opponents with just a Gyarados, still concealed. Having just settled her Pokémon, Su Qingxue hurriedly returned to the stands, her eyes fixed on the familiar figure. The league officials clearly recognized the uniqueness of this match. To perfectly present this clash of titans, the staff promptly activated a larger, better-equipped standard water and land hybrid arena. A clear shallow water area occupied approximately 40% of the space, perfectly merging with a sturdy rocky surface and some sandy regions, providing ample room for various strategies to unfold. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two trainers stepped onto opposite sides of the arena. Chapter 71. Ridiculous, a Gyarados that can both thunder and breathe fire. Feng Miao, a lad with sun-kissed skin indicative of years spent by the seaside, appeared lean yet taut with muscle, exuding a unique vigor. He donned a short-sleeved shirt adorned with blue waves, his gaze steady as if he could see into the depths of the sea, radiating a sense of groundedness and determination akin to an old fisherman. Upon entering, Feng Miao wasted no words and simply nodded at Luo Feng across the way, his movements crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. At that moment, Luo Feng stepped onto the arena with a leisurely pace. His handsome face reappeared on the big screen, causing the audience to buzz with excitement, not in screams, but in whispers of anticipation, many nodding as if to affirm that this young man had indeed returned. Luo Feng's posture was erect, his walk brisk, and his black hair shimmered under the lights, a visage that one could never tire of. His features were as striking as if painted, particularly his eyes, which, despite his serious expression, still held a slight upward curve that made him appear warm and inviting. The live stream's chat exploded. Here he comes. I could gaze at Luo Feng's face for 100 years. Every time I see him, he looks even more handsome. How is that possible? Ladies, have your screenshot buttons ready? A classic visual impact. To be honest, Luo Feng's aura is increasingly reminiscent of a champion. Although Luo Feng's expression appeared neutral, a flicker of blue light danced in his eyes as he stepped onto the battlefield. His system had silently activated. A series of data materialized before him. Target, Stinger Dragon King. Qualification, King level, red. Level, LV38. Status, excellent. Trained with utmost seriousness, even stronger in rainy conditions. Skills, Rain Dance, Dragon Dance, Hydro Pump, Dragon Pulse. Abilities: Serene Grace, Sniper. A smile crept across Luo Feng's heart. This Stinger Dragon King has indeed been cultivated remarkably. Boasting dual abilities, quite a nuisance. Unfortunately for it, it has encountered my Gyarados, which is no ordinary contender. The referee glanced from side to side, confirming both participants were ready, and promptly announced, Round 2 of Area A, Luo Feng vs. Feng Miao, 3v3 singles, commence. Please release your Pokémon. Feng Miao swiftly hurled his Pokeball, Stinger Dragon King. Secure the first victory. A striking blue Stinger Dragon King dove into the water, raising its head to unleash a resonant dragon roar, surrounded by a misty vapor. Its gaze sharp as a blade. Commentator A was exhilarated. Feng Miao has indeed led with the Stinger Dragon King. Under the rain, it is the dragon of the sea. The barrage of comments erupted in excitement. Stinger Dragon King is so cool. Proud of the sea. Rain team, charge forth. Speed to the max. This dragon is well trained. Its scales glisten. Don't celebrate too soon. Gyarados is yet to unleash its fury. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated as the deep blue Gyarados made its entrance, a colossal figure that eclipsed the sunlight. Its crimson eyes widened, brimming with fighting spirit. As the might of its dragon essence clashed with that of the Stinger Dragon King, sending sparks flying through the air. Commentator B excitedly declared, Luo Feng decisively sends out Gyarados. He is ready for a fierce showdown. In the VIP section, Su Zhenghong exhaled with slight relief. The Feng heir's Stinger Dragon King is formidable in the rain, but Luo Feng's Gyarados possesses serene grace. The outcome remains uncertain. Xiao Hao grinned beside him. Finally, someone can push Luo Feng to fight earnestly. Let us hope they can coax out his two Pokémon that have yet to show themselves. Upon seeing Gyarados, Feng Miao's determination surged. Luo Feng, your Gyarados is strong, but here, speed reigns supreme. Stinger Dragon King, Rain Dance. The Stinger Dragon King tilted its head upward, and dark clouds swiftly gathered overhead, torrents of rain cascading down. With the activation of its serene grace ability, the Stinger Dragon King became a blue blur in the water, its speed skyrocketing. Feng Miao seized the momentum. Dragon Dance. The Stinger Dragon King spun in the water. Dragon energy pulsating, elevating its attack and speed to new heights. Commentator A spoke rapidly, with the rain enhancing its speed from Dragon Dance. The Stinger Dragon King's velocity is now extraordinary. How will Luo Feng respond? Everyone held their breath, anticipating Luo Feng's retreat, but he calmly commanded, Gyarados, Dragon Dance. Gyarados twisted midair, dragon energy swirling around it, enhancing its attributes as well. Commentator A was astonished. Luo Feng actually chose to bolster his own power in a direct confrontation? How audacious. Feng Miao was taken aback, but quickly laughed. Copying me? The Stinger Dragon King has a higher base speed. The advantage remains with me. Ice Beam. A beam of icy light shot forth, but Luo Feng's eyes sparkled. Water Gun, block it. Gyarados unleashed a jet of water, precisely colliding with the ice beam, scattering ice shards into the water below. Commentator B praised. Basic skills countering a powerful move. That's an astute understanding. Feng Miao swiftly retaliated. Hydro Pump. Yet Luo Feng smirked. Too slow. Gyarados, Thunder. Gyarados crackled with electricity, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck the water, shocking the Stinger Dragon King. The brilliance of the moment was further amplified as Gyarados harnessed the electric current to stimulate itself, its hidden electric engine activated, propelling its speed even further. The hydro pump was rendered ineffective. Commentator A nearly lost his voice. Thunder strikes true. The Stinger Dragon King is gravely injured. What is happening with Gyarados' speed? Feng Miao's face turned pale. How can it be so fast? Luo Feng did not pause. Dragon Dance, one more time. He then commanded, Dragon Tail, unleash a flurry. Gyarados transformed into a blue lightning bolt, its dragon tail striking furiously, forcing the Stinger Dragon King into a hasty retreat while still taking several hits. Commentator A proclaimed, Speed dominance. Feng Miao's tactics have been foiled. Feng Miao gritted his teeth and promptly recalled his Stinger Dragon King. Return. The audience erupted in astonishment, while commentators lauded his wisdom, preserving his combat power, a sound judgment. The referee urged Feng Miao to send out his second Pokémon. Taking a deep breath, Feng Miao tossed a ball. Scyther, I rely on you. A red Scyther landed, assuming a battle stance, its gaze sharp and focused. Commentator A analyzed. With bug and steel typing, it resists Dragon Tail, but is weak to fire. Let us see how Luo Feng adapts. Luo Feng's system scanned. Scyther, LV39. Ability, Technician. He understood. With the Technician ability and at level 39, it had been nurtured well. Just then, The rain ceased, and the sun emerged, favoring Scyther. Feng Miao seized the initiative to enhance his position, agility, iron defense, focus energy. Scyther's speed surged, its defense bolstered, and its critical hit ratio increased. Commentator be noted. Feng Miao is playing it safe. This wave of enhancements is impressive. The barrage of comments echoed. Buff stacking. Is it possible? Will Gyarados grant an opportunity? An enhanced Scyther is terrifying. Luo Feng remained unperturbed. Gyarados, don't let it be comfortable. Gyarados unleashed Water Gun and Thunder. But Scyther's speed was exceptional, dodging all attacks, even evading the Light of Ruin. Commentator A praised. Feng Miao's predictions are spot on. The barrage of comments cheered. Scyther countered with Shadow Clone and a flash of Quick Attack, striking Gyarados, but the damage was minimal, akin to a mere scratch. In the audience, Su Qingxue clenched her hands, firmly believing Luo Feng had a backup plan. In the VIP room, Su Zhenghong nodded. Feng's strategy is commendable, but Luo Feng is draining his stamina. As time passed, Scyther's speed began to wane, panting for breath. Luo Feng seized the moment. Thunder Wave. A net of electricity was cast, paralyzing Scyther, slowing its movements to that of a sloth. Commentator shouted, "It's paralyzed. Its speed is gone." Feng Miao's expression stiffened, and Luo Feng immediately commanded, "Finish it, Flamethrower." The entire arena fell silent. Gyarados can use Flamethrower? It opened its mouth wide, unleashing a column of fire. Scyther, being 4 times weak to fire, was scorched black and fell to the ground, defeated in an instant. Commentator B roared, "Instant kill." How many surprises does Luo Feng's Gyarados possess? The barrage exploded with enthusiasm. What on earth? It can breathe fire. This Gyarados has an expansive skill set. Feng Miao is stunned. Haha. Luo Feng stood expressionless, yet a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. Feng Miao recalled Scyther, his hands trembling slightly. But his gaze grew resolute. The audience was electrified. This battle was becoming increasingly captivating. Chapter 72. Suspense? Gyarados secures victory. The comments in the official livestream reverberated with astonishment at this decisive blow. One-hit KO. Absolutely brutal. This Gyarados is extraordinary. Feng Miao's mindset has crumbled. 4 times weakness is insurmountable. Luo Feng's tactics are a resounding success. The disparity in power is evident. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the arena erupted in a roar akin to a tsunami of cheers and applause. My goodness. Breathing fire. What kind of monster is this Gyarados? Water type, flying type, capable of thunder and flamethrower? Absolutely outrageous. Its skill set is unfathomably deep. The Tyrant of Jiangzhou, truly deserving of its title. The audience was in a frenzy. The twists in this duel and the astonishing abilities displayed by Gyarados ignited their fervor. Su Qingxue finally relaxed her clenched hands, revealing a smile that blended surprise and clarity. Her lips curling slightly upwards with a hint of pride. She always knew that Luo Feng could conjure miracles. In the VIP room, Su Zhenghong was initially taken aback, then shook his head with a chuckle, exclaiming, "Flamethrower, that clever lad has hidden his talents well. My Machamp's defeat was truly well-deserved." He gazed deeply at the still tranquil Luo Feng in the arena, a tempest of emotions stirring within him. Moreover, he possessed another Pokémon, a Milotic, rumored to be equally formidable as his Gyarados, and this time, the championship of the college entrance examination might truly be within his grasp. An unprecedented thought emerged in the mind of this seasoned, king-level trainer. Who else could claim the title of champion this time? On the battlefield, Feng Miao stared blankly at the charred Scyther lying on the ground, seemingly unable to accept the sudden reversal of fortune. His ace, the Kingdra, had been subdued and forced to retreat, while his meticulously prepared Scyther was obliterated by a super-effective flamethrower in a heartbeat. An immense sense of defeat crashing over him like a tidal wave. "Feng Miao, please send out your final Pokémon." The referee's voice rang out once more, pulling him from his stupor. Feng Miao moved stiffly, like a puppet on strings, slowly recalling Scyther and mechanically tossing out his last Pokeball. "Starmie, I'm counting on you." In a flash of light, the Pokémon resembling a starfish with a large gem in its center appeared in the shallow waters of the arena. Yet, its trainer, Feng Miao, seemed still lost, lacking his previous sharpness and precision in command, now appearing disheveled and somewhat dazed. Commentator: Feng Miao has sent out his last hope, Starmie. However, the consecutive blows seem to have taken a significant toll on him. His state is clearly not right. The live chat erupted with comments. Does Gyarados still have full health? Feng Miao's mindset has completely crumbled. After 2 major losses, who could withstand that? Let us see if Feng Miao can create a miracle. It feels rather hopeless. Starmie, use Confuse Ray. Follow it up with Psybeam. Feng Miao's voice trembled with a hint of panic he was unaware of. Starmie's core sparkled as a twisted beam of light, and a prism of colors struck Gyarados' massive head in succession. Gyarados shook its head, confusion flashing in its crimson eyes, and bizarrely began to snarl at the air. The effect of confusion had taken hold. It worked. Feng Miao nearly choked on the words, as if grasping a final lifeline. Starmie, unleash Hydro Pump at full power. A thick column of water surged forth, striking the disoriented Gyarados squarely, sending a splash erupting and eliciting a pained roar from the dragon. For the first time today, it appeared somewhat disheveled. The live chat lit up with excitement. It hit. It had an effect. The confusion status was a huge help. Could a comeback be possible? Feng Miao, stay steady. But it wasn't over yet. Feng Miao pressed the advantage, swift. Countless star-shaped light points shot from Starmie, a guaranteed hit, poised to deliver another blow to Gyarados. All held their breath. At that critical moment, Luo Feng's overly calm voice sliced through the chaos of the arena. Gyarados, stay calm and recognize your opponent. With just that one sentence, it was as if a switch had been flipped. The previously dazed Gyarados emitted a deep, suppressed growl. A more ferocious flame ignited in its now focused eyes. Roar. The earth-shattering dragon roar reverberated. Gyarados disregarded its confusion, instinctively obeying Luo Feng's command, and its massive tail whipped up a torrent of water, resembling a colossal blue battering ram, sweeping towards Starmie with an overwhelming force. Water tail. But the power was absurdly immense. Starmie, dodge. Feng Miao's voice rose in pitch. With a resounding thud, the water was forcefully displaced, revealing the rocky bottom of the pool. Starmie was sent flying like a pebble. Its core's light extinguished in an instant, crashing to the depths and creating a towering splash. As the water settled, Starmie floated there, its core dim, spinning in circles. Having completely lost its ability to fight. Did it just get knocked out? What the hell? Taken out in one hit while confused? What kind of monster is this Gyarados? Feng Miao's mindset has utterly collapsed. The arena fell into a brief silence for a second or two, before gasps and cheers erupted like a volcanic explosion. The referee paused momentarily before swiftly waving his flag to announce, Starmie is unable to battle. The victor is Luo Feng. Gyarados raised its head and let out a triumphant howl, the remnants of water from Hydro Pump only enhancing its fierce appearance. Feng Miao stood rooted, gazing at the floating Starmie, his fleeting hope replaced by deeper despair. Quietly, he recalled Starmie and walked to the center of the arena, offering Luo Feng a somewhat strained smile. You're ridiculously strong. I concede. Luo Feng nodded, maintaining his composure. Your Kingdra was impressive. Following their brief exchange, they shook hands. The applause from the audience thundered like rolling thunder, not only for the victor, Luo Feng, but also for Feng Miao, who fought until the end. Su Qingxue let out a long breath, her face blossoming with joy. She always knew Luo Feng would prevail. In the VIP room, Su Zhenghong stroked his chin, murmuring, "What a monstrous kid. This high-stakes exam is bound to be thrilling." In the midst of the adoration and astonishment surrounding him, Luo Feng calmly recalled Gyarados and turned to walk towards the players' tunnel. This fellow, having won in such a breathtaking manner, remained unperturbed, leaving behind a fervent arena and the increasingly legendary title of the Tyrant of Jiangzhou. Chapter 73, Battle of the Alliance. The night in the imperial capital shone as brightly as day, and the five-star hotel designated by the Alliance headquarters was ablaze with light. Standing tall in the city center like a luminous miniature tower, quite eye-catching. The intense battles of the first day of the national finals had finally concluded, and those who qualified for advancement were gradually checking into this secure and attentive hotel. The air was infused with a mix of exhaustion and excitement, reminiscent of a high school track field after a grueling 1,000-meter test. Luo Feng swiped open the door to his room and flopped onto the wide, soft sofa in the living room. After several consecutive high-intensity battles, even he felt somewhat drained, in dire need of a respite. After a refreshing hot shower washed away the dust and fatigue of the arena, he donned a simple white t-shirt and gray sweatpants, his black hair still damp, with a few wet strands brushing against his forehead, giving him a more relaxed appearance than the sharp demeanor he had on the battlefield. Just as he was settling in, a gentle knock echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. Luo Feng rose to open the door, revealing Su Qingxue standing outside. She too had just finished her shower. Clad in a light pink silk nightgown, with a cream-colored knitted cardigan over it, her long black hair damp and cascading over her shoulders, exuding a delightful fragrance reminiscent of gardenias. The hot shower had left her cheeks flushed, resembling a freshly boiled egg, her eyes glistening. presenting a softer side than her usual chilly demeanor. With a slight blush, Su Qingxue softly inquired, Luo Feng, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Her voice carried a hint of languor post-bath. Seeing her in this fresh state, Luo Feng found it difficult to decline. He had intended to chat with her anyway. He smiled and said, It's all good, come in. He stepped aside to let her enter and casually closed the door. With just the two of them in the room, the atmosphere became subtly charged. Su Qingxue glided to the window, gazing at the dazzling lights of the imperial capital outside. Gently exhaling. That was really close. She turned around, pressing her hand against her chest, still haunted by the remnants of fear. We were almost defeated. Thinking back on it now sends shivers down my spine. That electric dragon was utterly terrifying, and that Zubat. I wasn't decisive enough in my commands. Luo Feng approached the bar, filling a cup with warm water from the embedded dispenser, and handed it to Su Qingxue. You have done exceptionally well. Sometimes, victory or defeat hinges on the final push, the ability to adapt in the moment, and the trust between you and your Pokémon. With confusion and poisoning, these aspects are far more significant than the outcome itself. As long as you give it your all, you will have no regrets. Su Qingxue accepted the cup, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against Luo Feng's hand, causing her heart to flutter. She quickly steadied the cup and lowered her head, taking small sips of water to mask her racing heartbeat. The warmth of the water seemed to flow directly into her heart. Stealing a glance at Luo Feng, she noticed him casually leaning against the table, his profile sharply defined as he gazed out the window, lost in thought. His freshly washed dark hair framed his clear, composed features, with a straight nose and lips pressed into a serious line. Su Qingxue felt a slight flush on her cheeks. But you are becoming more formidable by the day, she remarked, her voice laced with an indescribable mix of wistfulness and pride. Your title as the tyrant of Jiangzhou resonates throughout the nation. After today, countless eyes will be upon you. She paused, as if recalling something, her tone now tinged with a hint of concern and a barely perceptible sourness. I've seen so many discussions online, with numerous girls commenting on you, saying you're strong and handsome. As you gain fame, will there be an overwhelming number of admirers? Will it be like those novels I occasionally read, where countless people idolize and pursue him? Though she trusted in Luo Feng's dedication, the thought of the future filled her with a twinge of unease. This dazzling youth was destined to soar to greater heights. Could she truly remain by his side? Luo Feng chuckled softly and walked over, affectionately ruffling Su Qingxue's hair. What are you pondering so deeply? His gesture was casual, yet imbued with tenderness. The opinions of others are inconsequential. My focus now is solely on the competition and becoming stronger. Regardless of how renowned I become, I will always be me, Luo Feng. His gaze was clear and resolute, devoid of any confusion. The memories of his rebirth, the existence of the system, and his fervent desire to reach the pinnacle of Pokémon training all lent him a well-defined purpose. Becoming stronger was his immediate priority. As for fame and romantic entanglements, they were merely scenery along the path, potentially even distractions. It was only through absolute strength that he could protect what he cherished, unperturbed by chaotic disturbances. As Su Qingxue felt the warmth and slightly rough texture of his palm, and gazed into his eyes filled with determination and fighting spirit, her earlier turmoil dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of calm and deeper affection. Yes, this was the Luo Feng she knew, always clear-headed, always charging forward. Yes, she nodded emphatically, her face breaking into a smile once more. I understand. I will do my best too. At the very least, I cannot fall too far behind you. Luo Feng shifted the topic. Have you sent your Pokémon to the Center for Recovery? Su Qingxue nodded. Yes, they underwent a comprehensive examination and recuperation. Nurse Joy mentioned they are recovering well and should be in optimal condition for the upcoming matches. Her tone had lightened considerably. That's good to hear. Adequate rest and recovery are also integral parts of competition, Luo Feng replied. Su Qingxue blinked with curiosity. By the way, I haven't seen your Milotic in action yet. I'm really looking forward to it. Will it be as formidable as your Gyarados? Her words were imbued with admiration and anticipation. Luo Feng smiled faintly, recalling the magnificent and powerful silhouette of Milotic. I'm eagerly anticipating the moment it takes the stage as well. It will undoubtedly be a jaw-dropping spectacle. The two continued their conversation, discussing today's match and tomorrow's strategies, the atmosphere in the room warm and harmonious. Outside, the night in the capital deepened. Meanwhile, in another luxurious suite of the hotel, Xia Houhao lounged with his legs crossed, sunk into a leather sofa. His fingers danced rapidly across the sleek tablet, a playful smile gracing his face. He had created a group chat with a rather straightforward name, Battle Alliance, Elite Discussion Group. and meticulously sent the invitation link to the personal channels of prominent or distinctive competitors who had advanced today. The contact information had cost him a pretty penny, but for him, it was a trivial matter. Soon, over 20 competitors, including Tang Yuru, Sun Hao, Lin Lan, Jin Duoduo, Wu Yi, Shirlei, Feng Miao, Li Muge, Han Bing, Tang Sun, Zhao Lai, and Chun Mo, received the group invitation. Most of them were taken aback when they saw the group name, their expressions shifting to something more complex. Battle Alliance? That name is incredibly blunt. Many murmured to themselves, but as the notifications chimed in that someone had joined the chat, notable names from the arena began to appear, and their overwhelming curiosity soon eclipsed their initial surprise. In no time, no one left the group, nor did anyone speak up. A tacit understanding of silence enveloped the chat. Everyone was observing, eager to see what Xia Hohao intended to do. On the other end, Xia Hohao watched the rapidly increasing list of group members with satisfaction, a smirk curling on his lips. He noticed Feng Miao had also joined and immediately called him out. Xia Hohao, brother Feng Miao, you finally made it. You had the longest encounter with Luo Feng today, so I imagine you have the most profound insights. Please share with us what kind of monster his Gyarados is. The depth of its skill pool is unfathomable. Also, do you think he has any habits or tactical vulnerabilities? His words were like a stone thrown into a calm pond, shattering the silence of the group. Jin Duoduo, same question. That Gyarados is cultivated to an absurd degree. How many resources must have gone into it? Jealousy and admiration JPG. Sun Hao, it truly surpasses expectations. If my Kingler faced it, I would likely stand no chance. Lin Lan, his command is incredibly calm. It is nearly impossible to catch any mistakes. Feng Miao, please share your insights. We need to pool our knowledge. Wu Yi, observing in silence JPG. Shirlei, I would love to hear the details. The group gradually grew lively. These elite competitors united by a common goal, to understand and counter the formidable opponent that was Luo Feng. Chapter 74, the competition intensifies. Feng Miao sent a wry smile emoji. Feng Miao, honestly, I lost with no regrets. His Gyarados is practically a hexagonal warrior, with top-tier physical defense, special defense, speed, and power. Its skill pool is as deep as the ocean, hydro pump, thunder, flamethrower, earthquake. There's nothing it can't do. The most astonishing part is that each skill is mastered as if it were its own type, switching seamlessly with remarkable fluidity. Feng Miao, the most despairing aspect is their synergy. Luo Feng's commands are painfully simple, yet he anticipates my every move. My Scyther had maxed out its speed, yet he landed a precise thunder wave, and then, well, I won to go on. He is like a top-tier assassin, effortlessly exposing flaws and delivering precise strikes. It's utterly terrifying. Feng Miao, as for any vulnerabilities in Luo Feng's tactics, if I had to mention one, it would be that his strategy is a bit straightforward, relying heavily on sheer power. But what kind of flaw is that? And as for his other two Pokémon, I didn't even have the chance to force him to use them. I couldn't even scratch the surface. His candid remarks left the group in silence. The last shred of hope for a victory through exploiting attributes or clever tricks was shattered. Xia Hohao, thanks brother. It seems relying solely on a single strategy to defeat him is impossible. Tang Yuru, once my Charizard can Mega Evolve, it will be a different story. Han Bing, my Ice team might be able to limit him somewhat, but the opportunity would only be fleeting. Zhao Lai, why think so much? Let us just charge in and do it. Passionate JPG. Just as the discussion heated up, a participant with the ID Wei Shan, heir of the dragon, suddenly piped up. Wei Shan, creating groups like this is a complete waste of time. True strength comes from practical combat, not idle chatter. System notification, Wei Shan has exited the group chat. The chat fell utterly silent. Jin Duoduo, TCH, good riddance. But seriously, does anyone here have confidence in defeating Luo Feng? Step forward if you dare. No one responded. A deathly silence spread throughout the group. After a long silence, someone timidly inquired, so, who has the confidence to at least force out his second Pokémon? The atmosphere remained heavy with silence, as everyone understood the daunting reality. Facing Feng Miao was a formidable challenge, and the fact that Luo Feng had not even compelled him to unleash his second Pokémon illustrated the vast disparity in their abilities. At this moment, the electric-type enthusiast, Yi Ying, cautiously spoke up. I might have a slight chance? My all-electric team has a type advantage against Gyarados. If I engage in a tireless battle, perhaps, maybe, I could take it down? But the other two Pokémon, I truly have no means against. This statement was met with immediate ridicule. Zhao Lai retorted, Sister, type advantage is not a panacea. Can your Raichu withstand a single earthquake? Ying replied, but electric types excel against it. With the right strategy. Wu Yi interjected, "You're being overly naive. Do you really think Luo Feng would switch Pokémon? What will you do then?" Shakes head in disbelief. Ying exclaimed, "Oh, you've misunderstood. I'm not claiming I can win. You asked who has confidence, and I merely suggested a possibility. In truth, I wouldn't even dare to imagine battling him. He's my idol, after all." Jean Duo scoffed. "Idol? How superficial. He's merely a bit handsome and strong. Get real, sister." Li Muge chimed in, "This is off topic. Type advantages are not everything. Bonds, commands, and tactics are the keys. And in these aspects, Luo Feng is top tier." Just then, the obstinate Gao Cheng interjected, "Humph, you all are overly flattering Luo Feng. My Agron possesses unparalleled defense. Coupled with Stealth Rock and Earthquake, perhaps I could emerge victorious." The group responded with merciless sarcasm, pointing out that Feng Miao's special attacks could easily breach Gyarados' defenses, and Gao Cheng's slow tank would likely be kite to oblivion. The discussions within the group evolved from disbelief to analysis, from mockery to a gradual recognition of reality. Although the so-called battle alliance was somewhat misleading, it compelled these talented individuals to genuinely regard a singular formidable opponent. In a penthouse suite of a five-star hotel in the capital, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as though one could wring water from it. The figure known as Silver Mask, clad in a silver mask, stood before the window and coldly turned, fixing his gaze on Night Owl. His voice, chillingly calm, inquired, "Tell me, the Council has expended vast resources to elevate Thunderbolt, the electric dragon, to elite status and equipped it with the latest nano-collectors. Why is it that you cannot even handle a young lady from a prestigious family and her collection of ornamental Pokémon?" As he advanced step by step, the pressure intensified with each question. "Why, under circumstances where you have advantages in type and tactics, did you lose so thoroughly?" Night Owl, drenched in cold sweat, hastily defended, "Lord Silver Mask, it is not that I am incompetent. It is that Su Qingshue's Pokémon are peculiar. How could that Sylveon withstand a full-power Thunderbolt? And where did the injured Houndoom find the strength to counterattack? I suspect she has used banned substances." "Peculiar? Banned substances?" Silver Mask scoffed. "Where is the evidence? Did the Alliance's surveillance trigger an alarm? Were there any abnormalities in the health reports? Without evidence, your failure signifies incompetence." He violently shattered a wine glass, exclaiming, "Inadequate in success, abundant in failure." Night Owl's complexion turned ashen, and he dared not argue further. Silver Mask suppressed his fury, his voice frigid. "Your failure will not be overlooked by the Council. Now, let's discuss serious matters." Venom Scorpion sinisterly remarked, "Lord Silver Mask, after watching Luo Feng's Gyarados in battle, without utilizing that, we would struggle to even approach him, let alone collect genes." Rock Shield gloomily nodded. "Conventional methods carry too much risk, with a success rate almost at zero." Silver Mask pondered for a moment before issuing an order. "It seems we have no choice but to employ it. The Council has developed a potential-enhancing serum, albeit with greater side effects, capable of unleashing extreme power in a short time. In the next round, use it as necessary. The primary targets are advancing and collecting high-value genes, particularly from Luo Feng's Gyarados and unknown Pokémon." He sternly cautioned, "Control the dosage. Do not reveal any flaws on the field. Collection takes precedence. Victory is secondary. If the situation becomes unfavorable, retreat. Understood?" "Yes." The three men exchanged glances filled with ferocity and apprehension. Finally, Silver Mask cast a cold gaze at Night Owl. "The loser's bracket is your last chance." In the hotel room, Luo Feng and Su Qingshui concluded their tactical discussion. Su Qingshui rose, her silk nightgown swaying gently. "It's getting late. You should rest well. Tomorrow will be a tough battle." Luo Feng escorted her to the door. "You too." After closing the door, the ease on Luo Feng's face vanished. He approached the window, gazing at the neon lights below, his mind racing as he reviewed the data of all his opponents from today. While Gyarados had instilled fear in many, the upcoming adversaries would prove even more challenging. He murmured to himself, "Milotic, it is time for your debut." He required more trump cards and needed each Pokémon to endure the refining trials of top-tier competitions. On another floor of the hotel, the atmosphere was tense among Night Owl, Venom Scorpion, and Rock Shield. Night Owl slammed his fist into the wall. "Damn it." Venom Scorpion toyed with a metallic box containing 3 purple vials, taunting, "Rather than venting your frustration on the wall, why not think of how to redeem yourself?" Rock Shield picked up 1 vial, his brow furrowed. "The side effects are unclear. What are you afraid of?" Night Owl's eyes glinted with madness. As long as he acquired the genes from either Luo Feng or Su Qingshue's Pokémon, any side effects could surely be resolved by the Council. Venom Scorpion tucked away the box. Then go back and properly soothe your precious Pokémon. Starting tomorrow, it's time to get serious. With that, he sashayed away. Night Owl shot him a dark glare before storming out. Rock Shield gazed at the vial, sighed heavily. And ultimately his expression turned resolute. The following day, the national tournament transformed into a true den of monsters. Luo Feng's third opponent was a Steel-type specialist who deployed Bastiodon, hoping to play a defensive counterattack. However, Gyarados did not engage directly. Instead, it executed a series of earthquakes to bypass the shield, and after enhancing with Dragon Dance, it unleashed a Fire Fang that shattered the defense, securing a swift victory. In the fourth round, the elusive Alakazam of a Psychic-type girl made its appearance. Prompting Luo Feng to finally switch, Milotic debuted. Its splendid figure elicited gasps from the audience. With its exceptionally high special defense, it withstood Psychic, utilized Aqua Ring to recover. And with a perfectly timed Water Pulse, it concluded the match. Milotic proclaimed with its prowess, Luo Feng's trump card is not singular. Simultaneously, other prodigies displayed their exceptional skills. Xiaohao's Dual Axe Dragon rampaged with its claws, while Tang Yuru's Charizard grew fiercer with each battle. Feng Miao adjusted tactics in the loser S bracket, achieving a series of victories without peril. Jean Duoduo continued to utilize his near-mythical Pokémon, carving a path through the competition. Linlan Wu Yi and Shirley advanced steadily as well. The discussions in the Battle Alliance group grew increasingly pragmatic, with some even half-jokingly seeking strategies against Luo Feng. Although dissenting voices persisted, the imposing presence of Luo Feng loomed over everyone, compelling them to grow stronger. Meanwhile, in the loser S bracket, Night Owl discreetly utilized the purple serum, defeating Feng Miao, who nearly advanced, successfully clawing his way back into the main event. Thus, the national tournament entered a truly brutal meat grinder phase. Chapter 75, the last 64 in the nation. After enduring many days, the preliminary rounds of the national tournament finally concluded. Thousands of provincial prodigies were reduced to the last 64 relentless competitors still standing on the stage. These individuals had truly emerged from the crowd, each a monster in their own right. Their names alone could frighten children back home. The Alliance organized a rather grand ceremony. The main venue was illuminated as though it were a star-studded concert, with 64 participants lined up, their faces and names displayed on a large screen behind them. The atmosphere was electrifying, cheers nearly lifting the roof off, and flashes from cameras erupted continuously. Luo Feng stood among them, straight as an arrow, his expression inscrutable. He could feel the myriad gazes upon him, some filled with admiration, others tinged with fear, some pondering his immense strength, and yet others radiating an unmistakable intent to defeat him. Xiaohao, not far from him, grinned widely and waved at the audience, finally relishing his moment in the spotlight. Tang Yuru, however, pursed her lips, her gaze sharp and incisive. Su Qingxue stood a bit farther away, taking deep, calming breaths. Though visibly nervous, her eyes remained steadfast. Feng Miao Linlan and Jean Duoduo, each visage radiated an unmistakable aura of genius and an unwavering determination to triumph. The host, microphone in hand, exuberantly proclaimed, "Congratulations. You are the true progeny of heaven, the hope of the future." The music blared thunderously, and the atmosphere surged to its zenith. The lottery was about to commence. Whether they would advance or return home hinged on this pivotal moment. Once the ceremony concluded, the big screen began to flash matchups, and the ambience in the contestant area transformed instantaneously. Just moments ago, they stood together, basking in applause. Now, they might find themselves engaged in a fierce battle for survival. Tension hung palpably in the air as everyone exchanged glances, the atmosphere rife with anticipation. Xiaohao sidled up to Luo Feng and whispered, "Buddy, please don't let me face you this early. I still want to play a few more rounds." Though his words suggested camaraderie, his eyes sparkled with the desire for confrontation. Tang Yuru cast a cold glance at Luo Feng, her intent unmistakable. She was ready to fight him. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue quietly clenched her fists, steeling herself. Luo Feng, however, remained composed, his gaze fixed on the big screen. No matter who stood across from him, he was resolved to engage without hesitation. At that moment, the battle group chat erupted with excitement. Jean Duoduo, the matchups are out. Screenshot, JPG. Sun Hao, what the hell? I'm up against Linlan. That Lucario and Arcanine of hers are beasts. Linlan, see you on the battlefield, Sun Hao. Limu Gu, I'm facing Hanbing. Ice type. My bugs are trembling. Hanbing, Limu Gu 1T hold back. Wui TSK. Battling against a sandstorm? You'll be eating dirt. Ying, I'm up against Senior Tang Yuru. Charizard is so cool, but I'm not backing down. Nervous JPG. Tang Yuru, you think you can defeat me with electric types, Ying? Interesting. Xiaoho how look? Luo Feng is facing Yin Dun. That iron-clad turtle. What do you think? Will Luo Feng use Gyarados or Milotic? The chat quickly devolved into a lively debate about how Luo Feng would dismantle that formidable opponent. This once moribund alliance now felt more like a forum for the genius to exchange barbs. Luo Feng's name had become the benchmark for measuring strength. In a corner, the man known as Yin Dun silently polished his Poké Ball, emanating a stony yet repressed demeanor. A flicker of blue light danced in Luo Feng's eyes. The system had nearly unveiled Yin Dun's every secret. Area A transformed into a rocky terrain, uneven and evidently prepared as a home ground for Yin Dun's Bastiodon. The audience craned their necks, eager to witness how the Jiangzhou tyrant would breach this unyielding shield. With a flourish, the referee waved the flag. Begin. Both sides. Let the battle commence. Yin Dun's eyes sharpened as he hurled the ball. Bastiodon. Crush them. With a thunderous roar, the Bastiodon slammed onto the ground like a heavy tank, shaking the earth with tremendous force. It let out a low growl, nostrils flaring with steam, its drill-like arms intimidating. Everyone assumed Luo Feng would deploy Gyarados, yet he retrieved another ball instead. In a calm voice, he declared, "This time, you go. Show them Milotic." A radiant flash enveloped Milotic as it gracefully curled upon the rocks, its scales shimmering with a spectrum of colors, and its flowing red mane billowing like satin. Its gaze exuded a gentle compassion, radiating an ethereal glow. The contrast between beauty and beast was striking, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. Wow, Milotic. It's even more stunning than in the videos. Luo Feng has unleashed his second powerhouse. Water type against rock type. That's 4 times the effectiveness. Yin Dun's face must be turning green. The commentators were equally astounded. Luo Feng has chosen Milotic as his lead. The attribute battle is underway. In the VIP room, Su Zhenghong leaned forward, intrigued. He really sent out Milotic? It seems almost on par with Gyarados. A flicker of emotion crossed Yin Dun's previously impassive face. Irritation mingled with a hint of greed. Yes. It appeared that he had been ordered to collect Milotic's genetic data. Bastiodon, use Stealth Rock. Yin Dun seized the initiative. With a roar, Bastiodon unleashed a barrage of invisible sharp stones across Luo Feng's half of the field. Undeterred, Luo Feng commanded, "Milotic, dive in." Milotic elegantly slipped into the water, luxuriating in the depths, contemplating its strategy. Let us feel out the terrain first, then strike. Water tail. Milotic surged forward, its tail whipping through the water like a dragon, executing the move with grace and precision. Take the hit, Yin Dun shouted. Bastiodon braced itself for the impact while conjuring a mass of boulders to hurl at Milotic. As the stones hurtled toward it, Luo Feng remained unfazed. Mystical shield, he instructed coolly. A soft glow enveloped Milotic, forming a protective barrier. The stones struck the shield, causing it to shimmer, yet it held firm. Impressive. It blocked the attack. The commentators marveled. The livestream chat exploded with excitement. Milotic is so cool. That reaction was phenomenal. Yin Dun's face must be dark now, haha. Spike's attack. Yin Dun pressed forward. Spire-like stones erupted from the ground, targeting Milotic. Yet Luo Feng was unperturbed. He directed, water flow. Milotic summoned swirling currents around it, healing as it gracefully twisted and dodged most of the spikes, shattering any that came too close with its water tail. As Milotic evaded the attacks, it mused to itself, "This hulking brute is slow." Yin Dun began to sweat. He realized his relentless assault was being effortlessly countered, with Milotic steadily regaining health. This would not do. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he crushed something in his pocket. Bastiodon, go all out. Ultimate impact. Bastiodon's eyes turned crimson, its muscles bulging ominously, as it let out a ferocious roar, charging toward Milotic like a frenzied locomotive. The surge of speed and power was overwhelming. The commentators shouted, "Ultimate impact. It's going all in." Milotic quickly attempted to evade, but was grazed by the energy wave. Its exquisite scales were marred with dirt and a few bore cracks. Milotic felt a sharp sting. The pent-up fury within ignited. Its demeanor transformed into one of ferocity as it unleashed a roar that resonated with rage, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently. Serenity? No longer present. Now it was pure battle fervor. Milotic, sensing its anger, sharpened its own focus. No more holding back. Maximum power, hydro pump. Milotic raised its head, emitting a roar akin to a dragoness, as the waters spiraled into a whirlpool around it, dark energy coalescing within its mouth. Then, like a high-pressure water cannon. It unleashed a devastating jet of black water. The clash of ultimate impact and hydro pump created a thunderous explosion. The sound reverberated, sending shockwaves that rattled the protective barrier. Enveloped in a veil of mist. As the haze began to clear, Bastiodon stood frozen, its eyes devoid of life, before it collapsed with a resounding thud. Milotic gasped for breath on the water's surface, wounded yet defiant, its disheveled red mane flying wildly, its eyes still ablaze with intensity, radiating an aura that screamed, "Do not provoke me." This was a far cry from the ethereal creature it had been moments ago. Milotic reveled in its newfound ferocity. Now, this is more like it. The referee, momentarily stunned, finally announced, "Bastiodon is unable to battle. Milotic is victorious." A brief silence fell, followed by an eruption of cheers. "We did it. Milotic is incredible. From ethereal beauty to battle goddess. I'm in love. Beautiful yet fierce. Who can withstand that?" Yin Dun, his face pale as ash, recalled Bastiodon, never anticipating Milotic's ferocity. His hand trembled as he retrieved his second Pokémon, a Bronzer, but the outcome was already decided. With a swift command, Milotic unleashed an ice beam, freezing Bronzer in place, before following up with a dragon tail that sent it flying. By the time he sent out his third Pokémon, a Scyther, Luo Feng had already switched to Gyarados, unleashing two flamethrowers that sealed the match. The victor, Luo Feng. He calmly retrieved his Pokeballs. Yin Dun, not overly disheartened, acknowledged that his covert mission to collect genetic data had been successful. Meanwhile, the audience would forever remember the mesmerizing Milotic, the fierce heart beneath its enchanting exterior. In another corner, G-Zone, the atmosphere was entirely different, brutal and unyielding. Su Qingxue entered the arena with poise, facing Xia Ho Hao, who grinned confidently. "Su Qingxue, you've met your match. Prepare to witness the true power of dragons. I want to go easy on you just because you're a woman." Inwardly, he thought, "I may not defeat Luo Feng, but you are another story." Su Qingxue met his gaze with calm determination. "Perfect." Without hesitation, she threw her Pokeball, Arcanine. "Let us go." Howl. The wind speed dog makes its entrance, exuding an air of majesty as heat envelopes the arena. The commentator announces, "Focus match in Zone G." Su Qingshue's wind speed dog takes on Xia Ho Hao's double-headed tyrant. The wind speed dog boasts superior attributes, yet the double-headed tyrant, with its vitality trait, possesses a terrifying attack power. This display of might is merely the prelude. Xia Ho Hao laughs heartily, tossing out the Pokeball, double-headed tyrant. Instill fear. In a flash of crimson light, the two bickering heads of the double-headed tyrant crash onto the battlefield, their draconic aura mingling with malevolence, bolstered by their vitality trait to unleash overwhelming force. Xia Ho Hao's strategy is ruthless, double-headed tyrant, dragon dance. The two heads cease their quarrel, synchronizing their movements to enhance their attack speed. Wind speed dog, unleash flamethrower to interrupt. Su Qingxue promptly commands. A pillar of fire erupts, but the double-headed tyrant, emboldened by its newfound speed, deftly evades, retaliating with a dragon rage. The wind speed dog leaps aside, creating a crater where it once stood. Ineffective. Again dragon dance. Xia Ho Hao intensifies the assault. The double-headed tyrant's attack power surges once more, instilling even greater fear. The commentator exclaims, "Two dragon dances." Its attack power is skyrocketing. The barrage of comments floods in. Xia Ho Hao stacking buffs from the outset. Wind speed dog has the advantage in attributes. If it holds steady, victory is within reach. The sheer force of the double-headed tyrant is astounding. Su Qingxue realizes she cannot allow it to strengthen further. Wind speed dog howl, then flame charge. The wind speed dog roars, igniting its body and charging forward like a battle chariot. A direct clash? Double-headed attack. Xia Ho Hao sneers. The double-headed tyrant's heads glow ominously as they charge towards the fiery onslaught. The collision sparks a dazzling display. Boom. Flames and dark energy collide violently, causing the wind speed dog to stagger back several steps, while the double-headed tyrant wobbles but appears invigorated. That's it. Crush it. Xia Ho Hao bellows. The double-headed tyrant opens its massive jaws and lunges forward. Dodge at high speed. Su Qingxue reacts with lightning speed. The wind speed dog accelerates, narrowly evading the bite, igniting itself in flames and slamming into the double-headed tyrant's side. The impact is tremendous. The double-headed tyrant howls in pain, its rhythm disrupted. Commentator, brilliant. Su Qingxue interrupted her opponent's momentum with speed. The two Pokémon exchange blows, flames erupting and dragon breaths flying, the battle intensifying. The wind speed dog, relying on its advantageous attributes and nimble movements, lands several hits, Yet each counterattack from the double-headed tyrant, empowered by its vitality trait, sends chills down the wind speed dog's spine. Finally, the wind speed dog manages to wear down the double-headed tyrant, but it too is exhausted, its health nearly depleted. Return. Double-headed tyrant. Xiaohao unexpectedly calls it back, acknowledging its performance and opting for a brief respite. His expression turns serious. He hadn't anticipated how formidable Su Qingxue would be. Warm-up is over. Let us see how you handle this. Go, Jawbreaker Dragon. The second Pokémon, the Jawbreaker Dragon, enters, brandishing its axe-like teeth with fierce intent. Commentator B. Xiaohao has switched to Jawbreaker Dragon. Its defensive capabilities are astonishing. Su Qingxue instructs her weary wind speed dog to continue its assault, utilizing speed to engage in guerrilla tactics with flamethrower for chip damage. After a grueling exchange, the wind speed dog, despite significant injury, seizes an opening and executes a decisive flamethrower attack on a vital spot, toppling the Jawbreaker Dragon, but succumbing to recoil and its own injuries in the process. Jawbreaker Dragon. Xiaohao grimaces as he recalls it, remarking that the wind speed dog is indeed impressive. Now it's your turn. Go, Double Axe Dragon. The third Pokémon makes its entrance, brandishing its axe-like appendages with ferocity. Commentator A. Double Axe Dragon. Its physical attack is formidable. Su Qingxue must be cautious. With only the Hakron and the Fairy-type Eevee remaining, Su Qingxue sends forth Hakron. Hakron, use Dragon Pulse. Double Axe Dragon, Dragon Claw. The two waves of dragon energy collide mid-air, resulting in a spectacular explosion. The Double Axe Dragon is powerful, but Hakron is more agile. Multiple Dragon Claws. Hakron creates distance, attempting to disrupt with electromagnetic wave. However, the seasoned Double Axe Dragon swiftly stomps the ground, triggering an earthquake. The tremors affect Hakron mid-air, causing it to falter. Now's the time. Dragon Rage. The Double Axe Dragon's eyes gleam red as it charges forward in a frenzy. Hakron Mystic Guard. Quickly, but just as the protective shield activates, it is shredded by the ferocious force of Dragon Rage, sending Hakron flying, struggling to rise. The referee raises the flag. Hakron has lost its fighting capability. Commentator B. The power of Dragon Rage is overwhelming. Hakron is down. Su Qingxue is left with only her final Pokémon, Eevee. Su Qingxue bites her lip, heart aching as she recalls Hakron. Hope now rests solely on Eevee. Meanwhile, Xiaohao, though the Double Axe Dragon is reeling from the aftermath of Dragon Rage, still stands tall. Return, Double Axe Dragon. Xiaohao unexpectedly calls it back as well. A complex smile plays on his lips, a mix of determination and strategy. Fairy-type, it's your time to shine. To win, to prove the might of my Dragon Legion, I must unleash my final trump card. He retrieves the initial Poké Ball with a steely gaze. Double-headed tyrant. Return to the fray. Ignite your fury. Break through your limits and evolve. In the astonished gaze of the audience, a crimson light descends, revealing not the wounded double-headed tyrant, but a swirling mass of chaotic evolutionary energy. The previous injuries seem temporarily suppressed by the power of evolution. Commentator A. Incredible. The double-headed tyrant is back. Is it about to evolve? The knowledgeable spectators are left dumbfounded. Typically, a double-headed tyrant must reach a pinnacle of strength, elite level, to evolve. Yet this one clearly is not. The Xia family has invested vast resources, training it from infancy, employing a unique method to shatter evolutionary limits. This technique is known as evolutionary foundation suppression, a culmination of effort unleashed at a critical moment. As the light dissipates, its body expands dramatically, and a third head's rudimentary form emerges ominously beside the two existing heads. Dark-hued skin envelopes it as 6 wings burst forth from the light. As the evolutionary glow fades, a three-headed dragon, the triple-headed tyrant, makes a stunning debut. The 3 pairs of crimson eyes snap open, exuding an oppressive aura that is nearly suffocating. Target, triple-headed tyrant. LV40, evolution breakthrough. Ability, levitate. Status, evolved, brimming with chaotic energy, yet exuding a terrifying presence. The terrifying draconic aura intertwining with a frenzied energy sweeps across the arena. The audience collectively gasps. Commentator B. Unbelievable. The double-headed tyrant has evolved into the triple-headed tyrant, an elite Pokémon. The tide of battle has dramatically turned. The comments explode. What the heck? Evolving mid-battle. A second debut. Triple-headed tyrant. An elite. What is happening? Xiaohao's strategy is deep. Su Qingxue, you can do it. Your attributes still have an advantage. Eevee, hold on tight. Haha, did you see that? This is my true power. Hidden evolution. Xiaohao, appearing both ecstatic and somewhat conflicted, commands, triple-headed tyrant. unleash Dark Pulse. Annihilate her. The three heads of the triple-headed tyrant simultaneously gather energy, releasing a torrent of dark energy that surges towards the fairy-type EV. EV dodge. Su Qingshue's face pales. The agile EV leaps just in time, narrowly avoiding the blast that leaves a massive crater where it once stood. Dodge. Let us see how many times you can evade. Dragon Breath. Crush it. Try attack. Xia Houhao unleashes a relentless barrage. The three heads of the triple-headed tyrant appear to think independently, simultaneously deploying different moves, covering the battlefield in an overwhelming assault. Commentator. Three heads can use different moves at the same time. This is nearly impossible to defend against. Eevee flutters like a butterfly in a storm, desperately evading, but sustaining small injuries as ribbons are torn. The situation deteriorates rapidly. The oppressive force of the elite triple-headed tyrant is overwhelming. Su Qingshue's heart sinks, yet her resolve hardens. Eevee, stay calm. Use Charming Voice. Magical Shine. The fairy-type Eevee emits a mesmerizing melody that disrupts the opponent's minds, simultaneously unleashing a radiant burst of fairy light in retaliation. The fairy-type attack proves effective against the triple-headed tyrant. The three-headed dragon cries out in pain, its attacks thrown into disarray. Effective. Hope ignites in Su Qingshue's eyes. Commentator B. It's effective. The fairy-type move is working. Su Qingxue has found her opportunity. The annoying fairy-type. Xia Houhao roars in anger. Triple-headed tyrant. Disregard it. Annihilate her. Maximum power. Hyper Beam. A terrifying energy coalesced in the center, and a beam of blinding white light erupted forth, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Hold your ground. Su Qingshuo screamed. The fairy-type Eevee unfurled its verdant shield. Boom. The destructive ray collided with the shield, causing it to flicker violently and emit creaking sounds before shattering within a mere second. The residual energy violently sent the fairy-type Eevee flying. Phi. The fairy-type Eevee crashed heavily onto the ground, struggling to rise, clearly gravely injured. Commentator A. The destructive ray is overwhelmingly powerful. The fairy-type Eevee is in peril. This ends now. Summer Houhao pressed the attack, delivering a final bite. The three-headed dragon lunged forward, its massive jaws cloaked in darkness, aiming for the helpless fairy-type Eevee. Everyone felt that it was all over. But in that final moment, Su Qingshuo summoned an unexpected surge of courage and faith, resonating with her bond to the fairy-type Eevee. She shouted, Fairy-type Eevee, we shall not lose. High note. The fallen fairy-type Eevee's eyes flashed with the same determination, pouring all its strength and the deep bond with its trainer into a final, soul-piercing shriek. Phi. This high note transcended a mere skill. It embodied an indomitable will, a climactic eruption. The sound waves fanned out in a cone shape, striking the oncoming three-headed dragon with pinpoint accuracy. The effect was extraordinary. All three heads of the dragon let out simultaneous cries of agony. Their momentum abruptly halted. The light in their eyes extinguished as they swayed and collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. The fairy-type Eevee, having unleashed this final attack, exhausted all its energy and fell unconscious. The arena was engulfed in silence. Commentator B. A mutual downfall. Both sides have fallen. How dramatic. The referee was also bewildered, holding the flag aloft, unable to move. The rules were clear. Both Pokémon had lost the ability to battle simultaneously. Yet Su Qingshue's speedy dog had long been defeated, while Summer Houhao still had one Pokémon remaining. The outcome seemed inevitable. Chapter 77. A miracle unfolds. Summer Houhao, slightly out of breath, gazed at the fallen Pokémon in the arena, the madness in his eyes dissipating, revealing a complex mix of emotions, but predominantly a sense of resolution as the dust settled. He had triumphed, albeit this victory came with unexpected difficulty, far beyond his expectations. Su Qingshue's face was as pale as a sheet, her teeth biting down on her lip, nearly drawing blood. She looked at the unconscious pink figure in the center of the arena, her heart overwhelmed with sorrow and immense regret. As if engulfed by a tidal wave, she had given her all. The live stream chat was filled with tension and lament. Mutual downfall. Such brutality. Summer Houhao still has a dual-axe dragon. The outcome is decided. Though defeated, Su Qingshuo has achieved greatness. Pushing Summer Houhao to this extent is remarkable. The fairy-type Eevee fought until the very last moment. That is the spirit of competition. What is the referee waiting for? Announce the result already. I can't bear to watch. It's too heart-wrenching. Just as the referee took a deep breath, preparing to announce the countdown, a miracle occurred. The fairy-type Eevee, which had been limp and nearly breathless, suddenly trembled. A pure and gentle vitality seemed to surge from the depths of its being, swiftly coursing through its limbs. Phi. The fairy-type Eevee's long eyelashes quivered violently, producing a weak yet unmistakably clear whimper. It struggled, its limbs exerting force, and against a backdrop of disbelief, it wobbled and stubbornly stood up once more. Although the fairy-type Eevee's eyes still bore the signs of exhaustion, the flame of fighting spirit reignited within. This was not merely a restoration of physical strength. It resembled the awakening of willpower and some latent ability, fully unleashed in the face of despair, a fleeting burst of fighting power bought at the cost of its life. Heavens, it has risen. How is that possible? What remarkable willpower. Bond? The arena erupted like an oil pot igniting, gasps of astonishment, voices of doubt, and frenzied discussions crashing upon one another like a tsunami. The referee was utterly dumbfounded, mouth agape, as this situation exceeded anything in his manual. He hurriedly communicated with the judging team via his earpiece. Commentator, a miracle. A miracle has happened again. The fairy-type Eevee is back on its feet. In the VIP room, Su Zhenghong suddenly sprang from his seat, leaning forward, his eyes ablaze with intense light. Such resilient vitality. Could it be a naturally gifted special constitution? A hidden ability? Will Link, triggered in a dire situation? With his knowledge, he could only surmise that the extraordinary potential of the Pokémon had been ignited by its desperate circumstances. Summer Ho-Hao's expression darkened instantly. His three-headed dragon had completely lost consciousness. Unable to recover. His final Pokémon, the dual-axe dragon, had been recalled earlier due to confusion caused by its reverse-scale side effects. Although a brief respite might have alleviated the confusion, its stamina was severely depleted. After an urgent discussion among the judging team, it was ultimately decided that the battle would continue. Summer Ho-Hao could only grit his teeth and throw out his final Pokeball. Dual-axe dragon, it's up to you. A flash of red light, and the dual-axe dragon reappeared. It shook its head, its eyes regaining clarity, confusion dispelled, but its breath was rapid and unstable. With visible wounds from the fierce battle against the Hakuran, its condition extremely poor. In contrast, the fairy-type Eevee, though still showing signs of weakness, radiated an unyielding aura. Its gaze sharp, as if infused with a new spirit. Commentator B, incredible. The referee has ruled the battle to continue. Both sides are left with only one Pokémon each. Yet the disparity in condition is evident. The live stream chat experienced a sudden reversal. It's up. The fairy-type Eevee is back on its feet. Fairy-type Eevee, this is the power of our bond. The allure of Pokémon battles lies in this, never giving up. A miracle reappears. Go, Su Qingxue. A reversal is at hand. The dual-axe dragon is also in poor condition. There's a chance. Charge forth, fairy-type Eevee. Create your own legend. Dual-axe dragon. Dragon Claw. Fairy-type Eevee, dodge with a flash of electricity. The fairy-type Eevee agilely leaped back, evading the somewhat sluggish claw attack. Then unleashed a mesmerizing song that wove through the air, its sound waves distorting the dual-axe dragon's senses. Don't be affected. Stomp. Summer Ho-Hao's anxiety soared. The dual-axe dragon stomped heavily on the ground, sending waves of ground-type energy towards the fairy-type Eevee with remarkable effect. Jump up, magical shine. Although Su Qingxue was filled with overwhelming questions and shock, her instincts for battle seized the opportunity. The fairy-type Eevee endured the pain from the ground's impact and leapt with all its might, bursting forth in a dazzling display of fairy light, striking the dual-axe dragon decisively. The dual-axe dragon let out a pained roar, its movements growing even slower and more labored. The tides of victory began to irrevocably shift. Summer Ho-Hao's commands started to falter, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He could hardly fathom that a seemingly defeated fairy-type Eevee would reverse a situation that appeared to be in his favor. Just as the dual-axe dragon struggled, attempting to muster its last ounce of strength, Su Qingxue felt an intuitive connection. Though she couldn't understand why the fairy-type Eevee seemed to always be a fraction quicker, perhaps this was a manifestation of their bond. She seized this fleeting opportunity. Fairy-type Eevee. High note. Phi. Though not as loud as in its prime, it was sufficient to unleash piercing sound waves that accurately struck the now distorted dual-axe dragon. The dual-axe dragon let out a final mournful cry, the last flicker of light in its eyes extinguished, its massive body crashing to the ground like a collapsing mountain, stirring up a cloud of dust as it completely lost the ability to battle. The referee's flag was finally brought down with conviction, the voice tinged with relief and disbelief. The dual-axe dragon has lost its battle ability. The winner of this match is Su Qingxue. Commentator A. She has won. Su Qingxue has emerged victorious. This is an astonishing comeback victory. Commentary B. This encapsulates the allure of Pokémon battles. Never surrender, for miracles may occur at any moment. Following a brief silence, an eruption of cheers and deafening discussions surged forth, reaching for the heavens. This match, rife with unexpected twists and incredible reversals, concluded in a manner that no one could have anticipated. Xiahou Hao, despondently recalling his double-headed dragon, gazed at the weary yet resolute Sylveon standing in the arena, casting a sidelong glance at the unsettlingly calm Luo Feng. Ultimately, he uttered nothing, merely casting a deeply complex and enigmatic look at Luo Feng, imbued with a hint of unarticulated apprehension. With his head bowed, he descended from the stage, his silhouette forlorn. Su Qingxue dashed onto the field, enveloping the faltering Sylveon in a tight embrace, overwhelmed with joy and tears cascading like a string of unstrung pearls. She lifted her gaze towards Luo Feng, her beautiful eyes brimming with delight, excitement, and fervor. Luo Feng merely inclined his head slightly towards Su Qingxue, offering a knowing smile in return. At this moment, under the spotlight, all eyes were drawn to Su Qingxue and the miraculous Sylveon that had defied the odds. The night, dark as ink, enveloped the imperial capital, yet the pulse of the city never truly slowed. In a penthouse suite atop a five-star hotel in the city center, notifications from a group chat echoed at a frenetic pace, threatening to shatter the luxurious tranquility. The emblem of the Battle Alliance, Elite Exchange Group, flickered wildly across multiple screens, with the red number of unread messages ascending at a visible rate. This private group, comprising the nation's premier competitors in the current championship, was now in a frenzy due to an unexpected match outcome. Jin Duo Xiahou Hao. Bro, what happened? How did you lose to Su Qingxue? Didn't your Hydreigon evolve? That's practically a demigod. All my points are gone. Crying face JPG. Sun Hao. Yeah, bro, we were all stunned. What was up with that Sylveon? Did it cheat? How could it stand back up? I was in the audience, watching it roll its eyes, and the referee was about to raise the flag, and then, dazed scratching head JPG. Li Muge. Brother Xiahou Hao, my condolences, but that was indeed unexpected. The destructive power exhibited by your Hydreigon is indisputable. The energy level of that destructive beam, according to my back-end monitoring, has reached the peak level of a seasoned gym leader's main Pokémon. You lost due to type disadvantage and a pinch of, well, luck. Ying, woo-woo. Senior Xiahou Hao lost, which means my idol Luo Feng now has one less formidable opponent before the finals. Quietly murmuring. But that final moment when Sylveon stood back up was truly magnificent. Conflicted finger pointing JPG. Woo-ee. Eating popcorn JPG. It seems that type advantages and a sprinkle of luck can indeed create miracles. Brother Xiahou Hao, care to share your thoughts? Everyone is awaiting your response. By the way, that evolution during battle was genuinely impressive. Although you lost, your prestige remained intact. Tangyuru, humph, a loss is a loss. Stop making excuses. After evolving into Hydreigon, its energy control was evidently poor, merely possessing strength, akin to a headless fly. Each of its three heads fought independently. The attacks seemed fierce, but were riddled with flaws. If it were my Charizard, a single precise flamethrower would teach it a lesson. Chapter 78. The God-making scheme of the Shadow Council. As the match concluded, the Battle Alliance group exploded with activity. Messages flew by rapidly, some expressing shock, some feigning concern while actually relishing the drama, and others, like Tangyuru, directly launching attacks, merely possessing power, yet with control akin to a headless fly. In the hotel suite, having just administered emergency treatment to his Pokémon, Xiahou Hao slumped onto the couch, a storm of frustration brewing within him as he activated the buzzing communicator. Just then, he spotted Tangyuru's comment, igniting all his pent-up ire. He abruptly sat upright, his fingers flying across the screen, his words dripping with venom as if he could spit them into everyone's faces. Xiahou Hao, all members, shut up. What do you know? I lost due to luck. It's that damn type disadvantage. Fairy types are super effective against dragon types. Double damage, do you understand? If it weren't for that, I would have already turned her into ashes. Xiahou Hao, and you say my control is poor? My Hydreigon took on 3. Almost got a triple knockout. Her Su Qingxue's Arcanine and Haxorus were all knocked down in front of me. Who among you dares to say they could easily beat my Hydreigon? Step forward. Xiahou Hao, Tangyuru, you fire-wielding blabbermouth. Why don't you let your Charizard come and give it a try? Let us see if my Dark Pulse doesn't smear your face. Who can control the rage state? You think you can? Go ahead. Xiahou Hao, anyone who disagrees. Now, Hotel Underground Training Ground. Private message me. I'll wager all my fortune. Dare you? If not, then shut up. This furious outburst rendered the group instantly silent. Those who had witnessed the match knew well that Xia Houhao's temporary evolution, with its chaotic three-headed dragon, was certainly no paper tiger. The destructive power he displayed would likely have been even more disastrous if they were to step into the ring themselves. Type disadvantage was an insurmountable chasm. There was no way around it. Jean Duo. Ahem, calm down, bro. We're just concerned. Your strength is undoubtedly championship level. Just a bit of bad luck. Offering TJPG. Sun Hao, we support you, bro. Come back next year and conquer again. The championship is surely yours. Cheer JPG. Li Muge, brother Xia. Your strength is unquestionable. This was a case of unforeseen circumstances. The Sylvian's final burst was purely coincidental. Even Tang Yuru merely replied with a haha emoji, refraining from further provocation. She knew well that her Charizard against that mad dragon would yield a 50-50 outcome. It was unnecessary to provoke this powder keg. Xia Houhao observed the group's shift towards consolation, letting out a cold snort. Although he had vented some frustration, the sting of defeat lingered, particularly from Su Qingshua's incredible turnaround and Luo Feng's perpetually calm gaze, which unsettled him further. He irritably hurled his expensive VR wristband against the wall, slumping back on the couch, staring blankly at the chandelier. Luo Feng, Su Qingxue, he murmured, his voice hoarse, his eyes filled with defiance, confusion, and even a trace of unwelcome apprehension. Su Qingshua's miraculous comeback today felt fundamentally amiss. While it was attributed to some bond of power, it seemed too outrageous. Moreover, Luo Feng's unwavering attention throughout made him uneasy. On a more positive note, Xia Houhao managed a bitter smile. At least he lost. Had he won, facing that monster Luo Feng next round with his Gyarados and Milotic's ferocity, would his Pokémon even survive? Who knows what other terrifying surprises he harbored? Luo Feng's night, calmly viewing the tournament schedule. While Xia Houhao was unleashing his fury in the group, the very monster he referenced, Luo Feng, stood quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window of his room. Outside, the capital shimmered with lights, yet his gaze seemed to peer into the distance. Clutching the encrypted tournament schedule just released by the league, his expression was contemplative. Tomorrow, 2 matches in a row. He murmured softly, a hint of anticipation in his voice. The words on the screen were striking. National Championship Top 32 Tournament Schedule. Morning, 9 o'clock, 1200 Top 32 to Top 16, single elimination. Afternoon, 1400 hours. 1800 Top 16 to Top 8, single elimination. Note, consecutive battles, significant test. Please ensure Pokémon are thoroughly recuperated. This schedule was exceedingly grueling. After a fierce battle in the morning, Pokémon might still carry injuries, yet they would need to immediately engage in even more intense combat in the afternoon. It was not solely a contest of Pokémon's raw strength and recovery speed, but also a trial of trainers' rotation strategies, condition assessments, and logistical support capabilities. Consecutive battles. Luo Feng repeated to himself, a smile creeping onto his lips, brimming with eagerness. This high-intensity challenge was precisely to his liking. His Gyarados possesses an extraordinarily robust physique, while his Milotic exhibits remarkable regenerative abilities. More importantly, he wields the advantage of a system, an auxiliary tool that offers recovery methods beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Regardless of the adversary, Luo Feng silently clenches his fist, resolute in acquiring the dragon scales of Rayquaza. The villain in action, the frenzied experiments beneath the earth. In the stillness of the night in the imperial capital, hundreds of meters below the surface, a clandestine research facility remains ablaze with light. Clad in a white lab coat and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, the doctor stands before a colossal screen, scrutinizing the Pokémon genetic data analysis results stealthily relayed by Rock Shield. The samples sent from Silver Face exceed expectations. The doctor adjusts his glasses, his tone calm, yet his eyes betraying an uncontainable fervor, particularly regarding the genes of Gyarados and Milotic, whose levels of mutation and environmental adaptability are astonishing, a perfect specimen. Under his command, the researchers diligently analyze the genetic data. The doctor retrieves a comparative graph, revealing that the genetic activity curve of Luo Feng's Pokémon far surpasses standard norms. The gene expression is abnormally active, with potential greatly stimulated. He muses to himself, this molecular-level explanation elucidates why they are so powerful. If we can decipher this mechanism, even replicating a fragment of it. In the highest-level core experimental zone, the Prometheus codename cloning experiment is underway. Numerous large incubation chambers are lined up, housing developing embryos. Initiate D series, experiment number 1794. Inject G127 gene stabilizer. Increase dosage by 5%, the doctor commands. A researcher cautiously injects a phosphorescent liquid into the system. A newly crafted stabilizer based on Luo Feng's Gyarados genes, aimed at preventing the collapse of the clone's genetics. However, as soon as the substance is introduced, the embryo in incubation chamber D800 begins to convulse violently, alarms blaring. The genetic stability curve plummets, the embryo rapidly distorts and decomposes, ultimately transforming into a murky pool of lifeless matter. Another failure. A young researcher records in frustration. G127 still proves ineffective, causing severe rejection. The genetic chain has completely collapsed. The Dr.'s expression remains unperturbed, as if merely erasing a segment of irrelevant data. Clean it up. Record parameters. Prepare for subject D1795. Failure is the precursor to success. Each collapse brings us closer to the critical threshold. Meanwhile, a female researcher analyzing Milotic's genes makes an unexpected discovery. "Doctor, take a look at this," she exclaims, excitedly bringing up the data. "We have discovered an unprecedented active repair mechanism within Milotic's genes. Its efficiency far exceeds any known model." The doctor strides over, examining the data closely, revealing genuine astonishment for the first time. Self-repair? And so efficiently? This theoretically explains why it recovers so swiftly in battle, exhibiting remarkable durability. He ponders for a moment. What about the ultraviolet damage experiment I previously arranged? The researcher retrieves the data. As you predicted, high-intensity ultraviolet rays caused severe damage. However, the Milotic sample displayed exceptional resistance to damage and repair capabilities, even after exposure to an environment 30 times stronger for 30 minutes. Its genetic damage and mutation rates were nearly 70 lower than those of ordinary Milotic. A rare smirk curls at the edge of the doctor's lips. Incredible. Continue to delve into this repair mechanism. If we can replicate or even enhance this ability for our candidates. At 3 in the morning, the doctor finally leaves the main laboratory. Yet instead of returning to his quarters, he navigates through multiple layers of verification to access the most secretive archival zone deep within the research facility. Using his highest level privileges, he opens a document marked with scarlet urgency, the King Plan, analysis of the Uranus system's underlying architecture and true purpose. The screen fills with intricate design schematics, energy models, and cryptic genetic sequences. The true purpose of the king, the doctor murmurs, his gaze profound. Global weather manipulation is merely a facade. At its core lies an oversized biological gene scanning and modulation system capable of subtly selecting hosts that can endure divine genes. The sheer volume of information is staggering. The doctor quickly retrieves the genetic data of Luo Feng's Gyarados, comparing it with the historical data recorded in the king system. Indeed, the doctor inhales a breath of icy air, realization dawning in his eyes. The abnormal resistance, the extraordinary growth rate, and the formidable adaptability to skills are no mere coincidences. His Pokémon may have long been influenced by the modulation field emitted by the king system, or perhaps they innately possess the foundation to resonate with divine genes. Before dawn, the doctor stands atop the highest observation platform of the research facility, gazing at the simulated starry sky, holding the freshly minted latest report. The report reveals that although most clones have failed, breakthroughs have been achieved in the study of the original genetic samples, particularly in the analysis of that special potential and repair mechanism. They have identified several key genetic markers that may resonate with the powers of legendary Pokémon and are directly related to exceptional recovery abilities. An encrypted communication lights up. The doctor connects. Lord Silverface. The doctor's voice regains its calm demeanor. The preliminary analysis of the samples is complete. Their value is immense. However, we have encountered a bottleneck and require more critical physical samples, particularly the tangible dragon scales of Rayquaza. Only by acquiring the physical entity can we delve deeper into the origins of its power. On the other end of the communication, a cold voice reminiscent of metal scraping replies, "The council is aware. The hunting team has already departed. Ensure that your preparations for receiving are flawless. Doctor, the harvest season has just begun." After ending the communication, the doctor's gaze returns to the micro-incubator at the central control panel. The D800 experiment floats slowly in a pale golden nutrient solution, its vital signs stable. In the near future, the doctor whispers, audible only to himself, we shall no longer rely on luck to find those incidental mutated individuals. With these blueprints of divine genes, we can design and create the most perfect existence. As simulated dawn breaks into the observation room, the doctor remains standing, holding the freshly printed final report. Its title reading, A New Approach to Targeted Regulation of Pokémon Potential Genes and Legendary Power Markers. A genuine smile, belonging to a true scientific explorer, finally graces the corners of the Doctor's mouth. The failures of Night Owl and Rock Shield, these setbacks on the front lines, now seem trivial in his eyes. For the Shadow Group has stealthily retrieved the true priceless treasures, those genetic samples containing the ultimate mysteries of life evolution. As dawn breaks over the Imperial capital, a new day of fierce competition in the national tournament is set to commence. Yet beneath this surface of visible rivalry, the grander and more audacious plan of the Shadow Council to create deities has truly just pressed the ignition button. The gears of fate, unbeknownst to all, accelerate within the abyss. Chapter 79. The Divine Beast Cloaked in Dragon Skin. In the early morning of the Imperial capital, as sunlight first touches the grand dome of the Dragon Nest Arena, the atmosphere within is tense enough to draw water from the air. The nation's top 64 high school trainers have gathered here, none of them to be underestimated. The stands are already filled with spectators, their raucous cheers capable of lifting the roof. The large screen begins to whirl and draw lots, determining who battles whom. Each newly revealed matchup elicits waves of gasps and exclamations from the audience. Su Qingxue takes a deep breath, scanning the screen for her name. Noticing that her opponent is not among the most formidable, she breathes a slight sigh of relief, but quickly tightens her fists. Anyone who has made it this far possesses skill. I cannot afford to underestimate them. Luo Feng casts a glance over the arena, his gaze resting momentarily on several fierce competitors, the sharp-eyed Tang Yuru, as steady as a rock Sun Hao, and a few others who seem to conceal their true prowess. As for his own opponent, he harbors little concern, confident in his own strength. The competition soon begins, with Luo Feng's match slated early on. However, when his battle information appears, a wave of commotion erupts throughout the venue. His opponent is none other than that girl who claimed in the group chat to have a slight chance, an electric-type specialist, Ying. What the heck? Ying, the electric-type expert. This is exhilarating. The electric type has a double advantage against Gyarados' water-flying attributes. Luo Feng has finally encountered a formidable challenge. Will Gyarados' undefeated legend be shattered? Go Ying. Stand up for the electric types. The official live stream's comments erupted in fervor. Here it comes. Electric type expert versus Gyarados. Double advantage. Is Luo Feng going to falter? The match has begun. Bet on Luo Feng's defeat on the right side. Stop cheering. Is this Gyarados a legitimate Pokémon? I refuse to believe it will lose. Double advantage, my friend. How could it possibly lose? Commentator Zhang Hao's voice resonated throughout the venue. The highlight battle is here. Luo Feng faces Ying. A fierce clash of spear and shield. Attribute advantage versus sheer power. Partner Liu added. Ying's electric lineup theoretically counters Gyarados perfectly, but Luo Feng's Gyarados has never been defeated. Its strength is quite extraordinary. This match will undoubtedly be thrilling. On the other side of the arena, Ying was nervously sweating but also brimming with excitement. She hadn't anticipated meeting her idol so early, but now that the moment had arrived, she had to give it her all. That was the only way to show respect to her idol. With a swift wave of the referee's flag, the match began. Ying took the initiative. Go, Raichu. Show him our might. Gyarados, let us go. Luo Feng's voice remained steady. A deep blue behemoth emerged, exuding an intimidating aura. Although the petite Raichu trembled slightly, its gaze was resolute, and its cheek pouches crackled with electricity. Target, Raichu, LV38. Ability, static. Raichu, don't be afraid. We have the advantage. Ying encouraged herself. Invoking the rain, she was bold enough to change the weather first. Raichu summoned dark clouds, and rain began to pour. Under the rain, thunder is guaranteed to hit. This was her core strategy, ensuring maximum damage from her most powerful attack. Luo Feng chuckled. This saves my Gyarados from summoning the rain itself. Li Yu exclaimed. Ying is incredibly decisive. Starting off by summoning rain maximizes her electric type output. Zhang Hao analyzed. A clever tactic. Sacrificing changeable skills for the pursuit of extreme offense. The pressure is on Luo Feng now. Gyarados, use Dragon Dance. Luo Feng responded calmly. Gyarados twisted in the air, enhancing its speed. Zhang Hao remarked. A direct buff. He is exceedingly confident, believing Gyarados can withstand the first wave. Now is the moment. Raichu Thunder. Ying commanded at the right moment. Boom. A golden bolt of lightning, thick as a dragon, cleaved through the rain, striking with a sense of destruction aimed directly at Gyarados. Its power was evidently honed through rigorous training, and the crowd gasped in awe. The commentator shouted excitedly, it hit. In the rain, thunder is guaranteed to connect. Under the double advantage, this thunder's power is maximized. Can Gyarados withstand it? Faced with this lethal strike, Luo Feng's eyes flickered. it will endure. Gyarados let out a roar, its scales glinting with a faint light. Astonishingly, it stood firm, taking the double advantage Thunder head-on without dodging. Boom! The lightning erupted, enveloping Gyarados in a golden glow, shaking the entire arena. The comments exploded. It hit. It must have hit. Is this the end? Can it even survive? Double quadruple advantage. A direct Thunder hit. Wait, it seems like it hasn't fallen? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ying felt as though her heart was in her throat, her eyes fixed on the electric glow. However, as the sparks dissipated, Gyarados still stood tall, though slightly charred, and with a few scales broken. The fighting spirit in its red eyes burned even brighter. It shook its head, letting out an even more furious roar, as if thoroughly provoked. What? How is this possible? Ying exclaimed in disbelief. That was a guaranteed hit Thunder under double advantage. Just a light injury. Oh my. Gyarados withstood it. The commentator's voice trembled. This defied the common knowledge of type advantages. What kind of monstrous physique does Luo Feng's Gyarados possess? Zhang Hao was astonished as well. The only explanation is that this Gyarados has an abnormal individual ability and has undergone extreme electrical resistance training. The audience was utterly astounded. This exceeded all comprehension. It withstood it. This defense and stamina are akin to a divine beast. Even more terrifyingly, everyone noticed that Gyarados was actually faster in the rain. Swift Swim, ability activated. Liu immediately shouted, Swift Swim. Speed increased in the rain. The tide of battle has turned. Thunder Punch. Ying, unwilling to concede, commanded Raichu to close in. Raichu charged forward, fists crackling with electricity. But Gyarados was quicker. With Dragon Dance enhancing its speed further, it became a blue blur. Waterfall. A simple command. The massive tail cloaked in water struck first, sweeping past with overwhelming force. Bang! Raichu didn't even touch Gyarados before being flung away, crashing into the barrier and sliding down, knocked out instantly. The arena fell into silence. Zhang Hao marveled, a one-hit knockout. After withstanding a lethal Thunder, Gyarados concluded the match with absolute speed and power. This is a display of sheer strength. The comments flooded the screen. It even withstood a double advantage Thunder. Is this a Pokémon? Ying's strategy was sound. It's just that Luo Feng is too monstrous. This Gyarados is a divine beast clad in dragon skin. Asnt it. I feel sorry for Luo Feng's next opponent already. The mark of a champion. A true champion's demeanor. Ying's complexion turned pale as she shakily recalled Raichu. Her strongest skill, her most relied upon type advantage, felt utterly inadequate in the face of such overwhelming power. Gritting her teeth, she sent out her second electric Pokémon, hoping to use the fighting type move, Brick Break. But Gyarados had already established complete dominance. A single earthquake dealt significant damage, followed by a waterfall that sealed the deal. Her final Pokémon, Sylveon, aimed to outmaneuver with speed but was blocked by Ice Fang. And Aqua Jet finished it off. Once again, Gyarados swept through all three. Yet this time, the process was perilous, and the image of Gyarados enduring Thunder etched itself in everyone's minds. A monster. How can one fight against this? Luo Feng calmly recalled his Pokémon, knowing full well that Gyarados' ability to withstand it all was due to its electric engine ability. Ying, spirit crushed, recalled Sylveon, struggling to bow towards Luo Feng. She had given it her all and felt the despair of the insurmountable gap. In the post-match interview, host Luo Xin asked Luo Feng, "Congratulations on your victory." Gyarados' astonishing endurance against Thunder shocked the entire crowd. What were you thinking at that moment? Were you worried? Luo Feng replied calmly, "It's part of the strategy. I trust my partner, and the outcome was as expected." Luo Xin, very confident. "What is your next goal?" Luo Feng, "The championship." Su Qingshue's arduous battle and her composed farewell. Su Qingshue's match was far more challenging. The commentary switched scenes, another highlight battle. Su Qingxue against Wang Lei, a master of rock and ground types. The attributes were extremely unfavorable. This was akin to a hellish challenge. Su Qingxue held nothing back. Her Sylveon was forced to battle early on, with Moonblast, becoming the key to piercing through her opponent's thick defenses. The battle was intensely fierce. Arcanine clashed head-on with Tyrantrum using Flare Blitz, while Dragonair struggled to penetrate Golem's Rock Tomb with Dragon Pulse. Sylveon engaged in a tactical dance with Steelix using Mystical Shield. Liu commented, "Su Qingxue is fighting valiantly despite the overwhelming attribute disadvantage. Her switches and skill choices are exceptionally clever, withstanding the fierce assault." Zhang Hao added, "She utilized Sylveon's fairy-type moves to supplement her damage." While Arcanine and Dragonair were crucial, Her command artistry deserves commendation. Sweat beaded on Su Qingshua's forehead, but her commands remained clear and resolute. She utilized all the results from her specialized training with Luo Feng, mastering timing, skill connections, and decisive switches, reaching her personal peak. In the end, with a nearly exhausting moonblast from Sylvian, she barely managed to take down the final Steelix, clinching a hard-fought victory. She won. The commentators shouted excitedly, under extremely unfavorable circumstances. Su Qingxue triumphed through outstanding command and her Pokémon-esque struggle, achieving a remarkable comeback. Let us give her a round of applause. She won. Su Qingxue was nearly exhausted, leaning against the command platform to steady herself. She quickly recalled her weary partners, a smile of satisfaction despite her fatigue gracing her face. Top 16. This exceeded her expectations before the competition. The audience erupted in warm applause for the beautiful and resilient young woman. Host Luo Feng interviewed her. Congratulations on advancing to the top 16. What are your feelings after such a thrilling match? Su Qingxue breathed heavily. I'm very happy, but also very tired. My partners gave their all, and victory is the best reward. Luo Feng, the type disadvantage for Arcanine was significant. How did you devise your strategy? Su Qingxue asserted. Trust in each other. Seize every opportunity. Type advantages are not absolute. Belief and synergy can create miracles. Luo Feng deftly shifted the conversation. All right, let's set aside the competition queries for now. Next, I would like to pose a question that has piqued the interest of our audience. She paused momentarily, and the entire venue fell silent. Not only is contestant Su Qingxue exceptionally skilled, but she is also remarkably beautiful. May I inquire if you currently have someone special in your heart? As the question echoed, the crowd erupted in excitement. Su Qingxue appeared momentarily taken aback, her fair cheeks flushing crimson, instinctively biting her lip, her gaze drifting towards a particular direction. Well, she said, lowering her head shyly, her voice gentle yet clear, of course. I do. After a brief pause, she lifted her head, her eyes warm and resolute. Moreover, I am immensely grateful to him. It is his presence and excellence that inspire me to strive relentlessly, leading me to this very competition. In the VIP section, Su Zhenghong, who had initially worn a proud expression, suddenly became stiff-lipped. He fixated on his daughter's rare display of shyness on the large screen, furrowing his brows. Tapping the armrest with his fingers, muttering audibly, "Humph, that little rascal." Luo Feng quickly interjected. It seems that this special someone has indeed provided great strength to Qingxue. Congratulations once again, and we eagerly await the upcoming matches. During the midday break, the Pokémon Center was overflowing with patrons. Su Qingxue anxiously awaited the recovery of her Pokémon, her brow furrowed in concern. After expending considerable energy in the morning, Luo Feng approached her, presenting a bottle of energy drink. You've worked hard. That was a splendid performance. Su Qingxue accepted it with a sigh, but I exerted too much. I'm uncertain how much they can recover this afternoon. Luo Feng regarded her with calm eyes. Just do your best. Do not feel pressured. Your performance has already proven your worth. Su Qingxue looked up, meeting his gaze filled with sincere recognition, and her anxiety dissipated significantly. She nodded vigorously, yes. In the afternoon, the battle to advance from the top 16 to the top 8 commenced, revealing the brutality of the competition. Su Qingxue's opponent was a fully charged electric-type specialist, wielding a meticulously cultivated ace Pokémon. Once again, Su Qingxue found herself at a disadvantage. The commentary pondered whether her Pokémon could withstand the electric-type's ferocious onslaught after the exhausting morning. Recovery of stamina was crucial. Despite Su Qingxue's unwavering efforts and impeccable strategy, the exhaustion and elemental disadvantage proved insurmountable. Her wind speed dog and Haycron were successively defeated. Ultimately, her Pixie EV created an opportunity, using charming voice to disrupt the opponent, landing Hyper Beam, but succumbing to the electric type's Thunder Punch due to fatigue, resulting in a regrettable defeat. The referee raised the flag. The Pixie EV is unable to continue battling. The victor is Triple X. The audience erupted in applause for both the victor and the valiant efforts of Su Qingxue. Zhang Hao announced, the match has concluded. Su Qingxue's journey ends in the top 16. Yet, her displayed tenacity, skill, and profound bond with her Pokémon have earned her the respect of all. Liu remarked. Though she faced defeat, she remains honorable. We look forward to her future growth. Su Qingxue stood in place, catching her breath, gazing at her fallen Pixie EV. Her eyes reflecting a hint of regret, but predominantly a sense of peace. She retrieved her Pokémon, gently caressing the Poké Ball, whispering, "You've all worked hard. We did everything we could." She lifted her head, wearing a smile that radiated clarity rather than disappointment, bowing to the audience as she gracefully exited the stage. Her journey in the national competition concluded at the top 16, yet her countenance bore no trace of gloom. Post-match, Luo Feng located her in the player corridor. She leaned against the wall, staring at the screen displaying the top 8 list, where Luo Feng's name shone brightly. Her expression was calm, even slightly relaxed. Luo Feng approached, asking, "Are you all right?" Su Qingxue turned to him with a radiant smile, bright and effortless. "Yes, I'm doing wonderfully. I made it to the top 16. A few months ago, I could hardly believe I would stand on the national competition stage and win so many matches. Truly, I feel very fulfilled." Her tone was imbued with contentment and tranquility, devoid of regret or resentment. She had indeed given her all, achieving beyond her expectations while relishing the journey and proving herself. Luo Feng, taken aback by her clear eyes and genuine smile, found himself smiling too, a smile that emanated from sincere ease. He had initially prepared comforting words, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. "Contentment breeds joy," Luo Feng softly remarked, as if speaking to her and himself simultaneously. "The importance of strength and systems is undeniable. But to possess the ability to enjoy the process and face outcomes with serenity, as Su Qingxue does, is indeed a rare state of mind." Indeed, Su Qingxue nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation, shaking her small fist at Luo Feng. "So, the next match is yours. Luo Feng, you must give it your all. Let us charge towards the championship together." Luo Feng, witnessing her fervor surpassing his own, deepened his smile and solemnly nodded. "All right," a simple word, yet imbued with immense determination and confidence. Chapter 80, The Destruction of the Luo Alliance, the opening of the top 8 matches. The night in the Imperial City was as dark as ink, yet not even the deepest shadows could dim the city's brilliance. The windows of the 5-star hotel sparkled like stars, aglow with light. For the young trainers who had fallen short at the top 32 or top 16, the national competition had reached its conclusion. However, for those who had advanced to the top 8, and for those who were left unsatisfied by their losses, this night was destined to be sleepless, especially in a group dubbed the Destruction of the Luo Alliance, where some mischievous members had taken to renaming it. The notification pings were incessant, and the activity soared to unprecedented heights. Jin Duo, all members, the freshly minted top 8 list. Open your eyes wide and take note. Shirley, Limu Gu, Lin Lan, Tang Yu, Wu Yi, Mo Ying, the elusive Nightfall Ranger, and of course, Luo Feng. Sighing JPG, as expected. The big bad boss is as stable as ever. There's no suspense whatsoever. Sun Hao. Sigh, after watching for so long. It turns out only Wu Yi and old Limu Gu made it. We agreed to strategize together on how to deal with the big bad boss. But you two sneaked off to the finals to have fun? What about the faces of us allies? Wu Yi. Picking nose JPG. Luck, pure luck. Mostly. My opponent today was rather weak and didn't apply much pressure. Limu Gu. Brother Wu Yi is being too modest. However, getting into the top 8 indeed involves a stroke of luck. Each of the upcoming opponents will be formidable. We must give it our all. Ying. Woe is me. I'm so envious. To compete in the largest venue of the Dragon Nest, broadcast nationwide, with millions watching. Wu Yi and Limu Gu, go for it. Fight for our unfinished cause. Though I'm not entirely sure what our loosely formed alliance's clear cause is. Perhaps it's merely to witness the rise of the big boss? Xiaolai. Damn it, I'm so frustrated. If it weren't for my master, Itachi, dropping the ball at a critical moment, if only that skill connection had been a tad smoother, I would have surely made it to the top 8. Tang's son, enough of that, Xiaolai. A loss is a loss, stop making excuses. But truth be told, watching those few shine on the highest stage while we can only be spectators is quite disheartening. Xiao Hao, Feng Miao, you two are probably the most unfortunate. Especially you, Hao Gu. Your divine precision has evolved, and yet, three-headed dragon, this remark struck a chord with many. Han Bing. It is indeed regrettable. My Frostlass still had its ultimate move left unused. Sighing JPG, fate is fickle. Feng Miao, bitter smile. I don't feel cheated at all. I lost with full acceptance. Luo Feng's strength is unfathomable. My Kingdra requires much more rigorous training to reach that level. It's just a pity that I couldn't venture further to witness the unique scenery at the pinnacle. Feng Miao's words reflected a commendable outlook. Yet a hint of dissatisfaction lingered upon closer inspection. Xiao Hao, damn it. Don't even mention it. Just thinking about it fills me with rage. It's infuriating. The group fell silent, all members tacitly halting their chatter, awaiting this esteemed individual's outburst. Xia Ho Hao, three-headed dragon. My ultimate evolution of the divine precision. I was so close to a clean sweep. Yet what happened? I fell victim to that damn type disadvantage and a smidgen of trivial luck. If only the Pixie EV hadn't miraculously stood up, I would undoubtedly have secured a spot on that top 8 list. I could have stood on that celebrated stage, personally testing just how deep Luo Feng's prowess truly runs. Rather than engaging in idle chatter within this dilapidated group, Xia Ho Hao retorted, Tang Yuru. Weren't you always boasting about your prowess? I heard you nearly faltered in the top 16. Tomorrow, you'll face, that ominous fellow who seems not to have joined our ranks. Never mind. Xia Ho Hao continued, Wu Yi and Li Mu Ge, don't get too complacent. In tomorrow's match, should either of you falter, I shall take great delight in mocking you from this group. Xia Ho Hao's tirade exemplified the notion of mutual suffering. If I am to endure hardship, so too shall you all. Tang Yuru scoffed. Ah, the impotent raging. My match requires not your concern, Xia Ho Hao. Perhaps you should reflect on how to explain to your home S3 fearsome dragons why, despite such a splendid evolution, you still cannot best a seemingly frail Sylvian. Lin Lan, Donghai Garrison Academy. Interjected, everyone, let us maintain our composure. Victory and defeat are inherent to competition. Luck itself is a facet of skill, a truth we trainers have long since grasped. Xia Ho Hao, your prowess is evident to all. A rematch next year may very well see the championship within your grasp. Now, shall we discuss more pressing matters? Wu Yi and Li Mu Ge, have you confirmed your opponents for the quarterfinals tomorrow? Wu Yi replied yes. I'll be up against Shirley. His ancient martial arts style somewhat counters my strong striking approach. His Pokémon are as steadfast as mountains, making it challenging to find an opening. Li Mu Ge added, my opponent is Mo-ing. Little information is available regarding him. His fighting style is enigmatic, excelling in psychological warfare and unexpected tactics, thus requiring extra vigilance. Jean Duo remarked, so, amidst all this chatter, it seems the most reliable contender remains the formidable Luo Feng. Who is he facing tomorrow? Does anyone know? Sun Hao exclaimed, I just perused the officially released match schedule. Luo Feng faces Lin Lan, the star of Donghai Garrison Academy against the tyrant of Jiangzhou. It's bound to be a spectacular clash. Lin Lan, Donghai Garrison Academy, responded with a cartoonish expression of stress. Indeed, that would be me. If anyone has advice on how to counter the Gyarados or deal with Luo Feng's oppressive fighting style, now is the time to share. Though I suspect it may prove futile, the group erupted into a flurry of discussion, as if they had found a common topic for exploration. Chen Mo contributed. With a thoughtful expression, silence is golden, yet I am contemplating. Gao Cheng suggested, Lin Lan, I propose the kite strategy. Leverage your Pokemon's speed advantage to distract, exhaust, and seek opportunities. Tang Sun countered, come now, Gao Cheng, that kite strategy will be ineffective against Luo Feng. With just a rain dance, the skies will darken, and Gyarados in the rain is no slower. Indeed, it becomes more ferocious. Lin Lan, perhaps you should focus more on your formidable Electivire, seeking to create miracles through sheer explosive power. Han Bing offered, perhaps we could utilize the Brave Bird's absolute aerial dominance for relentless high-speed harassment and swift strikes. Testing our luck? Tang Sun retorted, Han Bing, Brave Bird? Gyarados' powerful waterfall attack is not to be trifled with. It specializes in taking down any airborne foes. It could easily sweat you down. As the discussion wore on, most sentiments coalesced into a resigned sigh. In the face of absolute disparity in strength, all intricate strategies and techniques seemed painfully inadequate. Fan Miao consoled, Lin Lan, just do your utmost and remain true to yourself. When facing Luo Feng, the essence lies not in victory or defeat, but rather in maintaining your composure. You must not falter before the battle begins. Should your mindset waver, succumbing to his almost tangible aura, you will find no opportunities left. Xia Ho Hao interjected, TSK, as if you possess profound understanding of Luo Feng. Lin Lan, disregard their futile analyses. Heed my words. Attack with fervor. Cast aside all reservations and unleash your full spirit. Even in defeat, ensure he loses a tooth. Let the nation witness that none among this cohort are cowards. Ying cheered, go, Senior Lin Lan. Although it may indeed be a tough battle, you must fight with style. Showcase the brilliance of our female trainers. A standard fan's proclamation. Zhao Lai encouraged, go Lin Lan. A loss bears no shame. A victory is a grand triumph. We support you in spirit. The atmosphere within the group grew somewhat nuanced, rife with envy for the successful contenders, bitterness over personal failures, genuine admiration for Luo Feng's transcendent strength, and a peculiar camaraderie born from shared struggles. This initially jesting assembly, formed to combat Luo Feng, now resembled a support group for the defeated and those bracing for impending defeat. They engaged in discussions, debates, and moments of mutual encouragement, at times ruthlessly critiquing each other, until the late hours of the night. At this moment, the epicenter of the discourse, Luo Feng stood alone before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window of his hotel room, calmly gazing upon the resplendent nightscape of the capital, reminiscent of a galaxy. The screen of the VR device on his wrist glowed, displaying the official announcement of the detailed arrangements for the upcoming quarterfinals. The quarterfinals were finally upon them. He murmured softly to himself, his gaze tranquil, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the flames of desire for battle and the aspiration for greatness flickering within the depths of his pupils. A notification chimed. It was Su Qingxue. Have you seen the quarterfinal schedule? Tomorrow you face Lin Lan. Give it your all. I'll be in the front row, waving the largest banner to cheer for you. An adorable cheering emoji accompanied her message. Luo Feng replied with a simple acknowledgement, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He understood that tomorrow, the Dragon's Nest main arena would erupt with fervor solely for him and the other 7 elite contenders. All gazes, all expectations, all pressures would converge here. And he was more than prepared. Simultaneously, the other 7 quarterfinalists were preparing in their own unique ways. Night Owl meticulously polished his Pokeballs in a darkened room, his expression as cold as ice. Tang Yuru stared blankly at her strategy board, her fingers tracing, seeking the most flawless tactics. Shirley sat in meditation within his room, as steady as a mountain. Limu Gu meticulously checked the status of his Pokémon at the Pokémon Center, allowing no room for error. Wu Yi imparted final tactical instructions to his Pokémon, his voice low and resolute. Lin Lan repeatedly reviewed footage of Luo Feng's previous battles, especially segments featuring Gyarados and Milotic. Her brow furrowed as she sought vulnerabilities amidst the fierce assaults. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Moang, specializing in ghost types and known as the Nightshade Ranger, remained elusive, with no one aware of his whereabouts or activities. 8 elite trainers, each with differing postures and emotions, were making their final preparations for the decisive battle that would determine their fates. The following day dawned bright and sunny, and the atmosphere at the Dragon's Nest main arena was electric. Hundreds of thousands of seats were filled to capacity, the cacophony of voices swelling like waves, threatening to lift the roof. A massive circular projection worked tirelessly, magnifying the battleground, symbolizing the highest honor, ensuring every spectator could catch every detail. Live broadcasts from across the nation and the globe were poised, the online viewership in the official streaming room continually breaking records, with comments cascading like a waterfall, as countless eyes focused on this spectacle. Following a brief yet grand opening ceremony and introduction of the contestants, the host's voice resonated throughout the arena. Dear esteemed viewers, thank you for your patience. The National Trainer Examination League has reached its ultimate showdown phase, and the top 8 matches are now officially underway. Today's first pinnacle clash will feature the renowned Flame Princess Tang Yuru from the Southwest region, facing off against the shadowy challenger, Night Owl, who has fought his way up from the loser's bracket. Let us extend the warmest and most fervent applause and cheers to welcome these 2 elite competitors to the stage. Amidst the deafening roar of the crowd, Tang Yuru strides confidently into the arena, adorned in a custom-made crimson battle outfit. Behind her, the formidable Charizard emits a thunderous roar that reverberates throughout the venue, its robust tail ablaze, exuding an imposing presence. On the opposing side, Night Owl emerges silently from the shadows of the competitor's passage, resembling a true specter. Clad in his dark battle attire, with a low-brimmed hat obscuring his face, only his chiseled jaw and pallid lips are visible, emanating an aura that warns others to keep their distance. Who is this guy? He seems eerie, not exactly the friendly type. Night Owl, the dark horse from the loser's bracket, known for his ruthless tactics. His presence is formidable, he seems quite intimidating. I bet 5 coins that his Pokémon must be ghost or poison types. A bit frightening, but it promises to be thrilling. Beware, Goddess Tang. This challenger is no easy foe. After the referee reiterates the rules, the flag is waved to signal the commencement of the battle. Charizard, let us secure a strong start. Tang Yuru commands with a clear voice. Almost simultaneously, Night Owl responds with a cold, gravelly tone, Zubat. He has sacrificed much to ascend from the loser's bracket, and this battle is one he cannot afford to lose. 2 beams of red light flash, revealing the mighty Charizard and the eerie, hovering Zubat, creating a striking contrast. In the commentary booth, commentator ASU speaks rapidly. The match begins. Competitor Tang Yuru has sent forth her ace, Charizard. Night Owl has chosen the speedster, Zubat. This will be a contest of speed versus strength. Commentary guest Karuni adds, Zubat is exceptionally swift and possesses numerous disruptive techniques. Tangyuru must proceed with caution. Charizard's advantage lies in its explosive power and type superiority. Charizard, use smokescreen. Tangyuru intends to obscure Zubat's vision with a veil of black smoke. Supersonic. Night Owl's calm demeanor is unsettling. Zubat's forewings vibrate at high speed, emitting a piercing sound wave that penetrates the smoke and strikes Charizard. Charizard stumbles, its gaze disoriented, letting out a frustrated roar as it enters a state of confusion. ASU. This is troubling. Charizard is confused. Night Owl has anticipated Tangyuru's strategy. Karuni. The confused state is perilous. It may end up harming itself instead of the opponent. Tangyuru must act quickly to revive Charizard's clarity. Oh no. A rocky start. Is that supersonic too accurate? Night Owl is indeed formidable. Hang in there, Charizard. Tangyuru's heart races as she urges. Stay calm, Charizard. Air Cutter. Night Owl's instructions are as frigid as ice. Seizing the opportunity, Zubat transforms into a purple blur, its wings slicing through the air, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades towards the bewildered Charizard. With instinctive reflexes, Charizard swipes its claws in confusion, but misses, losing its balance and suffering cuts from the wind blades. More blades strike it relentlessly. Cross Poison. Night Owl capitalizes on the moment, issuing a lethal command. Zubat lunges forward like a shadowy assassin, its wing blades flashing with a toxic glow as it slashes mercilessly at Charizard's exposed chest. The poison-type energy erupts, delivering devastating results. Charizard emits a pained cry and collapses heavily to the ground. ASU, good heavens. Cross Poison struck a critical hit. Charizard has been knocked out in an instant. Night Owl's strategy was executed flawlessly. Karuni, incredible. From disruption to depletion to a fatal strike, each step was meticulously linked. Night Owl's opportunistic prowess is both awe-inspiring and chilling. No way. Charizard was taken down just like that. The damage is absurd. Night Owl is terrifying. His precision is machine-like. Goddess Tang's mentality is surely crumbling. Chapter 81. This individual is extraordinary. Tangyuru's face pales dramatically, her lips nearly drawing blood from biting them, her hands trembling as she recalls the fallen Charizard. Come back. I'm sorry. It was my poor command. Taking a deep breath, she suppresses her tumultuous emotions and tosses out her second Pokeball. Ducklet. It's up to you to turn the tide. Almost simultaneously, Night Owl, maintaining his stoic expression, withdraws Zubat, which, despite its advantage, has exhausted considerable energy, and sends forth his second Pokémon, Electrode. Beep. Electrode makes its entrance with a piercing cry. Crackling with golden currents of electricity, its demeanor far more menacing than Leaf Ying's, its eyes a furious crimson, akin to a ticking time bomb. Commentator A. Night Owl has switched. Entering Electrode. This energy level is excessively heightened. Commentator B. The energy fluctuations are alarmingly volatile. Beware of its explosive potential. The audience is abuzz. Another switch? Zubat could still fight. That Electrode looks fierce. Something feels off. The sense of pressure is overwhelming. I feel it even through the screen. Go, Goddess Tang. Set it ablaze, Ducklet. From the competitor area, Luo Feng eyes Electrode with narrowed brows. The energy fluctuations are too erratic. Unlike typical training, it appears to be a brief surge of power bought at the cost of life force. He discreetly scans the system, confirming the level is artificially inflated, the foundation unstable, life energy severely depleted, yet its short-term destructive capability is alarming. He notes, Night Owl and his backers are not to be underestimated. Ducklet, unleash Flamethrower. Tangyuru initiates an aggressive assault, sending a pillar of fire towards Electrode. Light Screen. Night Owl's voice is as frigid as ice. A shimmering wall of multicolored light rises instantaneously, significantly diminishing the impact of the flames to mere embers. Thunder. Night Owl's command is simple yet terrifying. Electrode, without needing to charge, lets out a roar, unleashing a colossal bolt of lightning that connects heaven and earth. Imbued with a destructive aura, aimed directly at Ducklet. The speed is astonishing, and the power is fearsome. Ducklet has no time to react, getting engulfed by the thunder. Commentator A. Oh my goodness. Thunder. It hit. The light screen couldn't withstand that attack. Ducklet is finished. Commentator B. The power of that thunder is outrageous. It's a one-hit knockout. The audience erupts in disbelief. What the hell? What kind of damage is this? The light screen was still up. Is it knocked out? This has to be a joke. Is Electrode cheating? In a single blow? Ducklet, unable to even call out. is reduced to a charred, smoking heap on the ground. Tang Yuru's hands tremble uncontrollably, her mind a blank slate. She is left with only her final Pokémon, Blaziken. 0-2. The tremendous disadvantage, coupled with her opponent's unreasonably potent strength, leaves her gasping for breath. It's over 0-2. Am I about to be swept in a clean series? Blaziken, hold the line. Speed boost ability activated. There is still a chance. The prospects seem bleak. Electrode is too monstrous. This is exasperating. Has Night Owl taken something? Blaziken, it's all on you. Double kick. Tang Yuru nearly shouts, placing all her hopes on her last ally. Blaziken lets out a fierce cry, flames erupting around it as the speed boost ability kicks in, transforming it into a red blur charging towards Electrode, delivering a series of rapid kicks. Electrode, endure it, Thunder Punch. Night Owl's command is cold-blooded, exuding an unsettling confidence in his Pokemon's resilience, or perhaps an utter disregard for its well-being. Electrode stands firm, absorbing 2 heavy kicks, swaying slightly, its expression pained. But it holds its ground with the ferocious power of burning life. Then, its fist, enveloped in a near-tangible crackling electricity, crashes into Blaziken, who is unprepared. Boom. Blaziken is sent flying, spinning through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. It struggles to regain its footing, relying on the speed boost ability for a second chance. Yet Night Owl offered no opportunity. A surge of 100,000 volts. Another, swifter and more concentrated current shot forth, striking the unsteady Talonflame with pinpoint accuracy. In the aftermath of the electric flash, Talonflame lay charred upon the ground, utterly unconscious. 3-0. A complete domination, with no chance for retaliation. What manner of creature is Night Owl? Are the contenders returning from the loser's bracket truly this ruthless? His prowess is unervingly formidable. My heart aches for Miss Tang Yuru. The referee, momentarily stunned, announced, Talonflame has lost its combat ability. The victor is Night Owl. With an inscrutable expression, Night Owl recalled his still-breathing Electrode, casting not a single glance at the hollow-eyed Tang Yuru, before turning and disappearing into the shadows of the corridor. His triumph elicited scant, genuine applause. The atmosphere was instead thick with shock, silence, and the murmurs of bewildered spectators. Such cold, ruthless strength evoked an instinctive discomfort. Tang Yuru stood frozen in place, gazing at the scorched earth, unable to accept the utter and humiliating defeat she had just suffered. How could this be? She whispered. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms, though they paled in comparison to the disappointment and humiliation festering within. She felt as though she were battling an opponent from an entirely different realm. The relentless style, driven solely by the pursuit of victory, left her breathless. In the post-match interview, the host attempted to approach Night Owl but was easily disregarded. Instead, he sought out the defeated Tang Yuru. Miss Tang Yuru, it is unfortunate. How do you feel now? What are your thoughts on Night Owl and his Pokémon? Tang Yuru's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she struggled to maintain her composure. I have no words. A loss is a loss. His Pokémon is more powerful than I could have ever imagined. With that, she hastily departed. Luo Feng silently withdrew his gaze, his eyes deep in thought. It was evident they were not on the same level. He understood well that Tang Yuru's Pokémon was likely of elite trainer caliber, while Night Owl's Electrode and Zubat exhibited energy and finesse that firmly placed them at gym leader level, with explosive power that surpassed even that. Luo Feng murmured to himself, this individual is extraordinary. The quarterfinals promised to be more intriguing than anticipated. The echoes of the first match's shock had yet to dissipate when the host's fervent voice reverberated throughout the venue, drawing everyone's attention back to reality. We extend our gratitude to both Miss Tang Yuru and Mr. Night Owl for their spectacular showdown. Standing at the center of the arena, illuminated by the spotlight, the host encouraged the audience, calm your hearts, for an even more intense battle is upon us. Prepare to cheer as we welcome the second match of the quarterfinals. A pinnacle confrontation. The spotlight swept across the freshly cleared arena, the atmosphere charged with tension. The next two contenders, though distinctly different in style, were equally formidable. The host tantalized the audience. On one side, we have the heir of ancient martial arts, renowned for his absolute strength and resilience, Mr. Shirley. On the opposing side, a genius who believes there are no weak Pokémon, only inadequate trainers, famed for his whimsical tactics and profound potential exploration, Mr. Wu Yi. This will be a clash of spear against shield, a contest between brute force and cunning strategy. Will Shirley's overwhelming strength prevail, breaking through with sheer might? Or will Wu Yi's clever schemes surprise and triumph over raw power? The suspense shall soon be unveiled. Let us welcome them to the stage with the loudest applause and shouts. Under the collective gaze of the audience, Shirley stepped forward with composure. Dressed in a crisp, white traditional martial arts uniform, his strides were steady, emanating an aura as weighty as a mountain, imposing an intangible pressure. His Macamp followed closely behind, its four muscular arms hanging naturally, eyes sharp and silent, exuding a terrifying sense of dominance. On the other side, Wu Yi ambled out with his signature nonchalant grin. Clad in a stylish denim jacket and casual pants, he formed a striking contrast to Shirley's seriousness. His Meowth perched deftly upon his shoulder, its tail swaying, large eyes gleaming with curiosity as it surveyed Macamp, the venue, and the audience, occasionally playfully nudging Wu Yi's cheek with its paw. At his feet, two Weezing floated like peculiar balloons, exuding a faint purple mist, while an Arbok slithered alongside, its forked tongue flicking in and out, icy, dangerous eyes fixed intently. These two Pokémon, while lacking Machamp's direct display of power, possessed an eerie, chilling presence. The official livestream chat exploded with excitement. Here it comes. The ancient martial arts heir versus the tactical genius. Shirley's Macamp, those muscles. The visual impact is staggering. It feels like a single punch could shatter walls. Wu Yi's Meowth is so adorable, but can it truly contend in such a violent match? I'm worried. Do not underestimate any of Wu Yi's Pokémon. His Weezing and Arbok combo is infuriating. I've watched all of Wu Yi's matches. His thought process is unique and always full of surprises. This match promises to be thrilling. Absolute strength versus tactical cunning. I'm betting 5 dimes on Shirley to win. The referee stood at the center of the arena, glancing back and forth at both sides before confirming their readiness. Then vigorously waved the flag and declared, the second match of the quarterfinals, Shirley versus Wu Yi, a 3v3 singles battle, now begins. Shirley's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he sent forth his ace, his voice steady and powerful. Macamp, take the stage. Let them witness the tempered might of the unyielding stone style. Wu Yi chuckled lightly, first stroking Meowth's chin, then elegantly tossing a Poké Ball, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. Meowth, the stage is yours. Go forth and astound them. The chat erupted anew, starting with aces against aces. How thrilling. Meowth against Macamp? Fighting types have a clear advantage. What is Wu Yi thinking? Indeed, a trick is afoot. Wu Yi's strategies are never predictable. I recall that Wu Yi's Meowth knows a plethora of unusual moves. Shirley's Macamp is said to be nearing professional gym leader caliber. Can Meowth withstand a round? Wu Yi surely has a backup plan, waiting for the unexpected twist. If this wins, I'll live stream washing my hair upside down. In the commentary booth, renowned commentator Li Bo and his partner, former professional trainer Li Yao, found their rhythm. Both contenders were ready. Li Bo spoke steadily, noting that Shirley had indeed opted to deploy his ace Macamp, showcasing his absolute confidence, seeking to rapidly establish dominance with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Wu Yi's choice was particularly intriguing. Li Yao chimed in, her voice gentle yet perceptive. Choosing Meowth to counter the absolute advantage of Macamp appears extremely bold, even reckless. However, those familiar with Wu Yi know each of his Pokémon is meticulously trained. One cannot rely solely on conventional reasoning, and this Meowth is anything but ordinary. Li Bo concurred. Indeed, Wu Yi is renowned for his unique and imaginative training methods. According to limited data, his Meowth seems to possess moves beyond the conventional skill pool, often catching opponents off guard at critical moments. On the battlefield, the combat was imminent. Shirley, adhering to his steady strategy, commanded, Macamp, bulk up. Macamp let out a mighty roar, its 4 powerful arms simultaneously flexing, muscles visibly bulging, veins coursing like serpents. As its entire body seemed to swell, amplifying its intimidating presence and significantly enhancing both offense and defense. Wu Yi, clearly prepared, swiftly issued a command in a rapid, clear voice, Meowth, execute a surprise paw. In an instant, Meowth's petite form transformed into a golden blur, racing towards Macamp at extraordinary speed, just as Macamp completed its enhancement. In a fleeting moment where old strength had waned and new strength had yet to arise, a sharp crack resonated as Meowth's small but deft paw struck Macamp squarely on the face. Machamp's massive body halted abruptly, momentarily taken aback, eyes flashing with surprise and anger, succumbing to a fleeting hesitation as the gathered momentum dissipated. Now was the moment. Gathering treasure, Wu Yi seized the opportunity, his commands flowing seamlessly. Meowth astonishingly produced a handful of shimmering golden coins, a mischievous grin adorning its face as it elegantly showered them upon Macamp. Although the coins inflicted minimal direct damage, their clattering against Machamp's hardened muscles successfully disrupted its rhythm and focus. From the commentary booth, Liao couldn't help but chuckle. Wu Yi's opening combination is indeed impressive. While the effect may be limited, it has proven effective. Not only did it disrupt the rhythm of the mighty strength enhancement and tactically interfere with the opponent, but it also fortuitously filled his own coffers, truly a double-edged benefit. Li Bo maintained a professional analysis. The application of the palm strike's intimidation effect was executed with precision. While the gathering wealth technique did not demonstrate its full power in practical combat, any disruption in rhythm could potentially alter the trajectory of the match in such a high-stakes encounter. However, given the strength and temperament of Shirley and the mighty force, they would never falter due to such minor setbacks. Indeed, Shirley's voice boomed like thunder, exuding an undeniable resolve as he bellowed, "A trivial trick. Mighty force. Concentrate and see through its movements." The gleam in the mighty force's eyes flickered, as if penetrating through the illusions, instantly locking onto Miao Miao's true form and discerning the deceptive motions and trajectories. Then, it would demonstrate its true power. Explosive punch. Shirley seized the momentum to launch a fierce attack. The mighty force roared, its massive body surging forward with an unexpected speed. Its most robust arm muscles tightened, coalescing terrifying combat energy into a simple yet direct heavy punch imbued with destructive power, hurtling toward the recently landed Miao Miao with unmatched ferocity and a deafening sonic boom. The punch's wind was so fierce it even stirred up the dust from the ground. Wu Yi's expression shifted slightly as he urgently shouted, "Miao Miao, dodge quickly. Use Thunder Flash." With its petite, agile physique and instantaneous explosive speed, Miao Miao narrowly evaded the devastating punch that could shatter stone, brushing perilously close to the edge of the punch's wind. Yet, even so, the fierce gust still stung, pulling at its beautiful fur and leaving it looking rather disheveled. "What astonishing punch pressure!" exclaimed commentator Li Bo. Even without a direct hit, the wind generated by the explosive punch is capable of inflicting considerable damage on a creature of Miao Miao's size. Shirley's mighty force possesses an astoundingly solid foundation of strength. Chapter 82, The Unmoved King of Wisdom's Celestial Explosion. The atmosphere in the arena was so tense it felt as if one could wring water from it. Observing that a direct confrontation was futile, Wu Yi quickly changed tactics. Shadow Clone. In a flurry of motion, 7 or 8 illusory Miao Miaos suddenly appeared on the battlefield, encircling the mighty force, making it difficult to discern the real from the fake. Shirley remained unperturbed, calmly directing, "Mighty force, do not be deceived by your eyes. Calm your mind and feel the vibrations of the ground. Use Earthquake." With a powerful thrust of its 4 robust arms, the mighty force unleashed its entire strength, stomping down heavily. With a thunderous roar, the entire arena shook violently as if an earthquake had struck, the ground cracking ominously. All illusions instantly dissipated under the tangible physical tremor, and Miao Miao's true form was thrown off balance, revealing a significant vulnerability. Now, Shirley seized the moment, shouting. The mighty force crossed its arms, radiating a blinding white light, resembling 2 massive scissors as they came crashing down toward the unsteady Miao Miao. If this strike landed, Miao Miao would likely be brought to its knees. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted instantaneously. "It's over. There's no escape. Is Wu Yi about to lose first blood? I've heard the mighty force's cross chop can split stone. Miao Miao is in danger. Is this the end? Miao Miao, think of something quickly." In this critical moment, determination flashed in Wu Yi's eyes, and with all his might, he shouted, "Miao Miao. Show them the fruits of our training. 100,000 volts. Miao Miao." The ensuing spectacle left the audience, commentators, and opponents alike dumbfounded. That seemingly harmless Miao Miao unleashed an incredibly radiant golden current from within. Electric snakes crackled wildly, and in such close proximity, the current swiftly engulfed the charging mighty force. Boom. 100,000 volts struck the mighty force squarely. The mighty force let out a painful yet incredulous roar. Its forward momentum abruptly halted, trembling violently. Large patches of charred skin evident, muscles twitching uncontrollably, clearly suffering significant injuries. The entire venue fell into a stunned silence before erupting into a cacophony of astonished exclamations. The live stream comments spiraled into chaos. "What the hell? What did I just witness? Miao Miao can use 100,000 volts. What on earth is this?" Shirley looks utterly stunned. Who could have predicted this? I knew Wu Yi had a trick up his sleeve, but this is beyond outrageous. This Meow Meow is undoubtedly an anomaly. Has it mutated? How did Wu Yi train it? This is a complete paradigm shift. Incredible. This twist is phenomenal. At the commentary desk, the seasoned Li Bo was equally astonished. His voice rising an octave. Incredible. Xia Houhao roars in anger. Triple-headed tyrant. Disregard it. Wu Yi's Meow Meow has actually unleashed 100,000 volts. This completely upends our understanding of Meow Meows. What kind of specialized training must it have undergone to achieve this? Li Yao quickly interjected. This sudden surge of 100,000 volts is exceptionally effective. Under type advantage, the mighty force has sustained serious damage. The tide of battle has reversed in an instant. However, Shirley and the mighty force's steely resolve will not yield easily. Wu Yi pressed the advantage. What an opportunity. Meow Meow, go wild with your claws. Meow Meow instantly closed in on the paralyzed mighty force, its claws glowing white as it frantically raked at the mighty force, delivering a flurry of blows that sent its damage skyrocketing. Mighty force. Shirley's heart clenched, but he quickly regained his composure, urging, hold on. Grab it. Use earthquake throw. Despite enduring full-body paralysis and excruciating pain, the mighty force focused intently, its four arms snapping shut like iron pincers, capturing the still reeling Meow Meow with an iron grip. Meow? Meow Meow panicked and struggled, yet was rendered immobile. Then, the mighty force leapt high into the air, spinning several times, using centrifugal force to hurl Meow Meow down to the ground like a meteor. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as a shallow pit was formed upon impact. Meow Meow lay in the pit, its eyes swirling, rendered incapable of fighting. The referee raised the flag. Meow Meow has lost its fighting capability. The comments flooded in with regret. Sigh, did it lose after all? What a pity. But Meow Meow may have lost, yet it fought valiantly. It almost turned the tide. Shirley's mighty force is simply too resilient. It could have turned the tables. Wu Yi's tactics were nearly flawless. But the mighty force's foundation is too deep. This match's quality is outstanding. It's making my palms sweat. 100,000 volts Meow Meow. I will remember you. Wu Yi tenderly recalled Meow Meow, gently stroking the Pokeball as he whispered words of comfort. Well done, partner. You exceeded everyone's expectations. Rest well. Without hesitation, he sent out his second Pokémon. Weezing used toxic spikes. Weezing floated above the arena, releasing countless shimmering purple spikes that littered Shirley's side of the field. Shirley aimed for a swift resolution. Mighty force, be cautious of the ground. Jump and use explosive punch. Wu Yi adopted a defensive stance. Weezing. Use mud bomb to create disruption. Clear the smoke. Weezing continuously spewed forth foul-smelling toxic blasts as it released peculiar smoke to negate the mighty force's previously enhanced attack power. The mighty force found its movement restricted on the field of toxic spikes, hesitant to touch down, momentarily immobilized. Coupled with injuries and occasional poisoning, its stamina was steadily depleting. The mighty force was now poisoned, and the situation was turning unfavorable for Shirley, Li Bo noted gravely. Shirley decisively recalled the panting, purple-tinged mighty force and sent out his second Pokémon. Hitmonchan, eliminate those pesky spikes. Wu Yi simultaneously recalled Weezing. Gyarados, use bite. Gyarados emerged, its terrifying abdominal patterns flashing. Hitmonchan felt a sudden numbness, its movement slowed, falling into paralysis. Death grip. Wu Yi showed no mercy. Gyarados lunged like a giant python, wrapping its long, thick body around the immobilized Hitmonchan. The constricting force surged forth, causing Hitmonchan to groan in pain, its face turning crimson. Shirley frowned, shouting, Hitmonchan, hold on. Shake it off. Wu Yi sneered, it's futile. The more you struggle, the tighter it gets. Gyarados' steel tail. Gyarados' tail gleamed with a metallic sheen, striking the ensnared Hitmonchan with the force of a steel whip. The effect was overwhelming. Hitmonchan sustained heavy damage, its eyes rolling back as it lost consciousness. The referee raised the flag. Hitmonchan has lost its fighting capability. The live stream erupted in excitement. Wu Yi is incredible. He has regained a point. Gyarados' combo was relentless. It left no room for escape. Shirley is in a precarious position. The mighty force is poisoned. Hitmonchan is down. Only the dancing warrior remains. Is an upset about to unfold? Will Wu Yi triumph? Is the ancient martial art style going to fall? No way. Thrilling. The quarterfinals are indeed a battleground of hidden talents. With unwavering determination, Wu Yi pursued his advantage, deploying his Weezing to continue dispersing toxic spikes and mud bombs, wearing down the final contestant, the agile battle dancer, Shirley. struggling amidst the toxic terrain. The battle dancer soon succumbed to poisoning, his movements increasingly sluggish until he ultimately collapsed under the relentless barrage of long-range attacks. The referee waved his flag, declaring, "The battle dancer has lost the ability to fight." The tides had turned. Shirley was left with only his gravely poisoned and injured Macamp, while Wu Yi retained his well-conditioned Jengar and a Weezing with over half its strength intact. The audience held its breath, the air seemingly frozen in time. Commentator Li Bo's tone grew grave. Shirley is in an exceedingly disadvantageous position. It is almost a dead end. Yet Li Yao pointed out a flicker of hope. However, Macamp possesses extraordinary strength and an unwavering will. If he seizes the opportunity for a decisive strike, perhaps he could still turn the tide. Taking a deep breath, Shirley's gaze sharpened and steadied, entering a state of serene clarity. He retrieved a Poké Ball and, speaking softly yet resolutely to Macamp, declared, "My partner, this is our final stage. Forget the toxins, forget the pain. Unleash the ultimate essence of the immovable rock style and let one blow determine our fate." Macamp. The final display of strength. With a furious roar, Machamp's muscles swelled, veins bulging as he summoned all his latent potential, temporarily suppressing the poison coursing through him. Realizing the imminent danger, Wu Yi urgently commanded, "Jengar, interrupt him. Use Destiny Bond." It was too late. A fierce light ignited in Shirley's eyes as he pressed his hands into a traditional martial arts stance, voice booming like thunder. "Macamp, receive my ultimate technique. Immovable King S. Earth-shattering star." Machamp's four fists glowed with radiant light as he struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom. The overwhelming power shattered all the toxic spikes, creating a shockwave that rendered Jengar momentarily suspended in the air. Then, Macamp surged upward at an impossible speed, catching up to the airborne Jengar, ensnaring it with all four arms from head to toe. Embracing Jengar tightly, he concentrated all his weight, potential energy, and strength into a single point, plummeting toward the ground like a meteor. Boom! An earth-shattering roar erupted. The arena quaked violently. Dust and debris soared into the sky like a mushroom cloud. As the dust settled, a staggering crater appeared at the center of the arena. Macamp knelt by the edge of the pit, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. The purple hue of poisoning re-emerging. At the bottom of the pit, Jengar lay completely unconscious. The referee announced, "Jengar has lost the ability to fight." Wu Yi's face paled as he swiftly recalled Jengar and sent forth his Weezing, the final mud bomb. Shirley shouted hoarsely, "Macamp, stand up. The last cross chop." Macamp roared, dragging his poisoned and exhausted body forward, weathering the toxic barrage to confront Weezing, crossing his arms as they glimmered with a final spark, and delivering a powerful chop. Bang! Weezing was knocked back, crashing against the barrier and falling to the ground, unable to continue the fight. The referee inspected and announced loudly, "Weezing has lost the ability to fight. The victor is Shirley." After a brief silence, the arena erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. The intensity of this clash exceeded all expectations. The barrage of comments rolled in. "He won. Shirley won. It was incredibly challenging." Tears. The final earth-shattering star was exhilarating. This is willpower. Though defeated, Wu Yi is still honored. His tactics were exceptional. Shirley's final move was terrifying. The ancient martial arts essence is astounding. This is the true essence of Pokémon battles. A fusion of skill and will. Salute to both competitors. They are both formidable. Shirley exhaled deeply, approaching Macamp, who was kneeling in exhaustion yet still standing, gently reassuring, "You've worked hard, my partner. We have won." His face bore fatigue, yet it was overshadowed by gratitude and pride. Wu Yi, momentarily dazed, then smiled wryly, recalling Weezing and addressing Shirley with a hearty voice. "I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. You and your Macamp truly embody the name immovable rock, although I lost. The performance of my Pokémon earned the respect of all." The host excitedly approached for an interview. "Shirley, congratulations on advancing to the semifinals. Could you elaborate on that final move, the immovable King S earth-shattering star?" Shirley took the microphone, still catching his breath. "Thank you. This move is one of the secrets of my immovable rock style. It is not merely a single skill, but a culmination of earthquake, grappling, and the force of earth projection, fused through special exertion and mental resonance. It requires an exceptionally high level of quality and synergy between Pokémon." The host then inquired of Wu Yi, "Although you suffered a regrettable defeat, your and your Pokémon's impressive performance earned everyone's respect. Particularly, could you share your training experience with Meowth's Thunderbolt?" Wu Yi chuckled lightly. "Thank you. I believe every Pokémon has infinite potential. The key lies in whether the trainer can sincerely discover and guide it. My Meowth has an innate affinity for electricity. Or perhaps it simply finds the sparkles of lightning appealing. His jest elicited laughter. Yet, jokes aside, after recognizing its unique traits, we engaged in rigorous targeted training over an extended period, overcoming countless failures before mastering Thunderbolt. This demonstrates that with the right method and diligent effort, a Pokémon's potential can surpass all expectations. The host ultimately asked both competitors for their thoughts on each other's performances. Shirley replied earnestly, Wu Yi is an outstanding and respectable opponent. His tactical thinking is boundless, and his adaptability in battle is impressive. His ability to unearth Pokémon potential is astonishing. This match taught me much and made me aware of my own shortcomings. Wu Yi replied with a carefree smile. Shirley's strength and will are evident to all. I completely respect him. His Machamp is deserving of its title of strength. This defeat illuminated the limitations of tactics and the decisive role of absolute power. I hope there will be opportunities to seek his counsel in the future. As the interview concluded, the two approached the center of the arena, shaking hands firmly, their eyes reflecting a mutual respect akin to that of heroes. Before departing together amidst the applause to seek healing at the Pokémon Center. Chapter 83. A tense encounter as the ghostly Sword Saint emerges. In the contestants' tunnel, Luo Feng leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets, his gaze fixated on the arena. Only when the referee blew the whistle to announce the results did he slowly withdraw his gaze, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Frankly, he felt an immense pressure weighing on him. Wu Yi's flamboyant tactics had seemingly drained every ounce of potential from his Pokémon. And then there was Shirley, whose ferocity derived from ancient martial arts and an explosive willpower in dire straits struck him like a hammer on his heart. When it came to tactical flexibility and the ability to integrate personal style into command, they were undeniably superior to him. This realization stung. But Luo Feng had always been honest with himself. After all, what did he rely on but the system's advantages, which allowed his Pokémon to level up swiftly and learn skills vigorously? Without this system, yet just as this minor melancholy began to surface, it was swiftly suppressed by his inherent tenacity. He shook his head, a carefree smile gracing his lips. But then again, the system is part of my strength, and good fortune is a skill in itself. With this thought, he felt a renewed spark in his eyes. To have made it to the top 8, he was indeed impressive. The upcoming matches were a must-win. In the audience, Su Qingshuet gently patted her chest, her heart racing from the earlier match. Shirley's strength and Wu Yi's tactics were formidable. She needed to learn diligently. She muttered softly, her expression exceptionally serious. The venue's lights gradually dimmed. Yet the audience's enthusiasm remained undiminished, fervently discussing the recent battle. The next contestants were already warming up in the preparation area, eager to showcase their skills. Meanwhile, over on the field, staff were busy with repairs. Remarkably, this high-tech arena could self-repair. Cracks closed on their own, the turned-up soil was flattened, and charred marks vanished in a flash. A man in the front row, wearing a cap, stared in disbelief. Did that only take a few minutes? His son, even more excited, exclaimed, Dad, look! The ground is fixing itself. However, the most talked about subjects remained the recently concluded match and the impending battle between bug and ghost types. Shirley's spiral combo was simply incredible. The upcoming bug-type versus ghost-type match was her favorite to watch. Limu Ji's bug-type Pokémon were all impressively striking. The previous matches of Mo Ying had been too bizarre. She hadn't understood a thing. The grand screen above begins to showcase the highlights of the two contenders. On the left, Li Mug's shimmering hunt for the Phoenix Butterfly, the Heracross violently launching its opponent, and the Escavalier withstanding the torrential downpour of flames. On the right, Mo Ying's elusive Jengar, the Night Stalker with its eerie single eye, and several ghostly figures flitting about. What a breathtaking showdown. The host's voice booms, promising an even more exhilarating match ahead. The spotlight suddenly illuminates both entrances. In the third round of the quarterfinals, hailing from Baichao City, the insect-type expert known as the Concerto of Insect Song, Li Mugge. The lights on the left brighten, and Li Mugge strides confidently onto the stage. Clad in a dark green training outfit adorned with leaf embroidery, a bug-type badge pinned to his chest. His expression is serious, yet his eyes blaze with the fire of battle. Opposing him is the enigmatic Mo Ying, who commands the powers of the spectral realm. Under the right spotlight, a figure cloaked in dark robes appears silently, the hood obscuring much of their face, revealing only a stern mouth. An aura of chilling energy envelopes them, their footsteps soundless. The barrage of comments floods the live chat. The Bug King has arrived. Mo Ying's attire is stunning. A classic bug versus ghost battle. Limuga's Pokémon are a visual marvel. Mo Ying's Jengar has been on a rampage in previous matches. At the commentary table, Zhang Yuan adjusts his tie and exchanges a glance with Lin Wei. Welcome back. I'm Zhang Yuan. And I'm Lin Wei. The previous match was thrilling, but this one is set to be even more explosive. Indeed, Limuga's insect team works in perfect harmony, and his Heracross, which can only utilize 3 types of moves, is particularly striking. Mo Ying, on the other hand, is the dark horse of this tournament, with ghost-type Pokémon that are both elusive and formidable. Especially the bizarre trajectory of Jengar's Shadow Ball. The referee's flag is waved. The match begins. Heracross, you're up. Limuga takes the initiative. Night Stalker. Mo Ying's voice drifts unpredictably. 2 flashes of red light signal the arrival of their Pokémon. On the left, Heracross lands heavily, its massive horn glinting ominously, muscles taut. On the right, the Night Stalker hovers in midair, its singular eye glowing a haunting purple, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who meets its gaze. An intense start. Strength versus the uncanny. Will Heracross's fighting skills land a hit? The battle commences. Zhang Yuan speaks rapidly. Heracross is a dual bug and fighting type. Lin Wei analyzes. Fighting moves are ineffective against ghost types, but other moves can still inflict damage. Limuga strikes first. Heracross, use Aerial Ace. Heracross launches forward. Its assault fierce. However, Mo Ying remains unfazed. Night Stalker, use Ominous Wind. The singular eye emits a bizarre glow, marking Heracross, preventing it from retreating easily. Shadow Punch. The Night Stalker delivers a punch from afar, ghostly energy striking at an acute angle. Limuga remains calm under pressure, dodge and counter with Seed Bomb. Heracross deftly sidesteps, unleashing a barrage of green energy seeds. Unfortunately, the effectiveness is diminished due to type disadvantage. Mo Ying's strategy is clear. The aim is to take down Limuga's ace. Both sides are probing each other's defenses. After several exchanges, Heracross displays its tremendous power. Yet the Night Stalker withstands the blows remarkably, its ghostly attacks elusive. Zhang Yuan comments. Mo Ying is employing a war of attrition. Lin Wei adds. But Limuga is searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Seizing the moment when Heracross is momentarily vulnerable, Mo Ying commands. Night Stalker, use Curse. A dark red glow envelopes Heracross, draining its stamina. Worried, Limuga furrows his brow, then decisively instructs. Heracross, use Horn Attack. With a fierce roar, Heracross charges forward. Its horn cloaked in fighting energy, akin to a tank in its relentless thrust. The effect is immediate. The Night Stalker begins to falter. Mo Ying promptly recalls it. Come back. Jengar, it's your turn. As the black gaze fades, Limuga also switches. Heracross, return. Escavalier, go. Both sides switch Pokémon. Escavalier. Limuga had a hidden ace. Jengar has arrived. Mo Ying's signature Pokémon. 2 flashes of red light signal the entrance of new fighters. On the left, Escavalier lands steadily, encased in heavy armor, its arm blades gleaming, while on the right, Jengar grins mischievously, its form flickering unpredictably. What a brilliant timing for the switch. Zhang Yuan exclaims. Escavalier, being a bug and water type, boasts excellent resistance, while Lin Wei analyzes that Jengar excels in speed, setting the stage for a clash between defense and agility. Mo Ying takes the first move. Jengar, use Hypnosis. Jengar's eyes glow, spreading waves of drowsiness. Limuga maintains a solid defense. Escavalier, hold your ground. The light shield perfectly blocks the Hypnosis wave. Shadow Ball Barrage. Mo Ying continues the pressure. Jengar swings its arms, launching multiple Shadow Balls from tricky angles. As the water jets approach, Limuga responds calmly. Escavalier, use Aqua Jet. Escavalier propels itself forward, avoiding the Shadow Balls with swift agility, its blades shimmering with water energy as it strikes down towards Jengar. Jengar narrowly evades but still feels the sting of the water stream, letting out an annoyed shriek. Escavalier's reflexes are astonishing. Limuga's predictions are spot on. Jengar nearly succeeded. The battle intensifies, with Jengar relying on speed while Escavalier stands firm. Ultimately, Escavalier endures a Shadow Ball, its shell cracking, yet it presses forward, landing a precise head charge that strikes Jengar squarely in the abdomen. Jengar is sent flying to the ground, struggling to rise. The referee raises the flag. Jengar is unable to battle. Mo Ying silently recalls Jengar, tossing out one final Pokeball. Cinderace, sever the foe ahead. For the first time, emotion tinges his voice. A cerulean light erupts, the crisp sound of a sword ringing throughout the arena. Chapter 84, Luo Feng vs. Linlon. as the light dissipates. A Pokémon wielding dual swords and engulfed in azure flames makes a breathtaking entrance. It stands tall like a medieval knight, its eyes flickering with icy flames, exuding an aura befitting a natural-born swordmaster. Most strikingly, its coloration is entirely distinct from the ordinary Cinderace, appearing in a rare deep violet hue. This is an exceptionally rare, shiny form. The live chat erupts in chaos. Wow, a shiny Cinderace. Mo Ying's trump card is this. This color is stunning. Ghost and fire types. This combination is exceedingly rare. I've never seen a living one before. The pressure it exudes is absolutely that of a champion. In the contestant's tunnel, Luo Feng's gaze sharpens instantly. The rarity and strength of his opponent's Pokémon far exceed his expectations. With a thought, he activates the system scan. Target, Cinderace. Qualification, Champion, Red. Level, LV40. Status, Perfect. With a commanding sword intent. Ability, Shattered Armor. Moves, Night Slash, Sacred Sword, Swords Dance, Spirit Blade, Remorse Sword. The champion-level Cinderace sends a jolt through Luo Feng. The elite families truly are formidable. He instinctively licks his lips. He cannot deny that this Pokémon is breathtaking, exuding a different kind of charm than his Gyarados and Milotic. On the battlefield, Limugud also feels an overwhelming pressure. He recalls his energy-draining Escavalier, takes a deep breath, and throws out his last special Pokeball, adorned with fiery patterns. Since that's the case, it's your time to shine. Volcarona. The brilliance illuminates the arena like a miniature sun. As the light fades, an extraordinarily vibrant Pokémon gracefully appears. Its 6 broad wings adorned with black and red patterns flutter as if actual flames are igniting. A warm radiance spills forth from it, challenging the cold sword energy of Cinderace, creating a stark contrast in the arena's temperature. One side warm as spring, the other frigid as winter. Volcarona. Limugud S-Ace. A quasi-divine bug type. This is the true trump card. So beautiful. Its wings resemble the sun. The ultimate showdown between the insect and the specter has only just begun. Both possess the caliber of a champion. The stakes are exceedingly high. Unbelievable. Contestant Limugud has concealed such a trump card as the Fire God Moth. Commentator Zhang Yuan's voice trembled with astonishment. Meanwhile, contestant Mo Ying Est Song Yen Ringue is equally formidable. Lin Wei interjected excitedly, declaring that this is a direct clash of aces, destined to determine the victor. Limugud commanded first, Fire God Moth, Dance of the Butterflies. Almost simultaneously, Mo Ying responded, Song Yen Ringue, Sword Dance. The Fire God Moth twirled gracefully in the air, each rotation amplifying its energy, while Song Yen Ringue wielded its dual swords. Each strike imbued with the resolve to sever all, its attack power soaring to terrifying heights. Dance of Fire. Holy Sword. Once more, both unleashed their attacks simultaneously. The Fire God Moth conjured a tempest of golden-red flames, warping the air with its intense heat, as Song Yen Ringue transformed into a blue specter, unleashing a cross-shaped sword energy that cleaved through the flames, hurtling toward the Fire God Moth. Boom, boom, boom. Flames and sword energy clashed violently, causing the protective barrier to fluctuate intensely, forcing the referee to retreat. This is the true essence of a champion-level duel. Each clash sends my heart racing. The Dance of Fire has an enormous reach, but the Holy Sword can cleave through the flames. Such strength. Seizing the moment after the Fire God Moth's attack, Mo Ying commanded, Song Yen Ringue, strike at the vital point. Song Yen Ringue appeared ghost-like behind the Fire God Moth, its dual swords aimed directly at its wings. Protect. Limugud reacted with lightning speed. The light shield barely absorbed the blow, sparks flying upon impact. Now's the time. Focus your mental strength. Limugud seized the opportunity, counterattacking during Song Yen Ringue's moment of vulnerability. The Fire God Moth's eyes burst forth with blue light, its psychic energy grasping Song Yen Ringue like an invisible hand. Mo Ying urged urgently, break free. Use the Sword of Regret. Song Yen Ringue unleashed a surge of deep purple vengeful energy, forcibly breaking free from the binding, and with a swift backhanded strike, unleashed a blade filled with boundless regret. This sword was as swift as lightning. The Fire God Moth had no chance to evade. Thud. The impact was tremendous. The Fire God Moth was sent flying, deep gashes marring its wings, its radiance dimmed. Struggling to maintain its flight, it was evidently gravely injured. Mo Ying whispered, it's over. Limugud shouted, not yet. Fire God Moth. The final insect cry. The fallen Fire God Moth strained to ascend, gathering all its strength to emit the ultimate cry of the insect. infused with an indomitable will to live. Buzz. The sound wave energy surged like a tangible force towards Song Yin Ringui. The ground cracked, and the barrier nearly shattered. Song Yin Ringui had just unleashed its ultimate move and was caught off guard, struck squarely. The effect was astounding. The ghostly blue flames flickered violently. Song Yin Ringui knelt on the ground, propping itself up with its dual swords. Both Pokémon were panting heavily, on the brink of collapse. The arena fell silent, everyone holding their breath. The final strike. Flashing flame charge. Sort of regret. Both issued their commands simultaneously. The fire god Moth summoned a tragic dark red flame storm, while Song Yin Ringui slashed forth a resolute deep purple sword light. Boom! The ensuing explosion enveloped the arena in dust. As the smoke cleared, the fire god Moth struggled to hover in midair, its wings charred, its light faint yet unwavering. In contrast, Song Yin Ringui lay amidst the shattered ground, its swords fallen beside it, the flames extinguished completely. The referee approached for confirmation and announced loudly, Song Yin Ringui has lost its fighting capability. The victor is contestant Li Gu. Overjoyed, Li Gu exhaled deeply, kneeling on one knee. The fire god Moth slowly descended, gently enveloping him with its damaged wings. Emoing silently recalled Song Yin Ringui, whispering softly to the Poké Ball. He cast a deep glance at Li Gu, offering a slight nod, before departing in silence. Victory. Insect King Li Gu. This battle will undoubtedly be a contender for the best match of the tournament. The fire god Moth was magnificent. Its cry determined the fate. Though defeated, Song Yin Ringui remains honorable. Both are elite trainers. The entire audience rose to their feet, applauding thunderously. This duel transcended mere victory or defeat. The host approached for an interview. Congratulations on your victory. Could you share your thoughts on using the insect cry in the final moments? Li Gu took the microphone. Thank you. At that moment, the fire god Moth was gravely injured, yet I could feel its unwavering desire to fight. The insect cry is the ultimate skill that harnesses all its power. I believed it could create a miracle. He gently caressed the fire god Moth, which responded weakly, moving many in the audience. The host then turned to Mo. Although defeated, you and Song Yin Ringui have garnered everyone's respect. Could you share your perspective on this match? Mo paused for a moment. Li Gu is a worthy adversary. The bond and synergy between the fire god Moth and its trainer were the keys to victory. After speaking, he lightly tapped the Poké Ball, his gesture conveying an almost imperceptible tenderness. At the player tunnel, Luo Feng watched the match in its entirety, his expression grave. Even with the system, one must not be complacent. The strength of these opponents far exceeds expectations. The upcoming semifinals will likely be even more challenging. The big screen updated the list of advancing contestants. Yi Xiao, Shirley, Li Gu. The final slot will be determined between Luo Feng and Linlan. The arena lights dimmed as the staff began to repair the battlefield, yet the audience's enthusiasm remained undiminished. Contestants for the next match were already warming up in the preparation area. In the southeast preparation zone, Luo Feng slowly rose, determination gleaming in his eyes. No matter how formidable the opponent, he was ready. The quarterfinals were entering their final phase, and his battle was just beginning. The enchanting and dramatic duel between Li Gu and Mo, a veritable artistic exemplar, had yet to quell the visual and psychological impact it left behind. The air still crackled with the residual tension of their energy clash and the audience's unrestrained excitement. The entire Dragon Nest venue resembled a powder keg ignited, poised for the next spark to set it ablaze. Magnificent, breathtaking. The host's penetrating voice resonated, drawing everyone's attention back to the arena. We extend our gratitude to contestants Li Gu and Mo for presenting us with a classic battle worthy of the tournament's annals. Yet, the legend is still being penned. The climax is far from over. He deliberately elongated his tone, crafting an atmosphere laden with tension, his voice quivering with anticipation. Next, we shall witness the grand finale of the quarterfinals. This is the ultimate showdown that will determine the final coveted spot in the semifinals. First, hailing from the East Sea City Garrison Academy, renowned as the future star of law enforcement, possessing a steely will and precise tactical execution, sweeping through formidable foes, contestant Linlan. The spotlight illuminated one side of the entrance as Linlan strode into the arena with a firm and powerful gait, clad in a tailored deep blue combat uniform. She stood tall, her gaze sharp like a hawk locking onto its prey, brimming with focus and unwavering resolve. Following closely were her Pokémon, Wind Speed Dog, Thunder Beast, and Warrior Eagle, moving in perfect unison, their demeanor calm and resolute, eyes alert, each step bearing the unmistakable hallmarks of military training, akin to an elite task force ready for battle. And her opponent, the host's voice suddenly crescendoed, charged with fervor, was the tournament's most formidable dark horse, advancing with an unmatched dominance that instilled fear in all adversaries, earning the moniker of the Jiangzhou Tyrant, contestant Luo Feng. The lights on the opposite side flared to life as Luo Feng emerged with a measured pace. In stark contrast to Lin Lan's palpable intensity, he appeared remarkably tranquil, his expression serene as though he were not about to engage in a decisive battle for semifinal glory, but merely partaking in a routine training session. Yet, it was this uncharacteristic composure for one so young that revealed an unfathomable confidence. The audience erupted in a cacophony akin to a tidal wave, the density of livestream comments reaching a peak since the tournament commenced. Sister Lan is magnificent, bringing honor to the Garrison Academy. Finally, the tyrant has made his entrance. This is the moment we've been waiting for. The Justice Flower against the heartless tyrant. I adore this storyline. Look at the muscle definition and intensity in Lin Lan's wind speed dog. The training has been exceptional. The market is open. The market is open. How many moves will Gyarados take to conclude this battle? I wager that Sister Lan can force Luo Feng to bring out his second Pokémon. You're overthinking it. It appears to be a complete rout. In the official commentary booth, two seasoned commentators have taken their positions. One is the deep-voiced Zhang Hao, a former professional trainer known for his tactical analyses, while the other is the fast-talking, exuberant Xiaomi, who has transitioned from popular esports commentary. Zhang Hao, welcome back, esteemed viewers, to our live broadcast. This concluding match of the quarterfinals is filled with anticipation. Competitor Lin Lan represents the pinnacle of discipline and tactical synergy, while Luo Feng embodies sheer power. Xiaomi, absolutely, Brother Hao. My adrenaline is already surging. The tyrant Luo Feng's Gyarados has previously triumphed in all matches, defeating 3 opponents without a single loss. Whether Lin Lan can shatter this myth today, or even compel him to unveil his second Pokémon, will be the greatest suspense of this match. Luo Feng calmly surveyed Lin Lan and her trio of Pokémon, the system information flashing through his mind in an instant. Qualities, levels, traits, move pools, everything was clear as day. He felt a stir within. The lineup was solid and well-trained. Yet it seemed to lack the unpredictability necessary to turn the tide of battle. This confrontation would likely not be filled with the unexpected surprises that characterized Li Muji's matches. However, if there were indeed hidden cards yet to be played, that would be quite intriguing. Without further hesitation, he lightly pressed the button on the high-grade Poké Ball at his waist. A resounding roar echoed forth, as if from the depths of primordial wilderness. The deep blue dragon-like form emanated an oppressive aura as it coiled onto the battlefield. Its iron-hard scales glimmered coldly under the lights, while its menacing fins rose like swords towards the sky. The blood-red eyes burned with pure, ferocious intensity, and merely its presence seemed to freeze the very air within the stadium. It was none other than Gyarados. The referee, clearly sensing this palpable menacing presence, wasted no time and waved the flag to announce the commencement. In the final match of the quarterfinals, Luo Feng faces Lin Lan in a 3v3 singles duel, now underway. Lin Lan sought to seize the initiative, issuing her commands clearly and decisively. Zygarde, take the offensive. Intimidate. Her Zygarde stepped forward, its chest swelling as it unleashed a roar filled with authority and pressure. An invisible aura surged forth like a tangible wave, crashing towards Gyarados in an attempt to weaken its physical prowess from the very onset of battle. However, in the face of this psychological assault, Gyarados merely glanced coldly, its eyes betraying a hint of disdain. As a naturally ferocious Pokémon endowed with an innate intimidating presence, it possessed a remarkable resistance to similar pressures. With a slight tremor of its body, it countered the approaching wave of intimidation with an even more savage aura, dissipating much of the threat. In fact, it was Zygarde, the one who had initiated the intimidation, that instinctively shrank back slightly, emitting a low whimper filled with unease. Chapter 85. No one can impede my path to victory. Xiaomi's voice nearly broke with excitement. My goodness, what a thrilling start. Lin Lan's intimidation strategy seems to have backfired. No, it's more than that. It's had the opposite effect. Her Zygarde appears to be somewhat intimidated. Zhang Hao echoed in astonishment. Incredible. The clash of momentum has resulted in a complete victory for Gyarados. This is no ordinary trait confrontation. It's akin to a bloodline suppression. Lin Lan's opening has been compromised, disrupting her rhythm. The live chat exploded instantaneously. Wait, is that a reverse intimidation? Am I seeing this correctly? What kind of Gyarados is this? So fierce. It can even suppress traits? Sister Lan is off to a rocky start. The dog seems frightened. The title of tyrant is truly well-deserved. Just standing there makes one's legs tremble. Lin Lan's heart sank. Yet as a seasoned officer, her mental fortitude was exceptional. She quickly steadied herself. Zygarde, do not fear. Trust in ourselves. Use extreme speed to charge forward. Zygarde suppressed the instinctive fear and, with all its might, transformed into a streak of white light, racing towards Gyarados with lightning speed. This move, extreme speed, relied on swiftness, precision, and ferocity, designed to catch the opponent off guard and disrupt their rhythm. Yet Luo Feng's response was even swifter, his command chillingly concise, as though he had anticipated this. Rain Dance. Gyarados immediately tilted its head back, releasing a mighty roar that reverberated through the arena, as if the very ceiling might be lifted. In the next moment, the venue's simulated environment system hummed to life, and dark clouds swiftly gathered, with torrential raindrops pelting down, transforming the scene into a deluge. The rain cascading upon Gyarados' deep blue scales appeared almost supernatural, making its form seem far more agile, its speed dramatically enhanced. The ability Swift Swim activated, its speed doubled in the rain. Zhang Hao, here it comes. Luo Feng's signature rain team. Gyarados is gaining speed. Although Lin Lan's extreme speed secured the initial strike, the subsequent advantage in speed for Gyarados is monumental. Xiaomi, this is troubling. A Gyarados in the rain is like a high-speed bulldozer. Lin Lan must quickly devise a strategy to counter the weather, or she may find herself led by the nose. However, Luo Feng's next move left Lin Lan and the entire audience in sheer disbelief. He calmly uttered 3 words, Dragon Dance. What? Just as Zygarde, in its lightning form, was about to collide with Gyarados, the enormous creature began to twist and turn in the rain, disregarding everything around it. With an ancient, mystical rhythm, its muscles bulged and its aura surged. Both attack and speed soared to new heights. Lin Lan shouted urgently, we cannot allow it to dance. Zygarde, use Crunch to interrupt it. Zygarde opened its mouth, dark energy swirling around its fangs, infused with ferocity, and aimed directly at Gyarados' dancing neck. Clang. The sound was crisp, akin to biting into superalloy, making one's teeth ache just to hear it. Gyarados merely swayed slightly, absorbing this super-effective attack, its crimson eyes glowing with increased ferocity as it maintained the rhythm of Dragon Dance. The first enhancement was complete. Xiaomi gasped, my heavens. It endured that. Crunch is exceptionally effective. Its defense is like iron. Moreover, it had finished dancing. Its attack and speed had both increased. Zhang Hao's tone turned grave. This is dangerous. Lin Lan must make an immediate decision, continue to press on, or switch Pokémon to stall. Yet Luo Feng offered no respite, his voice cold and unyielding. Like death's knell, for the second time, Dragon Dance. Gyarados commenced yet again. In the downpour, its momentum escalated like a volcanic eruption, becoming increasingly terrifying. Zygarde's follow-up attack felt negligible, akin to mere scratches, failing to make an impact at all. To be honest, Lin Lan felt a chill creeping into her heart. Should she attempt to interrupt? She couldn't. She was unable to do so. If she did not interrupt, this creature would only grow stronger. How could she possibly continue this battle? For the third time, Dragon Dance. When the third Dragon Dance was completed, the entire stadium fell silent, save for the sound of the rain. The energy surrounding Gyarados was palpable, visibly distorting the air. Raindrops were repelled before they even touched it, evaporating in the process. Its speed, bolstered by the rain and 3 Dragon Dances, had reached an utterly despairing level. The massive form no longer felt clumsy but instead exuded an oppressive force that threatened to obliterate everything in its wake. Cold sweat poured down Lin Lan's forehead, and her back chilled. She finally comprehended that her opponent aimed to play the game of extreme enhancement, seeking a one-hit kill. She wished to call back Zygarde, but the thought had barely crossed her mind when it was already too late. Luo Feng spoke softly, yet his words were unmistakably clear. It's over. Aqua Tail. And then it moved. The imposing figure of the Gyarados, having amassed all its strength, erupted with a speed that belied its size, slicing through the deluge like a bolt of blue lightning. Its massive tail, reminiscent of rivers and tumult, carried the force capable of obliterating anything in its path, striking with a velocity so swift that the swift dog could not even react. Bang! The sound echoed as it landed a solid blow. Immediately thereafter, a thunderous roar reverberated through the arena. The swift dog was sent flying like a rag doll hurled by a speeding truck, crashing into an energy barrier several dozen meters away, causing it to tremble before it slumped down, dazed and disoriented, utterly defeated. An eerie silence enveloped the venue. The barrage of comments momentarily stuttered before erupting anew. What just happened? Am I seeing things? 3 dragon dances. Rain boosted speed. And then it was over. Sister Land's ace, the swift dog, taken out in a single move. Is this damage for real? Is this speed genuine? Sister Lawn didn't even get a chance to switch Pokemon. A tyrant. An unreasonable tyrant. Offering no mercy. I feel for the beautiful police officer. How does one even play under these circumstances? Xiaomi, regaining her composure, trembled as she spoke. It was a one-hit knockout. The Gyarados, after 3 dragon dances and the rain-boosted speed, unleashed a water tail. The swift dog stood no chance. The sheer destructive power leaves me at a loss for words. Zhang Hao analyzed. This is an absolute tactical domination. Luo Feng seized the opportunity at the outset, utilizing the Gyarados' monstrous durability to enhance its capabilities. Once he executed this strategy, the match lost all suspense. The pressure on Lin Lan was immense. Lin Lan gazed at the incapacitated swift dog at the sidelines. Her mind momentarily blank. While she was aware of Luo Feng's prowess, experiencing such a raw display of power firsthand was overwhelming. Her meticulously prepared strategy seemed utterly futile against such overwhelming strength. Biting her tongue sharply, the pain jolted her back to reality. She took a deep breath and, with trembling hands, recalled the swift dog. She couldn't give up. Thunder Beast, I'm counting on you. She sent out her second Pokemon, harnessing the rain to unleash a thunderstorm. This was her sole opportunity. Thunder during rain was guaranteed to hit. Moreover, electric-type moves dealt quadruple damage to water and flying types. This was her hope for a comeback. The Thunder Beast roared, its body crackling with electric energy, calling upon the heavens. A massive golden lightning bolt cleaved through the rain, exuding an aura of annihilation, and struck precisely at the Gyarados. The thunderclap was deafening, the electric light blinding. Xiaomi shouted, Thunder! It's a guaranteed hit. Quadruple advantage. Lin Lan's counterattack. Will it succeed? Zhang Hao cautioned. Theoretically perfect. But remember, Luo Feng's Gyarados may possess resistances to electric-type moves that defy conventional logic. Faced with this decisive strike, Luo Feng's command remained simple and unfeeling. Waterfall. The Gyarados let out an ancient roar, refusing to evade or dodge. Enveloped in a torrent of turbulent water, transforming into a blue water dragon defying the heavens, colliding head-on with the fearsome lightning. The thunder erupted, and the golden electric serpents ensnared the Gyarados, crackling wildly. Water and electricity intertwined, creating a horrifying spectacle. Then, to the astonishment of all present, the Gyarados, shimmering with electric light, merely paused for a brief moment, as if the quadruple damage thunder was nothing more than a mild static shock. It surged through the electric storm, its massive head crashing into the Thunder Beast, followed by its water-enshrouded tail, which flicked upward with a sharp crack, striking the Thunder Beast's soft abdomen with resounding force. The impact was tremendous. The Thunder Beast emitted a short, pained cry, akin to a sack of flour being tossed, crashing to the ground and splashing water everywhere. Spinning in circles, it was defeated once more. It had withstood a quadruple damage thunder and retaliated. The barrage of comments went wild. It withstood the thunder. Am I seeing this correctly? Quadruple advantage, and it acts like it's nothing. Is this scientific? This Gyarados is a Snorlax in dragon's skin. Absurdly resilient. Is it cheating? There's no contest left. This isn't just a gap. It's a chasm. Sister Lawn, I feel for you. Xiaomi was nearly at a loss for words. Good heavens. What have I witnessed? Taking a quadruple damage thunder head-on, countering with Waterfall and Water Tail to take down the Thunder Beast. Does this Gyarados have no weaknesses? Zhang Hao spoke gravely. Incredible durability. This exceeds the realm of ordinary Pokemon. Lin Lan's strategy was sound, but her opponent's strength is beyond measure. Lin Lan's hands trembled more violently, her complexion paling. The strongest counter move was ineffective, and this sense of helplessness engulfed her. She bit her lip until she tasted blood, summoning all her strength to send out her final Pokemon. Brave Falcon, it's up to you. Take flight, and don't touch the ground. She actually had a Lucario left. But considering its lack of advantage, she opted for the Falcon. The brave Falcon let out a triumphant cry, soaring through the rain-soaked skies. Its sharp gaze fixed intently on the Gyarados below, attempting to leverage its aerial advantage. Luo Feng calmly looked up. Gyarados, Ice Wind. The Gyarados unleashed a blast of icy white air laced with ice shards. The area of effect was vast, although it didn't directly strike the high-flying Falcon. The bone-chilling cold severely disrupted the air currents, causing the brave Falcon's speed to noticeably decrease, and frost began to form on its feathers. Zhang Hao remarked, Clever. Ice Wind slows it down, limiting its mobility. The Falcon's advantage is gone. Lin Lan recognized that her final opportunity had arrived. Hesitation was not an option. Brave Falcon, give it your all. Brave charge. The brave falcon let out a determined cry, erupting with energy akin to blue flames, descending like a comet from the sky. Propelled by a death-defying resolve, the momentum was astounding. However, Luo Feng stunned everyone once again with an unexpected maneuver. Jump up, Watertail. Jump up. Amidst countless exclamations of disbelief, the Gyarados, weighing several hundred kilograms, propelled itself upward with its extraordinary hind leg strength, leaping higher than the diving brave falcon. The speed was such that the falcon had no time to change direction. Then, with the cumulative power of 3 dragon dances, its enormous tail, enveloped in surging water, came crashing down like a divine whip. Boom. It struck the brave falcon's back with a thunderous impact. The brave falcon plummeted like a downed aircraft, crashing into the chaotic arena below, splattering mud everywhere, and became embedded in a crater, motionless. The judge hurried over to assess the situation and then raised the flag. The brave falcon is unable to continue fighting. The winner is Luo Feng. 3-0. Another overwhelming victory. The Gyarados remained in the arena, slightly bruised yet exuding an even fiercer aura, its crimson eyes surveying the crowd, proclaiming its dominance. A moment of silence enveloped the arena before erupting into an uproarious cheer that could lift the roof. Victory. Gyarados is incredible. Invincible. Another 3-0. Aminal. This crushing defeat had me on my knees the whole time. Watching Luo Feng compete is exhilarating. There's no fear of losing. Just shout 666. So powerful. Strong enough to inspire despair. The championship is assured. The Tyrant of Jiangzhou, a title well-deserved. Lin Lan gazed at the large crater in the center of the arena, exhaling deeply, as if expelling all her pressure and frustration. She recalled the brave falcon, her expression devoid of significant disappointment. Instead, it bore a complex smile tinged with bitterness, yet more so with acceptance and understanding. Approaching Luo Feng, her tone was sincere. I simply cannot compete. She shook her head, looking at the Gyarados. Your Gyarados is on an entirely different level than mine. Congratulations, Luo Feng. I concede with genuine respect. Pausing, her gaze regained its determination, igniting her fighting spirit. I hope that in the future, on a grander stage, I will have another chance to battle you. By then, I will surely grow stronger, armed with new partners and strategies, ready to challenge you once more. Luo Feng, observing the unwavering spirit and tenacity in Lin Lan's eyes, nodded, offering her the respect she deserved. You directed well, and your Pokémon performed admirably. I look forward to our next encounter. Thus, the finalists of the national competition have been announced. Luo Feng, Shirley, Limu Gu, and Yi Xiao. Luo Feng, with his overwhelming prowess, has become the frontrunner for the championship, without a doubt. The host, brimming with excitement, invited Luo Feng to the interview area. Congratulations, contestant Luo Feng. You've decisively advanced to the semifinals. How do you feel? Luo Feng took the microphone, his expression unchanged. I'm fine, just performing normally. The host chuckled wryly. Your normal performance has truly opened our eyes. Your Gyarados was astonishing today, especially when it withstood that thunder attack. It was simply divine. Can you share how you trained it to be so formidable? Luo Feng pondered briefly. Trust, coupled with scientific training. I believe in its potential, and it reciprocated. As for the specific methods, I possess some unique techniques that are difficult to elaborate on. The host replied, I understand. Now, regarding the 3 consecutive dragon dances. What was your thought process? After all, the opponent's Sceptile was disrupting the match. Luo Feng responded, I have faith in Gyarados' endurance. Moreover, with the rain enhancing our capabilities, we had the upper hand in speed, making the match easier to navigate. The host remarked, astute. Lastly, having reached the semifinals, what are your goals? What is your perspective on your 3 formidable opponents? Luo Feng gazed into the camera, his tone calm, yet brimming with confidence. My objective has never wavered. The championship is mine, regardless of who stands in my way. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in a thunderous ovation. Chapter 86. The national finalists emerge. The adrenaline-pumping battle between Luo Feng and Lin Lan has finally concluded, bringing an end to the morning's matches. The colossal screen in the center of the venue displayed the dazzling names of the national top 4, each representing the strongest high school trainers of the year. Luo Feng, Hunan Province. Yi Xiao, freelance trainer. Shirley, champion of the young generation in ancient martial arts. Limu Gu, master of bug types. During the intermission, the tension in the venue eased slightly, but the audience remained lively, chattering excitedly like a bustling market. Everyone animatedly discussed how Luo Feng bulldozed his opponent, and how thrilling the upcoming semifinal matches would be. In the players' rest area, just as Luo Feng returned Gyarados to its Poké Ball, Su Qingxue approached him, her cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling like stars, adoration practically radiating from her. "Oh my, Luo Feng, you were incredible," she exclaimed, her voice laced with excitement. 3 dragon dances combined with the rain made you lightning fast. Linland's Sceptile and Zapdos were so formidable. Yet they were utterly helpless against you. As she spoke, she naturally handed him a bottle of premium energy drink, her proud expression making it seem as if she had just triumphed on the battlefield herself. Luo Feng accepted the drink with a thank you, took a sip, and smiled. It's mainly due to the type advantage and timing. He withheld further details, but the implication was clear. He glanced at the schedule. This afternoon, I face Li Mu Gu. His bug team will struggle more in the rain, theoretically making it easier for me. Absolutely, no problem at all. Su Qingxue nodded vigorously, her confidence in Luo Feng unwavering. Then, playfully, she winked and added with a hint of regret, "Oh, it's a pity I can only cheer for you from the sidelines. But watching you win is 100 times more thrilling than winning myself." Luo Feng chuckled. "If I win, it's as if you've won too." While they shared this serene moment, the encrypted chat group, named Battle Alliance, was ablaze with activity, messages flooding in at an astonishing pace. "Gene Duo, everyone, did you see that? Who else has executed 3 dragon dances and withstood a thunder attack that was 4 times effective, only to turn around and take down Zapdos? What is this Gyarados consuming to grow so strong? Is this even reasonable? Somehow, let us disband this group. What is the point of strategizing anymore? We should just focus on how to survive a minute under Gyarados' might, contemplating the most peaceful way to lie down." "Xiao Hao, Luo Feng, big shot. After the match, could I add you as a friend? I'm willing to negotiate. I just want to buy your training insights for Gyarados. Even a beginner's guide would suffice." "Gene Duo, how are you crazy? Feng isn't even in the group." "Ying, after watching this match, I suddenly feel like my electric team's loss isn't unjust. My idol Luo Feng could withstand Lin Land's ace electric type and turn the tables on it. I'm just going to lie down now." Wu Yi pretends to smoke, looking pensive. "Although I lost to Shirley, I suddenly feel it's not so shameful. At least I wasn't treated like a child by Luo Feng's Gyarados." "Feng Miao, Li Mu Gu, brother, take care in the semifinals this afternoon. Try to draw out some of Luo Feng's hidden strategies. Even learning one more move would contribute to our future research." Li Mu Gu silently sends a panda emoji with a stressed expression. "Brothers, don't pray for me to win. Just pray I don't get swept under." Tang Yuruhumph. The atmosphere in the group had transformed from a competitive alliance to one of spectatorship, filled with admiration and a hint of helplessness towards Luo Feng's extraordinary abilities. In a VIP box with an excellent view, Su Qingxue's father, Su Zhenghong, was grinning from ear to ear as he spoke to his wife, Lu Yun, and his in-laws, who had come to watch the match. Qingxue has an incredible eye for talent. When she first mentioned that Luo Feng was extraordinary, I had my doubts. But now, I see it was my judgment that was lacking. This kid, Luo Feng, is destined for greatness. I believe the championship is his for the taking." Lu Yun nodded in agreement, elegantly sipping her red tea, her gaze fixed on Luo Feng standing alongside their daughter. The more she looked, the more she felt pleased. This young man is well-rounded, composed, and strong. Most importantly, he possesses a good mindset. Even in victory, he remains humble, such a rarity. In a remote ranger's cabin at the border, Luo Feng's father, Luo Hong, gripped an old communicator, its signal flickering in and out. The small screen displayed the powerful image of Gyarados standing firm against thunder amidst the downpour. This rugged man, accustomed to the hardships of life in the mountains, felt tears welling up in his eyes. He blinked vigorously, whispering, his voice hoarse, "What a remarkable young man. You've truly made me proud. You've achieved so much. Seeing you like this makes all my struggles worthwhile." He raised a dented metal flask to the window, to the faded photograph of his wife smiling gently on the table, and took a hearty swig. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, as if all his toil and longing had finally been rewarded in that moment. In the principal's office at Jiangzhou No. 1 High School, the atmosphere was electric, a stark contrast to the usual solemnity. "Champion. This young man is undoubtedly a champion. Mark my words." The normally stern principal was now animated, his face aglow with excitement as he pounded the table, directing his enthusiasm toward the educational director. "Quick. Contact the advertising company. Expedite the championship banners we ordered. No, make it 20 of the largest and most prominent ones. 10 should read, 'Warm congratulations to our student Luo Feng for winning the National Trainer Entrance Exam Championship. and the other 10 should say congratulations to Su Qingxue for reaching the top 16. Use the finest materials and ensure the letters are embossed in gold. Once the final results are announced, hang them at the school gate and on the teaching building. Cover the school in these banners. Let the entire city know. The entire province witnessed the prowess of our school. Meanwhile, students had long since lost interest in their classes, crowding into the auditorium or classrooms to watch the live broadcast. Each time Luo Feng triumphantly secures a victory, the classrooms erupt with deafening cheers. The chants of Brother Feng is incredible, resonating fervently. Online, the sentiment is overwhelmingly in his favor. The tide has turned holy. Polls across various platforms asking who might claim the championship reveal Luo Feng's support soaring to alarming heights. Consistently above 85, with some even exceeding 90. What suspense could possibly remain in this competition? I could predict the champion with my eyes closed. Even my grandmother could guess correctly. The only remaining intrigue lies in who will seize the second and third places. I wager on Lei for second, and that eerie night owl for third. Limu Ge is truly unfortunate. His bug-type Pokémon is thoroughly countered by water types. Otherwise, with his prowess in the fire moth, securing a top 3 position would be a certainty. That night owl employs a peculiar strategy. His Pokémon seem rather unconventional. Perhaps he could miraculously defeat Lei? Lei's ancient martial arts style is no trivial matter. His monstrous strength is formidable. He may well have hidden techniques. I have faith in Lei advancing to the finals. Finals? It will merely be Luo Feng against either Lei or Night Owl. With Luo Feng claiming the trophy, dog emoji. Almost everyone is convinced the championship is already decided. What piques their curiosity now is who will snatch the second and third places, and the manner in which Luo Feng will ascend to the championship throne. In the afternoon, the time for the semifinals arrives. The sun drifts westward, yet the fervor within the Dragon's Nest venue is palpably rising. With a capacity for over 100,000 spectators. Every seat is filled, and the noise is relentless. At the commentary table, 2 prominent figures are ready. One is Zhang Hao, the former fighting gym master, known for his steady voice and tactical analysis. The other is the fast-talking, charismatic commentator, Xiaomi. Zhang Hao. Good afternoon, dear viewers. The semifinals are about to commence. I am Zhang Hao. Xiaomi, I am Xiaomi. Brother Hao, I can only say 4 words. I can hardly wait. 2 pinnacle confrontations will determine who earns the right to contend for the ultimate championship. The first match features Jiangzhou's tyrant, Luo Feng, against the bug-type master, Limu Ge. Zhang Hao indeed. From a type matchup perspective, this is exceedingly unfavorable for Limu Ge. His bug-type Pokémon stands no chance against Luo Feng's monstrous Gyarados, which has a decisive advantage. Limu Ge will require exceptionally intricate strategies to succeed. Xiaomi. But theory is merely theory. The match must be fought. Let us see if Limu Ge can create a miracle. The competitors are in position, the referee signals, and the match begins. In the first semifinal, Luo Feng faces Limu Ge. As anticipated by most, it devolves into a dual onslaught of type advantage and sheer power. Limu Ge initially sends out her across, bug fighting, aiming to strike Gyarados with fighting-type moves. However, Luo Feng promptly declares, Rain Dance. With a roar, Gyarados summons dark clouds overhead, and torrential rain begins to pour. Gyarados' speed skyrockets. Xiaomi, here we go again. A rainy start. Gyarados is now lightning fast. Zhang Hao, Limu Ge must quickly address the weather or disrupt Gyarados' rhythm. But Luo Feng offers him no such opportunity, skipping even the Dragon Dance. He opts for the most straightforward and effective strategy, given his overwhelming speed and type advantage. Water Tail. Gyarados lashes out with its massive tail, enveloped in water and slicing through the air with a whoosh. Heracross attempts to counter with superpower, but it is as if a truck struck him. He is sent flying, crashing against the barrier, and is knocked out instantly. Xiaomi, just like that. One hit with Water Tail. Heracross is down. The damage is outrageous. Zhang Hao. The disparity in speed and power is too great. It's exceedingly difficult for Limu Ge in this reign against Gyarados. Limu Ge's expression darkens as he recalls Heracross, sending forth his second Pokémon, a water bug type, the Giga Drain Warrior, which can withstand some water-type attacks. The Giga Drain Warrior aims to strike swiftly. Gyarados, however, responds with Thunder Fang. Luo Feng executes his strategy with precision and ferocity. Gyarados unleashes a menacing bolt of electricity, compelling the Giga Drain Warrior to hesitate. The two circle each other, but the Giga Drain Warrior's attempt to use Water Gun for disruption is effortlessly evaded. Waterfall. Luo Feng seizes the moment, commanding Gyarados to charge through the water, and despite the water type's damage being halved, the power disparity remains insurmountable. The Giga Drain Warrior is sent reeling, and a subsequent tail strike sends it crashing down as well. Zhang Hao, 2 Pokemon down. Li Mu Gu is cornered. Xiaomi. All that remains is his ace, the Fire Moth. But in this torrential rain, Li Mu Gu takes a deep breath, tossing out his final Pokeball. Go. Fire Moth. The Fire Moth, Bug Fire, emerges, its wings patterned like flames. Yet, the relentless downpour severely hampers its fire-type capabilities. It attempts to enhance its power with Quiver Dance. But will Luo Feng grant it that opportunity? Hydro Pump. Gyarados unleashes a terrifying torrent of water, akin to a high-pressure hose, piercing through the rain and striking the Fire Moth just as it prepares to dance. The effect is devastating. The Fire Moth emits a pained cry, its wings dimming as it plummets like a kite severed from its string, defeated. 3-0. A clean sweep. The entire match lasts under 5 minutes. Xiaomi, it's over. Another dominating performance from Luo Feng. He advances to the finals. Fluid and seamless. Zhang Hao. The disparity in strength is indeed vast. Li Mu Gu gave it his all, but Luo Feng's rain-empowered Gyarados is simply insurmountable this tournament. Congratulations to Luo Feng. And let us give a round of applause to Li Mu Gu. As expected, there was no suspense. The type disadvantage is insurmountable. Even divine intervention would yield no solutions. Li Mu Gu did his utmost. Gyarados, who's next? Tactical retreat. I feel for the Bug King for a moment. His luck was abysmal, facing a fully evolved, rain-empowered Gyarados. This level of dominance is astounding. We eagerly await the finals to see if Shirley can make a dent. The audience's reaction is somewhat subdued, primarily reaffirming Luo Feng's might, while simultaneously lamenting the misfortune of Li Mu Gu, who fell victim to type disadvantages. Li Mu Gu silently recalls his Fire Moth. His expression not one of despair, but rather a resigned smile. He approaches Luo Feng to shake hands. Congratulations on reaching the finals. Your Gyarados truly cannot be countered in the ring. I have nothing to say about my defeat. His tone is calm, pausing momentarily before candidly stating, I hope to have the opportunity to learn from you on a grander stage in the future. Your strength inspires me. Luo Feng nods in respect to his opponent. You have my respect. Your Fire Moth is well cared for and has great potential. It's just unfortunate about the weather. This semi-final served as a mere appetizer before the main course of the finals, swiftly determining the first finalist. All eyes now turn to the second semi-final. Shirley versus Night Owl. The atmosphere in the venue thickens with tension, saturated with suspense. Everyone holds their breath, eager to discover who will claim the last ticket to challenge the seemingly unbeatable Jiangzhou tyrant, Luo Feng. The second semi-final, Shirley versus Night Owl, is about to commence. Chapter 87. The martial arts bear master, Lu Shuyan's crushing fist, Luo Feng's victory at a staggering 120% certainty. Commentator Xiaomi exclaims with excitement. Beautiful. Shirley secures the first victory. The prowess of his fighting-type techniques is remarkable. Zhang Hao interjects. Night Owl's aggressive strategy faltered for the first time against Shirley's ancient martial arts. Night Owl's face darkens, his frustration palpable. He had not anticipated that his drug-enhanced electric dragon would be bested by Shirley's monstrous strength. This was beyond absurd. He promptly sends out his Crobat, unleashing a flurry of air/attacks. Shirley remains unfazed. Macamp, charge in with Stone Edge. Macamp braces against the wind blades, planting its arms into the ground, and hurls massive rocks into the air. The effect is devastating. Crobat, unable to evade in time, is struck by a boulder on its wing, spiraling downwards, and is swiftly defeated. Another loss. Xiaomi gasps. Night Owl has lost 2 rounds in a row. Shirley's Macamp is a force. Zhang Hao adds, however, Macamp has sustained considerable damage and expended much energy. The outcome remains uncertain with Night Owl's final Pokemon still in play, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats. Night Owl's eyes blaze with determination. Gritting his teeth, he dispatches his final Pokemon, a drug-enhanced Masquerain. This Masquerain's physique is exaggeratedly muscular, and its gaze is fierce, as if it were a predator ready to strike. The mosquito-repellent swimmer unleashed a devastating blow, his voice hoarse from exertion, having completely lost his composure, even forgetting to summon rain at the outset. Channeling destructive energy into his fist, he lunged towards the battered Maitayana. Steady yourself, Maitayana, cross-chop. Stone Lay commanded gravely. Boom. The 2 energies collided, sending shockwaves that kicked up clouds of dust. Maitayana let out a muffled groan, stumbling backwards several paces before regaining his footing. His body battered and gasping for breath, clearly pushed to the limit. Stone Lay immediately recalled Maitayana, saying, Come back, you've done remarkably well. He gently caressed the Pokeball, then his gaze sharpened as he withdrew an ancient, heavy Pokeball. The next battle is in your hands. Martial arts Ursaring, multi-hit style. A flash of light revealed a lithe figure standing proudly. Its blue-black fur resembled a fierce battle attire, its head adorned with bone armor, and its red eyes gleamed sharply like blades. Most striking were the fists entwined with swirling blue aquatic energy. This was the legendary Pokémon, Martial Arts Ursaring. Oh my! Martial Arts Ursaring. Stone Lei has an ultimate trump card hidden away. Multi-hit style. How impressive. Now he can truly go toe-to-toe with Luo Feng. The finals are going to be thrilling. The heir of ancient martial arts against the tyrant of Jiangzhou. The arena erupted in excitement. The aura of martial arts Ursaring immediately subdued the ferocity of the mosquito-repellent swimmer. Night Owl's mosquito-repellent swimmer faltered under the pressure, momentarily immobilized, but was driven by instinct to charge forward with a move called Waterfall. Yet, martial arts Ursaring was swifter, more ruthless, more precise. Stone Lei's eyes glinted like lightning. Martial arts Ursaring, flowing rock smash punch. The Ursaring moved like flowing water, skillfully dodging the onslaught, and then unleashed a barrage of 5 rapid punches akin to a tempest. Bang, 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 bang. Each punch landed with devastating force, sending the mosquito-repellent swimmer flying like a rag doll, crashing against the barrier and collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The mosquito-repellent swimmer has lost its ability to battle. The victor is Stone Lei. As the referee's voice echoed, the arena erupted in thunderous applause. Stone Lei hadn't even sent out a third Pokémon and had decisively ended Night Owl's streak with martial arts Ursaring. Night Owl's face turned ashen as he glared at Stone Lei, silently recalling his mosquito-repellent swimmer and leaving without a backward glance. The host invited Stone Lei to the interview area, where martial arts Ursaring stood quietly beside him. Congratulations, Stone Lei. You've forcefully advanced to the finals. How do you feel? Stone Lei took the microphone. I feel great. My opponent was formidable, but my partners performed exceptionally. Could you share your encounter with martial arts Ursaring? Stone Lei glanced at his Pokémon, his gaze softening. The story is long, but to summarize, it is our family's legacy and shared aspirations that brought us together. What are your expectations for tomorrow's opponent, Luo Feng? Stone Lei's expression sharpened. Luo Feng is a respected adversary. However, my path in martial arts knows no fear of challenges. Tomorrow, we will give our all. The championship is within our grasp. In the competitor's village, Su Qingxue watched Luo Feng inspecting his Pokeballs and couldn't help but ask, how confident are you against Stone Lei tomorrow? Luo Feng looked up, his expression serious. Stone Lei's martial arts Ursaring is indeed powerful, and the ancient martial arts style poses a significant threat. His fundamentals are solid, and he is adept at adapting in battle. He paused, continuing under Su Qingxue's concerned gaze. Thus, I only have a 90% confidence. Su Qingxue was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Only 90%? You had me worried for nothing. She playfully glared at Luo Feng, her mood lightening. Don't worry. I will prepare thoroughly, Luo Feng smiled. After bidding farewell to Su Qingxue, Luo Feng's demeanor turned grave. 90% was the truth, but it was likely that Stone Lei had hidden cards up his sleeve. To ensure absolute certainty, he decided to clear his inventory. The system interface unfolded. Free draw attempts. 26. System points. 24280. System. Let us start with a 10 consecutive draw. Using free attempts. The virtual gacha machine flickered with light. Experience candy. Medium. X3. Points X50. Skill disc. Absorb punch. X1. High-level healing potion X5. Points X30. Ability potion. Hard head. X1. Skill disc. Hang in there. X1. Points X80. Experience candy. Small. X10. Thunderstone X1. A promising start. Let us continue drawing. Another 10 consecutive draws. Points X20. Skill disc. Dragon Claw. X1. Experience candy. Medium. X1. Points X40. Pokemon Egg. Cub 1. X1. Redeem for 20 points. Skill disc. Scald. X1. Points X200. Item. Black Glasses. X1. Pokemon Egg. Magnemite. X1. Redeem for 50 points. Points X1000. A significant score. Luo Feng's spirits lifted. With 6 free attempts remaining, his points reached 5690. The final 6 individual draws. Points X60. Experience candy. Small. X2. Skill disc. Flame Wheel. X1. Points X20. Skill disc. Mud Bomb. X1. Points X50. Having completed the free draws, he stood at 5,820 points. Now for the main event, the 10-point draw. Spend 2,000 points for a 10 consecutive draw. Points X100. Skill disc. Rock Wrecker. X1. Item. Priority Claw. X1. Points X50. Ability Potion Simplicity. X1. Experience Candy. Medium. x5, points x300, ability potion, sharp eyes, x1, skill learning machine, earthquake, x1, heavyweight, points x1000, another 1000 points, an earthquake. Luo Feng was thrilled and continued to draw, spending another 2000 points, points x20, skill disc, icy wind, x1, item, leftover, x1, points x40, ability replacement potion, x1, experience candy, large, x1, points x200, Pokémon egg, Hoot Hoot, x1, redeem for 20 points, points x50, item, curse symbol, x1. The ability replacement potion was a delightful surprise. Luo Feng was overjoyed, with 1840 points remaining. He decided to take a chance with the last 9 individual draws. The first 6 yielded mere minor items, bringing his points to 1960. On the 7th draw, a flash of gold. Slacker King, level 50. Champion quality. Luo Feng's breath caught. Within the system space, the lazy figure of a giant ape appeared. However, the glaring, lazy, in the ability column made him frown. Just then, the 8th draw shimmered with gold again. Silver Feather X1, containing Lugia's power. The 9th draw erupted in purple light. Experience candy, large, X10. The draw concluded, and his points were reduced to 0. Looking at his haul, particularly the Slacker King, ability replacement potion, and the previously drawn Strongman ability potion, Luo Feng couldn't help but smile. System. Apply the ability replacement potion and the Strongman potion to Slacker King, replacing Lazy with Strongman. Replacement successful. Slacker King's ability has changed to Strongman. Slacker King's eyes instantly cleared, muscles rippling, brimming with the power to tear the earth apart. At level 50, with champion quality and the Strongman ability doubling physical attack, he was free from the lazy debuff. This was the true embodiment of semi-divine battle prowess. Combined with skills like Earthquake, Dragon Claw, and Absorb Punch, Luo Feng's lips curled into a smile. Stonelay. Now my chances of victory stand at 120%. Everything is ready. All that's left is to ascend to the pinnacle tomorrow. Chapter 88. The peak battle begins. Just after Stonelay finished a call with his family, his wrist device began vibrating incessantly. Upon checking, he found the group chat, named Battle Alliance, had reached 999 messages. The name now felt somewhat ironic, as it was filled with the geniuses who had been mercilessly defeated by Luo Feng in this tournament. Jinduoduo, Brother Shirley, the finals are tomorrow. What are your chances against that formidable opponent, Luo Feng? Anxiously rubbing hands JPG, I'm eagerly waiting for a response. Sun Hao, come on, lazy, don't play coy. Your move? Flowing Rock Smash was absolutely stunning today. Perhaps it could truly create a miracle? Shackle Hawk. Shirley, the ancient martial art style can certainly overcome his rainy day team. If you win, I'll grant you a year's supply of top-tier energy cubes. Though I think that guy Luo Feng is unbelievably strong. Whispering BBJPG. Limu Ge, Brother Shirley. Remain composed. Your fundamentals are solid, and if you seize the rhythm, there's a chance. I discovered flaws in his rotation when I faced him. Ying, Senior. Go for it. You are the hope of our entire village. Though Luo Feng is still quite handsome. Oops, I misspoke. Senior must win. Linlong, Shirley. His Gyarados has exceptional endurance, but it is not insurmountable. Finding a way to force out his third Pokemon may be key. Lighting a cigarette JPG, old sure. Without further ado, make sure to land a few extra punches for me tomorrow. With deep resentment JPG. Feng Mao. From the data, he excels at using weather and enhancements to disrupt rhythm. Your ancient martial arts style may counteract that stillness with movement. Tongo. If Shirley wins, I'll introduce you to 3 beautiful women. Shackle Hao. What beauties are you talking about, Tangyuru? Show me. Tonguro. Summer, get lost. Shirley silently observed the flood of messages, his rugged face betraying little emotion. Only his eyes shimmered with a complex light beneath the glow of the screen. Truthfully, he felt uncertain. Given the current prowess displayed by both sides, his chances of victory were at most 30%, and that was an optimistic estimate. If Luo Feng's third Pokemon turned out to be a monster, even that 30% might be in jeopardy. For the first time in his life, he felt suffocated by his peers. After a long contemplation, he slowly typed, "Hey, thank you all. Luo Feng's strength is evident, and this battle will be arduous, but I shall give it my all. Tomorrow, my partners and I will seek opportunities, striving not to disappoint." Upon sending the message, he promptly exited the group chat and activated Do Not Disturb mode. The world instantly fell silent. Approaching the window, he gazed at the distant silhouette of the dragon nest, exhaling a long breath of resignation. The mask of composure he wore finally slipped, revealing a furrowed brow and a hint of unmasked weariness. Only 30%, he sighed softly, a sound that dissipated in the room. The Gyarados could withstand 4 times the damage from thunder without losing health. And the extraordinary recovery ability of Milotic was already a headache. Not to mention the third Pokémon that Luo Feng kept hidden, merely contemplating it sent shivers down his spine. He had not been devoid of trump cards. Snorlax, honed through ancient methods, boasted formidable defense, while Lucario's ability to read aura was a family secret. Yet, even when accounting for all his trump cards and countless simulations, the odds of victory remained dishearteningly low. Could the ancient martial arts truly not triumph over such raw power? The momentary confusion faded as his gaze sharpened anew. No, even if the odds stood at a mere 10%, we must showcase our spirit. Let everyone witness the indomitable essence of ancient martial arts. Meanwhile, in the observation room of the core area of the Dragon Nest, 2 prominent figures were fixated on the screen. One was Alliance Director Zhao Tianheng, clad in a crisp uniform. The other was the fighting-type champion, martial god Duan Hong, whose simple martial arts attire could not conceal his formidable aura. Old Duan, what are your thoughts on tomorrow's match? Zhao Tianheng inquired. Duan Hong crossed his arms. Shirley is the grandson of an old friend of mine. His unyielding rock style is commendable, and he has truly inherited the essence of martial arts. In previous years, he would undoubtedly have been the champion. He shifted his gaze to Luo Feng's image. However, this young man eludes my understanding. His strength defies logic. The endurance of his Gyarados seems akin to a transformative evolution in life stages. Zhao Tianheng nodded. The database indicates his background is ordinary, yet this only raises further suspicion. We have detected residual energy traces from his Pokémon, revealing a life potential that far exceeds the Pokédex records. There are already those paying attention. Oh, Duan Hong raised an eyebrow. Then, how would you assess Shirley's chances? Is there a 30% chance? Zhao Tianheng shook his head. The think tank's projections estimate the win rate to be between 22 and 28%. The disparity in strength is indeed significant. The two exchanged a knowing glance, falling into silence. Tomorrow, they might witness the dawn of a new champion. The next day dawned bright and sunny. The main venue of the Dragon Nest was teeming with spectators, the cheers deafening. The flashing lights of the media area illuminated the venue brilliantly. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The long-awaited national championship battle begins now. The host's voice cracked with excitement. First to take the stage is Shirley, a representative from an ancient martial arts family, inheritor of the unyielding rock style. Under the spotlight, Shirley stepped forward in a dark gray martial arts uniform, each stride exuding stability and strength, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Beside him, his steadfast companion, the Macamp, stood silently, muscles taut and brimming with fighting spirit. Shirley, Shirley, Shirley. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers. And his opponent, the host's voice soared again, is the strongest dark horse of this tournament, crushing all contenders with an invincible stance, known as the Tyrant of Jiangzhou, Luo Feng. A louder roar swept across the arena. Luo Feng emerged from the opposite passage, clad in black battle attire, his expression calm. Yet, when he surveyed the crowd, the confidence in his eyes sent shivers down everyone's spine. The Poké Ball at his waist swayed slightly, emanating a low, rumbling dragon's roar. The tyrant has arrived. The two faced each other in the center of the arena, one a bastion of calmness, the other an enigma cloaked in mystery. Their gazes locked, crackling with tension. The referee took a deep breath and waved the flag decisively. The finals commence, Luo Feng versus Shirley, a 3v3 singles battle. May both sides send forth their first Pokémon. The pinnacle of battle officially began. Chapter 89. This punch embodies over a decade of training. Let's see how you defend against it. The finals, Luo Feng versus Shirley, 3v3 singles, now begins. As the referee's flag dropped, it was as though cold water had been splashed into a boiling pot of oil. The entire venue erupted. A roar powerful enough to shatter eardrums reverberated through the air. As the deep blue, fearsome Gyarados made its entrance. The moment it appeared, the light in the venue seemed to dim. Even the raindrops appeared to dance around it. This ace of Luo Feng's, merely standing there, was suffocating. Its crimson eyes scanned the crowd as if seeking prey. On the other side, Shirley remained as steady as a rock. Clutching a somewhat aged Poké Ball, his breath steady, he showed no signs of panic. This battle hinged on your performance, Macamp. With a flash of light, Macamp emerged. It was less ostentatious than Gyarados, but when it took its stance, it emanated the aura of a martial arts master, exuding a unique charisma. Its eyes shone brightly, with faint blue water currents swirling around its fists, matching the fierce energy of the tempestuous dragon across from it. one with bloodshot eyes seemingly ready to tear everything apart, the other with a composed demeanor that seemed to see through it all. The two Pokémon locked gazes, creating an eerie silence in the arena, punctuated only by the sound of rain and their own racing heartbeats. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the impact of the first strike. On the commentary platform, Zhang Hao and Xiaomi were equally animated. Dear viewers, the initial Pokémon have been confirmed. Luo Feng has indeed chosen Gyarados. Shirley has sent forth Macamp. This is a clash between pure power and exquisite technique. Brother Hao, just watching is making my palms sweat. Gyarados resembles a prehistoric behemoth, while Macamp appears to be an unparalleled expert. It's so tense. Gyarados, rain dance. Luo Feng wasted no time, issuing orders coldly. Gyarados tilted its head and let out a roar, causing the clouds above to gather as if obeying commands, and the rain poured down like a deluge. Gyarados' speed surged, and such a massive creature moved with an alarming swiftness amidst the rain. Next, Dragon Dance. Luo Feng continued issuing commands without pause. In the torrential downpour, the Gyarados writhed its formidable, mountain-like body, engaging in a ferocious and vigorous battle dance. With each movement, one could sense an influx of energy converging upon it, its momentum escalating in terrifying increments, resembling a machine designed solely for destruction. Xiaomi exclaimed, "Here it comes." Luo Feng's classic maneuver, accelerated dragon dance in the rain for reinforcement. Gyarados is growing even stronger. Shirley needed to devise a countermeasure swiftly. Zhang Hao warned, the situation is perilous. If Gyarados continues to enhance its power, it will be impossible to withstand in this downpour. Would Shirley dare to interrupt it forcefully? Shirley furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure emanating from across the battlefield. Yet, his gaze remained steady, devoid of panic, as he quietly instructed the martial arts bear master, "Steady now. Focus on its rhythm, and seek out its weaknesses." The martial arts bear master fixed its gaze intently on the dancing Gyarados, slightly crouching to stabilize its stance. The water swirling around its fists became increasingly fierce, akin to a high-pressure water jet. It coiled its energy tightly, much like a bowstring drawn taut, remaining motionless, waiting for that fleeting opportunity that might not even exist. Whispers of speculation rippled through the audience. Not this move again. It's utterly insurmountable. What is Shirley doing? Hurry up. If he doesn't act soon, it will be too late. What do you know? This is a masterful tactic, countering with precision. Watching the martial arts bear master remain still is more nerve-wracking than if it were moving. I'm on the edge of my seat. Can it really work? Shirley felt the urgency as his mind raced. The rain augmented speed, the dragon dance reinforcement. It was an obvious tactic to intimidate and provoke a direct confrontation. But my martial arts bear master is different. It has been nurtured using ancient family techniques, steeped in medicinal baths, and honed through meditation, granting it an unparalleled sensitivity to energy and an exceptional ability to seize opportunities. Gyarados, with its immense power and abundant energy, would inevitably reveal even the slightest flaw during transitions between moves. The opportunity might only present itself once. Meanwhile, Luo Feng scrutinized the data displayed by the system, pondering, level 39, yet its momentum and energy density nearly rival that of a level 40 Pokémon. The ancient martial arts truly possess some merit. All its energy was contained, its spirit highly concentrated, every ounce of power coiled like an unignited volcano. Complicating matters was the intangible punch characteristic, capable of bypassing certain defensive techniques. He discreetly glanced at the two Pokeballs at Shirley's waist. Indeed, a Snorlax and a Lucario, both formidable opponents. Fortunately, I had preemptively altered the lazy trait of King Sloth to the strongman trait using the system. Otherwise, today's battle would have been exceedingly challenging. On the battlefield, Gyarados was on the verge of completing its second dragon dance, its aura so formidable that it was almost blinding. In the rain, its speed resembled a blue shadow. Just as Gyarados' dance was about to conclude, at that almost imperceptible moment when power was about to be unleashed, a spark of brilliance flickered in Shirley's eyes. He had seized the moment. Now, Water Flow Strike. Target its most concentrated energy point. This punch encapsulated countless years of toil from the martial arts bear master. With a resounding roar, the martial arts bear master sprang into action. It moved as swiftly as a bolt of lightning, seemingly merging with the rain. And in the blink of an eye, it traversed a significant portion of the battlefield, its fists swirling with the raging current. Struck with the precision and ferocity of a viper, aimed directly at the most active energy core of Gyarados' chest. The suddenness and ferocity of the attack astonished the entire audience. Xiaomi cried out, "It's moving! The martial arts bear master is in motion." So fast. Its target is the energy core of Gyarados. Shirley has seized the moment as the dragon dance concludes. There's a chance, Zhang Hao remarked. That ability to seize opportunities is remarkable. The wisdom of the ancient martial arts. If it lands a hit, it could very well interrupt the enhancement and severely injure Gyarados. However, Luo Feng's response was swift, almost preemptive, as if he had anticipated the move. Defend. The voice was calm and composed. A faint green light shield appeared instantaneously before Gyarados, mere moments before the fist made contact. Bang, 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 bang. The series of heavy punches from the martial arts bear master hammered against the light shield like raindrops. The shield trembled violently, emitting a resonant hum, teetering on the brink of shattering, but ultimately held firm, deflecting all the attacks. Alas, so close. The shield held. It was an incredible display. The audience erupted in a chorus of gasps and exclamations, many rising to their feet in excitement. Shirley felt a chill in his heart. Was this even human? How could he calculate that? However, Luo Feng's counterattack command followed immediately, leaving no room for error. Ice Fong. Gyarados, recovering from its defensive rigidity, roared in fury, opening its massive jaws as icy air enveloped its fangs, freezing the raindrops around it. It lunged toward the martial arts bear master, teeth bared, swift and ruthless. As the jaws closed in, Shirley remained composed, shouting, "See through! Release the force!" The martial arts bear master's eyes lit up, its body twisting sharply within a minimal range, narrowly evading the lethal bite. Simultaneously, its four limbs entwined around Gyarados' body and neck like creeping vines. Now, with Shirley's commanding shout, the martial arts bear master exerted its strength, leveraging its agility and explosive power to hoist the mountain-like Gyarados effortlessly, executing a beautiful over-the-shoulder throw that sent it crashing into the waterlogged ground. Boom! The impact resembled a meteor striking the earth. Water and mud erupted high into the air. The battlefield trembled violently. The audience erupted into a frenzy, their screams and cheers threatening to lift the roof off. An over-the-shoulder throw. I can't believe it. He threw Gyarados. Such strength and technique. Incredible. The ancient martial arts are phenomenal. The martial arts bear master is magnificent. Shirley is astounding. Did you see that? This is the triumph of skill over brute strength. Xiaomi exclaimed, my goodness. An over-the-shoulder throw. The martial arts bear master has thrown the Gyarados that has enhanced itself twice into the ground. The power and technique are extraordinary. Zhang Hao marveled, unbelievable. This is not merely strength, but the pinnacle of technique. Shirley has mastered the ancient martial arts principle of leveraging strength with finesse. Yet, unlike the exhilarated audience, Shirley's expression bore no sign of joy. Rather, he appeared more solemn. Through the aura, he sensed something was amiss. The Gyarados felt too light while being thrown, as if it had negated much of its own force. Indeed, as the mud and water settled, Gyarados lay somewhat disheveled in the pit it had created, its body caked in mud. However, it shook its massive head, the ferocity in its crimson eyes not diminished, but rather intensified. It even rolled to regain its footing, distancing itself from the martial arts bear master, agile and unfazed, as if it had not just been thrown. Such resilience, such primal instinct. Shirley was astonished. He knew how fierce that throw had been. Any ordinary Pokémon would have been rendered incapacitated, yet Gyarados appeared largely unscathed. This defied logic. Luo Feng's voice rang out again, calm and even tinged with admiration. That was a splendid throw, impeccable technique. However, it is time to conclude this. Waterfall. Roar. Gyarados unleashed a roar reminiscent of the abyss, enveloped in a torrent of turbulent water, transforming into a colossal water beast with terrifying momentum, surging once more toward the martial arts bear master. This time, under the augment of the rain and two dragon dances, its speed and power reached their zenith. It felt as though nothing could stand in its way. Shirley felt his hair stand on end, shouting, hold your ground. The martial arts bear master desperately channeled its energy, raising the green light barrier once more. Yet this time, faced with the fully enhanced waterfall, boom. The waterfall crashed down upon the light shield like a genuine waterfall. The shield emitted a piercing sound, flashing erratically, sustaining for barely a second before shattering completely. The martial arts bear master was sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck, blood spewing from its mouth. Dark strike. Ground impact. Shirley's eyes reddened, his voice hoarse from shouting. Mid-air, the martial arts bear master, driven by sheer willpower, twisted its body, concentrating its final reserves of strength into its fist. Enveloped in dark energy, and struck down toward the ground with ferocity. Bang! The explosive recoil momentarily tempered its descent, yet it found itself kneeling on one knee, propping itself up with a clenched fist to avoid collapsing completely. Gasping heavily, battered and bruised, it was evident that its condition was dire. The recent exchanges had been swift and perilous, pushing the limits of strength, skill, and timing to their utmost. On the surface, it appeared that neither party had gained a significant advantage, with Shirley even executing a stylish shoulder throw. However, astute observers understood that both Shirley and the martial arts bear master had exhausted their most profound techniques and mental fortitude to barely withstand the ferocious onslaught of the Gyarados, clinging to life by a thread. Conversely, Gyarados seemed merely irked, as if it was just beginning to take the battle seriously. The disparity in their foundations was stark. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, Shirley realized that there was no turning back. With the martial arts bear master in such a grievous state, continuing the fight would surely lead to disaster. A change was imperative, and it was time to reveal true capabilities. Return, martial arts bear master. You've done exceptionally well, he declared decisively, retrieving his partner and turning his gaze towards Luo Feng, his expression more serious than ever before. Luo Feng met his gaze calmly, as if he could read Shirley's thoughts, and remarked, "Are you about to unveil your trump card? Let me see." The rain poured down, drenching the two young trainers' faces. The battlefield lay in disarray, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Everyone was aware that Shirley's next Pokémon would undoubtedly be his hidden true ace. How would Luo Feng respond? Would he continue to dominate with Gyarados, or was the battle about to escalate into a more intense phase? Shirley inhaled deeply, acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure from the audience and Luo Feng. His fingers firmly grasped the second Pokeball, and with a forceful throw, he announced through the downpour, "It's your turn, Snorlax." A flash of white light illuminated the arena as a colossal figure crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. The impact sent water splashing everywhere, causing the battlefield to tremble. As the water settled, the spectators gasped in unison, followed by incredulous exclamations. "Is that really the plump, lethargic Snorlax we know?" Chapter 90. The Clash of Titans. "My goodness. Look at Snorlax on the field," exclaimed the commentator, Xiaomi, breaking the silence. "Is this truly the same Snorlax that eats and sleeps? This is not right." The audience's eyes were wide with disbelief. The Snorlax Shirley had summoned was indeed Snorlax, yet it was a far cry from the version they were familiar with. This creature bore no resemblance to the round, adorable figure they knew. It was a veritable muscle-bound behemoth. Its arms were as thick as the pillars of a grand hall, each muscle defined and angular, as if hewn from granite. Its chest was robust, resembling a fortress wall, rising and falling with each breath, instilling fear in onlookers. Most astonishing was its abdomen. While a typical Snorlax's belly is soft and plump, this one sported a set of 8 chiseled abs, akin to a washboard, resembling a being encased in natural rock armor. It stood there, not like a Pokémon, but rather as a fortified bastion of pure muscle. Its eyes were no longer the sleepy slits characteristic of its kind. Instead, they were wide and alert, radiating a fierce intensity, exuding an aura of a seasoned warrior. This was an entirely different presence from the martial arts bear master's air of mastery, yet it was equally imposing. The comment section exploded in a frenzy. "What the heck? Is this Snorlax hitting the gym? Muscle-bound Snorlax. Have I wasted my time gaming? These muscle lines are more exaggerated than my fitness coaches. Is this even scientific? How did Shirley raise it? This is a style that would leave even a mother unrecognizable. Even the ancient martial arts can turn Snorlax into this. Unbelievable." The commentator, Zhang Hao, was equally taken aback. "Ladies and gentlemen, have you seen this? Shirley's second Pokémon is Snorlax. Yet, this Snorlax's size has completely surpassed the parameters of the Pokédex. It is evidently the result of unimaginable, rigorous training, honing its natural gifts into muscle and defense. This is a true ace in the hole." Across the battlefield, Luo Feng regarded the mountainous figure with newfound seriousness. He understood all too well that this opponent would not be easily overcome. He had previously utilized the system to discreetly scan Shirley's Pokémon, and this peculiar Snorlax had left a lasting impression. The system indicated that this creature possessed the qualifications of a champion at level 40, with the ability Thick Fat, which halves damage from fire and ice-type moves. Its skill pool was extensive, clearly marking it as a formidable adversary. Its muscular physique promised an extraordinary defense, and the Thick Fat ability significantly reduced the threat posed by Gyarados' Ice Fang. There was no room for complacency. It was time to test the waters. Luo Feng commanded, "Gyarados, use Water Tail." With a thunderous roar, Gyarados' massive tail whipped up a high-pressure water column, resembling a frenzied water dragon, as it surged towards Snorlax with a deafening crash. In the face of this ferocious strike, Shirley remained unfazed, calmly instructing, Snorlax, hold your ground. Take it head-on. Snorlax emitted a deep, rumbling growl, sinking its body low as if rooted to the ground. Its muscular arms crossed protectively over its chest, bracing itself to absorb the blow with sheer force. The water exploded against its chest, sending splashes everywhere. Snorlax's enormous form merely swayed slightly. The ground beneath cracked. Yet it did not budge an inch. More astonishingly, as the power of Watertail began to wane, its two immensely powerful arms shot out like lightning, seizing Gyarados' tail before it could retract. What remarkable defense! What astonishing reflexes! Luo Feng felt a jolt of surprise. This Snorlax was proving even more formidable than anticipated. Now, Earthquake! Shirley's gaze sharpened, seizing the fleeting opportunity. Snorlax roared once more, using Gyarados' tail as a pivot, its massive frame unleashing a stunning leap, channeling all its weight, downward momentum, and the ancient martial energy within its muscles into its feet, stamping down upon the ground like a giant. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, shaking violently. Fissures erupting across the battlefield, and a surging wave of energy detonated against the earth. Gyarados, still ensnared by Snorlax, bore the brunt of this explosive strike, letting out a pained cry. Now toss it. Shirley pressed the advantage. Snorlax's arms bulged with terrifying muscle as it harnessed its strength, actually lifting the struggling Gyarados into the air. It appeared poised to execute another shoulder throw. Xiaomi exclaimed, "Oh my! Snorlax is about to throw Gyarados. This strength is unbelievable." Zhang Hao spoke rapidly, an impeccable strategy, using sheer brute force to restrain Gyarados, followed by a precise earthquake for maximum impact. Shirley's command and Snorlax's execution are in perfect harmony. Gyarados, break free. Use Ice Fang. Luo Feng urgently ordered. Gyarados twisted violently, turning to sink its teeth into Snorlax's ironclad arm, an icy energy coalescing upon its fangs. A chilling, grating sound echoed as frost rapidly spread across Snorlax's rock-like arm. However, Snorlax's thick fat ability and its well-honed muscles mitigated the damage significantly. Snorlax, don't let go. Show it our power. Body slam. Shirley's eyes blazed with determination. Snorlax felt the sting, but grew even more ferocious. Enduring the damage and chill from Ice Fang, its muscles swelled explosively, unleashing a tidal wave of strength. It clung tightly to Gyarados, using it as a weapon, and slammed it down toward the ground with immense force. This was the rawest, most primal display of power clashing head-on. A deafening roar erupted, resonating with an ear-splitting intensity, akin to a meteor colliding with Earth. The point of impact created a massive crater, sending mud, debris, and ice shards soaring high into the air. The venue trembled, and the protective barriers flickered furiously. The audience was utterly mesmerized, their breaths caught in awe. Wow, this clash of strength is simply insane. Snorlax is actually gaining the upper hand against Gyarados in close combat. I'm in shock. This is hardcore. This is the essence of male camaraderie. Every punch resonates. Shirley's ancient martial art style is astonishing. Even Snorlax can transform into a lethal weapon of humanity. As the smoke and mist gradually dissipated, Snorlax stood at the edge of the pit, panting heavily. One of its arms was encased in ice, its movements slightly impaired, yet its gaze remained fierce, brimming with fighting spirit. Gyarados, meanwhile, lay in the muddy water not far away, struggling to rise, clearly gravely injured from the previous blow. Gyarados, create some distance and use Hydro Pump. Luo Feng collected his thoughts, realizing that engaging in close combat with this muscular beast was not advantageous. Gyarados, despite the pain, retreated, opening its mouth to unleash a high-pressure hydro pump that shot towards Snorlax like a laser. Unfazed, Shirley commanded, Snorlax, charge in. Iron Head. Snorlax once again showcased its terrifying explosive power, its head gleaming with a metallic sheen, resembling a heavy tank as it charged against the ferocious hydro pump. The high-pressure water collided with its muscles, yet astonishingly, it was forcefully divided. Bang! Another muffled thud echoed as Snorlax's iron head struck Gyarados, which howled in pain. Fully unleashing its ferocity as its tail, entwined with water, lashed out viciously. In that instant, the two colossal beings engaged in the most primal and violent melee battle at the center of the arena. Water-tailed strikes met heavy punches, frozen fangs clashed against iron heads, and occasionally, they exchanged seismic blows. Each collision sent shockwaves throughout the arena, with splashes and energy shards flying in all directions, neither side willing to yield. With its thick layer of fat, formidable defense, and Shirley's masterful command, Snorlax managed to counter Gyarados, which was enhanced by Rain and Dragon Dance. In a fierce back-and-forth exchange, the audience was exhilarated, their cheers nearly lifting the roof off. However, as the fight progressed, keen-eyed onlookers began to notice something amiss. It seemed that Snorlax had changed its approach. It was no longer engaging in brute force, but had adopted a more tactical style. When Gyarados swung its tail, Snorlax did not counter with brute strength, but instead guided the force with its large palm, creating an arc that redirected the immense power away. Gyarados' blow landed as if it struck cotton, nearly causing it to twist its waist. Wait, did Snorlax just demonstrate some technique? Using minimal effort to counter an overwhelming force? This hefty, oh no, this robust figure can perform Tai Chi? Then, even more astonishingly, Snorlax gathered energy in its fists, its movements becoming fluid like flowing water, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. Bang, 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 bang. The punches fell like raindrops, targeting Gyarados' joints and the weaker areas of its muscular connections. While the damage from each punch was not overwhelmingly explosive, the frequency was high, precise, and carried a hidden force, causing Gyarados to feel awkward, unable to exert its strength, completely thrown off rhythm. What? Snorlax is executing a combo, and it's a combination attack? This agility, has Snorlax become sentient? Is this an ancient martial arts technique? Shirley, what other surprises do you have in store for us? With such power and finesse, how can we possibly contend? Gyarados, despite its raw strength and speed, found itself ensnared by this balanced approach of ancient martial arts, consistently leading its attacks astray and wasting significant energy, while Snorlax's fists continually found weaknesses, steadily depleting its stamina. Shirley stood in the command zone, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This was his trump card, using softness to overcome hardness, employing skill against a powerhouse. Luo Feng observed the situation unfolding in the arena, his brow furrowing. He understood that time was of the essence. Gyarados' reign and enhanced state were rapidly diminishing, and its stamina was dwindling. Snorlax's ancient martial arts were too effective against raw strength. Continuing this entanglement would lead to a disadvantage. A change of strategy was required, a swift resolution. With this thought in mind, Luo Feng decisively raised his hand, a red glow emanating as he efficiently recalled the beleaguered Gyarados. The crowd erupted into a stunned silence, everyone momentarily at a loss. Why is it being recalled? Gyarados could still fight. Is he bringing out Milotic for a war of attrition? But can Milotic withstand the might of this muscular Snorlax? Could there be another trick up his sleeve? Shirley felt a jolt of apprehension, his body tensing as he fixed his gaze on Luo Feng, trying to decipher his next move. Luo Feng flipped his wrist, producing what appeared to be an ordinary luxury ball, his expression impassive as he tossed it towards the arena. Now, the fate of the battle lay in this moment. A flash of white light illuminated the arena, and a figure materialized. Unlike the seismic entrance of Snorlax, this one exuded a more subdued, yet heavy sense of pressure, causing the ground to tremble slightly. This creature was no smaller than the muscular Snorlax, perhaps even more imposing. Its thick cream-colored fur adorned with a black spiral pattern on its belly, its demeanor lazily half-lidded, as if perpetually slumbering. Yet, this seemingly lethargic creature emanated an almost suffocating and terrifying pressure that made one's heart race. It was a slaking. However, this slaking felt decidedly off. While it maintained its lazy appearance, upon closer inspection, the muscle definition beneath its fur was exceptionally taut and well-defined, resembling an ancient behemoth that had retracted all its claws. Napping in the eye of the storm, an overwhelming sense of danger loomed. If it were to awaken, the very heavens might tremble. Slaking? Luo Feng's third Pokémon is a slaking. Wait, there is something different about this slaking. It looks lazy. But why do I feel a chill run down my spine? Its muscles appear even more robust, its physique larger, and its gaze is far from vacant. This final match is truly a spectacle of divine beings, each more absurd than the last. Chapter 91. Slaking with no lazy ability, absolute power. The arena remained silent for a mere half-second before erupting into an uproar, louder than any previous reaction, akin to a tidal wave of astonishment and chatter. In the VIP section, Su Zhenghong sprang from the sofa, his eyes nearly popping out. Slaking. He possesses this ultimate trump card. But what about that deadly truant ability? He was a quasi-king level trainer, well aware of Slaking's simultaneously endearing and infuriating nature. In the front row of the audience, Su Qingxue gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes filled with question marks. Slaking? When did Luo Feng capture it? He had never mentioned it to me. And why does this slaking seem so terrifying? She unconsciously clenched her fists, a sense of unease creeping in. The chat group known as War Alliance exploded as if a bomb had been dropped, messages flooding in so rapidly that they were nearly indecipherable. Gene Duo. All members. What the hell? Slaking. Luo Feng's third Pokemon is a slaking. Expression utterly distorted JPG, questioning life JPG. Xiaoho how damn. I knew it. I knew this guy was hiding something fierce. But it's a slaking. What about that infuriating truant ability? Will it just take a nap after one attack? A living target? Somehow, it's over. Shirley's Snorlax is fierce, but with Slaking's absurd base stats, if it doesn't have truant. This thing is practically a legendary Pokemon. But facing Shirley, he won't grant any opportunities. How do we fight this? Linlon, wait. Everyone, calm down. Look closely at that slaking. Something feels off, very dangerous. Its aura is not as laid back as the data suggests. Limu Gu, I agree. Its gaze may appear lazy. But occasionally it opens its eyes, and there's a glint like a blade within. It's definitely not simple. Wu E, dumbfounded. Virtual smoke dissipating JPG. This match is truly a divine clash, with all sorts of absurd creatures appearing. Am I still dreaming? Fong Miao. Shirley is in quite the predicament now. I hope his Snorlax can withstand this. Light a candle JPG. In the arena, Shirley's pupils abruptly constricted. His heart plummeting to the depths of despair. A Sloth King. As a combat specialist, he was acutely aware of the legendary terror associated with the Sloth King's formidable base stats, along with its equally notorious ability, Lazy, which caused countless trainers to experience excruciating headaches. The risks were monumental, yet the potential rewards were equally staggering. If, and only if, Luo Feng possessed some unknown method to mitigate, evade, or even temporarily overcome that deadly Lazy ability, the destructive potential of this Sloth King could become unfathomable in a short span of time. Its threat level might surpass that of the already formidable Milotic and Gyarados. Luo Feng observed Shirley, who wore an unprecedentedly grave expression, his muscles taut with anticipation. Alongside his battle-ready Snorlax, a barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of his lips. Shirley, your Snorlax is indeed impressive, seamlessly integrating traditional martial arts into combat. Quite exquisite. He spoke slowly, his voice soft yet resonant in the ears of everyone present. But next, I implore you and everyone here to personally witness. His gaze swept across the arena, landing finally on the languid figure of the Sloth King. What it truly means to confront absolute power, rendering technique utterly futile. As if in response to its trainer's words, the Sloth King, with its half-closed eyes, lazily cracked them open just a sliver, glancing disinterestedly at the imposing Snorlax across from it, exuding an air of boredom and indifference. It even yawned widely, revealing its sharp teeth, as if to convey its desire to return to slumber post-haste. However, beneath this seemingly harmless and lethargic facade lay an unsettling aura, an ancient and primal power that sent chills down the spine, as if a dormant volcano was on the verge of awakening. This terrifying sensation slowly permeated the air, weighing it down, making it difficult to breathe. Silently, yet palpably. The atmosphere thickened in the arena as the climactic finale approached with the arrival of this decidedly enigmatic Sloth King. Almost instinctively, everyone held their breath. Eyes widened in a mix of anticipation, anxiety, and trepidation. Shirley's gaze was fixed upon the Sloth King. His instincts honed through martial arts screaming warnings. Beneath that languid exterior lay immense peril. His mind raced. He could not afford to underestimate Luo Feng's Pokémon. None could be judged by conventional standards. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Yet, the Lazy ability. That was an inherent limitation inscribed in its genetic makeup. No matter how unique, it could not be entirely without consequence. He had to probe and discover its moments of sloth. He resolutely issued his command. Striving to maintain a steady voice, though a hint of tension seeped through. Snorlax, maintain your distance, and test it with Rock Slide. Snorlax let out a low growl, its muscular form sinking slightly as its massive palms slammed down upon the chaotic ground. Boom. The earth trembled, and several sharp boulders, each comparable in size to a car, were forcefully dislodged, hurtling towards the yawning Sloth King like artillery shells. This move would be sufficient to challenge any ordinary Pokémon. From the commentary booth, Zhang Hao spoke rapidly. Shirley has opted for a cautious probe, a ranged rock slide, avoiding close combat, aimed at observing the Sloth King's reaction and the activation of its ability. In the face of the incoming boulders, the Sloth King barely lifted its eyelids, dismissively swatting at the projectiles with its seemingly clumsy yet muscular arms. The motion was utterly nonchalant, bordering on impatience. Thud, thud, thud. Upon contact with the Sloth King's arm, the boulders shattered into countless tiny fragments as if made of tofu, scattering in all directions. As for the Sloth King, it remained utterly unmoved, still exuding that languid demeanor, as though it had merely brushed off some dust. It yawned once more. Oh, is that all? Easily deflected. It appears to be rather lackluster, merely a bit forceful. Lazy? Hasn't manifested yet? Holding back? Xiaomi exclaimed. It blocked it. The Sloth King effortlessly thwarted the rock slide. Yet, its reaction seems rather subdued, as if it hasn't immediately entered the anticipated lazy state. Zhang Hao cautioned, do not relax. This nonchalance further indicates its ease. Shirley's anxiety intensified rather than dissipated. This disregard for attacks revealed an arrogance born from overwhelming strength. He hesitated no longer. Determination flashed in his eyes as he resolved to take a gamble, unleashing his strongest close-range combo to force out its vulnerabilities. Snorlax, don't stop. Now is the time. Close in. Use our most familiar combo. Shirley's voice involuntarily rose, betraying the tension he could no longer conceal. Flowing Rock Smash. This was his proudest technique, seamlessly integrating ancestral martial arts into Snorlax's imposing physique. It emphasized a relentless, flowing assault, as fierce as shattering rock, aiming to overwhelm the opponent with a torrential barrage of heavy punches. Roar! Snorlax obeyed the command, unleashing all its remaining strength and energy. Its mountainous form suddenly erupted with astonishing speed, defying its size, akin to a heavy tank surging forward, rapidly closing the distance to the Sloth King. With its muscular arms swinging fiercely, a whirlwind of fists emerged, a dazzling storm of energy created by the fusion of martial power and fighting spirit. The force of each punch tore through the air with a piercing shriek, each capable of shattering stone, directed towards the still languid Sloth King. Xiaomi, excitedly screaming, here it comes. Shirley's ultimate move. Snorlax's flowing rock smash. Look at that speed. That coverage. It's terrifying. Can the Sloth King remain unscathed? Zhang Hao, voice grave the ultimate probe. Shirley is taking a gamble. He bets that the Sloth King will inevitably enter a lazy, rigid state after executing an action. This rapid-fire assault is theoretically the best counter to lazy. Shirley's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. He could even hear the rush of his own blood. His entire focus was on the Sloth King, not daring to miss a single detail. According to his learned knowledge, a Sloth King with the lazy ability should enter a brief lethargic state after executing an effective attack or defense. Its energy would become stagnant, rendering it incapable of organizing such a high-frequency defense or counterattack immediately. If it exhibited even the slightest delay or a fluctuation in energy, it would confirm that lazy was still in effect, and he would have a chance. In fact, it could be said that victory was secured. However, in the next instant, a scene unfolded before everyone's eyes that caused Shirley's pupils to constrict to pinpricks. It left the tens of thousands of spectators, including the two commentators, utterly dumbfounded. Just as Snorlax's devastating fist was about to strike the Sloth King, that Sloth King, who had been languid and seemingly perpetually slumbering since its entrance, suddenly sprang into action. Its movement was no longer the previous languorous, slow-motion rhythm. Instead, it was as swift as lightning, thunderous in its intensity. Its eyes, previously half-closed and indifferent, snapped wide open. No longer merely drowsy, they radiated with fierce brilliance, resembling a slumbering volcano erupting in a violent frenzy. The Sloth King's previously relaxed, fluffy muscles tightened instantaneously, like a finely tuned machine, bulging with raw power. An overwhelming force, more terrifying, purer, and more primal than that of Gyarados, erupted like a tsunami, engulfing the arena. Whoosh! Almost everyone felt a blur before their eyes, as the colossal figure of the Sloth King appeared to momentarily distort within the arena. This was not a mere afterimage. It was the result of its instantaneous, explosive speed, one that surpassed the ability of the average eye to comprehend. It moved with a spectral swiftness, defying its considerable bulk, evading the initial onslaught of Snorlax's swift and powerful core punches with an almost prescient grace, and astonishingly, it retaliated first. A massive paw, covered in white fur and seemingly clumsy, now brimming with the might to shatter mountains, sliced through the air like a cold iron claw, precisely seizing the most forceful part of Snorlax's descending wrist. What? Shirley gasped in disbelief, his face drained of color, utterly overwhelmed by an incomprehensible shock. Although he had suspected that Luo Feng Sloth King was no ordinary creature, witnessing this scene, which fundamentally contravened the basic principles of Pokémon, shattered his understanding like a hammer striking his heart. At that moment, the audience seemed to be collectively frozen in place. A hushed silence enveloping the arena before erupting into a cacophony of astonishment, excitement, and utter confusion, akin to a volcanic eruption of cheers and a tsunami of comments. Oh my goodness! It moved. It truly moved. This is not slow motion. No way. Am I seeing things? The Sloth King not only dodged, it counterattacked. It actually seized it. This speed, this reaction, is this really the Sloth King? Are you kidding me? Laziness. Has it been devoured, rendered ineffective, or did it never exist at all? Look at Shirley's expression. He's just as bewildered. The man is dumbfounded. I knew it. I knew Luo Feng's Sloth King had to be extraordinary. This is a monster in sheep's clothing. Where's the commentary? Hurry up and explain. What the hell is going on? In the commentary booth, the seasoned Zhang Hao was trembling with excitement, nearly losing his voice. My heavens. Unbelievable. Incredible. The Sloth King has exhibited such an astonishingly rapid response against all logic. Not only did it evade Snorlax's intricate martial arts sequence with ghostly speed, but it also struck first, directly capturing Snorlax's wrist. This completely overturns our decades-long understanding of the Sloth King's lethargy. Could it be that Luo Feng's Sloth King is a unique individual that has transcended its species' limitations? This is nothing short of a miracle. Xiaomi, excitedly banging the table, truly astounding. Absolutely shocking. Snorlax's rapid-fire rock smash combination is a masterpiece of speed and power. Yet the Sloth King, it shattered it with absolute speed and precision, employing the simplest and most brutal method. This instantaneous reaction, judgment, and execution ability are simply beyond what a Pokémon should possess. Shirley's earlier ominous premonitions were entirely validated. This Sloth King is a genuine monster. In the VIP room, Su Zhenghong abruptly stood up, leaning forward, gripping the railing with white-knuckled intensity, his eyes filled with shock and inquiry. Indeed, this young man always manages to produce such groundbreaking surprises. A Sloth King that has overcome its laziness? I've never even heard of such a thing. How on earth did he achieve this? Su Qingxue sighed in relief. Yet her small hand remained tightly clutched to her chest, her astonishment nearly spilling over as she whispered, "The Sloth King can do this? How did he manage it? I simply cannot comprehend." In the Battle Alliance group chat, the messages were no longer mere updates, but an explosion of nuclear proportions. Jean Duo. Everyone, did you see that? Did you see that? Laziness is a myth. A complete fabrication. Completely unhinged, spamming chaotic memes. Xiao Hao, damn it. Damn it. Damn it. This Sloth King must have mutated. Is it extraterrestrial? The activation speed. The reaction. Faster and fiercer than my fully powered two-headed Tyranitar. Attempting to smash the VR device. Sun Hao, it's over. Shirley's Snorlax is in peril. This is not even in the same league. This is a monster. A pure monster. Lin Lan, unfathomable. The data cannot be analyzed. Energy, speed, characteristics, all exceed theoretical limits. This is unscientific. Li Mu Gu, brother Shirley, sigh. 1,000 words condensed into a resigned sigh, silently lighting a candle. On the battlefield, the terrifying force akin to being crushed by a hydraulic press emanated from Snorlax's wrist, which was firmly grasped. It struggled desperately, its muscles taut to the limit, veins bulging, yet it felt as if it were ensnared not by a hand, but by an immovable mountain. Within the seemingly calm, almost lazy gaze of the Sloth King lay a despairing, abyssal strength. Luo Feng observed Shirley's face shift through a spectrum of emotions, from shock to disbelief to a pallor, and spoke in a calm voice that resonated throughout the arena. I said I would show you absolute power. His tone was as tranquil as if he were commenting on the pleasantness of the weather today. My Sloth King is extraordinary. The Sloth King seemed to respond to its trainer, emitting a deep, hoarse growl that rolled through the arena like thunder, shaking the hearts of all who heard it. Its massive claws, gripping Snorlax's wrist, began to slowly, yet inexorably, tighten. Crack. A sound that sent chills down spines, a clear and unmistakable sound of bones fracturing, echoed through the arena. This noise was too real, too brutal. The Sloth King's fearsome grip barely exerted any effort, yet with what appeared to be a gentle squeeze. Snorlax's wrist, forged through countless trials and harder than steel, emitted a pained groan. The sounds of bones misaligning and shattering rang out in succession. A roar. An unimaginable agony forced Snorlax to emit a twisted, guttural cry, beads of sweat the size of soybeans instantly forming on its forehead and mingling with the rain. Its eyes were instantly bloodshot, and with the last vestige of strength and defiance, its remaining fist coalesced into a final blow, striking towards the Sloth King's expressionless face, desperate to compel this terrifying opponent to release its grip. Yet it was all in vain. Chapter 92. One Force Overcomes 10 Skills. One Punch Man. My goodness. The Sloth King didn't even glance at Snorlax's final punch, which possessed enough force to shatter stone. It treated it as inconsequential. It merely raised its other arm, seemingly in slow motion. But the strange thing was that its fist arrived first. Boom. A dull thud, akin to a colossal hammer striking thick, wet leather, resonated. Not loud, yet enough to make one's heart skip a beat. The Sloth King's delayed strike appeared light and devoid of any energetic glow. Yet it pressed firmly against Snorlax's abdomen, which was as thick as a fortress wall. Time seemed to elongate with this impact, as if caught in a stasis. Snorlax's every movement, whether struggling or that final punch, froze in an instant. Its eyes bulged, bloodshot with terror, nearly popping out. Its mountainous body instinctively contracted, as if attempting to withstand the horrific force that had penetrated within. Then, a force that defied description. An ancient and overwhelming power surged forth from the point of impact on its belly, exploding outward. It was akin to detonating a miniature atomic bomb within its body. Roar. Accompanied by a cry that transformed into a heart-wrenching, soul-rending wail, Snorlax's massive frame, exceeding 500 pounds, was hurled backward like a kite severed from its string. Or as if struck by a speeding freight truck, its feet momentarily lifting off the ground as it was sent flying uncontrollably. It traced a desperate, chaotic arc through the air, akin to a discarded rag doll, soaring over several dozen meters before crashing violently against the energy barrier at the edge of the arena. Boom. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar once more. Even that seemingly robust energy barrier was jolted, creating rippling waves akin to a massive water disturbance. Dust mingled with moisture, resembling a diminutive mushroom cloud ascending into the heavens. As the haze began to disperse, it became abundantly clear to all that Snorlax's eyes had morphed into spirals, having succumbed completely to unconsciousness, slumped motionlessly beneath the barrier. A single punch. Just a solitary punch. It was astonishing to think that despite the years of dedication and effort that Shirley had invested, infusing the essence of ancient martial arts into Snorlax to create the ultimate technique, the flowing rock smash, it had failed to even force the Vacationing King to shift its stance. In the face of such pure, unyielding, and brutally overwhelming power, it had been rendered to mere fragments. Silence. A silence akin to the deepest black ink, saturating the entire Dragon Nest main arena. Everyone was left speechless, stunned into a blank state by the sheer, unrefined, and brutally direct force that had crushed all in its path. Immediately following this, the barrage of comments on the official live stream erupted like a long-dormant volcano, flooding the screen with a tsunami of remarks, rendering the visuals nearly invisible. Wow. One punch. Just one punch. What kind of monstrous strength is this? That is Snorlax. The one that Shirley has trained to be as tough as iron. Launched like a punching bag. Lazy trait? Anyone who mentions the lazy trait again, I swear, this is the trait of a war god. The trait of One Punch Man. One force conquers 10. Truly one force conquers 10. No matter how flashy you are, I'll take you down with a single punch. One Punch Man. Officially certified. Shirley's rapid succession was so impressive, yet it was just like this, mental state crumbling, voice breaking. A monster. Luo Feng's Vacationing King is a true monster. An ancient titan. It's over. My brother Lei's resolve is shattered. How can he fight on? This is power beyond human capacity to contend with. At the commentary table, Zhang Hao and Xiaomi finally regained a semblance of composure from the revolutionary shock they had experienced, their voices trembling with disbelief and excitement. Zhang Hao, voice slightly hoarse, it's over. Snorlax has lost its fighting capability. The Vacationing King. Competitor Luo Feng's Vacationing King. It merely used what appeared to be a light punch. A devastating punch. It directly concluded the battle. This is no longer a contest. This is a demonstration of power. A complete annihilation. Xiaomi, so excited she could hardly articulate I can't believe it. Absolute power. The pinnacle of violent aesthetics. All techniques, strategies, and type advantages are rendered utterly pale like mere sheets of paper in the face of such absolute, overwhelming power. This Vacationing King has upended all our perceptions of this species. It has shattered the shackles of traits. Shirley's ominous premonition proved accurate. But the might displayed by this Vacationing King far surpassed the imaginations of us all, even that of trainers worldwide. This is a moment that will be etched in history. In the VIP room, Su Zhenghong slowly straightened up. The excitement he felt earlier had dissipated, his gaze sharp as a scalpel. As if he intended to dissect the vacationing king on the screen to understand it fully, ultimately releasing a long, complex sigh. What a clever boy. Hiding such a trump card. Truly, what a tremendous surprise. Where did he find these Pokémon? Su Qingxue still covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy and pride. But more than that, she was overwhelmed with a profound shock and fear emanating from the sheer, primal, and domineering absolute power. In the Battle Alliance group chat, the messages had morphed into a sea of garbled text and emojis, rendering the words indecipherable. Jin Duo, continuously spamming, expressing an inner collapse. Xiao Hao, Jin Duo, stop spamming. I saw it. Damn it, I'm never bragging about my dual-headed Tyranidar's speed again, completely self-doubting, sinking into deep introspection. Sun Hao, what did I say? It's over. All over. This level of power absolutely exceeds that of any typical gym leader. Brother Lei, devastated. Lin Lan, unable to analyze. Completely beyond the database's understanding. Power coefficient, speed coefficient, traits ineffective, all unreasonable. A reconstruction of the physical model is necessary. Li Mu Go, silently lighting 3 virtual candles. Brother Shirley, may you rest well. Even in defeat, you have brought forth such a monster. On the arena floor, the referee appeared equally dazed, standing still for several seconds before finally reacting, vigorously waving the flag with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice as he announced, Snorlax has lost its fighting capability. The vacationing king is victorious. The electronic screen flashed as Shirley's Snorlax avatar dimmed. Now, only one Pokémon remained hidden for Shirley. Meanwhile, on Luo Feng's side, the vacationing king stood unfazed, not even breathing heavily, as if the earth-shattering punch had merely been a stretch. All eyes in the arena, along with the long lenses of the media, suddenly zeroed in on Shirley, awaiting his reaction. Would it be despair, defiance, a stunned disbelief, or a hopeless surrender? However, Shirley's response once again caught everyone off guard. He gazed down at the Poké Ball containing Snorlax, his fingers gently brushing its surface, remaining silent for a few seconds. In that silence, there was no hint of a defeated spirit. Then, his shoulders began to tremble ever so slightly, not out of sorrow or anger, but rather with an uncontrollable, euphoric laugh, as if he had discovered the 8th wonder of the world. His laughter rose from a low chuckle to an exuberant, hearty roar. Ha 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 ha. Shirley suddenly lifted his head, his face devoid of any shadow of dejection, brimming instead with an unadulterated joy. Akin to a child who had just found the ultimate toy, his gaze burned with intensity, like 2 flames, firmly fixated on the expressionless Luo Feng across the arena. So that's it. Truly extraordinary, ha ha ha. Now I understand. I finally understand. He laughed heartily, his voice resonating like a bell, even drowning out the clamor of the crowd, infused with the exhilaration and fighting spirit of a warrior confronting a formidable foe. Luo Feng, you are indeed the final opponent I, Shirley, have long awaited, destined to face. Only you. Only someone as unfathomable as you could draw forth my ultimate. True trump card. His fighting spirit, far from diminishing due to the loss of 2 main forces, ignited like gasoline, roaring even more fiercely. Shirley reveled in this battle, relishing the thrill of confronting powerful unknowns and surpassing his own limits. This was the path of ancient martial arts he sought. Amidst countless gazes filled with astonishment, confusion, and admiration, under the flashing cameras, Shirley showed no hesitation. With great solemnity, as if performing a sacred ritual, he retrieved the final and most unique Poké Ball from his waist. This ball, entirely black, shimmered with a metallic sheen under the lights, its surface etched with ancient, intricate patterns, unmistakably extraordinary, exuding an air of mystery. He took a deep breath, clearing his mind of all distractions, his expression turning profoundly serious, devout, even imbued with a sense of pilgrimage. Shirley drew his arm back, then, with all his strength and conviction, hurled the black ball high into the sky. Come forth, my final companion, the witness to my journey. His voice echoed like a declaration throughout the arena. Let everyone witness our true power. The Poké Ball traced a beautiful black arc through the air, and then, a blinding light burst forth like the dawn sun, slicing through the oppressive atmosphere created by the vacationing king. A lithe and majestic figure, akin to a sword unsheathed, tore through the brilliance and descended imperiously upon the dilapidated arena, cloaked in a striking blend of deep blue and black fur. It resembled a solitary warrior clad in a form-fitting battle garb, woven from the night sky and the depths of the ocean. Its head, chest, and key joints were adorned with pristine, resilient bone armor, akin to an innate shield. Those piercing crimson eyes were as sharp as blades forged through relentless trials, seemingly capable of piercing through all facades. A bony spur at the tip of its tail swayed gently, maintaining perfect equilibrium. Its arms hung naturally, exuding an aura of relaxation. Yet around its fists, a visible faint azure wave of energy flowed rhythmically, radiating an air of ultimate calmness, sharpness, and an overwhelming latent power. It was none other than Lucario, the enigmatic Pokémon capable of wielding the power of aura. Lucario. Shirley's final Pokémon is actually Lucario. So the previous three were from the second team. Wow, it's Lucario. So dashing. What charisma. Kept hidden until now, Shirley has been remarkably secretive. Lucario is indeed both handsome and strong, but the opponent is a monster akin to One Punch Man. Can it prevail? Its type is at a disadvantage. Fighting Steel is doubly weak against the Earthquake and Fighting type moves of the Slacker King. How will it fare? Type advantages are not everything. Mega Lucario's speed and special attack are top tier, and it possesses the power of aura. But the strength of the Slacker King is utterly unreasonable. It looks utterly despairing. At the official commentary booth, Zhang Hao and Xiaomi swiftly regained their composure from the earlier shock, analyzing the situation with urgency. Zhang Hao, speaking rapidly, Shirley has revealed his trump card. It's Lucario. This is an exceptionally powerful and rare Pokémon, possessing fighting and steel types, inherently formidable. It can perceive and attack using mysterious aura, with exceptional speed and special attack. Xiaomi, voice tinged with concern, but how go? As many viewers have pointed out, it does suffer from a type disadvantage. Lucario is vulnerable to the Slacker King's potential Earthquake and Fighting type moves. Moreover, the sheer power displayed by the Slacker King is terrifying. Whether Lucario can evade with its extraordinary speed and intricate aura to find an opportunity is crucial for victory. Luo Feng gazed at the formidable Lucario, the system data instantaneously unfolding before his eyes. Target: Lucario. Qualification: Champion, Crimson Red. Level: LV40. Status: highly focused, aura flowing steadily. Poised for action. Skills: Aura Sphere, Quick Attack, Bone Rush, Close Combat, Swords Dance, Meteor Mash, Metal Sound. Ability: Adaptability. With Champion qualification, level 40. And the Adaptability ability, it certainly stood as a weighty ace. Luo Feng calmly assessed in his heart. Its base stats, skills, and abilities were all impeccable. Yet, his gaze swept over his own Slacker King, still languid, yet unfathomable. For my Slacker King, the 10-level difference, type disadvantage, and the absolute power disparity brought by the strongman ability's doubled physical attack were glaringly apparent. In the arena, Shirley looked at his most trusted partner, the one who had accompanied him through countless arduous training sessions, his face revealing a complex smile tinged with familial pride, determination for a do-or-die battle, and pure excitement at facing a formidable foe. He proclaimed loudly, "Luo Feng." His voice resonated clearly throughout every corner of the arena, momentarily silencing the spectators' discussions. Your strength has truly surpassed my expectations to the point where you've compelled me to bring out my final Lucario. I initially believed that relying on brute strength, my Martial Bear Master and Snorlax would suffice for this grand tournament, and my elders had advised me against using its power lightly to avoid trouble. His tone shifted sharply like a sword unsheathed, his fighting spirit soaring. But at this juncture, I can no longer hold back. All rules, reservations, and concerns are cast aside. To battle wholeheartedly against an opponent like you on this national stage is the utmost respect for the path of a trainer and for my Pokémon partner. With a gaze as sharp as an eagle's, he fixed his eyes intently on Luo Feng. The outcome is no longer so apparent. At this moment, Shirley's eyes became intensely sharp and reverent, as if engaged in a sacred ritual. He abruptly rolled up his left sleeve, revealing an ancient-looking bracelet that shimmered with a metallic luster, its center embedded with a small stone radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors, the Mega Stone. Simultaneously, Lucario, sensing the moment, lowered its body slightly, the corresponding Mega Stone on its chest beginning to emit a faint, multicolored glow, awakening like a star. Shirley took a deep breath, as if to draw in the very air of the arena, channeling all his mental strength, conviction, and the profound bond cultivated with Lucario over the years into the bracelet stone without reservation. The aura connecting him and Lucario resonated powerfully at that moment, transcending language. Shirley raised his arm adorned with the Mega Stone, his muscles trembling slightly from exertion, and with all his might, he let out a soul-stirring cry. "Lucario, answer my heart's call. Mega Evolution." With a resounding howl, Lucario unleashed a cry that transcended mere wolf howls, infused with a penetrating resonance akin to a dragon's roar, fervently responding to its trainer's summons. In an instant, the Megastone on Shirley's bracelet and the Megastone on Lucario's chest exploded in dazzling brilliance, a resplendent kaleidoscope of light encompassing every hue. The two beams of light collided in midair, connecting and merging as if crossing the very fabric of space. The bond, souls, dreams, and powers of trainer and Pokémon achieved an unprecedented perfect unity at that moment. A powerful energy storm erupted around Lucario, causing the ground beneath its feet to shatter inch by inch, pushed away by an invisible force. Its form began to undergo a dramatic metamorphosis within the blinding light of evolution, a transformation akin to a life ascending to new heights. Within the light, its physique appeared even more elongated and agile, emanating a streamlined sense of power. The bone armor on its head extended backward, forming a more regal, sharp crown-like structure. The chest armor expanded outward, resembling a sturdy breastplate with more intricate and mysterious patterns. Its already sharp crimson eyes became even narrower, resembling the most precise sniper scope, seemingly capable of perceiving the flow of energy, discerning all weaknesses and trajectories. The most significant changes manifested in its hands, where its original fists were now entirely enveloped by larger, more menacing, glistening bone spikes, resembling a pair of lethal gauntlets forged for battle. The aura energy emanating from its body ceased to flow steadily, transforming into an extremely turbulent force, coalescing like a boiling ocean, its blue flames flickering and dancing around it. The aura it radiated surged with a ferocity akin to a rocket, reaching an entirely new echelon. As the evolution light reached its zenith, it didn't gradually disperse. Instead, it imploded like a supernova, abruptly contracting inward until it vanished entirely, absorbed into Lucario's being. In its new form, imbued with an overwhelming sense of dominance and power, it made a stunning entrance. Mega Lucario. Mega Evolution. Mega Evolution. It's Mega Evolution. My heavens. Did I just witness Mega Evolution in the High School League Finals? Lucario's Mega Evolution. So striking. This aura. This pressure. Shirley can actually Mega Evolve. He is only 18. What profound emotions and formidable mental strength must he possess? This is insane. This match is utterly insane. From the monstrous Slacker King to Mega Lucario, the legendary bond power only top trainers can wield. To witness it live at the national finals is incredible. This ticket is worth its weight in gold. No, it's worth a fortune. Absolutely priceless. The entire dragon's nest transformed into a frenzied, bubbling ocean of excitement. A cacophony of gasps, shrieks, and incredulous exclamations melded into a palpable wave of sound that threatened to lift the very roof. The visual spectacle and emotional impact of Mega Evolution far surpassed the earlier moment when the substitute king sent Snorlax flying with a single punch. This was a miraculous display, a testament to unbreakable bonds. Chapter 93. The Mega Evolution of Lucario. How exhilarating this is. My heavens. On the commentary stage, Zhang Hao's voice cracked under the strain, almost losing its pitch. Mega Evolution. It's Mega Evolution. Shirley and his Lucario have achieved it. The resonance of their bond, the unity of their spirits. The legendary realm. Beside him, Xiaomi leaped from her seat, her palms slapping the commentary table with thunderous applause. It's madness. Ladies and gentlemen, did you witness that? Mega Evolution. This is the kind of divine spectacle one would only glimpse in the champion tournament. And here it is, erupting in the finals of a high school competition. The prestige of our tournament has reached an unprecedented height. We've shattered the ceiling. Zhang Hao forcibly inhaled, analyzing at breakneck speed, his voice trembling with excitement. Unbelievable. Competitor Shirley has hidden this trump card deeper than the ocean. Mega Lucario. An all-encompassing surge in abilities, particularly in attack and speed, reaching unimaginable heights. The suspense of this final match has returned with an explosive force. In the VIP room, Su Zhenghong sprang to his feet, his face a canvas of astonishment. Mega Stones and Evolution Stones. This young man from the Sure family has acquired their ancestral treasures at such an early stage. No wonder he exudes such confidence and dares to make bold declarations in the finals. Their lineage is truly formidable. On the other side, Su Qingxue was equally astonished, covering her mouth with wide, round eyes. To her, Mega Evolution felt akin to a myth. Witnessing it in person was an impact of nuclear proportions. This is the power that transcends ordinary evolution? She couldn't help but worry about Luo Feng. Surely he would be all right. Their chat group, Battle Alliance, was currently inundated with messages scrolling at a pace that would baffle even a mother, filled with memes and exclamation marks celebrating the moment. Gene Duo Lucario. It's Lucario. Brother Lei is incredible. Voice cracking. Gone mad. Xiao Hao holy cow. Lucario. Sure Lei, you've hidden this well. Now it's the ultimate showdown. Sun Hao, he looks stunning. But his attributes are severely countered, and that substitute king is anything but human. Linlon. The outcome hinges on speed and the application of wave guidance. Let us see if Sure Lei can maximize his mega advantage. Li Muge. The appearance of Lucario was already unexpected, and mega evolution is even more shocking. But the outcome remains uncertain. Just then, the light of mega evolution shone brightly. Gene Duo. The language system has completely collapsed. Xiao Hao Mega? What the heck? Mega evolution. Sure Lei, are you a monster disguised as a high schooler? Sun Hao. Mega evolution. High school student, I must still be dreaming. Someone give me an electric shock. Linlon, this has completely exceeded my analytical scope. The depth of bond required for mega evolution. Li Muge. Inconceivable. Brother Sure has indeed reached this realm. I am thoroughly impressed. Wu Yi. Brother Lei. You are my superhero. Kneeling in worship JPG. Tears of joy JPG. Fong Miao. Now, it's truly unpredictable. Mega Lucario signifies a qualitative change. A temporary elevation in level. The scales may indeed have shifted. Ying. Ah, so handsome. Mega Lucario. Go, Senior Sure Lei. Instantly betraying her former allegiance. She joins the fan club. Tang Yuru. Humph, you've still got some real talent. Her tone was awkward, yet admiration was undeniable. On the field, Sure Lei felt an inseparable connection with Lucario, a surge of power swelling within him as though it might overflow. The earlier tension had vanished, leaving only an overwhelming confidence. This mega evolution stone was a treasured heirloom passed down through generations in the Sure family, cherished as dearly as one's own eyes. It was not something mere talent or the approval of ancestors could bestow upon just anyone. His ability to wield it was not solely due to his grandfather's status as clan leader, but rather his own tenacity and the solid bond he shared with Lucario. Recognized by the entire family, this was originally his trump card, meant to be revealed when challenging the Elite Four or even higher tiers. Intended to leave his opponents in shock. Now, in order to defeat the monstrous Luo Feng, he was all in. Across from him, Luo Feng observed the energy radiating from Mega Lucario, feeling the atmosphere crackle with intensity as his system panel chimed with updates. Target: Mega Lucario. Qualification: Champion, Crimson. Level: LV50, temporarily boosted by Mega Evolution. Status: Mega Evolution form, wave guidance in a frenzy, attack speed off the charts, energy vitality at its peak. Skills: Wave Bomb, Quick Attack, Bone Rush, Close Combat, Swords Dance, Meteor Mash, Metal Sound. Ability: Adaptability, the power of its same type moves skyrockets. Seeing the opponent's level suddenly soar to 50. Matching his own substitute king, Luo Feng felt a thrill instead of fear, a twisted smile spreading across his face. Yes indeed, he murmured softly. His eyes ablaze with battle fervor. This is what makes it worthwhile. Otherwise, a single punch knocking him down would be far too dull. The final battle. The pinnacle of bond evolution, Mega Lucario versus the monstrous substitute king, who shatters all constraints. Let the clash commence. This was undeniably an epic duel that would be recounted for ages. Sure Lei's eyes sparkled with determination as he made his move. He had to capitalize on the peak momentum of Mega Evolution to seize the initiative. Lucario, using Quick Attack to close the distance. Then, into close combat. Mega Lucario's crimson eyes glimmered. Boom. The ground beneath erupted into a web of cracks, its form streaking like a blue lightning bolt, almost akin to teleportation. Appearing in the blink of an eye right before the towering figure of the substitute king. In an instant, those bone-spiked fists, infused with the terrifying energy of adaptability and the frenzied wave guidance of Mega Evolution, transformed into a flurry of blue punches, raining down like a meteor shower upon the substitute king. Lucario, Lucario, Lucario. The force of each punch tore through the air, emitting a piercing metallic screech. Each strike possessed the terrifying power to penetrate steel. Xiaomi exclaimed in excitement. Look, it's so fast. Mega Lucario has moved. Quick Attack into close combat. A perfect combo. This speed is akin to a blink. Can the substitute king keep up? Zhang Hao's voice tightened with anxiety. A terrifying offensive. The speed has visibly surged after Mega Evolution. Close combat, bolstered by adaptability, is explosively powerful. This is Shirley's all-out strike. However, in the face of this ghostly, swift, and thunderous assault, Luo Feng's reactions were equally astonishing, even imbued with a calmness as though he had anticipated it. The substitute king steadied his stance, bracing for impact. Then, with sheer strength, the massive frame of the substitute king reacted faster than his mind could process. His arms, thick as ancient tree roots, crossed protectively in front of him, muscles taut beneath his dark golden fur, emanating an aura of unwavering stability. Boom, 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 boom. The torrential barrage of Mega Lucario's fists struck solidly against the substitute king's resilient arms and sturdy chest. The heavy, iron-like sounds melded into a singular resonance. It felt less like striking flesh and more akin to hammering at ancient iron. Torrential waves of energy and shockwaves radiated outward, scattering debris. Dust filled the air. The mountain-like figure of the substitute king, under such relentless assault, even tilted back slightly, the ground beneath him cracking and sinking under the pressure. All the spectators felt their hearts climb to their throats. Mega Lucario is so fierce that even the substitute king is struggling to withstand it. Yet Shirley's pupils constricted sharply, a jolt of realization striking him. As he perceived through the waveguide connection and the ancient warrior's keen sight, he could clearly see the core position of the defending king of Leave. Under such a ferocious assault, it remained almost immovable. The feedback felt more akin to a fist striking against a defense layer of superalloy and dragonhide. The Mega Lucario, capable of annihilating any previous opponent in close combat, astonishingly failed to breach its defenses. Such resilience was utterly absurd. Just at that fleeting moment when Mega Lucario's explosive power began to wane, and the old strength had dissipated while the new had yet to emerge, Luo Feng's command, akin to the harbinger of death, resounded suddenly. Now is the time. The King of Leave, who had been defending with its dual arms, abruptly sprang open like a coiled spring. A ferocious, primal, and unrestrained force erupted from within it, akin to a dormant volcano awakening. Its dark golden fur bristled, and its muscles swelled horrifically once more. The activation of its brute strength. Its palm, large enough to envelop Lucario, spread its fingers wide like towering pillars, exuding an overwhelming aura of obliteration as it disregarded distance and lunged toward the Mega Lucario, who had just halted and was at its most vulnerable moment. The speed was uncanny. So swift it took one's breath away. Mega Lucario's instinct for battle was exceptionally acute, and it reacted instantaneously, retreating while crossing its arms to concentrate wave and steel-type energy for defense. But boom! The King of Leave's colossal hand struck solidly against the dual arms of Mega Lucario's block. Time seemed to freeze. This was no mere exchange of blows. It felt as if a cataclysmic asteroid from the cosmos had violently collided with a sturdy, albeit limited, energy shield. A spherical shockwave, mingled with dark red brute force energy and blue wave fragments, erupted with fury. Ugh! Mega Lucario emitted a brief, pained grunt, even with its utmost defense. The overwhelming disparity in strength could not be entirely negated. It was as if struck by a massive cannon, lifted off the ground, and sent hurtling backward. It skidded through the air for several dozen meters before barely embedding its bone-spiked gauntlet into the ground, carving out deep furrows as it struggled to regain its footing. The audience erupted in astonishment. Gasps surged like a tide. Such a ferocious attack from Mega Lucario only caused the King of Leave to tilt its head? Yet, a casual display of brute strength from the King of Leave required Mega Lucario to exert itself so mightily to counter. The disparity in power was utterly staggering. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Was this the King of Leave's absolute strength? Even Mega Lucario was completely overwhelmed in terms of raw power. Zhang Hao gasped in disbelief. Shirley gritted his teeth, tasting blood in his mouth, his mind racing. No, we cannot engage in a battle of strength. That would be folly. We must rely on speed and the uniqueness of the wave. Lucario, create distance. Use wave bomb. Mega Lucario understood the command, enduring the agonizing pain in its arms, leveraging the momentum to leap back, bringing its palms together in front of its chest. A highly compressed, swirling azure wave bomb materialized almost instantaneously. Locking onto the King of Leave, imbued with homing capabilities, it shot forth like a blue star of vengeance at supersonic speed. The wave bomb, a unique fighting-type move, was extraordinarily effective. This was theoretically Shirley's strongest counterattack. Xiaomi, wave bomb. Its effectiveness is unparalleled. Moreover, its speed is such that it cannot be evaded. Shirley had discovered the correct approach. Zhang Hao indeed. Abandoning a confrontation of strength in favor of speed and unique moves is wise. Let us see how Luo Feng responds. However, Luo Feng's command was faster and more ruthless than the wave bomb. King of Leave, ignore it. Earthquake. Facing the wave bomb. Capable of inflicting severe damage, the King of Leave astonishingly did not flinch or evade, nor did it attempt to defend. It merely let out a roar that shook the very earth, raising its pillar-like right leg, gathering terrifying energy at its feet, and with all its might. It stomped down hard onto the already ravaged ground. Boom! The earth quaked and cracked. A true cataclysm. The entire arena seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, shaking violently, tearing apart. A massive fissure spread from beneath the King of Leave, and the surging ground energy, akin to magma suppressed for millennia, erupted violently from below, indiscriminately assaulting the entire venue. The determined wave bomb was deflected from its trajectory amidst this apocalyptic energy surge, narrowly grazing past the King of Leave before crashing into the protective barrier behind it, exploding in a solitary flash of light. More critically, this earthquake was an area-wide assault. The recently steadied Mega Lucario could not evade, and it bore the brunt of this extraordinarily powerful strike. Lucario. The violent tremors and energy shock caused it to cry out in pain. Its fighting steel attributes rendered it significantly vulnerable. Its body swayed dangerously, nearly toppling over, and the blue flames enveloping it dimmed. Now is the moment. Shirley could not let the opponent suffer from the aftermath of their grand move unchallenged. This was the final opportunity. Charge in. Comet Punch. Mega Lucario endured the tumult within its body, its eyes glowing fiercely, squeezing out its potential to unleash a burst of speed once more. It transformed into a radiant blue meteor, hurtling against the aftershocks of the earthquake, charging recklessly forward. This time, a brilliant silver steel energy coalesced upon its right fist, shining as brightly as a supernova. Its fist sliced through the air, leaving a blazing tail akin to a comet entering the atmosphere. With immense force concentrated at a single point, it possessed the power to pierce the hardest alloy. In Luo Feng's eyes, the dormant battle spirit was finally ignited, burning fiercely. He had surprisingly forsaken the safest defensive or evasive maneuvers, opting for the most direct, masculine, and aesthetically violent approach. King of Leave. Let it witness the pinnacle of strength. With a hammering arm, meet it head-on. The King of Leave's enormous arm, having just stomped down, showed no sign of hesitation as it swung up with the force of a colossal deity wielding a warhammer. The terrifying fighting energy mingled with its seemingly endless brute force caused the entire arm to radiate an oppressive, light-devouring black-red energy. It did not flinch or evade. Its massive fist, like a dark golden meteor engulfed in hellfire, descended from above, embodying the will to obliterate everything, and met the silver meteor-like comet punch directly and unceremoniously. The next moment, boom! A thunderous sound, surpassing all previous collisions, erupted like the terrifying impact of two asteroids colliding, engulfing the entire venue. Many spectators were momentarily rendered deaf. The blue meteor and dark golden meteor, Mega Lucario's comet punch, which had gathered all its strength, belief, and steel energy, collided with the King of Leave's arm hammer, imbued with unparalleled brute force and a will to destroy, at the purest, most primal, and most violent point. Crash! Crash! They collided with resolute force. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, freezing entirely. At that singular point of fist against fist, all sound and light were initially absorbed into a singularity of ultimate energy compression. Then, boom! An indescribable wave of terrifying energy erupted, akin to a cosmic explosion, expanding in a perfect ring at supersonic speed. A tempest of energy, mingling blue wave fragments, silver steel stardust, and black-red fighting aura, instantaneously engulfed, swept through, and crushed the entire arena. The hard rocky ground was upheaved as if made of paper, reduced to powder. Even the energy barrier at the edge of the arena, capable of withstanding attacks from the highest echelons, emitted a previously unheard of, ominous hum and tremor, its light flickering violently, on the brink of collapse, under the gaze of countless horrified spectators, as if witnessing a celestial battle. The result of the collision was revealed in the brief respite of the energy storm. Chapter 94. The champion emerges, the strongest high school trainer in history. The dazzling energy sphere of the comet punch atop Mega Lucario's fist, shining like a miniature sun, collided with the King of Leave's colossal fist, shattering into fragments with a resounding pop. Like glass, the bony gauntlet on its entire arm instantly became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, its body trembling violently as if shaken by a sieve. Ultimately, it could not withstand the sheer, almost perverse brute force, and was violently sent flying. A spurt of blue energy blood erupted from its mouth. Meanwhile, the colossal form of the Slacker King was also shaken back 3 steps for the first time by the recoil of the clash, each step carving a deep pit into the ground. It shook its slightly numb, even bloodied fist after the confrontation, feeling no pain. Instead, it let out an even more exhilarating and terrifying roar, as if it had finally encountered a worthy opponent, a thrill beyond compare. Mega Lucario barely managed to perform a somersault in the air before landing on one knee, propping itself up with one hand, panting heavily, its blue aura flickering weakly. Almost extinguished, the recent clash had evidently drained it significantly, leaving it grievously injured. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone was rendered speechless, stunned by the raw, primal, and violently visceral exchange of blows, their hearts pounding like drums in their chests. The commentator's voice trembled. This is truly a battle of monsters. A divine showdown. Shirley's forehead was beaded with sweat, his breath coming in rapid gasps. Mega Lucario was his strongest trump card. Yet the strength of the Slacker King seemed unfathomably deep, fostering a sense of despair. Was there truly no way out? No. There remained one final gambit. A desperate last resort. Shirley's eyes suddenly gleamed with a fierce intensity, as if 2 flames were igniting within. He exchanged a knowing glance with the panting Mega Lucario on the field, and a powerful resonance of aura surged between them. They understood each other's intent, to stake everything they had left, their bonds, even their latent potential for life, on this one decisive strike. Lucario. Shirley roared with all his might, the evolution stone on his left arm erupting with an unprecedented brilliance, even blood vessels beginning to surface in his eyes and nose. Let our combined aura and bonds respond. Mega Lucario rose abruptly, as if revitalized, howling at the sky. The mega stone embedded in its chest shone with a terrifying radiance. It drew forth the last remnants of its aura, along with the deepest bond it shared with its trainer. With both hands clasped before its chest, it conjured an enormous, blindingly blue energy sphere, compressed to the utmost limit. The edges distorting light, a final aura sphere, coalescing at an unprecedented speed. The energy fluctuations were so potent that the surrounding space appeared to warp. Go forth. The ultimate aura sphere that embodies all our resolve. On the other side, Luo Feng sensed the culmination of his opponent's all-in final strike, his blood boiling. This was the thrill of encountering a true rival. Slacker King, he proclaimed, pointing dramatically at the sphere of destructive energy, his voice dripping with authority. Let it witness what absolute power truly means. Crush it, with all your might. Explosive fist. Roar. The Slacker King howled to the heavens, its voice reverberating. Its muscles bulged to their limits, the dark golden fur bristling, radiating light akin to the blazing sun. The ability of Strongman was pushed to its zenith. That earth-shattering brute force and fighting energy were all concentrated into its right fist. The space surrounding its fist began to blur and twist, as if struggling to contain this overwhelming power. In the next moment, under the frozen gazes of the spectators, Mega Lucario unleashed that ultimate aura sphere, seemingly capable of devouring all. The Slacker King retaliated with a fist that could shatter planets. One side represented the pinnacle of bonds and aura, the other, the zenith of pure strength. The blue torrent of energy clashed violently against the black-red tide of power. Like 2 out-of-control comets colliding fiercely. Sizzle boom. First came the piercing sound of energy annihilation, followed by an indescribable cataclysmic explosion. Blinding white light instantaneously engulfed the entire arena, rendering everything invisible. Then, the tricolored shockwave of energy surged outward like a tsunami. Crack, crack. Even the protective shield around the arena began to emit sounds of imminent shattering, flickering with chaotic light, fissures appearing. The audience was too frightened to breathe. As the brilliance gradually receded, the scene lay in disarray. The Slacker King remained standing, albeit panting heavily. Its right arm, which had exchanged blows, was charred and trembling. The scales rolled back, evidently sustaining considerable damage. In the distance, Mega Lucario knelt on one knee, supporting itself with its battered fist to avoid collapsing. The aura surrounding it flickered weakly like a dying candle, yet it stubbornly lifted its head, glaring defiantly at the Slacker King, its eyes filled with unyielding spirit. However, its trembling body betrayed the truth. It had reached its limit. The commentator's voice turned hoarse. Stalemate? Have they both frozen in place? Before the words could fully escape, Mega Lucario quivered, the evolution light around it shattered entirely, dissipating. It reverted to its ordinary Lucario form, and then, Unable to withstand any longer, it collapsed with a groan. Its vision swimming, consciousness slipping away. Mega Evolution had been undone. In the live chat, a chorus of regret filled the screen. Alas, it lost after all. There was no way. The Slacker King was simply too monstrous. It was on an entirely different level. Lucario was already extraordinary. That final strike was magnificent. Though defeated, it is truly honorable. So admirable despite the loss. But just then, a miracle occurred. The Lucario, which should have lost consciousness, twitched its fingers. Then, to everyone's astonishment, it managed to push itself up from the ground bit by bit with its battered arm. It glanced back at Shirley, who was tightly clenching his fists, and its eyes conveyed a clear message. As long as it could move, it would never surrender. Shirley felt a pang in his heart, his eyes misting over, yet he held back his tears. He understood his partner. In the ensuing minutes, Lucario showcased the ultimate manifestation of willpower. Relying on instinctual speed, the last vestiges of aura within, and an indomitable fighting spirit. It engaged in a fierce and heart-wrenching struggle against the equally fatigued Slacker King. It left afterimages with its extreme speed, barely coalesced, and shattered bone clubs to create distractions. Occasionally seizing the opportunity to counter with a weak comet punch or aura sphere, burning through its last remnants of energy. The chat erupted once more. It's still fighting. It's still holding on. So tenacious. My Lucario. I'm getting emotional. I want to cry. Is this the bond? It's so moving. Yet, the harsh reality remained. The gap in strength was difficult to bridge solely through willpower. In a desperate attempt to charge forward with extreme speed for a final close-quarters strike, its movements finally faltered ever so slightly. Just that minuscule hesitation was seized upon by the instinctively formidable Slacker King. A precisely timed hammer arm, as if it had been waiting, struck it down with devastating force. Ugh! Lucario emitted a short, mournful cry, its body flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. This time, the light in its eyes dimmed completely, twitching a few times before finally failing to rise again. The referee hurried over to check, then solemnly raised the flag to declare, Lucario is unable to continue fighting. The Slacker King is the victor. On the big screen, Shirley's Lucario avatar dimmed. He was left with only his initially wounded, yet still unhealed, martial arts bear. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's Slacker King, though fatigued, was still capable of fighting. The Gyarados in its Poké Ball could rest and return. Not to mention the well-rested Milotic that had yet to make an appearance. The outcome was no longer in doubt. Shirley gazed at the still-breathing but overwhelmingly imposing Slacker King, then looked at the Poké Ball containing the martial arts bear in his hand. He vividly recalled the moment when the Snorlax was sent flying with a single punch. The martial arts bear would not withstand such force either. Sending it out now would merely be offering it up, a sign of disrespect to his partner. He inhaled deeply, devoid of resentment or dejection. Instead, his expression conveyed a sense of relief and a profound respect for the formidable adversary before him. He raised his right hand and calmly addressed the chief referee, uttering the words, "Referee, I concede." As these three words resonated throughout the arena, a hush fell, swiftly followed by an eruption of understanding, admiration, and emotion, transforming into a thunderous applause akin to a tidal wave. This ovation was not merely for the victor, but also for this dignified warrior who had fought valiantly until the very last moment. The referee, momentarily taken aback, displayed a look of appreciation, nodding solemnly before announcing, "Contestant Shirley concedes. Therefore, the champion of this National High School Pokemon Battle Finals is contestant Luo Feng." Boom. The vibrant fireworks, symbolizing victory, erupted above, cascading like a myriad of shooting stars. The triumphant anthem resounded throughout the venue. Champion, 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 Luo Feng, Luo Feng, Luo Feng, tyrant, tyrant, tyrant. The audience rose en masse, fervently cheering, their voices nearly lifting the roof off the building. At the commentary booth, Zhang Hao and Xiaomi were overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in their eyes. Zhang Hao, wiping away his tears, exclaimed, "It's over. An epic finale. Let us extend our warmest congratulations to contestant Luo Feng. He has decisively dominated all opponents, ascending to the pinnacle of the nation. He is undoubtedly the strongest high school student ever." Xiaomi, her voice trembling with excitement, cried, "A miracle. We have witnessed a miracle. The dark horse from Jiangzhou has finally crowned himself king. From this night onward, the name Luo Feng shall resonate throughout the league. Congratulations, Luo Feng. Congratulations, champion." Moreover, its speed is such that it cannot be evaded. The live stream chat erupted into chaos, a flurry of messages rendering it nearly illegible. Congratulations, Luo Feng, on your victory. Congratulations on being the national top scorer. Well deserved. Absolutely formidable. The strongest high school student in history. Unprecedented. The tyrant ascends. A new king is born. The conqueror is incredible. The Gyarados is magnificent. The Milotic is splendid. Though Shirley lost, he remains honorable. Salute. I will remember this final for a lifetime. Truly classic. Congratulations, Luo Feng. The future is bright. In the VIP room, Su Zhenghong clapped vigorously, his face beaming with pride and satisfaction. Su Qingxue, even more ecstatic, leapt up, waving her hands, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy, more elated than if she had won herself. Standing in the center of the arena, bathed in the glory of fireworks and the deafening cheers, Luo Feng calmly touched the Poké Ball containing the conqueror at his waist, feeling the slight tremor emanating from it, a reflection of his partner's excitement. The tension that had been taut within him finally eased. At last, victory was his. A complex amalgamation of exhaustion, relief, fulfillment, and a hint of joy surged through him like a warm current. Reflecting on his journey from Jiangzhou to the national summit, each opponent and every battle vividly replayed in his mind. The fervor of Xia Houhou, the tenacity of Feng Miao, and the admirable spirit and depth of Shirley had all posed formidable challenges. Yet, he emerged unscathed. A nearly imperceptible, genuine smile graced his lips. The journey had been somewhat tumultuous, even heart-stopping, but ultimately, through the unwavering strength, synergy, and calm guidance of his partners, he had secured this final victory. Chapter 95. The Award Ceremony. Receiving the Scales of the Sky Splitter. This supreme honor belonged to the unmatched ferocity of the Gyarados, the unparalleled dominance of the Conqueror, the graceful poise of the Milotic, and, most importantly, to the irreplaceable, deeply forged bond that had been tempered through countless battles. Luo Feng lifted his gaze, sweeping over the fervent crowd, passing over the jubilant embrace of Su Qingxue and Su Zhenghong in the VIP section, ultimately fixing his attention on the opponent striding towards him. Shirley approached with deliberate steps, his face adorned with an open and hearty smile, his eyes clear, devoid of any shadows of defeat or resentment, radiating pure admiration and respect for the formidable opponent who had bested him. He extended the same hand that had just commanded an intense battle, imbued with strength. Without hesitation, Luo Feng reciprocated, their young, powerful hands clasping firmly in the air. At this moment, the distinction of victory faded, replaced solely by mutual recognition of each other's strength and resolve. Luo Feng smiled and remarked, "An exhilarating match. You are a worthy adversary." His tone was sincere and unpretentious. Shirley returned the handshake with vigor, his smile equally bright, exuding the camaraderie of a true martial artist. With heartfelt acknowledgement, he expressed, "I look forward to our next encounter." In this moment, the champion was crowned, and a new sovereign took the throne. Yet, the paths of these two brilliant trainers, who had shone resplendently in the finals, were merely at the dawn of their journeys, leading towards a future that was infinitely expansive. From this night forth, Luo Feng's name would undoubtedly resonate throughout the league, capturing the attention of numerous eminent figures. Amidst the deafening cheers and the showering of vibrant fireworks, the chief referee of this grand tournament, also a seasoned senior trainer from the league, accompanied by a distinguished middle-aged man clad in the formal attire of the league, stepped onto the central battleground. This man bore a resolute countenance and eyes sharp as an eagle, though he did not deliberately exude an aura. The inherent authority of a long-standing figure in power and the subtle pressure characteristic of a top-tier expert gradually quieted the raucous crowd. This individual was none other than the fighting-type king, Duan Hong, who had been invited to witness the event and serve as the award presenter. With measured strides, King Duan Hong approached the center of the arena, his gaze traversing Luo Feng, Shirley, and the soon-to-appear third-place contestant, Li Mu Gu, who had triumphed over Yi Xiao in the previous third-place match, his resolute face revealing unreserved admiration and anticipation. Distinguished guests, esteemed young trainers. The host's impassioned voice resonated, echoing through every corner of the venue. We shall now commence the award ceremony for this year's National High School Pokémon Battle Tournament. First, let us extend the warmest applause as we invite the fighting-type king, Duan Hong, to present awards to our top 3 contestants. The applause thundered like rolling thunder throughout the dragoness nest. King Duan Hong nodded slightly in acknowledgement and first approached the third-place contestant, Li Mu Gu. Contestant Li Mu Gu, your bug-type team strategy is distinctive and remarkably resilient, leaving a lasting impression. Congratulations on securing third place in this tournament. He received a beautifully crafted trophy, adorned with intricate bug motifs and gleaming with a bronze hue, along with an enormous check symbolizing a substantial prize, 10 million league coins, which he solemnly handed to Li Gu. Li Gu graciously accepted the trophy and check with both hands, a satisfied smile illuminating his face as he expressed, "Thank you, King Duan Hong, for your encouragement. I will continue to strive for improvement." Next, King Duan Hong approached the runner-up, Shirley. Contestant Shirley. He regarded the son of an old friend with a warm gaze, imbued with the familiarity of an elder and deeper expectations. Your ancient martial art style is uniquely your own, characterized by unwavering determination, particularly the bond and perseverance exhibited by your Lucario, which is truly moving. The future holds limitless potential for you. This Silver Dragon trophy is a well-deserved honor. He presented a shimmering trophy, intricately sculpted with a coiling silver dragon, followed by a specially crafted transparent container radiating warmth and a sacred aura, within which a flickering gold-red flame quietly burned. Moreover, this is the sacred flame seed of the legendary Molters, a treasured item of the League, which will greatly benefit the growth of Fire-type Pokémon. I hope it aids your future Fire-type partners. Shirley, with a solemn expression, steadied his hands to receive the Silver Dragon trophy and the container imbued with legendary power. Responding earnestly, "Thank you for your generous gift, King Duan Hong. I shall diligently work to meet your expectations." Finally, King Duan Hong paused before the champion, Luo Feng. At this moment, all eyes in the arena, every camera lens, focused on this most celebrated figure. King Duan Hong scrutinized the young champion who had wrought countless miracles and ascended to the summit with an almost overwhelming force, his eyes filled with awe and unmasked regard. His voice resonated, powerful and clear, reaching every corner of the venue. "Congratulations, contestant Luo Feng. You have triumphed in this competition with an unparalleled demeanor, showcasing absolute strength and exceptional command, thereby seizing the ultimate victory and claiming the championship crown. You are undeniably the national champion, a paragon for the younger generation of trainers." He solemnly received the resplendent trophy, a symbol of the highest honor, crafted entirely from pure gold, resembling a vividly lifelike Eastern dragon poised to soar into the skies. Its head held high, scales glistening with radiant golden brilliance. The Golden Dragon Champion Cup. This is your glory, the Golden Dragon Champion Cup. Taking a deep breath to quell the surging emotions within, Luo Feng extended his hands to securely accept the weighty Golden Dragon Cup, emblematic of peak glory. The golden light reflected upon his youthful, yet already remarkable visage. Following this, King Duan Hong presented an exquisite box, meticulously crafted from top-tier energy crystals. The box itself shimmered with iridescence, and within it lay an object that instantly captivated everyone's attention. It was a diamond-shaped scale, about the size of a fist, displaying a dreamlike array of colors. Even through the specially designed crystal box, one could distinctly feel the immense and ancient life energy it contained, along with a hint of awe-inspiring draconic majesty. In accordance with the tradition of the competition, this is a special reward bestowed upon the champion. King Duan Hong's voice resonated with solemnity. It is a scale shed by the legendary Pokémon, the ruler soaring through the skies, Rayquaza. May this precious item, infused with the power of the sky's sovereign, assist you in your illustrious journey as a trainer, cutting through thorns and progressing ever further. Luo Feng's gaze immediately fixed upon that ethereal dragon scale, and even with his composure, a surge of excitement swept through him. This was indeed one of his crucial objectives for this endeavor. He carefully accepted the precious crystal box, feeling the astonishing energy pulsating within it at his fingertips, and responded earnestly, "Thank you, King Duan Hong. I will surely make good use of this treasure and live up to this honor and expectation." The Golden Dragon Cup. So imposing. Is that Rayquaza's scale? Oh my, the brilliance is so dreamlike. The champion's reward is truly enviable. I am genuinely envious. Luo Feng absolutely deserves this reward. It is well earned. Now, I invite the three contestants to release all their Pokémon partners and ascend the podium together to share this glorious moment that belongs to your entire team. The host announced loudly, elevating the atmosphere to another crescendo. Luo Feng, Shirley, and Li Gu exchanged smiles, simultaneously tossing their Pokeballs. A series of dazzling lights erupted. Beside Luo Feng, the fierce deep blue Gyarados let out a low roar. The elegant and splendid Milotic coiled gracefully, while the just battled yet still languidly imposing Slaking yawned, with three distinct yet powerful Pokémon standing guard over their trainer. By Shirley's side stood the battle-worn, yet resolute Lucario, the robust Snorlax, and the composed Machamp, embodying the solid foundation of ancient martial arts. Next to Limu Gu were the Bug-type Legion, comprising the armored Heracross, the shell-clad Shuckle, and the radiant and magnificent Volcarona, gracefully fluttering its wings, scattering light. The three teams of diverse yet equally powerful Pokémon, alongside their trainers, formed the most spectacular and moving scene upon the podium, symbolizing the unbreakable bond between trainers and their Pokémon. More flashes illuminated the venue, twinkling like stars. Capturing this historically significant moment, the crowd erupted once more into a thunderous applause and cheers akin to a tsunami. King Duanhong, with a smile of satisfaction, posed for photographs with the three contestants and all their Pokémon partners. He then turned to the audience, his voice resonant and powerful. A strong youth leads to a strong alliance. Witnessing the exceptional performance of your generation, demonstrating such immense potential, I firmly believe the future of our alliance will shine ever brighter. I hope you remain humble and true to your beginnings, continuing to forge ahead. In the future, on the grander stage of the World Alliance, I look forward to seeing you attain even higher honors for our alliance. The award ceremony concluded amidst this fervently hopeful atmosphere. However, everyone's enthusiasm had not waned, for the eagerly anticipated post-match interview segment was next. The host cheerfully invited King Duanhong to take a brief respite before bringing the three contestants, particularly the champion and runner-up Luo Feng and Shirley, to the specially designated interview area in the center of the venue. Once again, congratulations to the three contestants. The host's voice was filled with enthusiasm. First, I would like to ask our runner-up, contestant Shirley. He extended the microphone towards Shirley. Today's final was indeed a roller coaster ride, truly spectacular, especially your Lucario, who continued to battle valiantly even after Mega Evolution was released. At that moment, what were you and your partner thinking? And regarding your earlier statement to Luo Feng about a rematch, what specific plans do you have in mind? All eyes turned to Shirley. He took the microphone, his gaze bright and resolute despite the grueling battle. He glanced at his side, where Lucario, though weary, mirrored his determination, and responded in a voice that resonated throughout the venue. He paused, seemingly reliving that arduous moment. In that instant, I had no time to think too much. The only thought in my mind was that I could not let my partner down. Lucario did not give up. It demonstrated through its actions that as long as there is a shred of strength left, we must fight until the very last moment. As its trainer, how could I possibly give up first? We, practitioners of ancient martial arts, cultivate not just strength, but also heart and soul. As for the future, he shifted his gaze towards Luo Feng, a fiery resolve igniting within him, unabashedly evident. This defeat has clearly illuminated the gap between us and revealed the path forward. A rematch is certainly not an empty promise. I will return with this invaluable experience, diligently honing my Machamp, and Snorlax, especially Lucario. He gently patted his partner's shoulder. We will engage in rigorous training to fully master the power of Mega Evolution. The path of ancient martial arts knows no end. Luo Feng, wait for it, next time. My partners and I will undoubtedly grow stronger and challenge you once more. Shirley's candid and spirited declaration instantly drew a thunderous applause from the audience. The Battle Alliance group chat was flooded with messages proclaiming the might of Brother Lei. Excited for a rematch, the host exclaimed, "Well said. The heart of a warrior never admits defeat." He then turned the microphone towards tonight's most dazzling protagonist. Now, we turn to our highly anticipated champion, contestant Luo Feng. Congratulations once again on your victory. Thank you. Luo Feng took the microphone, his demeanor still calm, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding fervor. Contestant Luo Feng, your journey to victory can be deemed legendary, particularly the final appearance of Slaking, which entirely overturned our perception of this species. The host posed the most pressing question on everyone's mind. Could you perhaps divulge how your Slaking overcame its notoriously lazy traits? This is nothing short of a miracle. As this question was posed, the venue fell silent, with even the distinguished guests Su Zhenghong and Duanhong leaning forward, clearly intrigued. Upon hearing this, a subtle, slightly mysterious smile graced Luo Feng's face as he glanced at the Poké Ball of Slaking in his hand, responding with composure. Regarding Slaking, he deliberately paused, heightening everyone's anticipation. This is a shared secret between me and it, a testament to our mutual efforts and trust developed along our journey together. The specific methods, allow me to keep them confidential for the time being. He artfully evaded a direct response, maintaining an air of mystery while subtly hinting that this was a manifestation of his bond with Pokémon, leaving others unable to delve deeper yet igniting their imaginations. The live broadcast chat exploded with speculations such as there must be a secret, and the power of bonds. Could it be a characteristic capsule? The host, astute as ever, recognized the futility of pressing further and swiftly pivoted to the next question. I understand. Every formidable trainer possesses their own secrets. Now that you have achieved the national championship and the title of top scorer, along with the illustrious Gold Dragon Cup and the scales of the legendary Pokémon, what are your next aspirations? Could you share your future plans with everyone? Holding the microphone, Luo Feng gradually surveyed the audience, ultimately gazing out at the boundless night sky beyond the venue. His expression shifted from tranquility to one ignited with fervor and ambition, as he declared with clarity and conviction, "The national championship is indeed a glorious achievement." His voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable strength. However, for me, this is by no means an endpoint. Rather, it is merely a stepping stone toward a higher stage. Luo Feng raised his hand, gently caressing the crystal box containing the scales of the legendary Pokémon. Feeling the immense energy within, my goals have never wavered, nor will they ever cease to evolve. Next, I shall venture into the vast realm of professional leagues. The formidable King Challenge, and the World Championship that gathers the finest trainers from across the globe. His voice suddenly surged, imbued with an exhilarating fervor. My ambition is the pinnacle of the league, the ultimate champion's throne, the supreme glory that every trainer dreams of. These scales of the legendary Pokémon are not merely a reward. They serve as motivation and guidance for my future. They remind me of the vastness of the world and the heights I must continually strive to ascend. Boom. Luo Feng's unabashedly ambitious declaration ignited the audience's emotions like a spark thrown into a boiling pot of oil. So youthful, yet harboring such grand aspirations. And as he spoke, no one found it arrogant. Rather, it felt entirely natural, stirring excitement within them. The peak of the league. The path to championship. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. The audience erupted once again into fervent cheers, their voices reaching the heavens. In the VIP room, King Duanhong's eyes sparkled with admiration, a smile of appreciation gracing his lips. What a remarkable young man, with aspirations as high as the sky. It seems the future of the league is destined to be vibrant. Su Zhenghong clapped joyously, his face beaming with pride. The interview concluded amidst this fervent atmosphere, filled with boundless anticipation for the future. Yet, everyone understood that for Luo Feng, this was far from an endpoint. It was merely the true beginning of a legendary journey. With the Gold Dragon Champion Cup, a symbol of supreme honor, and the scales of the legendary Pokémon, infused with mythical power, and fueled by the ambition to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, his future promised to be as expansive and filled with infinite possibilities as the skies traversed by the legendary Pokémon. The cacophony of the awards ceremony faded behind the hotel room door. Just as Luo Feng carefully placed the champion's trophy and the scales of the legendary Pokémon in their rightful place, his VR wristband vibrated with unprecedented intensity, inundated with a flood of communication requests. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the answer button and was immediately overwhelmed by the enthusiastic admissions offices of various universities. Beta University promised a full scholarship, an annual cultivation fund of 2 million, a choice of 3 elite Pokémon, a direct doctoral position with a top-tier mentor, and an independent laboratory. Shuemu University offered an internship at the league headquarters, guaranteed senior inspector roles, and the option of 2 quasi-divine Pokémon. Moda University extended an invitation for a luxury apartment, 3 rare Pokémon, an annual sponsorship of 3 million, and opportunities for guidance from overseas champions. Junfang University provided military privileges and access to Z-Pure crystal trials. Nanhua University guaranteed international exchange opportunities and a unique shiny Ralts. The Pokémon Science University pledged a research fund named after him, along with top-notch research equipment. The communications continued unabated, with offers becoming increasingly generous, and the urgency in the tone of the admission officers hinted at a desire not to fall behind. Luo Feng listened patiently, occasionally responding briefly. Yet he refrained from making any commitments. After hearing the enticing conditions from 7 or 8 institutions, he seized a moment of silence to interject with a calm yet firm voice. Esteemed educators, I appreciate your generous offers. Given that each institution's conditions are highly appealing, I find it challenging to make a hasty decision. To ensure fairness, I propose a blind bidding process. Kindly submit your final comprehensive proposal to my encrypted channel within 3 days, and I will make my choice accordingly. This composed, almost bidding-like proposal momentarily stunned the admission officers. But they quickly acquiesced, recognizing that it effectively curtailed the endless competition while respecting Luo Feng's decision-making space. After concluding nearly an hour of communications, Luo Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to rest, the wristband vibrated again, displaying a call from his father. Upon connecting the video call, his father, Luo Hong, spoke excitedly, his words tumbling over one another as he repeatedly expressed his desire to share the good news of their late mother. Luo Feng calmly shared the joy of his victory and arranged to visit their mother's memorial together when his father had time off. After his father repeatedly reminded him to remain humble and grounded, the conversation reluctantly came to an end. Once he finished the call with his father, Luo Feng sank deeply into the sofa, gazing out at the dazzling nightscape of the capital city, his fingers gently tracing the cool, energy-infused crystal box containing the scales of the legendary Pokémon. The journey of the College Entrance League had reached a satisfying conclusion. Yet a broader world and new challenges were only just beginning to unfold. First, he needed to make a choice among the plethora of universities that would excite any peer. As he pondered the myriad of options and weighed the pros and cons, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was soft, imbued with a hint of tentative politeness. Luo Feng was taken aback. At this hour, the awards ceremony and official celebration had concluded, and the media had been kept at bay by hotel security. Who could it be? A fleeting image of a graceful figure flashed through his mind. Perhaps it was Qingxue, he thought. Rising to his feet, Luo Feng approached the door but did not immediately open it. Instead, he habitually peered through the peephole. There stood Su Qingxue, calmly framed in the gentle light of the corridor, dressed in a simple yet elegant dress, her figure appearing somewhat delicate under the illumination. A soft, warm smile graced her face, though her eyes seemed to harbor a hint of barely perceptible tension. Suppressing a flicker of curiosity, he opened the door, allowing a natural smile to emerge. Qingxue, what brings you here? Upon seeing him, Su Qingxue playfully blinked her clear, bright eyes, feigning a casual tone as she replied, What? Am I not welcome, champion? Yet beneath her light-hearted demeanor, Luo Feng keenly sensed the flicker of tension and a certain expectation lurking deep within her gaze. In truth, after the award ceremony concluded, a throng of congratulatory figures surrounded Luo Feng, including media reporters and representatives from various schools. She had been unable to push through the crowd, standing on the periphery, feeling both proud of him and slightly disheartened, and thus opted to return to the hotel room early, waiting for Luo Feng to finish his affairs. Chapter 96, The Pinnacle of Life. Su Qingxue slipped into the room through the slightly ajar door Luo Feng had opened, her eyes immediately drawn to the dazzling Gold Dragon Champion Cup and the iridescent box containing the scales of the legendary Pokémon on the coffee table. Turning back, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Luo Feng. Congratulations, Luo Feng. Champion. National top scorer. That's incredible. I was so nervous watching the match today that my palms were sweaty. Seeing her genuine joy for his success, Luo Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling the weariness brought on by the recruitment calls. He closed the door with a smile and said, Thank you. However, this honor is partly yours as well. During the special training, you and your Pokémon certainly put us under considerable pressure and were of great assistance. I hardly deserve any credit, Su Qingxue replied, shaking her head. She approached the coffee table and gently traced her fingers over the cold, heavy golden dragon cup, acknowledging the immense strength and dedication of him and his companions. I merely did what any friend would do. She paused, her fingers gliding over the adjacent crystal box, sensing the unique energy emanating from it, as if seeking to calm her nerves and ponder her next words. Then, she lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with a hint of cautious inquiry as she looked at Luo Feng. So, have you decided which university you wish to attend next? Upon uttering this question, her heart involuntarily quickened, beating fervently, though she had previously mustered the courage to express her feelings during the training session, and received a clear and warm response from Luo Feng. Their relationship had undeniably evolved. Yet now, this decision pertained to the next 4 years, or perhaps even longer, and she yearned to hear his intentions confirmed. Luo Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling street below, alive with the flow of traffic and illuminated by countless lights. His silhouette, bathed in the glow of neon, exuded a sense of composure. Nothing is finalized yet, he replied calmly, having just spent an hour on the phone, where each institution had presented enticing offers, each with its own merits. Beatty boasts a rich heritage. Shuemu offers vast platforms. Modu is abundant in resources. Junfeng has unique pathways, and Nanhua is known for rare Pokémon with a strong focus on Pokémon science. I need some time to compare them thoroughly. He paused briefly before turning to Su Qingxue, his gaze clear and sincere. I have requested that they send me the complete final proposals within 3 days. Observing the concern etched on her face, his tone softened. In 3 days, I will consider all factors and make my decision. Su Qingxue listened attentively, responding with a gentle her voice soft and tender. She moved closer to him, both of them gazing out at the dazzling nightscape of the capital, a panorama rich with countless possibilities. Hearing his calm analysis and the plan for a decision in 3 days brought a reassuring smile to her lips. Luo Feng had not been swayed by the allure of immediate accolades. He remained the composed and strategic individual she admired. Her voice, gentle yet resolute, brimmed with unwavering support. All right, I will await your decision. Please be sure to inform me. She paused slightly, tilting her head to gaze up at him, her eyes sparkling like stars. Her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible shyness and deep anticipation as she added, "Let us attend university together." As she uttered these words, she felt as though she had expended all her courage. Luo Feng studied her profile, illuminated by the neon lights outside, the soft glow lending a gentle softness to her features, yet her bright eyes radiated determination and trust. A warm surge of emotion washed over him, easing the cool calculations he had been making moments before. Of course, he replied with a smile, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable certainty, dispelling any remaining flicker of doubt in Su Qingshue's heart. His words served as an effective balm, erasing her anxieties and uncertainties. She turned to him, their eyes meeting in a shared smile, her bright eyes sparkling like a constellation of stars, captivating and radiant. After their laughter, the room fell into a special, warm silence. Their conversation about the future and attending school together had seemingly forged a stronger bond between them, drawing their hearts closer. A subtle and intimate atmosphere enveloped them, akin to the delicate fragrance of flowers wafting in on a spring night, indiscernible yet omnipresent. The city's clamor outside faded into a distant background, while the dim, soft lighting in the room cast their shadows upon the wall, closely intertwined, nearly merging into one. Su Qingxue felt a warm flush spread across her cheeks, her heartbeat resonating loudly in the quiet room. She lowered her head slightly, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Somehow, he looked stunning, yet the blush creeping up to her ears betrayed the tumult within her. Her slender fingers unconsciously entwined, revealing her nervousness. Luo Feng clearly observed the gradual bloom of color on her fair neck, reminiscent of freshly blossomed peach flowers, exuding a youthful shyness and purity. He watched her rare display of bashfulness in silence, as the calm of the night and the warmth of their earlier conversation about the future allowed a long-buried emotion to naturally rise and flourish. Gazing at the girl who had been by his side since their school days, mutually supportive and fond of one another, his heart softened, filled with an indescribable affection and excitement. The atmosphere was charged, and everything seemed to align seamlessly. Without hesitation, Luo Feng extended his hand, gently yet resolutely grasping Su Qingshue's slightly cool wrist, which betrayed her nervousness. Su Qingxue trembled lightly, akin to the wings of a startled butterfly. Yet she made no attempt to withdraw, instead obediently lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes wide with just the right amount of surprise and an overwhelming anticipation. Inviting him silently, Luo Feng exerted a gentle yet firm pull, guiding her closer. Su Qingxue, responding to his tender strength, took a small step forward, the distance between them shrinking, allowing them to feel each other's warmth. Inhaling his clean scent and hearing their heartbeats synchronizing, quickening in tandem, he lowered his head, his gaze deep and tranquil, like a serene pool of water, slowly passing over her slightly trembling eyelashes before resting upon her naturally rosy, slightly parted lips. Then, with utmost tenderness and reverence, he leaned in closer. Su Qingxue beheld Luo Feng's familiar, handsome face as it gradually filled her vision, her heart pounding like a drum. Blood rushed to her cheeks, enveloping her in a dizzying warmth. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and ultimately, surrendering to her deepest desires and the enchanting atmosphere surrounding them, she slowly closed her eyes, enveloped in infinite shyness and complete trust, yielding to the moment and the person before her. The night had grown deep, with the myriad lights of the capital filtering through the slightly parted curtains, casting soft, mottled shadows within the room. Luo Feng reclined against the plush headboard, listening to the gentle, rhythmic sounds of her breathing beside him, a sense of fulfillment and tranquility enveloping him like a comforting embrace. Su Qingxue, like a kitten that had finally found a warm refuge, curled up beside him, her cheek resting against the pillow near his arm, a few strands of soft hair falling across her forehead and face. One of her hands unconsciously clutched the hem of his sleep shirt, as if even in slumber, She needed to affirm this sense of safety. The excitement of watching the finals during the day, the fatigue following the emotional outburst of the evening, combined with the tranquility of being close to the one she cherished, allowed her to drift into a deep and restful sleep. A hint of happiness and contentment colored her delicate features, reminiscent of the most beautiful sunset in the sky. Her lips curved into a gentle, serene arc, as if she were lost in a sweet dream that included him. Luo Feng gazed down at her unguarded, pure sleeping face, his heart brimming with an indescribable sense of satisfaction and tenderness. This feeling of belonging transcended the triumph of championships and the gaze of the crowd. He couldn't help but smile, leaning down with utmost care, almost holding his breath, and gently pressed a kiss, light as a feather, yet filled with boundless affection, upon her cool forehead. "Good night, Qingxue," he whispered almost inaudibly. Upon completing this affectionate gesture, he reclined against the headboard once more. Yet a sensation akin to a warm torrent surged within his chest, cascading through his entire being. An unprecedented exhilaration enveloped him, reminiscent of a gentle, life-infused spring, coursing through every nook of his body, bestowing unparalleled joy and satisfaction. The National College Entrance Examination Champion, the Golden Dragon Champion Cup, the shimmering scales of the Sky Splitter, and now, the beloved in his embrace. Honors, prowess, the one he cherishes, and sincere emotions seemed to converge upon him at this moment, in a nearly flawless manner. All the efforts, endurance, sweat, and struggles since his rebirth culminated in an astonishingly rich reward beyond imagination. This sensation of standing atop a pinnacle of life, gazing at the resplendent scenery beneath, stirred a tempest of emotions within him, filled with fervor, yet curiously accompanied by a profound sense of inner tranquility and solidity. Chapter 97. Wishes fulfilled. Indeed, Master Ji has not disappointed me. Luo Feng delicately activated the VR wristband on his left wrist, cautious not to awaken the peacefully slumbering Su Qingxue beside him, deliberately dimming the screen to its lowest brightness. His fingers swiftly entered the password. Accessing the world's most popular underground betting website, he typed 3 characters into the search box, Zhenxinji. The page refreshed, and succinct information appeared. Player, Zhenxinji, XE00789. Event, World King Cup Championship. Latest status, successfully advanced to the finals. Wow, he really made it. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled, and his lips involuntarily curved into a wide grin. Everything was precisely as he remembered from his previous life, without the slightest deviation. This feeling of being in complete control was more addictive than winning a match. Master Ji is truly remarkable. He felt a surge of excitement rushing to his head. Calculating the time, by the time he awoke the next morning, the final of the King Cup on the other side of the globe would likely just conclude. When the results were announced, he would be utterly wealthy. Winning this match could yield hundreds of billions of alliance coins before taxes. That was an astronomical sum. With this fortune, acquiring top-tier Pokémon training resources, capturing rare Pokémon, and subduing legendary Pokémon would be a mere trifle. He could even embark on larger-scale investment ventures. Money, indeed, was the final piece in realizing one's ambitions. He deactivated the wristband, and the room was once again enveloped in darkness. Carefully adjusting his position, he made Su Qingxue more comfortable on the pillow, then closed his eyes. Feeling her warm breath beside him, he felt utterly at ease. Honor, a beloved companion, and soon-to-be acquired immense wealth. At 18, he felt as though he held the entire world in his grasp. With anticipation for the future and appreciation for those around him, Luo Feng's breathing gradually steadied, and he drifted into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, sunlight poured into the room like it was free, casting a golden glow over the carpet. Luo Feng awoke first, his biological clock remarkably accurate. He turned his head to gaze at the still-sleeping Su Qingxue. The morning light illuminated her face, her skin glowing ethereally, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently like 2 small brushes with each breath. He remained still, quietly watching her, savoring this rare moment of tranquility, his heart warm and full. Casually checking the latest updates on the King Cup, indeed, Master Ji had triumphed. With the evolution of his bonded Greninja, the victory was secured with remarkable steadiness. Luo Feng chuckled to himself. Master Ji has truly never disappointed me. Before long, Su Qingxue's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Initially drowsy, the moment she recognized Luo Feng's smiling face, the blush-inducing memories of the previous night surged back. Her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she clutched the blanket. Wishing to hide away, Luo Feng chuckled, pulling her and the blanket closer, whispering in her ear, "Good morning, Qingxue." His voice, still laced with sleep, made her ears turn a shade of red. She buried half her face in the blanket, revealing only her sparkling eyes, softly replying, "Good morning." Though bashful, she harbored no regrets. The couple lingered in the warmth of the blankets for a while longer, exchanging whispers that only they understood, until the sunlight grew increasingly bright, prompting them to rise and freshen up. When they finally emerged, the atmosphere between them had transformed entirely, though they maintained a facade of restraint. The electric connection in their gazes was palpable and impossible to conceal. Su Qingxue glowed with happiness, her entire being seemingly enveloped in bliss. Her gaze towards Luo Feng soft and tender. Luo Feng, invigorated, walked with an air of calm confidence, radiating a sense of having it all. Just a few steps out the door, they encountered Su's family assistant, who had been waiting in the hallway. Upon seeing the couple emerge from the same room, particularly the unmistakable signs of affection on Su Qingxue's face, the assistant quickly comprehended the situation. He stepped forward, bowing slightly. Mr. Luo Feng, good morning. Mr. Su has prepared a private celebration banquet on the top floor S revolving restaurant, and I was specifically sent to invite you both. Since you rested early last night, today's meal should certainly be on Mr. Luo Feng. We sincerely hope you can join us. Luo Feng and Su Qingxue exchanged a glance, both smiling simultaneously. Having just solidified their relationship the previous night, they had even skipped the formal celebration banquet that Mr. Su had prepared. Out of both affection and obligation, they agreed to attend today's breakfast. All right, thank you. We'll head there right away, Luo Feng replied, naturally taking Su Qingxue's hand in his. Su Qingxue blushed, but held his hand tightly as they followed the assistant towards the exclusive elevator to the top floor. Sunlight streamed in from the hallway's end, elongating their intertwined shadows. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor, golden sunlight poured in abundantly, illuminating the long table adorned with white tablecloths, where plates and cups gleamed. Outside the window lay the bustling morning scene of the capital, with cars flowing and skyscrapers towering. As Luo Feng led Su Qingxue into the private room, Mr. Su Zhenghong and his wife, Lu Yun, exchanged knowing glances, smiles gracing their faces, a blend of satisfaction, blessing, and a hint of the complexity of seeing their daughter finally swept away. Finally, you two are here. Please, take a seat, Mr. Su exclaimed warmly, deliberately emphasizing the words young couple, his gaze lingering on their joined hands for a fleeting moment. Although Luo Feng had achieved remarkable success as the national champion, a father's heart held a tinge of discomfort at seeing his daughter taken away after years of nurturing. Lu Yun, however, had already warmly pulled Su Qingxue to sit beside her, scrutinizing her daughter's still flushed cheeks, the undeniable happiness in her eyes, and the enchanting transformation from girlhood to womanhood. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became, her gaze shifting to the composed Luo Feng, overflowing with approval. Once the proverbial window was shattered, the atmosphere in the private room became more relaxed. Exquisite breakfast dishes began to arrive, and the four of them chatted and laughed, discussing everything from the recently concluded league to amusing anecdotes from their lives, the laughter never ceasing. As they neared the end of their meal, Mr. Su Zhenghong set down his teacup, his demeanor becoming more serious as he turned to Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you are now undeniably the national champion, the Golden Dragon victor. With a bright future ahead, we, as parents, have witnessed your journey with Qingxue, and we are genuinely happy for you both. His tone was gentle, yet his words carried significant weight. What are your plans for university? Do you young people have a specific vision for the road ahead? He glanced at his daughter, his expression subtly conveying the sentiment that a daughter should not linger too long at home. Her heart has already flown to a distant place. Su Qingxue's face reddened at her father's remarks, and she stole a glance at Luo Feng. Seeing his calm demeanor reassured her. Yet her lips could not help but curve upward as she played with the warm cup in her hands. Chapter 98. A victory worth 800 billion. Within the private room, the crystal chandelier cast a soft halo, reflecting off the polished silverware, creating a sparkling display. The air lingered with the tantalizing aroma of exquisite dishes. Yet at this moment, an invisible and weightier atmosphere was quietly permeating the space. Luo Feng calmly placed his chopsticks onto the celadon chopstick rest, his movements fluid. Devoid of any hesitation, he picked up the neatly folded white napkin beside him, gently dabbed at the corners of his mouth, wiping away non-existent grease. After completing these actions, he slowly raised his head, his gaze tranquil yet imbued with sufficient respect as it met that of his formidable future father-in-law, Su Zhenghong. Uncle Su, Aunt Lu, he began, his voice clear and sincere, breaking the brief silence. First and foremost, Please allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude once again. I am deeply appreciative of your trust and understanding regarding my relationship with Qingxue. It means the world to me." He paused slightly, as if weighing his words. Yet his gaze remained unwavering. "Regarding my choice of university, as I previously mentioned to Qingxue, I have indeed received invitations from several prestigious institutions. Beatty, Shuemu, Modu, Junfeng, Nanhua, and Jinglingku have each extended highly earnest offers, whether in terms of resource allocation, mentor configurations, or future development platforms. All are top-tier and exceedingly enticing." He leaned forward slightly, his tone now imbued with a more contemplative caution. "I am currently undertaking a meticulous evaluation of these options in conjunction with my long-term aspirations as a trainer. After all, this decision will significantly influence my developmental trajectory over the coming years. I anticipate that within the next few days, I will arrive at a final decision after considering all factors." At this juncture, his eyes sharpened with a resolute intensity, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, clearly articulating his determination. "As for my future path, Uncle Su, Aunt, my ambition remains unchanged, to relentlessly ascend to the pinnacle of being a trainer, to explore the limits and breathtaking vistas of that realm." His speech was steady yet imbued with an undeniable strength. "This signifies that in the days ahead, I will inevitably need to invest a prodigious amount of time and energy, including, but not limited to, the almost ruthless high-intensity training for both myself and my Pokémon. Delving into perilous wilderness sanctuaries for exploration and honing, as well as traversing the globe to participate in the most elite competitive events, clashing with the strongest contenders worldwide." This discourse sketched a path filled with challenges and risks. However, when his gaze shifted to the quietly attentive Su Qingxue beside him, that keen, hawk-like intensity instantaneously transformed into the gentle warmth of spring water, suffused with unrestrained admiration, and his tone naturally softened. "As for Qingxue," he continued, looking at her with complete trust, "she has demonstrated astonishing talent and a profound interest in tactical planning, Pokémon training, and status management, as well as the overall logistical operations and resource allocation of the team. I firmly believe that together, we will support each other in different fields and professional arenas, complementing each other's strengths and growing together. Her capabilities and wisdom will undoubtedly become one of my most robust and reliable pillars as I pursue my dreams." Feeling the trust and anticipation in his gaze, Su Qingxue felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks and nodded gently, silently conveying her support. Upon hearing this, Su Jinghong leaned back against the broad chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping rhythmically on the polished mahogany table, producing a soft, resonant sound. He was not surprised by the ambition Luo Feng had displayed. Indeed, amidst the myriad encounters in the tumultuous sea of commerce, he secretly admired this youthful vigor and the unwavering pursuit of lofty goals. Ambition breeds motivation, and that is the foundation of achievement. Yet, the thought of his cherished daughter, whom he had nurtured with utmost care, potentially embarking on a journey with this inexperienced young man, traversing the world, enduring hardships, and venturing into unknown sanctuaries where even seasoned trainers could falter, evoked a long-suppressed concern within him. This young man had not only captured his daughter's heart without a sound, but was also poised to whisk her away into a life fraught with uncertainty. How could a father feel entirely at ease with that? After a moment of contemplation, a complex glimmer flickered in his eyes, mingling a sense of elder wisdom with a subtle probing intent as he spoke slowly, his voice steady. "Ambition and aspirations. Young people should possess such drive and dreams. It is a tremendous blessing. Ultimately, we of the older generation must entrust the world to you young ones. The future is your stage." He deftly shifted the conversation, like an experienced helmsman deftly guiding a ship's course, steering it towards another direction. "However, Luo Feng, speaking of the future and responsibilities, our Su family enterprise, with its vast scope covering every aspect of the Pokemon-related industry, from the research and production of energy cubes to the chain operations of Pokemon centers, from the large-scale cultivation of specific berries to the manufacturing of high-end training equipment, this is also a substantial burden. The future will need vibrant, capable, and insightful young individuals like you to take the reins and carry it forward." He regarded Luo Feng with a calm, yet profound gaze. While pursuing personal peaks is undoubtedly alluring, the stable operation of the industry and the continued development of the family are equally important and undeniable responsibilities. Within this lies another form of achievement and value. His words bore a weighty sincerity. Half of it stemmed from genuine expectations. He indeed recognized Luo Feng's potential. The other half was a subtle probe. He wished to ascertain Luo Feng's attitude towards practical matters, stability, and familial duties beyond his fervent dreams of championship. To see if he would be willing to share some of the more stable responsibilities that could provide clearer security for the family while climbing his personal heights, paving a more assured, predictable path for his daughter. However, to Su Jinghong's surprise, upon hearing this, Luo Feng not only displayed no signs of discomfort or resistance, but, instead, his eyes brightened slightly, as if this remark had suddenly illuminated a pivotal point. He gently slapped his forehead, producing a soft sound, his face alight with a vivid expression of realization. "Ah, Uncle Su, had you not mentioned the group and future development, I might have nearly forgotten about an important matter." His tone blended an appropriate level of apology with a hint of excitement, as if revealing a secret. "Taking this opportunity today, I would like to report to you and Anne about something." Under the curious and puzzled gazes of Su Jinghong and Lu Yun, Luo Feng unhurriedly raised his left hand, activating the sci-fi-styled VR wristband on his arm. His fingers swiftly and accurately tapped, swiped, and input a series of complex commands and security passwords on the softly glowing blue-hued virtual screen. The entire process flowed seamlessly, indicating his familiarity with the operation. Almost immediately after he completed the final confirmation, a series of distinctly crisp and resonant notification sounds echoed, reverberating with a weighty metallic quality and the resonance of wealth, emanating from the portable wristbands belonging to Su Qingxue and Su Jinghong. The sound, jarring and attention-grabbing in the now-quiet opulent private room, instantly captivated the full attention of the commercially astute Su Jinghong, whose sensitivity to financial matters was piqued. Su Qingxue, startled by the sudden notification, instinctively glanced down at the screen on her wrist that had automatically lit up, as the lengthy sequence of numbers, beginning with a staggering one followed by an endless string of zeros, vividly materialized before her eyes. Her clear and beautiful gaze widened in astonishment, her pupils constricting sharply in response to the overwhelming shock. Almost instinctively, she raised her delicate hand to cover her slightly parted lips, stifling a gasp that threatened to escape her. 1 billion. Her voice trembled uncontrollably, as if she could scarcely believe the figure before her. And she abruptly turned her head, casting a bewildered glance at the composed Luo Feng beside her, her mind a blank canvas. "Luo Feng, what does this mean? Where did such an immense sum come from? Why did you transfer it to me and my father?" Meanwhile, Su Jinghong, seated at the head of the table, displayed a visage equally marked by astonishment and gravity. Having navigated the business world for decades, he had mastered the art of remaining unfazed in the face of adversity. And it was not uncommon for his accounts to reflect flows of hundreds of millions or even billions. Yet, at this moment, gazing at the strikingly conspicuous and neatly formatted notification on the private wristband, 1,000,000,000,000, the barrage of zeros seemed to pulsate with an almost searing intensity. Even his iron-willed heart skipped a beat, his fingers, wrapped around a warm teacup, instinctively tightened, turning pale. Besides Su Jinghong, Lu Yun, driven by curiosity, leaned in to catch a glimpse. As she narrowed her eyes and meticulously counted the zeros following that figure, confirming it to be a full billion union coins. She gasped audibly, clutching her chest as if to steady her racing heart with some external support. Her well-maintained face was etched with shock and disbelief, rendering her momentarily speechless, as she could only regard the smiling young man across from her with an expression akin to that reserved for a monster. Su Jinghong gradually lowered his raised wrist, his movements seemingly slowed by a fraction. His expression had morphed into one of grave seriousness, even tinged with an unprecedented weightiness, his brows knitted tightly together. His gaze pierced through Luo Feng with an intensity that felt tangible, as if he were wielding X-ray vision to penetrate the young man's very soul, locking onto him with unwavering scrutiny. The air in the private room thickened under the oppressive pressure he exuded. "Luo Feng," he began, his voice deep and measured, each word imbued with a gravity that brooked no dissent, embodying the authority of a family patriarch. "You must speak honestly to your uncle. What is the origin of this money?" He deliberately emphasized the term honestly, underscoring the seriousness of the matter. Such a colossal sum of money must have an origin that is unequivocally clear, transparent, and legal. This concern transcended the mere financial implications. It directly pertained to your personal integrity and future prospects. It is intrinsically linked to Qingshue's happiness and stability. You must disclose everything without concealment. The suddenness and magnitude of this financial flow, directed straight into his and his daughter's accounts, warranted the highest level of vigilance and profound skepticism. Did this involve some unspeakable risk? Had Luo Feng taken a perilous shortcut to amass such wealth rapidly? Or had he become entangled in some complex predicament? All these considerations compelled him, as a father who cherished his daughter, to adopt the most serious and cautious demeanor. He had even mentally prepared himself for the worst possible news. Su Qingxue, having momentarily regained her composure from the initial shock. Her keen intellect sparked a connection to a previous casual conversation with Luo Feng, during which he had casually mentioned, with a hint of mystery, his strategic bets, in the World Champion Cup event. At the time, she had dismissed it as youthful banter, not contemplating it deeply. Now, a glimmer of realization crossed her eyes, but it was quickly drowned out by the more profound shock and concern brought on by the staggering figure of 1 billion. Her brows remained furrowed, her expression laden with worry as she looked towards Luo Feng, anxious for his explanation, fearing that something was amiss. Luo Feng, meeting the sharp, worried, and perplexed gazes of the three, maintained a calming smile on his face. He even took the liberty of picking up the warm purple clay teapot on the table, leaning forward naturally to refill Su Zhenghong's nearly empty teacup with steaming, golden tea. His tone was so casual, as if discussing which dish would be more palatable for dinner, starkly contrasting with the tense atmosphere in the private room. "Uncle, Auntie, and Qingxue," he said, setting the teapot down and returning to his seat, his hands resting comfortably on the table. "Please don't be too tense. Relax a bit. Rest assured, the origin of this money is entirely legitimate and above board. Every cent can withstand the strictest scrutiny. To put it simply, I want it based on my own insights and analysis, combined with a bit of luck. Want it?" Su Zhenghong's frown deepened, his doubts intensifying rather than dissipating in response to Luo Feng's nonchalant demeanor. What kind of victory could yield 1 billion union coins in one fell swoop? His mind raced, calculating various possibilities at lightning speed. High stakes, high-risk bets on rare minerals? Illegal and bloody underground fighting ring wagers? Or some gray market dealings that skirted the law, even veering into outright illegality? Yet, none of these speculations seemed to align perfectly with such a vast amount of money being swiftly and cleanly transferred through legitimate banking channels into a personal account. It defied all logic. Luo Feng, perceiving the heavy skepticism in Su Zhenghong's eyes, abandoned any pretense and candidly elaborated. "I operated on an official and legally authorized betting platform for the World Champion Cup Trainer Tournament. You see, this is a premier global event, and in certain jurisdictions, related betting activities are legally regulated and permitted. I dedicated considerable time to deeply analyze the data, performance, styles, fluctuations, and some lesser-known background information of all the favored and underdog competitors in this tournament." His tone was calm, as if stating an objective fact. "Ultimately, I placed my bet on a competitor I believed to be severely underestimated but possessed the potential to win. Fortune favored me, as he triumphed against all odds and secured the championship title. Thus, I naturally earned a significant reward." He smiled and added, "Previously, due to the uncertainty surrounding the final match results, I hesitated to mention it, fearing that if I spoke prematurely and the outcome was unfavorable, it would only lead to disappointment for you, and I didn't want to appear too ostentatious or, well, speculative. But now, all the winnings have been safely deposited in accordance with the platform's rules, and all tax obligations have been duly settled by the platform. Therefore, there is no longer any need for concealment." As a seasoned trainer turned business magnate, Su Zhenghong was well acquainted with this premier trainer competition and the extensive, legally sanctioned betting operations that accompanied it in certain regions, even having ventures within his own group related to the industry. He immediately seized upon the critical information in Luo Feng's words, his tone involuntarily quickening as he fired off a barrage of follow-up questions. He needed to swiftly assess the risk factors behind Luo Feng's actions, as this would ultimately inform his evaluation of the young man's judgment and risk management capabilities. "How much capital did you initially invest? What specific options did you bet on? What were the final odds?" Every query posed was strikingly precise, incisively targeting the essence of the matter, showcasing his astute business acumen and familiarity with the intricacies of gambling regulations. Luo Feng, upon hearing this, unfurled the pristine white napkin once more with an unhurried grace, delicately dabbing at the already immaculate corners of his mouth. This gesture had seemingly become a habitual act whenever he engaged in contemplation or sought to underscore a salient point. Only then did he lift his gaze, meeting Su Zhenghong's urgent stare, and with a tone that bordered on nonchalance, he unveiled the astonishing figure that could quite literally shatter expectations. The cumulative sum of all investments, made in various stages, amounted to nearly 100 million alliance coins. Staked on a fixed odds option for a contestant named Jinxin Ji, betting solely on his outright victory in the current King's Cup, devoid of any additional stipulations. At that pivotal moment, right after he had advanced from the group stage, but before the quarterfinals, the odds were particularly memorable at 1 to 800. 800 times. The exclamation came from Lu Yun, seated beside him. Her voice, overwhelmed with shock, soared to an unprecedented pitch, laced with a tremor that stripped away her usual poise and grace. Instinctively, she clutched her husband Su Zhenghong's arm, her nails nearly embedding themselves into the fabric of his suit, as though without this external support, she might collapse under the weight of her sudden weakness. What? She gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. That initial capital of 100 million at those odds, could it mean a potential win of 800 billion? My heavens, 800 billion. Although her own family was affluent, boasting assets that also approached 800 billion, most of it was in fixed assets, rendering it incomparable to the staggering liquidity of Luo Feng's projected 800 billion. This prospect of 800 billion in winnings had transcended her comprehension and imagination. Verging on the mythical, Su Zhenghong, with his formidable mental arithmetic skills, immediately processed the implications of Luo Feng's declaration of 1 to 800 odds. His mind raced, akin to the swiftest of processors, arriving at the staggering pre-tax total of 800 billion alliance coins, a sum that could induce palpitations in even the wealthiest of magnates. He suppressed the tumultuous waves of astonishment that surged within him, a reaction akin to a nuclear explosion, maintaining a composed facade through sheer force of will. Though a faint tremor betrayed his otherwise steady voice as he addressed the awestruck assembly. It is 800 billion pre-tax, he clarified, inhaling deeply in an effort to restore his usual calm. Such colossal gambling winnings, as stipulated by alliance regulations, were subject to a 20 windfall tax. Therefore, the net amount received would approximate 640 billion alliance coins. Even after the formidable deduction of 160 billion, an amount sufficient to establish a mid-sized city, this sum remained a breathtaking, dizzying figure. This fortune would undoubtedly propel Luo Feng into the upper echelons of the alliance's wealth hierarchy. With a liquidity potent enough to disrupt the market dynamics of several small to medium-sized industries, he cast another glance at Luo Feng, his expression now a complex tapestry of astonishment, admiration, incredulity, and a profound sense of disbelief. Each emotion intertwined and clashing against the solid framework of understanding he had painstakingly built over decades. The long-brewing dissatisfaction regarding his precious daughter's association with this young man now seemed to find a fierce outlet. His voice, tinged with an unmistakable note of reproach and apprehension, rose a notch. You young man. Su Zhenghong's finger, pointed accusingly at Luo Feng, trembled as if electrified. His face flushed and his chest heaving, a clear indication that the shocking number he had just heard had utterly shattered his composure. Nonsense. Pure nonsense. His voice cracked, infused with a frustration akin to a mentor's disappointment. You truly have no sense of the gravity of the situation. 100 million. That is a tangible target, not mere tokens from an arcade. Are you genuinely willing to wager your entire fortune, no, your very life, on this? Are you all in? Do you think this is a game of Texas Hold'em? He gasped for breath, his finger gesturing in the air as if conjuring a grim image of calamity. What if you misjudge even slightly, just the tiniest error? What if this young man, Zhenxin Ji, were to twist an ankle and fail to reach the semifinals? Have you considered the repercussions? Su Zhenghong's voice escalated sharply, laden with a piercing fear. This is not merely risking your fortune. It is a gamble with your very existence. You are walking a tightrope, gambling with your future and that of others. Truth be told, Su Zhenghong's concern extended beyond the mere loss of 100 million. Though such a thought alone was enough to send shivers down the spine of any seasoned entrepreneur. At a deeper level, he fundamentally disapproved of Luo Feng's gambler mentality. For it was terrifying. While fortune may have favored him this time, what of the next? Should luck turn against him, the fall would be into an abyss. The thought of his daughter being entwined with someone so reckless sent waves of anxiety coursing through him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Luo Feng, astute as ever, acutely sensed the genuine concern in Su Zhenghong's tone, the unmistakable reproach of a parental figure worried about a misguided path. Yet, his visage remained unflinching, betraying no hint of trepidation, whether from the prospect of acquiring billions or from being chastised like a wayward son. His expression was as steadfast as a mountain. He met Su Zhenghong's scrutinizing gaze, unclouded and resolute, his eyes glimmering like polished obsidian, and spoke with a calm yet firm tone. Uncle Su, I understand your sentiments. I truly appreciate your concerns and guidance. This is a heartfelt acknowledgement. He initially adopted a humble posture, affording the elder due respect and deference, smoothing over any ruffled feathers. Then, he shifted the conversation's trajectory, revealing a maturity and composure beyond his years. However, Uncle Sue, have you considered that in this world, every substantial opportunity that allows one to leap towards greatness is invariably entwined with high risk? The greater the opportunity, the higher the risk. This principle has remained unchanged throughout history. His tone was placid, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. I assure you, my decision was not made in a moment of reckless impulse. For Jinshinji, I meticulously analyzed months of data. It was not merely the superficial statistics of win rates and attribute advantages that I examined. I scrutinized every significant match of his career, watching the recordings no fewer than 10 times. I studied his positioning habits, the timing of his skill releases, even his facial expressions in moments of adversity, whether he appeared flustered or composed. Luo Feng leaned slightly forward, a spark of professionalism illuminating his eyes. I also investigated his background, the characteristics of the training system in his hometown of Jinshin, his mentor's identity, and whether he exhibits an aggressive or conservative playstyle. In short, I left no stone unturned in gathering information. Ultimately, my comprehensive assessment indicated that his probability of winning this championship exceeds 90%. This is not a whimsy based on gut feeling. It is a conclusion drawn from extensive data and logical analysis. At that moment, I was resolute. This opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If I missed it, I would regret it for the rest of my life. He paused to allow Su Jinghong a moment to digest this. Then his tone shifted to one of greater steadiness, imbued with an absolute confidence in his own abilities. Of course, Uncle Sue, I have considered the possibility of failure. My mind was clear. I thought to myself, I am still young, having just clinched the national championship. My reputation and skills are my capital. If misfortune strikes, and I fall due to an unlikely event, it would be no matter. I would accept it. I could still pursue higher-level tasks, engage in commercial activities, or even innovate and develop my own patented technologies. I have hands, feet, and a brain. If necessary, I could start over, gradually earn, and repay this debt. My youth is my greatest asset. I can afford to lose. As he spoke, Luo Feng's voice surged with fervor, exuding a resolution akin to burning bridges. However, I am acutely aware of what success would signify. His gaze was intense, as if it could ignite the very air around him, suggesting that it would mean financial freedom for me, Qingxue, and our families for the rest of our lives. No longer would we fret over money or be beholden to others. We could pursue further education wherever we desired, research cutting-edge technologies, or even organize expeditions to explore legendary S-class realms, seeking fantastical Pokémon that exist only in lore, and challenge the seasoned champions at the pinnacle of the world. He concluded with a brilliance that was astonishing. In simple terms, from the moment I confirmed that the post-tax sum of 640 billion has been deposited, the fundamental survival issues for us will be thoroughly resolved, secured. I believe that, under the premise of having sufficient assurance and a fallback, utilizing a meticulously calculated, controllable high-risk endeavor to seize an infinitely vast and promising future is an investment of unparalleled worth. This is strategic investment, fundamentally distinct from mere gambling based on luck. Su Jinghong was rendered speechless by this eloquent barrage. He gazed at Luo Feng's youthful but piercing eyes, absorbing his clear reasoning and logically sound, almost strategic business analysis, feeling a tumult of mixed emotions within. Indeed, the outcome was evident. A magnificent victory, a seismic upheaval. The ironclad truth was laid bare before him. This piercing insight, the ability to analyze and integrate vast amounts of information, coupled with the audacity to stake everything at critical junctures and the willingness to bear the consequences. This was no ordinary young man. He was, unmistakably, a prodigy. As an old hand in the business world for decades, he found himself questioning whether, had such an opportunity presented itself to him, he would have had the audacity to act with such decisiveness? Perhaps not. He had to concede that Luo Feng's success was not merely the result of blind luck. It was underpinned by an effort and research that exceeded the ordinary, an unfathomable depth of insight, an extreme level of rationality, and a near-obsessive confidence in his own judgments. This was a manifestation of an extraordinary amalgamation of abilities. His daughter's choice of him perhaps indicated a vision that extended further than his own, which was solely concerned with ensuring her a stable life. This young man was not merely a capable trainer. He possessed the potential to become a formidable force that could reshape the landscape. The slight discontent and grievances stemming from his daughter being swept away dissipated like ice under the sun, transformed into a reluctant yet admiring acknowledgement of this young man's promising future. In the private room, the previously tense atmosphere melted away with Su Zhenghong's long, relieving sigh. As if he had shed an immense burden. He shook his head, the stern lines of his face softening into a self-deprecating smile. Lifting his glass of clear liquor, his voice regained its resonance, now tinged with a sense of reflection and acceptance. Ah? The youth are indeed formidable, truly formidable. The ideas, the audacity, and the execution of you young ones leave us old-timers feeling obsolete. It seems I am truly aging, unable to keep pace with the times, my thoughts becoming conservative. With a self-mocking chuckle, he straightened his expression and solemnly raised his glass. To your astounding, unprecedented victory. And to the solidly absurd starting point for your and Qingshue's future path, let us drink to this. Uncle wishes you both a bright future. With every step forward met with success, soaring ever higher. Thank you, Uncle. Luo Feng and Su Qingxue raised their glasses almost in unison. Luo Feng held tea, while Qingxue had juice. The three glasses clinked together with a clear sound. Su Qingshue's mother, Lu Yun, also smiled as she raised her glass, her eyes filled with satisfaction. As the atmosphere in the private room warmed and lightened due to this toast laden with blessings and relief, smiles spread across everyone's faces. And they prepared to dig into some food to ease the tension. But just at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 100, National Sensation. The wall, adorned with an elegant landscape painting, suddenly flickered as the ultra-thin LCD screen transformed from the serene image to the midday news channel. A breaking news alert, emblazoned with striking red text on a white background, flashed across the bottom of the screen. Simultaneously, the female anchor's articulate voice, slightly hurried with excitement, resonated clearly through the room's top-notch sound system. Breaking news. According to multiple anonymous senior insiders in the gambling industry, a staggering upset has emerged from the recently concluded World King Cup trainer competition. A highly mysterious individual bettor, whose identity remains unconfirmed, has made a monumental wager on an underdog competitor from the Kanto region, who emerged victorious. Initial estimates suggest that this bettor has potentially won an unprecedented super jackpot, exceeding 8 billion alliance coins. This feat is poised to be one of the highest individual winnings in global gambling history, currently igniting widespread attention and fervent discussion worldwide. For detailed analysis, please follow our station's subsequent reports. This news struck like ice water poured into a boiling pot of oil. The explosion was instantaneous. Not just within this small private room, but across the globe, it stirred up a colossal wave. Countless viewers in front of numerous screens gasped in unison, their mouths agape, echoing similar exclamations. The international community erupted in chaos. In the financial district of the United States, at a high-end cafe frequented by trainers clad in adventure gear and carrying Pokeballs, patrons watching the afternoon financial news erupted into a frenzy. Oh my god, 8 billion. After tax. Is this guy Arceus's illegitimate child? This luck is otherworldly. That Jinxingji, I stayed up to watch the finals. He was indeed fierce. But to confidently place such a hefty bet on him amidst so many experts, what kind of insight and courage must that entail? Just thinking about it is terrifying. Mysterious identity? I reckon it's likely some super family hidden for centuries or a multinational consortium operating in the shadows. A personal bettor? Who has that kind of audacity and capital? 100 million as a principal is no small sum. In the Alola region, in Heola City. In the sun-drenched courtyard of the Pokémon Academy, children gathered in small clusters upon the verdant grass, relishing their lunches while their gazes remained fixed on the giant screen at the center of the square. As the news broke, a palpable buzz enveloped the area, reminiscent of a swarm of startled Spearows. Wow! Exclaimed a little boy donning a straw hat, his mouth agape, momentarily forgetting his sandwich as drool threatened to escape. Lily, look! So many zeros. Doctor, how many Pokemon cookies and Z crystals can we buy with this money? Could we fill our entire school with them? Beside him, a girl with twin ponytails clad in a white dress, her eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky, cupped her cheeks in admiration. Brother Shinji is truly the best. I knew it. This mysterious benefactor who believes in and supports him is also incredibly amazing. So cool. In the England region, in the historical punching arena, a time-honored pub, redolent of sweat and beer, brimmed with trainers who had just watched the match replay, their emotions still in turmoil. The news sent shockwaves through the crowd, their exclamations and whistles nearly lifting the aged wooden roof off its hinges. Bloody hell, 800 times the odds. This is bound to make it into the Guinness World Records. Future textbooks on gambling will need to include this as a cautionary tale. Hey, A buddy of mine works as a data analyst at the lottery company that issued the tickets. He just messaged me, saying they've lost everything, down to their last pair of pants. The big bosses are having an emergency meeting in the penthouse conference room. And I hear their faces are as green as if they've ingested moldy energy cubes. This enigmatic figure had seemingly emerged from nowhere overnight, instantly becoming one of the wealthiest individuals on the planet. This tale is more fantastical than fiction, far more thrilling than merely winning a regional championship. In the France region, at the bustling Zhuxing city, the internationally renowned IBB finance channel, known for its swift reactions, abruptly cut off its scheduled stock market analysis program to broadcast an urgent special, the 800 billion jackpot shockwave, a black swan event for global capital markets. Economists and market analysts, impeccably dressed in tailored suits and sporting serious expressions, passionately dissected the situation on camera. Ladies and gentlemen, the sudden emergence of this staggering sum of 640 billion after-tax funds is akin to dropping a strategic bomb into a seemingly tranquil global capital lake. The ripple effects will be immeasurable. We anticipate a new frenzy of capital and price reevaluation in the high-end Pokémon breeding market, the customized energy cube sector, the trade of rare evolution stones, and even the competition for exploration rights in uncharted territories. The next move of this mysterious holder will be crucial, potentially influencing the economic landscape of certain smaller regions. Domestically, the news erupted instantaneously. The internet erupted into a frenzy for 3 minutes straight. On social media, almost simultaneously with the television news broadcast, Weibo, forums, moments, and short video platforms all saw the top 5 trending topics dominated by the King Cup's 800 billion jackpot. Who is the mysterious bettor? Brother Shinji is amazing. The strongest, luckiest fish appears, and retweet this mysterious person. Each entry accompanied by a glaring red, blood-like explosion emoji. The comments section of related news articles was a chaotic deluge, overwhelmed within minutes by millions of messages. Server programmers were cursing as they frantically repaired the system. The screen was inundated with exclamations like, "Oh my God, I kneel before the benefactor. How long would it take to spend this money? Do you need a leg accessory, sir? The kind that knows how to eat after college." Such straightforward and blunt astonishments filled the air. Of course, there were also many sleuths embodying Holmes, Conan, and Derengia, analyzing the mysterious figure's identity from angles such as fund flow, betting time, and IP addresses, which were obviously fake, presenting their theories with such conviction as if they were present at the scene. A plethora of individuals began to share their hopes of good fortune, seeking blessings from the benefactor for passing interviews, achieving lucky pulls, avoiding failures, and finding girlfriends. While a flurry of amusing memes, like Magikarp leaping over the Dragon Gate and Snorlax suddenly becoming enlightened, flooded the feeds, impossible to keep up with. On professional forums and communities such as the Pokémon League Home, Battle Tower, and Master Breeding Grounds, posts refreshed at such a rapid pace that it was hard to keep track, with moderators struggling to delete advertisements. "Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!" expressed the collective sentiment. Someone actually won. When I first saw those odds, I thought it was just a platform for harvesting money from naive bettors. But it turns out someone really did win. Why didn't I place a bet then? I kneel before the benefactor. Please accept my knees. This isn't just a gambler. This is a prophet. I suggest the league investigate whether he has captured an unknown totem that can predict the future or a latios. Manual doghead for self-preservation. Rational discussions emerged, neither overly enthusiastic nor disparaging. This benefactor is undoubtedly a top-tier trainer or a seasoned analyst with an intricate understanding of the global trainer ecosystem. It's impossible to possess such confidence without skill. This transcends luck and embodies the manifestation of understanding. May I humbly inquire, dear benefactor, if you could disclose the numbers for the next City League? I offer you the price of a bubble tea. I know I'm dreaming, but one must have dreams. What if it comes true? For the ordinary populace, this news soared like wings, swiftly escaping the confines of Pokémon enthusiasts to become a nationwide sensation. Whether in the company break room, on public transport, at the market among chatting aunties, or within family WeChat groups, everyone was engrossed in this tale of overnight wealth. Exaggerated 1,000-fold beyond winning the lottery. Have you heard? Someone won several hundred billion. My goodness, how can one spend that much? Several lifetimes, no? Hundreds of lifetimes wouldn't suffice. The odds? I believe they are lower than encountering a mythical Pokémon willing to follow you home. This luck is unparalleled. It's as if the ancestral graves are not emitting green smoke, but rather the flames of a Charizard. Goodness, it feels harder than obtaining a champion-level trainer license. Trainers can rely on hard work to climb, but this requires vision, courage, and luck. Lacking any one of those is insurmountable. Divine intervention. Oh, if only I had placed even a small bet. Not even a billion. If I had just bet a mere 10,000, that would still be 8 million. Get real. You're dreaming if you think you could even bet 1,000. That would be bold enough. In the finance and business world, analysts at various brokerage and investment firms toiled through the night, fingers flying over keyboards, fueled by coffee. Internal discussion groups buzzed with messages, a flurry of rumors circulating. Focus on this colossal liquidity holder's movements. Will they opt for conservative global asset allocation, seeking stability? Or will they make bold moves, such as establishing an investment fund and aggressively entering a new emerging sector? We must closely monitor this. Any relevant whispers could sway market sentiment. Quickly, investigate our contacts for potential clients who might possess this level of capability and vision. We need to find a way to connect. This could be the future golden goose for our company. The voice of the news anchor echoed in the private room, her excited tone and the glaring red headlines resonating like a siren, each word striking hard against the hearts of Su Zhenghong, Lu Yun, and Su Qingxue. Chapter 101. Choosing the North Emperor. Su Zhenghong opened his mouth, poised to speak, yet the words eluded him. He pointed at the screen where the news continued its relentless analysis, accompanied by thrilling background music, his finger trembling slightly. Then turning to Luo Feng, his expression morphed into a tapestry of emotions, shock, helplessness, acceptance, and humor, ultimately consolidating into a smile that was difficult to articulate, tinged with a hint of absurdity. In the days of yore, when he was of the same age as Luo Feng, the funds at his disposal were still drawn from his parents' pockets. Such fortunate circumstances are indeed incomparable. Su Zhenghong gestured toward the screen with his chin, his tone laced with playful mockery, yet underpinned by a hint of sage advice. Look here, have you noticed? At this point, my boy, your attempts at low-key living have been thoroughly thwarted. You are now under the global spotlight. It's no longer just a handful of us who are aware of your existence. I suspect that every entity and individual with even the slightest inclination or connection is digging deep, leveraging every possible network to unearth your identity as the enigmatic investor. The fervor surrounding you is not trivial. It's akin to piercing a hole in the very heavens. Luo Feng gazed at the colossal, eye-catching headline on the screen, as well as the host's flushed face, flushed with excitement. A subtle smile graced his lips, one that suggested a dispassionate detachment. Almost as if he were merely an observer of the unfolding spectacle. He leisurely picked up the teacup on the table, sipping the warm, soothing tea with an ease reminiscent of basking in the sun in his own backyard. His demeanor was remarkably calm, as though the uproarious discussions outside and the frenzied searchers had no bearing on him whatsoever. No worries, Uncle Su. Let them search as they will. As he set down the teacup, his gentle gaze swept over Su Qingxue, whose cheeks were slightly flushed with shock and pride, her eyes sparkling with excitement. He then turned his gaze to the sun-drenched cityscape outside, bustling with activity and vibrant prosperity, exuding an effortless confidence and tranquility that stemmed from an absolute strength and formidable wealth, all of which radiated from him naturally, without pretense. I am already the top scorer in the National College entrance examination. What difference does a little more attention make? He remarked lightly, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, as if discussing the pleasantness of the weather. Yet, the conviction in his words was weighty enough to shatter the floor. The private room fell into a contemplative silence once more, with only the distant din of the city and the ongoing fervent discussions about the wealth phenomenon filtering in. Observing Luo Feng's composed demeanor, Su Zhenghong could only shake his head and let out a chuckle. Well, this lad has truly come into his own. Dinner concluded. The atmosphere was imbued with a peculiar blend of subtlety and fervor. The slight discomfort Su Zhenghong felt regarding the notion of his prized cabbage being devoured by a pig vanished in the face of Luo Feng's terrifying resolve and the considerable wealth he had amassed. Not only did the unease dissipate, but it transformed into a profound anticipation for the young man's future, coupled with a realization of just how astonishingly formidable he had become. In the ensuing days, Luo Feng's predictions materialized precisely. His status as the National College entrance examination champion resonated loudly, attracting an avalanche of commercial collaboration invitations like snowflakes falling from the sky, endorsements from renowned brands, invitations from popular variety shows, and even numerous organizations eager to capitalize on his and Su Qingxue's couple dynamics for commercial hype flooded in. As for Luo Feng, he declined them all with barely a flicker of interest. Come on now, I am a man of financial freedom. Why would I need to expose myself for mere pocket change and fleeting fame? Spare me. If I have time, I'd rather indulge in truly significant endeavors. such as honing my skills with my Pokémon companions. Su Qingxue fully understood him and offered unwavering support. The couple exhibited remarkable synergy, effectively tuning out the clamor of the outside world, retreating into their own little haven. Luo Feng was not complacent, resting on a pile of money. He remained acutely aware. Money was merely a tool, not an end goal. It was to be used to achieve objectives and provide a better life for those around him. He promptly began to formulate pragmatic plans. After discussions with Su Qingxue and her family, he resolved to invest significantly in the most essential area, establishing a bespoke, exceptional Pokémon breeding facility. With the Su Group's well-established channels in real estate and commerce, the site selection process was remarkably smooth. Ultimately, they settled on a prime piece of land in the suburban fringe. This location, flanked by a small forest and a crystal-clear stream, offered a serene environment rich in biodiversity, truly a paradise tailored for Pokémon. The breeding ground spanned approximately 50 acres, previously owned by an ill-fated estate owner. The layout was commendably organized, featuring well-maintained training grounds, several functional buildings, including a high-end equipment hatchery, a Pokémon health inspection center, a customized energy block workshop, and storage facilities, along with expansive areas of undeveloped natural forest and water bodies. After amicable negotiations, primarily facilitated by Su Zhenghong, who remarked, as family, "We must ensure you don't suffer any losses," they secured the property for 3 billion alliance coins, a bargain for such a grand scale and comprehensive facilities. Luo Feng was fully aware of the favor he owed to his father-in-law. Once the paperwork was finalized, Luo Feng promptly leveraged the Su family's connections to extend an irresistible high salary offer to a distinguished breeder named Lin Jing. This lady, approximately in her late 20s, exuded a calm and elegant demeanor, unmistakably embodying the essence of a reliable professional. She possessed a solid theoretical foundation coupled with extensive practical experience in Pokémon nutrition, potential development, and health management, garnering an excellent reputation within the community. With everything in place, on a splendidly sunny afternoon, Luo Feng and Su Qingxue arrived at their new abode. Standing on the expansive central lawn of the breeding ground, Luo Feng inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh aroma of grass and earth that filled him with a sense of pioneering ambition and joy. He smiled and sequentially released his Pokeballs. "Come forth, my friends, and behold our new home." With a flurry of white light, his companions made their dazzling entrance. As soon as the rotund Kurla landed, it curiously clapped its tiny hands against the firm ground, its little head swiveling in delight at the vast expanse. Swablu, the water-jump fish, chirped joyfully, scampering into the nearby glistening stream with a splash, reveling in its newfound playtime. The flame on the tail of the Charmander flared high with excitement as it looked around, brimming with curiosity about this new territory. The formidable Gyarados thundered into the deliberately deepened riverbed, letting out a low growl that resonated powerfully. Yet its eyes reflected a calm assessment of its new domain, far less ferocious than before. The elegant Milotic glided into the water, its iridescent scales shimmering under the sun, creating a breathtaking tableau reminiscent of a moving landscape painting. The slumbering Kingler let out a colossal yawn before leisurely ambling to the shade of a robust tree, finding the coziest position to plop down and doze off, evidently planning to indulge in a long afternoon nap first. Observing this scene, Su Qingxue couldn't help but smile, releasing her own companions. The majestic Arcanine sat regally beside her, akin to a loyal knight, exuding a commanding aura. The Dragonair fluttered playfully around her, emitting melodious sounds. The enchanting Sylveon leaped gracefully into her arms, nuzzling against her, utterly adorable. The Lapras entered the wide river with a harmonious song, instantly uplifting the spirits of all who heard it. The shy Ralts peeked from behind Su Qingxue's legs, timid yet filled with curiosity as it surveyed its new surroundings. The Alolan Vulpix, like an ice fairy, strolled elegantly across the lawn, radiating a pure chill, akin to a mobile air conditioner. In the blink of an eye, the once tranquil breeding ground was transformed into a vibrant and bustling sanctuary. The diverse essences of Pokémon harmoniously intertwined, exuding vitality and hope. The esteemed breeder Lin Jing, holding a clipboard, observes each Pokémon with a glimmer of professionalism and focus in her eyes, meticulously examining their mental states, physical development, and behavioral traits. As she swiftly records her observations, she nods slightly, clearly satisfied with the overall quality of this batch of Pokémon. Approaching with a gentle yet confident voice, she addresses Mr. Luo and Miss Su. "Rest assured, I will craft a tailored breeding plan for each Pokémon within a week, based on their species characteristics, individual differences, and your cultivation expectations. This plan will encompass precise daily nutritional ratios, targeted physical training, skill proficiency optimization, and potential enhancement programs. Our facility is equipped with exceptional hardware that will fully support our scientific and efficient breeding endeavors. Watching his companions exploring, resting, and playing in their new domain, Luo Feng feels an overwhelming sense of fulfillment and anticipation. The financial barriers have been cleared. Now, relying on scientific methods, professional guidance, and the relentless efforts of himself and his partners, he aims to cultivate these boundless potential creatures into formidable allies capable of standing by him at the pinnacle of trainers. Moreover, the journey toward greatness feels particularly warm and empowering with Su Qingxue by his side. The lively atmosphere of the breeding facility heralds the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. Having initially arranged matters at the breeding grounds, Lin Jing has already begun establishing detailed health and potential profiles for each Pokémon. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's deadline for considerations from various prestigious universities has arrived. Over the past few days, the heads of admissions from these renowned institutions have employed various strategies, leveraging connections to discern their competitors' strengths and weaknesses, engaging in heartfelt and sincere communications with Luo Feng. Throughout these negotiations, Luo Feng has deftly conveyed a clear signal. Scholarships? Free choice of majors? These are merely standard offerings. I am far more interested in the extent of support your institution can provide regarding core Pokémon resources. His words served as a beacon, immediately redirecting the recruitment strategies of the universities toward their most coveted reserves of rare Pokémon. On the afternoon of the deadline, Luo Feng executed a bold maneuver that quickened the pulses of the admissions officers. He created a temporary communication group, inviting the heads of admissions from the core target institutions he was most likely to attend. The intention was unmistakable. A silent auction was about to commence, and it was to be a public spectacle. Without preamble, Luo Feng addressed the group. Good afternoon, esteemed teachers. I sincerely appreciate your earnest communications and kindness over the past few days. In the interest of making this crucial decision for my future in a fair and transparent manner, I will now announce the final Pokémon resource support proposals from each institution, detailing them in order. The group fell into an immediate silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. All eyes fixed on the screen, awaiting the message that would determine their fates. With nimble fingers, Luo Feng first revealed the starting proposal. Firstly, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the Pokémon Technology University for their commitment to providing 2 quasi-divine Pokémon embryos. This condition was anticipated and elicited no significant reaction, merely a sigh of relief from the other university representatives, thankful that it was merely the entry-level offering. Next, Luo Feng announced the subsequent offers. I thank Nanhua University for providing 2 quasi-divine Pokémon embryos, along with a Snorlax of commendable talent. I also express gratitude to Military Defense Technology University for offering 2 quasi-divine Pokémon embryos, plus a Lucario with exceptional potential. At this point, Director Lee of Magic City University couldn't help but smirk slightly, feeling reassured. While Snorlax and Lucario were indeed impressive, he believed his trio of quasi-divine embryos still held the advantage in both quantity and value. He had already begun contemplating how to relay the good news to the university leadership upon securing the deal. However, Luo Feng's next message doused Director Lee's smile with a frigid shock. I thank Shuemu University for providing 4 quasi-divine Pokémon embryos, along with exclusive Pokémon energy blocks and breeding resources valued at 100 million Alliance coins. Director Lee's expression morphed into one of disbelief. 4 plus 100 million in specialized resources. He instinctively typed his incredulity, his hands trembling in shock. Shuemu University's generosity was unprecedented, far exceeding the conventional limits of special recruitment. It was an all-in gamble. Suddenly, his previously impressive proposal paled in comparison. His spirits plummeted from a peak to a disheartening low. In a timely manner, Director Zhang of Shuemu University sent a subtle smile emoji. Though he said nothing, an air of confidence emanated from him, as if to declare, "You wish to compete with me?" Just when everyone presumed Shuemu University had secured victory and Director Zhang felt assured of success, Luo Feng unveiled the final proposal. The content could only be described as earth-shattering. Finally, I sincerely thank Beta University. Their proposal includes 1 legendary Pokémon, a Jirachi embryo, 1 special Pokémon, a Charcadet, and the privilege to select any 2 Pokémon from Beta University's core Pokémon storage. This message detonated in the group like a thunderous explosion, plunging it into a silence that lasted several heartbeats. Director Zhang of Shuemu University was left speechless. A legendary Pokémon, Jirachi, plus the privilege of selecting from the storage? This condition, his earlier glee vanished, replaced by a look of sheer bewilderment and disbelief. A legendary Pokémon's worth transcends that of numerous quasi-divine beings. It represents unparalleled potential and extreme rarity. Coupled with the selection privilege, the freedom it grants is boundless. Beatty University's commitment and resources are astonishingly substantial. Director Lee of Magic City University could only manage a wry smile, rendered speechless. Faced with such overwhelmingly superior resources, the previous competition felt like child's play. In that moment, he found an odd sense of camaraderie with Director Zhang of Shuimu University, both men grappling with the realization of their predicament. Other university representatives began to chime in, filled with exclamations of astonishment, sweat emojis, or expressions of disbelief, all recognizing that their chances had evaporated. It was time to accept the reality and retire for the night. At this juncture, Director Wang of Beatty University calmly interjected, "Luo Feng, our university cherishes talent and values the future of geniuses. This proposal aims to pave a broad path to your pinnacle. Beatty University's profound heritage is precisely tailored for exceptional individuals like you. We await your favorable reply." This statement was eloquently crafted yet unmistakably clear. We have laid our resources on the line for you. Now, it's up to you to recognize their worth. In truth, this was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Beatty University was wagering its most prized assets on Luo Feng, betting that he would evolve into a champion-level legendary trainer, thereby justifying their significant investment. It was evident to all that given Luo Feng's current display of potential and momentum, securing a place among the elite trainers was a foregone conclusion. With the addition of the legendary Jirachi and his inherently gifted Pokémon, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the odds of him striving for the title of champion trainer stood at over 80%. Beatty University had displayed remarkable resolve, staking their future on Luo Feng. Other institutions simply cannot compare. All conditions are laid bare, rendering the merits and flaws of each option glaringly apparent. The group fell into a brief silence once more, as everyone awaited Luo Feng's final decision. In truth, Luo Feng had discreetly utilized the system to examine the detailed qualifications of the core Pokémon promised by each school. Spirit Technology University, 2 semi-divine juvenile Pokémon. One with blue, good, and one with purple, excellent, qualifications. Nanhua University, 2 semi-divine juveniles, 1 blue, 1 purple, along with a Snorlax, purple, excellent. Military Defense Technology University, 2 semi-divine juveniles, 1 purple, 1 blue, and a Lucario, red, king level. Quite impressive. Moda University, 3 semi-divine juveniles, 2 purple, 1 blue, one of which is a single-headed dragon with red, king level, qualifications. Director Lee certainly invested heavily. Shuimu University, 4 semi-divine juveniles, 3 purple, 1 blue, boasting the highest quantity, yet lacking any top-tier qualifications, red, giving off a sense of mere quantity over quality. Beatty University, a Jirachi, juvenile, a 3-star legendary Pokémon. Astonishing. A Charizard with red, king level, qualifications. Additionally, the privilege to select from the Beatty Pokémon storage, limited to 2, with the system's detection capability. Effortlessly fetching 2 king-level Pokémon is hardly a challenge. Luo Feng silently scoffed. Is there even a need for selection? In the face of absolute quality, quantity is utterly trivial. With legendary qualifications, coupled with 2 high-quality rare Pokémon, this starting point transcends the notion of high. It catapults him beyond the stratosphere, placing him hundreds of positions ahead of others. After a moment of feigned contemplation, Luo Feng's message finally emerged. Luo Feng, I sincerely appreciate the profound affection and remarkably sincere proposals from all esteemed teachers. Each one fills me with honor and reflects the remarkable heritage and commitment to cultivating elite individuals at your respective institutions. After careful consideration, I believe that Beatty University's proposal, especially regarding the opportunity to interact with legendary Pokémon and the autonomy to select subsequent partners according to my team composition, aligns most closely with my pursuit of excellence and the long-term vision of constructing a unique combat system. Therefore, I have decided to accept the invitation from Beatty University. I will forever cherish the efforts and high accolades bestowed upon me by the other esteemed teachers, for which I am immensely grateful. This statement not only explicitly chose Beatty, providing Director Wang with reassurance, but also fully acknowledged the value of the other institutions, granting everyone their due respect and elevating his emotional intelligence. Although the outcome was sealed, with some rejoicing and others lamenting, Luo Feng's humble yet dignified response ultimately brought this fierce competition to a relatively satisfying conclusion. The group was immediately flooded with congratulatory messages for Beatty, for Luo Feng, and polite exchanges about staying in touch. However, unbeknownst to them, behind the screens, numerous officials were likely lamenting their losses or silently calculating the costs of this defeat. Luo Feng set down his phone, exhaling deeply. The matter of university was finally settled. Moreover, the outcome surpassed his expectations. He turned his gaze to the outside, where the nurturing field appeared exceptionally serene and beautiful beneath the setting sun. A Jirachi, a legendary Pokémon. How exhilarating. Chapter 102, Returning Home in Glory. Less than half an hour after Luo Feng officially made his choice in the group and politely declined the offers from other prestigious schools, a deep, resonant dragon roar approached from afar, followed by a powerful gust of wind that bent the newly planted saplings in the nurturing field. Everyone looked up to see a blood-blue figure slicing through the sky. It was a magnificent Charizard. Its body was adorned with a vibrant blue shell, and its blood-stained wings unfurled in the sunlight, each flap exuding an exhilarating sense of power, ultimately landing gracefully yet authoritatively on the most expansive lawn in the estate. The Charizard folded its wings, standing tall, its sharp dragon eyes surveying the surroundings, exuding the fierce aura characteristic of a Pokémon surpassing the gym leader level. Descending from the Charizard with agile grace was Wang Qinian, the director of the admissions office at Beatty University. Today, he had donned a crisp suit, emblazoned with the Beatty dragon emblem, his face glowing with vitality. Before shaking hands with Luo Feng, he discreetly scanned the pristine nurturing field, the well-planned training areas, advanced facilities, and the vibrant woodlands and water bodies, all of which showcased the owner's substantial financial resources and long-term vision. He nodded inwardly, elevating his assessment of Luo Feng. This young man possessed not only exceptional talent, but also a commendable sense of organization. Luo Feng. Director Wang's voice boomed with vigor as he strode confidently towards Luo Feng, gripping his hand firmly. Congratulations. You have made a wise choice that will profoundly impact your life. On behalf of all the faculty and students at Beatty University, we warmly welcome your arrival. He solemnly presented an ancient yet weighty metallic box crafted from a special alloy, its surface embedded with the radiant emblem of Beatty University. With a gentle click, the lid opened, releasing a soft glow, revealing an admission letter crafted with a special technique, radiating a faint aura of energy. Alongside a uniquely designed badge made entirely of platinum, featuring a small sapphire at its center, the highest accolade of Beatty University. This is your admission letter and the badge of excellence, Director Wang proclaimed with solemn pride. With this badge, you shall possess the highest privileges within Beatty University's core campus. From this moment on, you are our university's most dazzling and anticipated new student, not just of this cohort, but of the past decade. The future of Beatty shines even brighter because of you. Almost simultaneously with Director Wang's words, as if rehearsed, countless flashbulbs illuminated the perimeter of the nurturing field. Cameras from numerous authoritative media outlets, interview microphones, and drones hovering in the air all focused on the center stage where Luo Feng and Director Wang stood. Several high-ranking officials from Beatty University's publicity department and school leadership also appeared at the opportune moment, their faces radiating genuine smiles, participating in this historic occasion. Clearly, Beatty University had mobilized extensive publicity efforts to maximize the significance of Luo Feng's decision to choose Beatty. Seizing this opportunity to showcase its formidable allure and commitment to nurturing top-tier talent nationwide. Luo Feng, may I ask what aspect of the generous offerings from Beatty University ultimately swayed your decision? Director Wang inquired. Could you elaborate on the unique training program tailored for you by Beatty University? Will it defy conventional norms? Luo Feng, we observe that this nurturing field is beautifully designed and equipped with advanced facilities. Is this your family's property? There are rumors suggesting you hail from an ordinary family. Does this imply that your family background is, in fact, quite affluent? Can we say you have a family fortune? The barrage of questions from the reporters came in rapid succession. One particularly sharp inquiry regarding Luo Feng's family background and the ownership of the nurturing field stood out. In response to this question, a hint of playful exasperation graced Luo Feng's face as he raised his hand, signaling for calm. The crowd gradually quieted down. He glanced at the smiling director Wang Qinian beside him, then cast a brief look at the gentle gaze of Su Qingxue in the distance before turning confidently to face the camera. I appreciate the concern from all media friends. First and foremost, regarding this nurturing field, Luo Feng spoke in a composed tone, gesturing towards the expansive and beautiful land surrounding him. This is indeed a property I recently acquired, intended to provide a better growth environment for my Pokémon partners. Pausing amidst the curious and probing gazes of the reporters, he continued with a slightly ostentatious tone. As for the notion of having a family fortune, that is simply untrue. To speak frankly, the circumstances of my family a little over a month ago could indeed be described as impoverished. My father was merely an ordinary forest ranger. Upon uttering these words, a wave of hushed gasps and murmurs swept through the crowd. How could a child from such a humble background possibly afford to purchase a breeding ground of this magnitude in such a short span of time? Luo Feng spared no time in suspense, directly revealing the answer, his tone remaining unperturbed. The source of my fortune, enabling me to possess all of this, did not stem from familial support, but rather, it primarily originated from a stroke of luck I experienced on the official betting platform for this year's World Champion Trainer Tournament. The World Champion Tournament? Betting? Stroke of luck? The combination of these keywords instantly ignited the nerves of all the journalists present. An incredible speculation blossomed in their minds. The most significant betting news of late undoubtedly centered around the mysterious bettor who had struck an astonishing jackpot by betting on a highly unlikely outcome. Luo Feng, a reporter, quick to react, spoke with palpable excitement, his voice slightly wavering as he eagerly pressed on. Are you referring to the lucky individual rumored to have wagered on the champion, the new prodigy, and won over 800 billion alliance coins? To this direct inquiry, Luo Feng did not shy away. Instead, he calmly nodded, maintaining his composed demeanor. If the figures circulated by the public and the targeted contestant refer to the new prodigy, then I believe the person you speak of is indeed me. The after-tax earnings I personally received amount to 640 billion alliance coins. Boom. Despite having mentally prepared for this revelation, when Luo Feng confirmed the news, the venue erupted into chaos. The national top scholar, the most formidable high school student in history, a trainer prodigy known for his extraordinary talent, had now also claimed the title of the most fortunate lottery winner in history. Each of these identities alone would be sufficient to draw attention. But when they coalesce within a single individual, the resultant buzz is nothing short of nuclear in magnitude. The flashes of cameras surged again, nearly obscuring Luo Feng's figure. The journalists, brimming with excitement, were on the verge of breaching the barriers. Luo Feng raised his hand in a gesture for silence, his expression shifting to one of seriousness and gravity. Seizing this opportunity, I wish to convey a few words to all who have shown me support, particularly to my fellow young trainers. His voice resonated through the microphone, reaching the ears of many, as the live broadcast transmitted his message to countless screens. Engaging in gambling carries immense uncertainty and risk. My recent stroke of fortune was predicated on meticulous analysis of contestant information, precise judgment of the battle dynamics, and, undeniably, an exceedingly rare stroke of luck. This is by no means a norm, nor should it be emulated or idolized. He cast his gaze over the cameras, his tone earnest and cautionary. I urge everyone to maintain a rational perspective. Do not allow my experience to foster unrealistic fantasies. Nor should you invest funds you cannot afford to lose in gambling. That would be akin to wagering, potentially leading to irreparable consequences. Enhancing one's own capabilities and training diligently is the fundamental path for us trainers. This lucid and socially responsible address moved many in attendance. After acquiring such immense wealth, Luo Feng did not succumb to arrogance. Instead, he promptly stepped forward to guide the public, earning admiration for his character. He then announced an even weightier decision: to give back to society and aid those who, like I once was, harbor dreams yet are constrained by economic limitations. Luo Feng's voice was clear and resolute. I have decided to personally contribute 20 billion alliance coins to establish the Dawn Charity Foundation. Initially, this foundation will focus on assisting academically outstanding but financially disadvantaged ordinary students nationwide, not pursuing training, aiding them in successfully completing their education and illuminating their quest for knowledge. 20 billion. Personal contribution. Charity foundation. Funding impoverished students. This cascade of announcements, each more staggering than the last. If Luo Feng's prior image was a fusion of genius and fortune, at this moment, he was further adorned with the radiant halo of a responsible individual, imbued with compassion and a commitment to societal betterment. Applause erupted, swelling like a tide, first sporadic, then coalescing into a unified roar, ultimately transforming into an enduring thunderous ovation. Whether among the present reporters, the faculty and leaders of Beta University, or the viewers tuning in via live stream, all were moved. Director Wang Qinian gazed at Luo Feng, admiration nearly spilling from his eyes. This young man is not only extraordinarily gifted, but possesses a character and vision that far surpasses his peers. Beta is fortunate to have such a prodigious talent. Su Qingxue stood not far away, watching Luo Feng, poised and charismatic under the spotlight. Her beautiful eyes shimmering with pride and affection. This was the man she had chosen. One who continually creates miracles and understands how to wield the power of those miracles to illuminate the lives of others. As Luo Feng publicly acknowledged himself as the recipient of the 800 billion jackpot and announced the establishment of a charity fund with a 20 billion donation. The news spread like wildfire through live broadcasts and online platforms. Originally under scrutiny for his university choices, he now reached an unprecedented peak of popularity. Social media erupted. Luo Feng is the mysterious bettor. Luo Feng donates 20 billion for charity. Dawn Charity Foundation. The strongest high school student is undeniably deserving. In the top 10 trending topics, entries related to him occupied a significant portion. The comments section was inundated with astonishment, memes, and expressions of admiration. Oh my goodness. 800 billion. After tax, 640 billion. I can't even count that many zeros in my lifetime. Faints. Who was it that spread rumors about Luo Feng's ordinary background? He clearly comes from immense wealth. Dog emoji for safety. My idol. Strong, handsome, wealthy, and compassionate. What a perfect persona. He is exactly my type. Auntie, I'm 48 this year. May I ask where to find a son-in-law like this? Shyly. Look at this child. 18. Top scholar. Billionaire. And he knows how to give back to society. And then there's my own child, still gaming. Luo Feng. From today on, you are my ideal son template. Don't crowd. This is the image of my perfect grandson. Grandma loves you. Rational analysis. Luo Feng's moves are nothing short of perfect. Proactively revealing himself to avoid future harassment, advocating for rational gambling to establish the correct values. And his substantial donation winning public favor, all in one fell swoop. His emotional intelligence and vision deserve his success. I'm a fan now. From now on, I will be a loyal supporter of Luo Feng, not only for his abilities, but also for his character. The media is calling him the national boyfriend, national son-in-law. National son. I was skeptical at first, but now, fine, I concede. Who could possibly refuse? In that moment, Luo Feng's image underwent a qualitative leap. He transformed from a formidable, yet somewhat distant genius trainer into a relatable, responsible, and warm individual, embodying nearly all the qualities one could imagine in a perfect offspring. Moreover, he garnered affectionate titles such as national boyfriend, national son-in-law, national son, and national grandson, becoming a dazzling sensation. Simultaneously, the Battle Alliance group chat was rendered utterly paralyzed by this barrage of monumental news. Jean Duo, a string of garbled text. I'm in shock. Brother Feng, no God Feng. It was you all along. 800 billion. I've never seen so many zeros in my life. Faints. Xiao how damn. A type of plant. I knew the breeding ground wasn't ordinary. Turns out it's all about cash. I thought Brother Feng was from some hidden aristocratic family. Serves tea to the boss. Ying. My idol. Even more unattainable now, but what can I do? I love him even more. Imposing, handsome, affluent, and benevolent. A happiness that leaves one breathless. Wu Yi. Donating 2 billion. Such a grand gesture. I am truly impressed. From now on at Beatty, wherever Brother Feng points, I shall follow. Feng Miao. Analyzing from the perspectives of investment returns and maximizing social reputation, Luo Feng's actions are undoubtedly textbook examples. Proactively publicizing, mitigating potential risks, and engaging in substantial philanthropy, he has won the hearts of the masses. I am in admiration. Tang Yuru. I suppose he still possesses some conscience. Though her tone remains proud, a subtle acknowledgement lingers in her words. Sun Hao. I only wish to inquire, Brother Feng, does the foundation still require honorary members? I seek nothing more than to bask in the aura of greatness. Limu Ge. I find myself humbled. Whether it be strength, luck, or this magnanimous spirit, Shirley. It appears our path at Beatty shall be fraught with challenges. Shirley. Limu Ge. Does this not make it all the more intriguing? Competing alongside such formidable opponents is indeed our fortune. I can hardly wait for the school year to commence. After the initial shock, the core members of the group were left with admiration for Luo Feng's actions and anticipation for the future. To follow or challenge, such a charismatic leader fills them with boundless dreams for their university life at Beatty. Within the admissions office of Beatty University, Director Wang Qinyan received a commendation from the principal during his flight back atop the Dragon, learning that Shirley, Limu Ge, and a host of other prodigies had officially submitted their applications. A smile spread across his face, smoothing out the wrinkles, as he assured through the communicator, rest assured, Principal, this is all part of our plan. This year, We at Beatty are destined to usher in a golden generation, in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere at Beatty University. The admissions offices of other prestigious institutions such as Shuemu and Modu were engulfed in despair. Director Zhang of Shuemu University watched the live stream in which Luo Feng announced his donation of 2 billion, his calm, yet commanding presence causing a pang of bitterness in his chest as he gazed at the proposal he once believed was a sure win. We've lost. Utterly and completely, not just in the competition for resources, but in prestige and fortune as well. Director Li of Modu University slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling, devoid of the strength to even pound the table. With legendary Pokémon, 100 billion in prizes, and 2 billion in charity. How can we compete? What can we offer? Beatty has truly encountered a true dragon. As the dust settled, a legend began its journey. With Luo Feng, Su Qingxue, and nearly the entire alliance of battle and conquest, Beatty University has become the focal point of the future of the Dragon Kingdom's trainer community. The clamor and glory of the imperial capital seemed to linger in the air, but Luo Feng and Su Qingxue's hearts had already soared back to their homeland of Jiangzhou, where their dreams had taken flight, as the roar of the aircraft engines echoed in their ears. Almost concurrently with their return, Luo Feng's VR wristband illuminated with a familiar communication request. On the other end of the screen, the elderly principal of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School, visibly moved, spoke with a quivering voice and reddened eyes. You've returned. You've finally returned. Congratulations, Luo Feng and Qingxue. You have not only realized your dreams, but have also brought unprecedented glory to our school and the entire Jiangzhou. The school, along with the entire city, has prepared the grandest welcome ceremony, eagerly awaiting your return. The principal's heartfelt enthusiasm, intertwined with a profound affection for his alma mater, prompted a shared smile between Luo Feng and Su Qingxue, a warm tide swelling within them as they graciously accepted this invitation from their hometown. The day of their return to Jiangzhou transformed into a grand celebration for the entire city. As the helicopter that Luo Feng and Su Qingxue were aboard, purchased with a portion of their prize money for future convenience, sliced through the sky and gently descended onto the specially cleared playground of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School, even Luo Feng, who had previously experienced the spotlight of a national competition, felt ripples of emotion within him. The campus before him had turned into a jubilant sea. Colorful flags and banners intertwined, stretching from the school gate all the way to the magnificent auditorium, resembling a pathway of glory. Above the teaching buildings, a massive red banner fluttered in the wind. Warm congratulations to our school's Luo Feng for winning the National High School Pokémon Battle Championship and for being the top scholar. Warm congratulations to our school's Su Qingxue for achieving a top rank in the national competition. The pride of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. The glory of the Jiangzhou people. Within the campus, the air buzzed with excitement, and the crowd was a sea of faces. Not only were all current students and faculty present, but many accomplished alumni had also returned from afar, eager to catch a glimpse of the historical duo. Outside the school gates, countless citizens had gathered, the fervent atmosphere akin to boiling water, with pride and anticipation radiating from everyone's faces. Amidst the throng, Lin Weiwei stood like a lost statue in the darkest corner to the side of the auditorium. Her nails dug deeply into her palms, leaving crescent-shaped white marks. Yet she felt no pain. Gazing at the helicopter that symbolized status and power, her heart felt as though it were being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, nearly suffocating her. That is Luo Feng. He was meant to be mine. A sharp voice screamed within her mind. Memories of the past surged uncontrollably, recalling the boy who once obeyed her every command, saving his breakfast money just to buy her a cup of milk tea. The fool who cherished her casual declaration of affection as if it were a sacred vow, willing to sacrifice everything for her. His Pokémon, his glory, his 800 billion in prizes, his tenderness, all of which were meant to be mine. I should be the one standing beside him, receiving the cheers. An endless bitterness, regret, and unwillingness entwined around her heart like the most venomous vines, tightening relentlessly, causing excruciating pain. Lin Weiwei felt as though she could hear the mocking whispers of those around her, every gaze directed at the red carpet, striking her like a whip across her face. Yet, amidst the despair that threatened to consume her, a flicker of unrealistic hope struggled to survive. It's all right, as long as I have the chance. As long as I can get close to him, given our past affection, he will surely soften. He once loved me so dearly. This faint glimmer of hope was the only lifeline she could grasp at that moment, sustaining her from collapsing onto the ground. On the other side of the crowd, Zhao Kai stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. In stark contrast to the fervor surrounding him, he appeared remarkably calm. Once, his jealousy and animosity towards Luo Feng had been vivid, yet now, in the face of absolute strength and achievement, those feelings had dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief. Even a subtle pride in sharing in this triumph. Who could have predicted this? He mused, clicking his tongue, reflecting aloud to his companion. His tone laced with an unrecognized admiration. The guy who once battled me in the monthly exam has now transformed into the national champion. My Charmeleon lost to his Gyarados. And that was no injustice. In the future, when boasting, I can proudly say I once faced the champion directly. A smile crept across his face, his heart free of gloom, replaced by pure acknowledgement of strength and a unique pride in being an early rival of the champion. Chapter 103, Traveling the Nation. Scouring for Pokémon. As Luo Feng and Su Qingxue finally appeared on the crimson carpet leading to the auditorium, the pent-up passion erupted instantaneously. Luo Feng, Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Su Qingxue, champion, top scholar. A deafening roar of cheers, applause, and screams surged like tangible sound waves, nearly overturning the sky. The younger students fervently waved their homemade flags, their faces illuminated with pure adoration and excitement. The teachers, eyes glistening with tears of pride, applauded vigorously, feeling immense pride in their students, while accomplished alumni nodded in admiration, sharing in the glory. Luo Feng remained clad in a simple, yet stylish casual outfit. His stature as upright as a pine. Amidst the tumultuous clamor, he maintained a tranquil demeanor, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he gracefully waved to the throngs on either side, his gaze clear and resolute, devoid of any arrogance, but instead radiating profound gratitude towards his alma mater and hometown. He spotted Su Qingxue in the crowd, yet he refrained from any reaction or acknowledgement, his heart silently mocking. Lin Weiwei, just wait and see. I have prepared a grand feast for you. Now that Luo Feng had risen to prominence, he had not forgotten Lin Weiwei. In secret, he had allocated 20 million to a certain company, ensuring his identity remained concealed. The sole intent was to make Lin Weiwei's life unbearable, bringing her to the brink of despair. This company specialized in such matters, with every incident reported back to the employer, maintaining a high degree of confidentiality. Su Qingxue, adorned in a tastefully tailored, elegant dress, naturally nestled beside Luo Feng, exuding poise and charm, her radiant smile complementing Luo Feng's steadiness, resembling a pair of perfect match. As the crowd erupted in fervent cheers, the two of them strolled into the grand auditorium, which was solemnly filled to capacity. On the podium, the venerable principal, the entire school leadership and prominent officials from the Municipal Education Bureau had taken their places. Most notably, seated in the central position was a middle-aged man, the mayor of Jiangzhou, wearing a warm smile and exuding an air of composure. The celebration officially commenced with the resounding anthem of the Alliance. The principal began with a heartfelt and impassioned address, reminiscing about Luo Feng and Su Qingxue's formative years at the school, emphasizing their diligence and respect for their teachers. He lauded their indomitable spirit, their pursuit of excellence, and the unparalleled glory they had brought to the school and Jiangzhou. The elder's voice trembled with emotion, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience in response. Following that was the highly anticipated award ceremony. The principal personally announced the school's accolades. He approached Luo Feng, firmly grasped the hand of his accomplished student, pride and expectation gleaming in his eyes, and solemnly presented him with an oversized check model symbolizing 10 million Alliance coins. Luo Feng, this is a token of appreciation and acknowledgement for your outstanding achievements. We hope you will continue to strive for excellence at Beta University and write a new chapter of brilliance. Jiangzhou No. 1 High School will always be your strongest support. You're forever home. The audience erupted in a wave of enthusiastic applause. Subsequently, the principal approached Su Qingxue, handing her a check model representing 1 million Alliance coins. Qingxue, you too are a source of pride for Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. Your excellence and hard work are evident to all, and the school is immensely proud of you. Su Qingxue accepted it with a graceful bow, her demeanor poised and composed. The focus then shifted to the mayor, who rose slowly, adjusting his lapel before walking steadily to the front. He did not speak immediately, but regarded Luo Feng with an appreciative and expectant gaze, as if to etch the image of this young talent into his memory. Finally, he addressed the microphone, his voice resonant and powerful. Luo Feng, first and foremost, allow me to extend the highest respect and warmest congratulations on behalf of the Jiangzhou municipal government and all citizens of Jiangzhou. He paused briefly, surveying the room, his eyes sweeping over each excited face before continuing. Your success is not merely a personal triumph. It is a milestone for our entire Jiangzhou educational enterprise. You have eloquently demonstrated that our Jiangzhou can also nurture top-tier talents standing at the pinnacle of the nation. Your indomitable spirit of perseverance has inspired all young trainers in the city and every student striving for their dreams. In recognition of your indelible contributions to Jiangzhou, the municipal government has decided the mayor's voice crescendoed, each word resonating throughout the auditorium, to confer upon Luo Feng the title of Honorary Image Ambassador of Jiangzhou. As he finished, staff members who had been waiting nearby presented a meticulously crafted, gleaming crystal trophy along with a gold-embossed certificate of honor. The mayor solemnly handed these to Luo Feng. In addition, to fulfill our previous promise, we are awarding you. The mayor accepted another, even larger check model from an attendant. The figure boldly displayed as 50 million alliance coins. This 50 million is a material reward for your remarkable achievements. The title of Honorary Image Ambassador represents the immense trust and high expectations the people of Jiangzhou have in you. We hope that on your future journey, you will always keep your hometown in your heart, contributing your insights and efforts towards Jiangzhou's prosperity and development. The mayor placed the oversized check in Luo Feng's hands, giving his shoulder a hearty pat, his eyes brimming with boundless pride and hope. 50 million. Honorary Ambassador. These words struck Lin Weiwei like a hammer, sending her mind reeling, nearly causing her to falter. These honors, this wealth, this dazzling spotlight, had all been within her grasp. It was she who had pushed it all away. A potent regret corroded her heart like acid, making her wish to turn back time and awaken the version of herself blinded by vanity and short-sightedness. At that moment, the atmosphere in the auditorium reached its zenith. Thunderous applause, deafening cheers, and the incessant flashing of cameras intermingled, creating a sea of joy and glory. The government's reward of 50 million, coupled with the school's 10 million, and the heavy, meaningful title of Honorary Image Ambassador, represented an unparalleled recognition and affection from her hometown, deeply moving. Next, the mayor personally presented Su Qingxue with a 5 million reward from the municipal government, honoring her outstanding performance in the national competition and her remarkable contributions to Jiangzhou's reputation. Once the awards segment concluded, amidst the thunderous applause from faculty, students, and all guests, Luo Feng was invited to the stage to deliver his champion's speech. He confidently approached the microphone, his gaze sweeping across the sea of eager, admiring, and hopeful young faces, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had not prepared grandiose rhetoric. His voice was steady and sincere, yet imbued with a power that resonated deeply. Esteemed leaders, teachers, dear classmates, alumni, and all the cherished elders from my hometown. Standing here, at the place where my dreams began, my heart is filled with excitement and gratitude. I am elated by this supreme honor and thankful for the nurturing of my alma mater. Finally, allow me to express my heartfelt thanks once again to my school, Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. Thank you, Jiangzhou. No matter where I go in the future or what achievements I attain, I will forever be a Jiangzhou person, eternally a student of Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. Thank you all. Luo Feng's speech was unembellished yet heartfelt, particularly his candid acknowledgement of his past ordinariness and relentless effort, which deeply resonated with every student present. As his words concluded, the auditorium fell into a momentary, reverent silence, before erupting into applause more fervent and enduring than any previous. As if it sought to break through the roof, countless students ignited with the flames of ambition, the power of example materializing in that moment. The climax of the celebration culminated in a grand parade and Pokémon showcase in the school's central plaza. Luo Feng and Su Qingxue stood side by side atop a beautifully adorned convertible, slowly traversing the campus. The flowers and ribbons they scattered along the route, creating a vibrant downpour of floral splendor. Luo Feng summoned forth the majestic Gyarados and the elegantly resplendent Milotic, while Su Qingxue commanded the valiant Houndoom and the magnificent Dragonite to accompany them. These formidable Pokémon, accompanied by their exceptional trainers, basked in the resounding cheers and attention of the entire school, elevating the atmosphere of the celebration to its zenith. Witnessing the radiant Luo Feng, enveloped in a cascade of flowers, applause, and adoring gazes, alongside Su Qingxue, whose lineage, talent, and beauty set her apart from him by a chasm of disparity, Lin Weiwei felt a chilling despair wash over her entirely. A divide existed between them, a gulf she would never be able to traverse in her lifetime. The once bright future that could have been hers lay buried beneath her own hands. At this moment, regret gnawed at her insides, a relentless torment akin to a myriad of ants feasting upon her heart, leaving her nearly breathless with anguish. Meanwhile, Zhao Kai joined the fervent crowd, clapping vigorously and sincerely, a proud smile adorning his face, as if to proclaim to all, "Look, this is the champion who emerged from our Jiangzhou." I, Zhao Kai, was once a stepping stone on this legendary path. The fireworks from the Jiangzhou #1 high school celebration seemed to linger in the night sky, their ephemeral brilliance still resonating, while the media's extensive coverage kept the excitement alive, and conversations about the breathtaking college entrance exam competition echoed in the streets. Yet, at the eye of the storm, the two central figures, Luo Feng and Su Qingxue, quietly gathered their belongings, retreating from the tumultuous vortex and embarking on a remarkable journey that belonged solely to them. To evade unnecessary scrutiny, both opted for simple disguises, donning understated black masks that concealed much of their faces. After all, Luo Feng's rising fame had spread through the streets, and Su Qingxue's ethereal beauty and exceptional prowess had garnered her a modicum of local renown in Jiangzhou. Without some form of concealment, traversing the city would be an arduous task. Luo Feng's fingers brushed against the card containing vast capital through the fabric of his clothing, while the system interface in his mind, akin to a tranquil galaxy, awaited his command. With over a month remaining before the commencement of classes at Beta University, this was not a holiday to squander, but rather a golden window of opportunity to solidify his future endeavors. Long before the college entrance exam competition, Luo Feng had devised a plan. He intended to journey with Su Qingxue across the vast expanse of the nation, leveraging the system's unique ability of Pokémon qualification insight to seek out the rare gems scattered in renowned Pokémon malls, auction houses, specialized breeding facilities, and even remote resource points in various cities, gathering as many high-quality Pokémon as possible. Their first destination was the economically prosperous coastal city, renowned for its abundant water-type Pokémon resources. The briny, humid sea breeze greeted them, mingling with the sounds of port ships and the distinctive aroma of disinfectant and fruits from the Pokémon Center. The city's towering glass facades shimmered in the sunlight, reflecting the azure sea in the distance. They made their way to the illustrious Heilong Palace auction house, steeped in history. More than an auction house, it resembled a colossal shell-shaped work of art. The interior was softly lit and adorned with deep blue carpeting, while the walls featured intricate reliefs of various water-type Pokémon, and the air was imbued with a subtle scent of sandalwood and the energy of water stones. The bidders, dressed impeccably, engaged in hushed conversations, creating an atmosphere that was both elegant and solemn. Luo Feng and Su Qingxue chose a slightly dimmer spot towards the back, their understated demeanor setting them apart from the crowd. With a flicker of thought, Luo Feng activated an invisible system scanning wave that silently enveloped the entire display platform. The auctioneer, clad in a sharply tailored suit, introduced each item with a voice rich in magnetism. The first item to be presented was a set of high-quality water stones, their internal energy radiating a gentle blue light under the spotlight, prompting a flurry of modest bidding. Next came a set of commemorative balls inscribed with ancient patterns, rumored to be relics of a water-type master, valued more for their historical significance than their utility. Following that, several water-type Pokémon of respectable quality were showcased, including a particularly agile agate jellyfish and a clawed crab gleaming with a metallic sheen. The system's feedback displayed predominantly advanced green hues and sporadic elite blue auras, failing to pique Luo Feng's interest significantly as he patiently awaited the highlight. When the auctioneer signaled for staff to present a specially designed temperature-controlled breeding box, the spotlight immediately illuminated it, revealing a lively Froakie adorned with a delicate ring of bubbles around its neck, eliciting a chorus of soft gasps from the audience. Dear esteemed guests, we now present a highlight of this auction. The auctioneer's voice rose with fervor. This is an extraordinarily vibrant Froakie, whose reaction speed and energy affinity have been confirmed by our chief breeding team to far exceed that of its peers, with immense potential ahead. Even without the system's scan, modern detection instruments could ascertain the Froakie's remarkable potential, justifying the high opening price. As the auctioneer continued to elaborate, Luo Feng's pupils constricted slightly. In his system's vision, the Froakie was enveloped in a circle of nearly tangible, resplendent golden light. Pokémon Froakie. Qualification: Champion Golden. Attribute: Water. Ability: Protean Hidden Ability. Skills: Pound, Growl, Water Gun. Shadow Sneak, Inherited. Status: Healthy, Curious, and highly energetic. The hidden ability: Protean. Luo Feng felt a jolt of excitement. This indicated that upon evolving into a Greninja, this Froakie could change its type to match the moves it employed, bestowing immeasurable tactical value. He immediately leaned towards Su Qingxue, whispering decisively, his tone brooking no argument. Qingxue, we must secure this Froki. Though she could not perceive the dazzling golden aura, her unwavering trust in Luo Feng allowed no hesitation, even through her mask. Her eyes sparkled with support as she nodded gently. The bidding commenced with an opening price of 5 million alliance coins, and the price swiftly escalated. Many discerning trainers recognized the Froki's exceptional nature, leading to intense competition. 6 million, 6,500,000, 7 million. The price quickly soared past 10 million and continued to rise steadily. When it reached 20 million, the bidding voices noticeably thinned, and many chose to withdraw. At that moment, a middle-aged man in luxurious attire, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, raised his paddle, his voice steady. 25 million. He appeared resolute, casting a haughty glance at the back. Only then did Luo Feng, unhurried, raise his paddle for the first time, clearly stating 50 million. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned towards him, a mixture of surprise and scrutiny in their gazes. This price was nearly double the previous bid, leaping to a level that deterred most participants. The auctioneer's voice trembled with disbelief and excitement. A bid of 50 million from the gentleman at the back. 50 million once. The man in gold-rimmed glasses visibly darkened, his expression souring as he turned to glimpse Luo Feng's visage, only to meet a pair of calm eyes and a masked face. Gritting his teeth, he raised his paddle again. 51 million. 60 million. Luo Feng's eyelids remained unflinching as he raised the bid once more, his tone so nonchalant it seemed as though he were merely stating a commonplace figure. With hundreds of billions in capital at his disposal, he possessed the unassailable confidence to crush any potential competitor. A collective intake of breath echoed throughout the room. The man in gold-rimmed glasses flushed with anger, his fists clenched, but ultimately relinquished his paddle, choosing not to pursue further. After a brief silence, the hammer fell. During the delivery procedures, the seasoned auction house manager, observing the masked young man whose visage was obscured, could not help but exclaim, "Young man, you possess remarkable discernment and even greater audacity." He was evidently speculating about Luo Feng's identity. Luo Feng merely inclined his head slightly, offering no further explanation. Gently, he took the high-grade sphere containing the vibrant quagsire. Feeling the surging vitality and aquatic energy within, his heart brimming with joy at this bounteous acquisition. This journey had commenced with a splendid stroke of luck. Departing from the sea breeze-kissed coastal city, the two boarded a high-speed aircraft, swiftly arriving at the international metropolis renowned as the Pearl of the East, Shanghai. Here, the Pokémon industry flourished even more, with towering skyscrapers and colossal holographic billboards incessantly displaying the latest Pokémon competitions and product information. Where competition thrived and opportunities lay hidden in every corner. Amidst the throngs in Shanghai, the two maintained their habit of wearing masks, cautiously concealing their identities. Their first destination was the largest Pokémon department store in Shanghai, known as the Eastern Treasure Trove. The atmosphere was abuzz with voices, and an array of merchandise dazzled the eye. Luo Feng activated the system scan, functioning like an efficient humanoid radar, filtering through the surging crowd and dense product information. Green and blue auras pulsed rhythmically, with the occasional flash of a purple glow, indicating a gym-level Pokémon, being a rare sight. Yet, Pokémon or eggs of higher qualifications were as rare as phoenix feathers. After 2 consecutive days of searching, the results were meager. Just as Luo Feng began to feel disheartened and contemplated a change of strategy, a turning point emerged at a high-end specialty store on the top floor of the department store, primarily featuring psychic-type Pokémon. The ambience inside was serene, with soft lighting illuminating various telekinetic spoons and curved utensils, as if the air itself flowed with a faint psychic energy. As Luo Feng's gaze swept across the display cases, it suddenly froze on a solitary, velvet-covered pedestal. There lay a Pokémon egg, its shell adorned with intertwining patterns of light blue and white, accompanied by an exquisite sign that read, "Ralt's egg, suspected, price, 660,000 alliance coins." Within the system's view, a deep red aura surged within the egg, rich and heavy, reminiscent of abyssal flames. More astonishingly, tiny star-like specks, signifying its unusual coloration, flickered at the edges of the glow. Item: Ralt's egg, female. Qualification: champion, deep red. Type: psychic fairy. Ability: synchronize, potentially evolving into Galade or Gardevoir. Condition: extremely high life vitality at the hatching critical point. Remarks: shiny. Exceptionally excellent individual values. Champion level. And a shiny one at that. Luo Feng's heart raced. The psychic fairy type Ralts, evolving into either Galade or Gardevoir, held boundless potential. both as a tactical core and formidable combatant. A standard Ralts that has already hatched typically costs around 5 million in the market, while this egg was priced at 6,660,000. With its post-hatching qualifications remaining uncertain, no wonder it had garnered little interest. And the store owner evidently did not dare to hatch it themselves for fear of luck, thus setting this awkwardly high price. Suppressing his excitement, he pointed at the egg and addressed the shop assistant. "I will take this Ralts egg." The assistant, a young woman dressed in a smart uniform, glanced toward where Luo Feng indicated, her eyes widening with surprise. This egg had been on display for quite some time, with few inquiries, as most deemed the price too high and the risk too great. She confirmed, "Very well, sir. This Ralts egg is priced at 6,660,000 alliance coins." Luo Feng produced a sleek crystal card that shimmered with understated luxury. Effortlessly swiping it at the payment machine, the 6,660,000 vanished like flowing water, without him even batting an eyelash. The young assistant, observing this lavish spending as though buying cabbage, yet noticing the young man's remarkably composed demeanor, despite the mask, his calm aura was unmistakable, found herself pondering, which young master was out here experiencing life? Maintaining a standard professional smile, she enthusiastically recommended, "Sir, our store is equipped with the most advanced constant temperature and humidity hatching facilities, offering complimentary instant hatching services to ensure the Pokémon baby is born in the most comfortable and healthiest state. Would you like to proceed?" Luo Feng, considering the system's indication that the egg was at the hatching critical point, akin to a chick on the verge of breaking free, realized that utilizing professional equipment would surely be more reliable than hatching it himself. He readily nodded in agreement. "All right, please use the best equipment." "Certainly, please hold on." Under the assistant's guidance, the precious egg, laden with hope and a hefty price tag, was cautiously placed into a sci-fi styled, softly glowing precision hatching device, treated as if it were a fragile work of art. With a subtle energy fluctuation activated, the surface of the eggshell began to exhibit a web-like pattern of cracks at a visibly rapid pace. A faint yet distinctly clear psychic wave spread throughout the hall, awakening those nearby. "Oh, look over there. The egg seems to be moving quite a bit." This unusual commotion immediately attracted other customers in the hall, who were either selecting Pokémon eggs or caring for their Pokémon. They instinctively gathered around, craning their necks in curiosity, eager to see what sort of creature could emerge from such an exorbitantly priced egg. In the next moment, crack, the eggshell shattered completely. A radiant white light, purer and more dazzling than that of a typical Ralts evolution, burst forth, nearly blinding the onlookers. As the brilliance receded like a receding tide, everyone held their breath for a moment. Within the hatching chamber lay a creature, entirely pure white and seemingly sculpted from fresh snow, untouched by any speck of dust. Quietly curled up, its pair of signature red sensory organs, resembling small horns atop its head, appeared even more vibrant against its pristine white body, akin to red plums blooming in the snow, captivating the gaze of all who beheld it. "Oh my gosh, it's a shiny Ralts." The young assistant was the first to react, gasping in astonishment, her hands instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if witnessing an incredible miracle. The surrounding customers erupted into a frenzy of whispers, their voices merging into a cacophony of excitement. "A white one. My goodness. I've never seen a white Ralts in my life." The rarity of this shiny form was not merely a matter of aesthetics. Seasoned trainers had spoken of these Pokémon's potential often exceeding that of their counterparts. They were truly one in a million, not just exceeding. Any appearance of a shiny individual has the potential to serve as a core powerhouse for gym leaders. Such Pokémon cannot even be measured by conventional market prices. They are priceless. 6,660,000, my heavens. This is not merely a purchase gone awry. This is akin to striking gold. What kind of fortune must these young individuals possess? Their luck is truly extraordinary. Many cast envious, jealous, and even curious glances, tinged with awe, towards the ever-masked Luo Feng and his companion, Su Qingxue. In that moment, all attention converged upon Luo Feng and the newly hatched shiny Ralts, akin to a snow spirit. Successfully acquiring this treasure interwoven with deep red and pure white, Luo Feng felt an elation akin to sipping ice-cold soda on a sweltering summer day, refreshing to the core. Yet on the surface, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Under the scrutiny of the complex gazes of the crowd, he calmly retrieved a high-grade Poké Ball that had been meticulously prepared in advance. With a flash of crimson light, he gently captured the newly emerged little creature within. Subsequently, he exchanged a knowing glance with Su Qingxue, who was also masked. Their synergy was palpable. Without lingering further, They discreetly departed the department store amidst a sea of envious and resentful stares, choosing to shroud their achievements in secrecy. Shortly thereafter, leveraging certain connections within the Su family and the subtly burgeoning financial prowess of Luo Feng, though unbeknownst to outsiders, they procured entry tickets to the renowned black market auction in the Magic City through special channels. It is crucial to note that this black market is not a den of illegality, but rather a legitimate venue with exceedingly high entry qualifications, where the items traded are exceptionally rare and valuable, attracting only the affluent elite. The atmosphere here, in stark contrast to the pristine and orderly auction houses, is imbued with an air of mystery and subtlety. Inside the auction hall, the lighting dazzled brilliantly, and the ambience was as fervent as the asphalt on a summer noon, saturated with the scent of wealth. The auctioneer, with his eloquent rhetoric and animated gestures, extolled several items that appeared to be mere rocks unearthed from a construction site, ancient fossils, and a few eggs of mysterious sprites, adorned with abstract patterns reminiscent of avant-garde art, weaving a tale of ancient power and the potential to hatch Pokémon of legendary lineage, stirring the audience's fervor. The attendees, clad in tailored suits and sporting luxury watches, or dressed in understated yet finely crafted casual attire, were akin to adrenaline-fueled enthusiasts, fervently raising their paddles in a frenzy of bidding. The numbers soared, faster than a firework rocket, escalating into the millions with nary a blink. Luo Feng, reclining comfortably in a plush seat with legs crossed, bore a knowing smirk tinged with irony. His internal system had already peeled back the layers of the so-called treasures on stage, revealing their uniformly green, high-grade, and blue, special-grade, qualities. To one who had witnessed golden legends and deep crimson royals, these items were no more than mass-produced trinkets, hardly worth the space they occupied. His mind was rife with scathing thoughts. Ah, another naive fool. Spending 3 or 4 million on a blue-quality fossil helmet, will it be worshipped as an ancestor or kept as a pet turtle? And what of its evolution into a scythe helmet? Can it possibly match my legendary Pokémon in battle? He nudged Su Qingxue, who wore a curious expression, slightly anxious from the electric atmosphere, and whispered, "Stay calm, my dear. Just enjoy the spectacle. What precedes us is merely an appetizer. The real treasures are yet to come." Su Qingxue blinked her beautiful eyes, although she couldn't quite fathom Luo Feng's unwavering confidence. Lacking a system of her own, she nodded obediently, trusting him unconditionally, and settled into the role of an amused observer, watching the wealthy bidders compete fiercely over mere stones. Indeed, the initial items were swiftly auctioned off at astonishing prices, with the winners appearing smugly triumphant, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure, while Luo Feng remained unfazed, even amused, skillfully sidestepping these consumer traps. He felt his financial acumen, frugality, had been further honed, until finally, a plush, rotund teddy bear, resembling an oversized toy, was gingerly brought onto the stage by a staff member. The little creature tilted its head adorably, its large, dark eyes sparkling like pure gems as it curiously surveyed the peculiar humans below. Its innocent and endearing expression instantly charmed a host of female bidders and even some rugged men harboring inner princesses. "Oh, how adorable!" Su Qingxue exclaimed, her eyes glimmering with delight, as girls typically have little resistance to such fluffy creatures. Luo Feng, appearing as composed as ever, remained seated without changing his posture, yet internally, he was in an uproar. A tempest had erupted within him. In his system's view, this seemingly harmless teddy bear radiated a blinding golden legendary glow. Pokémon Teddy Bear. Qualification, Champion, Gold. Type, Normal Fighting. Ability, Fluffy, damage from contact moves is halved, and it is unaffected by additional effects of fire-type moves. Charming Physique, Hidden Ability. Occasionally mesmerizes opponents upon contact. Moves, Tackle, Round Eyes, Desire, Ram, Inherited. Status, Healthy, Energetic, with astonishing defense, enhanced by the Fluffy ability. My goodness, a golden legend. With dual abilities. Fluffy and Charming Physique. The little figure inside Luo Feng's mind was already cheering wildly. "Qingxue, we must secure this bear, at any cost." He instantly shifted into a battle-ready state, his body instinctively sitting up straighter. Once it evolves into a bear, it will undoubtedly become a formidable partner, capable of tearing through foes. Cough, cough, a highly powerful and reliable ally. He abruptly reined in his enthusiasm, refraining from uttering the overly ferocious tear through phrase, fearing it might alarm Su Qingxue. With dual exceptional abilities, combined with its champion-level invincible qualification, this teddy bear, originally inferior in base stats to even the starter Pokémon, now possessed terrifying potential that rivaled or even surpassed certain demigods. This was not merely a cute creature. It was a monster cloaked in bare fur. As the bidding commenced, the price soared like a rocket. The teddy bear clearly commanded immense popularity, not only due to its striking appearance that captivated many hearts, but also because those with discerning eyes could see its shiny fur and lively gaze were anything but ordinary. Luo Feng, without a hint of hesitation, plunged into the fray. Each of his bids was decisive and unambiguous, exuding an aura of unwavering determination. 1,800,000, 2,000,000, 2,500,000, 3,000,000, 3,500,000. The price quickly approached the 4 million mark. Generally, an excellent quality teddy bear would fetch no more than 2 to 3 million, and selling for a price comparable to high-quality starters was already considered a significant overvaluation. 5 million. Luo Feng's eyelids did not flutter as he declared a price that momentarily silenced the room. This amount was indeed exorbitant for a teddy bear that had yet to evolve, its potential still unrealized. Many bidders, who had initially been resolute, began to hesitate, weighing the pros and cons. The auctioneer surveyed the room, his voice charged with excitement. 5 million. This young gentleman has bid 5 million. Is there anyone willing to go higher? 5 million once. 5 million twice. 5 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this young gentleman. With a beep, the card was successfully charged. Luo Feng felt his heart bleed. 5 million. Though not the highest bidder, it was still a painful sum. Yet, gazing at the freshly acquired Poké Ball containing the future violent cutie, he felt this was indeed a lucrative investment. Beside him, Su Qingxue beamed at his decisive and extravagant demeanor, her eyes sparkling with warmth, softly remarking, "It seems you really do like it." Luo Feng chuckled, leaning closer and lowering his voice with a hint of pride. "Just wait, my dear, it will soon become our team's most reliable tank and damage dealer. Don't let its cuteness fool you. It will pack a punch." Emerging from the steel jungle of the Magic City, infused with the scent of technology and wealth, the two boarded an aircraft bound for the tropical allure of the South Guangdong region. Upon disembarking, a wave of warmth, mingled with the sweet aroma of tropical fruits and the earthy scent of damp soil, enveloped them, starkly contrasting with the cold, air-conditioned atmosphere of the Magic City. The surroundings are lush and vibrant, reminiscent of an eternally lively rainforest, where the incessant chirping of insects and the melodious calls of birds fill the air, which is tinged with a verdant scent. They have employed a local guide, dark-skinned and shrewd, well-versed in the intricacies of the local environment, to delve deep into the ecologically protected zones and lawful hunting grounds. Capturing Pokémon in these pristine locales requires skill, patience, and serendipity, offering a far greater thrill and sense of accomplishment than simply splurging in an auction house. In a mist-laden area where colossal ferns towered over human height, evoking a prehistoric ambience, Luo Feng cautiously parted the draping vines, his feet slipping on the damp moss below. At that moment, a flash of emerald, as swift as lightning, darted across his vision. Pokémon Scyther. Qualities: Elite, Crimson. Type: Bug Flying. Ability: Technician, boosts the power of moves with a base power of 60 or less by 50. Moves: Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, Double Team, Wing Attack, X-Scissor, Mastered. Status: Alert. Patrolling its territory with movements as swift as the wind, its scythes razor-sharp. An elite-level Pokémon. With the Technician ability, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed brightly, akin to a searchlight. With such a configuration, once evolved into a Scyther and paired with Bullet Punch, it would undoubtedly be a top-tier physical attacker. Furthermore, a sudden idea struck him, and a grin crept across his face. If he captured this creature and presented it to his father, wouldn't he be overjoyed? His father had long been expressing a desire for a formidable bug-type Pokémon. Luo Feng could already envision the delighted expression on his father's face, unable to contain his excitement, boasting to anyone who would listen. However, this elite-level Scyther was exceedingly vigilant, its senses sharp as a hawk's. As soon as Luo Feng's gaze locked onto it, its multifaceted eyes twitched slightly, instantly sensing danger, transforming into a green streak, darting deeper into the rainforest. It moved so swiftly that it left merely an afterimage on his retina. "Chase! Don't let it escape!" Luo Feng growled, and the trio sprang into action, pushing through the dense foliage, their feet slipping on the slick ground as they raced forward. The scene resembled a Hollywood action blockbuster. Scyther glided through the forest, agile as a gymnast, deftly navigating the thick branches and complex terrain, its sides slicing through the air, occasionally unleashing air blades, that cleave through obstructing vines and branches, sending debris flying, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Its speed was astonishing. Had it not been for the system locking onto its energy fluctuations, they would have lost it long ago. We can't confront it head-on. Its elite power is too formidable. We must outsmart it. Luo Feng's mind raced as he analyzed the situation, observing Scyther's movement patterns closely. He noted that despite its incredible speed, after each extreme acceleration and a series of intricate evasive maneuvers, it would pause for a brief moment on a large rock, seemingly to assess its pursuers and regain some stamina. The opportunity had arrived, just as Scyther landed again, on the cusp of exhaustion and before it could gather its strength anew. Milotic now? Use attract. Luo Feng seized the moment, issuing the command. The elegant and beautiful Milotic emerged, radiating a captivating pink light that was both mesmerizing and irresistible. This light bore no offensive intent, yet held an undeniable allure. A status-inducing move that was difficult to completely evade. In its brief moment of vulnerability, Scyther, caught in a state of temporary relaxation, was enveloped by the pink glow, its movements abruptly stalling as confusion flickered in its multifaceted eyes. Was that astonishment? After all, Milotic's charm is unparalleled. Its actions became sluggish, as if a slow-motion button had been pressed. Elite Pokémon, make your presence known. Use your imposing aura to intimidate it. Do not attack. Luo Feng swiftly sent out his second Pokémon, Gyarados. The colossal figure of Gyarados erupted forth, not launching an attack, but raising its head to unleash a primal roar, resonating with the essence of a top predator. The powerful aura radiated like a tangible shockwave, causing nearby leaves to tremble and rustle. Still dazed from the effects of attract, Scyther, overwhelmed by Gyarados' oppressive presence, froze in place, even forgetting to swing its raised scythes. Its eyes filled with terror. Now is the time. Ultra Ball, go! Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Luo Feng flicked his wrist, sending an Ultra Ball arcing perfectly, striking Scyther squarely on the forehead with a resounding pop, engulfing it in a flash of red light. The Ultra Ball landed on the ground, shaking violently from side to side, the indicator light flickering anxiously, as if it might spring open at any moment. Once, twice, thrice ding, accompanied by a melodious locking sound. The indicator light extinguished completely. Yes, captured successfully. The elite-level technician Scyther is now in hand. Luo Feng triumphantly punched the air, his face alight with exhilaration. Su Qingxue and the guide exhaled a collective sigh of relief, their expressions transforming into smiles of relief. The chase had indeed been exhilarating. As their journey approached its final destination, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, transitioning from the sun-drenched tropical rainforest to the eerie and foreboding Fengdu City. Upon entering the renowned and frightening, scenic area known as the Underworld Palace, the temperature plummeted, and the light grew exceedingly dim, illuminated solely by the ghostly bluish-green glow emanating from the walls, which might have been phosphorescence, along with the mischievous antics of certain ghost-type Pokémon. Chilling, bone-piercing white fog enveloped the area, significantly reducing visibility. Occasionally, the air was filled with eerie laughter, giggles, and cackles, belonging to Jengars and Ghastlies, as they played pranks, using illusions and sounds to startle unsuspecting visitors. At times, a cold breeze would sweep past the back of one's neck, sending shivers down one's spine. Luo Feng sensed that his system scan was experiencing some form of interference here. The signal was intermittent, akin to entering a signal jamming zone, severely diminishing the scanning range and clarity. This heightened his vigilance. They proceeded cautiously, their minds sharp and focused, successfully evading several groups of ghost types that delighted in using hypnosis to send people into slumber or delivering a chilling paralysis via lick, primarily the Ghastly and Ghastly Squad. As they traversed a narrow corridor steeped in an ominous atmosphere, flanked by bizarre, clawed stalactites, Luo Feng's peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of an incredibly faint, nearly camouflaged deep purple shimmer, almost merging with the surrounding darkness and fog. Pokémon, Shiny Ghastly. Quality, Elite, Crimson. Type, Ghost Poison. Ability, Levitate. Moves, Hypnosis, Lick. Curse, Confuse Ray, Strange Light. Status, Invisible, Energy Coalescing, filled with mischievous intent, exceedingly cunning. A white Jengar in reserve. Luo Feng's heart surged with elation. This was a rarity among rarities. A Shiny Ghastly evolves into the striking white Jengar, a perfect blend of power and aesthetics. However, this white Ghastly was exceptionally crafty, continuously switching between visibility and invisibility, flitting from one corner to another, occasionally hurling Hypnosis or Confuse Ray to disrupt their strategy. Truly a formidable adversary. Ralts, I'm counting on you. Draw it out from the shadows. Luo Feng summoned the newly hatched, yet extraordinarily gifted shiny Ralts. Though still in its infancy, this little one possessed an elite foundation, displaying remarkable talent in the manipulation of psychic energy. It was inherently sensitive to energy fluctuations. Chapter 105. The journey comes to an end. School opening scene. Little Lariolasis, with her eyes tightly shut and her delicate face taut, had a tiny red horn on her head quivering like a radar, emitting a faint glow as it meticulously sensed the invisible energy fluctuations surrounding her. Suddenly, her small hand shot up, resolutely pointing towards the corner of the wall, where there was nothing but a bare, cold surface. Yungxi, stop hiding. I know you're there. Luo Feng cleared his throat, preparing to unleash his verbal prowess, the art of persuasion. Why don't you come out and join us? Meals and lodging are on us. Sure, we can't offer you benefits, but we can take you out for some fun. Expose you to the world. Just look at the vibrant, bustling life outside, far superior to this gloomy, damp, Wi-Fi-less dungeon. In response, a silent attack came from the void, a lick, carrying a chilling numbness and a somewhat slimy, wet substance, suspected saliva. It darted straight towards Luo Feng's face. Whoa! Luo Feng was prepared, reacting as though he were on autopilot, executing a perfect sidestep to evade. The cold, sticky sensation brushed past the edge of his clothing, sending shivers down his spine. So you want to play rough, huh? Activate Mystical Guard. We can't let this old trickster's abnormal state gross us out. Elegantly raised her head, radiating a pure and gentle light that instantly formed an invisible protective shield, enveloping Luo Feng, Su Qingxue, and Lariolasis within. The most troublesome ghost-type hypnosis and paralysis could essentially be disregarded. Simultaneously, Luo Feng's gaze sharpened as he focused on the position Lariolasis had locked onto once again. Flicking his wrist, a specially crafted ghost ball, designed with formidable attraction and locking capabilities against ghost-type Pokémon, was swiftly hurled like a hidden weapon. Whoosh crack. It hit the seemingly empty air with pinpoint accuracy. The ghost ball landed on the ground, barely shaking, as if the creature inside either hadn't registered the situation or was simply stunned after its position had been compromised. The indicator light atop the ball blinked and then extinguished, indicating a successful lock. Done deal. A rare white Gungxi captured. Luo Feng bent down to pick up the Pokeball, tossing it in his hand, his mood soaring. It's even a shiny one. How splendid. Just imagine. A future white Gingue, how flashy that will be. This dungeon exploration concluded on a high note. Yet, what truly thrilled Luo Feng was that the journey's finale came with not one but two astonishing surprises, akin to a luxurious buy one get two free deal. The first surprise occurred in a rather shabby private research institute that appeared severely underfunded. With a charitable mindset, primarily driven by the glaring gold but on his system map, Luo Feng spent a trifling sum to rescue a Ditto, deemed by a group of short-sighted researchers as mediocre in potential and combat prowess. With only its copying ability being remotely noteworthy, the researcher wore a look of someone who thought Luo Feng had struck gold, while internally, he was on the verge of laughter, maintaining a composed exterior to avoid revealing his amusement. And then, the moment the system scan results displayed, Luo Feng felt his heart skip a beat. Champion, gold, potential. Holy moly, what does a Ditto need a bicycle for? It's essentially a universal template, capable of perfectly copying the attributes, skills, and even some stats of its opponents. Champion potential signifies that its copied attributes would be enhanced, and skill power would be amplified. This was no mere find. It was akin to striking a gold mine. Moreover, it was a versatile golden aid, a tactical core. Luo Feng's inner self erupted with joy, feeling as if he were floating with elation. His luck was unparalleled. The second surprise unfolded at the renowned Pokémon Old Street Market, a chaotic place teeming with both genuine and counterfeit goods, truly testing one's discernment, where 10 items could harbor 11 potential traps. While Luo Feng and Su Qingxue were fervently browsing, the system suddenly reacted violently to a stall selling various antiquated stones, mostly shabby replicas or ordinary pebbles, and highlighted a grimy, mud-covered, utterly nondescript stone. Item: Megastone for Swampertite. Status: Energy dormant, surface covered in dirt, and ordinary stone skin, requires professional cleaning. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat, adrenaline surging. He suppressed his excitement, pretending to be a casual onlooker and engaging in friendly, but strategic, banter with the stall owner, who sported a face that screamed buy it or scram. Boss, how much for this stone? It looks rather unique. I think it would make a lovely addition to my fish tank. Luo Feng showcased his acting skills, lifting the pebble to weigh it. The stall owner didn't even glance up, 500 alliance coins, no negotiations. He likely thought, here comes another naive fool. 500? Are you robbing me? This thing can be picked up by the river in droves, at most worth 50. Luo Feng began to haggle. After a fierce back and forth, he finally secured the megastone for a staggering 120 alliance coins, within the stall owner's mind. Jackpot. This fool. The moment he pocketed it, he felt as if he had just stashed away a mountain of gold. The megastone for Swampert. Just in time for my champion-quality mudkip to evolve. Luo Feng was so exhilarated he almost did a backflip on the spot. He only needed to find a corresponding keystone, and soon his Swampert would achieve mega evolution. Wouldn't that be a game-changer? Transforming into a dual water and ground powerhouse, a one-punch bear, dressed like a bear, reigning supreme over lesser Pokémon. Just how fierce is that? Thus, the month-long nationwide shopping spree concluded splendidly. Now let's recap this absurdly bountiful haul. As if he had access to cheat code, no one would believe it if he told them. Coastal City, Golden Legend Hidden Ability Froakie, Future Ninja Frog. The core speedy attacker of the team, simply stunning. Magic City, Crimson King Shiny Lariolasis, Future Shinado, Elurado, a beauty and a powerhouse. The Golden Champion Hidden Ability Teddiursa. Future Bear Pokémon, a cute yet brutal shield and cannon for the team. A single punch for any child. South Guangdong Region, Crimson King Technical Expert Scyther, Future Sizer. A gift for his father, a top-tier physical attacker, warning of bullet punch. Fengdu City, Crimson King Shiny Gungxi, Future White Gingue, a special attacker and master of disruptions. A true nuisance. Private Research Institute, Lucky Find Champion Ditto, a universal tool, a golden aid, tactical core, the ultimate mimic. Old Street Stall, Lucky Find Megastone for Swampert, Future Core of Mega Evolution, the key to transformation, a power amplifier. Under the radiance of Luo Feng's luck, Su Qingxue also acquired a king-level Super Lucky Absol, a blend of beauty and strength, a disaster-turned-blessing, with a built-in luck buff and a king-level Magikarp. Bubbling with joy and gazing at Luo Feng with eyes brimming with affection, dependency at an all-time high. Of course, there were minor setbacks along the way, such as losing out on a prized herdier and Gardevoir to some oblivious individuals. But compared to these extraordinary gains, those were mere trifles. It felt like setting out to pick up $1 only to be struck by several gold bricks along the way, topped with a winning lottery ticket. This journey not only enriched Luo Feng's Pokémon storage immensely, skyrocketing his strength and foundation, but it also served as a prelude to his and Su Qingshua's honeymoon. The two cared for each other throughout the adventure, experiencing surprises, excitement, and occasional minor troubles, their relationship blossoming rapidly. Achieving perfect synergy, one glance was all it took to understand each other's intentions. Seated aboard the aircraft en route back to Jiangzhou, Luo Feng gazed out at the clouds rolling by like a golden sea. He then cast a glance at Su Qingxue, who rested her head against his shoulder. Engrossed in her book, her side profile as picturesque as a painting. His fingers brushed against the weighty Pokeballs at his waist, symbols of infinite potential. And the megastone nestled in his pocket, and a singular thought resonated in his mind. Beta University, here I come. Are you ready to welcome me and my extraordinary team? Senior students, don't forget to arrange your seats. I hope you won't be too startled. The aircraft descended steadily onto the vast expanse of the Beijing International Airport, its streamlined body harmonizing perfectly with the surrounding futuristic architecture, exuding an air of sophistication. As Luo Feng and Su Qingxue disembarked from the boarding stairs and set foot on this land, they were immediately enveloped by a unique and overpowering aura. This energy was distinct from the commercial bustle of Jiangzhou or any other city they had visited. It was a blend of rich historical depth accumulated over countless years and the vibrant dynamism born from cutting-edge technology, intertwining to create a palpable intensity that was both oppressive and exhilarating. The glass facades of towering skyscrapers reflected the golden rays of the rising sun, dazzlingly bright. Sleek, silent hovering vehicles zipped along their designated aerial tracks. In the distance, the ornate eaves of the ancient imperial city stood in stark contrast to the modern skyline, appearing as wise sages quietly narrating millennia of history. Here, tradition and modernity collided to form a breathtaking tapestry. However, the crowning jewel was undoubtedly Beta University, the superlative institution sprawling across a vast expanse of mountainous terrain and plains at the heart of the city. Even from a distance at the airport, one could discern a peculiar luminescence in the sky towards Beta University, reminiscent of the aurora, a particularly enchanting sight. Those in the know understood that this was the manifestation of the university's formidable energy shield and specialized weather system. acting as a perpetual guardian of this academic sanctuary. Beatty University, the unchallenged #1 recognized by the Huaguo Alliance. Within the circle of trainers, its heritage and resources placed it at the apex of the pyramid, surveying all others. Its trainer academy was famously dubbed the Cradle of Champions, a hallowed hall that countless prodigies and dreamers aspired to enter, often at great lengths. In contrast, the registration points for Shuemu University and Modi University, though bustling with crowds and media presence, felt somewhat subdued in comparison to the electrifying atmosphere of Beatty. Seasoned reporters had already lamented live on air that this year's most exceptional talents, particularly those who excelled in the College Entrance Examination League rankings, had predominantly gravitated toward Beatty University. Today marked the day of new student registration at Beatty University. The Dragon Gate Avenue leading to the university's main entrance was already inundated with throngs of people. The scene was more vibrant than a festive market. Lining this wide bluestone avenue, capable of accommodating several trucks side by side, were statues of illustrious alumni from Beatty University, each a testament to the institution's illustrious history. Among the crowd of eager new students and their accompanying parents, the most conspicuous figures were the media reporters armed with cameras and the numerous internet influencers wielding selfie sticks, fervently broadcasting live. A particularly popular outdoor streamer, flushed with excitement, addressed the camera with a voice loud enough to drown out the surrounding clamor. "Hey, everyone, look here. This is it. The Dragon Gate of Beatty University. The legendary place where carp leap over to transform into dragons. Just look at this grandeur. Can you feel the aura of supremacy through the screen? I'm telling you, every trainer who walks through this gate is destined to be a gym leader at the very least. Isn't that incredible?" This streamer was also a distinguished alumnus from a previous cohort of Beatty University, leveraging his prestigious alma mater and personal prowess to thrive in the streaming world. In contrast, official media reporters maintained a more composed demeanor, though their eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as they navigated the crowd in search of worthy subjects to interview. The first stir of excitement was caused by Xiao Hao. Hailing from the Central Plains, his signature Pokémon was the formidable three-headed dragon. Clad in a custom training outfit adorned with dark golden dragon motifs, he exuded flamboyance. His hair stood on end, and his gaze was sharp as a blade, intimidating in its intensity. Although he did not release his three-headed dragon, the distinctive aura of a dragon trainer immediately drew a throng of attention. As soon as he made his appearance, he was surrounded by reporters and streamers eager to capture his thoughts. "Xiao Hao, as the top talent from the Central Plains Examination District, what led you to choose Beatty University?" A microphone was nearly thrust into his face. Xiao Hao flashed a grin, imbued with youthful arrogance. "What's there to ask? It's obviously because Beatty is the strongest. Only here can I encounter the fiercest opponents and become even stronger. My goal is to battle all the elite trainers. Engage in friendly sparring." He secretly mused, particularly about Luo Feng and Shirley, thinking he needed to face them multiple times to truly gauge his limits. In this era, stagnation equated to regression, and he certainly did not wish to be left trailing behind. His brash and candid remarks sent the live chat into a frenzy, while many of his contemporaries clenched their fists, feeling the pressure. Shortly thereafter, a discreet yet undeniably luxurious hover car descended gracefully. Emerging from it was Tang Yuru, known as the Flame Princess from the Southwest region. Her demeanor was cool and ethereal, reminiscent of a lotus blooming on a snow-capped mountain. Clad in a fiery red custom training outfit that perfectly accentuated her graceful curves, her Poké Ball belt was exquisitely crafted, although she did not bring her signature Charizard. The intense heat radiating from her, characteristic of a powerful fire-type trainer, seemed to elevate the surrounding temperature. Her beauty and aloofness starkly contrasted with Xiao Hao's flamboyance. "Tang Yuru, it is said that you turned down a generous offer from Modi University to ultimately choose Beatty. Could you share your thoughts?" The reporters bombarded her with questions. Tang Yuru nodded slightly, her voice clear yet imbued with an appropriate distance. "The training heritage and practical atmosphere at Beatty are unparalleled in the country. This place offers the best platform for honing my skills alongside my Pokémon." Her gaze swept over her remarkable peers, a flicker of battle intent glimmering in her eyes. "I am eager to engage with true powerhouses," she silently added, "with Xiao Hao here, and Shirley seemingly present. I wonder why that overwhelmingly powerful Luo Feng has yet to make an appearance." At that moment, several vehicles from various directions arrived simultaneously, igniting a new wave of commotion and attention. "Hey, Howsy, you're here to show off already? Didn't he get enough bragging in the group chat and need to flaunt in person?" boomed a thunderous voice. Approaching with an unapologetic swagger was Sun Hao. renowned for his giant crab Pokémon and hailing from a coastal city. His physique was robust, akin to a young bull, his bronze skin glistening healthily under the sun, and his cheerful disposition radiated warmth like a little sun. He stepped forward and, with an intimate familiarity, delivered a hearty slap on Xiahou Hao's shoulder, the force of which made Xiahou Hao grimace slightly. It was evident that they had long been well acquainted within the clandestine alliance they had formed, primarily aimed at devising strategies to defeat Luo Feng, often indulging in playful banter. "Fatty son, your timing is impeccable," Xiahou Hao retorted without hesitation. Yet his expression radiated genuine warmth. "You are the one who can flood the chat the most. Don't be timid in reality." "Haha, whoever is timid is a coward. The true test awaits at the battle tower. Just don't blame my Kingler for giving your three-headed dragon a thorough massage with its pincers." On the other side, Feng Miao, the sea sun from Lansong City, had also arrived. He exuded an aura of calmness reminiscent of an unfathomable deep lake, donned in a light blue training outfit that seemed to imbue him with the profound essence of the ocean. He smiled and greeted Shirley, who had just stepped off the vehicle. "Brother Shirley, I trust you are well." Shirley's arrival immediately drew one of the largest crowds. He was the runner-up of a national competition, a successor of the ancient martial arts lineage. His stature was as erect as a pine tree, and his gait was as steady as a mountain. Clad in a simple black training outfit, the contours of his muscles hinted beneath the fabric, each movement imbued with a unique rhythm, unmistakably the mark of a seasoned practitioner. Although his expression was tranquil, an intrinsic aura emanated from him that naturally subdued the surrounding clamor. Who was unaware that he wielded the formidable martial arts bear, the terrifyingly powerful Snorlax, and the mega-evolving Lucario? This lineup was both luxurious and comprehensive, perfectly aligning with his martial prowess, exuding an almost absurd strength. "Brother Feng Miao." Shirley returned the gesture with a respectful clasp of his fists, his voice deep and resonant, exuding a persuasive aura. His gaze swept across the crowd, briefly resting on Xiahou Hao and Sun Hao with a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Simultaneously, he scanned the crowd with his peripheral vision, searching for the individual who had profoundly impressed him in the finals, Luo Feng, who had yet to arrive. He mused, considering Luo Feng's character. It was unusual for him to be late for such an occasion. "Ah, the aura of a runner-up is indeed remarkable. Just look at this presence." Han Bing from the north sauntered over, his silver hair and blue eyes exuding a chill akin to the Siberian winds. A simple statement from him seemed to lower the surrounding temperature by a couple of degrees. Although he spoke little, his eyes lacked malice, instead conveying a sense of camaraderie. This group, accustomed to playful jests and mutual teasing in their online interactions, now found themselves face to face in reality. Despite the competitive undertones, there was an undeniable familiarity and camaraderie among this peculiar assembly. Little Fatty Jean Duo practically rolled over, clad in ostentatious brand-name training attire that dazzled the eyes, and his wrist adorned with a custom bracelet encrusted with a keystone, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight. "Oh my, esteemed leaders, brothers and sisters, we are all here. Has our battle alliance successfully convened offline? In the future at Beatty, let us look out for each other and keep warm together." He cheerfully greeted everyone, his ability to lighten the atmosphere reaching its zenith, instantly easing the tension among these prodigies. Following him were Ying, who specialized in electric types and seemed to crackle with energy, Limu Gu, the bug-type master who appeared like a genial senior, and Wu Yi, who embraced unconventional tactics, casually dressed, yet with an astute glint in his eyes, all of whom soon joined this increasingly captivating circle of geniuses. Limu Gu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze behind the lenses warm and wise. He smiled and, in his characteristic leisurely tone, remarked, "It appears that, after all this time, we have all gravitated toward this place." Reflecting on the forthcoming 4 years of university life, it truly fills one with anticipation. Those familiar with him knew that this seemingly scholarly young man possessed a rare Pokémon known as the Sun's Avatar, the Volcarona. His strength was unfathomable, having already showcased devastating power in previous competitions. Wu Yi interjected, "Scholarly, spare us the pedantry. You'll have ample opportunities to spar later. I've been eager to test my unconventional strategies with all of you, especially with your Volcarona. I've prepared a special surprise package." The cameras of reporters and streamers switched frantically among these future stars, the excitement in the live stream skyrocketing like a rocket. The sight of these renowned talents congregating at the gates of Beatty stirred the passions of all viewers, foreshadowing the fierce battles ahead in the upcoming intercollegiate competitions. A seasoned commentator, with utmost seriousness, analyzed in the live stream, "Shuemu excels in theory, and Magic City is a commercial powerhouse. But when it comes to the practical cultivation of hard skills and the overall atmosphere, Beatty appears to have the upper hand. Just look at the aura and interactions of these newcomers. They are familiar with one another and each unwilling to concede. This year's Intercollegiate League is likely to make headlines, stirring up quite a storm. Just as this assembly of prodigies exchanged pleasantries, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Another sleek, silver aircraft, its design striking and its lines flowing like a work of art, quietly descended in the designated area. Its unique license plate and elegant form immediately capturing the attention of several observant individuals, particularly the talented group. The cabin door slid open silently. The first to emerge was a long, slender leg clad in white training pants. Following closely was the ethereal figure of Su Qingxue, her beauty seemingly untouched by the mundane world. Today, she wore a simple yet stylish white trainer's outfit, with silver-threaded patterns glimmering subtly in the sunlight, further accentuating her otherworldly grace. Despite lacking any ostentatious accessories, her innate elegance and beauty magnetically captivated everyone's gaze. "It's Su Qingxue," someone exclaimed, recognition dawning among the crowd. Although her personal fame was not among the highest in the national competition, her association with Luo Feng, along with rampant rumors of their romantic involvement, made her presence itself a sensational topic, instantly drawing the attention of all present. As many gazes lingered on her for a moment, they collectively turned toward the aircraft's cabin door with intense anticipation, as it was widely accepted that where Su Qingxue was, Luo Feng would likely follow. Sure enough, their expectations were quickly fulfilled. After Su Qingxue disembarked, she did not immediately advance, but instead slightly turned. A barely perceptible, yet profoundly gentle smile gracing her lips as her clear gaze focused on the cabin, seemingly awaiting someone patiently. In the next moment, a tall, handsome youth with an air of calm confidence stepped gracefully from the cabin, approaching Su Qingxue and standing side by side with her. It was none other than Luo Feng. Today, he dressed rather ordinarily in a deep blue casual outfit, appearing quite affable and unpretentious. However, as he stood there casually, his serene gaze, deep as an abyss, swept over the crowd of prodigies eagerly awaiting his arrival and the myriad flashing cameras. An indescribable confidence and composure, born from countless victories in battle and absolute prowess, emanated from him, rippling outward like invisible waves, effortlessly diminishing the surrounding clamor. As he stood beside Su Qingxue, the contrast was striking. He radiated a robust, unyielding charm, while she embodied an ethereal beauty, together forming a captivating tableau. The two individuals seemed to radiate an aura of spotlight and an accompanying soundtrack, instantly becoming the unequivocal center of attention at the entrance of Beatty University, captivating all within a radius of several hundred meters. It appeared as though all the brilliance was drawn towards them. Luo Feng. It is indeed Luo Feng who has emerged. The one who dominated the Gaokao competition, wielding an imposing violent carp and a formidable Milotic, the tyrant of Jiangzhou. They truly have arrived together. Quick, everyone, direct your cameras towards them. Capture their faces. The headlines for tomorrow are set. The attention that was previously divided among other prodigies, such as Xia Houhou, Shirley, and Tang Yuru has now, without exception, converged upon Luo Feng and Su Qingxue. The scene was reminiscent of a superstar's arrival. Even the popular internet celebrity conducting a live stream could hardly contain their excitement, their voice elevating an octave. Ladies and gentlemen, can you see this? A monumental moment. The undisputed champion of this year's Gaokao competition has arrived. The strongest rookie in history, without exception, Luo Feng. And alongside him, the stunning and formidable Su Qingxue. They have come hand in hand. My goodness, what a sight. What an aura. What beauty. I can already envision the future champion of the alliance. This is the true representation of Beatty University. Do you understand the significance? The reactions from the group of prodigies below were equally captivating. Xia Houhou's eyes ignited with an almost tangible flame of battle intent, his fists cracking ominously. Finally, he is here, Luo Feng. This time, I will face you in a fair fight. Let's see just how monstrous your leave of absence king really is. A flicker of the slightest disturbance crossed Tang Yuru's cool gaze as she scrutinized Luo Feng more intently. Is this the man who has captivated Xia Houhou's thoughts and even vanquished Shirley in the finals? He certainly appears even more composed and unfathomable than in the videos. Sun Hao grinned widely, elbowing Xia Houhou with a playful nudge, his voice lowered yet audible to those nearby. The main event has arrived. Haozi, your long-desired rival, is here. Are you prepared to face the harsh realities? Shirley's gaze transformed into one of piercing focus, his aura shifting dramatically, akin to an ancient sword finally encountering a worthy opponent, enveloped in an air of sharpness. Luo Feng. This time, I shall surpass you. I will reclaim my honor. Limu Gu adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses filled with curiosity and keen interest. Is this the one who orchestrated the miracle of the golden meteor shower, possessing multiple exceptionally qualified Pokémon? Indeed, seeing is believing. This understated confidence is extraordinary. Han Bing's typically stern countenance revealed a rare glimmer of intrigue, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Interesting, the aura surrounding this man is even more profound and powerful than what I sensed in the competition footage. It seems my visit here was worthwhile. Jean Duo exaggeratedly gasped, thumping his chest. Wow, the genuine big shot has arrived. An aura that towers at 2 meters 80. Things are about to get lively at Beatty. I can sense that our days will no longer be dull. Ying clasped her hands to her heart, her eyes sparkling like stars as she whispered to her companion. Wow, no wonder he is the idol Luo Feng. He is even more handsome in real life than in the videos. His presence is overwhelming. Wu Yi stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with calculation and excitement as his mind raced. Luo Feng, I have practically memorized every match video of yours. Your tactical style, your Pokemon habits. I have studied them thoroughly. I am just waiting to surprise you in practice. There was no denying that Luo Feng's dominating performance in the Gaokao competition, particularly with that leave of absence king Pokemon that defied logic, had already become an insurmountable peak in the minds of all his contemporaries, an Everest of sorts, imposing and formidable. Now, witnessing him in person, the invisible pressure stemming from the absolute disparity in strength was almost suffocating. In the face of this overwhelming attention, the blinding flashes of cameras, and the myriad of complex gazes from future classmates, Luo Feng merely tilted his head slightly towards Su Qingxue, and in a tone that was calm yet audible to those nearby, he casually remarked, "Let us go, Qingxue, it's time to report." His voice betrayed no trace of anxiety or arrogance. Instead, it reflected a serene composure born from experience and exposure to grand spectacles. It was as if the tumultuous attention and discussions swirling around him were merely a gentle breeze, incapable of stirring the waters of his inner peace. Having spoken, he exchanged a knowing glance with Su Qingxue, and they synchronously stepped forward towards the school gate. Chapter 107, Gift of Pokémon. After completing the somewhat tedious registration procedures and receiving a brand new electronic access card along with a hefty stack of course guides, which were actually digital, Luo Feng and Su Qingxue followed the campus navigation guide, leisurely making their way towards the residential area in the southeast corner of the campus. Not far along, they encountered a strikingly designed, sleek silver-gray high-rise apartment building that resembled a sports car in its fluid lines, standing out prominently. Adorning the building were 3 grand characters, shimmering with metallic luster, Tianshu Garden. Wow, is this the legendary dormitory exclusively for top freshmen? It certainly looks impressive, Luo Feng remarked, gazing up at it. Su Qingxue nodded in agreement, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Indeed, the name carries quite the weight. As previously learned, this building was managed with utmost rigor. The first 6 floors were designated for male students, while the 7th through 12th floors were reserved for female students, distinctly separated as if by a galaxy. Upon arriving at the entrance, Luo Feng was taken aback by the stringent security measures. Not only did they have to swipe their access cards, but they also had to bring their eyes close to a device that scanned their irises. Flanking the entrance were 2 expressionless security guards in uniforms, their gazes as penetrating as searchlights, resembling 2 sentinels. An invisible energy field buzzed around, making it seem as though even a fly would be scrutinized. Experiencing the faint sensation of being scanned, Luo Feng smacked his lips in astonishment. The level of security here rivals that of a bank vault. Is it really necessary? Su Qingxue, however, expressed her satisfaction. It's better to be strict. It provides peace of mind. Their first stop was Luo Feng's abode on the 6th floor, room 606. With a light beep, the electronic door lock slid open, revealing the room's interior. Wow, this is quite nice. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. It was a standard single apartment suite, spacious with a sensible layout. Upon entering, there was a small foyer. To the left was a private bathroom and shower, with a clear division between wet and dry areas, and the fixtures were all brand new and gleaming. The main area comprised a living room that doubled as a bedroom, adorned in a soothing palette of light gray and natural wood tones, exuding both stability and warmth. By the window stood a remarkably comfortable-looking single bed, its mattress thick and resilient. Luo Feng pressed down on it, appreciating its bounce. Against the wall was a sizable desk, featuring an embedded bookshelf, accompanied by a terminal computer that appeared to be of high specifications, presumably for research or tactical simulations. What pleased Luo Feng the most was the area at the back of the room, where the floor was covered with a special soft mat, clearly designated for Pokémon to move around or engage in small-scale training. The walls appeared solid enough to withstand attacks from moderately powerful techniques without issue. Luo Feng strolled over to the floor-to-ceiling window, pressed a button, and with a soft whoosh, the entire glass wall slid aside, revealing a sizable outdoor balcony. Stepping outside, he shielded his eyes from the sun and surveyed the view. Quite impressive. He could see parts of the teaching area of Beta University and the iconic peak of the battle tower in the distance, glimmering under the golden rays of the setting sun. A gentle breeze wafted by, providing a sense of tranquility. The environment was indeed splendid, and the accommodation was certainly worth it. Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction, tossed his backpack onto the bed, and began to neatly organize the few clothes and several frequently used Poké Balls he had brought along. He moved with remarkable agility. The items were few, and he was not particularly fussy about external conditions. Su Qingxue also surveyed the room, a faint smile gracing her lips. It was indeed better than she had imagined. The school was genuinely willing to invest in its top students. Of course, otherwise, how could it possibly live up to the title of the ultimate hall? Luo Feng remarked as he quickly tidied up, clapping his hands. Come on, let me accompany you to see your chamber. Sounds good, she replied. The two then boarded the luminous lift, which required identity verification to ascend to the upper floors, and arrived at the 7th floor. Su Qingshue's room, 706, mirrored the layout of Luo Feng's room downstairs. However, perhaps due to the higher floor, the view was more expansive, with the setting sun's golden rays flooding in, enveloping the entire room in warmth. Notably, Su Qingshue's space paid greater attention to comfort and a sense of coziness. Unconsciously, she began to envision, a potted green radish could go here, a soft carpet over there, and perhaps some morning glories or climbing plants on the balcony railing. They would surely look beautiful when in bloom. Luo Feng, observing her thoughtful expression as she planned for the future, couldn't help but chuckle. It seems you have quite a shopping spree ahead of you. The items you need to acquire far exceed mine. Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied softly, well, after all, we'll be living here for 4 years. We can't be too frugal. It should be arranged to resemble a home. She walked over to the balcony, peering down to catch sight of Luo Feng on the balcony of the 6th floor. We're quite close. Indeed, it's quite convenient, Luo Feng said, moving beside her with a knowing smile, glancing towards his own room below. With this proximity, if something arises, a shout through the wristband will suffice. Or in a pinch, one could even leap over the balcony. Though cough cough, that would be ill-advised given the height. Such reckless maneuvers should not be imitated. In any case, it is very convenient. After lingering in Su Qingshue's room for a while and confirming that the water, electricity, and internet were all functioning properly, their stomachs began to grumble, prompting them to set off in search of food. Their destination was the first canteen on campus, renowned for its size and diverse menu. The first canteen at Beta University was indeed impressive. The space was vast, bright as a shopping mall, with a series of intelligent food lines resembling little trains, automatically delivering an array of delicious dishes. Most remarkably, there was a designated area for nutritional meals tailored to various types and tastes of Pokémon, offering everything from energy cubes to specialty steaks, showcasing an extraordinary level of consideration. Luo Feng and Su Qingshuo chose a quiet booth by the window, ordering several dishes that appeared quite appetizing. To their surprise, the taste was unexpectedly delightful. Not bad at all. This canteen is leagues better than the slop we had in high school, Luo Feng remarked while shoveling rice into his mouth. Su Qingshuo took small bites, nodding in agreement. Yes, the flavors are quite good. As they dined, they exchanged whimsical thoughts about university life, pondering whether classes would be difficult, if combat courses would be thrilling, and whether they would encounter quirky classmates. Just then, their newly acquired Beta University customized VR wristbands vibrated simultaneously. They both glanced down. A pale blue light screen swiftly materialized, hovering above their wrists. Beta University Trainer Academy Class of 250X Freshman Division Notification. The title was bold and prominent. The content was rather straightforward, indicating that this year's freshmen had been divided into 10 classes, numbered from 2501 to 2510, based on their college entrance examination scores and potential assessments. Without a doubt, Class 2501 was the creme de la creme. Luo Feng and Su Qingshuo exchanged knowing glances. They understood immediately. There was no suspense. They were certainly in that class. With a gentle swipe of his finger, Luo Feng opened the list for Class 2501. As the projection screen unfolded, the first name that appeared was none other than Luo Feng himself. The second was Su Qingxue. A quick glance down the list revealed Xia Houhao, Tang Yiru, Shi Lei, Li Muge, Fang Miao, Sun Hao, Han Bing, Jin Duoduo, Ying, Wui. Goodness. The illustrious figures who had drawn attention outside the Dragon Gate are all here, Luo Feng exclaimed. A few unfamiliar names appeared, but anyone who made it into this class was likely a hidden powerhouse or well-connected. Indeed, Luo Feng smirked, a knowing smile playing on his lips, unfazed by the outcome. Being in the same class as these individuals promised days filled with excitement. While it would undoubtedly be chaotic, it would certainly never be dull. And the thought of it stirred a hint of exhilaration within him. Su Qingxue smiled gently, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Yes, we're still in the same class. For her, continuing alongside Luo Feng brought more comfort and joy than merely being in a so-called elite class. While they remained composed, the internal forum of Beta University was in a frenzy over the newly released list. A post titled Breaking Class 2501 list released. This is not merely an elite class. It is a class of deities. Skyrocketed to the top of the trending page, with replies surging rapidly, flipping through several pages in the blink of an eye. Original poster, anonymous bystander Woe. Everyone, quickly check out the list for class 2501. Luo Feng, Su Qingxue, Xia Houhao, Tang Yiru, Shi Lei. My goodness, am I seeing things? Have all the monsters, deities, and powerhouses of the year been crammed into one class? What does this mean for the other classes? Screenshot JPG-1L, Speedy Sofa Grabber, Sofa. Just returned from checking the list, and I'm breathless. This lineup is ridiculously luxurious. It's like an all-star match. 2L, Passing Freshman. No wonder it's class 2501. What a display. Just this class alone could easily crush all other freshman teams from different universities. 3L, Luo Feng's fan. Luo Feng is at the top. Well deserved. I still get weak at the knees recalling his prowess during the finals. So handsome. 4L, CP leader, and Su Goddess is here too. She is truly inseparable from Luo Feng. They're in the same class. I'm here for all the sugar. 5L, analytical expert. It's not just these two. Look closely at the list. Xia Houhao's divine, three-headed evil dragon. Tang Yiru's signature Charizard. Shi Lei's ancient martial arts lineup. Martial arts bear master Mega Lucario Snorlax. Li Muge's hidden fire moth. Sun Hao's Kingler. Fang Miao's water team. Han Bing's ice type. Jin Duoduo's money prowess. Ying's electric type. Wu Es clever tactics. My heavens. What will the combat classes be like in the future? Can the instructors handle it? Hopefully, they 1T end up demolishing the training grounds. 6L, spectator with a taste for drama. 5L, I doubt an ordinary instructor would suffice. They might need to invite a top-tier expert to maintain order, or even have the department head take the reins. 7L, ordinary class shivering. I already feel immense pressure for the students of classes 2502 to 2510. Whether it's cultural rankings or practical combat exercises, encountering class 2501 will feel like serving oneself on a platter. 8L, pessimist. To the poster above, calling this pressure? This is downright despair. When deities battle, mortals suffer. We ordinary students will only be left gazing at the tail lights of the elites. 9L, rationalist. That said, with so many genius prodigies in one class, the level of competition must be hellish. I can't even imagine what the atmosphere will be like during their first monthly assessment. The competition for rankings will likely be fierce. 10L, Beatty enthusiast. Can't wait. This is the pride of our Beatty. Class 2501. The future is bright. I can hardly wait to see them dominate in the University League. 11L, Anonymous Insider. Insider news. I've heard that the counselor and course instructors for Class 2501 are also top-notch. The school's resources will undoubtedly be heavily tilted in their favor. This wave is indeed a case of the strong getting stronger. 12L Lemon Essence. How sour it is. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be quite disheartening. While we are fretting over next month's meal expenses, others are already deliberating which divine Pokémon to nurture. Chapter 108. Bestowing Pokémon, the Shadow Council. The forum is ablaze with fervent discussions, a whirlwind of envy and anticipation as spectators eagerly await the unfolding drama. Yet, the two protagonists at the eye of the storm, Luo Feng and Su Qingxue, remain blissfully ignorant. They calmly deactivate the notification screen and continue to savor their rather delectable dinner. As Luo Feng finished the last morsel of his meal, he wiped his mouth, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Class 2501 sounds intriguing. It seems these 4 years at university will be anything but dull. Su Qingxue set down her chopsticks. Gazing at him gently, yes, let us strive together. The setting sun bathed the uneven architecture of Beatty University in a warm golden hue. After enjoying a remarkably economical dinner at the cafeteria, neither Luo Feng nor Su Qingxue mentioned the immediate return to the heavily secured Tianshuyuan. Both instinctively wishing to meander through the campus and savor the evening ambience of this prestigious institution, they strolled leisurely along the broad Beichen Avenue, named after the first president of the university. On either side of the avenue stood a cluster of futuristic central teaching buildings, their massive structures resembling giant steel birds poised for flight in the twilight. The cold metallic and glass facades, illuminated by the sunset, appeared surprisingly gentle. Students, presumably just exiting classes or finishing at the library, hurried by, some deep in thought, while others animatedly discussed various topics, exuding the vibrant energy characteristic of youth. As they passed the teaching area, a series of distinct energy waves subtly permeated the air, akin to a background symphony of differing frequencies. This was the operation of specialized training facilities scattered across the campus. From the fire-type training center, flickers of orange light could be seen through specially designed glass, accompanied by a faint whiff of sulfur. Nearby, the water-type facility resonated with the sound of crashing waves, a refreshing mist enveloping them. Further away, the electric-type training center occasionally burst forth with dazzling sparks, sending a tingle across their skin even from a distance. Each training facility resembled a miniature volcano of energy, likely filled with young trainers and their Pokémon pouring their sweat into honing their skills. The training facilities here are far superior to any we've encountered before, remarkably professional. Su Qingxue remarked softly, her eyes gliding over the illuminated venues, filled with a small yearning. Her Sylveon and Arcanine would undoubtedly grow stronger here. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, yet his gaze extended further. Adjacent to a massive area encased in a semi-transparent energy shield, he could faintly discern simulated terrains of desert, snowy plains, and rocky mountains within. That's the wild training zone, he explained to Su Qingxue. I've heard there are plenty of wild Pokémon inside, and the environment is crafted to mimic reality, making it an excellent place for practical training and ecological observation. He mused inwardly that his Gyarados and Milotic would surely enjoy the vast waters within. As they rounded a man-made lake named Mirror Lake, its surface reflecting the deepening hues of the sky and the spire of a classical library across the water. A few swans glided gracefully, creating ripples in their wake. The lakeside was fascinating. On one side stood the antique eaves and brackets, while on the other loomed modern buildings with smooth lines. Surprisingly, the juxtaposition felt harmonious, embodying Beatty University's blend of nostalgia and innovation. The campus was adorned with towering trees and lush green grass, and the evening breeze carried a hint of fresh grass, dispersing the lingering heat of summer. Just as they arrived at a tranquil path flanked by ancient ginkgo trees, Luo Feng's VR wristband, issued by Beatty University, vibrated persistently. A light blue encrypted communication screen appeared, clearly displaying the caller, his father, Luo Hong. Luo Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Su Qingxue, who nodded with an understanding smile. Slowing her pace to feign interest in the swaying ginkgo leaves, Luo Feng hurried a few steps away to the shelter of a particularly robust ginkgo tree. Seeking a quieter spot, taking a deep breath to steady his excitement from their campus exploration, he answered the call. Xiao Feng. As the screen stabilized, his father's familiar face appeared, set against the backdrop of his small cabin near a nature reserve, the sky darker than in the capital, with shadows of mountains in the distance. Luo Hong's face bore the marks of years spent outdoors, but within the deep creases lay an undeniable concern and a hint of pride. Father, I have arrived, and everything regarding the dormitory is settled, Luo Feng smiled sincerely, adjusting the wristband's camera to show the serene ginkgo path and the distant silhouettes of Beatty University's iconic buildings. Look, this is Beatty University. It's far more impressive than the images and videos we saw online, and the environment is quite pleasant. Good. Very impressive indeed. Luo Hong squinted, scrutinizing the campus scenery his son displayed, nodding vigorously, pride radiating from his face as if his son had entered a realm of dreams he had never dared to envision. After a few moments of silence, as if searching for the right words, his voice lowered slightly, imbued with his customary sincerity and a touch of hesitation. Xiao Feng, the money you transferred earlier has arrived. This, 100 million, is quite a staggering sum. In this reserve, my needs are taken care of by the Alliance, and I seldom spend much. Having this money here makes me feel rather uneasy. Luo Hong, having lived a frugal life, was accustomed to careful budgeting. Although he had heard from the news that his son was now wealthy, The reality of seeing such a long string of zeros in his account was not met with joy, but rather a sense of anxiety, too overwhelming, too hot to handle. Disrupting his sleep, Luo Feng understood his father's sentiments and spoke with a softer, yet resolute tone, aiming to reassure him. Father, that money is rightfully yours. So please feel at ease using it. In the past, I lacked the ability, which caused you worry. Now, it is different. If you desire something nice, use this money to buy it. Whether it's making your cabin more comfortable or purchasing convenient tools, do not hesitate. You have spent years in the mountains, enduring the elements. It's time to treat yourself well, don't simply make do. Noticing that his father's brow had yet to fully relax, he smiled again. His tone steady and reassuring. Rest assured, I am mindful of my responsibilities and know what should and shouldn't be done. This money is legitimate, and I have plans for the future. I won't squander it. Consider this a token of my gratitude, and your task is simply to enjoy spending it, so I can focus on my studies and training here. On the other end of the screen, Luo Feng, listening to his son's calm and powerful words, observing the composure and confidence that surpassed his peers, and recalling the astronomical prize money reported in the news, found himself swallowing back the urge to refuse the money, letting it transform into a sigh of mixed emotions. He thought to himself, the child has truly grown up, has ideas of his own, and possesses great capabilities. For now, I shall keep this money safe for him. He will need it in his ventures. If ever in the future, this money must remain untouched, reserved for my son as a safety net. All right then, I'll listen to you, and I'll hold on to this money for you. Luo Feng changed the topic, forcing a smile to alleviate his son's concerns. You focus on your studies, train your Pokémon well. Everything is fine on my end, so there is no need for you to worry. Yes, I understand. Luo Feng nodded thoughtfully, and then suddenly recalled another pressing matter, his tone brightening. By the way, Dad, I've arranged for a professional Pokémon delivery service to send you 2 new companions. Given the timeline, they should arrive within a day or 2. Once you receive them, be sure to treat them well. Companions? Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for this news. Yes, Luo Feng elaborated carefully. One is a Charmander, exceptionally gifted and quite obedient, with immense potential. If nurtured properly, it will undoubtedly become a reliable fighter. The other is a Scyther, renowned for its incredible speed and agile movements. Its scythe-like arms slice through the air with a fierce whoosh. I specifically selected these for you. He refrained from mentioning that both possessed kingly-level qualifications, fearing that his father might deem them too precious to accept. The Charmander was won in a bet against Zhao Kai, while the Scyther, with its remarkable technical prowess, was captured after considerable effort in the rainforests of Nanyue. Luo Feng understood his father's work environment all too well. Having a powerful flying bug-type Pokémon on lookout above, and an endlessly promising fire-type Pokémon assisting on the ground, would significantly enhance safety during routine patrols or any unexpected situations. Although Luo Feng was not a top-tier trainer, his lifelong experience as a forest ranger had endowed him with a profound understanding of Pokémon temperaments and emotional needs. And he genuinely cherished these companions. He immediately grasped his son's intentions. This gift was not merely about providing him with formidable Pokémon, but also an earnest expression of care and security. A warm sensation surged within him, dispelling any earlier concerns tied to finances. He nodded vigorously. All right, good lad. You can rest assured. I will treat them as if they were my own children, ensuring they never suffer the slightest grievance. The father and son exchanged pleasantries for a while longer, with Luo Feng repeatedly reminding his father to prioritize safety while working in the mountains and to take care of his health. Eventually, with some reluctance, he ended the call amidst his father's persistent admonishments. He tucked away his communicator and turned back to Su Qingshue's side. Although she had only caught fragments of Luo Feng's conversation, her perceptive nature had allowed her to piece together the gist. Approaching him with a gentle smile, she inquired softly, "You sent Pokémon to your father?" "Yes," Luo Feng replied, gazing in the general direction of his hometown with a warm, yet distant expression. "By providing him with 2 reliable companions, I can worry a little less about him in that vast mountain." The words may sound plain, but they carry a heavy weight of concern for my father. "Your father will surely be overjoyed upon receiving them," Su Qingxue noted, acutely sensing Luo Feng's rarely vocalized yet profoundly genuine filial piety, which warmed her heart. After hanging up, Luo Feng lingered at the door of his wooden cabin for a while. The evening breeze rustled through the trees, creating a soothing sound. He glanced down at the old communicator on his wrist, its screen marred with scratches, and could almost visualize his son's confident face from their earlier conversation. 100 million. He muttered to himself, his rough fingers unconsciously rubbing against his trousers. This child has truly excelled. He felt a blend of pride and worry. Proud of his son's accomplishments, yet anxious that such a vast sum might overwhelm him or attract unwanted attention. He recalled the days when Luo Feng was a child, running through the woods with him, excitedly captivated by a mere cater pie. Back then, life had been tight, and even a standard Poké Ball required careful contemplation before purchase. Now, in the blink of an eye, his son stood at the pinnacle of the nation's educational institutions, capable of transferring a sum he could never hope to earn in a lifetime. How could I possibly spend what he gives me? Luo Feng shook his head, resolutely deciding to keep every penny intact, saving it all for his son. He turned back into the cabin, eyeing the humble yet tidy wooden structure, contemplating how to prepare a proper space for the two Pokémon when they arrived, ensuring that they would not feel neglected as family members sent by his son. On Luo Feng's side, after ending the call, he felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. He knew his father's disposition. Simply giving him money would undoubtedly impose pressure, but sending two Pokémon to accompany and protect him would be far more acceptable and practical. What are you thinking? Su Qingxue observed him lost in thought and gently asked. Nothing much. Luo Feng came back to reality with a smile. I just feel that sometimes having the ability to improve the lives of my family and ease their worries is rather gratifying. Su Qingxue regarded him with soft eyes. Your father must be very happy to have a son like you. One can only hope, Luo Feng sighed, casting aside those distracting thoughts and redirecting his gaze to the tranquil and beautiful campus scenery surrounding them. Come on, let's wander a bit more before heading back. I need to report to class tomorrow, and I suspect there will be a mountain of tasks awaiting me. All right, she agreed, and they continued along the ginkgo-lined path, the setting sun casting elongated shadows behind them, with golden ginkgo leaves occasionally drifting down, painting a serene and picturesque scene. As they anticipated the commencement of their campus life, it seemed to bring forth not only challenges and competition, but also a warmth stemming from family and kinship. After exploring for a while, the sky darkened completely, and the campus lights flickered on, illuminating the paths like strands of luminous ribbons. The two leisurely made their way back, passing through the stringent security checks and returning to Tianshu Yuan. At the elevator on the 7th floor, Su Qingxue paused. Then I shall head back first. You should rest early. Yes, you too, Luo Feng nodded. See you in class tomorrow. Watching her enter room 706 and close the door, he then descended to the 6th floor, returning to his own room 606. Upon shutting the door, the room fell into a profound silence. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the dazzling nightscape of the capital with the faint glimmer of the training facility in the distance. This unfamiliar city and this prestigious institution were about to become the battleground for his endeavors over the next 4 years. He touched the Poké Balls hanging at his waist, sensing the presence of his companions within. A new beginning awaits, my friends, he murmured softly. After completing his evening routines and lying down on the soft, comfortable bed, Luo Feng found it hard to drift into slumber immediately. His mind replayed the events of the day, the grand campus, strict security, comprehensive facilities, the remarkable classmates he would share with, and the recent conversation with his father, all felt simultaneously real and dreamlike. He turned over, activated his communicator, and casually scrolled through the internal forum of Beta University. As expected, discussions regarding Class 2501 and himself still occupied the front page, with high engagement. He chuckled softly but refrained from delving deeper. Turning off the communicator, he closed his eyes. Tomorrow, the true life at Beta would officially commence. Challenges, opportunities, friendships, and competition awaited him ahead, with a hint of fatigue, yet filled with anticipation and concern for his father from afar. Luo Feng's breathing gradually steadied as he sank into his first dream in the capital. In a clandestine underground chamber, hidden from prying eyes, lay a secret space known as the Silent Council Chamber. There were no windows, and the dim light resembled the depths of the ocean, illuminated only by the cold blue glow of a holographic projection device suspended in the center, reminiscent of the gaze of a one-eyed giant from the abyss. The Doctor's figure was precisely projected onto one of the seats. Bathed in the pale blue data stream, his face, usually adorned with a gentle smile, now appeared unusually calm, even tinged with an unsettling indifference. Before long, several indistinct holographic figures, barely distinguishable as human shapes, flickered to life, representing other core members of the Shadow Council. These powerful figures, shrouded in secrecy, were now convening through the most advanced encryption technology. Finally, in the main seat, an image cloaked in deeper shadows, revealing only an imposing and formidable outline, solidified, the chairman had arrived. The oppressive silence did not linger for long. A low, raspy voice, as if rusty gears were grinding against each other, broke the stillness. The voice belonged to the council member codenamed Iron Curtain, who oversaw the organization's vast and intricate resource network. Dr. Iron Curtain's voice carried the weight of inquiry, each word striking like hammer on metal. I have reviewed the resource list needed for the dimensional breach proposal you submitted. To be candid, this figure is nothing short of astronomical. He paused, and within the holographic projection, one could discern the faint outline of his body leaning slightly forward. The Dragon Goddess legacy is no ordinary secret realm, and you should be more acutely aware of this than anyone else. It is one of the few pristine high-level secret realms, meticulously controlled by the Council after decades of tireless effort and substantial investment. The pure dragon-type primordial energy contained within, the nearly extinct ancient tree species, and the dragon-type Pokémon that retain ancient bloodlines. Each component is irreplaceable and possesses immense strategic value. The voice of Iron Curtain suddenly escalated, imbued with a metallic coldness. Yet now, you propose to utilize such a precious treasury as a one-time experimental site, the success of which remains uncertain? I require a reason of considerable weight. Doctor, one that would persuade me and the esteemed members present to deem this transaction worthwhile. Faced with this almost interrogative inquiry, the doctor remained unfazed, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. The holographic image flawlessly replicated this habitual gesture as the data streams reflected in the lenses fragmented into disarray. Indeed, you are entirely correct, Iron Curtain member. The doctor's voice was steady, akin to the reading of an experimental report. The costs are undeniably steep, warranting careful consideration from any rational organizer. He shifted his tone, infusing it with an undeniable conviction. However, allow me to emphasize that if the plan succeeds, the benefits we stand to gain will be revolutionary. It has the potential to allow us to leap across the greatest scientific chasm currently afflicting the Prometheus project and open a gateway to an entirely new domain. He deliberately paused, allowing the three enticing words, revolutionary, to settle and ferment within the minds of each council member. Our research, based on existing genetic samples, including those painstakingly obtained fragments of legendary Pokémon genes, has reached the limits of theoretical models. The doctor's pace quickened slightly. Infused with the researcher's innate thirst for the unknown, petri dishes and artificial simulated environments, no matter how intricate, cannot replicate the subtle yet crucial resonant effects produced by gene sequences in conjunction with the legendary power within a genuine high-concentration life energy environment. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing an invisible future. We are in dire need of a living reaction chamber, a venue that can accelerate catalysis and allow us to observe this miraculous process of life in the closest and most authentic environment. The Dragon God's legacy, in terms of energy attributes, environmental uniqueness, and historical origins, is the most perfect, indeed possibly the only choice. As his words concluded, a series of exceedingly complex, dynamically shifting three-dimensional genetic sequence diagrams, alongside several dazzling comparative charts of energy fluctuation spectrums, were precisely projected into the central area of the assembly hall. Behold, the doctor's voice bore a hint of barely concealed fervor. Despite his facial expression remaining impeccably controlled, this data is derived from the residual tissue samples of our target individual, Luo Feng, and the ultra-precise scans conducted under our highest authority on the shed scales of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza. His fingertips lightly touched the holographic image, causing several highlighted genetic segments to flicker wildly. We have successfully locked onto several key genetic markers closely associated with ultra-high potential, extraordinary recovery abilities, and energy superconductivity. However, it is regrettable that under conventional conditions, the vast majority of these precious markers exhibit inertness or merely low activity, akin to dormant volcanoes that harbor potential yet cannot erupt. The doctor's voice escalated sharply, suppressing tremendous excitement beneath a frigid tone. Yet, the Dragon God's legacy secret realm, according to our deciphered ancient texts and years of exploratory data, has over an 87% probability of having once been a transient habitat, even a resting place, for the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza. Chapter 109. The Secret Realm Unsealing Project, the East's Elite Ranking. The doctor scanned the indistinct images of the council members, emphasizing his tone. The purest dragon-type primordial energy residuals within its environment, along with the fragmented yet still influential traces of ancient life laws affecting the realm's operation, serve as irreplaceable and optimal natural catalysts for activating these gene markers closely associated with the concept of dragons and the leap in life levels. This is a divine gift that our artificial environments can never replicate. At this moment, another female council member, codenamed Phantom, interjected. Her voice was ethereal and unpredictable, as if emanating from a distant void, imbued with an uncanny insight into human hearts. Doctor, your scientific proposition is indeed captivating. Phantom's tone was gentle yet incisive. However, you have based the crux of your plan on inviting young talents from around the globe into the secret realm. Have you assessed the risks? These so-called prodigies are often backed by the Alliance's officials, prominent families, and even some more clandestine heritage powers. Should our true intentions be revealed, even the slightest whisper, the shadow barriers that the Shadow Council has constructed over centuries will crumble in an instant. We would find ourselves opposed to all the forces of light globally, and the consequences may far exceed any potential revolutionary gains. Risks are certainly accounted for, Counselor Phantom. The doctor appeared to have anticipated this, responding with impeccable precision. The core advantage of the plan lies precisely in its voluntary nature and dual concealment. He began to elaborate on the intricately woven facade. We will launch a grand global star exploration initiative through the impeccably clean and unimpeachable facade of the Star Foundation, offering substantial rewards. Invitations will be precisely dispatched to exceptional trainers under the age of 20 who have achieved remarkable results in regional competitions or possess special recommendations. A cold smirk graced his lips. The dragon goddess legacy itself serves as the ultimate temptation that no aspiring trainer can resist. We will subtly leak processed information about the secret realm, such as the potential existence of dragon crystals that could significantly enhance dragon-type Pokémon's powers, ancient scaled fossils imbued with primordial energies, and even the rumored dragon pulse baptism that grants non-dragon-type Pokémon dragon attributes. These enticing lures are sufficient to drive any ambitious young individual aspiring to reach the pinnacle of training into a frenzy. Furthermore, the exploration of secret realms inherently entails the unknown and danger. Any unforeseen mishaps will naturally be attributed to the perilous nature of the realm and the unfortunate luck of the adventurers, an expected loss. A sharp glint flickered in the doctor's eyes as he unveiled another hidden, yet equally significant objective of the plan. The crux lies in our intention to conduct a comprehensive health examination, potential assessment, and safety compatibility testing on all participating trainers' Pokémon under the pretext of routine procedures, allowing us to perform a seemingly conventional, yet non-invasive and deeply extensive genetic sampling. His voice carried a hint of greed. This will enable us to construct an unprecedented, vast genetic database, encompassing the world's top emerging trainers, diverse and of extremely high quality. Its value, from a biological genetics perspective, is arguably on par with the secret realm itself. He continued to paint a grand blueprint. Within the secret realm, we have already secretly deployed an environmental energy modulation system. At that time, we will release energy fields of specific frequencies, subtly guiding and amplifying the energy tides of the realm itself, while closely observing how these foreign talents' Pokémon interact with the realm's energy and the live test units we have covertly introduced, genetically modified for this purpose. This will be a dynamic, real-time, living observation feast of gene expression, far more valuable than merely staring at cold data in a laboratory. The doctor concluded with a resounding statement, casting forth his most compelling argument, his gaze sweeping across each member of the assembly before ultimately settling upon the shadowed presence at the head of the table. Esteemed colleagues, let us calmly ponder the prospect of utilizing a realm that we can only partially exploit in exchange for the potential of mass production, or even the future possibility of cultivating strategic forces on the level of extraordinary Pokémon. This could grant us access to a biological treasure trove that would elevate us above the Alliance and all other factions. I am confident that each one of you can clearly calculate the immense returns this venture promises. The chamber fell into an even deeper silence, the only sound being the muted glow of holographic data streams that reflected the indistinct and inscrutable faces of the legislators. The air was thick with the scent of deliberation and calculation. At last, the chairperson's voice, steady as a mountain yet imbued with an invisible weight, shattered the silence, directly bypassing all preliminaries to address the crux of the matter. Doctor, set aside those lofty visions. Tell me directly, what is the certainty that this field test will yield a decisive breakthrough? The doctor inclined slightly, his demeanor respectful, yet his tone brimming with undeniable confidence. Your Excellency, based on all existing data and supercomputing model projections, without considering exceptional variables, I am 50% certain that this experiment will yield substantial results, propelling the Prometheus project to its most critical juncture. He deliberately paused, moderating his pace so that each word resonated clearly in the ears of the assembly. However, if the key variable we have been monitoring, Luo Feng, along with his exceptionally unique Pokémon, were to personally enter the realm and partake in this endeavor. The doctor raised his gaze, as if piercing through the virtual imagery to behold the deepest shadows. Then that certainty could be significantly elevated to 80%. In the shadows, the imposing silhouette of the chairperson seemed to stir ever so slightly. The temperature in the chamber appeared to drop a few degrees. The additional 30% probability represented a monumental value and possibility, enough to entice any decision-maker. After what felt like an eternity of silence, the chairperson finally spoke again. His voice inscrutable, yet imbued with resolute finality. Understood. He rendered his ultimate verdict. His voice low and powerful, reverberating through every corner of the assembly hall, approved the motion to unseal the realm. Iron Curtain. You are tasked with coordinating all necessary resources from the council, with this plan prioritized above all else. Illusion Eye. You will ensure the absolute security of external information cloaking, public opinion guidance, and the protective shell of the Star Foundation. Doctor, you will bear full responsibility for the execution of the experiment and the final data collection. His invisible gaze swept across each holographic image of the legislators like the sharpest of blades. Remember, my friends, what we are deciding to vote on at this moment is not merely the opening of a door to a realm known as the legacy of the Dragon God. We are collectively pushing open a gateway to a new era, one that will be orchestrated by my Shadow Council. The consumption of resources is a necessary cost for future investment. I require that every step of this process is executed without fail. The Global New Star Exploration Program will officially commence in 3 months. Yes, Your Excellency. Every legislator, including the doctor, responded in unison, their voices echoing briefly in the dim space. Subsequently, the holographic images extinguished one by one, plunging the assembly hall back into an oppressive silence and darkness. As consciousness returned to the cold, instrument-laden control room, the doctor wasted no time. Immediately bending over the control panel to issue a series of precise and rapid commands. Activate the full plan for the Global New Star Exploration Program, employing the highest authority. And seamlessly connect to all external ports of the Star Foundation. Organize an A-level technical team with a deadline of 60 days to develop a portable high-precision gene sampling device disguised as an advanced potential detector. Requirement: sampling depth must meet laboratory S-level standards, and the process must be entirely non-invasive, causing no pain or discomfort, ensuring it will not be detected by the target or their Pokémon. Direct the 7th Engineering Team to infiltrate the legacy of the Dragon God within 72 hours, in 3 batches, using the highest stealth mode. Strictly adhere to the ARC plan, completing the deployment of 36 environmental energy modulators and 128 concealed data collection beacons. Simultaneously, preset at least 3 sets of realm structural collapse induction devices, ensuring they can be executed remotely, silently, and irreversibly once activated, achieving absolute certainty, and if necessary, sacrificing the entire realm. Notify the 3rd Special Operations Team to enter a state of heightened readiness effective immediately. Their task will be to conduct covert surveillance on all S-level and A-level targets during the exploration of the realm, particularly focusing on Luo Feng. Without revealing their presence, they must strive to gather deeper physiological data and combat patterns of his Pokémon, meticulously recording any special reactions to the realm's energy, no matter how minuscule the anomaly. A cascade of commands flowed forth like cold code, activating a series of gears within the immense war machine of the Shadow Council. Once all was arranged, the doctor slowly approached the vast, one-way observational window, gazing down at the countless laboratories operating below like a finely tuned clock. Blue and green lights flickered within, illuminating his expressionless visage. In his eyes burned a calm, yet enduring flame, characteristic of the obsession belonging to mad scientists. He murmured softly to himself, his voice barely audible, as if whispering demons from the abyss. The seeds have been sown, the most fertile soil has been prepared, and all conditions are set. Now, we await those vibrant and infinitely potential seedlings to willingly step into this paradise crafted for them. His gaze seemed to transcend layers of barriers, landing upon a distant training figure. Luo Feng, do not let me down. You and your companions will be the most anticipated and resplendent harvest of this season. The vast machine of the Shadow Council began to operate at full speed around a conspiracy filled with temptation and peril. An intricately woven, outwardly glamorous yet lethally deceptive invisible net was quietly cast over the globe, ensnaring those budding young trainers filled with dreams of the future. Meanwhile, the true core of the storm, The realm known as the legacy of the dragon god, which ought to be tranquil and serene, was unbeknownst to all, being swiftly and thoroughly transformed into a magnificent trap, a perilous living laboratory, and a vast tomb with a countdown to destruction already marked. As the morning sun rose, it draped a shimmering golden veil over the clustered buildings of Beatty University. The early autumn light, imbued with just the right warmth, filtered through the lush tree-lined paths, casting mottled shadows upon the flagstone road. The air was a melange of fresh grass, the dampness of dew, and the vibrant energy of a new academic year poised to unfold. Figures began to move across the campus. Whether it be seniors hastily clutching books on their way to the library or Pokémon engaged in morning training upon the lawns, all signs pointed to the imminent arrival of new vitality at this prestigious institution. Luo Feng and Su Qingxue arrived punctually at the stepped classroom marked 2501 in the central teaching block. The grand arched entrance exuded a sense of historical weight, and upon stepping inside, the vista opened up magnificently. The classroom was spacious and well lit, its curved structure providing an unobstructed view. Ergonomically designed, the streamlined alloy framework and synthetic material-clad curved seats were arranged in a fan shape, each equipped with foldable tabletops and integrated terminal interfaces. Before them loomed a colossal, touch-sensitive holographic projection screen that nearly spanned an entire wall, currently displaying the emblem of Beatty University, a valiant eagle soaring majestically, enveloped in a tempest of thunder and flame. The atmosphere struck a perfect balance between technological marvel and scholarly gravitas. Soft lights cascaded from the dome above, merging harmoniously with the sunlight filtering through the windows, creating a serene and focused environment conducive to learning. As two individuals entered the classroom side by side, the previously subdued murmur of conversation seemed to be abruptly halted by an invisible hand, diminishing to a mere whisper. A multitude of gazes, curious, scrutinizing, brimming with a restless eagerness, or laced with unspoken admiration, converged upon them, ultimately resting firmly on Luo Feng. The weight of those stares felt almost tangible, for one lacking in resolve. It would surely induce discomfort. As the national champion, the legendary trainer known for his unprecedented achievements, and the recipient of an extraordinary prize of 800 billion, Luo Feng effortlessly became the focal point of his class and, indeed, the entire new academic year at Beatty University. A subtle tension seemed to permeate the air, a blend of inherent attention towards a formidable presence mixed with an undercurrent of unspoken rivalry and comparison. Yet, Luo Feng remained unfazed, his demeanor as calm as still water, his gaze sweeping indifferently across the classroom, nodding slightly to a few familiar faces. Xiahou Hao maintained his characteristic defiance, claiming a window-side position with arms crossed, his eyes sharp as blades, as if asserting dominion over his territory. Shirley sat nearby, embodying steadfastness, sitting upright with a posture that radiated the vigilance typical of a martial artist, even in a relaxed state. Tang Yuru occupied a front-row seat, her cool gaze lingering on him briefly before shifting away, as though merely confirming an inconsequential detail, though the tension in her shoulders betrayed an underlying unrest. Li Mu Gu adjusted his glasses, offering a gentle smile, yet his eyes behind the lenses bore a discerning scrutiny. Sun Hao, Jin Duo, and others huddled together, whispering amongst themselves, their glances occasionally darting toward Luo Feng, marked by curiosity and inquiry. Luo Feng and Su Qingxue chose seats in the middle towards the back, affording a broad view of the podium while remaining unobtrusive. Su Qingxue gently adjusted her skirt and murmured, "The attention is rather fervent, I senti it?" Luo Feng merely inclined his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate, as his focus shifted to surveying this new environment where he would spend the next 4 years of his life. The bell rang crisply, its melodious chime resonating throughout every corner of the academic building. Just as the echoes of the bell began to fade, a tall and athletic figure entered the classroom, stepping in rhythm with precision. The newcomer was a woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, clad in an exquisitely tailored deep blue trainer uniform, adorned with the silver eagle insignia of Beatty University on her epaulettes. Her collar was impeccably fastened, accentuating her upright posture and commanding presence. With striking features, her skin a healthy shade of wheat and well-defined facial contours, the undeniable aura of competence and determination about her instantly quieted the room. As she stood there, her calm gaze sweeping over the assembly, an invisible pressure seemed to envelop the classroom, a testament to the poise cultivated through countless battles and challenges. "Good morning, students," she began, her voice clear and powerful, neither too high nor too low, yet capable of capturing everyone's attention as if imbued with a unique enchantment. I am Lin Shui, the homeroom teacher for Class 2501 at the Trainer Academy of Beta University, and I am also your senior by over a decade. After a brief pause, her gaze, sharp as a hawk's, meticulously scanned each youthful, yet already promising face below, seeming to penetrate beyond mere appearances. Her eyes lingered imperceptibly on Luo Feng, Shirley, Xiaohao, and Tang Yuru, as if marking them for future reference. Moreover, I am a certified quasi-king level trainer. She deliberately slowed her speech, creating a moment of suspense. The term quasi-king landed in the classroom like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, provoking a wave of suppressed gasps and restlessness. Despite the knowledge that Beatty harbored countless hidden talents and formidable faculty, the realization that their homeroom teacher was a young individual of such caliber on the very first day of school instilled a palpable sense of pressure and awe among these proud prodigies. A quasi-king, a status but a step away from the revered four kings of the Alliance, represented a pinnacle few trainers could aspire to in a lifetime. Several students instinctively straightened their postures, their previously lackadaisical expressions swiftly replaced by earnestness. Lin Shui appeared to anticipate their reactions. A fleeting hint of a smile gracing her lips, a momentary flash so swift it might have been dismissed as an illusion, before she resumed her serious demeanor. Over the next 4 years, I will guide you in your journey as trainers. I expect you to adapt swiftly to the rhythm of Beatty, for the intensity and depth of competition here far exceed your previous experiences. Here, being a genius is merely the basic admission ticket. Her tone was unembellished, yet carried an undeniable weight. Without unnecessary pleasantries, she delved straight into the meeting's agenda, clearly outlining Beatty University's regulations, core curriculum, credit structures, and graduation requirements. The holographic screen displayed an intricate tree diagram of courses and credit distribution. The curriculum at Beatty is divided into 4 major modules: theory, practical combat, research, and proficiency. Theoretical classes are not mere rote memorization, but emphasize a profound understanding of energy dynamics, elemental weaknesses, and the ecology and psychology of Pokémon. Practical combat classes are conducted in standardized battle arenas, specialized gyms, and simulated natural environments, where injuries are commonplace. I hope you are prepared for that. The research module requires you to select a direction by your second year and complete at least one in-depth project. The proficiency module encompasses history, philosophy, tactical command studies, and more. A truly exceptional trainer cannot be a mere brute who knows only how to command battles. She highlighted several crucial on-campus facilities essential for trainers. The Battle Tower, comprising 99 floors, serves as a testing ground for practical abilities and tactical refinement, with generous rewards at every 10 floors. The specialized training gyms for each element are equipped with cutting-edge energy guidance and environmental simulation systems, significantly enhancing training efficiency for specific types of Pokémon. The Wild Ecological Simulation Zone replicates various complex environments, from forests and deserts to snow-capped mountains and marshes, making it an ideal venue for outdoor survival training and capture practice. Lastly, the library, she paused, her tone turning solemn, not only houses an abundance of literature, but also contains unique insights left by former trainers, ancient relic rubbings, and even fragments of lost skills. Whether you uncover treasures depends on your vision and luck. After outlining the foundational structure of the university, Lin Shui shifted the conversation, adding some vital campus knowledge. In addition to your regular studies, you must keep a few points in mind. Firstly, the first month after the semester begins is a concentrated recruitment period for various student organizations on campus. From the Tactical Research Society to the Coordination Training Society, from the Archaeological Expedition Team to the latest Gigantamax Energy Application Group, the variety is vast, nearly encompassing every direction a trainer might pursue. The holographic screen flashed vibrant promotional videos of various organizations. Students interested should closely monitor campus announcements and select 1 or 2 organizations that align with their development goals. This will greatly aid in expanding your network and enhancing your specialized skills. However, remember that one should not bite off more than one can chew. The academic pressure at Beatty will not afford you much time for indulgence. Chapter 110, New Companions Join the Team. Lin Shui paused briefly, allowing the information to settle before addressing another crucial matter. Furthermore, our esteemed institution collaborates with several prominent training academies in the nation, such as Donghai University, Nanyuan College, and Shilin Training Camp, to maintain a unified leaderboard known as the Dongda Tianjiao list. A shimmering, ethereal projection of the leaderboard appears on the screen, with rankings subtly fluctuating, accompanied by a complex scoring formula. This list gathers the elite of each institution, admitting only the top 1,000 students. To secure a position on this esteemed list is not only a testament to one's personal prowess, but also confers additional academic credit rewards. The specific ranking criteria and reward amounts will be later synchronized to your electronic student handbooks. Lin Shui emphasized, her tone growing more serious, that the basis for these rankings is a comprehensive evaluation, which includes, but is not limited to, academic performance, battle tower levels, the difficulty and evaluation of completed tasks, as well as significant records of both internal and external battles. Do not underestimate the significance of academic credits, she cautioned. In Beatty, they are a form of currency. Whether it is for exchanging rare evolution stones, acquiring secret skill learning devices, accessing special training venues, or even applying for individual guidance from advanced mentors. Not to mention vying for certain scarce practical task qualifications in the future, a substantial amount of credits is required. Some top-tier resources are even accessible solely to those with specific rankings or sufficient credits. Thus, striving to enhance your position on the Dongda Tianjiao list is crucial for your growth. It directly impacts how far you can traverse on this path and how high you can ascend. Having concluded this introduction, Lin Shui finally redirected the discussion to class matters. Lastly, we must address the construction of our class community. An exceptional collective requires a core leader to guide it. We need to elect a class monitor and a vice monitor, each responsible for daily communication with the institution, coordinating class activities, fostering student interactions, and organizing study groups. These positions require a commitment of time and energy, but they also present a valuable opportunity to cultivate organizational and coordination skills. If anyone is interested or has suitable candidates to recommend, now is the time to voice your thoughts. A brief silence enveloped the classroom, punctuated only by the low hum of the air conditioning system. Almost simultaneously with Lin Shui's concluding remarks, the gazes of the majority of students, almost instinctively, gravitated towards the rear of the class where Luo Feng sat. The meaning behind their stares was unmistakable. His prowess surpassed all, his reputation was at its zenith, and his resources were unparalleled. The position of class monitor seemed to be his by default, as if it were an inevitable outcome of collective expectation. Xia Houhao crossed his arms, and though he did not vocalize his thoughts, his eyes tacitly acknowledged this consensus, albeit with a hint of barely perceptible dissent lurking beneath. Shirley nodded slightly, seemingly in agreement, recognizing that Luo Feng's esteemed reputation was indeed sufficient to command respect. Even Tang Yuru from the front row turned to appraise Luo Feng with a scrutinizing gaze, her cool eyes seemingly weighing whether he was truly willing to shoulder this responsibility. Su Qingxue gently nudged Luo Feng's arm under the desk, signaling with her eyes towards the focused attention surrounding him, whispering, "It seems everyone has already decided on you." Luo Feng sighed inwardly, having anticipated this scenario. He was reluctant to dilute his precious energy on the trivialities of class management. His goal was unequivocal: to become stronger, to explore the mysteries of the Pokémon world, and to confront the greater challenges that may lie ahead. The administrative duties of a class monitor would undoubtedly encroach upon the time he needed for nurturing his Pokémon, conducting specialized training, and engaging in research. He sought an environment conducive to the enhancement of his own abilities, rather than becoming ensnared in the whirlpool of interpersonal coordination and administrative affairs. In the midst of everyone's scrutiny, Luo Feng stood up with poise, first offering a slight bow to teacher Lin Shui, then addressing the entire class with sincerity and conviction. "Teacher Lin, fellow classmates, I am profoundly grateful for your trust and nomination." His voice resonated clearly throughout the classroom. A hint of a well-measured, resigned smile graced his face as he continued. "However, regarding the role of class monitor, I must admit my limitations, and I fear I may not meet your expectations." He noted that, aside from enduring a demanding academic load and regular training, he must also dedicate considerable time to nurturing and coordinating with my rather numerous Pokémon companions. As he mentioned the number of Pokémon he had, several in the audience exchanged knowing smiles, recalling his illustrious team, which included the well-known King of Absences. He raised his hands in genuine sincerity, scanning the room, especially as they are at a critical stage of strength enhancement, requiring my near-constant attention and targeted training regimens. I truly find myself stretched too thin, unable to manage effectively. If I were to forcefully take on this role, I would fear neglecting class affairs and compromising our collective interests, ultimately disappointing the expectations placed upon me. I am confident that among my fellow classmates, there are those who are more suitable and possess the time and passion to serve the collective effectively. His reasoning was both sound and respectful, his demeanor neither subservient nor arrogant, clearly articulating his predicament while maintaining a humble posture. Silence momentarily enveloped the classroom before whispers of understanding began to circulate. Indeed, nurturing and training Luo Feng's primary Pokémon would undoubtedly constitute a significant undertaking. It was rumored that the costs for energy cubes and nutritional supplements were astronomical. Certainly, he may also have to contend with more intense, specialized training and challenges. Given the multitude of eyes upon him, they mused. The responsibilities of a class monitor entail managing numerous tasks, coordinating relationships among classmates, and organizing activities, all of which require a considerable investment of time and patience. Luo Feng's aspirations lay elsewhere, and this was understood by all. Teacher Lin Shui regarded Luo Feng with a glimmer of understanding and subtle admiration in her eyes. As a prospective champion, she comprehended all too well the dedication, time, energy, and focus a trainer aimed at the pinnacle must invest in their partners. Luo Feng's clarity in recognizing his core objective, unshackled by transient vanity or the expectations of others, and his forthright acknowledgement of his challenges reflected a commendable fortitude and unwavering resolve on his chosen path. In her view, this required far more courage and wisdom than blindly accepting a position that appeared glamorous. She nodded, no longer pressing the matter. Very well, Luo Feng's reasons are compelling, and I respect his personal choice. Now, does any other student wish to self-nominate, or is there someone they would like to recommend? Luo Feng's gracious decline seemed to shatter an invisible constraint, allowing the previously stagnant atmosphere to regain its fluidity. Xia Houhao almost immediately straightened his posture. His eyes ignited with unmasked determination, clearly intent on contesting for the position, perceiving this election as a form of competition. Sun Hao nudged the nearby Jin Duo, whispering, "Fatty, you have good relations and are well-informed. Why not give it a shot?" Jin Duo quickly waved his hands, a bushak spreading across his round face as he lowered his voice. "Don't be ridiculous, how good? I can manage accounts and handle logistics, but overseeing so many people and coordinating various relationships? I can't take that on. Let's just forget it." At this moment, Li Mu Gu adjusted his glasses and spoke gently yet clearly, breaking the brief silence. "Teacher Lin, fellow classmates, I would like to recommend Shirley." He turned toward Shirley, his tone earnest. Shirley possesses a calm and steady demeanor, approaches matters with fairness, and remains composed in challenging situations. His performance in competitions is well known to all, and both his capabilities and character are worthy of trust. I believe he can unite the class effectively, handle class affairs impartially, and fulfill the responsibilities of a class monitor admirably. This suggestion garnered considerable support from the audience. Shirley's background in ancient martial arts bestowed upon him a convincing aura of steadiness, and his display of resilience and fairness during the freshman competition left a lasting impression. There was an undeniable sense of reliability about him that transcended his years. Shirley appeared somewhat taken aback. He glanced at Li Mu Gu, then surveyed the approving faces of his classmates, including several opponents he had faced in the earlier competition, who nodded slightly in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, seemingly weighing his capabilities against the responsibilities, he rose to his feet and clasped his hands in salute. Grateful for the trust bestowed upon him by Brother Li and his fellow classmates, Shirley expressed his willingness to undertake this significant responsibility, vowing to exert every effort in serving his peers and maintaining the unity of the class, thereby honoring the expectations of both the teachers and his classmates. His declaration was succinct yet powerful, devoid of ornate language, yet imbued with the weight of a warrior's solemn promise, instilling a sense of reassurance in those present. Ultimately, following a straightforward democratic vote, Shirley was overwhelmingly elected as the class leader of Class 2501. The position of vice class leader was awarded to Sun Hao, a sociable individual known for his amiable disposition and proactive nature. Sun Hao stood up with a cheerful smile, reassuring everyone. "Rest assured, esteemed colleagues, I will work in harmony with class leader Shirley, manage the logistics, enliven the atmosphere, and ensure that everyone feels a sense of companionship during our time at Beatty." Teacher Lin Shui observed the election results with satisfaction, nodding in approval. "Excellent. Then the interim leaders of the class shall be Shirley and Sun Hao. I hope you both will collaborate effectively, serve your classmates well, and manage the daily affairs of the class. Should you encounter any difficult decisions, do not hesitate to seek my counsel." Her gaze sharpened once more, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, sweeping across every new student present, as if igniting the embers of ambition within each heart. "Remember, the essence of class leadership is to serve the collective. It is a responsibility, not a privilege. In Class 2501, I wish to witness not a hierarchy of positions, nor a sense of superiority among peers, but rather the relentless striving and unceasing progress of each individual on the path of becoming a Pokémon trainer. Your stage is not confined to this classroom, nor even to the Beatty campus. Her voice rose, infused with an inspiring fervor. Remember, you are the elite of Beatty, the pillars of future alliances. What lies ahead are challenges posed by brilliant minds from around the world, the vast and uncharted Pokémon realm, and the limits of your own potential. Do not settle for the status quo. Do not fear competition. With your sweat and wisdom, forge an era that belongs to you. Her resonant words echoed throughout the classroom, stirring the hearts of many students and igniting a fervent fire in their eyes. Tomorrow, formal classes will commence. The first lecture, Advanced Pokémon Energy Theory, will be delivered by Professor Chun from the College of Energy, an authority in the field. I expect no tardiness. Lin Shui returned to a calm tone. Yet the underlying warning was unmistakable. Now dismissed. As the class meeting concluded, students departed the classroom, each absorbed in their thoughts. Some excitedly discussed the Dongda top talents list and credit exchanges, while others began strategizing which clubs to join. And some gravitated towards the newly elected class leader Shirley and vice class leader Sun Hao. Luo Feng and Su Qingxue joined the throng, exiting the classroom. Sunlight streaming through the corridor windows, elongating their shadows. Once the meeting dispersed, the crowd surged forth like a flood released from its dam, pouring out from the various classroom doors. Luo Feng, however, did not follow the crowd aimlessly. He had a clear objective in mind, leading Su Qingxue purposefully outside. He casually inquired of a passing senior about the location of the admissions office, and upon receiving directions, the two made their way there with determination. Upon arriving at the admissions office, they fortuitously encountered Director Wang Qinian, who was preparing to leave for the day, briefcase in hand. Luo Feng quickened his pace to approach him, adopting a tone of respect tempered by an air of calm confidence born of his own abilities. "Excuse me, Director Wang. I would like to discuss the matter mentioned in the enrollment agreement regarding my access to the Beatty Pokémon Resource Repository to select 2 Pokémon. Might it be possible to arrange this at your earliest convenience?" Upon recognizing Luo Feng, Director Wang's face broke into a broad smile, radiating warmth akin to that of a proud mentor encountering a promising protege. "Ah, it's you, Luo Feng. Of course, it's convenient. What could be more convenient? Come, I shall personally escort you there. And Su Qingxue as well." He turned his gaze towards Su Qingxue, whose elegance was striking. Su Qingxue responded with a gentle smile, nodding slightly. The three of them boarded an eco-friendly, silent sightseeing vehicle, gliding smoothly through the campus of Beatty University, reminiscent of a grand park. The vehicle traversed lush tree-lined paths and futuristic clusters of lecture halls before heading toward a somewhat enigmatic area at the rear of the campus, seemingly shrouded by an unseen veil. Once the vehicle came to a halt, the scene before Luo Feng completely upended his preconceived notions of a repository. It was not merely a storage facility, but rather a vast ecological estate. The towering alloy gates were imposing, prominently engraved with the majestic dragon emblem of Beatty University, alongside the designation of a restricted resource management zone, exuding an air of solemnity. On either side of the entrance, soft blue energy barriers cascaded like water curtains, radiating a stabilizing energy that instilled an inexplicable sense of comfort, indicating a high level of protection. After undergoing a rigorous identity verification and permission scan, the heavy gates silently slid apart, revealing a breathtaking vista that unfolded like a living ecological tapestry. The entire area was distinctly divided into 2 expansive sections. To the left lay a vast Pokémon activity zone, characterized by diverse terrain. Dense groves sheltered soaring Swellow and Butterfree, while a sapphire-like lake sprawled open, where aquatic Pokémon frolicked leisurely, its waters flowing into meandering streams. Further afield, rugged rocky mountains provided clawing grounds for Pokémon, alongside sandy training areas, and even a low-temperature zone crafted from special transparent materials, where snowflakes danced lightly. Countless Pokémon thrived in this environment, engaged in exercise or simply enjoying playtime. Each one resplendent with glossy coats and vibrant energy, their well-being evident in their healthy, well-proportioned physiques. The air was imbued with the sense of fresh grass, moisture, and earthy richness, harmoniously intertwined with various elemental energies, creating an exceptionally pleasant atmosphere. To the right stood a magnificent, silver-hued structure, its sleek lines radiating a futuristic aura. Constructed from specialized alloys and high-strength glass, it gleamed with a cold yet sophisticated light under the sun. This was the Center for the Storage and Research of Pokémon Eggs at Beatty University, a veritable incubator of future hopes. As Director Wang led the way, he spoke with pride. "Luo Feng, So do you see? This is one of the hidden treasures of Beta University, a place that countless trainers dream of exploring. He gestured towards the activity zone on the left. The Pokémon here come from various sources. Some are high-quality specimens procured by the school at great expense through legitimate channels or exchanged with other institutions. Others are cherished alumni who, in fond remembrance of their alma mater, have either entrusted their Pokémon here or donated them outright. Some were captured by our teachers and students during expeditions or tasks, deemed to have great potential, and entrusted to the school for unified training. There are also those who, due to unforeseen circumstances faced by their original trainers, could no longer be cared for or were abandoned by unscrupulous individuals, rescued by the Alliance and placed here, awaiting a kindred spirit to provide them a new home. He paused, then pointed towards the gleaming silver building. As for that structure, it houses precious Pokémon eggs that the school has acquired over generations from around the globe, even through special channels. Each egg harbors boundless possibilities. They first ventured into the vibrant Pokémon activity area. Along the way, they encountered numerous teachers and students who were also visiting, conducting research, or recording data. Upon seeing Director Wong personally accompanying two youthful faces, curiosity and scrutiny flickered in the eyes of onlookers, with hushed whispers barely audible. Look, it's Director Wong. He is actually serving as a guide. That new student. The male. Could he possibly be the legendary Luo Feng? Yes, that is him. The national champion. No wonder Director Wong is paying him such great attention. It has come to my attention that he already possesses the legendary potential of a Jirachi and the elite prowess of a Charizard. Yet here he is again, seeking new companions. TSK, truly, one cannot help but feel the stark contrast in fortunes among individuals. Though the murmurs were faint, Luo Feng heard them distinctly. His expression remained impassive. He merely nodded slightly, his gaze sharp and precise, akin to a radar, sweeping through every Pokémon that entered his line of sight in the activity area. Simultaneously, he discreetly activated a system enhancement, Pokémon Aptitude Insight, perceivable solely by himself. In an instant, his vision was inundated with layers of cascading data streams. Goodness! Truly, the foundation boasted by Director Wong is remarkable. At a cursory glance, approximately 60% of the Pokémon radiated a verdant glow, indicative of advanced aptitude, while about 40% shimmered with a cerulean aura, emblematic of elite potential. Alarmingly, the violet glow, representing gym leader-level potential, constituted nearly 30%. Among them were several unique evolutionary forms or inherently rare species. What truly made Luo Feng's heart skip a beat was the deep crimson glow, signifying champion-level potential, which flickered in no less than 20 instances as his gaze traversed the area. This suggested that nearly 10% of the Pokémon here possessed champion qualifications. Incredible, indeed. This is a prestigious academy of the Alliance, and its resources are astonishingly abundant. Luo Feng silently praised the overall quality of the Pokémon here, which far surpassed that of the Su family's collection, primarily composed of Pokémon eggs. These were tangible, well-hatched specimens already exhibiting remarkable traits. As they gradually made their way to the core area of the activity zone, the system's notifications became even more exhilarating, as dazzling golden halos, representing champion qualifications, illuminated his field of vision in rapid succession, 5 in total. Target, Snorlax. Aptitude, Champion Gold. Type, Normal. Ability, Thick Fat. Skills, Tackle, Roll, Lick, Charge, Inherited. Status, Healthy. Brimming with energy, possessing an appetite capable of devouring a mountain, with a somewhat lazy yet endearing demeanor, concealing immense potential akin to a mountain within. Target, Abra. Aptitude, Champion Gold. Type, Psychic. Ability, Synchronize. Skills, Teleport, Psychic. Status, Healthy, nearly in constant slumber, actually engaged in deep meditation to compress and accumulate psychic energy, with a vast and pure mental strength, already forming a faint force field. Target, Stereo. Aptitude, Champion Gold. Type, Water. Ability, Natural Recovery. Skills, Water Gun, Harden, Rapid Spin. Status, Healthy, with the central gem energy remarkably stable and exceptionally active, resembling a nebula in motion, emanating a captivating energy glow. Target, Cyndaquil. Aptitude, Champion Gold. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Ember, Smokescreen, Quick Attack, Inherited. Status, Healthy, the flames on its back burn steadily, though at a different temperature from its peers. Its timid appearance belies a stubborn tenacity hidden deep within its gaze. Target, Chikorita. Aptitude, Champion Gold. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Skills, Tackle, Charm, sweet scent, magical leaf, inherited. Status, healthy. The leaf atop its head bears a unique, translucent quality, exuding a vibrant life force, with a gentle disposition, eager to approach those who catch its eye. 5. A total of 5 Pokémon with champion qualifications. They were akin to pearls among sand, naturally radiating a distinct aura even amidst such a plethora of exceptional individuals. A testament to the disparity in life levels. Luo Feng's gaze lingered upon these 5 prodigious creatures, his mind racing as if equipped with a supercomputing chip, swiftly weighing the pros and cons.